A failed art student. In the depths of despair, he unexpectedly bound the SSS-grade Immortal Cultivation inheritance system. Forced to inherit a nursing home on the verge of bankruptcy, he turned it into a cultivation university. All the trainees are elderly individuals who have been neglected by their own children. You start with Qi refining stage cultivation and divine level techniques. Even more absurdly, every time a student breaks through a realm, my own cultivation skyrockets in sync. In the first class, I had the elderly bathe in spiritual springs and don uniforms that automatically absorb spiritual energy. Overnight, their rheumatism was cured, white hair turned black, and wrinkles diminished. Everyone was stunned. But this was just the beginning. When the royal sword sex elder Wang casually split open the heavenly gate with a single stroke. When department head He of the formation arts triggered celestial phenomena. The whole world finally realized that this seemingly ridiculous senior citizen university harbored a terrifying power capable of overturning the world. Yet, deep within the system's maw, the Immortal Realm Passage and Divine Demon Battlefield requiring hundreds of millions of points to unlock. It seems to indicate that our journey has only just begun. 001 hated by their children, they come to a cultivation university seeking votes. Anqing City. At a nursing home at the foot of Jinshan Mountain, where even the wall plaster is almost peeling off. A young man stands on a makeshift stage made of a few stools, delivering a passionate speech. Do you know how many vacation days your children get each month? 8 days. There are also long and short holidays every year. Even so, have they ever come to see you? They simply think you're old, a nuisance, a burden. Since that's the case, let's prove it to those rebellious sons. I now have an excellent opportunity. To be frank, I am planning to establish a Xianxia University. Dean Qin Ming spoke with great confidence, passionately addressing the elderly audience below. He was originally an art student preparing for university entrance exams. Yet, despite pouring his heart into his work, his creations failed to pass the second-round final review at Tsinghua Academy of Fine Arts. At this moment, all of Qin Ming's 2.5 years of effort have been reduced to nothing. Originally passionate about art, he became utterly disheartened from then on. Just as he was lamenting the unfairness of heaven, a sudden notification tone rang in his mind. Host's despair level detected at peak, acquired Xianxia inheritance system. Exactly, as a failed art student, Qin Yang awakened a system after failing the exams. And the first mission the system gave him was to establish in Xianxia University, enroll students, and pass on the ways of cultivation. Qin Ming was utterly dumbfounded by what he heard. Because of this, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and persuade people to cultivate immortality. In the end, he not only failed to cultivate immortality but was nearly mistaken for a mentally disturbed person and sent to a psychiatric hospital. Helpless, Qin Ming had no choice but to inherit the family's nursing home. After 2.5 months of interaction and observation, he suddenly had an idea: why not enroll these elderly residents as students? After all, the system never specified any age restrictions for students. Thus, the current scene unfolded. As Qin Ming finished speaking, the elderly audience members below began murmuring quietly among themselves. Comrade Qin is trying to fool us again. This fabricating ability is even more exaggerated than pyramid schemers, probably couldn't even fool a 3-year-old child. As soon as little Qin started talking, I knew it was going to be a lengthy speech. Seeing the elderly below discussing so animatedly, Qin Ming thought they had been moved by his speech. He then raised his head and said excitedly, "At the Xianxia University, you can cultivate your mind and body, temper yourselves, and perhaps even rediscover a second spring in your lives. Enrollment is now open. Everyone is welcome to raise their hands and sign up." Qin Ming watched as the elderly below the stage continued their heated discussions. Sensing the timing was right, he straightened his posture, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, and shouted loudly. However, upon hearing this, all the elderly stopped speaking and lowered their heads. The air was eerily still, unnervingly quiet, where even the sound of breathing could be distinctly heard. Time passed minute by minute, yet several minutes later still no one raised their hand. "I'm in." Suddenly, a shout broke the silence as an old man raised his hand. The surrounding elderly people were dumbfounded upon hearing this, abruptly looking up at him with blank expressions. Seeing the puzzled looks on the other elders' faces, the first one who raised his hand explained with a slightly flushed face. "Anyway, we're just bored sitting around. Young Qin is usually good to us, so let's just play along with him. Making us cultivate immortality probably just means some meditation, and shadowboxing might as well treat it as exercise." After hearing the old man's words, the other elderly also agreed. "Exactly. Staying here all day is quite boring. Might as well join little Qin for some fun. Sounds quite interesting. If we're doing this, let's do it together. Everyone raise your hands." "Great. Might as well find something to do." After deliberation, the elderly audience members raised their hands. Seeing all the elderly raising their hands, Qin Ming thought his speech had moved them and was deeply touched. At this moment, a system notification sound also rang in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the initial mission and successfully enrolling students, earning 1,000 points. Hearing the system notification sound, Qin Ming was extremely excited he had finally taken the first step. Calming his emotions, Qin Ming looked down at the old man. No, wait, the student with a gentle expression. Since you've chosen the Immortal Cultivation University, you're now its students from this moment onward. From now on, you will study all knowledge related to immortal cultivation, and tomorrow we will officially begin the teaching. Everyone, please gather at the square at exactly 8 o'clock. After delivering the announcement, Qin Ming stepped away from the stage. He glanced back at the old man in the green military coat in the audience, his eyes filled with a touch of pity. The elderly people below the stage were stunned, looking at each other in dismay. Did Qin Ming just say the class starts tomorrow? Though the meeting had ended, the elderly were still chatting among themselves in the audience. They treated Qin Ming's earlier speech as mere entertainment to discuss. Meanwhile, Qin Ming was already cheerfully striding back to the dean's office. Ding! The shopping mall system is now open. Qin Ming had just sat down when a notification chime rang out in his mind. His eyes lit up. Quickly immersed his mind. Browsing through the mall. 002 System Mall unlocked, public courses opened. System Mall. Qin Ming can use the rewarded points to exchange for items required by the Xianxia University. Ding! Host has successfully established Xianxia University. Campus location automatically bound to the nursing home. Congratulations, host, on becoming the president of the Xianxia University. Rewarded the host with early-stage Qi refining cultivation. Friendly reminder, as the university president, the more students you recruit and the higher their cultivation levels, the faster you'll absorb spiritual energy. When students comprehend techniques, awaken special physiques, or grasp the 3,000 great Tao's, the host will receive corresponding inheritances. The system's notification sound reached Qin Ming's ears. He froze for a moment. Percent then snapped out of it. Percent he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. A failed art student like him actually got to become a university president one day. Still the Xianxia University. Most importantly, the system immediately rewarded him with Qi refinement stage cultivation. In an instant, he felt boundless power surging through his body. The surroundings became vibrant. Feeling a surge of spiritual energy circulating around the body. Following his meridians along the celestial cycle, it gathered into a stream of spiritual energy at the dantian, circulating endlessly, never dissipating. Qin Ming suddenly felt as light as a swallow. Just as he was immersed in the joy of breaking through his realm, the system notification chime rang out again. Host detected with 1,000 credit points, university upgrade available. Can the university be upgraded? A flash of astonishment appeared in Qin Ming's eyes. He immediately browsed through the mall and soon arrived at the page for upgrading the Xianxia University. Upon seeing the price to upgrade the Xianxia University, Qin Ming couldn't help but inhale sharply in shock. 999 points. He had just received 1,000 points and initially thought it was a large amount, but now it seems it's only enough to upgrade the university once. You must understand, the current Xianxia University is merely an empty shell built within a nursing home. Only after upgrading can it possess special features. The so-called attribute is spiritual energy, which is essential for the cultivation of both him and the elderly residents at the Immortal Cultivation University. Confirm exchange? Exchange. Qin Ming took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and shouted. Ding! Exchange successful. Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading the Immortal Cultivation University. In an instant, Qin Ming felt the surrounding air become refreshingly crisp, carrying an indescribable comfort. The upgrade had just been implemented, yet the results were already this remarkable. Qin Ming couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. In the future, when the university undergoes further upgrades, the concentration and abundance of spiritual energy will undoubtedly continue to increase. This brings immense benefits to both him and the elderly in their cultivation. Since upgrading the university once requires so many points, subsequent upgrades shouldn't need as much, right? However, when Qin Ming saw that upgrading each facility required tens of thousands of points, he was stunned. He couldn't help but complain internally, just how many students does he need to recruit to earn enough points for this? Ding! Xianxia University upgrade successful, initial rewards obtained. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the basic cultivation technique for the Qi refining stage. In an instant, Qin Ming's body froze. He felt countless things flooding into his mind. When Qin Ming could see clearly, he realized it was the system-rewarded basic cultivation technique, the fundamental guide to cultivation. According to the system prompt, this is used for the basic course. Upon seeing the foundational cultivation techniques, Qin Ming immediately became interested in the intermediate and advanced level methods. However, when he saw that the intermediate cultivation technique required 100,000 points, the high-level technique required 10 million merit points, leaving me utterly dumbfounded. His face immediately darkened. Forget it, in this lifetime, I'll never have anything to do with those intermediate and advanced levels. Qin Ming couldn't help but curse, could these damn points really be earned just through hard work? How many years will it take for him to save up that much? That being said, Qin Ming still had to go through with it. These basic immortal cultivation techniques are enough to keep the elderly residents learning for a long time. After experiencing all this, Qin Ming had pretty much explored the entire mall. He also learned that although the Immortal Cultivation University sounded ordinary, it required access to many places to fully operate. Structures like the Scripture Pavilion, Enlightenment Platform, Chi Refining Pillar, and Training Ground each require 20,000 points. This is merely the required points to activate it. Wait until later upgrades. Each one will start at 100,000 points. From that point onward, those numbers became astronomical for Qin Ming. Qin Ming looked at it and instantly felt like a broke-ass loser. This damn system is so stingy. Not even the slightest reward for infrastructure. He became the principal, yet remained as poor as ever. Staring at the remaining points balance in the lower right corner, tears almost fell from his eyes. What can 1 point credit do? Ding! Special great news, limited time special offer in the mall. Starting now, 20 beginner level Xianxia University uniforms for just 1 credit point. Just 1 point. Can't buy regrets, can't be fooled. Just as Qin Ming hesitated, the system store suddenly issued an exciting announcement: 20 sets of beginner-level school uniforms for just 1 point. Qin Ming was instantly stunned. Realizing what had happened, he slammed the table in excitement. It suddenly dawned on him that his university still lacked a proper uniform. It is important to know that the hierarchy among students at the Xianxia University is strictly defined. Basic, outer sect, inner sect, nominal disciple, true inheritor, chamber disciple, core disciple, personal disciple. The school uniforms will also be replaced as students progress in rank. Each entry-level student's uniform requires 500 points. 2 school uniforms could already exchange for 1 Xianxia University. But since the mall is having a special offer now, Qin Ming definitely won't let this opportunity slip by. Facing the impending deadline, he didn't hesitate and immediately cashed out all his savings for the exchange. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 20 sets of entry-level Xianxia University uniforms. Helps absorb spiritual energy and aids cultivation. Qin Ming was quite satisfied to see that even an entry-level school uniform had such effects. Indeed, you can still find great deals even without much money. This perfectly aligns with the elderly's needs. However, after finishing these tasks, Qin Ming once again found himself at a loss. Where am I supposed to earn all those points needed for the Xianxia University's infrastructure? Could it possibly be necessary to expand enrollment again? Qin Ming was utterly stunned. How many students would need to be recruited? Moreover, he couldn't possibly handle teaching all by himself. Just as Qin Ming was muttering complaints, the system notifications rang out repeatedly. Ding! New mission refreshed. As the dean, host shall grant public lectures to students. Each public lecture rewards 1,000 points. Accumulating 10 public lectures grants 10,000 points. Upon hearing this reward, Qin Ming was instantly tempted. Damn! Delivering 1 public lecture earns you 1,000 points, and 10 lectures mean 10,000 points. Slow accumulation might really add up over time. But 1 public lecture takes 2 hours, which is 4 hours in total. Time isn't the most important factor. The most crucial issue is that Qin Ming doesn't know what to teach. Qin Ming took the opportunity to flip through the basic cultivation tutorial, and his eyes immediately lit up. Enough! That's more than enough. With his eloquence, he could easily seriously, meticulously, and comprehensively deliver dozens of lessons on this topic without any issue. Thinking about the 1,000 points waiting for him, Qin Ming felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. To ensure better class quality tomorrow, he went to bed early today. At this moment, in the dead of night, faint wisps of white spiritual energy were shimmering over the nursing home and the landscapes of Jinshan Mountain behind it. 003 Bathe and change clothes, washing away the dust of the world. Early the next morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Unnoticed by anyone, the once barren Jinshan Mountain began to glow with faint green hues, shrouded in thick mist. Strands of spiritual energy gathered within the mountain. Most significantly, the sign for the Sunset Red Nursing Home had transformed overnight into Immortal Cultivation University. Old Ma, that medicine you gave me yesterday really worked wonders. My foot doesn't hurt anymore. The old man sat at his bedside, staring in amazement at his sprained foot. How is that possible? My ointment is good, but it couldn't possibly work that fast. The old man stared blankly at his roommate's foot, utterly bewildered. At the same time, cries of astonishment echoed from other dorm rooms. Ha! Why do my eyes seem clearer than before? My back. Ha! It doesn't hurt as much anymore. My breathing feels so much easier. Really? Ha! Me too. My nose was all stuffed up yesterday. After just 1 night's sleep, their long-standing ailments suddenly improved, with symptoms becoming less pronounced. But they didn't think much of it. After all, these chronic issues had always come and gone. Dressed and chatting, they made their way to the square. Ha! Where's Xiao Qin? It's almost 8 o'clock. Why isn't he here yet? Xiao Qin's still young. He's probably still sleeping. Wait, didn't he say we'd meet at the square for class at 8 this morning? Hey! Why are you still worrying about that? Xiao Qin's just doing it for fun, how could he possibly take it seriously? We'd better just stick to our exercises. However, just as the old man was about to pull another resident over to exercise, he noticed a figure on the roof of the nursing home. Did you see that? Is there someone on the roof? Let me see. The other elderly man slowly lifted his head to look up at the roof. When he saw clearly, his eyes widened in shock. His mouth fell open as he stammered. That's... Who is it? The other elders nearby were drawn by the commotion, squinting curiously at the ceiling. It's Xiao Qin. The old man recognized the face, and his exclamation drew the attention of the others, who all turned to look at the roof. Seeing Qin Ming's attire, they all froze. He was clad in a white ancient-style robe, with wisps of white mist swirling around him. Is that... Little Qin? Just as the elders were bewildered, Qin Ming had already silently made his way to the roof directly in front of them. That's right. It's me. Qin Ming spoke calmly, exuding an air of ethereal grace. However, the next second, his actions nearly gave the elders heart attacks. After speaking, Qin Ming leaped directly off the 2-story high rooftop. It was less a jump than a plunge. Slowly, a white mist swirled around him at the bottom, as if something were dragging him down, until he landed straight on the ground. In that moment, the elders froze in place, watching Qin Ming as they whispered among themselves. Has little Qin studied martial arts? That really looked the part. Well, you know what? If I didn't know this kid's background, I almost would have believed it. Young Qin is still young, his body is strong. My grandson is about his age, and he jumped down from a tree this high without a scratch. Seeing the astonished expressions on the elders' faces, Qin Ming's lips curved into a slight smile. He was quite satisfied with the effect. Well then. It seems everyone has arrived punctually. Now, on behalf of Cultivation University, I welcome you all. Once again, congratulations to all of you on becoming the first cohort of students at Cultivation University. As soon as he landed, Qin Ming took advantage of the elders' stunned silence to briefly introduce the Immortal Cultivation University. As you can see, our nursing home has officially been renamed Cultivation University. Qin Ming pointed to where the original nursing home sign had hung. Only then did the elders notice the sign had been replaced. The 4 characters Immortal Cultivation University stood prominently before them. Immortal Cultivation University is a comprehensive institution open to the world, embracing the future, and dedicated to the pursuit of eternal life. Here, we will offer courses in alchemy, talismanic arts, artifact forging, and spiritual plant cultivation. Of course, as the university's first cohort of students, you will receive personal instruction from me, the Chancellor. The benefits that follow are unmatched by any other students. The elders watched Qin Ming speak with such fervor, some of them unable to suppress a chuckle. Little Qin is the president? He really thinks he's running a school now. I say. He's just trying to pull the wool over our eyes. What's so special about jumping off the 2nd floor? My grandson could do that too. Exactly. Personally guiding us? What a load of nonsense. If he's so confident, why doesn't he demonstrate it himself? Seeing the elders erupt into heated debate once more, Qin Ming's face broke into a broad smile. Looks like everyone's really looking forward to this. Well then, next up, it's my turn. As soon as Qin Ming spoke, the elders perked up. They whispered among themselves. Could he really be about to perform something like flying through the air or breaking bricks with his bare hands? No. I think it'll be chest-smashing boulders. Everyone looked at him in astonishment, anticipation building. Lead everyone to bathe and change clothes. Ah! At that moment, all the elders gaped in disbelief, staring at Qin Ming. Some even burst out laughing. After all that talk, why suddenly tell them to go bathe? Young Qin! I've only just finished my morning routine, why must I bathe now? Yeah. Little Qin, didn't you say you were going to take us on a journey to cultivate immortality? Why suddenly? Call me principal. But Qin Ming cut off the old man's question, his expression stern, his words carrying a palpable weight of authority. The elders froze in shock. Was this really the same considerate, kind-hearted Qin Ming they knew? They murmured among themselves. Little Qin's putting on airs again. That performance could get him nominated for an Oscar. The way young Qin talks, he's totally in character. Finally, one elderly man couldn't contain his confusion any longer and turned to ask Qin Ming. Principal, why do we have to take a bath? It's only morning. Seeing the puzzled expressions on the elders' faces, Qin Ming said solemnly. As the ancient saying goes, to seek immortals and pursue the way, one must enter the school with reverence. Bathing and changing clothes wash away worldly dust, enabling one to study and seek the way. Furthermore, after bathing and changing, everyone will uniformly don the school uniforms I have prepared for you. Henceforth, you shall wear these uniforms at school. They will shield you from cold and heat and aid in absorbing spiritual energy. As he spoke, a white robe appeared in the old man's hand, strikingly similar to the one Qin Ming wore. Moreover, Jinshan Mountain is now part of our Immortal Cultivation University. The bathhouse water comes from the sacred spring on the back mountain. This spiritual water benefits your bodies. You may bathe for as long as you wish. The elders heard Qin Ming's words and all wore skeptical expressions. They began whispering among themselves. What nonsense is little Qin spouting? Our bathwater is just from the water plant next door, isn't it? How should I know? Spiritual spring water? Sounds like some weird mumbo-jumbo. But haven't you noticed how light the clothes Xiaoqin gave us are? They're not nearly as heavy as we imagined. Yeah. They feel softer and more comfortable than silk in my hands. My arms don't even feel sore. Honestly, Xiaoqin seems so sincere. Why don't we give it a try? It's just a bath, can't hurt. The elderly folks were taken aback at first. Looking at Qin Ming's sincere face, they felt awkward refusing. Then, they recalled the immortals depicted in ancient texts and biographies. And then Qin Ming's words, they felt there might be some truth to it. They all nodded thoughtfully. Alright then, everyone follow me. Seeing their reaction, Qin Ming led the elderly to the bathhouse next to the nursing home. The seniors entered the bathhouse with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, one by one shedding their clothes and beginning to bathe. At first, they didn't notice anything unusual about the water. But after washing for a while, they gradually noticed that their once pale hair seemed to darken and thicken. Moreover, the bathwater carried a faint, refreshing fragrance. Soon, exclamations of surprise filled the room. Wow! This water feels amazing, my wrinkles seem to be fading. Look at this, the calluses on my hands are smaller than before. The elders marveled at these changes, though they didn't occur any further. They dismissed it as a psychological effect. However, after bathing and changing into the school uniforms Qin Ming had distributed, they discovered they were indeed as comfortable as Qin Ming had described. Though they had felt warm and toasty during their bath, that sensation vanished once they put the uniforms on. You know what? This outfit Qin Ming gave us really is comfortable to wear. Yeah. They look thin, but they keep you warm. I feel as light as a feather now. Walking 10 miles is no problem at all. Now, after an hour of soaking and now wearing these uniforms, each of them radiated renewed energy. Many of the rheumatic pains and lingering injuries from their youth had been greatly alleviated. Stepping out of the bathhouse, he looked at Qin Ming and exclaimed. Just now when I looked in the mirror, I noticed fewer wrinkles on my face. Yeah. When I was combing my hair just now, I even noticed a few gray hairs had turned black. The elders gathered around Qin Ming, each chiming in with praise. Qin Ming remained utterly expressionless. He had anticipated all this. Seeing everyone had gathered, he waved his hand at the group and said, Since you're all washed up, let's go. Where to? Seeing Qin Ming about to leave, everyone was dumbfounded. Observing their bewildered, questioning expressions, a faint smile touched the corners of Qin Ming's lips. This is a university, of course we're going to class. 004 Chapter 1 Mass Lecture, The Elders Shock. Class. The elders looked at Qin Ming in confusion. Qin Ming can't be serious. Cultivation classes? What could an art student possibly teach? We're just a bunch of old geezers tagging along with Xiaoqin for fun. We're not seriously cultivating, what could we possibly learn? This is ridiculous. Could Xiaoqin really be so confident he can teach us sword riding techniques? Seeing Qin Ming's confident demeanor, the elders' minds were already in turmoil. Yet Qin Ming declared with unwavering assurance. Exactly. It's almost 9 o'clock. Hurry up and follow me to the classroom. Otherwise, we'll be late. Qin Ming glanced at the time. A general lecture lasted 4 hours. If they didn't hurry, they'd miss lunch. Seeing Qin Ming's urgency, the elders grew curious. What exactly were the courses like at this Immortal Cultivation University? Are we really going to study cultivation techniques? Will we learn supernatural powers like riding clouds and moving mountains? Really? Principal, I want to study alchemy. I'll refine the elixir of immortality and live forever with my whole family. I want to learn sword riding. I have a sword, one that can cleave the heavens. I want to learn spirit communication, so I can talk to my deceased spouse. After experiencing the changes in their bodies, everyone grew increasingly curious about Qin Ming's arrangements. They spoke freely among themselves. Seeing their keen interest, Qin Ming nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly the attitude he wanted. If they weren't interested in cultivating immortality, what was the point of pursuing it at all? He then led the elders to a room. The sign above read Activity Room in large characters. Opening the door, he found desks and chairs already arranged for class. Several sheets of A4 paper lay on each chair. Please take your seats in order. The elderly folks took their seats beside the chairs nearest them. Once seated, they began chatting among themselves. They completely forgot why they were here, and also forgot that Qin Ming was still standing at the lectern. Quiet. Seeing the elders grow increasingly animated in their discussion, Qin Ming let out a low growl. An invisible aura of authority radiated from him. The seniors instantly stiffened, all of them falling silent. Some shot reluctant glances at Qin Ming. Remember this. You have now officially joined the Cultivation University. From this day forward, you are students of this institution. As the university president, before classes begin, I feel it necessary to outline the daily conduct guidelines for students of the Immortal Cultivation University. You must commit these rules to memory within the next few days and strictly adhere to them, henceforth no exceptions. Seeing Qin Ming's earnest expression, the elders were visibly shaken. They couldn't help but inwardly groan. Student conduct guidelines? I haven't heard that term in decades. Young Qin seems dead serious. He's not actually going to lecture us, is he? I haven't sat through a lecture in decades. This is going to be rough. The elders all wore expressions of utter despair. Qin Ming took a deep breath and began. Rule number 1, respect your teachers and value learning. Study diligently and ask questions. Rule number 2, be honest and trustworthy, and help each other with kindness. Rule 66, consciously uphold the honor of Cultivation University. Refrain from any actions that tarnish the school's reputation. Qin Ming spoke with great solemnity, emphasizing several prohibitions in particular. Prohibited acts included disrespecting teachers, betraying mentors, and harming the innocent. After stating these, Qin Ming scanned the room. He continued. The rules are what you should follow, while the prohibitions and precepts are things you absolutely must not do. I hope no one will violate them in the future. Principal, rest assured we will absolutely abide by them. The elders immediately pledged their compliance. Qin Ming, however, fixed his gaze on the group and remarked calmly. You've already violated 2 rules just now. During class hours on school grounds, no disciplinary violations are permitted. Disorder in the classroom is disrespectful to the teacher. Hearing this, the elders all looked apologetic, lowering their heads in embarrassment. Noticing the hint of fear in their eyes, Qin Ming paused thoughtfully before saying, Alright, since you're now aware of the school rules, this will be a one-time exception. As your teacher, let us now begin the formal lesson. Hearing Qin Ming's words, the elders collectively exhaled in relief. They sat upright at their desks, their eyes fixed on Qin Ming with eager anticipation. Satisfied with their response, Qin Ming turned around and began his lecture. Before long, Qin Ming finished covering the lesson's content. He instructed the elders to practice individually according to the book's teachings. The elders, who had initially been spectators, began to show genuine interest. Following the book's instructions, they were astonished to discover that a faint breath of energy seemed to swirl around them. Though faint, they could feel a gentle breeze stirring. They felt strength gathering in the meridians of their once frail hands. However, as time went on, this sensation diminished considerably. Many elders dismissed it as mere psychological effect and paid it little mind. Soon, 2 hours had passed. Seeing the session was nearly over, the elders murmured their impressions below. You know, the headmaster really knows his stuff. Yeah. Suddenly, this cultivation thing feels like it might actually work. Didn't you see just now? The principal waved his hand, and words appeared on the blackboard. Well, what's so amazing about that? It's just a projector. Of course the words appear when he waves his hand. But when I tried the poses from the book just now, I actually felt something. Me too, but it faded later. Probably just my imagination. I think the principal might actually be telling the truth. Could we really be cultivating immortality? Ahem. Just as the elders were engaged in heated discussion, Qin Ming's coughing reached their ears. After soaking in the bath, their hearing seemed sharper than usual, allowing them to catch every word clearly. I know you all have many points you wish to discuss. You can discuss these after class. But class isn't over yet, so please be quiet. Seeing this, the elders dared not speak, immediately closing their mouths and sitting upright in their chairs. For the time being, we will continue with general classes. Once you have solidified all the fundamentals of cultivating immortality, we will move on to specialized courses. At that point, you may freely choose your specialization, whether it be artifact forging, physical cultivation, or beast taming. Therefore, until then, you must listen attentively, practice diligently, and review thoroughly in every class. Only by building a solid foundation can you truly shine in your chosen specialization. Qin Ming's words stirred the elders' hearts, and they nodded in agreement. Everything Qin Ming had just said resonated deeply with them from personal experience. After bathing, they donned their school uniforms. His breathing remained smooth and steady, with little coughing now. The elders remained half convinced, unsure whether this improvement stemmed from psychological effect or genuine change. But after experiencing all this, their curiosity about the Cultivation University grew even stronger, and they began looking forward to the next public lecture. Alright. That's all I have to say. Now, rest in place for 10 minutes. Then we'll begin the second public lecture. As Qin Ming announced the end of class, the elders immediately gathered together to discuss the changes they felt in their bodies. At that moment, a system notification flashed through Qin Ming's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the first public lecture. You have earned 1,000 points. 005 Outdoor Class, Exploring Campus. Even fish ponds are suitable for meditation. 10 minutes passed quickly. Qin Ming addressed the elders below the stage. Alright, let's begin the second public class. Please follow me outside. With that, Qin Ming stepped outside. Seeing this, the elderly attendees rose and followed him. They were curious about Qin Ming's actions. Hey, isn't this supposed to be a public class? Why is young Qin taking us outside? I'm not sure either. Maybe little Qin wants to take us out for some hands-on practice? When I followed the book's instructions earlier, I actually felt some changes in my body. Sitting for so long didn't even make my butt hurt. Exactly. Sitting for so long was starting to strain my back. Getting some fresh air is just what we need. The seniors were all speculating about where Qin Ming was taking them. But they also realized that after sitting in chairs for 4 hours of lectures, and surprisingly, they didn't feel tired at all. They knew that before, sitting for long periods would cause back pain the moment they moved. What astonished them even more now was that they could keep up with Qin Ming's pace. They were all in their 80s and 90s, after all, and this young man moved much faster than they did. But after getting used to it, the elders assumed Qin Ming had deliberately slowed down to accommodate them. Soon, the group arrived at the fish pond beside the nursing home. Alright, now let's begin our second lesson. Getting to know the campus. Explore the campus? The seniors were baffled. This was the nursing home they'd lived in for over a decade. What was there left to explore? Exactly. After the nursing home became the Immortal Cultivation University, it underwent a complete upgrade. There are many changes and newly added facilities throughout the university. Today's class will take you on a detailed tour. Yet the elders stared at him in astonishment, murmuring under their breath. I've lived in this nursing home for nearly 20 years and never saw anything new. What difference could Xiao Qin make just by changing the name? This place has been open for decades. I know every blade of grass here. Nothing looks different to me. Seeing the elders discussing so animatedly, Qin Ming assumed they were curious about the changes at the Immortal Cultivation University. He called out loudly, "Everyone, please look at the fish pond in front of you. Doesn't it look different from before?" The elders turned to look in the direction Qin Ming pointed and noticed the pond, once covered in algae, had become crystal clear. The walls, once thick with moss, were now smooth as glass. As you can see, after a night of upgrades, the fish pond has evolved into a spiritual pool for your cultivation. I'm sure you've also noticed the white energy floating above this spiritual pool. Indeed, this is the spiritual energy described in your textbooks. The concentration here is far richer than in the surrounding air. Cultivating beside this pool will help you absorb spiritual energy, rapidly enhancing your strength and cultivation. Hearing Qin Ming's words, the elders' lips curled into expressions of contempt, and began whispering among themselves. Isn't this just the fish pond from our retirement home? Little Qin's vivid storytelling turned it into a spiritual pool. Exactly. It's just a bit cleaner now, right? Little Qin must have cleaned it secretly while we were asleep at night. That kid sure is going all out. But I did notice some white mist hovering above that pool. Ha! What's so surprising about that? It's just water vapor. Little Qin is making it sound way too mysterious. It's just a fish pond, it can't possibly have those effects. The elders debated heatedly. Seeing this, Qin Ming chuckled softly and said, "Everyone seems quite interested. Why not come experience it for yourselves now?" Hearing this, the elders couldn't suppress their curiosity and all walked over to the spirit pool. Yet the instant they drew near, everything around them seemed to shrink dramatically. The spirit pool also appeared larger than they had seen from afar. The pond, which had only a few small fish before, now teemed with numerous koi. Suddenly, a white mist began to envelop them from below. As the mist seeped into their bodies, they felt cleansed, experiencing profound comfort and contentment. The elders adopted a greedy, sucking posture, unconsciously settling into meditation beside the spirit pool. Seeing this, Qin Ming nodded with great satisfaction. Before long, an hour had passed. Qin Ming called out to the elders. "It's about time. Though this pool holds abundant spiritual energy, don't overindulge." Hearing Qin Ming's voice, the elders finally awoke from their meditation. They had only intended to observe what made this spirit pool special. They never imagined they'd unknowingly begin meditating beside it. The elders were bewildered by their own actions, as if in a dream. "Old he. Didn't you just say we'd take a look? Why did we all start meditating?" I don't know either. I just approached the spirit pool and found myself doing this without thinking. I don't remember anything after that." They rose dazedly, took a few steps, and were astonished to find walking felt far easier than before. "Hey! My legs aren't sore anymore? Seems so. My back doesn't hurt much either." A gleam of astonishment flashed in the elders' eyes as they marveled at the changes in their bodies. "Alright. Now everyone has a good understanding of the spirit pool. Each morning is when the spiritual energy is freshest and easiest to absorb. From now on, our daily morning exercises will be held by the spirit pool. Now, everyone follow me to the back mountain." The elders froze upon hearing this, then snapped out of their daze. Seeing Qin Ming already striding ahead, they hurried to catch up. Upon reaching the rear mountain, Qin Ming pointed to several faintly visible areas and explained. This is the scripture hall, that's the enlightenment platform, and the Qi cultivation pillars all dedicated to refining your Qi. Once you complete your foundational training, access will be granted. Especially these Qi cultivation pillars. Once you reach the required level, you may train upon them. The elders gazed at these unfamiliar structures, their eyes brimming with wonder. They never imagined the once barren hillside could transform so dramatically overnight. You know, Shaoqin did a pretty convincing job with this. Yeah. When I tried to approach that enlightenment platform earlier, it really felt like some kind of barrier was blocking me. And those fields, I've never seen any of the plants growing there before. Could they be the legendary spirit fields? No clue. Didn't Shaoqin arrange all this? Why don't we ask him? The elders raised their hands one after another, addressing Qin Ming. Principal, I'd like to ask. All right. Second class is over. Dismissed. However, after finishing his introduction, Qin Ming glanced at the time. Seeing that 2 hours had passed, he simply announced the end of class and walked away without looking back, leaving the elders standing there dumbfounded. 006 Grandpa He's Dilemma, Teaching Standard Tai Chi. Qin Ming returned to his office. Seeing the newly credited 2,000 points in the mall, his expression was filled with delight. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing 2 lectures. The Qi cultivation pillar is now available at a 5-day limited time discount redeemable for 10,000 public lecture points. Qin Ming froze for a moment before realizing what had happened. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Wow, offering a discount right after I finish teaching? They really won't let me off the hook. 10,000 points means 10 public classes. I've already completed 2, so I just need to finish 8 more to redeem it. Though Qin Ming grumbled, he knew he wouldn't pass up a discount on the Qi cultivation pillar. That evening, after bathing, the elders returned to their respective dormitories. Each had their own take on the day's events. Among them, Old Man, he was pleasantly surprised to find his chronic lower back pain from prolonged sitting had noticeably eased. The moment he entered his room, he picked up the phone, eager to share the news with his eldest daughter. Beep 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 beep. But his eldest daughter's call went unanswered until the very last moment. Hey! That girl should be off work by now. Old He. Calling the girl again? Seeing Old He's disappointed expression, his roommate, accustomed to such scenes, walked over and asked. Yeah, my eldest daughter's swamped with work. She's probably still putting in overtime at this hour. I'll try the little one instead. Grandpa He, whose real name was He Qingguang, was 85 years old and had 2 daughters and 1 son. His wife passed away early, and his children are too busy to care for him. Compounded by his stubborn nature, his children had no choice but to send him to a nursing home in his hometown according to his wishes. Grandpa He dialed his younger daughter's number. This time, the call went through. Excitedly, he grabbed his phone and exclaimed triumphantly, Hello? Second daughter. When are you and the eldest grandson coming to visit me? Dad's telling you, I learned so much at the nursing home today. I'll show you all when you come. Oh. Did the nursing home organize activities today? However, instead of answering when they would visit, his youngest daughter casually inquired about his life at the nursing home. Yes. We got to experience a day of studying at Cultivation University. Let me tell you. What? Dad, did you just say Immortal Cultivation University? Aren't you at the nursing home? What is this Immortal Cultivation University? The younger daughter was instantly baffled, sensing something was off. She pressed further. Dad, did your nursing home get a new director recently? I heard it's some failed art student. Is he crazy or something? Nonsense. What lunatic? Shaoqin is our director. He's been so kind to us, always chatting with us and playing chess. You ungrateful kids. You don't even visit me, and now you're talking about Shaoqin. Before his youngest daughter could finish speaking, Grandpa He's fiery temper flared up. After a barrage of scolding, his youngest daughter was momentarily at a loss for words. Fine then, Dad. You should join more group activities at the nursing home. I have things to do, so I'll hang up now. The moment she hung up, the younger daughter initiated a group call in the family chat. Upon learning of this, both the eldest daughter and the younger son suspected their father was using this as an excuse to get them to visit him at the nursing home. This works out well. Dad has things to keep him occupied there, so he won't be calling us every day. The eldest daughter sighed with relief. But Dad suddenly mentioning some Immortal Cultivation University is pretty odd. Big sis, second sis, I happen to be heading back to our hometown tomorrow for something. I'll swing by and see what's going on. The younger son remained uneasy and wanted to drop by while handling his errands. Alright, little brother, remember to snap some photos and share them in the group chat. The eldest and second sisters both agreed with their younger brother's decision and reminded him. Early the next morning, He Tian, the youngest son of Old Man He, arrived at the gate of the nursing home and saw the elderly practicing morning exercises by the spirit pool. Too far to see clearly, he zoomed in with his phone camera. Focusing his gaze, he saw the elders wearing long white robes practicing Tai Chi by the pool. The youngest son thought these were just the clothes the elderly wore for morning exercises, nothing unusual, so he filmed a video and sent it to the group chat. Big sis, second sis, the nursing home hasn't changed at all. I saw the elders still doing Tai Chi this morning. Even though the sign has changed, the inside of the nursing home is exactly the same as when we visited 3 months ago. Seeing the photos, the eldest and second sisters felt reassured and didn't ask any further questions. Tian saw that it was time for his meeting and left. Little did he know that in the distance, Grandpa he watched his departing figure with a distant gaze, his expression utterly desolate. His youngest son hadn't even glanced at him upon arrival. Recalling his youngest daughter's words from yesterday, he silently vowed to himself, "You 3 unfilial children, once I achieve great cultivation, I'll show you what it means not to mock the elderly for their poverty." Meanwhile, Qin Ming arrived at the spirit pool and saw the elderly practicing Tai Chi in perfect unison. He was quite pleased. "Looks like I can go fish for a bit." Just as he was feeling pleased, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected improper student movements. Host, please provide movement guidance. Qin Ming froze. He was supposed to teach them Tai Chi? As the principal, you have automatically learned standard Tai Chi. Completing 1 Tai Chi demonstration will earn you 1,000 points. Qin Ming had been complaining about being forced to teach so early in the morning. But who would have thought this damn system would throw out a 1,000-point reward? A surefire chance to earn points? He wasn't about to pass it up. Seeing the elders resting, Qin Ming stepped forward. Swinging his sleeves with solemn expression, he appraised them. "Having observed your movements, I must say they are far from standard." The elders looked surprised, thinking Qin Ming was joking and refusing to believe him. "Principal, we've been practicing Tai Chi for over a decade. Every step and movement is crystal clear to us. How could it be unstandardized?" "That's right. While we may not understand cultivation, our Tai Chi may not be perfect, but it's certainly quite standard." However, Qin Ming smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Hold on a moment. I have a standard Tai Chi routine here. I guarantee that after practicing it, your rate of absorbing spiritual energy will more than double." The seniors had already experienced the exhilaration of spiritual energy entering their bodies. Hearing that practicing Qin Ming's Tai Chi could double their absorption rate, their eyes lit up with excitement, and some were tempted. "Why don't we give the principal's method a try? What if it's as easy as taking a bath? I don't see any harm in learning another set." "Yeah. This spiritual energy flowing through me feels amazing. Double the intensity? I can't even imagine how incredible that would be." Seeing the elders so excited, Qin Ming clapped his hands and declared, "All right. Since everyone's so interested, let's get started right now." Qin Ming stepped directly in front of the elders, took a deep breath, and began performing Tai Chi movements as guided by his mind. The elders followed suit, mimicking his movements. Half an hour later, the entire Tai Chi form was completed. Qin Ming turned to the elders and said, "There. That's the complete standard version of Tai Chi." At that moment, the elders realized their bodies were absorbing spiritual energy much faster than before. Overjoyed, they exclaimed in unison, "That Tai Chi routine just now left me feeling refreshed and invigorated. My body feels incredibly light. I thought the principal was being unfair with those moves, but after finishing, my legs feel so much more agile." Yes. While practicing, I could feel the spiritual energy moving with my movements, naturally flowing into my body. Qin Ming, observing this, was thoroughly satisfied. He declared, "All right. Now, without me, practice the entire sequence together." The elders eagerly began practicing the Tai Chi Qin Ming had taught them. Visibly, the spiritual energy gathering around them was far more abundant than before. Before Qin Ming's eyes, a percentage appeared above each elder's head. Through the system, he learned this represented their alignment with the standard Tai Chi movements. Most of the elders hovered around 30 to 40%. But Grandpa He's was unusually high, reaching 60%. Qin Ming noticed Grandpa He too. Observing the precision of each of his movements, Qin Ming nodded with satisfaction. Once everyone had finished, Qin Ming announced to the group, "I've observed everyone's movements. From now on, Grandpa He will lead the group. Morning practice will be held daily at 7 a.m. by the spirit pool. Now, everyone go take a shower. After showering, class will begin." With that, Qin Ming turned and walked away without looking back. The elderly men exchanged glances, their eyes filled with envy as they looked at Old He. "Hey, Old He. Impressive. Didn't expect you to pick it up so fast. We're roommates, teach me some tricks." "Old He, we've known each other for so long, you've got to help me correct my form." The elders had already experienced the benefits of standard Tai Chi. Seeing Grandpa He selected as the leader, they assumed his form must be the most precise. They crowded around him, eager to learn. Grandpa He, delighted by the attention, eagerly answered his old friend's questions. 007 at 60, it's time to enroll in Immortal Cultivation University. After that, the seniors abandoned their casual attitude and began wholeheartedly following Qin Ming in cultivating immortality. As the leader of the Tai Chi group, Grandpa He performed each movement with utmost seriousness. After just 3 days of practice, Grandpa he felt his body had improved significantly compared to 3 days prior. That very evening, he wanted to share his transformation with his eldest daughter. After all, Grandpa he's eldest daughter was also approaching 60. Working as a chief physician at the hospital, she was constantly swamped with work, her hair already half gray. If he could bring her to the retirement home to cultivate immortality, perhaps over time, she might truly rejuvenate. Grandpa he immediately picked up his phone to call his eldest daughter. After the previous 2 days' experience, his eldest daughter, Hihua, had grown accustomed to her father sharing his cultivation experiences. As soon as she answered, she teased him. "Dad, did you practice iron head training or sword control with Qi today? We're still too early for that stuff. I'll tell you, these past few days I've been teaching my students Tai Chi, and absorbing spiritual energy is way faster than the old method." Hua rolled her eyes at her father's words. Yeah, Dad. Your health is improving at Immortal Cultivation University. All 3 of us siblings are thrilled. Grandpa he felt a surge of satisfaction and pride when his eldest daughter affirmed his words. "I told you cultivating would work, Hua. You're nearly 60 now. Look at you, stuck in the hospital all day. Why not retire now and cultivate with me? It'll be much healthier than staying in the hospital." His eldest daughter froze at the suggestion. What was this old man scheming? She immediately retorted. "Dad, I save lives in the hospital. It's not like your nonsense in the nursing home. If I ended up in your retirement home, it'd be a laughingstock." "Hua, what nonsense are you talking about? Where have we ever fooled around? I called you because we genuinely saw results after trying it ourselves. A few of us old ladies here, after a few days of baths and Tai Chi, our skin is visibly softer and smoother than before. This is far more effective than any of your lotions or serums." Grandpa he instantly lost his temper. He'd kindly invited his eldest daughter over, yet she was belittling the school like this. With the speakerphone still on, his roommate listening nearby, a look of displeasure flashed across his face. Grandpa he felt his face burn with embarrassment. His eldest daughter listened to her father's words, feeling utterly speechless inside. She tossed the phone aside to calm down for a moment. After a while, however, Grandpa he sighed on the other end. "Forget it. If you don't want to come, then don't. You just don't have the karma for it. But I'm taking a foundational course these days, and the books say children absorb spiritual energy easily. My great-grandchild just turned 3 this year. Have your grandson bring him to stay with me for a few days? I guarantee that after absorbing this spiritual energy, he won't get sick once when he grows up." As he spoke, the image of his great-grandson flashed through his mind. He hadn't seen the child in nearly half a year, and a hint of longing flickered in his eyes. "Dad, have you been brainwashed by your director? What nonsense are you spouting? Don't you dare scheme against my son. What on earth do you people do all day in that nursing home? If you want to see your great-grandson, you can't just make up these unrealistic lies." His eldest daughter's words abruptly wiped the smile from Grandpa he's face. His face darkened. Without a word, he hung up the phone and threw it aside in anger. He finally understood these ungrateful children had no intention of visiting him and were deliberately provoking him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He silently vowed to himself. "Fine. Since you won't come see me, once I achieve immortality, I'll teleport our entire family to a nursing home. Then we'll see if you still dare to argue with me." Meanwhile, his eldest daughter stared at the disconnected call, inwardly sighing. Today, her father seemed possessed. Not only did he want to drag her into a nursing home, but he wouldn't even spare his great-grandchildren. Recalling the photos her brother had sent earlier, she couldn't shake her unease. The old man had been acting far too strange these past few days. She decided she had to go see for herself. Early the next morning, the eldest daughter arrived at the nursing home's entrance. Seeing the sign for the Immortal Cultivation University sect, she frowned slightly. Looking further inside, she saw the same scene Tian had described, elderly residents gathered around the spirit pool practicing Tai Chi. Yet she noticed their movements bore no resemblance to the Tai Chi she knew. Those movements were beyond what elderly people should be capable of, yet they performed them with surprising proficiency. She also spotted old man he leading the group up front. Hihua found it utterly bizarre, the seniors clad in robes, performing such extreme Tai Chi, coupled with the 4 characters on the sex sign. She immediately snapped several photos and videos, sending them to the group chat created by the children of the nursing home residents. She wanted to ask if any of the other elders' families knew about this situation. The last message in the group had been 3 months ago, when someone asked for the nursing home's location. However, within minutes of posting the photos and videos, someone spoke up in the group. "Sister where is this place? Those words Immortal Cultivation University are ridiculous." Hihua saw it and replied directly. "This is our parents' nursing home. I came to visit my father today and was shocked to see the sign changed as soon as I arrived. I have no idea what this Immortal Cultivation University is either." The moment Hihua spoke, the group chat erupted. "What? Sister this is the nursing home in Jinshan Town, Ansheng? No way. I remember the sign looked different when I visited Dad 6 months ago. Could the elderly practicing Tai Chi in the video be our parents? Ihua, yes. This is a video I just filmed. I'm right here at the scene. Watching their parents perform movements that could easily cause physical harm, the children trembled, unable to speak. They had heard their elders mention before that the nursing home had turned into some kind of cultivation university, and that they were practicing cultivation with the director. They had dismissed it as the elders' own form of entertainment. But seeing the photos Hahua shared, they finally realized something was terribly wrong. They all exited the chat page, intending to call their parents to ask about the situation. Yet when they dialed, the line went straight to voicemail. What they didn't know was that the elders left their phones behind during classes to better absorb spiritual energy. At that moment, the elders had just finished their morning exercises and were resting. As they chatted idly, gazing at the dilapidated nursing home, they reflected on Qin Ming's recent efforts on their behalf. They concluded that since they were cultivating immortality, they should contribute to repairing the nursing home as a way to repay Qin Ming's educational kindness. After discussing it, the elders approached Qin Ming, who was still meditating. With Grandpa he speaking respectfully on their behalf. Principal. These past days, we've devoted ourselves to cultivating under your guidance, and our bodies have already begun to change. Yet this university remains so dilapidated. Though we students possess no other abilities, we can at least contribute our modest strength by funding the renovation of the nursing home. Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the elderly men's devout expressions, he felt deeply moved. He too wished to improve the nursing home. But the nursing home had been upgraded into a cultivation university, and ordinary renovations would be useless. He must use points to upgrade every corner of the university. Seeing the elderly so warm and eager, Qin Ming felt deeply moved. He stood up straight, cleared his throat, looked at them, and smiled gently. Your insights truly move me. My teachings these past days have not been in vain. However, we are all cultivators. Through these days of study, you should understand that mundane items are of no use for the repairs at the cultivation university. Therefore, I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline. Hearing this, the elders froze, staring at Qin Ming as they whispered among themselves. The principal is too kind. He taught us so much about cultivating immortality and didn't ask for anything in return. The principle means that as cultivators, the school's treasures are no ordinary objects. How could mere renovation restore them? Grandpa, he immediately countered. You've all misunderstood the principle's meaning. He appreciates our gesture as students, but we can't just say we won't do it and then not do it. The transformations in our bodies, didn't the principal grant them to us? To honor our teacher and respect the way, we must first understand gratitude. Since the principal asks for nothing in return, we can't just stand by and do nothing. Grandpa, his words awakened the other elders. They resolved to contact their children that evening and ask for money to repair the nursing home. Principal, we understand your meaning. We will practice diligently and live up to your expectations. After their discussion, the elders turned and bowed deeply to Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded with satisfaction. As long as these elders devoted themselves to cultivation, he could earn more points to unlock facilities and upgrade the academy. 008, using pension funds to renovate the nursing home on filial children. That evening, after bathing, the elders returned to their dormitory in high spirits. They eagerly pulled out their phones, ready to call their children to discuss funding the university's renovations. However, when they opened their phones and saw screens flooded with missed calls from their children, they froze in shock. The old man was puzzled. When had these unfilial children ever been so proactive in calling them, and why were there over a dozen calls? What they didn't know was that while they were meditating, their children were nearly driven mad by the photos Hihua, the eldest daughter of Grandpa He, had posted in the family group chat. But after making several calls and finding the old men wouldn't answer, someone started complaining in the group chat. Weird, what are the old guys up to? Why won't they pick up my calls? Me too. I just called my dad and he didn't pick up either. I thought he was mad at me. Yeah. But that can't be right. He should be awake at this hour. He usually listens to the radio on his phone at this time. Soon everyone realized they couldn't reach their parents either. Speculation began to swirl. Could our parents be getting abused by the director? Maybe they confiscated their phones. I heard that new director went insane after failing his art exam. He's a complete lunatic. Then let's call the police. It'd be terrible if something happened to the old man. Panic spread through the group and they were about to call the police. At that moment, Hihua, the group admin, froze upon seeing the messages. She quickly tried to calm them down. Hihua, everyone, don't panic. I'm right here at the scene. I just called my old man too, but he didn't pick up either. My old man never leaves home without his phone. He's probably just engrossed in his Tai Chi practice with the other seniors. It's nothing to worry about. The children of the elderly participants felt slightly reassured upon hearing Hihua's words. They decided to wait until the seniors returned to their dormitory before calling them. What the children didn't expect was that the first thing the seniors asked when they called was, "Son, do you remember where I left my passbook at home? Find it and send it to the nursing home. Girl, where's my pension savings? Take half of it and transfer it to the bank card I gave you." The children were stunned by these demands, thinking they must have misheard. Yet when they asked again, the answers remained the same. This absurd situation also happened to Ihua, the eldest daughter of Old Man He. To her surprise, the moment she answered the call, Grandpa He impatiently demanded his pension. Ahua! Dad remembers that all the pension money from these past 30-odd years has been put aside for you, right? And didn't your mother leave you 100,000 yuan before she passed away? Find a time tomorrow when you're free and transfer it all to my card. Grandpa He's voice was filled with urgency, as if he were facing some pressing financial need. Dad! Did something happen at the nursing home? Explain clearly first. What do you need my pension and the savings Mom left behind for? Tian was utterly bewildered. He pressed his father for answers. Why would the old man suddenly need so much money? Just give it to me. Why are you asking so many questions? Grandpa He had been appointed by Qin Ming as the leader of the morning exercise group. He believed Qin Ming regarded him as a highly valued disciple. He felt it was only natural to contribute all his savings to help Qin Ming renovate the nursing home. While talking with Grandpa Hua noticed the group chat filled with children complaining about their elderly parents calling them for money. After browsing for a while, she finally understood why her father had demanded her pension and the inheritance left by her mother. She was furious. She remembered how her father had flat out refused when she wanted to use her late mother's inheritance as a down payment for her daughter's wedding home. Now he wanted to give money to that crooked director to renovate the nursing home? What an outrage! She immediately tried to reason with him. Dad! This money is your retirement fund. We wouldn't dare touch it. If you want to use it for your own purposes, we support you. Yes, I'm asking for this money for my own purposes. Just remember to transfer it to me tomorrow. It's getting late. I'll do some more Tai Chi before bed. Hearing Grandpa He's reply, Hua was speechless. Dad! You're taking this money to renovate the nursing home, right? How is that your business? How did that principal manipulate you all? How could you be so stubbornly convinced by him? I went to your nursing home today. Aside from the sign saying Immortal Cultivation University, nothing inside has changed at all. You've all been completely duped by him. By the end, Hua unleashed all the pent-up frustration she'd been holding in for days. She'd reached her limit with her father's unreasonable behavior. Hua! What kind of talk is this? Renovating this nursing home was a joint decision made by all of us friends. It's our way of showing gratitude to the principal. What nonsense are you spouting, you little brat? Grandpa He felt deeply uncomfortable seeing his daughter so opposed to his plans. Dad! No matter what, this isn't something you can decide on your own. That nursing home director is a crazy con artist. Your nursing home hasn't changed at all since the beginning. You've all been deceived by him. I've already discussed it with the children of several other seniors. We'll start showing you nursing homes in the next few days and switch as soon as we find a suitable one. Hua had inherited some of her father's stubborn streak. She refused to listen to his claims that they'd agreed to this voluntarily. It was utterly unreasonable. I know my own situation. I don't need you deciding for me. If you refuse to give me my money, I'll draft a will right now donating all my assets to the nursing home. You won't get a single cent. Grandpa He roared angrily and slammed the phone down. Furious, he turned off his phone and began practicing Tai Chi nearby. Hua, hearing her father's words, was momentarily speechless. Seeing the disconnected call, she didn't dare call back. She opened the group chat to see how others were faring. The outcome was much the same as hers. Once the children learned the elders needed the money to renovate the nursing home, they flatly refused. In the end, everyone parted ways in frustration. Could this director be some kind of witch doctor? My old man has such a stubborn temper, yet he managed to convince him he's cultivating immortality. And my old man actually believed it, even volunteering to fund the nursing home repairs. They've all lost their minds, handing over their retirement savings to a con artist. And they won't listen to a word we children say. Seeing the heated discussion in the group chat, Hua voiced her own suggestion. I think we should pool our resources and hire a professional arbitration team to visit the nursing home and investigate the truth. I'm sure everyone here has seen today how our parents have been brainwashed by that con artist director. As soon as Hua finished speaking, a chorus of agreement erupted below. Exactly. Sister, he really knows what she's talking about. Exactly. We need to hire lawyers. That director must compensate my old man. He dared to deceive the elderly. He deserves at least 10 years. Seeing that everyone agreed with her decision, Hua then said in the group chat. Alright then. Since no one has any objections, let's consult the local arbitration agency. We'll expose this fraudulent director's scam and rescue our parents. Agreed. The children of the elderly group members all chimed in agreement. They began searching online for reputable arbitration agencies in the area. 009 Practice makes perfect, the wild dog gang's revenge. Early on the fourth day, the elders practiced Tai Chi by the spirit pool as usual, while Qin Ming checked his points balance in the mall. While teaching these days, he unexpectedly unlocked a special reward from the system. Guiding students' movements or asking them questions earned him 100 points, and if they answered correctly, he received an additional 200 points. Pointing out a student's mistake also earned him 50 points, and if the student corrected it, he received a 100-point rebate. Unbeknownst to him, he had already accumulated over 4,000 extra points. Qin Ming felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the points accumulated in the mall. In just a few more days, he would be able to purchase all the basic facilities needed for the Cultivation University, except for the Qi refining pillars. After sorting through these details, Qin Ming looked up at the elders' heads. Their standard Tai Chi alignment had surpassed 60%. Grandpa He, in particular, had surpassed 80%, far outpacing the other elders. Visibly, a white aura now clung to the elders' bodies. Within a few breaths, a complete set of standard Tai Chi movements was finished. There was no sense of fatigue. Instead, they felt remarkably relaxed and comfortable. Happiness blossomed on every face. Stiff limbs had, unnoticed, regained their flexibility. Qin Ming stepped forward and praised Grandpa He, who was correcting the other seniors' movements, saying, "Mr. He's movements are exemplary. I can confidently tell everyone that in terms of spiritual energy absorption, Mr. He is currently in first place." The moment the words left his mouth, the other elders nearby shot envious and jealous glances at Grandpa He. Overwhelmed by Qin Ming's praise, Grandpa He's face flushed crimson with excitement. Qin Ming surveyed the group, satisfied he'd achieved his desired effect, and continued. "But don't lose heart, everyone. Cultivation is inherently a process of repetition, gradual progression, and adherence to established methods. Sometimes you can't move too slowly, and sometimes you can't rush. This is the phase you all must navigate now. Practicing Tai Chi lays a solid foundation for future Qi cultivation. In a few days, our university's Qi cultivation pillars will open to everyone. In the time remaining, I urge you all to reinforce your practice diligently. Should any questions arise later, feel free to consult Elder He or myself." The elders' eyes lit up at his words. Qin Ming's words ignited their competitive spirit. They had all entered the program together. How could they let others gain an advantage over them? They immediately began seeking guidance from Qin Ming and Grandpa He. Seeing the elders proactively seeking guidance, Qin Ming felt immense joy. Such eagerness to learn from his students meant points delivered right to his doorstep. Why pass up free points? The elders diligently followed Qin Ming's corrections. Once completed, the system instantly rewarded Qin Ming with 1,550 points. Qin Ming watched the soaring points with excitement. If he kept this up day after day, it wouldn't be long before the scripture hall and the enlightenment platform unlocked. After morning practice, during their break, the elders chatted about the changes they'd experienced since cultivating immortality. "Look at me. After just a few days of cultivation, the white hair on my head seems to have halved. I feel so energetic now. I can even do another round of Tai Chi before bed every night. After just 4 days of practice, my body feels 10 years younger. My feet? The pain is completely gone. My wrinkles have faded too. When I sent my daughter a selfie yesterday, she asked if I'd used beauty filters." The elders' faces beamed with joy, while inwardly they marveled that if not for following Qin Ming on his cultivation path, their health would never have improved. This strengthened their resolve to renovate the nursing home. They all decided to ask their children for the money that very night. After all, how they spent their own money was entirely their own business. The elders' enthusiasm filled Qin Ming with confidence for their upcoming cultivation at the Qi cultivation pillars. Yet, just as he relaxed, he noticed one elderly resident staring blankly at the spirit pool. Simultaneously, Qin Ming noticed that the Tai Chi alignment above the man's head was only around 40%. Qin Ming was somewhat surprised. After so many days of practice, it remained at the initial value, as if the elderly man had no interest in the Tai Chi at all. He also observed that after completing the Tai Chi practice, the elders scattered in small groups toward the bathhouse. Yet this man was not only not following behind, but was actually moving faster than the others. Observing the old man, Qin Ming noticed that despite his Tai Chi alignment being only 40%, the spiritual energy emanating from him was as abundant as if not more than that of the other elders. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips at this sight. He didn't rush to offer concern but immediately returned to his office to make a note about the old man in his file. 6 o'clock in the evening, at a small tavern in Jinshan town. A group of petty thugs were drinking and chatting. They were members of the Wild Dogs Gang, a notorious local thug group in Jinshan town. They made their living through loan sharking, acting as enforcers, and collecting protection money. Every business along Jinshan town's main road had suffered their harassment. Today marked the return of their boss, Chen Ban, from a debt collection trip. His underlings had arranged this tavern gathering to welcome him back. "Boss, you've returned at the perfect time. We have some earth-shattering news to share." Amidst the revelry, a sycophantic underling approached Chen Ban. "What good news? Spit it out. Don't interrupt my drinking." Chen Ban was in the midst of his drinking spree. Hearing the subordinate mention good news now, his expression darkened instantly. "Boss, it's absolutely great news. While you were out collecting debts, the old director of that nursing home passed away." "Bang! What good news?" Why didn't you tell me sooner? Chen Ban's face lit up with a gleam of excitement. Overflowing with joy, he downed the bottle in one gulp and demanded. So who's running that Tai old nursing home now? Boss. According to my intel, the new director is the old director's son. The moment the subordinate finished speaking, Chen Ban sobered up instantly, his excitement palpable. Ha! Who'd have thought that old lunatic had a son? What a gift from heaven! Ha ha ha! Chen Ban exclaimed, utterly ecstatic. Their wild dogs gang ran rampant in Jinshan town, and even the town mayor had to give them some face. But the old director of the nursing home, Qin Yang, stubbornly refused to pay protection money. Seeing that soft tactics wouldn't work on Qin Yang, the wild dogs gang grabbed their weapons and stormed into the nursing home to cause trouble. Seeing the elderly residents over 80 years old inside, the gang felt certain of victory. Little did they know that Qin Yang, Qin Ming's father, was a formidable man. He had served in the military in his youth, and though middle-aged, he was still incredibly burly. Armed with just a shovel, he stood his ground at the entrance. When the wild dogs charged in, Qin Yang swung his shovel, sending them reeling. Not a single one of the dozen or so thugs managed to get a single cent. Chen Ban nearly had his leg broken by Qin Yang. From that day on, the wild dogs gang had a score to settle with Qin Yang. Boss. We've checked it out that old bastard's son is an art school reject who just came back 3 months ago to take over the nursing home. Oh yeah. An art school dropout, a cultured guy. Damn it, that bastard father of his crippled my leg with a shovel. He never paid protection money either. Now it's time for the son to pay off his father's debts. Go round up every member of our gang. Tomorrow morning, everyone reports to that nursing home to collect what's owed. If they don't pay up, poof. We'll tear that damn nursing home to the ground. Chen Ban spoke, glaring at his crippled leg, his eyes burning with rage. The underlings nearby heard this and echoed in unison. Don't worry, boss. He's just a wet behind the ears punk who's barely out of diapers. Just a few of us with sticks will probably scare the crap out of him. Oomph. A mere child. What his father owes me, he must repay tenfold. Upon learning Qin Ming had no backing, Chen Ban felt reassured. He resolved to lead his men to the nursing home the next morning to collect protection money. 010 The children's plan, the son waits to see his father ascend to immortality. By evening, the elderly residents had bathed and returned to their dormitories. At that moment, old man he sat on his bed and picked up the phone he'd turned off the night before. As soon as he turned it on, just as he had expected, the screen displayed 3 missed calls from his 3 children. Staring at the 3 missed calls, Grandpa he found himself torn. Ultimately, he chose to call his youngest daughter, Helan, who had the mildest temper. Ring ring. Helan was having dinner with He Hua and He Tian, discussing how to arrange things for their father. They had only been talking for a short while when Grandpa He's call came through. Lan. Dad was chosen as the Tai Chi team captain these past few days. Today the principal even praised me as the best Tai Chi practitioner in our school. He said I absorbed the most spiritual energy. Way ahead of all the other students. I came in first. Grandpa he spoke with such excitement, as if he were a child showing off his hard work to his parents after winning first prize. But now the roles were reversed. The father was ecstatic, while the daughter listened quietly by his side. Hearing her father's words, Helan couldn't help but feel deeply moved by what her eldest sister had just told them. She realized how badly her father had been deceived by that nursing home director. He fantasized about his health improving while simultaneously wanting to use his retirement savings and his mother's inheritance to renovate the nursing home. Her father, usually so level-headed, had been led astray by this mad director. The lengths he was going to for the nursing home left her, his daughter, utterly speechless. Still, ever since he started talking about cultivating immortality, his temper seemed to have mellowed considerably. So the youngest daughter feigned great surprise and exclaimed, "Really, Dad? I knew you were the best. Congratulations on becoming the Tai Chi team captain and winning first place. We're so proud of you." Across from them, old man he burst into hearty laughter. His face flushed bright red, thrilled by his youngest daughter's praise. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Alan. Dad will definitely get as fit as you are soon. Don't worry about disturbing me either. Come visit me sometime with your brother and sister. Bring me out to play with my great-granddaughter and little great-grandchildren. Our nursing home has changed so much they'll definitely be interested. Grandpa he, riding the wave of his happiness, extended an invitation to his youngest daughter, Helan. Hearing her father's words, Helan instantly felt a headache coming on. She had guessed the old man would call to ask about this, but hadn't expected it so soon. Dad. We miss you too. But you know, my sister is the hospital director. She's always swamped with work. She's almost 60 and still works overtime until 10 every night. She needs rest. And my brother? My niece is about to study abroad, right? He's busy working on several projects to save up tuition for your granddaughter. The moment the youngest daughter finished speaking, Grandpa he's face darkened. He recalled how both He Tian and Helan had come to the nursing home entrance earlier but hadn't come in, claiming they were too busy. He felt utterly disappointed in his 3 children. With a cold snort, he declared, "Lan, you've changed. Now you're lying to your old man. As soon as Grandpa he spoke, Helan across from him was dumbfounded. Not understanding the situation, she asked. Dad? I don't understand what you're talking about. Helan feigned ignorance, asking innocently. But asking only fueled Grandpa he's anger. He unleashed a torrent of fury into the phone, shouting at Helan. Dad's not stupid. You refuse to send me my retirement money. You refuse to come see me. You make up all these excuses to deceive me? You three ungrateful brats, just wait until I master my skills and teleport myself back. Then I'll bring my great-granddaughter and great-grandson over. None of you will stop me. With that, Grandpa he hung up in a rage. Seeing the call end abruptly, the youngest daughter shot a resentful glance at Tian and Hua, who were already stifling laughter beside her. It seemed Hua's earlier decision had been the right one after all. Sis. Are they coming tomorrow? Yes. Don't worry. We hired the best arbitration agency in the city. The people they send will definitely expose the director's lies. Hearing this, Helan and Tian instantly relaxed. At last, they wouldn't have to endure their father's daily ramblings about cultivating immortality. Meanwhile, in the dorm room next to old He's, an elderly man named Su Yongchun was applying medicated plasters to his legs. A wind had picked up that evening, and his chronic leg condition flared up painfully whenever it rained. Just a few days ago, a cold had caused him to lose control of his bladder and bowels. However, since he began cultivating with Qin Ming, his cold had cleared up in just a few days. Now, even on rainy days, his legs didn't hurt as badly as before, only a dull ache remained. Grandpa Su felt this improvement keenly. Unlike the other elders, Su Deyi still harbored some interest in the Immortal Cultivation University. Wandering the world with his staff had been his childhood dream, and reading martial arts novels in middle age only deepened his longing for the martial world. It could be said that, aside from Grandpa he was the second fastest cultivator among all the elders. Just as he was feeling melancholy about his legs, his youngest son called. Grandpa Su answered. Dad, are you ready to come to the city for the surgery I arranged? I'll drive over to pick you up. If your leg gets infected again, it could be life-threatening. His youngest son sounded extremely anxious, deeply concerned about the old man's leg injury. Yet faced with his son's concern, old man Su felt nothing but anger. Urwa. Don't even think about dragging me to that godforsaken place. I'd rather die than have this leg cut off. I, Su, belong to the nursing home in life and will be its ghost in death. Grandpa Su's coldness toward his youngest son stemmed from the realization, only after arriving at the nursing home, that his son and family's apparent concern was motivated solely by his medical insurance. None of their concern felt genuine to him. He never trusted those medical devices anyway. Amputation and a prosthetic leg? That would never be his own leg. He'd never get used to it. His youngest son, Su Desin, heard his father's words and was speechless. The old man was still as delusional as ever, completely missing his intentions. But he wasn't in a hurry. He was part of the Hahua group, and anyway, the nursing home would be inspected by the arbitration agency tomorrow, and the director would be sent to prison. Then his father would have no choice but to follow him to the hospital for surgery. Fine. Since you refuse, I'll respect your decision. However, old man Su didn't respond to his youngest son. Seeing this, Su Desin changed tack. Glancing at the content in the Hahua group, he asked with feigned concern. Dad, did your nursing home change its name recently? Originally feeling a bit down, old man Su perked up at his youngest son's inquiry about the nursing home's name change. Yes, the nursing home has changed its name. It's now called Cultivation University. From now on, I, Su Hansan, am an immortal cultivator. Just wait and see your old man ascend to immortality, son. Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Yes, yes, yes. From now on, my father is a cultivator. He'll be the pride of our entire family. When the time comes, Father, you'll lead us all through the gates of immortality. Su Deji's son nodded in agreement upon hearing his father's words, though inwardly he was utterly speechless. Still, the thought that the headmaster would receive his just punishment tomorrow brought him immense relief. After calming his father's emotions, he settled in to wait for tomorrow's show. 011 You're telling me this is Tai Chi? The next morning, a light rain had fallen overnight, shrouding the entire Cultivation University in a hazy mist. It resembled a fairyland, filled with an ethereal aura. The spiritual energy throughout the entire nursing home was now twice as potent as usual. The spiritual energy around the spirit pool surged to 3 times its usual level. At 7:30 a.m., the elders gathered at the spirit pool to practice Tai Chi. Guided by Qin Ming and Grandpa he the previous day, and bolstered by the abundant morning spiritual energy, the seniors absorbed the freshest chi of the dawn, leaving their minds exceptionally clear. After their first practice session, some achieved a mastery rate exceeding 70%. Grandpa he's synchronization rate even surpassed 85%. Not long after the morning practice began, the system credited Qin Ming with 500 points. It also notified him that if all the elders achieved a standard proficiency rate of over 95% within 10 days, he would receive a bonus of 1,000 points per person. Qin Ming was thrilled at the prospect of earning points. If they all exceeded 95% proficiency, he could gain over 20,000 points. Combined with what he'd saved these past few days, he could afford both the scripture hall and the Qi cultivation pillar. The thought alone sent a rush of exhilaration through him. Knock knock knock. Just as Qin Ming was lost in his fantasies, the sound of knocking at the door reached his ears. Coming! Qin Ming hurried to the door in a few strides. Standing there were 10 men and women dressed in black suits. Qin Ming froze. He didn't recognize these people. What were they doing here? Who might you be? Qin Ming looked at them, asking with confusion. The men and women also froze upon seeing Qin Ming's attire, inwardly wondering if this was some kind of cosplay. Hello? We are attorneys from Minghui Law Firm. You may call me Attorney Yin. We are here today at the request of several clients to investigate the nursing home. May we speak with your director? A middle-aged man in a suit, wearing intellectual-looking glasses, stepped forward and introduced himself. After speaking, Attorney Yin scrutinized Qin Ming. Seeing how young he looked, he assumed he must be the grandson of one of the elderly residents. Hello? That's me. Qin Ming was puzzled. Why would lawyers come to his nursing home? But as the principal, he had to greet him. Meanwhile, the lawyers across from him froze, staring at Qin Ming's expression and struggling to suppress their laughter. Even the stern-faced Attorney Yen couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up at Qin Ming's attire and his words. But remembering his client's request, his expression immediately turned serious. He scanned the nursing home and spotted the elderly residents, their figures faintly visible through the mist. Their exaggerated Tai Chi movements, already exaggerated to begin with, now magnified by the mist, made them appear as though they were being subjected to abuse. Witnessing this, Attorney Yan's eyes flashed with anger. He turned to Qin Ming and sternly rebuked. Director Qin. As the head of this nursing home, how could you mistreat the elderly like this? Under the laws of our country, I am now filing a lawsuit against you on behalf of my client. Qin Ming was utterly bewildered. What was this lawyer's deal? They'd never even met before, no grudge, no conflict, so why was he suing? And abusing the elderly? What the hell was that about? Abuse of the elderly? Qin Ming stared at Lawyer Yan in utter disbelief, his eyes wide with confusion. Don't play dumb. What exactly were those elderly residents doing? Seeing Qin Ming feigning ignorance, Attorney Yan pointed angrily toward the elderly people practicing Tai Chi in the distance. Practicing Tai Chi? Qin Ming was speechless. Were these lawyers here just to cause trouble? This is Tai Chi? Is this how you do Tai Chi at your place? Attorney Yan stepped inside and saw Qin Ming actually claiming the seniors were practicing Tai Chi. He inwardly thought this guy was treating them like little kids playing games. Xiao Qin, what's going on? Who are they? Just then, the elderly folks finished their Tai Chi routine. Noticing Qin Ming chatting with a group of men in black at the entrance, they all approached out of curiosity. Hello, you must be Grandpa He? I'm Attorney Yen, representing your daughter, He Hua. Today, I'm here to seek justice for you. Attorney Yen immediately recognized the elderly man approaching as Grandpa He and introduced himself. The other attorneys also introduced themselves to the elderly residents whose children had entrusted them. The elderly were all baffled. Qin Ming, observing the scene nearby, finally understood. These lawyers were representing the children of these elderly people. But he was puzzled why hire lawyers for the elders at this moment? Attorney? Has something happened to my Ahua? Seeing the lawyers approach him, Grandpa He feared his eldest daughter was in trouble, his face filled with anxiety. No, Grandpa. Your daughter is fine. She's in good health. We're here to help you get rid of this vicious director and bring him to justice. As they spoke, the lawyers' expressions turned serious as they looked at Qin Ming. The elderly residents were utterly bewildered. Bringing their principal to justice? What kind of outrageous talk was this? Attorney Yen, what are you talking about? Grandpa He grew visibly anxious. To speak of the principal like that, these people must be tired of living. His voice trembled with emotion. Uncle, don't panic. Just tell us his misdeeds. With us here, he won't dare harm you. Attorney Yen, thinking the elders were too intimidated by the principal to speak up, hurried to reassure them. Lawyer Yen, did my daughter call you? Do you intend to send our principal to prison? Yet Grandpa He glared at Lawyer Yen with a look of pure hatred, as if staring at his sworn enemy. Yes. Lawyer Yen was stunned. Shouldn't these elders be overjoyed that their children had called a lawyer to seek justice for them? Why did they all look so displeased and deep in thought? Oomph. I knew it. That girl He Hua is causing trouble again. Grandpa He snapped out of it, his anger flaring up instantly. This was nothing but trouble. He'd been selected by the principal as team leader and was being groomed for special advancement. Now she had to pull this stunt? How would the principal view him? This was nothing short of sabotage. Now old man He was flushed with anger, wishing he had a stick to beat He Hua's bottom right then and there. Committing such an act of disrespect toward his teacher and family would surely make him unwelcome at the school. The only solution now was to call his daughter and have her send Attorney Yen away. He started heading back to the dorm to grab his phone. Qin Ming watched from the side, gradually piecing things together. So it was the children of these elderly folks who were worried about their parents' lives in the nursing home, sending these lawyers over to check on them. Then there was no problem. As the principal, it was his duty to look after the students' daily lives. He calmly addressed Attorney Yen, who was still in a daze. Attorney Yen. As you can see, our nursing home has been renamed Cultivation University. As the university president, I will certainly cherish my students and teach them the knowledge of cultivating immortality. There will absolutely be no abuse or extreme treatment here. The elderly residents nearby quickly chimed in loudly, voicing their support for Qin Ming. That's right. The president treats us wonderfully here. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be able to get out of bed at all. Exactly. Don't listen to my daughter's nonsense. Our health has been steadily improving under the president's guidance. The elders chattered away, leaving the lawyers and assistants somewhat bewildered. When Attorney Yen finally caught up with the situation, a look of displeasure flashed across his face. Pointing at Qin Ming, he declared, well, I never imagined you'd not only abuse the elderly but also threaten them, claiming you're living well here. Look at what you've dressed them in. What kind of weather is this? How can their bodies possibly endure such thin clothing? Under our country's laws, all these charges combined mean you're going to jail. I now formally file charges on behalf of my clients. Hold on. Just as Attorney Yen was about to speak, Grandpa he roared and sprinted toward the door. The scene stunned the lawyers. Grandpa he charged toward them like an athlete. 012 The Wild Dogs Gang's provocation. This is respecting elders and caring for the young. Mr. He. Please, slow down. Attorney Yen was startled to see old man he actually running toward them. Attorney Yen. This is all a misunderstanding. My daughter is the one causing trouble. I'll call her right now and have her withdraw her representation of you. Grandpa he stopped, caught his breath, and then dialed his eldest daughter, Hihua, right in front of lawyer Yen. The moment the call connected, he roared into the receiver. Hihua! What the hell are you doing? The principal is guiding our cultivation. This is our opportunity. What kind of trouble are you stirring up behind our backs? Dad? What's going on? Hihua was stunned into silence, her mind spinning in confusion. What do you mean, what's going on? How dare you call me dad? You ungrateful child. We're sincerely cultivating under the headmaster. If you won't support me, that's one thing, but now you're causing trouble here. I don't care what happens. Right now, make those lawyers leave immediately. Grandpa he hung up the phone, his face darkening. The other elders, hearing Grandpa he's words, instantly realized everything had been orchestrated by their children. Their expressions turned filled with resentment. These ungrateful children had truly grown bold beyond measure. They rushed back to their dorms to grab their phones, then returned to the square. In front of all the lawyers, they dialed their children's numbers. What followed was a scene the lawyers would never forget. Grandpa he led all the elders in bowing low to Qin Ming and apologizing. We're sorry, principal. We failed to raise our children properly. We apologize on behalf of these girls. Clap. Just as the elders were proactively admitting their fault to Qin Ming, waves of applause echoed from outside the nursing home. Chen Ban? What are you doing here? Grandpa he looked up and recognized Chen Ban, his eyes instantly turning sharp and hostile. Well, isn't this Grandpa he? What's up? Heard you got a new director. As the prominent gang in Jinshan town, we came to pay our respects. Not welcome? Chen Ban led dozens of wild dog gang members, adopting an air of entitlement. His words dripped with provocation and contempt as he swept his sneering gaze across all the elders. Unable to stand by as these men intimidated the elders, Lawyer Yen pulled his license from his pocket and stepped before Chen Ban, his voice stern and righteous. I am his legal representative. You are suspected of intimidation. As his lawyer, I have the right to. Clang. Ha! Lawyer, huh? What's this? You're going to interfere with us delivering blessings to the nursing home? Before Attorney Yen could finish, Chen Ban slammed the iron bar into the wall beside him. In an instant, the wall cracked open. The shock sent cold sweat pouring down Yan's back, leaving him speechless for a moment. Chen Ban's henchmen behind him brandished their weapons, causing the lawyers who had intended to shield the elderly residents to show signs of fear. They all retreated backward. Seeing that the lawyers dared not stand in front of the elderly, Chen Ban wore a look of smug satisfaction. Swinging the stick in his hand to point at the sign above the Immortal Cultivation University's entrance, he sneered with utter contempt. What the hell is this? Your nursing home changed its name? Trying to pull a fast one and deny owing our wild dog gang protection money? Chen Ban narrowed his eyes at Qin Ming, flicking his stick toward him with a wicked grin. You look a lot like that old madman. You're the new director of this nursing home, Qin Ming, right? At the mention of that old madman, a flicker of anger crossed Qin Ming's puzzled eyes. He turned to face Chen Ban and the others directly. Just then, a sleazy-looking bald lawyer rushed out of the crowd, approaching Chen Ban with a fawning expression. Chief Chen, I never imagined it would be you. I'm Attorney Su, do you remember me? Attorney Su? Chen Ban studied the shrunken bald man before him. After a moment's thought, his eyes lit up as he pointed at Lawyer Su and said, "Oh, Attorney Su. I remember. You were the one who helped me recover that over $1,000,000 earlier." Hearing this, the sleazy bald man's eyes lit up with excitement as he hurriedly said, "Well then, Mr. Chen, my friends and I are new here. We didn't realize this was your territory. We're terribly sorry for any offense. Could you perhaps?" "Ah, Attorney Su, you're worrying too much. Just stand aside, you won't be in the way." Attorney Su was thrilled to hear this and started pulling Attorney Yen aside. "But you must also tell me everything about this place." Before he could move, Chen Ban gave a cold snort. "No problem." Hearing this, Lawyer Su secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He relayed everything he knew to Chen Ban. Moments later, Chen Ban turned to Qin Ming with a sneer on his face, mockingly declaring, "Ha ha ha ha. The son of a madman indeed. You're even crazier than your lunatic father. What's this nonsense about a cultivation university? Deceiving the elderly? You actually dare to pull off such schemes? You're even more shameless than I am." Chen Ban looked at Qin Ming before him, finding him both laughable and childish. "Principal. Ignore them. These are local thugs trying to extort protection money from our nursing home." Grandpa he glared at Chen Ban and his crew with fury. How dare they call Qin Ming a fraud? He wanted to slap them right then and there. Qin Ming then learned the background of this group from Grandpa he. His anger surged, and as he looked at the arrogant and domineering figures before him, the murderous intent in his eyes deepened. He never imagined that after his father had once beaten them into retreat, they would now dare demand protection money from him, a mere youngster managing the nursing home. "Well, sorry to disappoint you, you've got the wrong guy. Ha ha ha. You old fart. Stop trying to act tough. What difference does it make that some greenhorn knows about it? Go to the town mayor? Do you think he'll side with you or with me?" Chen Ban remained completely unfazed. Even if Qin Ming fought them to the death, he wouldn't get anywhere. "Chen Ban, you. Hey. Uncle he, I advise you not to get worked up. Qin Yang isn't here anymore. You don't seriously think he'd protect you, do you? Ha ha ha." Chen Ban was thrilled to see the veins bulging on Uncle He's face from rage. He relished seeing these elders so enraged yet powerless against him. He then turned to Qin Ming and sneered. "Kid, you're young. You should know better than your crazy old man. Hand over the protection money sooner rather than later, it'll be better for both of us." "No. Don't give it to him." At that moment, Lawyer Yen roared and rushed between Old Man He and Qin Ming. Seeing how fiercely Qin Ming protected the elders, and how the elders equally shielded Qin Ming contrary to what their children had claimed, he was suddenly overcome with regret. Qin Ming genuinely cared for these seniors, which was why they held him in such high regard, willing to offend thugs just to speak up for him. "Ha! Attorney Su, it seems your friend doesn't quite understand the rules." "What? You intend to shield them?" Chen Ban glared fiercely at Attorney Yen, causing those around them to fearfully close their eyes. "Attorney Yen, come back quickly." At that moment, Attorney Yan's beautiful assistant cried out anxiously. "Whoa! This chick's hot. Su, keep an eye on her for me. Once I get my money, I'll make sure she accompanies me to heaven and earth for some fun." "Chen Ban, this is between your wild dog gang and our nursing home. If you've got the guts, take it out on us. We're old enough now, we're not afraid of you." "That's right. We're the nursing home's people in life and its ghosts in death." Grandpa Su chimed in, his voice brimming with defiance. "Grandpa he. Step back. I'll handle this matter." Qin Ming was deeply moved by the elder's protective stance toward the nursing home. Yet this was his father's legacy as his son, he had to understand it. "It's fine. They wouldn't dare harm us. Worst case, we'll fight them." Grandpa he waved his hand dismissively, already primed for battle. "Exactly. If it comes to it, we'll fight. All this training lately has me itching to use my strength somewhere." Grandpa Su picked up his cane and stood up, chiming in. Hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes welled up with tears. At the same time, he noticed that these elders' physical condition had nearly reached the peak of their youth. This group of thugs would be the perfect test to see the results of their recent training. "Uncle he, rest assured. With me here, he won't dare come near." Attorney Yen, standing directly in front of them, waved his lawyer's license defiantly. "Oomph. Who do you think you are? Think I'm afraid to hit you?" Across from them, Chen Ban had long since grown impatient. He raised the club in his hand, ready to strike Attorney Yen squarely on the forehead. "Watch out." At that moment, Grandpa he reacted swiftly. Before anyone could react, he was already in front of Lawyer Yen, raising his hand to block the blow. 013 playing dress up, grandson gets grandpa's 8 extremities collapse. Seeing Old Man he actually raise his hand to block the blow, everyone gasped in shock, covering their eyes and unable to watch. Clang! Yet, as the metallic clang echoed, everyone's hearts sank. Old he! The elderly spectators frantically opened their eyes, only to freeze in disbelief at the scene before them. In the chaos, old he had caught Shenban's iron rod barehanded. Ouch! That stings! At that moment, Grandpa He's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the iron rod. Yet seeing the astonished expressions on the elders' faces, he instantly felt a surge of pride. Seeing Shenban's bewildered expression before him, he steeled his resolve. Glaring at the bewildered Shenban, he growled, "Didn't your mother teach you to respect your elders?" Then he snatched the iron rod from Shenban's hand. This scene left the younger brothers standing nearby completely dumbfounded. At that moment, Shenban stared at Hidage, who showed him no fear whatsoever, utterly incredulous. "You?" He swung his hand, only to find it empty. Shenban stared at the iron bar in Hidage's hand, suddenly understanding everything. Panic seized him, he'd lost all face. His expression turned fierce as he glared at Hidage and snapped. "Old man I only eased up when I saw you coming. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be standing here? You accuse me of disrespecting elders? But look at your own frail frame. If I really hit you, do you think your director Fu could afford the medical bills?" Shenban glared at Grandpa He with utter contempt. His henchmen all burst into loud laughter. "Our boss disrespects the elderly? What a load of crap." "Exactly. If our boss really went all out, not a single one of you would make it back to this nursing home alive today. Old farts. We're giving you face. Think you've become immortal or something, like you're all powerful now." The young thugs grew increasingly arrogant, completely oblivious to Shenban's trembling hand. Meanwhile, the newly emboldened elders sank into despair upon hearing Shenban's words. "Here." But just as Shenban and his crew were gloating, old man he raised his iron rod right in front of him. Shenban froze in shock. In that moment, he felt the air itself had frozen solid. The younger brothers all cheered at the sight, shouting, "Old geezer, you still think you're tough? You're asking for it. You're right. Boss, this is a total embarrassment. Just whack his leg with a stick and cripple him, see if he's still so stubborn then." Seeing Shenban act so shamelessly, old man his stubborn temper flared up. Today, he was determined to show this brat just how formidable Grandpa could be. Cold sweat beaded on Shenban's forehead. Seeing his men so worked up, panic seized him. But to save face, he couldn't hesitate. "My business, you dare speak of it." Shenban glared at his men, then snatched the iron rod from old man his hand. Spitting venomously, he fixed him with a menacing stare and threatened, "Old man, before I lose my temper, I suggest you don't play with fire." Yet old man he remained silent, only returning his gaze with stubborn defiance. "Hey, you stubborn old fool. Think you can defy me? Take this." Shenban, enraged by Hidaye's defiance, swung the iron rod with all his might, aiming for his legs. The elderly onlookers held their breath in fear, unable to watch directly. Too fast, no way to dodge. Grandpa Attorney Yen, standing nearby, tried to grab Shenban's arm, but it was already too late. The screech of metal against air filled the air, sparks flying everywhere. "How dare you hit your old man?" To everyone's surprise, old man he reacted faster than Attorney Yen. With a swift dodge, he then used a Tai Chi technique to redirect Shenban's force, sending him spinning 360 degrees before crashing to the ground. It all happened too fast for the henchmen to see clearly. They exchanged bewildered glances, faces full of confusion. Did the boss just miss? Is that all you've got? Yet the next second, Grandpa he shot Shenban a look of utter contempt, returning every bit of the earlier mockery. Seeing Grandpa he's agile movements, the elders realized that after these days of training, their reflexes and strength were no less than those of the young men. With this realization, all fear vanished from their hearts. "Everyone. Old he can do it, so can we. Our bodies aren't any worse than his. You're right. I've had my eye on these young whippersnappers for ages. I was a kickboxing champion in my prime. This is our retirement home. Our home. Drive them out and defend our home." Finally, spurred on by old Sue's rousing rallying cry, all the seniors charged toward the young thugs with fiery determination. This scene left the young thugs across the way utterly dumbfounded, panic instantly setting in. They weren't stupid, they knew perfectly well whether their elders were holding back or not. You old farts. Don't think wearing some fancy costumes makes you immortal. Right. You misjudged earlier, our boss faked that fall. You, don't come any closer. This knife in my hand has no eyes. Stop right there. One more step and we'll bring in the bulldozers to tear down this nursing home. But upon hearing their nursing home might be demolished, the seniors charged forward with renewed vigor, as if injected with adrenaline. Grandpa Sue was so excited he tried to run while pushing his wheelchair. They'd lived in this nursing home for over a decade and considered it their home. These shameless scoundrels brazenly declared they would tear down the nursing home, only deepening the elders' fury. Facing the gleaming clubs and knives in the thugs' hands, they felt no fear whatsoever. "Grandson, taste your grandpa's bagwazang." Ah! The thugs were so terrified they dropped their weapons. The elders dodged the thugs' attacks with Tai Chi-like movements while launching their own counterstrikes. Chaos erupted instantly as the thugs couldn't withstand the elderly men's onslaught. Chen Ban was finally roused by the commotion, staring dumbfounded at the chaotic scene unfolding before him. But when he turned his head, he spotted Qin Ming standing nearby, watching the spectacle unfold. Seeing his men in such a sorry state, he gritted his teeth in fury and roared. "You little darlings! Ah! Go beat that little madman! He's alone!" Some of the younger members frantically looked in the direction Chen Ban pointed. Realizing Qin Lang was indeed alone, they desperately broke free from the crowd and charged toward him. "Kid! You stay right there!" "Exactly! Ouch! What the hell are these old farts eating? They hit so hard! Kid, I'll make you pay double! Damn it, these old farts know Tai Chi, we can't even touch them! I don't believe you can hold off our entire mob alone." Yet Qin Ming watched the henchmen charging toward him without a trace of fear. Instead, he hummed a tune leisurely. He could take them all down with a single slap each. Seeing Qin Ming dare to remain so unfazed only infuriated the henchmen further. They raised their knives and swung them down toward Qin Ming's head. "Principal!" After the elders finished off the remaining henchmen, they realized the rest had all converged on Qin Ming. Turning to see the scene, they panicked. They wanted to rush to his aid, but it was already too late. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Qin Ming casually dodged the attackers' strikes. Glancing at the elders watching from afar, he took a moment to instruct them. "Today, I'll teach you one move, dodging. Dodge my ass. Take this club to the head." The young thugs, enraged by his words, refused to believe it. They all swung their clubs, aiming for Qin Ming's head. This scene startled the elders. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Qin Ming simply tilted his head and dodged the blow. He then effortlessly dodged dozens more attacks that followed. The elders, lawyers, and thugs all stared in stunned silence. The young thugs who had attacked Qin Ming sat panting on the ground, completely drained of strength. Qin Ming watched this scene with satisfaction, then turned to the elders and said, "What are you all standing around for? It's your turn now." The elders understood his meaning and all rushed to stand before the younger men. With wicked grins on their faces, grandson eats grandfather's 8 extremes collapse. Soon, all the young thugs were knocked flat on the ground. Chen Ban stood frozen in place. He'd brought over 100 men, only to be taken down by one young man and a bunch of old guys? 014 seeking a master, freeloading points. "Master! I beg you, stop fighting. Don't hit there. I surrender, sir. You're my grandpa. Auntie. I can't take the pain, please go easy on me." The entrance to the nursing home echoed with the wails of his henchmen. Beaten so badly by the elderly residents they could barely stand, they knelt begging for mercy. The rest had already fled in terror. "Grandson, you want to fight your grandpa? You're 60 years too young." Grandpa Su, an old man pushing his own wheelchair with a cane, gave it a shove forward. The thug trying to escape stumbled and fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Ding! Host detected completing hidden quest, Defend Cultivation University. Reward, 32,000 points. The sudden system notification caught Qin Ming off guard. He hadn't expected defeating these thugs would earn him so many points. Watching the fleeing figures, his eyes flashed with sharp determination. Meanwhile, the lawyers who had been watching the spectacle all froze in place. The battle between the elderly men and the thugs had felt like a dream. Were these really the septuagenarians they remembered? The thugs they'd beaten didn't even have the strength to fight back, cowering and fleeing like scared rats. This level of combat prowess, this scene, it was straight out of a novel featuring a dragon-defying protagonist. Their eyes now turned back to the sign above the nursing home. Immortal Cultivation University. Those 4 characters now radiated nobility, grandeur, and authenticity. Comrade lawyer. Can you take care of these guys for me?" Just then, Qin Ming walked up beside Attorney Yan and pointed at the thugs cowering with their heads down, asking, "Principal, rest assured. Leave it to me. I'll cover the costs." After what had just transpired, Attorney Yan held Qin Ming in the highest regard. Seeing him deal with these scumbags now filled him with profound respect. Seeing that Attorney Yan could handle the situation, Qin Ming felt reassured. He walked up to Chen Ban, squatted down, and asked, "What are you doing?" Chen Ban was already slumped on the ground. Seeing Qin Ming crouch beside him, fear gripped him. "I don't want to touch you." With that, Qin Ming reached into Chen Ban's waistband, pulled out a wallet, and retrieved 3 bank cards along with several hundred yuan bills. Then, as everyone watched, Chen Ban tearfully revealed the pins for the bank cards to Qin Ming. Holding the cards in cash, Qin Ming approached Lawyer Yan and said, "Consider this money as your fee. If it's not enough, withdraw more from the bank. Return the rest to the shop owners on the street." After speaking, Qin Ming prepared to check on the elderly residents. Lawyer Yan stared at the bank cards in his hand, filled with regret over his earlier judgment of Qin Ming's words and actions. "Principal Qin. What is it?" Lawyer Yan glanced at the lawyers behind him, then gathered his courage to call out to Qin Ming. "We wish to enroll in the Immortal Cultivation University." Qin Ming froze. While it was good that someone was volunteering to enroll, there were simply too many people. The university couldn't possibly accommodate them all. Just then, the system voice sounded in his mind. Ding! First voluntary enrollment detected. Host receives a reward of 2,000 points. Hearing this, Qin Ming saw the lawyer's expressions shift. His heart swelled with delight. Treating them like precious treasures, he asked in a solemn voice, "Do you genuinely wish to enroll in my university?" Attorney Yan and the others exchanged glances, instantly understanding. They all bowed slightly and addressed Qin Ming in unison. "We, the students, wish to dedicate ourselves to learning at your university. We humbly request your approval, Principal." Seeing this, Qin Ming was overjoyed, inwardly thrilled beyond measure. "Rise, all of you. I hereby declare that from this day forward, you are the second cohort of students at my Immortal Cultivation University." After joining the nursing home, the lawyers immediately turned off their phones. They had no desire to maintain any connection with their former clients. These elders were all serious cultivators, and in their eyes, Qin Ming now held the status of a deity. The moment all the lawyers entered the nursing home, Qin Ming received 20,000 points. After settling the lawyers into the nursing home, Qin Ming used his points to exchange for 10 sets of entry-level school uniforms. He instructed them to bathe and change into these uniforms, just like the elderly residents. As the lawyers touched the clothes Qin Ming had given them, expressions of delight spread across their faces. Especially the beautiful assistant. This felt even softer than her black stockings. Meanwhile, back in the office, Qin Ming faced a dilemma. Accommodating all these lawyers today meant the rooms were clearly insufficient. The last one had to be shared by 3 people. He considered using his accumulated points to upgrade the rooms first, opening the system store to browse. But when he saw the upgrade prices, he froze in shock. 10,000 points per room. Qin Ming was speechless. How dare this system rob people like this? Seeing that upgrading the room was out of the question, Qin Ming considered adjusting the dorm occupancy, instead adding extra beds. Just then, an idea struck him. Since this was a cultivation university, perhaps they had beds designed to aid cultivation. He started browsing through the options. To his surprise, they did exist, and like the school uniforms, they came in 5 tiers. The entry-level cultivation bed cost 500 points. The higher tiers started at thousands or even tens of thousands of points, far beyond Qin Ming's means. He settled for exchanging 30 entry-level cultivation beds. He stored them in his system space. He planned to replace them all the next day during class. After that, he prepared to attend the afternoon public class. The system determined that the lawyers and the elderly were not part of the same student cohort. Attending classes in the same classroom would count as 2 separate sessions. Seeing such a golden opportunity to take advantage of the system, Qin Ming was determined to cash in. He then went to the dormitory entrance and informed the lawyers that the elderly would be attending class in the afternoon, and they would observe. By then, the lawyers had finished showering, and their bodies showed slight changes. A few strands of black hair had sprouted on their heads. Putting on the school uniforms, they felt light as feathers and incredibly comfortable. Seeing Qin Ming arrive, they all stood at attention respectfully and bowed their heads, saying, "Principal, no need for such formalities. I'm here to inform you that the senior students will be holding class this afternoon, and you are to attend as observers." Auditing classes. They hadn't expected to observe classes on their very first day at the nursing home and nodded in agreement. Seeing Qin Ming's informal manner only deepened their admiration for him. Qin Ming then led the lawyers into the classroom. The lawyers sat in the back row, listening intently as Qin Ming lectured. Though they couldn't understand the content, witnessing the white spiritual energy swirling around their seniors filled them with astonishment. They watched with envy, their hearts stirring with ambition, vowing to catch up to their seniors' pace. After finishing his lecture, Qin Ming instructed the elders to study independently in the classroom. He then led the lawyers on a tour to familiarize them with the campus. Returning to his office, Qin Ming sat down as a system notification flashed through his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the 3rd public lecture. You have earned 3,000 points. 015 angry elders, a bunch of rebellious sons votes needed. That evening, Grandpa He and the others were soaking in the bathhouse when Lawyer Yen and his group arrived. Grandpa He, let me scrub your back for you. Attorney Yen approached Grandpa He, sat down beside him, and spoke with utmost respect. Still troubled by this morning's incident, he felt guilty toward old man He and stepped forward to offer his assistance. All right. Young Yen, you young folks have strong arms, this feels great. Grandpa He didn't put on airs, smiling as he turned around and agreed. From saving him this morning, it was clear Attorney Yen was a man of sound principles. Especially during the afternoon class, Grandpa He had noticed him diligently flipping through the lecture notes Qin Mingfa had distributed. When he encountered something he didn't understand, he would proactively come to ask him. Grandpa He was quite fond of such a studious junior. But what intrigued him even more was why so many of them had gathered at the nursing home entrance today. Young Yen, did my daughter send all of you here today? He asked midway through wiping the windows. Mr. E, please forgive us for this morning's misunderstanding. We genuinely didn't know this was the real Immortal Cultivation University. No, that's not what I meant. I just want to know what exactly my daughter told you all to come here and do. Grandpa he had called his daughter today and vented his frustration. Though he suspected she was behind it, he still wanted to find out the details. Actually, it wasn't just Sister E. The children of several other seniors also came collectively to request an official visit to the university. Attorney Yen whispered. Collectively. All the elders gasped in unison, their eyes flashing with anger. These little brats dared to gang up on them. Yes. Specifically. Attorney Yen relayed every detail of the matter entrusted to him by He Hua and the others to Grandpa He and the others. At that moment, the expressions of all the elders darkened. Grandpa He, please don't take it too hard. Auntie He and the others are only looking out for your best interests. Attorney Yen sensed something amiss in the atmosphere and quickly interjected. Xia Yen, we've got the full picture now. The rest is none of your concern. Thank you for telling us this. Tomorrow morning, I'll personally teach you Tai Chi. Grandpa He's expression turned icy as he strode out of the bathhouse. He was itching to rush back to the dorm and call those 3 ungrateful brats to confront them today. He'd make them understand who truly ruled this household. The other elders followed suit. Lawyer Yen stood frozen, sensing a piercing glare in their eyes. Back in his dorm, Grandpa he stared at the 3 consecutive numbers in his contacts, itching to dial them all at once. In the end, he paused the blue bar over the name of his youngest daughter, Helan, the one who understood his temperament best. Beep beep beep. Just then, his youngest daughter had finished her shower and was about to scroll through Douyin when Grandpa He's call came through. She froze completely. Her eldest sister had already vented her anger in the family group chat about this morning's incident. Helan hadn't said anything at the time, but she had a feeling her father would come looking for them. As for who he'd target, it would likely fall on her, the youngest daughter with the most understanding temperament. With no other choice, she answered the call. Helan. I called you yesterday. Why didn't you tell me your sister called a lawyer to our nursing home? Don't tell me you didn't know. I know exactly what's going on in all 3 of your heads. But Dad, sister did it for your own good. You don't understand, that day she. Fine. For our own good. That's all you ever say. Do you have any idea what a scene it was at the door this morning? Grandpa he, hearing his daughter claim it was for his own good, was furious beyond words. If they truly cared about him, they should visit more often instead of doing things they thought were good for him against his wishes. Helan fell silent, at a loss for words. I just found out your sister secretly teamed up with other seniors' children and hired a legal team. They told people we're being manipulated by the principal, that he's abusing us. What utter nonsense. If you wanted to drive me to my grave to get your hands on the inheritance, you should have just said so. By the end, the entire dormitory floor echoed only with Old Man He's furious roar. The other seniors were also seeking out their own children to discuss the matter, but Grandpa he had the fiercest temper. Dad. Mom went to see it that day. You've been deceived. I even watched the video Mom took. You were wearing such thin clothes and doing those physically harmful exercises. What else could it be but abuse? Helan, scolded by her father, couldn't help but retort angrily. Bull. Listen to your sister spouting nonsense. Just because you saw it doesn't mean it's true. You've forgotten everything I taught you. Grandpa he roared angrily. These little brats were going to drive him to his grave. But what could he do? They were all his children, he Qingguang's own flesh and blood. In the end, he sighed helplessly. Daughter. Your father is the first one the headmaster has taken notice of in the nursing home. The principal is dedicated to guiding us on our path to cultivation. I absolutely must seize this opportunity. Your sister rallied a whole crowd of other seniors' children, and the lawyer leading them recognized me at first glance. What will the headmaster think when he learns my daughter led the disturbance? This time we've already broken several school rules. Whether we get expelled or not is beside the point. Grandpa he kept his voice as low as possible. No matter how much he resented them, they were still his children. But why couldn't they understand him? Dad. You're losing your mind. School rules. School rules. This school isn't even officially accredited. What are you afraid of? Suddenly, He Hua's voice reached Grandpa He's ears. Helan had called her sister on another phone at some point. Hearing their father's rant, He Hua was so furious she could barely contain her laughter. Helan, why didn't you tell me your sister was right beside you? Grandpa he was startled to hear his eldest daughter's voice and demanded angrily. No, Dad, it's me. Dad. I don't care. You must move out of the nursing home next week. This is all for your own good. He Hua cut her sister off coldly. Oomph. For my own good. Fine. I'm cultivating immortality here for your sake too. Unless I become an immortal, there's no way I'm leaving this nursing home. With that, Grandpa he hung up in a rage. He decided to do another round of Tai Chi to calm himself down. Meanwhile, Helan, seeing her father had hung up, felt helpless and could only discuss countermeasures with her eldest sister once more. At the same time, Grandpa Su was also on the phone with his son. Grandpa Su was generally easygoing. When the call connected, his youngest son, Su Dessen, spoke first. Dad, my brother and I found you a new nursing home right next to the hospital we arranged for you. I'm telling you, the environment is 10,000 times better than here. The facilities and transportation are way more convenient than where you are now. Oh. But unusually, Grandpa Su snorted coldly. Dad, what's wrong? Su Dessen was a bit confused. Didn't Dad usually love chatting with them? Why was he so distant today? I'm asking you, this morning a team of lawyers came to our nursing home. They said the elderly residents' children hired them. I heard you were involved too. Is that right? Grandpa Su emphasized the last 3 words. Su Dessen froze, expecting some kind of praise, and immediately asked proudly. Yes, Dad. The director should be sued by the lawyers, right? Dad, don't worry. I've already secured a bed for you at the new nursing home. I'll have my brother come pick you up tomorrow. Hearing his youngest son's words, old man Su was furious enough to nearly leap out of his wheelchair. Sue my ass. If you ever team up with those old folks' children to pull this kind of stunt again, I'll disown you. Wait, Dad? Did you get something wrong? I'm not the one who's wrong. You are. Bringing in these lawyers is just a lie to hide your cowardice in facing the truth. Old man Su ranted like a teenager. His younger son on the other end finally understood hiring lawyers was utterly pointless. But Grandpa Su kept going, his mouth running non-stop. Su Dessen grew tired of listening and didn't bother arguing back, he just hung up. Look at you. You don't even know how to talk to Dad. I told you to explain things clearly to Dad back then. Now look, we won't get much of the demolition compensation. His wife, who was nearby, saw Su Dessen hang up the phone in a huff and knew the old man had been provoked. They wouldn't get much from the demolition compensation for the old house. This won't do. I need to call those lawyers and ask them, so-called top-tier lawyers. What kind of work are they doing? Su Dessen was still fuming. He pulled out his phone and dialed another lawyer. But all he got was, sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Sorry. Su Dessen and his wife stared at each other, both frozen in place. 016 Scholar as mentor, is there a problem with the cliffside practical lesson? The next morning, the lawyers woke up to discover that the chronic ailments they'd developed over years in the workplace had miraculously improved. They marveled in astonishment this was more effective than those dog skin plasters. Following Qin Ming's instructions, they arrived punctually at the spirit pool. The elders had already arrived and begun preparations. Young Yen, come practice Tai Chi? Grandpa, he approached lawyer Yen to ask. Yes. The principal asked us to come here for morning exercises. Attorney Yen nodded in agreement. That's great. Have your classmates form a circle? Today, your Uncle Su and I will lead the demonstration for you. Uncle He, is that okay? Attorney Yen froze, hesitating as he asked. Absolutely no problem. I was personally selected by the principal to lead this. Just follow along and you'll be fine. Seeing Uncle He's confidence, lawyer Yen set aside his reservations and turned to the lawyers behind him, saying, everyone, form a circle according to Uncle He's instructions. Soon, the lawyers gathered around the elderly practitioners, observing them perform Tai Chi. At first, the lawyers mimicked their movements. But when the elders progressed to the next step, they froze in place. One by one, the elders bent their bodies at 90-degree angles, arms stretched out to the sides, legs bending backward and downward. Occasionally, the sound of cracking bones could be heard. The lawyers were dumbfounded. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would have sworn Qin Ming was forcing these elderly people to do it. But even if forced, no one could possibly perform these movements. How could any human being do this? Just then, Qin Ming finished rearranging all the rooms into triple bed configurations and approached the spirit pool. Seeing the lawyers gathered around the elderly, unsure of their purpose, he approached out of curiosity. Yet when his gaze fell upon the elderly people's movements, he froze. The standard alignment rate on the elders' heads had nearly all surpassed 80%. Grandpa He and Grandpa Su were even approaching 95%. It was well known that the movements became increasingly difficult to alter and more demanding as one progressed. Reaching 90% without any decline was already a remarkable achievement. Qin Ming was deeply curious what could have caused such rapid breakthroughs in these elders overnight. As he pondered, a profound truth suddenly struck him. Only through battle can you grow stronger. Yesterday, these elders fought those thugs with their lives on the line. Unexpectedly, they shattered the shackles that had bound them. This must be what they call turning misfortune into fortune. Qin Ming had an epiphany. He couldn't help but wonder what surprises they would bring him once they ascended the Qi cultivation pillar. Qin Ming stepped before the lawyers and declared, Uncle He is demonstrating for you, don't just stand there watching. Everyone get moving and follow along. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Startled, the lawyers all turned to see it was Qin Ming. Principal. We've never practiced this before, the movements look too difficult. Attorney Yen said with some hesitation. Qin Ming understood the point, these lawyers had never even practiced once. Asking them to follow along was asking too much. He needed to use this time to practice himself, teaching them now would likely eat into that. Just as he was pondering this dilemma, he suddenly recalled his elementary school days doing radio calisthenics. The PE teacher would demonstrate once, then have the class leader teach the rest of the students. Their movements still ended up remarkably close to the standard form. Sometimes, the leaders even spotted flaws in the instructor's own movements by observing the students. Now, both Uncle Sue and Uncle He were on the verge of a breakthrough. Perhaps while teaching the lawyers, they could identify their own flaws and finally crack that elusive 95% barrier. This opportunity to kill two birds with one stone was something Qin Ming had to seize. Approaching Grandpa He and Grandpa Sue, he said solemnly. Sue, your movements are spot on. Now, your master has a crucial task to assign you. Overwhelmed by Qin Ming's praise, Grandpa He and Grandpa Sue's eyes sparkled with excitement. They were overjoyed the principal assigning them a task meant he valued them. Principal, rest assured I guarantee flawless execution. Grandpa He declared solemnly, chest puffed out. Principal, leave everything to me. I promise to handle it with utmost clarity. Grandpa Sue, leaning on his cane, was equally confident. The other elders nearby watched with envy. Only Grandpa He and Grandpa Sue were treated with such esteem by the principal. Very well. The task I entrust to you both is to teach them Tai Chi. Qin Ming declared, gesturing toward the lawyers behind him. Principal, rest assured I'll teach them to the best of my ability. Grandpa He, relieved that it was Tai Chi, spoke with confidence and began walking toward the lawyers. But the lawyers, recalling those otherworldly moves, all wore expressions of panic and trepidation. Grandpa He, can we take it slow? I'm afraid of pain. Lawyer Sue waved his hands in terror, but Grandpa He simply bent his waist straight down. A crisp cracking sound echoed, followed by Lawyer Sue's agonized scream. At the same time, the other lawyers were enduring similar treatment, receiving Mr. Sue's personal greetings. Ouch! Uncle, my back. Don't break it. Uncle, I was last. Uncle Sue, I'll hold your cane. I can just watch. No way. Youngsters need drive. Unleash your inner power. Come on, follow my lead. Like this. Then like this. Grandpa Sue planted both canes firmly on the ground and began demonstrating the movements. The lawyer was dumbfounded, but with no way to stall, he had no choice but to follow along. Before long, half an hour passed. Under the careful guidance of Grandpa He and Grandpa Sue, the lawyers could now perform the movements in a continuous sequence. Initially, they had some resistance, but after completing one full set of movements with Grandpa He and Grandpa Sue, they realized these motions weren't as difficult or uncomfortable as they had imagined. They felt as if countless strands of spiritual energy were cleansing their bodies, expelling impurities within, as if undergoing a complete transformation. Qin Ming was delighted to see that the standard gauge readings above the lawyers' heads had reached 50%. Young people really do pick things up fast. Indeed. Youth truly has its advantages. Enough talk, let's go through another set. This time, everyone remember the key points I just mentioned. Both Uncle Sue and Uncle He were astonished by the lawyers' learning speed. They silently vowed to accelerate their own cultivation, lest their bodies fall behind these lawyers. Ding! Detected that both elders' Tai Chi standard has reached over 95%. Rewarding 2,000 points. Whoa! Already breaking through this fast. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving the special accomplishment, scholar becomes teacher. Reward, 10,000 points. Before Qin Ming could finish celebrating, the system announced another reward. 10,000 points. Qin Ming gasped softly. He never imagined his casual effort would unlock a special achievement. Seeing the 12,000 points in his hands, his heart was already bursting with joy. This was a win-win situation. Under the guidance of Grandpa He and Grandpa Sue, the lawyers practiced over and over. After an hour, they were already able to draft a complete set on their own. Everyone, gather at the back mountain after lunch. We're heading out for a practical session. Qin Ming said before leaving. Upon hearing about the gathering at the back mountain, the elderly men all lit up with surprise and delight. The principal said to gather at the back mountain. Could it be we're finally starting real cultivation? Of course. I've seen plenty of things back there. I can't wait for afternoon to come. I'm already bursting with anticipation. To them, the back mountain was shrouded in mystery and the unknown. In their minds, the true path to cultivating immortality must lie there. After lunch, Qin Ming led everyone to the back mountain. Attorney Yen and the others were also brought along to observe. Everyone was led to the area where the Qi cultivation pillars stood. Having completed his exchange at the mall, Qin Ming shouted before the assembled crowd. Open! The mist enveloping the Qi cultivation pillar area immediately dispersed. However, the students were all stunned by the scene before them. Where the mist had once lingered, only weeds and rocks now lay exposed. And at the very front of these rocks lay a sheer cliff. Beyond the cliff, a bottomless abyss. Above this abyss, countless massive stone pillars stood erect. Each pillar covered an area of about 1 square meter. The elders and lawyers soon discovered. Their names were clearly inscribed on the front of the pillars. The elders and lawyers couldn't believe their eyes. Unconsciously, they all turned around and asked in unison, "Is this where the practical training takes place?" 017 You call this a practical lesson? Now the elders and lawyers were panicking. Before them lay a bottomless abyss. Countless stone pillars stood like a forest above the abyss. Most crucially, there was a box up there, resembling a form for filling in names. Looks like the principal wants them to step onto it. The lawyers and elders exchanged glances. Some with heart conditions nearly had a panic attack on the spot. Qin Ming, however, calmly nodded and said, "Yes. This is the spot." Everyone's faces turned ashen. Attorney Yen, slightly braver, felt his way forward cautiously until he reached the cliff's edge. Scratch! As he lifted his foot, countless pebbles tumbled loose, dripping and clattering down toward the abyss below. In moments, they vanished without a trace or sound. The abyss was shrouded in mist, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Lawyer Yen timidly retreated, returning to his original spot before daring to lower his body to gasp for breath, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Seeing everyone startled, Qin Ming chuckled and announced, "Today's practical lesson is on breathing techniques. Breathing techniques are the foundation of cultivating immortality, just like learning to use chopsticks when eating. This place is called the Deep Breath Abyss. These stone pillars are Qi cultivation pillars, where you will practice breathing techniques. The morning exercises have already helped you adapt to spiritual energy entering your bodies and basic breathing techniques. Here, you will solidify those skills. Therefore, your task today is to remain here overnight and overcome your inner fears." Qin Ming pointed at the pillars and continued, "Today, the seniors will go up first to demonstrate for the juniors." The elders stood at the cliff's edge, staring at the pillars so intently they dared not breathe. The nearest pillar was over 10 paces away. Asking them to demonstrate for the juniors felt like an impossible task. "Principal, this is our first time too. Could we?" Grandpa he glanced at the distant pillar and turned to plead with Qin Ming. "It's fine. Since it's your first time, take your time." Yet, Grandpa he still instinctively took a step back. Qin Ming walked up behind him, offering a faint smile. "No, I'll help you." With that, he grabbed Old Man he. His right hand tightened with force. Grandpa he was lifted off the ground. Ah! Amidst a piercing scream, he landed on the foremost stone pillar. The scene left the crowd utterly stunned. They collectively took a step back. "Teacher, I really need to pee, I'm about to wet my pants." A student began making excuses. Qin Ming said nothing, simply tossing the person onto the stone pillar. After a dozen such throws, shrieks echoed throughout the valley. The elders slumped against the stone pillars, their faces drained of color. Many trembled uncontrollably, hands and legs quivering. Their eyelids twitched uncontrollably. It must be said, this scene was utterly grotesque. They slumped against the stone pillars. If they dared to look down, a bottomless abyss awaited. One wrong move, a fall would mean instant death. The lawyers who had come to observe were now trembling with fear. They felt fortunate to be part of the second group of trainees. Qin Ming, too, kicked off and landed atop the highest stone pillar under everyone's gaze. Looking down upon them like a deity, he declared, "The path to immortality is fraught with trials. This is merely the first obstacle you must overcome. Moreover, as seniors, we must set an example for our juniors. Trust me, the trials ahead will be tenfold more terrifying than this." Hearing Qin Ming's words, the crowd froze in shock. The smiles of those who had been feeling relieved vanished abruptly. So that meant, this is still considered a minor ordeal? Everyone couldn't help but gasp in horror. The lawyers stared at Qin Ming as if he were a demon. This is still low level? One wrong move and you'd fall to nothing. Qin Ming looked at the trainees, their faces drained of color from fear. He shook his head helplessly. This deep breath abyss was nothing but a trick. Falling down there won't kill you. That was precisely why he dared to toss them onto the stone pillars. I've already taught you the breathing techniques. Follow the instructions in the book and practice diligently. I'll come back for you tomorrow. With that, Qin Ming waved at the stunned lawyers and led them away amid the elderly's agonized screams. Seeing the elderly trembling with fear on the cliff's edge, and realized they'd be heading there themselves in a few days. If they didn't strengthen their bodies, falling off might mean a literal feast. They all resolved to follow Qin Ming in rigorous training, taking advantage of the extra public classes these days to learn as much as possible. "Old Su, don't slide down any further." Grandpa he watched Grandpa Su adjusting his posture with his cane, cold sweat pouring down his back. He saw Old Su holding his cane in one hand while the other hand lifted off the ground. He was about to strike a pose. He could clearly see the cane trembling. He had been the first one tossed up, landing squarely on a stone pillar. He dared not move a muscle. The slightest misstep, he'd plummet straight off the cliff. He wasn't the only one. Most of the elders were frozen in terror at that moment. Shivering uncontrollably, they dared not move a muscle. But Old Su was the most reckless of them all. He immediately struck a one-legged stance with his cane. "Old he. Don't panic, I found the perfect balance." Grandpa Su struck a pose, panting heavily as he spoke slowly. The best feeling. That's it. Grandpa, he was utterly speechless inside. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, a familiar ringtone sounded. Everyone turned their gaze toward Old Man Su. Sorry, I brought it today to check the time. Grandpa Su reached for his phone, only to realize it was in the other pocket. Then, in full view of everyone, he performed a leap to reposition himself. His body twisted, and his other cane landed on the stone pillar. Grandpa, he and the others were too stunned to speak, their bodies trembling as cold sweat poured down their faces. Those with weak hearts nearly fainted. Yet Grandpa Su felt as though he were the protagonist in a movie, practicing martial arts at Shaolin Temple, utterly cool. Though still fearful, he believed this was a necessary step. His trembling hands reached for his phone and answered the call. Dad! Are you in class right now? It was his youngest son's voice. Grandpa Su swallowed hard. He glanced around. His mouth hung open, but no words came out. If this could even be called a class. Dad? What's wrong? His younger son pressed from the other end of the phone. Grandpa Su took a deep breath, forcing down the fear welling up inside. Then he answered with a bitter smile. Nothing, we have already started class. We're in the middle of an outdoor field trip right now. That's good. I just called to say, if you don't want to go to the hospital, then don't go. Big brother just called me at noon. He doesn't agree either. He said when he gets back, he'll come with me to see you, and we can discuss it then. Dad! Big brother told you to stop watching those martial arts dramas every day and chat more with the other seniors. Get moving, exercise your shins. Grandpa Su's youngest son seemed to be a real chatterbox. Once he started talking, he just wouldn't stop. He talked for a full half hour. During this time, the elders dared not utter a word, listening to the sound of Grandpa Su's phone on speaker. After Grandpa Su hung up, Grandpa he finally came to his senses, closed his eyes, and rested for a moment. Then he glared angrily at Old Man Su, fuming. You call this an outdoor field trip? 018, it's just breathing exercises. What's so hard about jumping off a cliff? If this counts as an outdoor field trip, Grandpa he would rather go fight some street thugs right now. After this phone call, everyone felt a little better. With the weight lifted from his shoulders, Old Man Su relaxed even more. He tentatively tried to let go of his crutch and bent his body downward. Old Su! What the hell are you doing now? Grandpa he watched Su's fiddling movements, frozen in place. Getting ready to meditate. Practicing breathing techniques. Grandpa Su declared, then proceeded to place his crutches on either side of him in full view of Grandpa he and the other elders. His body landed directly on the stone pillar. Grandpa he froze in shock. 6. Who knew you could do that? Seeing everyone frozen in place, Old Man Su smiled and urged them. Everyone, don't panic. Trust that the principal would never harm us. Though we've been tossed onto these stone pillars above a bottomless abyss, as long as we stay still, we won't fall. Everyone froze for a moment. Then they thought it through. Isn't that just stating the obvious? They all shot Grandpa Su concerned looks, as if he were mentally challenged. They understood the logic. But when it came to putting it into practice, they looked back at Old Man Su only to find his walking sticks gone from either side. They all gasped in astonishment. You damn well put theory into practice, but you didn't even leave yourself a backup plan. Everyone, calm down. Didn't we all memorize the breathing technique? The principal said this place is for meditation, let's try cultivating here. Uncle he couldn't bear to watch any longer and quietly reminded them. Though reluctant, he saw Old Man Su, his fellow team leader, settle down to practice. His competitive streak instantly overpowered his fear. He braced himself with one hand and stood up straight. The others, though they wanted to meditate, they were all clinging to the stone pillars, hesitating to move a single step, fearing they might slip and fall. At that moment, only Grandpa Su and Grandpa he sat upright. They began recalling the techniques of breathing and exhaling. They adjusted their breaths and began practicing earnestly. Close your eyes tightly, free your mind of distractions. Breathing techniques require focus and precision. Draw in the essence of heaven and earth, expel the impurities from your organs. With each inhale and exhale, their states improved steadily. They entered a state of deep focus, gradually shedding all distracting thoughts. Gradually, a white aura began to gather around them. Fear and other distractions faded from their minds. Seated upright upon the stone pillar at the edge of the abyss, their bodies no longer trembled. Their bodies relaxed from their tense state. An hour later, seeing the two already immersed in meditation, began practicing breathing exercises themselves. At dusk, after finishing the lawyer's class, he came to the cliff's edge and saw the elders all practicing cultivation, so he felt at ease. It must be said, this breathing technique, though basic, could make one forget fear and become completely absorbed in it. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was, this refining pillar is constantly nourished by spiritual energy. With each breath they draw in, they inhale spiritual energy 100 times purer than that of the spirit pool. Over time, It can enhance their physical constitution. He wouldn't have to worry about these elderly seniors suddenly passing away. System, what cultivation realm have I reached now? Qin Ming recalled his principal's exclusive talent. The higher his students' cultivation levels, the higher his own realm would rise, while also accelerating his own spiritual energy absorption. It had been running for a week. He should have made significant progress by now. Host has reached the 12th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. According to the Qi cultivation realm's classification, there are 13 layers in total. Reaching the 12th layer meant he was nearing the threshold of breakthrough. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. All this time, he had felt an immense reservoir of energy surging within him. So this means I'll break through to foundation establishment soon? Foundation establishment, that's when one truly embarks on the path of cultivation. Moreover, according to the system's instructions, foundation establishment requires surviving a tribulation. When the heavenly thunder rolls and calamity descends, he wasn't sure if the buildings of this Immortal Cultivation University could withstand it. Host, the Immortal Cultivation University is public property. If you wish to establish your foundation, you must undergo the tribulation outside the university grounds. The system suddenly explained, and Qin Ming instantly understood. Meaning, as long as he reached foundation establishment strength, he wouldn't need to leave the university to undergo the tribulation? Night fell. Some elders opened their eyes to look down below, then timidly closed them again. They tried to overcome their own fear. But it wasn't that easy. Breathing techniques offered temporary respite. But once the effect wore off, cold sweat poured down their faces. By the next morning, Qin Ming hauled them down one by one. The moment these elders touched the ground, they collapsed instantly. They were still gasping for breath. Principal, I need to pee. We finally made it. I think I saw my wife. The students' reactions were all over the place. Qin Ming couldn't help but chuckle. They hadn't yet realized that their bodies had somehow managed to endure the night perched on the stone pillars. Old ma, stop thinking about your wife. Your skin looks way better than yesterday. The wrinkles around your eyes aren't as deep. Really? Hey, my hands aren't shaking as much. My Parkinson's seems to be better than before. Ouch. My legs. Old Sue. You have feeling in your legs again? Grandpa, he watched as Grandpa Sue landed with his legs hitting the ground first, emitting a faint whimper of sensation. He looked at him in astonishment. Hey. It feels a bit tingly. Old Sue gently touched the ground with his foot and felt a slight sensation, though it wasn't very pronounced. But considering his legs had been paralyzed for half his life, achieving this effect after just one night of cultivation on the stone pillar filled him with renewed vigor. Ahem. Everyone will cultivate here from now on. I shall set a goal for you all. Qin Ming's gaze swept over the elders. The top 3 who break through to the body tempering realm will receive a reward personally bestowed by your master. As the words fell, a gleam of determination lit up in every elder's eyes. Their earlier fear instantly transformed into determination. Turning their heads, they stared intently at the Qi cultivation pillars, their gazes fixed like those of predators eyeing prey. Each silently vowed to be the first to break through to the body tempering realm and claim the reward bestowed by the headmaster himself. Seeing the elders so fiercely determined, Qin Ming felt deeply satisfied. He chuckled inwardly, keep it up, the faster you progress, the faster I get. Qin Ming's fiery words had completely dispelled the elders' timidity. They rallied each other, determined to be the first to succeed. After breakfast, they skipped their usual Tai Chi practice and gathered at the cliff's edge. Old Sue, why does it still feel so far away to me? Grandpa, he, still feeling a bit daunted by the cliff, looked over at the enthusiastic Grandpa Sue beside him and asked. It's just jumping off a cliff. It's not like it's your first time. Look how nervous you are. Here. Grandpa Sue grabbed his cane, pushed the wheelchair to Grandpa He's side, then pushed off with all his might. Under the gaze of all the elders, he soared 7 or 8 meters. Clunk. He landed on the stone pillar at the back. There. See? That's how it's done. We cultivators must have courage. How can we face calamity without courage? As soon as Old Man Sue finished speaking, he began to clap. The elders below the platform stared wide-eyed at each other, stunned. Is Old Man Sue about to break through? That sudden burst of strength is incredible. Some murmured quietly. This ignited the competitive spirit of Old Man He, who stood nearby. Right. Be brave, it's just jumping off a cliff. If Old Sue can do it, so can I. With that, Grandpa He took a running start, pushed off with both feet, and flew onto a stone pillar not far from Grandpa Sue. Seeing this, the other elders refused to be outdone and began leaping off the cliff one after another. And so, at the cliff's edge, a group of seniors charged toward the precipice, shouting words of determination as they went. Soon, every elder had reached the Qi cultivation pillars. Qin Ming, watching from his hiding spot, felt deeply gratified. Seeing his students act so conscientiously put his mind at ease. 019 It's just about grabbing a spot, so what if it's on a cliff? The elders sat cross-legged atop the Qi cultivation pillars. They weren't sitting in their original spots. Soon, Old Man He noticed something was off. Strange. Why does the spiritual energy feel like it's entering my body faster than before? Grandpa, he muttered under his breath. Old he. Do you feel different too? Yeah. It feels like cultivation is much faster than at my previous spot. Grandpa, he looked down. His current position was in the middle. It was much further back than where he had been cultivating before. No way. I have to try this. The more Grandpa he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. To verify his hunch, he resolved to take the risk. He stood up resolutely. Taking a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on a stone pillar farther away. That pillar towered over him even when he stood fully upright, standing about 8 meters away. Grandpa, he prepared himself, braced his legs, and the veins on his forehead bulged visibly. Old he. What on earth are you doing? Brother he. Why did you suddenly stand up? I'm scared. What's there to be scared of? I'm just moving to another stone pillar. Grandpa, he was startled by their sudden overreaction. He steadied himself and explained. Brother he. Don't be reckless. We can practice slowly. There's no need to take risks. Seeing Uncle he rise, everyone urged him to reconsider. They had already mustered great courage to jump here. Now Uncle he wanted to risk jumping even farther. If he fell, they wouldn't even find his body. They couldn't bear that risk. What are you thinking? This is putting theory into practice. Like I'm trying to kill myself. Seeing them on the verge of tears, old man he suddenly lost his temper and growled. The elders all gasped in astonishment. They couldn't help but inwardly complain. Jumping without any safety gear, how is that any different from suicide? But Grandpa he paid no heed, mustering all his strength and leaping toward the stone pillar across the way. All the elders looked away, covering their eyes or closing them tightly. Old he. Rest assured, I'll burn incense for you here every single day. Old he, don't worry. Your wife's sister, your daughter-in-law, your eldest daughter, your second daughter, your granddaughter, and I'll take good care of them all for you. Old he. I'll burn extra incense for you. When you get down there, say hello to your wife and mine for me. Old he, I. Everyone thought old he was about to fall, and they all spoke words of sorrow from their hearts. No. What are you all thinking? Are you just waiting for me to die? Everyone turned toward the voice, eyes wide with shock. Holy crap. Old he, you're not dead. Holy crap. Old he, your soul was wandering. Old he. As long as you're not dead, that's all that matters. Old he was speechless. It was just a cliff jump. Not like he was suicidal. After all this time cultivating, dying like this would be utterly frustrating. However, upon reaching this stone pillar, he could sense the spiritual energy emanating from it was more than double that of the previous one. He immediately settled his mind, began circulating his breath, and sat down to meditate on the pillar. Meanwhile, old man Su, fully immersed in his practice, completed a full cycle. Opening his eyes, he heard the elders paying their respects to old man he. Thinking something had happened to old man he hurriedly looked toward where old man he had been practicing. But he was gone. Old he. We haven't become immortals yet, how could you abandon me and leave me behind? Grandpa Su's eyes instantly welled up with tears. He was about to burst into loud sobs at Grandpa he's spot, his body half bent as if to bow. Old Su. What are you doing? Grandpa he had keen hearing and caught the sob in Grandpa Su's voice. He turned to look and froze in shock. Ha! Old he. Tell me any grievances you have, I'll see them through for you. Damn you. Grandpa he was speechless at Grandpa Su's words. The other elders, seeing old Su like this, all burst out laughing. Old Su. I'm not dead. I just moved seats. Grandpa he shouted at Grandpa Su with every ounce of strength left in his body. Oh. That's good. Ah. Old he, you're not dead. Old Su snapped out of his daze and turned to look at old he. His panic dissolved into confusion. They'd been practicing perfectly, why had he suddenly switched places? Why did you switch places? I heard them talking and thought you. Enough, enough. Stop talking. Grandpa he waved his hand helplessly, desperate for Grandpa Su to shut up. Then old he shared the cultivation secret he'd discovered with everyone. Really? Old he, you've stumbled upon something amazing. I gotta switch spots too. Grandpa Su's interest was piqued, and he reached out to the staff beside him. Staff, come. With a low growl, he gripped his walking stick with both hands, his gaze fixed firmly on the stone pillar behind Grandpa he. The other elders broke out in a cold sweat at the sight of old Su's display. If that cane made a single swing, they'd be guaranteed a feast today. Old Su, why don't you just practice right here? No. I must surpass yesterday's self, surpass myself from an hour ago. Surpass myself from a minute ago. Surpass myself from a second ago. Only by crossing these stone pillars now can I become stronger. Ah. Let the power surge forth. Grandpa Su let out a low growl, gripped the staff tightly, and pushed off with all his might. Amidst the astonished gazes of the elders, he swung his cane like a monkey, weaving back and forth between each stone pillar. After a while of swinging, he reached the stone pillar behind old man he. Old he. I did it. Panting heavily, old Su lowered his cane, his body trembling with exhaustion as if a breeze might knock him over. Impressive. Grandpa He's mouth fell open. Grandpa Su was even tougher than him. To reach the spot, he'd used his cane to climb over more than a dozen stone pillars without pause. That kind of determination? He was truly impressed. The other elders, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, gaped in astonishment, raising their hands to give Old Man Su a thumbs up. Impressive. What a tough guy. But Old Man Su paid no heed to the commotion. His sole focus now was cultivation. After calming his mind, he immediately began circulating his breath through the breathing technique. After one full cycle, he opened his eyes and exclaimed with delight. Indeed. The spiritual energy here feels more than 3 times stronger than before. Seeing both he and Su marveling, the other watching elders could no longer sit still. No way. I have to try this too. Right. We should all practice together, we can't fall behind. Soon, the cliffside became a scene of elderly men racing each other up the stone pillars. Though Grandpa He and Grandpa Su were positioned toward the middle rear, it wasn't long before several elders overtook them. That competitive spirit made Grandpa He unable to hold back any longer. Gritting his teeth, he decided to join the main group. Ring ring. Just then, his youngest son called. Nowadays, the elders spent all day on the stone pillars, and to keep track of time, they all carried their phones. Eager to fight for position, Grandpa He hung up immediately. But before long, his youngest son called again, and he had no choice but to answer. Dad. Are you in class right now? Yeah. Well, I'm back in town today for something. I brought some fruit. Come to the entrance to get it. Fruit? No thanks. I'm not at the nursing home right now. Huh? That can't be. I just asked one of the volunteers here, and he said you were there. Volunteer? Grandpa He was baffled. Yeah. He said his last name is He and he's specifically in charge of taking care of you. Oh. Young He. But I'm on the back mountain right now. As Grandpa He finished speaking, he noticed many elderly people had already passed him by. Old Ma. This is my spot, go somewhere else. Deciding not to wait any longer, he charged up his strength and leaped straight toward the stone pillar in front of him. The back mountain? What for? For our field practice class. Dad, do you actually have to fight for seats in a field trip? Yeah. The spots are pretty special, the better ones are harder to snag. It's just like your son rushing for seats in college lectures, you know? The further back you are, the tougher it gets. Hey! Old Su! Move your cane over there, you're blocking my path. No sooner had Grandpa He finished speaking than Grandpa Su landed on one leg like a golden pheasant, balancing perfectly on the stone pillar right in front of him. Whoa! Dad! Why are you panting like that? Is the seat scramble that intense? From the sound of it, it seems pretty open where you are. Where exactly are you? His youngest son was puzzled by Grandpa He's heavy breathing. Was securing a spot really such strenuous exercise? Of course it is. Our spot is special, it's on the cliff. The further back you go, the harder it is to get a good spot. What? Dad, you're on a cliff right now? Yeah. Alright. I gotta go grab a spot now. Don't call me. Old Su. Jump over there. Stop hogging my spot. Beep. With that, Old He hung up the phone, leaving He Tian staring blankly. His wife, seeing his expression, found it odd and asked, Honey, what's Dad doing at school? My dad. He's jumping off a cliff. 020 The junior classmate was the real competitive pressure, unlocking the scripture hall. After a day of fierce competition, the elders had finally grasped the cultivation patterns of the Lingyuan stone pillars. The closer one got to the cliff edge, the less steep it became, and the spiritual energy contained in the section's level with the cliff edge diminished. Cultivation progress slowed considerably in such areas. But the farther one moved from the cliff's edge, the higher the elevation, or the lower the pillar, the spiritual energy contained could reach 3 to 5 times that of the pillars ahead. In other words, the more perilous the location, the greater the reward. The following afternoon, after finishing the lawyer's lecture, Qin Ming led them to the stone pillars to investigate. Upon reaching the stone pillars, Qin Lang was stunned by the scene before him. The elders were scrambling over the stone pillars like people fighting over produce at a market. Not a trace of fear crossed their faces, their sole concern was securing the best spots. What shocked him even more was that the front rows of energy pillars, originally designated for their cultivation, were now completely empty. The closest ones were now only in the middle positions. Seeing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but let a knowing smile spread across his lips. It seemed these elders had already figured out the pattern of the Qi cultivation pillars. In truth, the closer a Qi cultivation pillar was to the front, the shorter its time spent within the deep breathling abyss, and thus the less spiritual energy it contained. Conversely, any Qi refining pillar further back held tenfold, even 100-fold, more time than those in the front rows. Seeing that the elders had already reached such lofty heights for cultivation after merely 2 days, the lawyers felt astonished and pressured. Gazing into the bottomless abyss, fear still gripped their hearts. The elders, noticing Qin Ming's arrival, snapped out of their meditation states. They prepared to return to the cliff's edge. Staff! Grandpa Su shouted sternly, his hand slowly reaching for his walking stick. Qin Ming watched intently, noticing the cane levitate and attach itself to Su Deye's hand just 1 centimeter away. A look of astonishment and admiration flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. It seemed old man Su had grasped the principle of manipulating objects with qi. The lawyers then watched as the elders, led by old man Su, leaped straight down from the qi cultivation pillars. Their movements weren't exactly smooth. It carried the exhilaration of martial arts masters moving through the jungle. This was a stark contrast to their first descent. Though each still looked exhausted, the fear and hesitation had vanished from their eyes. The sight stirred the blood of the lawyers who hadn't yet experienced it, making them eager to try it themselves. Principal! Grandpa He and Grandpa Su, leading the elders, bowed deeply to Qin Ming. Excellent! It seems you've now mastered the basic operation of the qi refining pillars. Today, I'm here to inform you of 2 matters. Qin Ming gestured toward the lawyers standing nearby as he spoke. Your juniors have excelled in both character and academics. They have completed all the public course content. Starting tomorrow, they will join you in entering the deep breath abyss to begin practicing the breathing techniques. What? The elders were stunned, staring at the lawyers. Their pace was 2.5 times faster than theirs. They'd finished all the foundational courses in just 2.5 days. An unprecedented sense of tension swept over Grandpa He and Grandpa Su. Only then did they realize their true competitors weren't fellow seniors, but these younger students in their prime standing before them. From now on, you'll practice breathing techniques alongside your seniors. If you have any questions, consult He and Su. Truthfully, Qin Ming hadn't expected the lawyer's learning pace to be this rapid either. Back when he studied art, he'd heard about the bar exam's difficulty only the cream of the crop in the industry could pass and earn their licenses. Now it seemed these individuals truly possessed an extraordinary grasp of learning. But this was actually advantageous. Practical course credits were double those of general courses, and other credits were surely doubled as well. A prime opportunity to earn credits, a chance that won't come again. Uncle He, Uncle Su, from now on we're all in the same boat. We'll be counting on your guidance. Attorney Yen greeted Grandpa He and Grandpa Su on behalf of the lawyers. After training with Qin Ming these past few days, his urethritis was nearly cured. The white hair at his temples seemed noticeably less than before. Now it was time to formally begin Qigong cultivation. Building connections with senior practitioners early on would undoubtedly smooth the path ahead. This was wisdom gained from years of navigating the workplace. Grandpa He felt the pressure mount when he looked at Attorney Yen. But old man Su was unusually excited. He pushed his wheelchair right up to Lawyer Yen and said, "Excellent. Young Yen. Each wave is higher than the last. The storm is bound to rage even fiercer." Mr. Su thought to himself. "Ah, ha ha. You flatter me, Mr. Su. We just grasp things a bit faster in practice, we can't hold a candle to you all. But rest assured, we'll follow your lead every step of the way. You are our role models." Seeing everyone so passionate, Qin Ming felt reassured. Competition breeds progress. The cultivation world was inherently a place of survival of the fittest. If they grew too complacent here, wouldn't they crumble when facing stronger opponents outside? They'd come back and tell me, "Principal, my Tao heart has collapsed." Other cultivators would think he'd been training under an art teacher. Second matter, since your junior has formally begun cultivation, he shall also be included in this body tempering realm competition. The top 3 who break through the body tempering realm will receive my reward. May you all flourish and compete fairly. After Qin Ming finished speaking, he turned to look at Shin Shi Lingyuan and waved his hand. The mist once again enveloped the stone pillar. Deep Breath Lingyuan will close daily at 6 p.m. and open at 6 a.m. Morning training sessions will be adjusted to 2 hours daily, followed by practical training sessions until noon. Strive diligently to enhance the university's reputation swiftly. Qin Ming scanned the crowd. Grandpa He and Grandpa Su looked a bit disappointed. They'd planned to meditate after dinner, never expecting it to close at night. Qin Ming understood their thoughts. Once the mall's restrictions were lifted, cultivators at the qi refining stage could freely enter and exit the mist. On the first day, he had the elders stay up there overnight simply because he knew they wouldn't dare move, which put his mind at ease. But now, he dared not do so. Though Shinshi Lingyuan posed no immediate threat to their lives, a broken arm from a fall was a certainty. Additionally, the dormitory has been converted into triple rooms, and all beds have been replaced with cultivation beds. Everyone should enter the rooms according to the names listed on the sign outside. With that, Qin Ming led the way out. The stunned elders were left behind. Returning to his office, he saw the points balance in the mall had already surpassed 60,000. Just as he pondered what to purchase, the system voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that all students under your guidance have completed the public courses. The Scripture Hall is now offering a special discount redeemable for just 10,000 points. Redeem to receive a limited edition cultivation technique. This opportunity won't last forever. Qin Ming heard this and a smile touched his lips. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. If you can buy it cheap, definitely buy it cheap. If he didn't practice frugality now, how would he manage his household later? He opened the mall and immediately redeemed the scripture hall. 021 Anxiousness from Old Man Su, aiming for first place. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully redeeming the scripture hall. Automatically redirecting host to the scripture hall. Before Qin Ming could even process it, he found himself standing before the scripture hall. At that moment, the mist before the scripture hall abruptly dissipated. Ding! The scripture hall is now officially unlocked. Scripture hall contains various cultivation techniques required for the Cultivation University. Note, most techniques are specialized methods required for specific cultivation levels. Note, the scripture hall has 9 levels. Access to each level requires points to unlock, based on a comprehensive evaluation of the Cultivation University's establishment progress and overall strength. Detected, University enrollment complete. First level officially unlocked. The first level of the scripture hall contains all cultivation secrets from the body tempering realm to the foundation establishment stage. Scripture hall. Qin Ming listened to the system's voice, his eyes lighting up. He had previously browsed the system store. While it did offer intermediate and advanced cultivation techniques, they were mostly commonplace methods, the standard practices used when reaching certain cultivation realms. Like breathing and qigong techniques, suitable for everyone before reaching the body tempering realm. But the techniques within this scripture hall were different. The manuals here were specialized, tailored for specific applications. Some were even lost to history. Most importantly, none of them were available in the mall. As the saying goes, even the most skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. Whether cultivating oneself or teaching disciples, cultivation manuals are absolutely indispensable. The unlocking of the scripture hall completely fills this gap. With the scripture hall now available, Qin Ming no longer feared a shortage of teaching materials. He could already envision a corner of the grand vision for expanding and strengthening the Cultivation University, forging a glorious future. He exhaled deeply. Qin Ming stepped forward into the depths of the scripture hall. Qin Ming distinctly felt the surrounding space shift. The scripture hall is actually a self-contained realm. This self-contained realm meant that while the library appeared as a building from the outside, its interior formed its own distinct space, filled with countless mysteries. The most straightforward way to describe it was with one word: huge. Yes. Even though Qin Ming was currently only on the first level, what lay before his eyes stretched endlessly. Dense rows of ancient bookshelves stretched endlessly, one structure after another. From afar, there was no end in sight. Qin Ming's heart surged with excitement at the sight. His eyes darted to the bookshelves flanking the passageway. He rushed forward, his heart racing. With so many bookshelves, there must be countless cultivation techniques. This is practically free stuff. Could it be that all these books on the shelves were gifts from the scripture hall? At this thought, Qin Ming felt like he'd hit the jackpot. However, when he reached the bookshelves, the books were gone. Empty and bare, vanished without a trace. Damn it! Qin Ming froze in place. What the hell was going on? Was this some kind of magic trick? Is this scripture hall in cahoots with that damn system? Could it be that even the books in this damn scripture hall require points to exchange? Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully unlocking the scripture hall. You have obtained the reward, the Body Tempering Sutra. What kind of cultivation technique is the Body Tempering Sutra? Just as Qin Ming was puzzled, the system popped up. The Body Tempering Sutra is for cultivators below the Qi refining stage, specializing in physical cultivation techniques. It can be used to clear meridians, guide spiritual energy to circulate within the body, and strengthen the physical form. Cultivating this technique can better stabilize one's cultivation realm and is suitable for body tempering stage cultivators. Wow! This is amazing! Qin Ming was overjoyed inside. Though it was useless to him personally, it would be incredibly useful for his students. He'd been pondering what reward to give the principal. This dog system had even thought of that for him. Qin Ming stowed it away, then continued wandering through the scripture hall. After circling the entire place, he found nothing. What's this? Just as Qin Ming was about to leave, he noticed 3 bamboo slips tucked away in the first, inconspicuous bookcase closest to the door. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've stumbled upon a hidden treasure, fragments of the Tao. The Tao? Just then, the 2 or 3 bamboo slips he held suddenly emitted a white glow. After several flashes of light, the once decayed slips transformed into a pristine white porcelain-like finish. They were now jade white bamboo slips, their design ancient and simple. The instant Qin Ming's divine sense touched the bamboo slips, a dizzying sensation swept over him, as if witnessing the creation of the heavens and earth. At that very moment, he also came to realize a truth. This was merely a fragment. That evening, Old He and Old Su both stopped in front of the same dormitory. Hey there, Old Su. Who'd have thought? We're roommates. Old He. Long time no see. Fellow cultivators. Let me help you carry your wash basin. Splash. Grandpa He and Grandpa Su chatted and laughed as they walked through the door of their new dormitory. Who got here first? This place is so spacious. As they entered, the floor gleamed as if freshly mopped. After setting down their belongings, they noticed that the third bed had already been made up with a quilt folded into a perfect square. Squeak! Just then, the door swung open. An elderly man wrapped in a military overcoat stepped inside. Old Wang. Uncle Su recognized Wang Qinghe, Uncle Wang, and called out with a hint of excitement. MHM. Old Wang nodded, then reached for the teapot and started to close the door. His empty sleeve nearly got caught in the door jamb. Old Wang, let me help you. Grandpa Su, leaning on his cane, stepped forward to assist Grandpa Wang. In the entire nursing home, only Grandpa Wang and Grandpa Su are disabled. Mr. Su has a disability in both legs, while Mr. Wang is missing one arm. I heard it was from the battlefield back in their youth. No thanks. I'll just leave it on the table. Grandpa Wang said coldly. He walked over to his own table and placed the teapot on it. At the nursing home, both Grandpa Su and Grandpa Wang were disabled. Their personalities were as different as night and day. Grandpa Su had a bit of a childish streak, always chatting away with the other seniors. Grandpa Wang, however, was very quiet. And in the eyes of several elderly women at the nursing home, this made him seem cold-hearted. Though he speaks little, his sense of integrity never wavers. He'd step up whenever the nursing home needed help. The last time some troublemakers caused a ruckus at the nursing home, besides Grandpa He and Grandpa Su, Grandpa Wang was the one who threw the most punches. Alright then. Old He, you don't know. Old Wang may be cold with his words, but his heart is warm. Grandpa Wang and Grandpa Su had been roommates, and among the elders, Grandpa Su understood him best. Ha ha. No worries. It's normal not to be familiar when you're roommates for the first time. Like my grandson said, at first no one in his dorm even spoke a word. But later, they were all sharing the same bed. Grandpa He chuckled. Ring ring. Just as they were chatting, Mr. Su's phone rang. Oh my. Old He. You sure are right. Just as I mentioned my grandson, here he comes. My grandson just called me. I'll step out to take it. Grandpa Su said with a smile. He answered the call. Grandpa. Dad said you don't want to go to the hospital for the amputation? What's that supposed to mean? Don't think just because you're a medical doctor here lecturing me, I'll listen. Grandpa's telling you Grandpa's cultivating immortality now. Immortals don't mingle with mortals. There's no way I'm going. Su Qinghao, Grandpa Su's grandson, was the only medical doctor in the family. Concerned about his grandfather's leg condition, he urged his father to take Grandpa for the amputation. That way, at least the leg could be saved. Otherwise, if it got infected later, it could spread and harm his whole body. Grandpa. Cultivating immortality is nonsense. Dad told me all about your life in the nursing home. If you want to stay here, I'll agree, but you must go to the hospital and get the surgery done. Su Qinghao understood his grandfather. At his age, finding like-minded companions was rare, and now that he had them, he naturally didn't want to part ways. No way. Even crippled but unbroken, I'll never go. You better find Grandpa a partner soon. I still want to see great-grandchildren. Grandpa Su urged, glancing at his old legs. He recalled how, while trying to reach the taller stone pillars further back today, his legs kept hitting the ground with a faint sensation. But his legs wouldn't let him down. Those taller pillars at the back were out of reach. His grandson, though always concerned about his legs, was top of his class year after year. Whatever he set his mind to, he never failed to achieve. Except for not having a girlfriend, he was pretty outstanding in every other way. Maybe he should ask his grandson for advice. Grandpa. What I say might sound harsh, but it's all for your own good. Look at my dad, he. How? Grandpa has something I'd like to ask you. How do you set a goal, then snatch it from others to become number one? Grandpa, what did you say? Su Qinghao froze, thinking he'd misheard. I said I want to be number one. Teach me how. 022. So what if the competition's a bit fierce? The good stuff is right here. Be number one? Number one in what? Su Qinghao was stumped by the question. Just number one. Don't ask about Grandpa's business. Quick, tell Grandpa your secret. I'll buy you candied hawthorn on a stick when we get back. Su Qinghao. Be number one. Seeing his grandfather actually being serious for once, Su Qinghao sat down and began to think deeply. If you're competing against others, if you're competing with others to be number one for something, you must learn to switch things around. You must learn to deceive others. Make them believe that's your true objective. When in reality, your true goal is something they never expected. Oh. Now I get it. Make him think I'm jumping this pillar, not that one. Grandpa Su pondered to himself upon hearing this. Jump the pillar? No, never mind. Keep going. Grandpa was just listening to your explanation and making up my own analogy. Oh. Su Qinghao relaxed and continued. At the same time, even though you're competitors, you're also classmates striving for mutual progress, so you must learn to help each other. Grandpa, you know what they say, friendship comes first, competition second. I'm sure you understand this principle. Su Qinghao murmured softly. I get it. I get it. Next time old he can't make it, I'll help him toss him over. Then he can catch me and toss me back. Perfect. Grandpa Su listened as the young man muttered to himself. What? Grandpa, what did you just say? Throw who? And nothing. Don't worry, I'm still on good terms with my classmates. Everything you said was really helpful. It's just. Xiao Su. Come help me out. Grandpa. I'm heading to the department. Just do as I said. You'll definitely come in first. Well, fine. Once Grandpa masters the art of immortality, I'll definitely find you a good match. Grandpa Su hung up the phone, bursting with excitement. Right now, he wanted to throw his cane aside and dance his way back to the dorm. Back in the dorm, lying on his bed, he saw old Su enter and called out. Old Su's back. Yeah. My grandson has to get back to work. The two chatted away. They talked about their children. The things they did in their youth. How they courted their spouses. What they did on their first date with their spouse. Changing their son's diaper for the very first time. Rying. Just as the two were deep in conversation, their phones rang simultaneously. Oh my. Old he. Speak of the devil. Look, my eldest son is calling me. Oh my. My eldest daughter just called me too. Wait. The two men exchanged a knowing smile and hung up their phones at the same time. Meanwhile, at that very moment, old he's eldest daughter had been mulling over for days whether to talk to her father. The call got hung up the moment I dialed. Is the old man still mad at me? He Hua couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Su Dawe's eldest son, Su Diwan, saw his father wasn't answering and turned to his younger brother. See? I told you to make Dad angry. Now he won't even answer my calls. Once I'm done with work in a few days, let's go visit Dad at the nursing home together. Got it? Su Dessen, standing nearby, could only nod in agreement, looking rather put out. Old Wang. Where are your son and daughter? Why haven't I seen them call you? Just then, Old Man Su asked Old Man Wang, who was sitting by the bed reading the newspaper. Hearing this, Old Wang lifted his head, his gaze blankly fixed ahead, and let out a long sigh. I have no children. The air froze in that moment. Ahem. Well then, it seems Old Wang dedicated his youth to the motherland. Old Wang is someone we should admire. Exactly. Without people like Old Wang, we might not even be here. Exactly. Old Wang. To ease the awkwardness, Old Su began to praise Old Wang. But this admiration came straight from the heart. They knew Old Wang had spent half his life in the military, participating in dozens of battles, big and small. Both he and Grandpa he held him in the highest regard. The next morning, the elders eagerly gathered by the spirit pool to practice Tai Chi. After 3 days of Qi cultivation, the spiritual energy around the pool was no longer sufficient for them. Thus, their movements were swift. They could complete 3 sets of Tai Chi within half an hour. Qin Ming watched from the sidelines, deeply appreciating the movements above his students' heads. After several days of practice, they had gained profound insights into the Tai Chi movements. Many of the elders' movements had surpassed the 95% threshold. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 2,000 points. Ding! A series of sounds rang out one after another. Qin Ming's eyes lit up at the sound. Now, even the least proficient among these seniors had surpassed 80%. Ding! Detected a second batch of trainees breaking through 95% proficiency, awarding 2,000 points. Qin Ming was thrilled beyond words. He looked toward the lawyers group and saw a large number prominently displayed above Attorney Yan's head. The other lawyers' proficiency levels had also surpassed 80%. Qin Ming felt deeply gratified. Before long, he would be able to collect tens of thousands of points. Oh, wait! Before long, these students would master the perfect Tai Chi techniques. After finishing their Tai Chi practice, the elders and lawyers made their way to the deep breath Ling Yuan. Old Ma. This time, I absolutely won't let you have that spot. Oomph. It's a public seat, whoever grabs it first gets it. Watch all you want. I'm moving first. Damn it. Slow down, you old geezer. The lawyers watched the seniors scramble for seats upon arrival, utterly baffled. Aren't these just seats? Why the rush? Attorney Yan approached Grandpa He and Grandpa Su, who were still selecting seats, and inquired. Mr. Su, Mr. He. Why are the seniors fighting over seats? Aren't you afraid of falling? Fall? You should be grateful there's even a spot for you to practice. Grandpa He exclaimed excitedly. Seeing all the prime spots snatched up by the old geezers, he suddenly grew anxious. The lawyers were stunned upon hearing this. Weren't all the spots up front? Why were they all scrambling for the ones in the back? Hey! Young Yen! You newcomers don't know the ropes. The further back, the better. The best stuff is all in the back. This. Attorney Yen watched the elderly scrambling and seemed to grasp the situation. He was about to ask more. Hey, old He. How about this? I'll toss you up there first, then you toss me onto another section later. Let's work together, it'll be faster. Grandpa Su turned to Grandpa He to discuss strategy. He had to put yesterday's lesson from his grandson into practice. Sounds good. Why didn't we think of this sooner? Let's go. Alright. Go for it. Grandpa Su was already prepared. He jumped up alongside Grandpa Yi, then grabbed his cane and gave Grandpa Yi a good toss. With the combined force of both men, Grandpa Yi landed right in the middle of the stone pillars. The lawyers below were all stunned. Hey, young Yin. Give us a hand, will you? Grandpa Su smiled warmly at Lawyer Yin. Oh, sure. Lawyer Yin nodded, then called out to the lawyers behind him. Here I come, Old Su. With the help of Attorney Yin and his colleagues, Old Su was tossed onto the stone pillar next to Old He. Behind the stone pillars, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Some elders, having gained experience, focused their attacks on the stone pillars along the edges. Others followed the example of Old Su and Old He, working together for mutual benefit. Seeing this, the lawyers grew excited too. The bolder ones leaped directly onto the stone pillars. With a few leaps, they reached the center. Of course, some lawyers were still too scared to move. Take Lawyer Su, for instance, his legs were still frozen in place. Feeling unwell? Qin Ming, standing nearby, approached and asked. No. If not, then get moving. Ah. With Attorney Su's shriek, Qin Ming grabbed him by the collar and flung him straight at the stone pillar. He landed on the stone pillar. Oh my god. Terrified, Lawyer Su clung to the pillar, wailing helplessly. Who else wants help? Though Qin Ming's expression remained impassive, to the lawyers who hadn't yet climbed up, he looked like a demon. They all waved their hands in refusal. Inspired by those ahead, one by one they leaped up. Though terrified, they could feel the spiritual energy here was far richer than in the spirit pool. The spiritual energy flowing into their bodies felt more potent than in the spirit pool, utterly blissful. No wonder the elderly folks practicing Tai Chi this morning seemed to be enjoying it more than before. The real treasure was right here. 023 New extracurricular practice session. May I gather medicinal herbs for my teacher? Qin Ming watched as everyone went up, observing the scene. He noticed the elders were fiercely competing. Some prime spots at the back had already been claimed. Yet he felt exhilarated. The elders' passion for cultivating immortality was utterly unstoppable. He believed that with such motivated cultivation, the first breakthrough to the body-tempering realm would come soon. The lawyers, having arrived on the first day, were given the remaining spots at the front. Yet among these lawyers, he spotted a familiar figure. It was still that elderly man who hadn't been very enthusiastic about cultivation. This time, he still did not participate in the elders' competition. Yet Qin Ming could distinctly sense powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the old man. The spiritual energy from the stone pillars actively flowed into the old man's body. The rate of absorption was no different from the rear pillars, and perhaps even surpassed them. Yet Qin Ming showed little surprise at this. During the dorm reassignment, he had already noticed the old man enjoyed cultivating flowers and plants within the dormitory, tending to them with great care. Moreover, nurtured by the university's spiritual energy, these plants had begun evolving into spiritual plants. Qin Ming couldn't help but feel it was a waste of talent to have him confined here for cultivation. With such an intimate connection to spirit plants, he would undoubtedly be an invaluable asset for managing the spirit fields. Since the spirit fields were about to begin planting, it was time to assign someone to tend them. With that thought, Qin Ming settled down to meditate nearby. Having gained only a glimpse of insight from the fragment of the Tao Sutra he'd accidentally obtained from the scripture hall, Qin Ming had broken through the 13th barrier last night. He had ascended to the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage cultivators. Though he couldn't fully comprehend the entire fragment, Qin Ming couldn't help but feel exhilarated. The grade of this cultivation technique far exceeded his wildest expectations. It might even be the very foundation of the great Tao. After all, the single character Tao truly sparked endless speculation. And most crucially, this was merely the first level of the scripture hall. Following this pattern, the other fragments of the Tao might very well be hidden within the upper 8 levels. Qin Ming believed that by continuously expanding the academy and strengthening its power, he could unlock the subsequent levels of the library. By Qin Ming's estimation, even with just this single cultivation technique, he was confident he could ascend within 100 years. But such thoughts were still too distant for now. Qin Ming was merely a novice at the Qi cultivation stage. His immediate task was to teach students, strengthen his own abilities, enhance his students' skills, and expand the academy as swiftly as possible. Cultivation knows no time. In a daze. 3 days and nights had slipped by. With the blessings of the Tao, Qin Ming's aura had already reached the peak of the Qi cultivation stage. Qin Ming realized his breakthrough was imminent. Though staying within the university grounds could indeed prevent it. But the moment he stepped outside the campus gates, he would surely be struck by lightning. Therefore, he planned to use his points to purchase some spiritual pills from the mall, to serve as life-saving pills after his breakthrough. With that thought, Qin Ming opened the mall and navigated to the spiritual pill purchase interface. The shop only offered elixirs up to the golden core stage. But these were more than sufficient for Qin Ming. Yellow Dragon Pill, 1,000 points each. Note: yellow dragon pills and golden marrow pills, highly effective when consumed below the 10th layer of the Qi cultivation stage. Qin Ming added both pills to his favorites, intending to reward them to students who later broke through the Qi cultivation stage. After adding them to his collection, he continued browsing. Hachi pill, 10,000 points. Note: suitable for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment pill, 15,000 points. Note: used to break through bottlenecks and establish foundations. Spirit gathering pill, 20,000 points. Note: a pill suitable for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage to enhance their cultivation. Qin Ming stared at the list, a look of displeasure immediately crossing his face. Was this damned system deliberately messing with him? 3 basic foundation establishment stage pills cost half his entire fortune. Qin Ming inwardly lamented his poverty. As an art student who'd sketch until his canvas was nothing but blank wood, he was utterly unwilling to spend so lavishly. Damn system. I refuse to buy anything. I'd rather be struck by lightning than buy a single thing from your shop. Ding. Host has reached peak Qi cultivation stage. Herbs can now be exchanged for spirit pills. Depending on the herb's grade, you may exchange for foundation establishment stage pills of varying levels. Limited time offer, 5 days. Holy. Qin Ming would have spat out his saliva if he had any. But he was also thrilled. When he activated the Qi cultivation pillar, the sunset forest nearby activated as well. It was filled entirely with medicinal herbs, including many rare varieties. If he could harvest them and plant them in his spirit fields, he'd have an endless, uninterrupted supply to exchange for pills in the future. After all, medicinal herbs were one of the primary raw materials for elixirs. Trading raw materials for finished products was the most profitable deal imaginable. With 5 days remaining, Qin Ming wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Herbs could be replenished if harvested, but this discount wouldn't come around again. Ah! The drive of youth. Once he exchanged for these pills, Qin Ming would have absolute certainty of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Not being overly cautious, just preparing for the unexpected. Better safe than sorry. He had already taught the elders and lawyers to identify basic medicinal herbs during his public lectures. He'd also taught them to identify several rare, precious spiritual herbs whose quality bordered on divine. If a Qi cultivation stage cultivator consumed them, they would absolutely break through to the foundation establishment stage. After 3 days of cultivation, the students' bodies had grown significantly stronger. Venturing into Sunset Forest would pose no problem whatsoever. And if any problems arose, he, the headmaster, would be there to handle them. The next morning, Qin Ming arrived at the spirit pool. After all the students finished their Tai Chi practice, he stood before them and announced, "After these days of training, I believe everyone's physical condition has greatly improved." Qin Ming observed the elderly practitioners. Their complexions were noticeably rosier. Some had silver hair on their foreheads that had turned black and lustrous. The lawyers, too, showed remarkable changes. Attorney Su's bald spot was now covered with fine black hairs. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, the students nodded excitedly, eagerly anticipating what he was about to announce next. "We will be launching a new outdoor practicum course." "A new outdoor practical course?" Exclamations of surprise rippled through the crowd. "That's right. It's the spirit plant class. I'm sure you've already encountered some spirit plants during the public lectures a few days ago. Today, I'll guide you in experiencing and sensing these cultivation realm plants firsthand." With that, Qin Ming led the students away from the spirit pool. Seeing this, the students eagerly followed behind. Even the elderly man who had initially shown little interest now walked ahead with a hint of excitement. Soon, Qin Ming led them to the edge of a forest. This forest was the sunset forest Qin Ming had mentioned. From the outside, the trees inside appeared no different. Upon reaching the forest's edge, the elders could sense an exceptionally potent spiritual energy emanating from within. This energy was no less potent than that emanating from the stone pillars within the deep breath Ling Yuan. The elders all revealed a hint of greed, breathing in frantically. Yet, with their very first breath, they detected a thread of profound terror intertwined within. A distinct scent of blood followed the spiritual energy, overwhelming their senses. The elders couldn't help but shudder. Mu froze, his gaze shifting inward toward the forest with a hint of relief. Meanwhile, the lawyers detected a faint scent of fresh grass. As they approached the tree, they discovered faint scratch marks on its bark. They still carried a terrifying aura of killing intent that made the lawyers break out in a cold sweat. Lawyer Yen gazed at the forest. Even before venturing deep, he sensed its unfathomable mystery. Unable to contain himself, he asked Qin Ming, "Principal, are we taking our spirit plant class in this forest?" "Yes. But you've already learned most of the spiritual plants. The most crucial part of this lesson is identification and harvesting. 024 give me the best, old he. Let's go." Qin Ming pointed to some common medicinal herbs growing near the forest edge. "You may choose to gather at the forest's edge. Most herbs here are common varieties. Or venture deeper into the woods where the herbs become rarer and more potent." Qin Ming looked at the students with a serious expression. But, similarly, the deeper you venture into the forest, the greater the chance of encountering wild beasts. Danger and reward go hand in hand. The choice is yours. Hearing Qin Ming's words, some students began to feel afraid. Everyone, there's no need to worry. The outer perimeter of the forest is protected, beasts won't venture near. Qin Ming reassured them upon seeing their reaction. He then turned to the eager students and added, "But the forest's interior is rich in medicinal herbs. The deeper you venture, the greater your chances of finding rare ones. Also, this gathering will be organized by dormitory, with teams of 3. Over the course of 1 month, the top 3 groups that collect the most herbs, the widest variety, and the highest grade herbs. Each member will receive a yellow dragon pill as a reward." Yellow dragon pills. The crowd couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Their eyes brimmed with shock and excitement. Originally, after sensing that faint trace of grey terror, they all felt some fear toward this forest. But now, looking at the forest, tears welled up in their eyes for some reason. Old he. This reward is the yellow dragon pill. Grandpa Su excitedly tapped Grandpa He on the back with his cane. I know. Stop hitting me. You'll break my bones. Grandpa He turned around angrily and snatched the cane from Grandpa Su. Whoa. Old he, slow down. Why aren't you excited at all? The yellow dragon pill is a precious treasure. Grandpa Su was so excited because the yellow dragon pill not only boosted one's martial arts prowess, but most remarkably, it could transform a person completely. His old legs had regained some sensation after these days of cultivation. Perhaps taking that yellow dragon pill could truly help him recover? That's far better than those Western doctors who'd amputate at the drop of a hat. Damn it, I want to be excited, but look at us 2 cripples. How can we compare to others? Grandpa He looked helplessly at Grandpa Wang and Grandpa Su. He himself was still relatively normal, but both Uncle Su and Uncle Wang were disabled. Even if they progressed faster than others in their training, 4 legs couldn't match 6, and 5 fists couldn't compete with 6. They just couldn't catch up no matter how hard they tried. Ah, well. Grandpa Su hung his head in embarrassment, understanding Grandpa He's meaning. But living with a disability doesn't mean losing one's resolve. Besides, old he. We still have you. You're worth 2 men. After a moment's thought, old Su looked at old he, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Damn it. Grandpa He suddenly felt an urge to punch someone. By then, the other elders were all ready. Seeing this, Qin Ming felt reassured. In truth, the Sunset Forest had 3 distinct layers. Outer layer, inner layer, core. He had now unlocked half of the outer layer. Though it looked eerie and terrifying, there was little outside the outer layer that could threaten the students. At most, there were some demonic beasts that had just reached the body-tempering realm. Beasts like tigers, lions, and sky eagles. However, they all stay near the inner layer. This is because the outer perimeter of Sunset Forest is covered in a type of plant that emits an odorous scent repulsive to them. Thus, as long as the elders gather resources near the outer perimeter, they should be safe. Even if trouble arose, their current combat strength in groups of 3 was sufficient to contend with a single body-tempering realm beast. And if all else fails, the headmaster is here to back them up. Alright. Since everyone is ready, we'll officially begin gathering now. Be back in the dorms promptly after 6 p.m. tonight. Don't overdo the picking, I'll be conducting dorm checks. With that, Qin Ming returned to his cultivation. The students, energized by his words, charged toward the herbs they had their eyes on. Old he. Let's go. Grandpa Su patted Grandpa He's shoulder, excited as a monkey, and hobbled into the forest with his cane. Old he. Grandpa Su, Grandpa He, and Grandpa Wang entered the forest. At the edge, where the trees weren't yet dense, they could already spot many common medicinal herbs marked in their books. Old he. That's Qingyuan grass. It clears heat and detoxifies. Old Wang, that's blue silver wood right by your feet. It can burn for a day and night without going out. Grandpa Su was thrilled. He had only ever seen so many medicinal herbs in books before. Now, in the forest, he could see them everywhere he went. However, these were all very common medicinal herbs. In the cultivation world, cultivators regarded them as mere weeds. So Grandpa Su merely identified them without pausing his pace. Meanwhile, the lawyers and elders from other groups had already stopped to gather them. They picked whatever they saw, and this sight made the usually impatient Grandpa He feel a pang of envy. No way. We have to start gathering too, or they'll pick this whole area clean. Grandpa He halted, immediately crouching down to start picking. Hey! Old he, slow down. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. The best stuff is always left for last. But when old Su saw this, he raised his cane to block old he. Old Su? What are you doing? We're all in this together. You guys are having trouble picking, and if we don't hurry up and harvest, are we supposed to come in last? Old he certainly didn't want to be last. He was the fastest cultivator, always striving to be number 1 in everything. Otherwise, how could he justify the principal's high regard for him? No. Old he. You've misunderstood me. But old Su waved his hand dismissively. My grandson told me. The best stuff always appears last. Look, we've walked over 100 meters from the entrance to here. Aren't these all just common herbs you see in books? Grandpa Su pointed, and Grandpa he instinctively scanned the area. Indeed, as Grandpa Su had said, this section was filled with these common medicinal herbs. Unconsciously, I nodded. Hey! Think back to the beginning. The principal said the deeper we go, the better the stuff gets. Besides, this time our judging criteria aren't just about who gathers the most, it also depends on quality. If we waste time here picking the same herbs as them, what difference will it make in the end? Let's use this picking time to walk instead. Walk a few hundred meters, a few kilometers, there's bound to be something better waiting for us further on. Old Wang, doesn't that make sense? Grandpa Su finished with a serious look, then turned to Grandpa Wang, who hadn't spoken yet, and asked. MHM. Grandpa Wang didn't speak, only uttering a brief Grandpa he heard this and felt a bit reluctant inside, but upon reflecting on Grandpa Su's reasoning, he had to admit it made sense. Instead of picking here, it might be better to spend the time walking. Who knows? They might stumble upon a few rare medicinal herbs along the way, and those could be worth more than this whole patch. He stood up, then paused, his expression turning skeptical as he looked at the smug-looking Mr. Su. Wait a minute. Since when did you become so serious? Ah. My dear brother I've always been perfectly serious. Grandpa The three made their decision and walked deeper together. The deeper they went, the fewer classmates they saw around them. After walking just over 100 meters, there was no one in sight. Apart from the three elders' breathing and footsteps, the only sound was the crackling of broken branches. The entire forest was shrouded in eerie darkness and silence. The deeper they went, the denser the trees grew, blocking out most sunlight. But this did not hinder the trio's progress. They now had only one goal, to gather medicinal herbs. The best ones. 025 damned beast, taste Grandpa's walking stick. The tree in the opposite direction. The trio walked briskly. They feared being spotted by other students who might imitate them. Along the way, though the atmosphere was eerie and terrifying, and strange bird calls could sometimes be heard. But now, their desire to pick the fruit had overcome their fear. As Old Man Su would say, for medicinal herbs, I'm beyond cure. Along the path they just traversed, they'd already discovered several top-grade herbs of the lowest quality. Though rare, these were nowhere near enough to satisfy their needs. At the very least, they needed mid-grade herbs growing in dense patches to truly satisfy their gathering. Isn't that the mid-grade herb, calming spirit flower? Grandpa who had just finished tying his shoelaces, looked up and was delighted to spot several mid-grade medicinal plants. Earlier at the forest's edge, he'd only spotted low-grade herbs of the highest tier, not a single trace of mid-grade ones. Yet now, after walking just over 200 meters, he'd already encountered several. Ha! I knew the further in we went, the better the stuff would be. Ah! They smell so good. Grandpa Su declared with pride. Grandpa Wang, standing nearby, also spotted several herbs he hadn't seen before. He crouched down, ready to pick them. Stone bush grass. Nice one, Old Wang. You've got a keen eye. Grandpa Su turned to see the mid-grade herbs before Grandpa Wang and excitedly patted him on the back. Too bad. There aren't many mid-grade herbs around here. I reckon if we keep going a few hundred meters, we should be in better luck. Grandpa he examined the few calming flowers in his hand and said earnestly. Exactly. Let's keep moving forward. No one can notice us now. But did the principal know we'd come this far? Grandpa he was a bit worried. This was their first time in the forest and they knew nothing about it. Though they hadn't encountered any danger yet, what if something unexpected happened? With their current cultivation, could they handle it? It's fine. Old What's there to fear? The principal is so powerful, how could he not know? Seeing Uncle Su so confident, Uncle He's doubts began to fade. So you mean the principal has been watching over us all alone? I don't know. But with the principal in my heart, what is there to fear? Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly, then swung his two canes and bounded forward like a monkey. Grandpa you bloody. The principal is in your heart. Even Jesus in your heart won't save us. If danger strikes, all three of us are done for. Watching Old Man Su's fearless demeanor, Old Man he could only sigh helplessly. To harvest the best medicinal herbs, they had no choice but to risk their lives. Let's just hope we don't run into. The trio pressed onward another 200 or 300 meters. The surrounding area was now mostly filled with mid-grade medicinal herbs. Alright. This is the spot. Medicinal herbs. Come into my basket. Grandpa Su beamed with delight at the ground covered in mid-grade medicinal herbs. Grandpa and Grandpa Wang also stopped and began picking. Before long, half the basket was already full. Grandpa got ready to stand up, calling out to Grandpa Su and Grandpa Wang to switch spots. But he discovered Old Man Su was nowhere to be found. That old Su. Didn't we agree to stay within this area? Did he lose his legs again? Grandpa grumbled, turning to Grandpa Wang who was carefully sorting the berries. Old Wang, have you seen old Su? It's almost 5 o'clock. Let's call him over, switch spots, finish picking, and head back. But old Wang stood up, scanned the surroundings, and shook his head. No sign of him. Hey! Where's that guy? Grandpa He's impatience flared up instantly. If they didn't leave soon to pick elsewhere, they'd be too late to get back. It was getting dark, and in another hour, it would be pitch black. In this forest, pitch black as it was, you never knew if the thing next to you was human or not. Then we'll split up and search. Hurry up and find him. Grandpa He grabbed his basket and said to Grandpa Wang. Right. Old Su. Su Han-san. Su. Stop shouting. I'm right here. Just as Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang were shouting loudly, Grandpa Su's cry reached their ears. Where are you? I'm right here. Come look. I think I found something incredible. Following the sound of Uncle Su's voice, the two men rounded a large tree and found several piles of grass appearing before them. Grandpa Su was intently examining the fruit on top of the haystack, carefully identifying it. Grandpa He's anger flared instantly. This spot was over 50 meters from where they'd been picking earlier. If not for his loud shout, they'd never have found him today. How on earth had he found such a hidden spot? Damn it! You didn't say a word and just showed up here. Do you have any idea how hard old Wang and I searched for you? Hold your tongue. Grandpa He lunged forward to teach Grandpa Su a little lesson, but Grandpa Su raised his hand in a shushing gesture. You! How could old man he possibly stand it? Look! Isn't this fruit the premium medicinal herb described in the books? Seeing old man Su's excitement, Grandpa He paused his work and glanced over at the pile of grass. There were some small red berries on it. This is the crimson blood fruit. Grandpa He exclaimed in surprise. Well done. Old Su. You've got dumb luck on your side. Grandpa He patted Grandpa Su on the back, his voice brimming with excitement. Top grade Zhu Shui fruit, and so many of them. This time, first place is ours for sure. Grandpa He shouted excitedly, then set down his basket to start picking. Ha ha! I told you so. As long as you put in the effort, you're bound to reap the rewards. Grandpa Su, who had been examining the fruit, now felt completely reassured by Grandpa He's confirmation. Leaning on his cane, he began picking. But old Wang, standing nearby, hesitated to start. Looking at the clumps of grass and the reddish-brown fur on the ground, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Old Wang, don't just stand there. Come help pick some. Grandpa Su urged, seeing Grandpa Wang standing there in a daze. Remember what the book said? That the place where these Zhu blood fruits grow is the nest of some strange beast? Clatter. The moment old Wang spoke, he suddenly remembered something, dropping the Zhu Shui fruit he held straight onto the ground. So what? We'll pick them and leave. Look at old Wang, he's got old he all spooked now. No, I remember now. This place is. Roar. Just as Grandpa He spoke, a roar erupted directly in front of them. The sound was deafening, like an exploding cannonball. As the three of them froze in terror, a beast as large as an ox, with a head like a tiger and a body like a lion, appeared before them. Its gaping maw opened wide, revealing half-meter-long fangs that sent cold sweat trickling down their backs. Its eyes blazed with hostility as it watched them warily. Holy! A tiger! Holy! Grandpa Su cried out in terror, his hands frozen in place. That's a tiger lion. This is the tiger lion's territory. Grandpa He was also startled, but he regained his composure and identified the massive creature before him as big as an ox, part tiger, part lion. The tiger lion, provoked by old Su's commotion, charged straight at him. Grandpa Su froze in terror. Seeing the charging beast, his first instinct was to grab his cane and strike. Grandpa He, watching from the side, was scared half to death. Are you crazy? He grabbed Su and yanked him aside. The beast lunged at empty air and slammed into a nearby tree. You scared me. Take this from your old man. Grandpa Su swung his cane and struck the tiger lion hard. Having accompanied old man Su daily in the deep Lingyuan Valley, the cane had absorbed some spiritual energy, becoming significantly harder. A blow from a truly delivered pain. Compounded by the primal power surging within old man Su in that critical moment, the blow sent the tiger lion howling in agony. Roar! The furious roar echoed throughout the entire forest. The spot where it was struck was actually flayed. Grandpa He and Grandpa Wan were both stunned by the sight. Recalling how old man Su had struck their backs with his cane earlier, cold sweat broke out on both their foreheads. Grandpa Su was also startled by his own immense strength. Am I really this strong? It seems I've gained primal strength. Take another hit from me. One more hit and you'll be gone. Run for your life. Seeing Uncle Su growing more determined with each setback, Uncle He hurriedly grabbed him, snatched the basket, and dashed off in the opposite direction with Uncle Wang. To prevent the tiger lion from detecting their trail, he crushed the calming grass in his hand and flung it toward the beast's direction. This herb had a powerful illusion-breaking effect on lower-tier beasts and could also mask their scent. The three men sprinted frantically, unsure how long they'd been running. Finally, gasping for breath, they collapsed, unable to run any further. Phew! I'm exhausted. All three gasped for breath, cold sweat still beating on their bodies. Where the hell are we now? Grandpa, he gasped, his heart sinking as he surveyed the utterly unfamiliar surroundings and the fading light. I don't know. You guys just dragged me running in the opposite direction the whole time. The opposite direction. The trio realized their mistake with a startled gasp, their faces filled with astonishment as they turned to stare at the deep, dark forest. 026 Lost Old Men, a single Zhu bloodfruit is useless. What do we do now? If we go back the way we came, we'll definitely run into that tiger lion. We'll all be finished. Grandpa, he said irritably. Surrounded by the dense, shadowy trees, he knew something could jump out at any moment. It would scare half the life out of him. He never imagined his luck could be this terrible. He'd thought he'd found a top-grade medicinal herb, but instead nearly lost his life just now. How about we try retracing our steps? We can use the calming grass to mask our scent. Grandpa Wang, standing nearby, observed their footprints on the ground thoughtfully. Good idea. Old He, don't panic. Look, Old Wang's got a plan. Grandpa Su exclaimed with delight, looking at Grandpa Wang. Grandpa, he said nothing, only giving Grandpa Su a cold stare. The three men rose, retracing their steps while scattering fragments of calming grass and scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Yet, they retraced their original path. They'd already circled the area several times. Yet it felt like they were still circling the same spot. The scenery around them. Exactly the same as before. Not a single thing had changed. This can't be right. I clearly came through here just now. Why can't I get out? Grandpa Su stared at the markings he'd made, scratching his head. Whoa! Look at these footprints. Aren't these my own footprints from before? Could we be caught in a ghostly maze? Grandpa, he pondered, then gasped in shock, breaking out in a cold sweat. Look at you, freaking out. We're cultivators, after all. We must stay calm in situations like this. Stay calm. A solution will come. Everything will work out in the end. Grandpa Su tried to comfort Grandpa He. Grandpa He. This forest was larger than they had imagined. If they really got lost, the principal and the others might not be able to find them. If we run into that tiger lion thing again. After dark, the consequences would be unimaginable. They absolutely couldn't sit here waiting for disaster. Driven by a fierce will to survive, Old Man, he made an immediate decision. We absolutely cannot stay here, nor should we wander aimlessly. Let's make another loop, but this time we'll mark our path as we go. I recall the forest exit lies southwest. If we keep heading southwest, we'll definitely find our way out. Grandpa, he looked at Grandpa Wang and Grandpa Su with unwavering resolve. At this critical moment, they couldn't think of a better plan either, so they all nodded in agreement and followed Grandpa He's lead. The three began walking southwest. They walked while marking their path. After roughly half an hour, the sun had completely set. They switched on their phone flashlights and once again came upon the markings they had left earlier. In that half hour, they proved through their actions. They had been walking in circles. They had come full circle. No way. We're really back where we started? Did we actually get lost in a ghost wall? Grandpa Su exclaimed in disbelief. Though he had a youthful, passionate streak, he refused to believe in such absurd phenomena. He'd rather believe he couldn't draw a 3-star cam card than accept he'd run into a ghost wall. No way. Old Wang, you two rest here. I'm heading south to check it out. With that, Old Su began walking southward. 3 cultivators unable to escape a single forest, wouldn't that be a laughingstock if word got out? Both Old He and Old Wang were utterly exhausted. Forgetting all about cleanliness, they collapsed onto the ground. Before long, Old He saw Old Su dragging his weary steps toward them. Thud. He plopped down onto the ground. What's wrong? Didn't find the way out? Forget the way out, I couldn't even find the spot we marked earlier. I just walked in circles and ended up back where I started. I quit. The heavens are against me. Grandpa Su gasped for breath, letting out a helpless roar. He was parched and utterly exhausted. Hey! Old He! Where's Old Wang? Wasn't he sitting next to you? Just as Old Su was about to rest, he noticed Old Wang was no longer beside Old He. Ha! Right. Old Wang was right beside me. You're so worked up. Old He looked at Old Su's alarmed expression, turned around with a straight face, only to find nothing behind him. A cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. You trickster! Tell me where you've taken second brother and third brother. But when he turned back, Old Su was standing there, cane raised, eyeing him warily. Grandpa He, damn it. Grandpa Su recalled those zombie and monster movies where if one person vanished, the one left behind might not be human anymore. I'm your old man. Look at me properly. I'm He Chengguang. Grandpa He stood up, shining the phone's flashlight on his own face. His expression turned icy as he roared at Grandpa Su. Old Man Su was startled by He Chengguang's sudden outburst. His walking stick trembled uncontrollably in his hands. Regaining his composure, he used his cane to flick He Dage's phone aside and chuckled awkwardly. Oh my! I know you're Old He. Old he, I was just joking. Don't get mad. Calm down, we need to find old Wang. Grandpa Su apologized with a sheepish grin. Grandpa he was speechless, but he also found it strange that old Wang had vanished so suddenly while they were sitting together. Grandpa he glanced around and caught a distant flicker of firelight. Old Su, look at that. Grandpa Su followed the direction Grandpa he was pointing. It's fire. With anxious hearts, the two men moved forward. Pushing aside the grass pile, they saw old Wang had started a fire there. Grandpa Wang heard the commotion and glanced back warily, his hand instinctively reaching for a nearby branch. Grandpa he and Grandpa Su were both startled by the look in Grandpa Wang's eyes, a gaze sharp enough to kill. Recognizing them as he and Su, Wang finally relaxed. The three sat down together. During their conversation, they learned that while Grandpa Su was exploring, Grandpa Wang had decided to light a fire to ward off wild beasts. Old Wang, you're something else. No wonder you were a field soldier back in the day. You got it going so easily. Grandpa he gazed at the flames, delighted and impressed. You're right. Old Wang. With you here, I feel at ease. Grandpa Su chimed in. The three sat together and began discussing what had just happened. They all realized they'd run at remarkable speeds, and after finishing, they felt only tiredness, no other discomfort whatsoever. Old he, that tiger lion was incredibly fast just now. If you hadn't reacted fast and pulled me away, I'd have been done for today. Oomph. And you say I reacted quickly. Didn't you see that one swing of your stick? It left the tiger lion's skin torn and bloody. Uncle he recalled the sight of the tiger lion's torn flesh after Uncle Su's blow, then glanced at the cane stained with blood in Uncle Su's hand, breaking out in a cold sweat. As the three chatted, they all began to feel hungry. He checked his phone. It was nearly 7 o'clock. Why don't we just call the principal? We probably won't be able to get out on our own by morning. Grandpa Su said, pulling out his phone. But the signal, which should have been full bars, vanished completely. No way. This phone supports satellite calls. Seeing this, Grandpa he pulled out his own phone to check and found his signal was also gone. As for Mr. Wang, as everyone knows, the elderly aren't big on using phones. What are we supposed to do now? How are we going to call the principal for help? As night deepened, a growing sense of unease settled over the three of them. Growl. Just then, Grandpa Su's stomach growled. Sorry. Seeing this, Grandpa Wang reached into a nearby basket and pulled out several red fruits. Aren't these blood red fruits? Grandpa Su exclaimed in surprise. Yes. I've already cleaned the edible parts. Let's use these to fill our stomachs. Grandpa Wang handed out 3, one for each of them. This shu fruit is one of the ingredients for the Foundation Establishment pill. If we eat them directly like this, wouldn't eating a few more get us to the body-tempering realm? Grandpa Su's eyes lit up at the thought, and he immediately began devouring them. Grandpa he found the idea plausible and was about to take a big bite. But Old Man Wang spoke up from the side. The essence of the crimson blood fruit only works after refinement. We're just filling our bellies, we'll absorb at most 1/10,000th of its power. Grandpa Su. Grandpa he. Dormitory building. Qin Ming was conducting a dormitory inspection. But after finishing the inspection, he discovered that one dorm room was completely empty. Where's everyone? Qin Ming frowned. When he asked the other elders, they all said they hadn't seen them. Calls to Old Man Su and Old Man he went unanswered. Just then, Attorney Yen was about to fetch water when he overheard their conversation. He stepped forward and said, Principal, I saw them walking into the forest today. Could they still be in there? At these words, Qin Ming's face froze instantly. The very thing he dreaded most had come to pass. 027 were doomed, were surrounded by demon trees. Principal, we're still young, why don't you take us with you to look for them? Several younger-looking elders, appearing to be in their early 70s, stepped forward. Qin Ming glanced at them. His lips twitched. You call yourselves young. Don't go getting yourselves lost before you even find them. No need. Today I'll demonstrate the location technique for you, it'll be useful since you'll be learning it later. Saying this, Qin Ming pulled 3 copper coins from his pocket. Round on the outside, square on the inside. They looked very ancient. They even exuded a unique charm. Qin Ming had discovered them by chance while organizing the Sutra hall, where they had been used to prop up the corners of a bookshelf. He picked them up and realized these were the 5 emperor's coins used for divination. He had just exchanged his points for a divination book in the scripture hall. Now it came in handy. When Qin Ming removed the 3 copper coins, the group of elders instantly became excited. Even the lawyers resting in the room rushed out upon hearing the principal was going to cast a divination. They all crowded around Qin Ming, adopting the posture of eager students. Qin Ming spoke calmly. Divination through the patterns of the hexagrams allows one to foresee the future decreed by heaven. It is an act that defies the heavens. Therefore, those who practice divination often face divine retribution for revealing heavenly secrets. Some become deaf, others mute, or utterly alone. Hearing this, a student immediately raised his hand. Teacher, all the fortune tellers we've encountered outside are disabled. Is it because they revealed too many secrets of heaven? Qin Ming nodded. Those particularly accurate fortune tellers you encountered before. Their methods primarily involve physiognomy, reading a person's face to predict their future, fortune, marriage prospects, and so on. These are considered inferior forms of divination. But at Cultivation University, what you'll study is divination, not merely predicting fortune or misfortune, but also foreseeing the future and uncovering any truth you seek. With that, Qin Ming flicked the 3 copper coins in his hand onto the ground. 2 landed face up, 1 face down. 2 remained connected, while 1 rolled off to a distant spot. A standard omen. The 3 of them are safe and still in Sunset Forest. Qin Ming quickly arrived at his divination result. As for how he interpreted it, that was a profound art indeed. The elders and lawyer all turned their gaze toward Qin Ming at once. Yen. Gather a few male students, prepare yourselves, and follow me to Sunset Forest immediately. Yes. Lawyer Yen, thrilled at the chance to witness the divination firsthand, hurriedly rose to gather the group. The other students watched them with envious expressions. Anticipation began to build among them. Meanwhile, after finishing their meal, Old Man Su and his 2 companions. To prevent any strange beasts from entering their area, they ground the calming flowers into powder and scattered it around their seating area. Phew! Finally done. Now we can finally. Just as Old Man Su finished and stood up to relax his gaze toward the distance, the sight before him froze him in shock. The tree that had been right in front of him had actually moved. Yes, it was moving. Though it was moving very slowly. But it was undeniable those trees were moving. Oh my goodness. Could my glaucoma not be cured? Old Man Su doubted his own eyes more than he doubted the trees before him. He rubbed his eyes. When he opened them again, the tree that had been standing a meter in front of him had suddenly vanished over 10 meters away. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Grandpa Su exclaimed in shock. The other 2 turned to see this eerie scene and were both startled. It sent chills down their spines. They never imagined a tree could actually move. And it was happening here, where a cool breeze blew. On a dark and windy night. Surrounded by strange insect chirps. We're done for. We're surrounded by demon trees. Are we going to die here? I'm still young, I haven't even seen my grandson get married yet. Grandpa Su cried out. Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang also felt a twinge of apprehension. Though they held torches in their hands. The mere thought of these moving trees gathering together. All 3 felt the hairs on their bodies stand on end. Their combined ages exceeded 200 years. Yet in all their combined centuries of experience, they had never felt such bone-chilling dread. In the pitch-black night, the surrounding trees moved about like people. If not for the flickering torchlight, they might have thought the forest was haunted at night. But the current situation was hardly any better. Though the trees posed no physical threat, the spectacle was genuinely unsettling. Yet what they never could have imagined was, at exactly 8 o'clock that night, they suddenly began twirling and dancing in full floral regalia. They stood in perfect formation. Their branches swayed continuously. If paired with a square dance soundtrack, it would have been perfectly fitting. Principal, come save us. The 3 huddled together, praying incessantly. Yet what they never expected was that after finishing one routine, this group of trees would perform an even more bizarre scene. Under the faint glow of moonlight, every tree in the forest shuddered in unison, emerging from beneath the earth. They pulled their roots from beneath the earth, racing frantically across the ground. Their speed grew ever faster. The entire earth seemed to tremble. Possessed spirits. Grandpa Su watched the scene unfold, his lips trembling as he spoke, a flash of terror crossing his eyes. Spirit dancing? What's that? Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang both turned to look at him. It's a ritual from my hometown. What's it for? Grandpa He noticed the beads of sweat the size of soybeans on Grandpa Su's forehead and immediately sensed trouble. Simply put, it's communicating with the gods. We're currently at their center, maybe we're offerings to the gods. Sacrificial offerings. Grandpa He gasped, his body suddenly going limp. Watching the trees constantly moving, he felt no trace of fatigue at that moment. After a life of storms and strife, he was being treated as an offering. By a bunch of trees. Grandpa He felt utterly humiliated. But as he watched the trees before him, moving erratically, he felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, his legs trembling involuntarily. They dared not rest, their eyes fixed solely on the moving trees. They feared that if they stopped, these tree spirits would open their gaping maws and devour them all. Meanwhile, Qin Ming led the team guided by Attorney Yan into the nighttime sunset forest. Qin Ming led the way ahead. He cautioned the group as they walked. Everyone, take note, until you've mastered formation techniques, do not enter this place after 6 in the evening without a teacher accompanying you. Qin Ming knew that numerous formations were set up here at night to prevent strange beasts from escaping. Not just so-called confusion arrays. There were also illusion arrays, killing arrays. That was why Qin Ming had instructed them to leave after 6. Fortunately, old man he and the others hadn't triggered the illusion or killing arrays. Otherwise, they might have truly met their end. Look! There's a figure over there, could it be them? Suddenly, Attorney Yin pointed toward the distance, his voice trembling with excitement. However, 10 seconds later, when they finally made out the figure, everyone broke out in cold sweat. A few of the more timid ones froze solid on the spot. This tree is moving? It doesn't seem to be moving, it looks like it's running. Was it using its roots to walk just now? Finally, everyone turned to look at Qin Ming. Principal, did we just see that wrong? Because that figure moved incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it vanished before their eyes. 028 Grandpa Su, the Dance King, dances with the trees, the Black Wolfgang's vengeance. Everyone thought they were seeing things. Their stunned expressions mirrored those of Grandpa Su and his two companions. A walking tree completely shattered their worldview. No! Recalling the scene just now, this tree. It wasn't walking, it was running, leaping. As if celebrating something. It's gone completely wild. Qin Ming, unfazed, countered, what is the 26th clause of the Immortal Cultivation University Student Code of Conduct? Attorney Yen, who had memorized every regulation, immediately replied. Remain unflappable even if a mountain collapses before you. Stay calm in peril and uphold the honor of Immortal Cultivation University. Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction. It's just a tree that can run. Learn to stay calm, don't make a fuss over every little thing. Glancing at the group, Qin Ming led them forward. A group illuminated by flashlights. They saw one tree after another dancing wildly. Some trees were disco dancing in the dead of night. Some trees were wildly dancing in the dead of night. And others, in twos and threes, clinging to each other in heated arguments. Who knows what they're up to? Watching them shattered my worldview. But as they walked on, the group gradually shifted from initial shock and dread to growing accustomed to the bizarre scenes unfolding before them. Now, even if these trees were to sing beside them, they felt they could accept it. Qin Ming led the group searching for nearly half a day. They still hadn't found He Qingguan and the others. He was growing impatient. He casually grabbed a tree trunk scraping the ground. He casually asked, did you see 3 people break in here today? A cripple. A one-armed man. An old man. The tree paused, startled. Then it pointed in a direction with its branches. So human-like. Full of spirit. Everyone collectively froze in shock. Then, they all gasped in unison. If they hadn't already grown accustomed to such scenes, they'd likely have fainted en masse. This is a tree spirit? Could it be that the things they'd harvested that morning were descendants of these very tree spirits? The murder of their offspring is an unforgivable crime. And there were so many of them. But seeing the tree's movements, they felt slightly reassured. If they kept this up every day, they'd probably have a whole brood by now. But after witnessing this scene, they wouldn't dare come to this forest at night. With the tree guiding the way, Qin Ming quickly found He Qingguan and the other 2, who had long since frozen in terror. Seeing the principal and classmates searching for him, old man he was overjoyed. The weight on his shoulders vanished instantly. His body went limp. Grandpa Su danced excitedly with the tree. Indeed, the 3 of them watched the tree dance here, and gradually their fear faded. The bold Mr. Su even played square dance music from his phone. He swayed along with the tree. Every now and then, he'd tap his cane against the tree's branches. Attorney Yen and the others watched Su De's antics with their mouths agape. Everyone, come on. Come on. Let's all join in. Keep the music playing, keep the dance going. Grandpa Su spotted Qin Ming arriving with his classmates and greeted them warmly. The group was speechless inside. It's bad enough you're an old man awkwardly dancing here. And you're dancing with a tree too. Grandpa Wang remained relatively composed and explained everything that had happened to Qin Ming. Seeing how exhausted the 3 looked, Qin Ming had Lawyer Yen lead them back first to the people, not the tree. When he saw the medicinal herbs they had gathered, he was genuinely stunned. Bringing them all back to the office, it was clear that Grandpa He's team had gathered the highest grade and largest quantity of medicinal herbs. The sheer quantity of top-grade zhu shui fruits alone could easily outshine the inferior herbs gathered by the other teams. Who would have thought these 3 actually turned misfortune into fortune? Qin Ming stared at the zhu shui fruits with excitement. But this wasn't enough for Qin Ming. After all, he would certainly make the most of any opportunity to gain an advantage. At the same time, he glanced at the herbs gathered by the elderly man who seemed to be in perfect harmony with the plants. Apart from He De's group, his team had gathered the highest quality and quantity of herbs. Not bad. After seeing this 5 days later, once he exchanged his pills, Qin Ming would send this group of elders to the spirit fields to farm. Having such skilled farmers here just gathering herbs was a waste of their talents. As for Grandpa He's side, he couldn't recall how he'd been lowered from that tree. All he knew was that the headmaster had warned them. They were forbidden from venturing so far in the future. They must return before 6 o'clock in the evening. Meanwhile, old Su was still pondering the matter of those Zhu blood fruits. What do you say? Should we go back tomorrow and check if those fruits are still there along the original path? The moment old Su spoke, old He's temper flared instantly. Old Su, are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten what happened today? No, I have a feeling that Tiger Lion definitely won't be there anymore. When an animal's den picks up another creature's scent, doesn't it usually move elsewhere? We only picked a little today. Tomorrow, we'll go over there and harvest all those Zhu Shui fruits. We'll strike it rich. You. Sigh. Grandpa he was utterly speechless at Grandpa Su's words. What if we get lost again? Grandpa he glared at Grandpa Su angrily. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can tell you weren't paying attention. Didn't the principal just say these only appear at night? We just need to go pick them in the afternoon and return the same way. After speaking, old Su grinned mischievously at old He and said, Ha ha. Old He. You don't want the good stuff snatched up by others, do you? Grandpa he was speechless. He'd been studying so diligently, yet Su Deyi accused him of not paying attention in class. He instantly felt a surge of frustration. He turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge Su. Seeing Grandpa He's silence, Grandpa Su turned to Grandpa Wang instead. Old Wang. What do you say? There's nothing to fear about those trees today. I was even dancing with them. Who knows who it was, but they were scared out of their wits. Enough. That's enough. I'll go with you tomorrow. Grandpa he couldn't take Grandpa Su's goading anymore. Really? Whoever doesn't come is a little dog? Seeing Grandpa he take the bait, Grandpa Su asked with a childish grin. Whoever doesn't go is a little dog. Grandpa he roared in anger, then began practicing Tai Chi to calm himself. Just as the elderly men were happily discussing how to gather medicinal herbs. Inside Jinshan Town Detention Center. Snap. If anything happens in the future, don't shoulder it alone. Tell me, got it? Bro. It's not that I can't handle it. Those old men are just too crazy. But this time, it's different. Thank God you're back. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a clue how to get revenge on those old farts. Shen Ban pulled on his clothes, his expression filled with resentment as he took the walking stick from the black-clad elder's hand. Crack! Brother! But the black-clad man before Chen Ban delivered a cold, hard slap across his face. Chen Ban froze, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. He stared blankly at the dark-clad man before him. You bastard! You couldn't even beat a bunch of old men, yet you're still thinking about revenge here. No, boss. These old men, they know martial arts. And they're all like madmen, beating people to death. Look at me, my face is all bruised and swollen, my nose is even crooked. And this long gash on my back? That was from some lame old man swinging his cane. As he spoke, Chen Ban climbed into the car, pulled up his shirt, and revealed a half-meter long gash on his back to the leader in black. The boss stared at the wound, speechless with shock. An old man wielding a stick could inflict such a massive injury? That old man was definitely no pushover. How many of them were there? The black-clad leader's expression turned serious as he demanded. About 30. Boss. This time, you absolutely must help me avenge this humiliation. My leg is completely ruined now. Chen Ban's leg was so badly injured he could only walk with a cane. At this moment, he was filled with hatred toward Qin Ming, the elders, and the entire Cultivation University. These fools must be tired of living daring to lay a hand on the younger brother of Chen Sanba. The men you brought last time were nothing but street thugs utterly useless. This time, I'll bring every single one of my enforcers. Each one can take on 100 men. They're as skilled as special forces soldiers. Chen Sanba's face twisted with viciousness as he spoke. He couldn't help but feel contempt. A bunch of old men with martial arts skills? Could they possibly defeat my enforcers who can take on 100 men? The director of this tiny nursing home dares to challenge my Black Wolf gang. How utterly delusional. In a few days, I'll raze your nursing home to the ground. 029 Grandpa Su's secret art, the lion beating staff technique. The next morning, while the students practiced Tai Chi, Qin Ming entered Sunset Forest ahead of schedule, marking hazardous areas. A barrier formed by spiritual energy blocked the way only those who had reached the Qi refining stage could pass. Alright. This should cover everything. After completing these preparations, Qin Ming departed with peace of mind. He wasn't worried the students would harvest all the medicinal herbs. The forest refreshed every few days, spawning new medicinal herbs and exotic beasts. This was precisely why Qin Ming had given them a month to gather them. This way, they could collect as many different types of herbs as possible. Then he wouldn't need to spend points to exchange for seeds in the marketplace. After finishing their Tai Chi practice, the elders spent the entire morning cultivating at the Qi refining pillars. All their energy was now focused on the afternoon's herb gathering. Yesterday's encounter with Old He and the others had shown them a different side of the forest. As the saying goes, danger and opportunity coexist. This saying couldn't be more fitting for Sunset Forest. The lawyer and elderly man who accompanied Qin Ming to rescue Grandpa he and the others yesterday saw the mid-grade and high-grade medicinal herbs in their baskets. They were drooling with envy. The fragrance alone was dozens of times more potent than the finest low-grade herbs they had gathered. Such precious herbs opened up a whole new world for them. Since the best treasures lay ahead, they had to learn to share together. Upon returning, they recounted their evening's encounter to their roommates. Several groups decided that now they knew the forest's layout, they'd sneak deeper in to gather more. They just had to exit the forest before 6 o'clock. They couldn't let old he and his group snatch the top spots. The next afternoon, after finishing their meal, they all gathered at the entrance to Sunset Forest. When Qin Ming announced the start of the gathering, everyone entered the forest interior. Not a single soul paused, each striding forward with unwavering determination. What's going on? Old Sue. They're all following us. Grandpa he frowned as he saw everyone heading deeper into the forest. What's there to fear? We already gathered all the medicinal herbs yesterday. Even if they all gather together, I doubt they'll collect as much as we did yesterday. Our priority today is the Zhu blood fruit. Hurry up. We can't let them find our tracks, urged Old Man Sue. 100 of these mid-grade herbs combined probably aren't worth a single Zhu blood fruit. If they could harvest all the Zhu Shui fruits, they wouldn't have to work for half a month. The remaining time could be devoted to cultivation. Who wouldn't want to be the first student to break through to the body-tempering realm? Then the three of them would sweep both awards. Let those ungrateful sons see that their father is formidable too. Grandpa he, standing nearby, was furious. He was clearly the team leader, yet today he was being rushed by Grandpa Sue. But seeing the elderly and the lawyer refusing to slow down, he couldn't help but feel some apprehension. The trio quickened their pace. Relying on yesterday's memory, they strode forward several kilometers and soon shook off their pursuers. Ha! Think you can tail Old Man Sue? Not in a million years. Grandpa Sue sneered, surveying the empty forest behind them. This must be the spot. Get ready. Look. Old Wang's got more sense than you. Grandpa he was speechless seeing Grandpa Sue still joking around at a time like this. After pinpointing the location, he pulled out the hammer he'd prepared earlier and scanned the surroundings warily. Yes, a hammer. They'd brought weapons in advance to guard against the tiger lion they'd encountered yesterday. Even if they weren't used, they boosted their courage. Meanwhile, Old Wang held a baton, his eyes darting warily around the area. What's there to fear? Old he. Last night while sleeping, I suddenly figured out a stick technique. Today's the perfect chance to try it out. As he spoke, Old Sue excitedly waved his walking stick. What kind of stick technique? Don't tell me it's called the dog-beating staff technique? Grandpa he snorted coldly at Sue's words. Ah. That's right. It is the dog-beating staff technique. An upgraded version, no less. Double sticks in unison. As he spoke, Old Man Sue exerted force with both hands, propelling his body into the air. The two walking sticks swayed and swung through the air, tracing intricate patterns. The whistling sound cut through the air like a sword's edge, sending fallen leaves crashing to the ground. It actually looked the part. Grandpa he. After observing for a long while and confirming no imminent danger, the three slowly approached the large tree from yesterday. The tree, still leaning from yesterday's collision with the tiger lion, had a gaping crack running through its center. Grandpa Sue watched, involuntarily gasping in shock. He shuddered at the thought of what would have happened if that tiger lion had crashed into them yesterday. They would have been finished. Old Wang, what are you looking at? Grandpa Sue and Grandpa he were cautiously creeping closer to the tree. They noticed Old Wang crouching down, watching the ground with alertness. Seeing that Old Wang didn't respond, the two looked around and then hurried forward. To investigate. They peered over, puzzled. Old Wang, what are you doing? This is blood. Uncle Sue was about to ask what Old Wang was doing. But he saw a pool of blood on Old Wang's hands and on the ground in front of him. The blood had a purplish-red hue and looked quite substantial. Judging by the bloodstain, it must have been there for over 10 hours. Grandpa Wang analyzed based on how dry the blood looked. Where did this blood come from? Grandpa Sue glanced around fearfully, his voice trembling with emotion. Grandpa he also seemed dazed, his grip on the hammer tightening unconsciously. No idea. Let's investigate first. Grandpa Wang gripped his baton tightly. The three men moved very slowly toward the area behind the large tree. Oh my! Grandpa Sue suddenly let out a startled cry, nearly dropping his walking stick in shock. Ouch! Old Sue! Can you please not get so worked up? If you swing that cane again, you'll make me go extinct. Grandpa he turned with a look of resentment. Grandpa Sue's cane suddenly rose, he nearly became a eunuch. No! Look! It's a tiger and a lion. Old Sue made a shushing gesture and whispered, pointing to the side. Grandpa Wang and Grandpa he followed Sue's gaze, their eyes instantly widening in shock. There, crouched before them, lay a tiger lion. Its eyes were tightly shut, and its body still bore the wounds from the beating Old Man Sue had given it yesterday. That must be yesterday's tiger lion. But it looks like it's no longer breathing. Old Wang, slow down. We can't be sure yet. While Old He was still checking, Old Wang had already stepped forward and placed his hand over the tiger lion's nostrils. It's already gone. The moment Old Wang spoke, Old He and Old Su instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, look at what's near its mouth. At that moment, Grandpa Su noticed a white fruit near the tiger lion's mouth. The three men stepped closer to examine it. This looks like ginseng. What's that white ginseng? White lingji fruit. Grandpa Wang whispered softly. Oh. So that's the white spirit ginseng fruit. Well, that's still. White spirit ginseng fruit. The finest among the finest. White spirit ginseng fruit. Grandpa Su snapped to attention, exclaiming in astonishment. What a windfall! This patch of vermilion blood fruits and white spirit ginseng fruits is worth as much as that patch of mid-grade medicinal herbs we found yesterday. Grandpa Su was overjoyed. That patch of mid-grade herbs would take them 10 days to harvest completely. Today's haul was at least equivalent to 10 days' worth. Is that tiger lion dead? Grandpa He looked at the tiger lion's tightly closed eyes and confirmed. Absolutely. Old Wang confirmed it. No. I mean, did you kill the tiger lion with one blow? Grandpa He pointed at the deep wound on the tiger lion's back. Well. Seems my dog beating stick technique still works. One blow can kill a tiger lion. No. It shouldn't be called dog beating. That's way too lame. From now on, it'll be called the lion slaying staff technique. No. This tiger lion was probably hurt by Old Wang's club. It went searching for that white spirit ginseng fruit, got chased by other beasts, and ended up like this after the fight. Old Wang pointed at the heavy blow on the tiger lion's belly, which looked like it had been savagely clawed by some beast. When freshly harvested, the white spirit ginseng fruit emits an intense fragrance that exotic beasts adore. This tiger lion was ambushed immediately after picking it. It's a miracle it made it back here. Hearing Old Wang's analysis, cold sweat instantly broke out on both their foreheads. This revelation sent a wave of fear washing over them, a dread they'd thought had faded. It meant there were other beasts lurking here. Then we'd better hurry up and finish picking before meeting up with them. No wonder I kept feeling that chilling wind. Grandpa Su said in a trembling voice. Right. With trepidation in their hearts, the three of them picked every last crimson blood fruit in the area. On their way back, they kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. But it was a close call. They eventually reunited with the brigade headquarters. 030 The second spring of the elders. Keep going, comrades. Old He. What the heck are you guys carrying? Holy crap. What the hell is this stuff? So many blood fruits. Are you guys crazy? Everyone froze when they saw the medicinal herbs Old He and his two companions had gathered. They had thought gathering this many mid-grade herbs in this area was already quite impressive. Little did they know that while He, Su, and Wang were gone, they'd been gathering Zhu blood fruits. And besides the crimson blood fruits, Grandpa He's basket also contained some white teeth. And Old Man Wang was even draped in a piece of wild beast fur. What on earth are these things? Good heavens! Did you encounter some kind of monster? Old He, what's in your basket? Those look like tiger fangs to me. Seeing everyone's curious and terrified expressions, Grandpa He and the other two shared a knowing smile. Then, He Chengguang and the others embellished their tale, recounting how they dodged the tiger lion's attacks and how they fought back to kill it. Whoa! The crowd sucked in another breath of cold air. Then they looked down at their own hands. If what Old Su and the others said was true, had they become this powerful without even realizing it? The fact that they'd utterly overwhelmed that group of punks earlier had already hinted at a change. Now they could actually kill a beast with their bare hands? This was absolutely a historic moment. Before studying at the Immortal Cultivation University, they'd been so cautious they'd have to carefully descend a staircase. Hearing Old Man He and the others recount their adventurous exploits now, everyone was stirred to excitement. Could it be? Could the second spring the principal spoke of have arrived so swiftly? Everyone was overcome with excitement. Originally, they were all elderly people nearing the end of their lives. The kind with one foot already in the grave. But now, He Chengguang showed them through his own experience. They were no longer the men they once were. They had one foot in the body-tempering realm. Indeed. Supporting Shao Qin in founding the university was the wisest decision I've ever made. I must intensify my cultivation and strive to break through the body-tempering realm as soon as possible. We must speed up the gathering. Our team absolutely must secure a top 3 finish, break through to the body-tempering realm, obtain the yellow dragon pill, and push toward the Qi cultivation stage. I can't even imagine how powerful I'll be once I break through the body-tempering realm and condense my first thread of spiritual energy. Inspired by Grandpa He and the others' thrilling experiences, each of them now brimmed with hope for their own futures. Seeing the group's enthusiastic expressions, Grandpa He and his companions felt immense joy. Originally, they hadn't planned to bring back the tiger lion's fur, teeth, or claws. But when they recalled the books describing the special properties of these beasts' hides, they felt helpless against them, but surely the principal would have a solution. It would be a way to repay the principal for his teaching over the past period. A little surprise for the principal. At that moment, Qin Ming came to check if any groups had trespassed into the restricted zone he had set up. Seeing them gathered together, he frowned and walked over. However, when Qin Ming saw the tiger lion pelt on the ground, its bloodstains still wet, and the teeth and claws an old man his basket pale yellow with streaks of blood, he froze. He looked at Grandpa he and the others and asked, did you get this? He instantly recognized the tiger lion fur and claws and teeth, judging by their appearance to belong to a young specimen that had barely reached the body-tempering realm. Seeing the astonished delight in Qin Ming's eyes, Grandpa Wang, and Grandpa Su exchanged knowing smiles. They nodded in unison. Qin Ming was taken aback. He hadn't expected his student to possess the strength to slay a body-tempering realm tiger lion. Although he noticed claw marks from other beasts on the tiger lion's body, the long, deep gash on its back 3 to 4 centimeters deep and half a meter long sent a chill down his spine. Turning to look, he saw that Grandpa Su's walking stick indeed bore the lingering marks. Admiration flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. He, Wang, and Su did an excellent job. Based on the current herb collection progress, his team is in first place. After Qin Ming made the announcement, everyone cast envious glances toward the three of them. They couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how incredibly fortunate they were. May everyone take his group as their benchmark. Explore every corner of the forest to gather more high-grade medicinal herbs. Opportunities come only through your own hard work. Go for it. Qin Ming had intended to shout, youngsters. But when he looked around, he saw only a group of elderly folks. He choked up. Comrades. With Qin Ming's encouragement and the inspiration from He Di's group gathering herbs, the students worked even harder. They vowed to find more and higher grade herbs than He Di and his group. Seeing everyone so fired up, Qin Ming felt immense joy in his heart. Go for it. The harder you work, the more potent elixirs your master will be able to refine for your master. Oh, wait to ensure your breakthroughs. The next day, after the herb gathering concluded, Qin Ming gathered all the herbs collected by everyone into his office. Just as Qin Ming was flipping through the 3 baskets of crimson blood fruit picked by Old Man He's group, exclaiming over the huge haul, he noticed something in Old Man Wang's basket, a deep crimson tinged with white. White spirit ginseng fruit. System. What can this white lingji fruit be exchanged for? Qin Ming couldn't help but ask. He never imagined encountering such a top-tier treasure even on the forest's outskirts. Moreover, judging by its appearance, it was of exceptional quality, approaching the pinnacle of perfection. Ding! Congratulations, host. The white spirit ginseng fruit is a top-tier item of the initial stage. With a discount applied, it can be exchanged for a spirit stabilizing pill plus a soul cleansing pill as a bonus. Top tier, early stage. Qin Ming gazed at the white spirit ginseng fruit in his hand with delight. He never imagined this white spirit ginseng fruit would be a top-tier, early-stage medicinal herb. System. What are the spirit stabilizing pill and soul cleansing pill? Qin Ming had a hunch that with this top-tier, early-stage white spirit ginseng fruit combined with the store's generous discount, the quality of the pills he'd exchange for would be nothing to sneeze at. The spirit stabilizing pill enhances cultivation, calms the mind, and soothes the soul, reducing the intrusion of heart demons during the condensation of the nascent soul. The soul cleansing pill purges all foreign soul energies from the body while also nurturing and strengthening the soul. Hearing the system's explanation, Qin Ming suddenly understood. This spirit stabilizing pill would be perfect for when he broke through to the nascent soul stage. Though that stage was still far off, purchasing them now and storing them away was absolutely the right move. Better safe than sorry. By the time he needed to break through to the nascent soul stage, he probably wouldn't even have enough points to exchange for it. With that thought, Qin Ming opened the marketplace to check the price of the spirit stabilizing pill. Sure enough, it matched his expectations. A single spirit stabilizing pill costs 500,000 points. That's 500 cultivation universities. Exchanging points now was absolutely the right move. As for the soul cleansing pill, Qin Ming genuinely had no idea what it was for. As a lowly foundation establishment cultivator, he doubted anyone would even bother with him for cleansing other souls. Besides, on Blue Star, only his cultivation university had cultivators and they were all old men who hadn't even reached the body-tempering realm. It was utterly useless. But an extra pill meant an extra layer of protection. Qin Ming was definitely keeping it. He placed it alongside the spirit stabilizing pill in the storage room of the mall. His gaze then shifted to the tiger lion's teeth, claws, and fur lying nearby. System. What can I exchange for this tiger lion's fur and claws? Detected host acquiring exotic beast remains. Can be exchanged for points. Seeing this, Qin Ming didn't say much. As long as these items could be exchanged, they were valuable to him. In the end, Qin Ming exchanged the tiger lion's remains for 50,000 points. Over the next few days, everyone worked even harder than before. Desperate to keep pace with Old Man He's group, they frantically searched the forest, though the best they could find were mid to high-grade medicinal herbs. That cluster of Zhu blood fruits was likely the only one left in the outer ring. Though they hadn't gathered any high-grade herbs, the quantity of mid-grade herbs was substantial. Upon seeing this old man, he and his two companions felt a wave of dread wash over them. They resolved to push themselves to the limit for a few more days before retreating into seclusion. Otherwise, if they spent half a month in seclusion only to be overtaken, it would be a loss rather than a gain. 3 days passed quickly. During this time, Qin Ming consolidated all the medicinal herbs gathered by each group. Grandpa He's group consistently maintained the top position in both quantity and quality. They far surpassed the second place team, as the white spirit ginseng fruit and crimson blood fruit gave them an equivalent of over 10 extra days worth of collection. Add to that their relentless work over these days. And with old man Su's incredible luck, in just 3 days, they matched what other teams had gathered in 10. The other teams watched with envy, cursing their luck for not being assigned to the same dorm as Grandpa Su. The fiercer the students competed, the more excited Qin Ming became. Today was the final day to exchange medicinal herbs for pills. Qin Ming tallied the results. Total harvest, 3,132 low-grade herbs, 1,113 mid-grade herbs, 26 high-grade herbs, and 1 supreme-grade herb. This was more than enough to exchange for pills for everyone at the Cultivation University. How could Qin Ming possibly keep this windfall all to himself? He was determined to benefit every single person at the Cultivation University. He was, after all, a benevolent principal who prioritized his students' well-being. Qin Ming smiled as he opened them all. Preparing to exchange medicinal herbs for pills. 031 Have you worked hard enough? Son, I'm going into seclusion. After opening the system shop, Qin Ming handed over all the medicinal herbs he had gathered over the past few days for the shop to manage. Ding! Host has collected 4,271 low-grade, medium-grade, and high-grade medicinal herbs. Based on discounts, these can be exchanged for yellow dragon pills, harmonizing chi pills, foundation establishment pills, spirit gathering pills, and dust settling pills. Qin Ming was thrilled upon hearing this. These herbs could be exchanged for pills needed from the Qi cultivation stage all the way to the golden core stage. This was an incredible deal. How many yellow dragon pills can I get for 3,132 low-grade herbs? Qin Ming asked excitedly. Can be exchanged for 63 yellow dragon pills. 45 low-grade medicinal herbs remaining. That's great. Qin Ming inwardly gasped. 49 low-grade medicinal herbs could be exchanged for a single yellow dragon pill. This was an absolute steal. After all, it took 49 low-grade herbs plus 2 mid-grade herbs to refine a single yellow dragon pill. Qin Ming couldn't help but feel like he'd hit the jackpot. How many Hachi pills, foundation building pills, and spirit gathering pills can 1,113 mid-grade medicinal herbs be exchanged for? Qin Ming pressed further. Mid-grade herbs were scarce in the forest's outer regions. Qin Ming guessed the students had nearly depleted them before the forests refresh. You can exchange them for 10 Qi merging pills, 10 foundation building pills, and 10 spirit gathering pills. 33 mid-grade herbs remain. Damn it! Qin Ming couldn't help but exclaim. 36 mid-grade medicinal herbs could be exchanged for 1 pill required for the foundation establishment stage. This was even more cost-effective than the yellow dragon pill. It was well known that refining a single foundation establishment pill was an extremely complex process, with a much lower success rate compared to pills needed for the Qi cultivation stage. Typically, even 100 mid-grade medicinal herbs might not yield a single pill needed for the foundation establishment stage. Now, just 36 mid-grade medicinal herbs could be exchanged for 1. Qin Ming couldn't help but shout at the system store, "You're my dearest Dad!" If he successfully broke through to foundation establishment, these pills could be distributed to all students at the Cultivation University. So how many dust settling pills can these 26 high-grade herbs be exchanged for? Dust settling pills aid in condensing the core. Once successful, one becomes a golden core stage powerhouse. Such a being could stand alone in battle. Qin Ming felt quite uneasy about this prospect. After all, 26 shu blood fruits probably wouldn't even be enough to refine a single dust settling pill. No matter how generous the system shop's discounts were, it couldn't possibly operate at a loss. Unless it had lost its mind. Exchangeable for 5 dust settling pills. 1 shu shui fruit remaining. Holy crap! Qin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the shop. This time, the system shop had completely blown him away. 5 dust settling pills. That could guarantee 5 people break through to the golden core stage without any pressure. What an incredibly solid guarantee! Qin Ming inwardly exclaimed, "You're my savior." He immediately redeemed the pills. He stored all the pills in the mall's storage room. Qin Ming now had an extra layer of security within the Cultivation University. Of course, he wouldn't leave the remaining herbs unused either. That very evening, he summoned the elderly man who wasn't keen on cultivation and his roommates to his office. He informed them of his arrangements for their future. Upon hearing Qin Ming's arrangements, all 3 felt as if they were dreaming. They no longer needed to gather medicinal herbs. They only needed to farm. Moreover, whatever quantity of herbs and herb seeds Qin Ming had provided them would be multiplied by tenfold based on how much they cultivated within 25 days. All 3 were overjoyed. Especially the old man, his eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. He was itching to grab his hoe and start tilling that sacred field right away. After tilling the land for so many years, the chance to return to farming brought him a comforting sense of coming home. These medicinal herbs and seeds are entrusted to you for cultivation. Of course, if even one herb is killed or damaged under your care, then the corresponding quantity will be deducted from your allotment. Qin Ming wouldn't let them cultivate them for nothing. Pressure breeds motivation and responsibility. Otherwise, if they were to simply farm and rest there, it would be a disservice to the hard work of their fellow students. Yes. Principal, rest assured we promise to cultivate the finest medicinal herbs. The three assured Qin Ming. Then they returned, excited. In truth, Qin Ming had arrived at the forest's edge early that morning. The elders and lawyers were frantically harvesting medicinal herbs deep within the forest. Some had even run all the way to snatch a few mid-grade, mid-tier medicinal herbs. Their running speed didn't resemble that of elderly people at all. The fastest among them even inadvertently broke world records, leaving only a blur in their wake. Looks like we're about to see the first body-tempering realm cultivator emerge. Qin Ming's lips curled upward. Watching the figures of the departing group, he could already sense that their breathing techniques had reached a masterful level. Several students among them were nearing the threshold of the body-tempering realm. Once they successfully condensed their first thread of spiritual energy, they would officially enter the body-tempering realm. However, all this would require them to balance gathering medicinal herbs with cultivation. After all, one cannot have everything. Of course, they were all adults. If they wanted it all, it would depend on how hard they were willing to work. The daily allotment of medicinal herbs remains constant. Everyone's cultivation time is also the same. If the harvest falls short, and you still can't keep up with cultivation, then you'd better ask yourself if you're putting in enough effort. After several days of gathering, Old Man He and his group felt their haul should secure them the top spot. They prepared to form a party and head to the deep breathling abyss for meditation. After all, with the breakthrough to the body-tempering realm imminent, they didn't want to miss this opportunity. Moreover, while gathering herbs these past days, they noticed some groups leaving early. After following them, they discovered these people were secretly heading to the deep breathling yuan to meditate. Damn it! We agreed to gather herbs together, yet you sneak off here to cultivate. In such a cutthroat environment, the trio from Uncle He's dorm made a momentous decision. They resolved to retreat to the deep breathling yuan for seclusion. That's right. Closure. A term from the Fundamentals of Cultivation Guide. They vowed not to emerge until they had condensed their spiritual energy. For this purpose, they prepared food and clothing, then began calling their respective families. Old Man Su called his eldest son first. Hello? Eldest son? Get your brother over here. I have something important to announce. The opening line left his eldest son utterly bewildered. Dad, you're not going to do something crazy again, are you? Just stay put at the nursing home and wait for us. My younger brother and I are both coming to see you. He's right here beside me. The eldest son, Su Dewan, had already heard his younger brother recount their father's antics at the nursing home. If not for the recording his brother had made, he would have thought his brother was making up stories. A few days ago, Old Man Su even gave them tiger and lion skins along with teeth, scaring them into thinking their father had gone hunting rare animals. They were all trembling with fear. What are you talking about? Since you two are both here, I'll just come out and say it. I've successfully grasped a hint of the Tao's essence. This time, the main school has set up a reward. The top 3 who break through the refining body realm will receive a personal reward from the principal. Grandpa Su declared proudly, I've decided to enter seclusion for the foreseeable future. I vow not to emerge until I've mastered the body-tempering realm. His eldest son stared blankly, say, sealed off? Completely sealed off? Grandpa Su nodded. Exactly. So from now on, don't try to contact me or come visit. But don't worry, children. Once I successfully break through to the body-tempering realm, I'll call you all. Hearing his father's explanation, the eldest son grew more and more confused. Su Desan, watching his brother's bewildered expression, was filled with confusion. Brother! What's going on? Dad said he had something important to tell us. Dad, he said he's going into seclusion. Die in seclusion? The youngest son gasped. He'd heard of seclusion, but this seclusion until death, did that mean if he failed, he'd die inside? Though the younger son had always been preoccupied with his elderly father's medical insurance as his own flesh and blood, he still cared for his dad. Su Desan paused for a moment before whispering, Dad, you're getting on in years. Maybe we shouldn't go into seclusion, or give up that reward. Before he could finish, he was cut off by a scolding from Old Man Su, who spouted one adolescent remark after another. Su Desan's head nearly exploded. Su Dewan looked over and lost all desire to say anything further. Forget it. A man of honor stands between heaven and earth. Once a word is spoken, even 4 horses can't pull it back. You don't understand the importance of the principal's reward, and I don't blame you. Anyway, I've already warned you guys in advance. Once I break through the body-tempering realm, I'll call you again. With that, Old Man Su hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Su Desin and Su Diwan were instantly dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. They shook their heads helplessly. Having a father like this left them feeling utterly exasperated. 032 Farming my way to body-tempering realm, I can be a hardcore gamer too. Seeing how cleanly and efficiently Old Man Su fought, Grandpa he was itching to try it himself. After the last incident, Grandpa he hadn't called his children in 5 days. He picked up his phone, gazed at the 3 rows of numbers in his contacts side, and pressed the first one. This time, he called his eldest daughter. He informed her of his decision to enter seclusion. His eldest daughter, who had nearly severed ties with him due to their differing views, listened. Whispered softly, "Dad, even if you're still angry with me, you don't have to go this far." She assumed her father was still upset about her previous decision to hire a lawyer. In the dorm room, Grandpa he did push-ups while holding his phone in one hand and said, "I'm not that petty. I'm doing this for the rankings. Alright, I'm not wasting my breath on you. You wouldn't understand anyway. My studies come first now. You 3 siblings don't need to worry about me anymore. I'll call you once I break through the body-tempering realm." With that, he hung up. Beep, beep, beep. On the other end, Hihua stared at the disconnected call and let out a bitter laugh. She opened the group chat, initiated a group call, and shared the news with Helan and Hetian. Hearing their father say he'd be out of contact, the 3 sisters instantly grew anxious. They began discussing countermeasures. Why is Dad in such a rush? It's been 10 days already. Is he still mad at us? That old man's temper is getting more and more stubborn. Hetian sighed in frustration, his words tinged with resentment. Dad said he was just tagging along for fun. Now it feels like we're his enemies. He just tells us what to do and then ignores us. The younger daughter, Helan, was equally speechless. She should have listened to her sister back then and helped persuade their father. Now she wouldn't have to worry about this. The eldest daughter, Hihua, was also helpless. Their mother had passed away early. She had just started college back then, her second sister was still in middle school, and her little brother was only in 3rd grade. Their father had raised all 3 of them single-handedly. But they couldn't just ignore him now. It wasn't unreasonable for an elderly man to have a hobby in his twilight years. She sighed. Well, Dad's gotten hooked on cultivating immortality. Isn't there a Taoist temple in our city? I heard the Taoist priest there is a direct disciple of the current Tiancher of Longhu Mountain. Why not ask him to teach Dad? The 3 of them discussed it late into the night. Finally, they decided to tackle the issue through Grandpa He's hobby. As for Grandpa He enrolling in some Immortal Cultivation University at the nursing home. They didn't take it seriously at all. They figured it was just the director's way of keeping the seniors entertained to keep them around. Immortal Cultivation University. All the students were diligently cultivating. Every day, dozens of figures could be seen darting through the treetops of Sunset Forest. Every day, countless figures remained motionless atop the Qi cultivation pillars in the deep breath Lingyuan. Water flows down the Qi cultivation pillars from time to time. Sunlight bathes the land. Day after day. Though monotonous, it was nonetheless fulfilling. During this period, Qin Ming observed that all the students had settled into their routines. He himself intended to cultivate in peace within the scripture hall. He had yet to inform his students about the scripture hall's opening. One reason was that they hadn't yet reached the body-tempering realm, so those cultivation techniques were useless to them. Moreover, aside from the body-tempering sutra, the scripture hall contained nothing else. Qin Ming had nothing else to offer them for study. He could only wait until these students reached the body-tempering realm before considering how to acquire new cultivation techniques for the scripture hall. He then immersed himself in contemplating the fragmented scroll of the Tao within the scripture hall. Through this practice, he gained some physical insights, stabilizing his cultivation at the foundation establishment stage without needing any foundation establishment pills. His overall strength had reached the late foundation establishment stage. Fortunately, he was currently within the Immortal Cultivation University. With this exploit-like skill, he didn't need to undergo the tribulation. But he estimated that the next time he stepped outside the campus, it would be the tribulation of the Golden Core stage. That tribulation would likely be grueling. He must prepare diligently without delay. Everything must be prepared for any eventuality. After Uncle He and his group withdrew from the harvest, several teams began eyeing the area they had previously claimed. He decided to take advantage of their absence and search that area. The reason was that this area bordered the newly designated restricted zone by Qin Ming. No one dared approach it except for Old Man He and his group. But someone pointed out that several days had passed since the incident. Perhaps after human activity had cleared the area, the beasts might have moved on. 2 or 3 teams would collaborate to gather the plants. Yet they lacked the extraordinary luck of Old Man Su. They didn't encounter a single crimson blood fruit or strange beast. They only managed to catch a few wild rabbits, which they brought back as a gift of game for the principal. Several days later. as Qin Ming was taking inventory of the medicinal herbs collected by the students. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully cultivating your first body-tempering realm cultivator. The system's notification sounded. May the host continue striving to elevate the school's rank, spread traditional cultivation culture, and become a world-renowned institution. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Rising to his feet, he ascended into the air before the students' eyes and flew directly to the spirit fields opposite the entrance of Sunset Forest. The students, realizing what was happening, all followed suit. None of them understood why Qin Ming had reacted so dramatically all of a sudden. Qin Ming scanned the three groups, his gaze finally settling on the elderly man most devoted to cultivation. Over the past few days, through their diligent cultivation, the number of sprouted spirit plants they had grown already exceeded the total of He-De's group. Although Qin Ming had only provided them with herbs of no higher quality than mid-grade middle tier. Qin Ming had also noticed over the past few days that, under the old man's careful cultivation, the quality of these mid-grade herbs was in no way inferior to the finest herbs of the same grade. Some were even approaching the quality of high-grade herbs. Qin Ming gazed at each spirit plant, nurtured with such meticulous care. He felt deeply gratified. Li Chuang had not disappointed his expectations. Li Chuang, come here. Qin Ming smiled. He knew entrusting Li Chuang with the spirit fields had been the right decision. The other students followed Qin Ming's gaze and looked at Li Chuang. Li Chuang felt a bit bewildered. Even now, he hadn't realized he had already broken through to the body-tempering realm. He only felt exceptionally energetic today, capable of plowing 10 acres of land. Qin Ming looked at him, then a small scroll appeared in his hand, floating in the palm of his hand. This is the Body-Tempering Sutra. As a reward for your breakthrough to the body-tempering realm, it will aid your future cultivation. Place it in your palm, and it will merge into your sea of consciousness. You may gradually comprehend its teachings over time. As Qin Ming finished speaking, the surrounding crowd finally understood. Li Chuang had broken through to the body-tempering realm and received a reward personally bestowed by the headmaster. I've seen the Body-Tempering Heart Sutra in books. It's specifically tailored for body-tempering realm cultivation. The headmaster's reward was a cultivation technique. This is incredible. Ah! My top spot. Why? I could clearly feel myself on the verge of breaking through. Holy crap! Didn't Li Chuang and his roommate spend all day farming here? How did they manage to cultivate someone to the body-tempering realm? All the students cast envious glances his way. Li Chuang, however, was slow to realize. Only then did he realize he had unknowingly condensed spiritual energy. Thank you, headmaster. I will cherish every spirit plant with utmost care from now on. He excitedly reached out and accepted the book, The Essence of Body Tempering. Qin Ming, seeing this, smiled faintly. He turned to face the other students. With such an excellent example, he naturally had to set a precedent and keep the hype going. Li Chuang, as a student who entered with you, the fact that he was the first to break through to the body-tempering realm was entirely within my expectations. Qin Ming spoke these words without breaking a sweat. You think he's been farming here every day and hasn't been cultivating, falling behind you? Wrong. Dead wrong. The spirit fields are the foundation of all spirit plants. Li Chuang tends to every single one with utmost care. These spiritual plants respond to him in kind. While you're eating, he's pruning branches. While you're sleeping, he's protecting every single spirit plant. While you're resting, he's still fertilizing and watering them. Over these past 2 weeks, though he hasn't participated in cultivation, his closeness to nature and earnest farming have earned him rewards. And you? Sitting in meditation on the deep breathling pool day after day, you should have gained some insight by now. Reflect deeply where lie your mistakes? When gathering herbs in Sunset Forest, did you treat each medicinal plant with the utmost care? As Qin Ming spoke, every student hung their heads in shame. They had already been diligent enough. Many had chosen to seclude themselves in the deep breathling pool like old Manhwa. But who could have imagined? Some freak managed to cultivate himself to the body-tempering realm just by farming. How could they possibly compete? Qin Ming didn't want to discourage them too much. After all, these students had truly worked tirelessly. A little push was all they needed. The path of cultivation demands perseverance. I hope you can learn from Li Chuang, stay true to your original aspirations, and break through to the body-tempering realm as soon as possible. After offering this encouragement, Qin Ming ascended into the sky amidst the respectful gazes of the crowd. Soared into the sky. After Qin Ming departed, the others gazed enviously at Li Chuang and the cultivation technique in his hands, which was gradually fading away. Finally, gritting their teeth, they all returned to the deep breathling abyss to resume their arduous cultivation. What's a little grind? They could do it too. With only 2 spots left, they had to fight for them. 033, old age and the stubbornness of Uncle He. Grandpa He had just awakened from a cycle of reincarnation. He looked around and saw many more people, all training with intense enthusiasm. He was a bit bewildered. And he faintly overheard someone mention a breakthrough. Someone broke through. Grandpa he was startled and turned to ask his former roommate, Old Ma, beside him. Old Ma, why aren't you guys resting today? Why are you all here training? Seeing the puzzled look on Old He's face, Old Ma recalled how hard they'd been training. Only to be surpassed by a farmer, he couldn't help but find it amusing. What are you laughing at? I asked you a question. Seeing Old Ma not respond, Old He suddenly laughed, sensing something was amiss. A flash of displeasure crossed his face and his temper flared. Whoa! Old He! Give me a moment to catch my breath. Are you sure you want to say it? I'm afraid you'll lose confidence. You won't regret it? Old Ma looked at Grandpa He and asked tentatively. What are you regretting? Just say it. Old man he was growing impatient. Just spit it out already. Could someone actually break through the body-tempering realm? He'd been in seclusion for so long, only sensing spiritual energy beginning to condense within him these past few days. He knew breaking through the body-tempering realm was no easy feat. He refused to believe anyone could surpass his own pace. Unless they weren't human. Fine, I'll tell you. What about Oldly, the one the headmaster called out to farm the fields a few days ago? He just broke through to the body-tempering realm. The principal personally rewarded him. Old Ma grew so excited as he spoke that he completely ignored Old Man He's expression. You know what? The reward was the body-tempering sutra. I read in the books that it's... As Old Ma spoke excitedly, Old He froze in place. His eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. His eyes glared fiercely toward the direction of the spirit field. His expression bristled with defiance. Why the hell should he? Why the hell does he get to surpass me, some farmer? Grandpa he screamed inwardly. He had always believed he was number one. His spiritual energy condensation should have been too. Now suddenly this guy, dragged off to farm by the headmaster, had broken through to the body-tempering realm. Where could he possibly hide his old face now? That feeling of something that should have been his being snatched away by someone else. He'd only experienced that feeling in his youth. Looking back, he was already in his twilight years. Even in old age, people still compete with you. This is just too cutthroat. He rose abruptly, turned, and lifted his head to gaze at the very summit of the chi refining pillar. The sunlight beat directly into his eyes. Old He. What are you doing? Old He. Hold steady. Don't rush. Don't jump down. We're here with you. No sooner had Old Ma finished speaking than he saw Old He suddenly rise to his feet, gazing into the distance. Thinking he'd lost his mind and was about to do something foolish, he shouted urgently. This startled Old Su, who had just regained his composure beside him. Turning his head, he recognized Old Ma's voice and understood what was happening from Old He's actions. Old He. Don't abandon us. At the cry, Old He's face darkened instantly. He was utterly speechless inside. How could these two be so quick to jump to conclusions? Taking advantage of the moment to distract Old He, Old Su turned to question Old Ma about the situation. Damn. Old Lee's got some skills. So he's already received his reward and started training? That kid. I thought he wasn't putting in effort at first, but he was just biding his time to develop. Grandpa Su's three exclamations echoed throughout the entire Shinchi Ling Yuan. Grandpa Ma was startled and hurriedly silenced him, gesturing toward Grandpa He beside them. Ahem. Hey, Old He. Our goal is the body-tempering realm, not that first place. Besides, aren't the top 3 spots all taken? We still have a chance. Looking at Old Su's dazed, grinning eyes, Old He felt like breaking both of his legs. Jump my ass. I'm breaking through. I'm going to be number 1. I'm done training here. Grandpa He roared in fury, leaving both Grandpa Su and Grandpa Ma dumbfounded. But, Old He, you're not number 1 anymore. Grandpa Su replied blankly. That was the ultimate trump card. Grandpa He's face darkened instantly. Energy surged within him as he planted his feet and leaped toward the chi cultivation pillar before him. These past days, they had all been practicing at the rear chi cultivation pillars. The very back rows were too far away and carried a hint of eerie terror. The elders dared not approach them. This time, spurred on by Li Chuang's challenge, Old Man He charged forward with unwavering resolve. With sparks flying and lightning crackling, he actually reached the highest chi cultivation pillar. He began his cultivation amidst the stunned gazes of Grandpa Ma and Grandpa Su. After witnessing this inspiring example, everyone began training like mad, pushing themselves harder than ever before. One day later, Lawyer Yen suddenly sensed an extra breath within him, instantly feeling his body grow noticeably fresher. Just as he pondered this, Qin Ming appeared beside him. Congratulations! You've broken through to the body-tempering realm. As a second batch student, your diligent study has allowed you to surpass the first batch in such a short time. You're truly outstanding. This body-tempering sutra is your reward. Simply hold it in your palm to absorb its essence. With that, Qin Ming departed. I've broken through. Attorney Yen finally snapped out of it. He hurriedly stood up, his eyes brimming with astonishment and delight. He turned to his sponsor and mentor. Uncle He. I've broken through. At the exclamation, all the elders and lawyers looked at Grandpa He with a hint of sympathy. Meanwhile, Lawyer Su, seeing Lawyer Yan so excited, pointed toward Old Man He and reminded him. Old Yan. Uncle, he was aiming to be first. Now that you're the second to break through, he'll only be third. Attorney Yan immediately shut his mouth. Little did he know that at that very moment, Grandpa he was already glaring at him with murderous intent. 2 days later, Old Su suddenly felt an energy coalesce within his body, followed by an immediate sense of lightness. He sprang up from the Qi cultivation pillar in excitement. Bring the staff! He shouted, standing atop the cultivation pillar, ready to announce his breakthrough. I've broken through to the body-tempering realm. However, after he finished shouting, Qin Ming did not come before him. He turned his head toward Old He, who remained seated with eyes closed, still intensely focused on his cultivation. This shouldn't be happening. Lawyer Yan is second, and Old He hasn't broken through yet. Doesn't that make me third? Grandpa Su muttered to himself. Just as he was pondering this, he noticed Qin Ming standing before Grandpa Wang. Congratulations! Grandpa Wang, you're the third to break through to the body-tempering realm. Thanks to your care at the nursing home, I thank you on behalf of my father. This body-tempering sutra is a cultivation technique for you. Practicing it will ensure you steadily advance to the Qi cultivation stage. With that, Qin Ming handed the last copy of the body-tempering sutra to Grandpa Wang. The students around them all shot him envious glances. Damn! Old Wang's got it going on. Uncle Wang, who knew you were the one keeping your cards close to your chest? Old Wang shared a dorm with Old He and Old Su. Old He and Old Su always worked the hardest, but in the end, Old Wang was the first to break through. That's pretty interesting. Holy crap! Old Wang, you made it? Old Su asked, sounding a bit skeptical. Yep. Yet Old Wang's expression remained utterly calm as he responded before resuming his cultivation. Just minutes before Old Su broke through to the body-tempering realm, Old Wang sensed an energy gathering within him. Under his focused attention, that energy converged entirely at the stump of his severed arm, crystallizing into a thread of spiritual power. Seeing this, Old Su couldn't help but turn his head, his expression tinged with pity as he looked at Old He, who was still in seclusion. If he knew Old Wang had broken through to the body-tempering realm before them, he'd probably be furious enough to die. 034 All break through to the body-tempering realm, Copper Thunder Body, Town Chief's Commission. I've finally broken through to the body-tempering realm. Grandpa he slowly opened his eyes, his expression brimming with excitement. He exhaled deeply, then stood up, already radiating the aura of a victor. However, after waiting a moment, the principal still hadn't appeared before him. Where's the headmaster? Wasn't I the third one to break through the body-tempering realm? Grandpa he stood there for a long time, puzzled that the principal hadn't come forward. Old He. You've broken through. Just then, Uncle Su's voice echoed in his ear. Startled, Old He stared blankly at Su, who had suddenly materialized beside him. Old Su. What are you doing here? Could it be that you? He. I just got here a little bit before you. Don't get too excited. I'm not the third one either. Seeing Old He's angry expression, Old Su hurriedly waved his hands. Grandpa he was speechless. After all this time cultivating, he hadn't even reached third place. But it's okay. I'm fourth. You're fifth. I'm fifth. Grandpa he gasped, his voice thick with shock and disappointment. Yeah. Isn't fifth place normal? You know what? Third place is Old Wang from our dorm. Our dorm took first place overall. Seeing Old Su's excited expression, Old He was speechless. He never imagined that despite his relentless cultivation, he'd ultimately be defeated by Old Wang. Alright. Old He. We're grown men now. Don't act like children. As the old saying goes, failure is the mother of success. You gave it your all, so you have no regrets. Grandpa Su looked at Grandpa He's solemn expression and offered comfort. Grandpa He gritted his teeth, glancing at Grandpa Su's slightly sheepish expression beside him, his fists clenched tightly. Finally, he glanced at the crowd still striving to break through. Among so many, he was the fifth to succeed. Not bad at all. Old Su was right. If I didn't get first this time, I'd get it next time. Grandpa he vowed silently to himself, feeling slightly better. Let's go. Back to the village. He murmured softly to Old Su beside him. Seeing that Grandpa he seemed relatively composed, Grandpa Su nodded. The two packed up their things and returned to their dormitory. Upon returning to the dormitory, they found Old Wang already busy making his bed. Old Wang, you're ruthless. You snuck back early. Do you have any idea how heartbroken Old He was when he heard you were the third to break through the body-tempering realm? He was practically in tears. If I hadn't kindly persuaded him, he would have. As soon as Old Su entered, he began complaining to Old Wang, his eyes fixed intently on the body-tempering sutra resting on the table. Old Su. Let's practice this body-tempering sutra together. But Old Wang turned around, still wearing that expression as he addressed the two. What? Old Wang. This is the cultivation technique the principal rewarded you with. You want to practice it with us? Grandpa Su exclaimed, his eyes brimming with delight. MHM. Old Wang nodded. Old he. I told you so. Old Wang definitely meant us. That's what they call when one person succeeds, even the chickens and dogs. Alright. Old Wang. Rest assured, next time I'll definitely surpass you. Grandpa, he smiled knowingly, then abruptly cut Grandpa Su off. His expression turned serious as he took the cultivation technique from Grandpa Wang. He then pulled out his phone to call his family and let them know he was safe. One day later. At the Lingyuan deep breath, over a dozen individuals had successively broken through to the body-tempering realm. After reaching the body-tempering realm, the first thing these elders did was return to their dormitory to call home and report they were safe. After all, many of them had chosen to seclude themselves for training. It had been quite some time since they last contacted their families. Qin Ming observed this with great satisfaction. Nearly everyone had advanced to the body-tempering realm according to his plan. In terms of both physical fitness and stamina, these elders were now equivalent to elite special forces soldiers. Moreover, their physical resilience far surpassed that of ordinary people. He no longer needed to worry about these elders encountering any mishaps. Ding! Congratulations, host! All trainees have successfully broken through to the body-tempering realm. Advanced special reward triggered. Rewarding the host with the special physique, Copper Thunder Body. Can be upgraded to Great Sun Thunder Body in the future. Copper Thunder Physique. Copper Thunder Physique reduces the potency of damage inflicted upon the body. Can withstand a certain amount of lightning tribulation. The system immediately provided the explanation. Qin Ming was overjoyed upon hearing this. He had been worrying about what would happen after graduating from university. With his current foundation establishment cultivation level combined with this Copper Thunder Body, he could essentially withstand lightning tribulations. Seeing this, a thought popped into Qin Ming's mind. System. If my students all surpass the Qi cultivation stage, will I receive any additional physique rewards? However, after a long while, the system remained silent. Oomph. You damn system, playing hard to get, huh? Seeing no response, Qin Ming understood the situation. The rewards wouldn't be lacking, but what kind of rewards they would be likely depended on his progress. Qin Ming glanced at his accumulated points. They were already nearing 200,000. He would exchange most of the medicinal herbs the students had gathered for points. The rest he entrusted to Old Li and the others to cultivate. With 200,000 points, he planned to upgrade the deep breath Lingyuan first. Otherwise, the spiritual energy here wouldn't be enough to sustain them until they reached the Qi cultivation stage. Then, as he pondered, something suddenly occurred to him. He rose and vanished from the office in an instant. In a daze, he found himself standing before the gates of the scripture hall. Gazing at the grand doors, he pondered thoughtfully. I wonder what rewards this damn system has bestowed upon me. Would the scripture hall also offer something to these students? Holding on to this hope, Qin Ming slowly pushed open the door. Ding! Congratulations, host, all students have broken through to the body-tempering realm. All books in the scripture hall are now 10% off. Each book can be exchanged for just 100 points. Damn it! Qin Ming cursed inwardly. He never imagined the reward would be a discount. Just then, the empty bookshelves before him suddenly filled with the ethereal images of numerous books. Qin Ming saw that each book displayed a clearly marked price. 100 points. Introduction to Divination Basics. Introduction to Talismans. Sword Cultivation Fundamentals, Beginner's Edition. All introductory versions of the foundational courses. Seeing this, Qin Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. Though they were introductory editions, their prices were cheaper than those in the system store. Why not take advantage of this? Qin Ming proceeded to purchase them all. He then headed to Shinshi Lingyuan. The elders were still gathering in Sunset Forest. Over the past few days, Qin Ming had observed that they had all reached the body-tempering realm. He had also lifted the restrictions on several lower-level danger zones, allowing these students to learn survival skills in the forest. Most importantly, that wild game was truly delicious. To train the students' abilities that way, as their headmaster, he could enjoy even more delicacies. Qin Ming chuckled inwardly. He then used his points to upgrade Deep Breath Lingyuan in the marketplace. Instantly, the pillars began to glow with a white gold radiance. The pillar at the very front now towered higher than those in the center. The tallest pillar now reached halfway up the rear Jinshan mountain, and the intricate patterns adorning these pillars were far more complex and visually striking than before. Excellent, excellent. This is the feeling. Qin Ming breathed deeply. With the upgraded Deep Breath Lingyuan, he, a foundation establishment cultivator, finally felt the exhilaration of absorbing spiritual energy within the Cultivation University. After finishing these preparations, Qin Ming intended to return to his office for a rest. But Attorney Yan called out to him. Principal. Someone's at the gate looking for you. It seems to be our town's mayor. The mayor? Qin Ming was a bit baffled. Since becoming dean here, the mayor had only come to congratulate him during his inauguration and hadn't been in touch since. Why was he seeking him out now? Qin Ming walked to the door with confusion, and sure enough, it was the mayor. Shu Tianxiong. The mayor was startled to see Qin Ming dressed in white. His expression grew distant as he took in the sight. Regaining his composure, he addressed Qin Ming. Young Qin. I'm Mayor Chu. You remember me? I even gave you a gift when you took over as director of the nursing home. Yes. Mayor Chu, I certainly remember you. Is there a problem with my nursing home? Qin Ming asked anxiously, fearing the elderly residents might complain to their children about mistreatment. He recalled the situation when Attorney Yan and his team visited earlier. He had been unable to voice his grievances then. No. You're running this nursing home wonderfully. I just chatted with one of your workers, and they said you treat the seniors wonderfully. Daily exercise routines, leading the seniors through regular physical activities, it's all so well structured. I'll tell you, if my bones weren't so weak now, I'd want to come here myself. Physical exercise. Qin Ming froze. When did guiding the elders in cultivation practices turn into physical exercise? And what the heck is this laborer business? This is all part of my duties as director. We're fortunate to have the town's support. So, Mayor, what brings you here today? After flattering him a couple of times, Qin Ming looked at the town mayor with a puzzled expression. Seeing Qin Ming take the initiative, the mayor relaxed and addressed him. Hey, little Qin. The town has an event that needs your nursing home's help. I'd like to discuss it with you. 035 The Little Birdcage of Heavenly Law, the principal takes you to divination. An event? Does it require our nursing home? Qin Ming looked at Chu Tianxiang's sheepish grin and instantly sensed something was amiss. Hey! Little Qin! Don't say that! Your nursing home is the main force this time. Of course we need you. Main force? Qin Ming was completely baffled. Exactly. I'll be blunt. We're the only nursing home in town. Someone from the city reached out to me. A college club is organizing a holiday activity where they want to visit a nursing home to honor the elderly. They're taking this very seriously. They're not just coming to honor the elders, they'll also promote the nursing home. Don't you think our nursing home needs some publicity too? These past few years, you could count the new residents on one hand. Chu Tianxiang pointed at the nursing home building. Although the nursing home had been upgraded to a cultivation university, Qin Ming had only upgraded it once. The basic facilities remained largely unchanged and still looked somewhat dilapidated. Holiday practice activities? Qin Ming perked up at the suggestion. Since it's city-sponsored, there should be funding, right? The nursing home was currently strapped for cash, so Qin Ming intended to press further. So, Mayor Chu, is our town participating? Hey! Xiao Qin, what are you saying? If you're willing, I'll go make arrangements right now. It's absolutely possible. This is a rare publicity opportunity. I've heard those college students are from the journalism department. When the time comes, both our town and the nursing home will be featured on the media's official website. In the newspapers. On the front page. Free publicity. Xiao Qin, if you miss this village, you'll never find another shop like this. Seeing Qin Ming take the bait, Chu Tianxiang began to embellish his pitch. Qin Ming's eyes lit up at the prospect of promoting the nursing home and attracting more elderly residents. This was an excellent opportunity to promote the university and recruit students. Mayor Chu. This event is truly excellent, but our town should host it. Qin Ming rubbed his fingers together. Half of Chu Tianxiang's smile vanished instantly. Xiao Qin. This event is a rare opportunity. Our town only secured it because I put in a tremendous amount of effort. Qin Ming understood Chu Tianxiang's implication. He clearly wanted the nursing home to cover the costs themselves. Who knew if the publicity would even work? Oh, I'll need to think it over. The elders haven't been feeling well lately. They can't handle the noise. Town mayor, I'll go back and discuss it with the residents first to see what they think. As Qin Ming moved to close the door, Chu Tianxiang was instantly dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this small guy to be so sharp. He froze in his tracks, reaching to grab the door handle. But Qin Ming's strength proved far greater than he'd anticipated, shoving him straight toward the doorway. Hey! Little Qin. You're being too formal. Your dad and I were classmates back in junior high. You're practically my nephew. Give Uncle Chu a hand. Well, I need to go check on the dormitory. Take your time, Mayor. But Qin Ming's expression didn't waver. He resolutely closed the door. Old fox, thinking you can take the money without lifting a finger? I'm no pushover, Qin Ming. Oh dear. Director Qin. I just remembered. Our town just received a subsidy. We can allocate some to the nursing home. Clang. At the mention, Qin Ming's grip loosened slightly. The iron gate sprang open like a coiled spring, bursting outward. Chu Tianxiang nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Qin Ming grabbed Chu Tianxiang's hand, steadying him. Seeing Qin Ming's unflappable demeanor, Chu Tianxiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, young people these days aren't so easily fooled. Chu Tianxiang steadied himself, glaring at Qin Ming as he silently cursed under his breath. Like father, like son, the boy's got his dad's temperament. But let's be clear. That money from the town was originally meant for renovating the old house, so there's not much. I can only scrape together a few thousand for you. You'll have to figure out the rest on your own. Seeing Chu Tianxian's sly expression, Qin Ming knew this was the absolute maximum he could offer. Thank you, Mayor. Rest assured, the rest will be completed by our nursing home. Very well. Consider it agreed. I'll report this to the city authorities as soon as I return. The university students will likely arrive in about 3 days. Make sure you're prepared. If we promote it well, the higher-ups will definitely provide financial support for our town. The nursing home will definitely get its share of the benefits then. Understood, Mayor. I'm clear on that. I'll definitely cooperate fully with your work. Qin Ming chuckled. All right. I've got other matters to attend to now. Take care, Mayor. After Chu Tianxian left, Qin Ming returned to his office. This matter had come too suddenly. He needed to carefully plan his next steps. The main issue was that those few thousand yuan might genuinely fall short for the nursing home's future expenses. Now, with the added costs of meals for Lawyer Yen and the others, the expenses had increased significantly. Suddenly it occurred to him, now that all the students had broken through to the body-tempering realm, it was time to begin teaching them the specialized subjects from the foundational curriculum. Introduction to Divination Fundamentals. Suddenly, this book caught his eye. Divination. That's it. We could take the elderly out to beg. This way, they can also become familiar with the mundane world and repay their karma early. Qin Ming's eyes lit up at the thought. This 2-for-1 solution was perfect for the current Cultivation University. But first, Qin Ming needed to check them all to see if he could find something that would protect him from being struck by lightning after leaving the university. After all, in the novel he'd read, there were always items that could sever a cultivator's connection with the heavens and earth, essentially, things to conceal one's true nature. But this time, Qin Ming needed to deceive the heavens themselves. True to his expectations, he found it in the mall. The heaven-mimicking birdcage. It absorbed spiritual energy within the Cultivation University to shield the body and evade detection during lightning tribulations. What a treasure! Qin Ming's heart ached at the price, 50,000 points. Truly, quality comes at a price. To earn the university's meal allowance this time, he had to buy it. Better to bite the bullet now than suffer later. Qin Ming handed over the points without hesitation. Instantly, a small copper cage resembling a birdcage appeared in Qin Ming's palm. Qin Ming channeled his inner energy and the cage entered his consciousness. Its usage instructions were also transmitted into his consciousness. When going out, Qin Ming only needed to place this cage around his body to generate an aura resembling that of the Cultivation University, thus evading detection by the Thunder Tribulation. With that settled, he began planning to take the elders to settle their karmic debts the next day. The next morning, Qin Ming arrived at the spirit pool. The elders now found practicing Tai Chi with one hand far too easy, feeling as if something was missing. It wasn't until they saw old man he wielding 2 stone weights that it clicked. Now, some of the elders held large iron balls in their hands, while others practiced Tai Chi with barbells weighing dozens of pounds. Moreover, their standard compliance rates had all surpassed 95%. Ding! Elderly Tai Chi proficiency detected at 100%. Congratulations, host, you have earned 10,000 points. Just as Qin Ming waited for the elderly to complete their final set of Tai Chi movements, a system notification suddenly sounded in his ears. A look of delight instantly spread across Qin Ming's face. It seemed that achieving 100% standard execution in Tai Chi would yield bonus points, and this reward had reached a whopping 10,000 points. Qin Ming was thoroughly satisfied. It seemed that after these elders had broken through to the body-tempering realm, their comprehension of these movements had deepened significantly. He glanced over and sure enough, a dazzling 100% hovered above Grandpa He's head. Beside him, Grandpa Su and Grandpa Wang had both reached 99%. They would break through soon. Seeing his students exerting such effort, Qin Ming, as the headmaster, felt both gratified and exhilarated. After all, this meant more free points. And each head meant 10,000 points. 30 heads here equal 300,000 points. Soon, the students finished their Tai Chi practice. Qin Ming stepped before them to deliver his speech. After dozens of days of cultivation, you've all broken through to the body-tempering realm. Therefore, starting today, we will commence a new course. Divination lessons. The elders were thrilled to hear about the new course. Divination class. I can finally read my grandson's marriage fortune. Grandpa Su exclaimed to Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang upon hearing the news. Seeing Grandpa Su so interested, Qin Ming felt thrilled. It seemed they were already prepared to settle their debts. There are 5 groups in total, with 6 students in each group. Today's divination class participants are He Qingguan, Su Hansan, Wang Qinghe, Ma Hon, and 6 other students. The rest of you will continue with the regular curriculum. In 5 days, we'll compile the herbal collection results. Keep up the good work. Qin Ming reminded them. This news made Old He's brow furrow. Old He. Don't panic. Don't panic. Didn't we discover several more Zhu fruits these past few days? It'll be fine. Seeing Old He's frown, Old Su knew he was worrying again and hurried to reassure him. Oomph. Who needs your concern? I just have an itchy nose. With that, Old He grabbed his nose. And one more thing. The town mayor notified me yesterday. Starting today, and for the next 3 days, a group of local college students will be visiting. Everyone should spruce up their dorm rooms and get ready, there will be a special interview. Show them the best our university has to offer. Let's strive to make more people aware of our university. Young people are coming. Upon hearing that young people would be visiting, the elders in the audience lit up with a sparkle in their eyes. Though these students weren't their grandchildren, they truly brought them a warmth they'd never felt before. Principal. I'd like to know. Alright. Now, students Yi Qingguan, Suhansan, Wang Qinghe, Ma Hon, please follow me to the divination class. Everyone else, go practice. However, Qin Ming turned around abruptly and began calling out the names of today's attendees. 036 Learning Divination, lion beating staff in hand, the beggar's sect is formed. Old he. We're off to divination class. Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly. He couldn't wait to attend the divination class. After all, once he mastered divination, he could predict his grandson's marriage sooner and hold his great-grandchild. But Oldie's thoughts lingered on what Qin Ming had said that college students would visit the nursing home to honor the elderly in 3 days. Will there really be kids coming? Grandpa, he muttered to himself, completely oblivious to Qin Ming calling his name. Old he. What are you doing? Pack up and get ready to go. Just then, Grandpa Su tapped Grandpa He's thigh lightly with his cane to remind him. Ah! The sudden sharp pain from Uncle Su's tap made Old Man He let out a startled cry. He snapped back to reality. Snap out of it. Hurry up and follow us, we're heading to class. Seeing Grandpa He snap out of it, Grandpa Su hurriedly called out. However, Qin Ming led them to the school gate. Principal. Are we leaving the school grounds? Grandpa Su asked, seeing the commotion. Yes. Divination class requires immersing oneself in the mundane world to gain profound insights. Qin Ming smiled faintly. He then murmured an incantation, and the Phaeton birdcage materialized from his consciousness. However, only Qin Ming could see the small birdcage. Gradually, the cage grew to nearly Qin Ming's size, enveloping him completely. This should do the trick. Qin Ming felt reassured at this sight. Noticing that Old Man He and the others had already approached, he led them out of the school gates. This was the first time in 3 months that Grandpa Su and the others had left the school grounds. For a moment, he felt a bit dazed. The sensation of being enveloped by spiritual energy had grown much rarer. Only the condensed spiritual power within their bodies continued to circulate. All 6 of them shivered simultaneously. This sensation of lacking spiritual energy supply was something they had never experienced before, bringing an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Let's go! Qin Ming observed their reactions without surprise. After all, once they graduated from university, they would have to cultivate using the spiritual energy within their own bodies. This was a form of early adaptation. He then led the group toward the town. Half an hour later, the 6 students, dressed in their school uniforms, arrived at the center of Jinshan town. Their ancient-style robes drew an extraordinary amount of attention, accompanied by 6 identical old men, with their ethereal, otherworldly demeanor. Many assumed it was another historical costume event organized by the Anqing City Culture and Tourism Bureau. After all, competition was fierce these days, and cultural tourism bureaus everywhere were pulling out all the stops to attract attention. These seniors did have a certain authentic charm about them. Posting photos online would surely draw a lot of views. Are they cosplaying? Young people nearby pulled out their phones to snap photos, and some bold souls even approached for group shots. Alright. Young man. With this photo with me, you're bound to have extraordinary luck this year. Of course, only Grandpa Su seemed to be thoroughly enjoying this. As soon as the photos were taken, he saw Qin Ming and the others had already walked far ahead. He hurried after them, gazing at the bustling street, and couldn't help but ask, Principal, weren't we supposed to be learning divination? How did we end up in the mortal world? Qin Ming. It seemed their recent studies had taken root deeply. These students had already begun to see themselves as cultivators. As the saying goes, the truly great hide in the city, while the lesser hide in the wilderness. Cultivating immortality, this divination. It concerns the heavens, all living beings, and all things under the sun. Qin Ming gazed at the 6 of them and began his lesson. Today, what you cultivate is divination, calculating the will of heaven, discerning the hearts of men. This cannot be separated from the vastness of mortal affairs. Before leaving campus earlier, I mentioned that today's purpose is to immerse yourselves in the mortal world, comprehend the masses, and repay karmic debts. After hearing this, they stood in solemn reverence. They nodded thoughtfully. The principal was the principal. His words were always so eloquent. His words carried the aura of profound truth. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly understood. He approached Qin Ming and asked, I see. Principal. So we're here to temper ourselves in the mortal world, using our knowledge to divine fortune and misfortune for these common folk? His voice carried loudly. A middle-aged woman carrying a vegetable basket happened to pass by him at that moment. Upon hearing his words, She couldn't help but turn her head and immediately pulled a cabbage from her basket, hurling it straight at old man Su. "You're the mortal. Your whole family are mortals." This middle-aged woman clearly had a temper to match, glaring fiercely at Mr. He. Grandpa He couldn't possibly swallow his anger. Spotting Grandpa Su's walking stick nearby, he lunged to grab it, ready to confront the middle-aged woman. But Qin Ming's group stopped him. After the irate woman departed, Qin Ming finally addressed him. "Now that you're students of the Cultivation University, you shouldn't stoop to arguing with ordinary mortals. Immortals are not swayed in the slightest by the words or actions of mortals." Old man He blushed upon hearing this. He nodded repeatedly. "I've learned my lesson, master." Then, Qin Ming took out the pre-printed copies of the Introduction to Divination Basics course and handed them over with great solemnity. "This contains the foundational course material you will study. Keep it safe, future students will need it too." The 6 students eagerly accepted the textbooks. As the first cohort of divination students, they were undoubtedly the principal's great hope. They must study diligently. Just imagine. In the future, they would be able to predict the future, divine fortune and misfortune. Such abilities would make them true prophets. I hope you will diligently master every detail of this course. On this path of cultivating immortality, fear no hardships and never forget your original aspirations. Principal, rest assured we will succeed. A fiery resolve seemed to burn in the eyes of the 6 elders. Seeing their expressions, Qin Ming's lips curved into a smile. "I hope you won't disappoint me." Qin Ming gave them a meaningful look. "All right. Let's begin the lesson." At these words, the 6 men straightened their backs. They listened intently. Cultivation is already defying the heavens, but divination is defying the heavens within defiance. Those who practice divination use special methods to discern the will of heaven and foresee the future. By revealing the secrets of heaven and altering destiny, they incur immense karmic retribution. Thus, since the pre-Qin era, those alchemists who practiced divination rarely met a good end. It was precisely because they revealed too many secrets of heaven that they invited the backlash of divine will and karmic retribution, ultimately bringing disaster upon themselves that led to their deaths. Qin Ming's tone was grave. Grandpa He and the other 5 were all on edge. According to the headmaster's meaning, if they continued their cultivation, would they meet a terrible end? Instantly, their limbs went numb. Seeing their expressions, Qin Ming knew exactly what they were thinking. He spoke up. "But our Immortal Cultivation University possesses the most advanced concepts. This flaw must surely have been addressed long ago." Hearing this, the 6 men breathed a sigh of relief. See? If that were the case, they might as well stick to honest cultivation. Studying divination was entirely a matter of sacrificing oneself for others. Sacrificing oneself to help others glimpse the future. This isn't prophecy, it's pure martyrdom. Grandpa Su's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked, "So does that mean we cultivators who study divination can earn heaven's sympathy?" Qin Ming. "Even if you're related to Zhongli Quan, you won't escape heaven's punishment." Qin Ming continued, "Avoiding divine retribution is impossible. But at worst, you'll end up deaf, disfigured, or missing limbs, yet your life will be spared." The 6 men froze in place upon hearing this. Grandpa Su, feeling his foot regain sensation, suddenly felt a pang of emotion. Grandpa Wang's brow furrowed as his gaze shifted to his other arm. Seeing this, Qin Ming decided against further frightening them. Pointing to the bustling street, he continued. "But don't worry. The principal has a special remedy here. Remember when I said bringing you here was to experience the world and repay karma? The most crucial part of that is repaying karma." The 6 listened, seeming to grasp something, and turned to look at him in unison. Old man He, struck by a thought, asked, "Principal, are you saying we're here to pay off debts?" "Exactly. Do you know why, throughout history, most fortune tellers have been beggars?" All 6 shook their heads. "That's because they were repaying their debts in advance." Qin Ming explained. Repaying heaven's debt in advance, they endured suffering and hardship to atone for revealing the secrets of the universe. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Su suddenly raised his cane, his expression animated. "Principal, are you saying that becoming a beggar can erase the karmic debt of revealing heavenly secrets?" The others were startled by Old Man Su's sudden gesture. Qin Ming's mouth twitched. But he nodded nonetheless. "All right. I get it. Today, with my lion fighting staff in hand, I hereby declare, the Beggars Sect of Cultivation University is officially established. I am now the leader of the Beggars Sect. Old He, Old Wang, I'm sorry to inconvenience you both, but you shall serve as deputy leaders. Principal, perhaps you could serve as..." But at that moment, Qin Ming had already vanished from their sight. Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang had already retreated to a safe distance. 37-year-old man is still your old man, one bull, one stick to conquer the world. Old He. Old Wang, come over here. This gang leader can't do without you guys. Seeing the 2 men running far away, Old Su shouted loudly. His voice was loud, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Watching Old Su's antics, their eyes betrayed a peculiar look. As if they were watching a little cutie. Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang. Watching how effortlessly Grandpa Su handled things, Grandpa He felt deeply unsettled inside. In all his years, this was the first time he'd ever done anything in front of so many people, and it was begging. His old face couldn't quite adjust to it just yet. And now he was a cultivator. The feeling was truly beyond words. At that moment, 1,000 curses raced through Grandpa He's mind. Seeing how happy Old Man Su looked, he couldn't help but think to himself, even if something happened to me here, I wouldn't. Clang. Just then, Old Man Su had quietly approached them. He pulled 2 bowls from his pocket and placed them before Old Man He and Old Man Wang. Old He. Old Wang. Look at these bowls I just found. They're in great shape. Perfect for begging. 1 each for you too. Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang were completely dumbfounded. Oh, right. Here's a bamboo stick, I just picked up 2 of them, actually. 1 for each of you. Here. He shoved the sticks into Old Man He's hands. Grandpa Su was visibly moved. After finishing this, he sat down right there on the ground in front of Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang. He genuinely began begging there. Back in his middle age, he'd watched those martial arts movies where the beggar's sect leader radiated an imposing, majestic aura of freedom tinged with nonchalance. That had become the image he yearned to embody. Now that he finally had the chance, he naturally wanted to fully experience it, settling his karma in the mortal world while also trying out the role-playing games the young folks talked about. Old Wang, what about us? Grandpa He still couldn't accept it. He thought, isn't this just repaying karma? Surely doing some other good deeds would count too? He tried to call out to Grandpa Wang to leave. But when he turned back, Old Wang had already sat down. He was utterly dumbfounded. Old He, let's do this together. As the old saying goes, where there are 3 people walking together, one of them must be my teacher. Today, I'll show you how it's done. How to establish this beggar's sect. Seeing Old Su's excited expression, Old He's eyes nearly popped out of his head with anger. He was utterly unwilling. But now the principal had vanished without a trace. After instructing them on what to do, he seemed to have disappeared. Clang. Just as Grandpa He was growing anxious, the crisp sound of coins hitting metal reached his ears. Grandpa He froze for a moment, then looked down to see a coin had appeared in the bowl Grandpa Su had given him. Nice. Old He. I knew it. You've got the makings of a beggar master. Quick, sit down. With you here, we're bound to have a bumper harvest today. Grandpa Su beamed with delight. Someone tossing coins into the bowl the moment he sat down, it was definitely a good omen. He quickly pulled Grandpa He down to sit beside him. Mr. He was instantly inspired, seeing someone donate money after standing there for only a few minutes. After all, even in his younger days running a business, he'd never encountered anyone handing over money so readily. Seeing this, he decided to sit down with Grandpa Su and Grandpa Wang to beg. It was a chance to repay karma and earn money, why not? Seeing this, the other 3 also found bowls and sticks nearby, sat down, and began begging. Seeing all 6 students now seated on the street, Qin Ming, hiding in the shadows, was quite satisfied. Traveling through the world of mundane affairs, repaying karma through begging is the best approach. On one hand, it deepens one's understanding of the mortal world, on the other, it repays karmic debts. More importantly, the money can subsidize university expenses. Qin Ming silently distanced himself from them. As the president of the Immortal Cultivation University, he couldn't afford to lose face. Each of them had prepared a broken bowl. And a stick. That stick was commonly known as a dog beating stick. It was standard equipment for ancient beggars. The bowl was for begging for food or money, while the dog beating stick was for chasing away stray dogs. Yet the group sat there for over an hour. Passers-by hurried by, yet no one spared them a second glance. Old He. Give it your all. Your unique constitution will definitely make a difference. Grandpa Su stared at the single coin in Grandpa He's bowl, his expression pensive. Push my ass. Old He was so flustered by Old Su's outburst that he couldn't respond. The bowls of the other 5 men were completely empty. They hadn't begged for anything at all. Bitter expressions spread across their faces. Speechless, Old Man He stared at Old Man Su, who was still grinning like an idiot. He pulled the Introduction to Divination Basics booklet Qin Ming had given him earlier from his sleeve and said, "The headmaster already warned us earlier. If you want to beg and repay karma, you must enter the world. Sitting here like this, what good will it do us? Since the headmaster gave us this book, it means the way of begging is within its pages. We should study it first. Acting blindly will only lead to futility." After speaking, Old Man He let out a long sigh. Finally, he'd voiced the words bottled up inside. Damn it! Old He, you're absolutely right. I haven't even looked at this book yet. I need to study more. As the leader of the beggar's sect, I must master the lion beating staff. Grandpa Su excitedly pulled out a sheet of white paper from his sleeve and began flipping through it. Old He, I have no idea how you managed to break through the body tempering realm before me. Grandpa Su began reading. The first lesson detailed methods for repaying karmic debts. The book says that to repay debts early and settle karma, you must beg for things, not just go through the motions. Just going through the motions. Grandpa Sue gazed at the empty bowls in front of them, his expression turning pensive. Old Sue, did you notice anything? Grandpa he, seeing Grandpa Sue so engrossed, thought he might be onto something. We can't just beg here, we have to make it look real. Everyone. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Give us some actual insight, will you? How can the leader of the beggars sect not have a plan? Alright. Since I'm the leader of the beggars sect, I should consider everyone's future. Today, let this leader demonstrate to you all what true begging looks like. Grandpa Sue exclaimed excitedly. Bring the staff. He bellowed, drawing all eyes toward him. With a powerful thrust of both hands, Old Man Sue shot up from the ground. Then, leaning his body, he landed on one foot, balancing on a single crutch as he performed a one-legged stance. He even changed his stance from time to time. Holy! Everyone around him was stunned speechless by the sight. Unbelievable. My uncle is still my uncle. This guy's amazing, everyone. Check out this dude pulling off some crazy stunts. The crowd was utterly amazed, snapping photos and recording videos with their phones. Grandpa E, Grandpa Wang, and the others nearby were all stunned. I told you to take action, but you're doing your own thing instead. At that moment, inside a factory building near the entrance to Jinshan Town in Anqing City, a dense crowd filled the space. Big brother. The crowd bowed and called out to Qin Ban's cousin, Qin Haonan. I've gathered you all here today for two reasons. First, to avenge my brother. Second, to cement the Black Wolf Gang's influence in this area. If they dare offend even a subordinate gang of the Black Wolf Gang, this nursing home won't need to operate any longer. Qin Haonan's face darkened as he spoke in a low, ominous tone. However, since you've just arrived, take a few days to rest. In the meantime, I'll send men to infiltrate the nursing home and gather intelligence. Yes, boss. Rest assured, big brother. We swear to avenge this. The Black Wolf Gang's name must not be disgraced. Black Wolf Gang, we swear to avenge this. The group roared in unison. As the Black Wolf Gang, their influence spanned the entire length of Dragon Nation. They had never known fear. They held the small city of Anqing and the town of Jinshan in utter contempt. Much less a mere 30-person nursing home. Seeing this, Qin Haonan was thoroughly satisfied. Back in Jinshan town, he had already arranged for his men to establish connections with the town mayor. When the time came, the liaison between the college students and the nursing home would be one of his own people. With an inside job and an outside job, they would surely take down this group of martial arts masters. So they know martial arts, huh? Let them see what real martial arts look like. Qin Haonan looked down at the henchmen below the stage, who were as formidable as special forces soldiers, his expression filled with pride and satisfaction. He would avenge his brother and restore the Black Wolf Gang's honor. 038 Begging is an art too. Granddaughter, look this up for me. Clang. Thanks, young man. Young man, fortune will surely smile upon you. You'll marry 2 wives. Big hips, good for bearing sons. Grandpa Sue beamed as he watched the coins land in his bowl, excitedly repeating the trick before the crowd. Grandpa he and the others watched as, within just half an hour, a small pile of coins had formed inside the once empty steel shed. Their earlier disdain now gave way to astonishment, tinged with a hint of envy. Old Sue. You're amazing. Unconsciously, they all gave him a thumbs up. Ah. Nothing special, just world class. As the leader of our gang, I should be at the forefront. I've demonstrated it once. You should all have it down by now. The rest is up to you. Grandpa Sue chuckled. Then they began changing their movements. The other 5 exchanged glances. Grandpa he looked down at his own foot, then glanced at Grandpa Sue. Could it be that he too must cripple one of his own legs? Was he supposed to imitate Old Man Sue just to beg for alms? Was this what they called karma? Ring ring. Just as his mind wandered, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He picked it up to see it was his great-granddaughter calling. He was overjoyed, instantly forgetting his troubles. This was a rare occurrence. His great-granddaughter, Su Shuerong, was the granddaughter of his eldest daughter, He Hua. Since entering high school, she hadn't visited him once. Her sudden call brought a warm glow to his heart. Grandpa he answered the call. Great-grandpa, are you at the nursing home right now? I just got home for break. This afternoon, my mom, my grandmother, and I are planning to visit you. Hearing this, a spark of excitement flashed in Grandpa he's eyes. Wrong. Your great-grandfather isn't at the nursing home right now. He's out. Grandpa he glanced around both sides, paused for a moment, then said. Outside? Is he alone? No. He's with me, my roommate, and some classmates. The principal sent us out to study today. Principal. Classmates? Study. Su Shuerong was baffled. Her great-grandfather had just gone to a nursing home. Had he enrolled in senior college again? Her mom and grandma hadn't mentioned it either. Great-grandpa, did mom and grandma enroll you in senior college? Su Shuerong inquired. No, this isn't a senior college. Our nursing home has been upgraded. Your grandfather is now attending Immortal Cultivation University. Today Grandpa was among the first batch of students to attend the divination class. Immortal Cultivation University? Su Shuerong was dumbfounded, her voice betraying a hint of shock. Yes. Didn't your grandmother tell you? Never mind. Grandpa's in divination class right now. He can predict fortune and misfortune, you know? Like, foresee the future, calculate romantic matches. He'll give you a reading later to see what university you'll get into. No need to stress. Guaranteed. Hearing Grandpa's words, Su Shuerong almost laughed. How could a divination predict college admissions? If that were true, wouldn't the temple be packed to the gills during exam season? She still believed that college entrance exams were all about one's own abilities. Besides, her grades were among the top in her class. Getting into a 211 university was no big deal. Her great-grandfather really didn't need to worry. As for the Cultivation University her great-grandfather mentioned, Su Shuerong dismissed it as just another activity organized by the director to enrich the lives of the elderly residents at the nursing home. It was probably similar to the diversified education programs they had in high school. After all, knowing Grandpa's temper, lecturing him here would only provoke a tirade of profanities hardly beneficial for an elderly person's mental or physical well-being. So, great-grandpa, what do you actually learn in your divination class? Should I come over and visit you? Su Shuerong asked with concern. No. I'm begging here. If you come, how can I repay my karma? Begging? Yes. The headmaster said that if we cultivators want to learn divination, it violates the heavenly laws. If you don't want to get struck by lightning when you're divining, you have to repay your karma in advance to settle the debt. Su Shuerong. She couldn't believe these words came from her great-grandfather's mouth. How could such a serious man believe such childish nonsense? Great-grandfather. Is your dean a human trafficker? He deliberately dragged you out to beg. Why didn't you tell my mom or my grandmother about this? Grandpa he froze upon hearing his great-granddaughter's voice. What on earth was this little girl talking about? How could their principal be a human trafficker? The principal had brought them here today precisely for their own good. Though he hadn't wanted to beg at first, to repay their karmic debt, this was necessary. None of them had said a word. How dare this little girl, who knew nothing, speak up? His temper flared instantly. Wrong. When did your great-grandfather ever deceive you? Besides, your grandmother and mother both know about your great-grandfather's time at university. Once Grandpa succeeds in cultivating immortality, he'll take our whole family to a retirement home. Grandpa's voice was so loud that people on the surrounding streets turned to look at him with strange expressions. Clang! Some people, seeing Grandpa's unstable state, took pity on him and dropped some coins into his bowl. Grandpa he was overjoyed at the sight. Thank you, young man. You're bound to strike it rich someday. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, Su Shuerong was utterly dumbfounded. He was actually begging. Great-grandfather. Where are you now? I'm calling the police immediately. Don't try to handle this alone. This needs to be exposed. I've had 9 years of compulsory education. After all, I know these scams inside out. Su Shuerong declared passionately, determined to stand up for old man he. Go away. You're just a kid, getting all worked up over nothing. You're just like your grandmother. Your great-grandfather knows his own business. We don't need your interference. Grandpa he immediately grew displeased upon hearing this. Having lived over 80 years, didn't he know what was real and what wasn't? Since entering the body-tempering realm, his physique had greatly improved. Especially when practicing Tai Chi, holding 2 stone weights no longer felt taxing. Instead, it brought him immense satisfaction. A month ago, he wouldn't have dared imagine such a thing. With such remarkable progress, his great-granddaughter was accusing him of lying? What a load of nonsense. The whole family was against him. Grandpa he was so furious his face turned crimson. If he hadn't been out begging, he would have exploded in rage and cursed them out. Bunch of ungrateful brats. Once I succeed in cultivating immortality, I'll show you all what a true immortal looks like. Grandpa. Are you sure you don't want me to call the police? This is way too fake. Su Shuerong could tell Grandpa he was furious, but for his safety, she confirmed anyway. After all, she'd seen countless news reports about elderly people being scammed. And with great-grandpa's stubborn nature, once he was deceived, there'd be no turning back. Grandpa he adored his great-granddaughter. The bond between generations grew stronger with each passing one. He finally managed to hold back his anger and said, I don't need it. Your great-grandfather is learning right here. If you really want to help him, go online and look up how those beggars usually beg. After saying that, he glanced at the bowl containing only a few bills and coins. Then he glanced at the bowl next to him, belonging to Grandpa Su. He felt utterly defeated. Who would have thought? Begging is an art in itself. Great-grandpa. Are you sure you want me to look this up for you? Su Shuerong froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. She gasped in surprise and retorted. If you don't want to check, fine. But great-grandpa still needs to beg. I'm hanging up. Uncle He watched the growing pile of coins in Uncle Su's hands, his competitive spirit ignited. He couldn't wait any longer. Wait. Great-grandpa, I'll look it up for you right now. Su Shuerong, realizing her great-grandfather was getting impatient, wasted no time. She quickly opened her laptop and began searching online. 039 off field assistance, the principal who abuses the elderly. Nice move, old he. Getting outside help. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Grandpa Su, watching Grandpa He ask his great-granddaughter to look up how to beg. He praised. Oomph. If I don't come up with a solution soon, is this beggars guild really just being propped up by its leader alone? Grandpa He feigned annoyance. Though he disliked the term beggars sect, seeing someone surpass him twice made him unable to sit still. Beggars sect? Su Shuerong, who was researching materials nearby, heard these two words from her great-grandfather. A smile involuntarily touched her lips. Her younger brother was always fascinated by such things. Kids, you know? Wielding a stick, gathering a bunch of friends, standing atop a small hill in the neighborhood square, declaring themselves the beggars sect, sweeping the world clean. Coming from a child, such words held no fault. But Su Shuerong never expected those words to come from her meticulous great-grandfather's mouth. She couldn't help but laugh as she asked. Great-grandfather, have you started your own beggars sect now? Are you going to cast Grandma as Huang Rong, Grandpa as Guojing, and Mom as Guofu? Uncle He frowned at her words. You child. I'm asking you about serious matters. I'm not the leader, not now, and it's absolutely impossible for me to ever be. Not in this lifetime. Grandpa He was suddenly quite annoyed. Did you find what I asked you to look for? No, I'm really about to kick the bucket. My classmates are all waiting. Except for the gang leader, their bowls are all empty. On the other end of the line. Su Shuerong clutched her stomach, finally suppressing her laughter. Seeing her great-grandfather so flustered, she quickly relayed the begging method she'd just researched. Great-grandfather, don't worry. I've got everything covered. First, according to online sources, to beg effectively, you have to make people believe you're a beggar. That means you absolutely have to dress yourself in a dirty, messy, and shabby way. In short, you need to look pitiful at first glance. Second, you have to pick your targets carefully when begging. The internet says you should read their faces. Among the crowds passing by on the street, some look fierce and intimidating. You can tell right away they won't give you anything. But others have kind, gentle eyes. These folks are usually warm-hearted and more likely to give. Now, about the other things. Grandpa He switched his phone to speaker mode and began studying intently with several classmates. Grandpa Su nearby also paused his movements, resting his cane on the ground as he listened intently. So begging actually has all these tricks to it. Grandpa He couldn't help but marvel. No wonder in TV dramas, both the leaders and members of the Beggars Guild are dressed in rags. Soon, Su Shuerong finished explaining everything she had researched. All 6 listeners were deeply moved. They marveled, realizing every profession truly had its own set of tricks. Great-grandfather. I've investigated everything you asked me to. Can you tell me where you are now? Why on earth did this nursing home send you out begging? After explaining the techniques, Su Shuerong persisted, unwilling to let the matter drop. But Grandpa He, who had just gained new insights and was feeling satisfied, instantly lost his temper upon hearing his great-granddaughter's words. Wrong. Your great-grandfather has mastered the true essence of begging. You needn't worry. Once Grandpa has settled his karma, I'll calculate your college entrance exam scores for you. Then you can bring your red flower to visit your great-grandfather. Beep beep beep. With that, Grandpa He hung up the phone. Su Shuerong stared at the computer screen before her, utterly speechless. After hanging up, he pulled a few people aside and said, you know, when old Su got that donation just now, it felt like people thought we were here to perform a circus act with these uniforms and old Su's antics. Our uniforms are too flashy. If we want to beg effectively, I think we should stash them away and change into something more pitiful. What do you say? The other 5 exchanged glances. Deputy Leader He's suggestion is sound. I think we should go for it. Old Su, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke up solemnly. With that, he began removing his own uniform. Seeing this, the others agreed it made sense and promptly removed their uniforms too. Simultaneously, they scooped up dust from the ground and sprinkled it onto their clothes. They made themselves as filthy as possible. Then they scattered, plopping down on the ground, feigning utter exhaustion. They resumed their begging business. Meanwhile, Su Shuerong felt increasingly uneasy. Her great-grandfather's situation was too bizarre, forced into begging by the principal. Given his temperament, he would have caused a scene long ago. To be so compliant like this? Something was definitely wrong. She decided to call her grandmother to get to the bottom of things. At that moment, He Hua was inspecting the wards. Seeing all patients were stable, she felt relieved and was about to return to her office to rest before visiting her father that afternoon. Unexpectedly, her granddaughter called. You say my great-grandfather is begging on the street? Hearing her father was begging on the street, He Hua froze in shock. She hadn't expected this. She could have accepted that. But how did cultivating lead to begging? Yes, Grandma. I was just about to suggest we visit him this afternoon, but he told us not to come. He said he's going to beg on the street and has even joined some beggars guild. He's become their deputy leader. The words had barely left her mouth. Hua gasped in shock. What? The young nurses nearby, seeing the director's reaction, dared not utter a word. Realizing she'd spoken too loudly, Hua hurriedly grabbed her bag and went to the hospital rooftop, where she whispered, Rong, did you call the police? She was genuinely baffled by her father's reasoning now. Why on earth would he start begging out of the blue? Su Shuerong gave a bitter smile. I wanted to call the police, but great-grandfather wouldn't let me. He also said they're experiencing the mortal world, repaying karma, preparing for divination, all this mystical nonsense. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. After hearing this, could only laugh helplessly. Her own father had ignored her advice back then, insisting on following the headmaster to cultivate immortality. Now look at him expelled by the headmaster, nowhere to go. When his great-granddaughter called wanting to see him, claiming he wasn't in the nursing home but begging on the streets, clearly afraid his great-granddaughter would be embarrassed if she knew the truth. So he made up this whole story, even founding a beggars guild and setting up his own operation. She was so furious she couldn't find words. After hanging up on Su Shuerong, she decided to check on the other seniors in the group chat. After all, she believed strength lay in numbers. The principal had abused the elderly so badly, only by exposing him publicly could they bring him to justice. She opened the group chat. The last time they'd chatted was when she'd organized lawyers to investigate the nursing home. Though it had ended in failure. But this has also increased children's attention toward the elderly. Soon after, Hua shared a video in the group chat, asking, Everyone, my father was forced by the principal to go begging. Quickly check on your elderly family members. This time, we can't turn a blind eye anymore. Such powerful words quickly captured the attention of the elderly's children. What's going on? Is Sister Hua's info accurate? Hua, my granddaughter just called me. She asked about my dad, and the old man actually said he was out begging. What kind of heartless thing is this? Is that principal even human? Last time my dad claimed they were cultivating immortality, I said it was nonsense. He just dismissed me, saying I didn't understand and that I was just a mortal. What kind of world is this? I absolutely must confront my old man. No way, I need to check too. If it's true, I'm exposing this nursing home online. Everyone was extremely agitated. They all pulled out their phones to check on their own elders. Among them was Su Duan, the eldest son of Old Man Su, who had just been added to the group by his younger brother. Hearing that the elderly residents were being forced by the director to beg, he was furious. He pulled out his phone, ready to call his father and ask about the situation. 040 Fortune 500 Company, Dad becomes my guardian angel. Dad? I heard you were begging on the street. Before he could finish, Su Duan heard an excited voice on the other end. Great. Got another donation. Someone just gave me 100 yuan. Over here, a kid gave me 2 packs of want mini buns. Just now, a student watched me do a bit of Tai Chi and gave me 50 yuan. The cacophony left Su Duan utterly bewildered. Sister Hua in the group chat hadn't been wrong. Dad really was out begging. Dad, did that principal force you out? Don't worry, I'll use my connections to get you out of there. He was furious on the other end of the line. He was prepared to put everything he had on the line. He would make sure the principal paid the price for this. He would expose this nursing home too, revealing its true face to the world. But Grandpa Su didn't answer him. Instead, an excited voice came from across the room. Oh my! Thank you! Thank you, young man! Thank you, young lady! You two are truly meant for each other. May your union be blessed with a century of harmony. May you bear children and welcome auspicious energy from the east. Thank you! Old I've collected over 200 more, plus that young lady gave me a little necklace. I'll take it home for Razi. It seemed old Su was thoroughly enjoying himself. Not a trace of reluctance could be heard in his words. Hello? Son, why did you call me? What were you saying just now? Grandpa Su, who had just begged for over 200 yuan, was thrilled. He set down his cane, sat cross-legged on the ground, and asked. Su Duan was momentarily stunned. Dad, you're begging? Did your principal tell you to? Yes. Dad's telling you, I was one of the first to start begging. The principal really? Dad. Are you being forced by the principal now? Before old Su could finish, his eldest son, Su Duan, suddenly interrupted. His words carried a hint of anger. Old Su rolled his eyes in exasperation. How could that be? Your old man here was personally chosen by the headmaster. Besides, begging here is our own choice. You don't understand, this is a necessary trial for cultivating immortality. We must temper ourselves in the mortal world, repay our karmic debts, only then can we cultivate immortality, only then can we divine the future. Your father is now the leader of the beggars sect. Who dares harm me? Anyone who dares come near had better be prepared to taste the might of my lion beating staff. Grandpa Su ranted passionately, his hands never stopping their movements. Clang. Uncle, you're something else. Grandpa, can you do it again? I'll film you. Grandpa, once you're done, can we take a photo together? I'll show it to my girlfriend. But after Uncle Su finished speaking, cheers erupted from the young people across the way. Sure. One at a time, young man. But Uncle Su agreed, looking thoroughly delighted. Across from him, Su Diwan couldn't hold back any longer. How could this old man be going against him like this? Dad. It's not that our family can't afford to move you to a better nursing home. These past few years, I'd been busy with the company, so I had my younger brother take care of you. I never imagined he'd be so stingy as to put you in a place like this. Rest assured, I've given him a piece of my mind. Dad, tell me where you are now, and I'll drive over to pick you up right away. Across the line, old man Su's face darkened slightly. Who said I don't like my current nursing home? The one your brother found for me is just fine. Besides, we call it the Immortal Cultivation University now, not a nursing home. Your old man here isn't just an old man, I'm an immortal cultivator. Once we join the ranks of immortals, our family will be the Unity Immortal Sect. Grandpa Su spoke with pride in his voice. Immortal cultivators? The ranks of immortals? The Unity Immortal Sect? Su Diwan was so exasperated he could barely contain his laughter. But Dad, you're begging for money right now. Begging. That's what beggars do. My brother may be good for nothing and can't afford to support you. But you still have me. Your son is now the CEO of a company. I can take care of you. If you're out begging, what will my employees and business partners think of me? Su Diwan felt a bitter sorrow he couldn't express. His father, perfectly healthy, had been dragged out by the principal to beg, claiming it was voluntary, and now he was even shouting out here. Any sane person would find that utterly implausible. He knew his father had harbored a delusional sense of grandeur since Su Diwan was a child, constantly declaring he'd one day conquer the world with his son. He also loved pretending to be the leader of some beggars' guild. His mother had nearly divorced his father over this obsession back then. But now that the chance had come, he couldn't really go through with it. Right. His father was an immortal cultivator, not an ordinary person. Su Diwan sighed after speaking. Ah. Diwan, how could Dad just go begging? Didn't I tell you before? I'm experiencing the mortal world to repay karmic debts. Don't worry, I'll calculate your company's situation for you later. I guarantee you'll get into a Fortune 500 company. Su Diwan. What era is this, and my father's still thinking about this? Ah, thank you for the 50, young man. You'll definitely ace the postgraduate entrance exam. Enough chatter, I gotta hustle my begging. My classmate's about to outpace me. Rest assured, with Dad in your company, you're bound for glory. Beep beep beep. He hung up the phone. Su Diwan was boiling with rage right now. He wanted to tear his good-for-nothing younger brother to pieces. If only he hadn't placed their father in this shabby nursing home, would he be so troubled now? After some thought, he decided he had to tell Su Desun about this. He had to persuade the old man, or else his reputation would be ruined and the losses would be staggering. What? Dad's begging on the street? Clearly, Su Desun had just received the news. You never read the group messages. I just spoke with Dad, they're begging in groups now. That principal has no regard for the law. Abusing the elderly like this, does he really think we children won't do anything about it? Hold on, bro. I'm calling Dad right now. Su Desun, boiling with rage, hung up and immediately initiated a video call with old man Su. At that moment, he also saw the text Hua had posted in the group chat, leaving him utterly speechless. Damn it, Dad. What gives you, the principal, the right to make them beg? Starting today, I'll use the restroom on my own. Mom and Dad. Grandpa Su's WeChat account was set up by his grandson, who also chose the ringtone. The sudden sound startled him, nearly causing him to fall off his cane. He pulled out his phone to see it was a video call from his youngest son. He was pleasantly surprised that his youngest son had actually called to check on him. He immediately sat up straight. He hadn't used his smartphone for long, and this was his first video call. He then adjusted his clothes. He brushed the dust off his clothes. Beep beep. Son. Dad's out and about right now. Following the example of commercials he'd seen on TV, where elderly people would spin their phones 360 degrees after answering a call, Grandpa Su did the same. Su Desun didn't respond. Following the angle Grandpa Su provided, he saw two elderly people nearby, bowls in hand, leaning on bamboo sticks by their shoulders. They were shouting their wares with all their might. This. The words stuck in his throat. What the hell is this? Then, Grandpa Su turned the camera toward himself and struck a pose for his son. Su Desun's expression now perfectly matched the third meme in your collection. Grandpa Su's clothes were covered in dust, with even some foul-smelling water from the dirty puddle on the ground staining the hem of his shirt. Su Desun felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Dad! What the hell are you doing? Su Desun asked, holding back his anger. Begging. Looks like your brother didn't tell you. That's fine. He doesn't understand my purpose. Once I've settled my karmic debts, I'll master divination. Then I'll read the marriage fortune for your son, my great-grandson. Guaranteed. Grandpa Su's words flowed with such naturalness that Su Desen couldn't process it for a moment. So you came begging to repay karma, and then you'll read fortunes? Su Desen asked instinctively. That's right. Let me tell you, just now. Dad. Do you still recognize me and my brother as your sons? However, Su Desen's expression darkened as he coldly demanded. Of course I do. What do you mean, do you recognize us? Aren't you both my sons? Grandpa Su was completely dumbfounded. My brother is a well-known entrepreneur in our city. If the media following him finds out you're a beggar. Still begging here? If they spread malicious rumors about you, what would people think? Though Su Desen didn't rely on his brother, their bond was deep. His father's actions were truly hurtful. So what? I'll just step in and clear things up later. Besides, I'm cultivating immortality. These mundane matters? I'll handle them in a snap. Rest assured, I'll personally safeguard your brother's company from now on. I'll be its guardian deity. Grandpa Su declared with a touch of adolescent bravado. Thanks for the lollipop, young lady. Wishing you a perfect score on your exam. Su Desen heard this and went. Dad. You're a grown man, you should know what matters most. Thief. Thief. My wallet's been stolen. Help. Help. Someone catch the thief. Suddenly, a woman's shrill scream pierced Su Desen's ears. He also saw his father's expression grow increasingly grave. His hand already reached for his walking stick. Son. Your father must fulfill his duty to the beggar's sect. I'm hanging up. Beep beep beep. Then, to Su Desen's astonished gaze, old man Su hung up the phone. 041 The beggar's sect conquers the world. Brother Wang of society, a man of few words but deadly action. Staff, come. Grandpa Su tucked away his phone, his gaze fixed on the source of the command. Spiritual energy surged into his arm, and the cane itself seemed to stir. Just as he was about to touch it, the cane shot into his palm with a whoosh. Grandpa Su's voice was loud, but now all eyes were fixed on the source of the shout. They were in the heart of Jinshan Town. Adjacent to them was the newly planned tourist area of Jinshan Town, where wealthy individuals and young women seeking tranquility often came to vacation. Grandpa Su's expression turned serious. He stood up and looked resolutely at Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang beside him. Old He. Old Wang. Let's go. We need to check it out. Hearing this, the two nodded. They had come precisely to experience the hustle and bustle of the mortal world. Now that someone's wallet had been stolen, it must be a test from heaven. Karma was something they had to bear. But before they could move, two men clad in black, their heads covered by motorcycle helmets, charged toward them. Both wielded Nepalese army knives, wildly slashing at the crowd attempting to block their path. Seeing this, those who had intended to intervene dared not advance. One young man tried to grab one of them but was instantly slashed across the arm. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Murder! The thieves are here. Don't let them escape. Get the hell out of my way. My blade doesn't have eyes. The two men in black looked utterly brazen, showing no fear of the nearby residents trying to block them. With no one left to stop them, the two men brandished their knives. Grandpa Yi, Grandpa Su, and Grandpa Wang exchanged glances. Their expressions hardened as they prepared to intervene. Damn it! Old man, this isn't some place you can just beg in. Hand over your money now. Spotting the coins in the bowls of Grandpa Yi, Grandpa Wang, and Grandpa Su up front, they instantly charged forward. This move stunned all three of them. Damn it! How destitute must they be to steal from beggars? And after stealing someone's wallet, being chased by so many people, they still had the nerve to act so brazenly. The two men sprinted away, glancing back at the three elderly men Su and Wang who were frail and disabled, dressed in such a way that they clearly had little strength. They didn't think much of them at all. The leader grabbed a bowl and tried to run off. How could old man He put up with this? To try and snatch your belongings right in front of you, is there no law in this world? Aren't you afraid of karma catching up with you? Watch out, old man. A young man who had just tossed coins into Grandpa Su's cup witnessed the thief's brazen audacity. After stealing the wallet, he now dared to snatch money from an elderly beggar in front of so many people. He stepped forward to intervene. Stay right where you are. Or don't blame my knife for having no eyes. A sudden chill ran down his spine. The threat froze the young man in his tracks as a sharp blade instantly pressed against his neck. Seeing the situation, the two thieves realized they couldn't escape. They needed to take hostages to flee, and their eyes fell on the beggars. Jinshan Town was already promoting tourism. A few fewer beggars wouldn't affect the town center's appearance. You lot, hand over all your money quietly. Maybe I'll even give you what? Damn it! You little brat, you dare threaten your old man. Get the hell out of my way. Grandpa He was boiling with rage. Right in front of everyone, he charged straight at the thief. His speed was so sudden no one could react in time. A blur of legs struck the leader thief. Clang! The iron bowl in the thief's hand clattered to the ground. He had already been kicked flying 4 or 5 meters away from Old Man He. Ah! The man slammed into the car across the street. The car door dented in with a gaping hole. Holy crap! What just happened? That old man just took one stride and charged right up to him, then kicked him straight into the car? Holy crap! Am I dreaming? A kung fu grandpa? Damn, this old guy's got some skills. Everyone around was stunned by the scene, gasping in amazement. Old man! You're asking for trouble. You wait. I'm going to get reinforcements. You won't leave here alive today. His accomplice beside him watched the scene, his hand trembling so violently the knife shook in his grasp. A bloody gash had already appeared on the young man's neck. He threatened Old Man He with his words, his body retreating step by step, completely unaware of the presence behind him. Clack! Kid, take this dog beating stick. Ah! Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed through the air. Without warning, Old Man Su vanished from his spot and materialized behind the hostage-taker. He suddenly raised his cane and smashed it down onto the man's back. The pent-up air pressure in the clothing exploded outward. A deafening boom, like a sonic boom, reverberated through the air. In an instant, the man let out a piercing scream, and the knife in his hand fell to the ground. When the crowd looked at him again, they were all stunned, touching their own backs where cold sweat had formed. The robber's back, torn apart by the shockwave's force, was a mangled mess of flesh and blood. He lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony, his eyes glazed over, on the verge of passing out. What the hell? Did I see that right? His clothes blew up? Holy! This guy is seriously badass. Dude! You're the man. So masters really do hide among us. It's true. Mom! I just saw a master. The crowd was both impressed and stunned by the actions of Grandpa Su and Grandpa He. As they discussed it, they pulled out their phones to film. They uploaded these videos online. Grandpa Su was also stunned by the sheer power of his strike. Though he'd held back slightly, achieving this level thrilled him. Was this the transformation his body underwent after cultivating immortality? Seeing so many people praise him, he thoroughly enjoyed the attention. After all, he'd always harbored dreams of becoming the leader of the beggars sect, fighting evil and upholding justice. Now, he felt a small measure of fulfillment. No big deal. I am Su, leader of the beggars sect at Cultivation University. Old Su was about to make his name known when Old He called out to him. Old Su! Where's Old Wang? Having just dealt with a thief, Old He carefully gathered the money and snacks scattered on the ground into his bowl, inwardly stunned by his own unexpected act. Had his kick truly possessed such force? Still reeling from the shock, he stood up only to find Old Wang gone. A wave of worry washed over him. Old Wang? Ha! Where's Old Wang? Wasn't he catching the thief with us? Only then did Old Su realize they were now alone. The 3 people from the dorm across the hall wanted to come help, but they saw that the situation had already been resolved. Have you seen Old Wang? Grandpa Su asked his neighbors across the hall. No. All 3 shook their heads simultaneously. The situation had been too chaotic earlier, they'd been focused on helping out. They hadn't paid much attention. Old Wang! Brother Wang! Wang! Just as they were shouting, a familiar figure pushed through the crowd and approached them. Everyone looked at Old Wang with admiration and astonishment. Holy crap! Old Wang! You're amazing! Grandpa Su felt relieved upon seeing Grandpa Wang. But when he noticed Grandpa Wang was holding onto the caps of 2 people, he froze in place. Looking down, he saw 2 young men in their 20s, each with tattoos on their chests, firmly in Old Wang's grasp. They're accomplices of that gang. I saw them acting shady, so I followed them. When I saw the bag from that guy earlier switch hands to them, I went in and took them down. Grandpa Wang explained calmly to Grandpa Su and He. Grandpa Su and Grandpa He looked at the 2 young men, who were indeed bruised and battered, then glanced at Grandpa Wang's calm demeanor. They swallowed hard. They both understood what had just happened. Grandpa Su and Grandpa He both raised their index fingers at Grandpa Wang and exclaimed, "Impressive!" They couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Uncle Wang, the man of the world, truly speaks little but means business. 042 The Grandpa Squad delivers, and I can't even hold a candle to these elders. Only after Grandpa Su and the others subdued the robbers did the crowd dare to approach. Seeing the 3 beggars act so bravely, they eagerly pulled out cash and dropped it into the trio's bowls. Clink! Clang! Clang! Within seconds of watching, their bowls were piled high, their eyes sparkling with delight. Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! May fortune smile upon you all. Sir! You're so brave, this is what you deserve. That's right. Sir, without you, these scumbags would have hurt even more people. As they tossed coins into the bowl, the crowd showered praise upon them. You flatter us. This is what we should do. Just doing our part. Grandpa He was overjoyed to see so many young people coming to chat with him. Young people these days are truly wonderful, he remarked to Old Man Su beside him. Just then, the crowd parted as a well-dressed young woman hurried over, assisted by 3 police officers. Mrs. Su, these 3 beggars helped you get your wallet back. The officers, who had gathered information from nearby passers-by, brought the owner to meet Grandpa Su and his companions. Yet upon seeing the appearance of Grandpa Su and his companions, the young woman showed no sign of disdain. "Thank you all," Mrs. Su started to say, but upon seeing the makeup on Mr. Su and the others, she suddenly didn't know how to continue. Her face flushed slightly as she smiled apologetically at the trio. Grandpa he had intended to change into his Immortal Cultivation University attire to reveal his identity, but Grandpa Su stopped him. Leaning on his cane, he stepped before Mrs. Su and said, "It's nothing. Young lady, this is what we should do. We're beggars from the Cultivation University." "Well, young lady, we are cultivators. We came here to beg as a way to experience the mortal world and repay our karmic debts. Please don't misunderstand. Saving lives and retrieving your wallet are also part of our karmic repayment." Just as Old Man Su was about to elaborate, Old Man he cut him off. "Immortals? Experiencing the mortal world? Repaying karma?" Mrs. Su's face showed a hint of hesitation as she looked at the three men in confusion. Seeing the three elderly gentlemen who had helped her begging, she had felt a touch of pity and intended to offer some money as thanks. Who would have thought the old man would tell her he was cultivating immortality? According to their account, everything that had just happened seemed as though they had foreseen it all along. "Madam, are you all right?" At that moment, two men clad in maroon robes arrived breathlessly at Mrs. Su's side, their concern palpable. They were Mrs. Su's personal bodyguards, who had searched for her for a long time before finally spotting her in the crowd. Moments earlier, Mrs. Su's purse had been snatched by a motorcycle thief. They had managed to knock the thief off his bike, but to their surprise, he abandoned the vehicle and fled on foot. Before they could react, Mrs. Su had already given chase. "I'm fine. What were you two doing? If it weren't for these three gentlemen, my purse would have been stolen today." Mrs. Su was furious. Her husband had paid a fortune for two bodyguards who claimed they could take down an enemy in 5 seconds. Now they couldn't even handle 3 old beggars. Though the old men claimed they were experiencing the mortal world to cultivate immortality, she refused to believe such nonsense. The two bodyguards finally snapped out of their stupor, their faces flushing crimson under the wife's scolding. Following the direction Mrs. Su pointed, they stared dumbfounded at the 3 old men. That motorcycle thief had looked like a seasoned pro, built like a tank. And these 3 old beggars had subdued him outright? "It's fine. Young lady, as long as you found your things. These thieves are bold, daring to steal in such a crowded place. Be more careful when you go out in the future." Grandpa Su hurriedly waved his cane as he offered his advice. But that single wave of his cane. With one swing, those 2 bodyguards became even more subdued. Damn it, even an old man could take down a bike thief with a single kick, yet they stood there like little cuties. Stupidly frozen in place. Only then did Mrs. Su notice that Old Man Su was disabled. Seeing the bloodstains on his cane and the motorcycle thief lying unconscious on the ground, she seemed to understand something. Sir, what should I call you?" "I go by my given name. Just call me Old Man Su." Grandpa Su chuckled, waving his cane cheerfully. "Mr. Su, did you knock that man down?" "MHM. That fellow. I suppose this counts as self-defense? I hope there won't be any trouble?" Uncle Su looked at the fallen bike thief, whose background was gruesome to behold. He sheepishly turned his head to ask the nearby police officer. The officer had already noticed the fallen thief. Hearing Old Man Su's question, he finally realized how the long wound on his back had been inflicted. "And no problem. Sir, wasn't he threatening you with a knife just now?" The officer paused for a moment, then smiled at Mr. Su. Oh, right. That young man almost took me hostage just now." Uncle Su understood the officer's meaning and chuckled sheepishly. Looking at the officer before him, he couldn't help but inwardly praise how observant young people are nowadays. Upon hearing that it was Old Man Su who had subdued a robber with a single blow while leaning on his cane, Mrs. Su's face showed a look of shock. Turning to look beside Grandpa Wang, the 2 robbers lay as if dead to the world. They were truly sleeping like babies. "Are you both truly all right? Should I have them take you to the hospital for a checkup?" After all, it was Old Man Su who had helped her retrieve her wallet. It was only right to ask. "I'm fine. I'm in great shape. I could take on 10 of them like that all by myself." Grandpa Su waved his hand dismissively. Seeing the cheerful look on Mr. Su's face, Mrs. Su finally relaxed a little. "Then we kindly request that the gentleman and Mrs. Su accompany us to the police station for a statement," the officer nearby suggested softly. The group nodded and got into the police car, arriving at the station. Grandpa Su, Grandpa Yi, and Grandpa Wang recounted their entire experience. The 2 officers taking their statements listened in stunned silence. What shocked them even more was discovering through the town's big data system that these 3 elderly men were all in their 80s, yet appeared to be only in their 60s. Their walking posture and speed resembled those of young men in their 20s. Their actions in subduing the criminals were beyond belief. The officers felt like they'd stepped into a martial arts drama. They also uncovered a crucial detail: all 3 elderly men were residents of the town's nursing home. "Sir, are you voluntarily begging?" The police officer remained unconvinced and asked again for confirmation. Shall I call your children? Rest assured, we'll handle this properly. Upon hearing this, both Grandpa Sue and Grandpa He wore peculiar expressions. No need. This is our own choice. Young man, rest assured I'm truly experiencing the world and repaying karmic debts. Thanks to this young lady today, we have far more karma to settle than our peers. Grandpa Sue said cheerfully. The police officers had intended to assist these elderly individuals, initially assuming they were beggars from out of town. They hadn't anticipated they were residents from the town's nursing home. But hearing their response, they hesitated to act. Without sufficient evidence, they could only wait for the town's upcoming census to investigate further. If they truly discovered abuse of the elderly at this nursing home, they would definitely expose it, shut it down, and punish those responsible. 043 How do you take care of yourself, familiar old man? Thank you all for your cooperation. Shall I arrange a car to take you all back to the nursing home right away? This weather isn't exactly good for your health outside. Seeing how cooperative Grandpa Sue, Grandpa E, and Grandpa Wang were, the investigating officer felt a pang of sympathy and hoped he could be of some assistance. Thank you, young man. We appreciate your kindness. But we still need to beg for alms. Just take us back to where we were. Grandpa Sue replied with a smile. Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang nodded in agreement beside him. Well. The officer was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling somewhat apologetic toward the elderly gentleman. Just then, Mrs. Sue and her two bodyguards finished giving their statements and emerged. Upon learning from the officer that it was three elderly gentlemen in their 80s who had retrieved her purse, Mrs. Sue's face was filled with astonishment. To her eyes, the three men looked no older than 60. But the big data couldn't be wrong. This made the idea of these elderly gentlemen helping her wrestle back her purse seem even more absurd. Yet the street surveillance footage clearly showed that these three elderly gentlemen had taken down the robbers. And they did it with seemingly effortless ease. Mrs. Sue re-evaluated the three elderly men. She noticed that neither their breathing nor their movements resembled the laborious struggles typical of the elderly. Instead, they moved with the vitality of men in their 20s or 30s. She couldn't help but inwardly marvel at how remarkably well these elderly gentlemen had maintained their physical condition. She thought of her father-in-law, who ran a multi-billion-dollar corporation. His health had long since failed. At just over 70, he now spent his days confined to bed, relying on machines and a team of medical professionals to monitor his condition. His vitality didn't even reach half that of these three octogenarians. Observing the trio, she resolved to approach them for guidance. Thank you all again for your help, gentlemen. Officer, I'll take it from here and see these gentlemen back to their place. Young lady, there's no need to trouble yourself. They just need to take us back. You should hurry to the hospital. Grandpa Sue had already noticed the tear on Mrs. Sue's shoulder from the bag strap. Though not large, it was bruised. It's fine. I'm perfectly all right. Mrs. Sue pursed her lips and softly declined. Then she turned to Old Man Sue and asked, Uncle, there's something I'd like to ask you both. Seeing Mrs. Sue's still charming appearance, Grandpa Sue nodded vigorously. Go ahead, young lady, ask away. Grandpa Sue smiled warmly, his eyes growing a bit dreamy. They say men remain young at heart until death, so this must be what that youthful feeling feels like. Actually, I won't hide it from you, my father-in-law hasn't been feeling well lately. He's about your age, so I was wondering how you all maintain your health? Maintenance? Seeing Mrs. Sue's sincere expression, Grandpa Sue, Grandpa E, and Grandpa Wang exchanged knowing smiles. Ah! Young lady, you've truly misunderstood. We just eat and drink normally, exercise regularly, take walks, hike, and practice Tai Chi. All very everyday activities. Life lies in movement. Staying active is good for your health. Grandpa Sue chuckled heartily, speaking with easygoing ease. Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang, listening from behind, nodded in agreement. Well. Mrs. Sue heard this and momentarily didn't know what to say. Looking at Old Man Sue, he didn't seem to be lying. But could daily walks, mountain hikes, and Tai Chi really make someone this fit? This was simply too incredible. At that moment, Mr. Sue and his companions took on an even more mysterious aura in Mrs. Sue's eyes. Could you share your contact information, sir? After I return home, would you mind sending me your daily routine so I can teach it to my father-in-law? Mrs. Sue tentatively inquired. Sure. No problem. Grandpa Sue readily agreed, grinning as he pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code. Grandpas He and Wang stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Thank you, sir. No problem. Meeting you was fate, I suppose. Grandpa Sue said with a smile. Clang. You must handle this matter properly. If you discover the situation, you must send personnel here immediately. Those men are Class A fugitives. I'll be heading back in a few days, so here. Suddenly, a man in his 30s wearing a police uniform with 2 horizontal stripes and 3 four-pointed stars on his shoulders emerged from an adjacent interrogation room. His expression was extremely grave. He initially intended to bypass the crowd and leave, but halted when he reached Grandpa He. Who are you? The man's eyes flashed with shock and apprehension as he furrowed his brow, trying to recognize him. "Ha? Young man, do we know each other?" Grandpa he looked utterly bewildered, asking in confusion. The man waved him off, bypassing Old Man he and approaching Old Man Wang instead. Seeing this, Grandpa he breathed a sigh of relief. He thought the man was the car owner coming to confront him about damaging the vehicle earlier. Seeing the man approach Old Wang, he enthusiastically inquired. "Old Wang, do you know this officer?" Yes, Wang Jun." But Old Wang feigned confusion, shaking his head while secretly making a military no gesture with his hand. The man's eyes caught Old Wang's gesture, instantly understanding his meaning. He stopped abruptly, then turned to Old Wang with a hint of apology. "My apologies, I mistook you. Xiao Lu. These three gentlemen are the elderly gentlemen who helped Mrs. Su retrieve her purse today, right?" The man stood up straight and re-examined the three elders. Seeing that these men in their 80s had subdued four burly criminals, a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. But why were they dressed like beggars? That puzzled Chief Chow. "Yes. Chief Chow, we've already taken their statements. We're preparing to escort them back." The young officer paused mid-sentence, remembering the request made by Grandpa Su and the others. He hesitated, unsure how to continue. "It's fine, Chief Chow. I'll take the elders back myself." "That won't do, Mrs. Su. You should go to the hospital to have your injuries checked first. Xiao Lu, hand me the car keys. I'll drive the elders back." Saying this, he took the car keys from the young officer's hand. "Come on, elders, I'll drive you home. Mrs. Su, we'll get in touch later." Commissioner Chow called out to Mrs. Su behind him. He then led Grandpa Su and the other two back to the scene of the incident, following their directions. "Are you sure it's safe to stop here? Maybe I should take you back to the nursing home after all." Earlier on the way, Director Chow had seen the message sent by the young officer and learned that the three elderly individuals were actually going out to beg. He was stunned. Upon arriving at their destination and observing the elderly trio's appearance, one person, one bowl, one stick, it did indeed look like that. "It's fine. Thank you, young man. We still need to beg here, it's karma. We'll be heading back soon, so we need to hurry." "Yes. Young man, you go back first." Grandpa he chimed in from the side. Director Chow looked at the outfits worn by Grandpa Su, and Grandpa Wang, momentarily at a loss for words. Who goes begging with such cheerful faces? As the chief of the Onqing City Public Security Bureau, he had to intervene. These elderly residents were from the Jinshan Town nursing home. How could the director have driven them out to beg? What was even more infuriating was that the director had brainwashed them into believing they were repaying karma. "Ahem. Young man. You should go back first. We really don't have much time left." However, just as he was pondering how to help the elderly, Old Man Wang cleared his throat. He jumped in fright. He understood Grandpa Wang's words meant he shouldn't interfere. "Ah. Sir, I just remembered I have an urgent case I need to handle back at the station. You two stay here begging. If anything comes up, just call me. Here's my number." Saying this, Director Chow pulled a piece of paper from his sleeve, scribbled his phone number on it, and handed it to Old Man Su. Then he got into his car and drove away. Young people these days are so kind-hearted. We need to hurry up or Old Ma and the others will overtake us. Oomph. Absolutely. We'll definitely be first. Grandpa he declared with great enthusiasm. The three returned to their positions and resumed their exercises. Perhaps their earlier heroic act had earned them some good karma. Before long, mountains of food piled high in their bowls. 044 Unity is strength, the great cleanup at Cultivation University. As evening fell, the six gathered to tally their harvest. They were all grinning from ear to ear. "Ah, I begged for over 380 coins. I even got a few Wang Wang snow biscuits. Next time we should try a different spot, there's a crowd over there, we'll definitely get more." Just then, Qin Ming returned after finishing his tour of Jinshan Town. From afar, he observed their hall. It must be said, these 6 students were exceptionally gifted at begging. Had they been born in ancient times, they might well have become minor leaders of the beggars sect. And now, above their heads, a faint, indescribable aura was swirling around them. They could not see it. These things would later help them offset karmic consequences when they revealed heavenly secrets. The more they begged for, the more favors they granted, the more debts they would repay, the more opportunities they would have to divine the future. Qin Ming was pleasantly surprised to discover that the aura above the heads of Grandpa Su, and Grandpa Wang was more than 3 times stronger than that of Grandpa Ma and his dorm mates. A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. It seemed they had been up to something beyond mere begging. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing a professional course. Reward, 5,000 points. Qin Ming's lips curved upward at the system's notification. Stepping forward, he looked down at the 6 students dressed as beggars, kneeling half-bent on the ground. He felt a bit reluctant to acknowledge these students. "Teacher!" The 5 students scrambled to their feet the moment they saw Qin Ming, bowing respectfully as they called out. After that, Qin Ming led them back. Upon reaching the doorway, the six once again felt the surging vitality filling their bodies. The fatigue of the entire day vanished in an instant. Ah! The air on campus is so refreshing. Grandpa Su exclaimed with emotion as he stepped through the gate. The others followed suit. Once everyone had entered the nursing home, the gate closed behind them. Qin Ming watched the six of them breathing in the university air as if it were oxygen and advised. Today you've all tasted the bitter fruit of worldly karma. I hope you'll digest this experience well over the next few days. Moving forward, you must study diligently, practice rigorously, journey through the mortal world, and taste diverse forms of karma. Therefore, the six listened intently. They had already changed back into their school uniforms. They had tidied themselves up. Beneath their long robes, their ethereal, otherworldly demeanor had returned. Headmaster, rest assured. We will thoroughly digest these lessons over the next few days before venturing out to beg again. The six spoke solemnly, with meticulous care. Qin Ming's lips twitched. He nodded silently. Just as expected. Old folks are so easy to fool, so easy to teach. After his instruction, the six had essentially mastered the art of begging. With the routine cycle repeating every 5 days, they could practice until proficient, earning more money or rather, accumulating more karma. Once their karmic debt was sufficiently accumulated, they could advance to the next stage. After a brief rest, the six noticed they still had some time left and headed to the deep breathling pool. With just a few strides, they found themselves at the rear Qi cultivation pillars. Now, with just a few strides, they could cover distances exceeding 10 meters. Following Qin Ming's recent upgrades to the deep breath abyss, the spiritual energy here had surged to over 10 times its previous concentration. It was well known that advancing from the body tempering realm to the Qi cultivation stage required over 100 times more spiritual energy than before. The students had already sensed this difficulty during their cultivation. Now, competing for these cultivation spots not only strengthened their bodies but also allowed them to absorb spiritual energy, truly killing two birds with one stone. Hey! Old Su and the others are back. Brother He and the others are back? Spotting six figures appear atop the Qi cultivation pillars, the crowd instantly guessed they'd returned from their divination class. Brother Su, you guys were gone all day. Tell us what you went through today. It'll be our turn tomorrow, share your experiences. Everyone gathered around the Qi cultivation pillar near old Su and his group, asking with eager curiosity. Ha! Nothing much, really. Today, we followed the headmaster out to beg for alms. It was incredibly enlightening. Grandpa Su showed no sign of embarrassment, standing tall and proud as he declared. Everyone was stunned, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Grandpa He, observing their expressions, wore a look that said, I knew you'd react this way. Don't misunderstand, everyone. This time the principal took us out. It may seem like he's making us beg, but it's far from that. Everything is deeply thoughtful. He offered a brief explanation. Only then did the others grasp the meaning. So that's how it is. Learning divination has so many intricacies, and begging has its own complexities too. Attaining enlightenment amidst worldly affairs, repaying karma in advance. So does that mean, Brother Su, that helping someone retrieve their wallet today was repaying a major karmic debt? Realizing the implication, everyone turned to look at Uncle Su curiously. Ah! Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Everyone can get there gradually. Yet, Uncle Su merely waved his hand dismissively, smiling mysteriously. Upon hearing this, everyone fully understood what Old Man Su meant and promptly returned to their respective Qi cultivation pillars. Hearing Old Man Su's story, they grew even more eager about their begging in the coming days. If they could experience what Old Man Su and his group had, would they ever worry about accumulating insufficient karma? Over the next 2 days, Qin Ming took a new group of students to their divination class the following day. The other elders continued their routine of gathering medicinal herbs in Sunset Forest, resting at the Qi cultivation pillars when tired. By now, they had fully adapted to this rhythm. The gathering rewards would end in a few days, so they were rushing to stockpile herbs. After all, the allure of the yellow dragon pill was irresistible to those in the midst of advancing their cultivation realms. Qin Ming watched with satisfaction. The Immortal Cultivation University was finally getting back on track. The next task was to arrange the university's layout and prepare promotional materials for the incoming students arriving the day after tomorrow. The town mayor had specifically informed him that representatives would arrive this afternoon. He must take this seriously. Thus, on the morning of the third day, Qin Ming waited for the students to finish their Tai Chi practice. He stood on the rooftop and addressed the students below. Everyone has been practicing diligently these past few days, and I am very pleased. Therefore, you will have the next 2 days off. Hearing the headmaster personally announce the break, the crowd was momentarily stunned. The headmaster is letting us rest? But before that, we have one more thing to take care of first. As you all recall, university students will be filming a promotional video at our academy tomorrow. As hosts, it is our duty to ensure the campus is tidy and orderly. Therefore, I hereby declare the commencement of the first ever collective cleanup at Cultivation University. Let's help each other and keep each other accountable to create the best campus environment possible. Prepare for the arrival of the University Club tomorrow. Promoting Cultivation University is everyone's responsibility. Upon hearing this, the elders finally understood the principal had been instructing them to conduct a thorough cleanup. So the principal wanted us to do a big cleanup. This is right up my alley. With 2 mops in hand, I'll take care of every corridor in this school. Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly. Beside him, Grandpa He's eyes flashed with a hint of contempt. The principal is clearly using this cleanup as an excuse to see if we'll work together. He remarked, somewhat speechless. He's right, brother He. Only by sticking together can we overcome anything. Let's all pitch in and finish cleaning before afternoon. With that, the elderly residents eagerly set to work cleaning the campus. Some grabbed brooms and swept the grounds. Some grabbed rags to wipe the windows. Others grabbed water pumps to drain the fish pond. Qin Ming watched the seniors working so enthusiastically and felt deeply satisfied. Given their current physical condition, each could easily handle a special forces soldier. Cleaning the nursing home was practically a form of relaxation for them. He was ready to head back to his office for a nice nap. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking a special achievement. United as one. Rewarding the host with 10,000 points. Qin Ming heard this, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. But when he looked at the elderly residents, he felt nothing but deep satisfaction. 045 Principal's reward, Black Wolfgang and the university's old and new grudges. Soon, the afternoon arrived. The elders had mostly finished cleaning up. Even Qin Ming's office had been scrubbed sparkling clean under the leadership of Old Man Su. Qin Ming stared at the floor, now so polished it reflected light, unable to suppress a wry smile. Principal, I'm pretty good at mopping, right? After finishing, Old Man Su beamed like a child, admiring his handiwork. Not bad. This is the 2nd volume of the Body Tempering Sutra. I now bestow it upon you. Seeing his office cleaned so thoroughly, Qin Ming felt a bit embarrassed. Observing Old Man Su's cultivation base showing signs of loosening, he made up his mind. He retrieved the 2nd volume of the Body Tempering Sutra from his spatial storage, and instantly, a new bamboo scroll appeared in his hand. Thank you, Principal. Grandpa Su's eyes sparkled with excitement and delight. He hurriedly picked up his cane, approached Qin Ming, and solemnly accepted the 2nd volume of the Body Tempering Sutra from Qin Ming's hands. Students cleaning outside overheard that Old Man Su had received the 2nd volume of the Body Tempering Sutra simply for cleaning Qin Ming's office. They all wore looks of envy. Damn! Old Su's got some serious luck. So jealous. If I'd known, I would have gone cleaning with him. Brother Su. Next time you do something, take me along, okay? Amidst the murmurs of admiration, Old Su emerged holding the bamboo scroll and approached Old Wang and Old He, who were busy sorting broken stones outside. Old He. Old Wang. I just helped the principal clean his office. Guess what he rewarded me with? Seeing Old Su so excited and thrilled, Grandpa He frowned. The man they'd been searching for earlier had gone to the principal's office with a mop to help clean. What was it? Hurry over and help us sort these. Old Wang and I have already moved everything, you just need to wipe them down. Grandpa He asked casually. As a student, helping the principal clean his office was only natural. Whatever reward Grandpa Su got was probably just some small thing. He. Old Wang got the 1st volume of the Body Tempering Sutra, right? Just now. The principal rewarded me with the 2nd volume. Grandpa Su excitedly showed off the bamboo scroll in his hand. Qin Ming had divided the Body Tempering Sutra into 10 volumes. After cultivators mastered all 10 volumes, they would be close to breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. This was the cultivation path he had mapped out for the elders. Step by step, they would tread the path every cultivator must walk. What? You cleaned the principal's office, and he rewarded you with the 2nd volume of the Body Tempering Heart Sutra? Holding a stone, Old Man He felt an overwhelming urge to smash it over Su Dage's head upon hearing this. He stared at Grandpa Su in utter disbelief. That's right. Old He. Don't panic. Don't worry, I'll definitely share it with you and Old Wang. We're roommates, no worries. Uncle Su saw the dazed look in Uncle He's eyes and tried to reassure him. Old He was so flustered he couldn't speak. From the very beginning until now, he hadn't received a single reward except for being appointed by the principal as the leader of the Tai Chi group. He, who had always strived to be number 1, was now being supported by his roommate. Who asked for the cultivation technique anyway? Hurry over and help. Grandpa He growled under his breath, silently resolving that if he wasn't the first to break through the body tempering realm, he would be the first to break through the Qi cultivation realm. He would bide his time, then make a stunning breakthrough. Before long, the afternoon passed and evening approached. The town mayor arrived at the nursing home entrance with the liaison. Qin Ming, having received notice, arrived at the school gate with several lawyers to greet them. Young Qin, this nursing home finally looks presentable. The mayor entered the facility and took another look around. It truly was different from when he had visited 3 months prior. The mayor is joking. The living environment for our seniors is the very foundation of our nursing home. Of course, we'll make sure it's top-notch. I'll take that as a sign of your dedication. This gentleman is Tian Chang from the University Student Association. Mr. Tian will be your liaison for the senior appreciation event. The mayor introduced a man in his late 20s. Qin Ming glanced over. The man wore rimless glasses, his hair slightly permed, giving him a very stylish look. He couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, but since the mayor said he was the liaison teacher, he didn't dwell on it. Hello, Teacher Tian. I'm Director Qin from Sunset Red Nursing Home. You can just call me Xiao Qin. Qin Ming extended his hand and smiled as he shook it. Hello. Please address me as Director Qin. I'm Tian Chang, the liaison for this project. We'll be counting on you for the students tomorrow. Rest assured, they'll cooperate fully with you all and strive to promote our nursing home. Teacher Tian couldn't help but stare at Qin Ming's outfit, feeling a bit intimidated. Wasn't that ancient attire? The several caregivers beside him were dressed the same way. He dismissed it as the nursing home's unique style and didn't pursue it further. After all, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Thank you, Teacher Tian. We appreciate you and your students' help. We'll do our utmost to cooperate. Alright, let's take a tour of the nursing home. The two then began touring the facility under Qin Ming's guidance. This is the nursing home's fish pond. Every morning, the elderly practice Tai Chi here. Qin Ming pointed to the mist-shrouded pond as he explained. Teacher Tian took out his phone and began snapping photos. The town mayor, observing this, nodded in approval. Before long, Qin Ming had guided Teacher Tian through the entire nursing home. Thank you for your hospitality, Director Qin. The children will arrive tomorrow. I'm confident that with our promotion, this nursing home will become the preferred choice for more seniors seeking a place to live out their golden years. After seeing off Teacher Tian, the town mayor pulled Qin Ming aside. He looked at Qin Ming with genuine admiration and said, "You're quite the young man. Once the nursing home gets promoted, we'll definitely secure subsidies for it. You can count on it." Watching the mayor smile, his layers of flesh squishing together, Qin Ming could only smile and nod in return. Truthfully, the students' visit to honor the elders was secondary. For Qin Ming, the real goal was to promote the nursing home, making his 2-day break from caring for the seniors worthwhile. Alright then. Take good care of the residents. I'll head back to handle some matters. Alright. Take care, Mayor. After seeing the mayor off, Qin Ming was about to head back when he spotted Grandpa Su, Grandpa Yi, and Grandpa Wang approaching with a piece of red cloth. Several other residents followed behind them, all wearing cheerful expressions. Principal, wait. Grandpa Su hurried to Qin Ming's side, blocking his path with a cane. Qin Ming was taken aback. What's this about? Seeing the puzzled look on Qin Ming's face, the group exchanged knowing smiles. Their expressions turned mysterious, and then, right in front of Qin Ming, they unfolded the red envelope. Principal, please take a look. Grandpa Su wore a mysterious smile as Qin Ming followed the direction of his finger. The red cloth instantly transformed into a banner. All students of Cultivation University warmly welcome the student club from XX University. Reading the words, Qin Ming's eyes widened in utter shock. Did you guys make this yourselves? Qin Ming asked, staring at the black ink that had begun to smudge. Principal, this was made by student he and us together. He came up with the calligraphy himself. Absolutely authentic. Grandpa Su vouched for it with great excitement. Upon hearing this, Mr. He blushed with embarrassment. Qin Ming was also taken aback. He hadn't expected them to have even prepared a banner to welcome the university students. A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. He immediately searched the system store. With such dedication from the students, he, as the principal, should offer appropriate rewards. His gaze landed on the Wind Still Pearl replica version, whose overall efficacy was roughly 1/10,000th that of the genuine article. Alright, this is the one. Turning to Old Man he murmured softly. You've done well. This is the Wind Still Pearl I crafted, consider it your reward. A turquoise blue bead with a hint of purple appeared in Qin Ming's hand. The Wind Still Pearl. Grandpa he was taken aback upon hearing this. He recalled that this bead could calm storms and winds, making it a small treasure that could even help him evade lightning tribulations when breaking through to the chi refining stage. The principal had bestowed such a generous reward upon him, and Grandpa he was instantly overcome with emotion. He solemnly accepted the bead from Qin Ming's hand. Rest assured, Principal, we will cultivate diligently. Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction before returning to his office. Meanwhile, Chen Haonan received the video and photos sent by Tian Chang. It's just an ordinary nursing home. Old folks who practice martial arts. After reviewing all the content, his initial worries vanished, replaced by a look of contempt and arrogance. After learning about the nursing home, he felt completely unafraid. At the same time, he spotted several familiar figures in the photos. Talk about running into enemies. You old fools think you can meddle in my business with the Su family? Count your blessings you're still alive. He spat out the words with venom. It turned out that the person who snatched Mrs. Su's purse the day before yesterday was one of Chen Hanan's men. His visit to Jinshan town wasn't solely for avenging his brother, he had his own business to attend to. The Su family and his company had some business disputes. His original plan was to have someone snatch Mrs. Su's purse as a warning to the Su family. He never expected 3 old men to thwart him. What infuriated him even more was that these same 3 old men were now at the nursing home where his brother had been injured. With old grudges unavenged and new ones piling up, his rage boiled over. He vowed silently to himself that tomorrow, this nursing home would cease to exist. 046 Cultivation Nursing Home, the old guys are doing their morning exercises. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the next morning arrived. The town mayor informed Qin Ming that the university students would arrive at 9 o'clock in the morning. Qin Ming instructed the elders to follow their regular morning routine within the nursing home. Of course, the banner personally written by Old Man He was also hung by Qin Ming using his spiritual energy on the gate of the Cultivation University. It actually looked quite impressive. When Old Man He woke up that morning and saw the principal personally hanging his handwritten banner on the campus gate, his heart swelled with emotion. Such an action from the president must mean he held the banner in the highest regard. At the same time, for Grandpa He, it also meant the principal still held him in such high regard. The principal's earlier offer of 2 days' rest had actually been a test of their self-discipline. Seeing this, Old Man He felt even more certain about his earlier decision. He vowed to become the first cultivator to break through the Qi cultivation stage. 7 o'clock in the morning. The sky was still dim, yet the elders had risen early. Today they smoothed their sleeves, combed their hair, and shaved their beards with razors. Then several of the gentlemen scrubbed their precious Tai Chi sticks until they gleamed. Under Uncle He's careful polishing, the stone pedestal gleamed as brightly as Lawyer Su's scalp. Qin Ming also tidied his clothes and made his way to the spirit pool. Yesterday, he had specifically used 100,000 points to renovate the entrance of the Cultivation University. Now, the entire entrance looked much more imposing than before. This was all part of his preparations for the upcoming promotional videos the students would be filming. Only by presenting the best possible image could they attract more seniors. No, disciples. Seeing that the elders had finished their Tai Chi routine, Qin Ming cleared his throat and addressed the assembled students. Today marks our university's first ever public open house, an event of immense importance for our institution's reputation. I trust you're all prepared. At 9 o'clock sharp, representatives from the XXXX University Student Association will arrive on campus to film. Qin Ming explained to the students in detail. He conveyed all the necessary information to them. The elders listened intently. Their hearts were filled with excitement. This was their chance to showcase what they'd learned over the past month at university. It was also a test of their own abilities. Helping the principal promote the university was also a way to repay him for his guidance during this time. Though the principal never said it outright, as students, they understood they must not be ignorant, must not ask questions, and must not shirk their duties. And they had to do it well, they had to do it perfectly. Each of them radiated vitality, their complexions rosy and fresh like spring breezes. Gone was the frail, aged appearance of just a month ago, no more white hair or the look of life hanging by a thread. During his speech, Qin Ming took another look at the elders' condition today. He had to admit that after a day of rest, each of them was at their peak. Even the spiritual energy within them surged with vitality. Alright. That's all I have to say. Don't feel burdened, just approach this with your usual mindset. Just showcase the spirit and unique character of our university. With that, Qin Ming instructed the elders to resume their regular Tai Chi practice. Grandpa He and Grandpa Su stepped to the front of the line, each holding a stone block. Enveloped in the mist rising from the spirit pool, they began their Tai Chi movements. Behind them, the other elders picked up their weights and naturally followed Grandpa He and Grandpa Su's movements. Seeing this, Qin Ming pulled Lawyer Yan and the others toward the entrance to begin preparations. Regarding the arrangements for Lawyer Yan and the others, Qin Ming felt it was inappropriate to treat them as elderly. After all, the oldest among them, Lawyer Su, was only in his late 30s. He could only assign them as nursing home attendants, effectively filling the staffing gap within the facility. With everything settled, the group waited by the entrance. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was nearly 9 in the morning. A minibus pulled up at the school entrance, and a dozen or so college students from a certain university got off. Leading the group was a 20-year-old young man, Chen Xinhuan, the president of the club. Holding a small flag, he finished taking attendance. Alright, filming crew, grab your gear, we're starting now. He instructed the 3 people holding cameras nearby. He then turned and walked to the front of the group. Follow me, everyone. Memorize the questions we'll ask, assist the elderly with cleaning, and capture every detail of the nursing home. Document the daily routines of the residents. The students listened intently, their clear eyes fixed on him as they nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Chen Xinhuan felt reassured and led the team toward the nursing home entrance. This holiday practice was organized at the request of his advisor, aiming to secure the opportunity for the Best Student Organization Award. He leveraged his connections to arrange the local visit, ultimately settling on Qin Ming's nursing home. It perfectly aligned with both parties' needs. Qin Ming needed publicity to attract more elderly residents, while Chen Xinhuang needed to complete his practice assignment and add a significant entry to his resume. Consequently, he took this elderly care practice very seriously and prepared extensively. Everything from the script to the club flag was personally selected and prepared by him. He even had custom uniforms made for every club member specifically for this event. By now, Qin Ming had already heard the distant screech of brakes and knew the students had arrived. He then turned to the lawyers behind him and said, "Everyone, get ready. The students are here." Actually, the town mayor was supposed to attend today, but he had matters to attend to back at town hall and entrusted everything to Qin Ming. It was also a test of Qin Ming's capabilities as the director. Otherwise, once word spread about the event and so many elderly people arrived, the town mayor couldn't very well show up to help personally. Qin Ming was his son, or even his grandson. Yes. Rest assured, principal, we'll give it our all. Led by Attorney Yen, they responded in unison. Camera crew, pick up your cameras, we're rolling. Behind us lies the destination of our senior care initiative, Jinshan Town Sunset Red Nursing Home. Chen Xinhuang led the group to the nursing home entrance. Just as he turned to introduce it, he noticed the sign above the door had been replaced with 4 characters, Cultivation University. He froze. But the other signs remained unchanged, matching the photo Mr. Tian had sent him. Home. The college students all looked in the direction Chen Xinhuang was pointing and began snapping photos with their phones. Hello? You must be the university club organizing this senior appreciation event. I'm Director Qin of Sunset Red Nursing Home. Seeing Chen Xinhuang, the group leader, step forward, Qin Ming approached as the host, extending his hand to greet them. Hello? Hello? I'm Chen Xinhuang, president of the University Club participating in this senior care initiative. Director Qin, please bear with us. Chen Xinhuang felt a bit dazed as Qin Ming approached him. His attire and bearing gave off an aura that made Chen feel a bit giddy. Was this some kind of role-playing? Or a period drama? However, just as Chen Xinhuang hesitated inwardly, Qin Ming stepped forward to greet him. Chen Xinhuang froze, his eyes widening with shock and confusion. This man is actually the dean. How can he be so young? He looks younger than me. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Ha ha. No worries. Don't be nervous. Our nursing home is counting on your publicity. Qin Ming smiled. By now, all the students had arrived at the nursing home entrance. Seeing this, Qin Ming led them inside. Chen Xinhuang stared at the threshold of the Immortal Cultivation University, genuinely at a loss for words. Behind him, the university students were snapping photos and recording videos with their phones, while the photography team raised their cameras, curiously examining the nursing home's entrance. After all, it was their first time entering such a place, and they were filled with curiosity. They treated this visit to the elderly as a form of recreation, a relaxing outing where they could simply chat with the seniors. What else could they do? At most, play a game of chess or practice some Tai Chi. Squeak. After all the students entered the Cultivation University, Attorney Yen closed the door. The students caught sight of the elderly practicing Tai Chi by the spirit pool. Though they were some distance away, they could still make out the movements, and it seemed the elders were holding something in their hands. Dean Qin, are the elders all over there? Yes. They're all doing their morning exercises. Our nursing home has carefully planned the elders' morning activities. Qin Ming smiled as he explained. The camera now focused on Qin Ming. Alright, let's head over now. Chen Xinhuang suggested. Great. The seniors should be finishing up soon anyway. The group then walked toward the elderly with smiles on their faces. However, as they drew closer to the fish pond, their previously unconcerned eyes began to fill with shock. Gradually, everyone's mouths dropped open, their hands holding phones frozen in mid-air. These seniors were indeed practicing Tai Chi, but they were all holding stone weights and barbells. Their movements left everyone utterly bewildered. At that moment, the camera pointed at Qin Ming was also fixed squarely on the elderly people. This entire scene was captured on video. Dean Qin. Are you certain the elderly are practicing Tai Chi right now? Chen Xinhuang hesitantly turned to ask Qin Ming, his expression filled with astonishment. 047 Tai Chi done right, Grandpa he with his 8-pack abs. That's right. Team Leader Chen, this is the seniors' morning routine. It's all their own initiative. Qin Ming replied with a smile. But at that moment, Chen Xinhuang found it utterly unbelievable. These seniors wore uniforms similar to those of the nursing staff. Under the mist of the spirit pool, they even carried an ethereal, otherworldly aura. He couldn't shake the feeling he'd wandered onto the wrong film set. Yet upon closer inspection, the stone stools the elders held in texture, luster, and form were undeniably genuine. And there they were, practicing Tai Chi with them. Old he. The students are here. We've got to step up our game, the camera's on us. Grandpa Su glanced over, saw the camera fixed squarely on them, and whispered to Grandpa he. Shut up. Just keep doing what we're doing. Didn't I see that? Grandpa he had spotted the students approaching from afar long ago. He silenced Grandpa Su, a hint of warmth flickering in his eyes. Seeing the students arrive, the elderly men began their practice with renewed vigor. The once slightly sluggish Tai Chi movement suddenly sped up as if fast-forwarded, becoming several times faster than before. The students had intended to wait until the elders finished their Tai Chi before offering their greetings. But they never imagined witnessing this scene the moment they arrived. Was this really Tai Chi? Was this still the Tai Chi they knew for cultivating health and vitality? This was clearly a complex martial arts routine. Some of the female students blushed slightly as they watched the elderly men and women bend their waists, feeling a pang of envy at their own lack of flexibility. Yet, the expressions on the elders' faces showed no sign of discomfort whatsoever. On the contrary, they appeared thoroughly engrossed in the practice. The objects they held in their hands, seemingly used for counterweight, moved with the fluid grace of a juggler's fish in water. The students stood frozen in place, instinctively pulling out their phones to film the elderly practitioners. Some outgoing ones even shouted from the sidelines, "Hey, Grandpa! That's awesome! You guys are amazing! Grandpa! That's Tai Chi! Can you teach us? I'll have my grandpa learn it when I get home." Grandpa E, Grandpa Su, and the other elders were delighted to see the students so fascinated. Dean Qin. This. Shen Xinhuang, seeing this, felt a bit awkward and turned to Qin Ming beside him, asking. Qin Ming noticed the elders' movements had successfully captured the students' attention, and the camera was indeed filming their motions. It's fine. The elderly need companionship from the young. This is what our nursing home needs most. Team Leader Chen, this is what true respect for the elderly looks like. Qin Ming spoke loudly, and upon hearing this, the college students lost their reservations and began mimicking the actions. Shen Xinhuang, however, was taken aback. Director Qin's words were undeniably true. What the elderly cherished most was having someone to chat with, young people close in age to their grandchildren or great-grandchildren. But this kind of companionship, practicing Tai Chi together. And certainly not in such an unconventional way. Shen Xinhuang hadn't anticipated this. Moreover, he had reviewed the seniors' profiles before arriving. Some were in their 90s, while others had even reached their 100th year. Could they really perform such strenuous movements? Grandpa, you're amazing to be able to do this move. Auntie, teach me this one. I just can't bend down like that. Uncle, you guys are way too flexible. Yet at that moment, Grandpa E, Grandpa Su, and the other seniors scattered to teach the university students the movements of Tai Chi. The students were so engrossed in learning that they completely forgot they were at the nursing home to pay their respects to the elders. No rush, just follow my movements. Grandpa Wang was also patiently demonstrating for a student who had asked for his help. Here, help me hold these 2 stone stools. I'll show you a quick demonstration. Meanwhile, on the other side, Grandpa he handed his stone block directly to the student who had come to ask him for guidance. It's fine, sir, I can handle it. He took it with a smile at first, but immediately regretted it. Damn, this thing is heavy. The stone block was heavier than the 10-pound barbell he usually practiced with, nearly causing him to stumble and fall. His eyes widened in shock. He was a young, healthy college student, yet he couldn't even lift the stone block an old man used for morning exercises? How embarrassing. And there were so many female students watching here, he couldn't let them think he was weaker than an old man. He mustered every ounce of strength to steady himself. But the next second brought an even more astonishing sight. He saw old man he strip off his school uniform, revealing his well-toned physique. The female students blushed at the sight. Who wouldn't be impressed by a strong, muscular old man with 8-pack abs? Is this even human? The student nearly dropped the stone block he was holding, nearly smashing it onto his own foot. His jaw dropped wide open. At that moment, only one thought echoed in his mind. Damn it, my grandpa's still got it. This is how you fight Tai Chi, watch closely. Grandpa he roared with fury, then began his attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! The swaying motion of his palm in the air produced a distinct whistling sound. You could even see swirling currents of air following the movements of Uncle He's arms. The college students looked at their own bodies, then at Grandpa He's movements, and couldn't help but ask themselves, who's really the boss here? Uncle! That's impressive. Uncle! You've got some serious skills. While Grandpa he energetically demonstrated the standard Tai Chi movements, 3 or 4 college students had gathered around Grandpa Su nearby. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they gestured wildly, utterly thrilled. Uncle! Slow down a bit. Shen Xinhuang followed the crowd's shouts to Uncle Su's location, but the scene before him sent a cold sweat running down his back. Grandpa Su had only one cane planted on the ground, while the other was raised high. He was now twirling his lion fighting staff in front of the students. Point the camera this way. Grandpa Su instructed the student filming nearby while performing his moves. The student snapped to attention and quickly aimed the camera at Grandpa Su. For a moment, he felt dazed. Was he really here to honor the elderly? Why did every one of these elders seem fiercer than him? Seeing the elders so delighted in mingling freely with the students, Shen Xinhuang's earlier worries vanished completely. He had already thought of 1,000 apologies to Qin Ming in his mind. See, team leader Chen? The elders are perfectly happy as long as someone keeps them company. Our nursing home grants them a high degree of freedom in their activities. As long as it's within our capabilities, they can do whatever they wish. Qin Ming murmured softly. Chen Xinhuang nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Director Qin is absolutely right. Rest assured, Director Qin, we will make today an extraordinarily meaningful day for our residents. Qin Ming smiled and nodded in agreement, inwardly delighted that with the students accompanying the seniors, he could finally relax today. At that moment, Grandpa he finished his Tai Chi routine and concluded his instruction to several college students. Within a few breaths, several college students had quietly mastered it. Damn! I never thought something that looked so complicated could be learned so quickly. Grandpa, you're really something. Your teaching skills are even better than my advisor's. The students showered Grandpa he with praise, and he beamed so broadly his eyes nearly crinkled. He glanced at the time. It was nearly 10 o'clock. He turned to Grandpa Su and Grandpa Wang, who were still practicing their movements nearby. Old Wang, Old Su. It's about time we should take a break. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Su and Grandpa Wang finished their final movements and stopped. Seeing Grandpa he stop, the other elders also halted their movements. They planned to rest briefly before heading to Xinxi Lingyuan for cultivation. Seeing this, Chen Xinhuang took advantage of the elders' break to conduct an interview. 048 What era is this? Playing chess is nowhere near as interesting as cultivation. During the elders' break, the students, paired up in groups of 2, began asking each elder questions about their life in the nursing home, following the questionnaire designed earlier by Chen Xinhuang. Topics covered included daily life at the facility, its environment, and the town's stance toward the nursing home. And most crucially, whether the elders felt as warm and familiar here as they did at home. Yet, the response they received was almost uniformly the same, yes. Some even declared it was 10,000 times better than home. The director treats us 100 times better than those ungrateful children. Mr. Su, please calm down. We still want to ask, do you practice Tai Chi like this every day? Also, you mentioned earlier that the director taught you this Tai Chi? Did you suffer any physical injuries when you first started practicing Tai Chi? Faced with these clear-eyed college students' questions, Grandpa Su waved his walking stick and chuckled. What could possibly go wrong? My current vitality is all thanks to this Tai Chi. He specially designed this Tai Chi for our health, blending his understanding of human aesthetics, traditional Tai Chi, and various movements beneficial to our bodies. It helps build stamina, boosts blood circulation, and more. Didn't I just lead you through a session earlier? Didn't you feel your body become exceptionally light? Grandpa Su's words made the college students unconsciously feel that after practicing this peculiar Tai Chi, their bodies had become more agile. They instinctively followed Grandpa Su's lead. I told you so. The principal has truly broken his back worrying about our health. This routine works for everyone from 80-year-old grandmothers to 3-year-old children. Just 1 month of practice guarantees miraculous results like being reborn. Grandpa Su declared cheerfully. Meanwhile, the college student conducting the interview across from him was utterly baffled. They were talking just fine, but now the dean had turned into a principal? They never imagined this old gentleman could be so full of youthful enthusiasm. Truly, men remain boys at heart until the end. Similar situations occurred during interviews with other seniors and students. Still, the interviews proceeded smoothly overall. Qin Ming stood quietly in the distance, observing this scene. He had announced that yesterday and today were designated as free practice time for them. As long as they cooperated with the university students' interviews, they were free to do whatever they pleased. Seeing that it was about time, Chen Xinhuang wanted to take a few people to film the elders' living quarters. Mr. He, could you show us around your dormitory? Sure thing. Grandpa he was delighted. This was the first time young people had ever come to their dormitory on their own initiative. Having so many young people chat with him today had already made him very happy. Soon after, they led Chen Xinhuang and the camera crew to their bedrooms. Originally, the college students had planned to take photos and videos of themselves helping the elderly with cleaning tasks. After all, respecting the elderly should involve some tangible actions, right? However, the moment Grandpa he opened the door, they were all stunned. Everyone, take it slow, the doorway is narrow. Grandpa he gazed at the students with a rare tenderness in his eyes and spoke softly. Yet the sight of the elderly man's living quarters before him was completely unexpected. The floor was so smooth it reflected light. 3 beds with blankets folded into neat squares. New, gleaming cabinets. Everything looked as though it had never been used. Chen Xinhuang and the students behind him exchanged bewildered glances. Unconsciously, they all looked down at their own feet stained with mud from outside and suddenly felt too embarrassed to step inside. Grandpa Su, standing nearby, seemed to sense their hesitation and said, "It's fine. I mop this floor every day. After a day of activities, it gets dirty anyway. Go ahead and start filming. We need to capture the most authentic side of the nursing home." With Grandpa Su's words, the group relaxed. Summoning their courage, they stepped inside. They began filming the interior of the dormitory. Chen Xinhuang, comparing the manual given to him, stared at the 3 beds before him and fell deep in thought. Wasn't this supposed to be a double room? How did it become a triple room? But seeing the cheerful camaraderie between old He, old Su, and old Wang, he didn't dwell on it. After filming all this, the group prepared to move on to the next step, filming the elders' daily routines. At that moment, seeing that Chen Xinhuang and his team had finished filming, they proceeded according to the previously planned schedule. So, Grandpa E, Grandpa Wang, Grandpa Su, next up, we'll start documenting your daily lives and spending time with you. Ha ha ha. Young Chen. We've been waiting for you to say that. Let's go. Grandpa Su and the others had already agreed to practice Tai Chi and then go to Xinxi Lingyuan for cultivation. Since it was just documenting their daily lives, they'd proceed as usual. It was also a way to showcase their university's unique character. Seeing Old Man Su take the initiative, Chen Xinhuang's heart settled. He waved to the others behind him. They followed the pace set by Grandpa Su and the others. As they exited the dormitory building, Chen Xinhuang and the others assumed Grandpa Su, Grandpa Wang, and Grandpa He would head to the activity room to play chess, go, or ping pong. Instead, they bypassed the nursing home buildings altogether. They arrived at a small path. Although it was morning and the sun was shining brightly. But at that moment, it was just the 5 of them. Surrounded by trees, birdsong filled the air, and not a single building was visible nearby. It felt like a forest path. The group couldn't help but feel a bit panicked and frightened, and the hand holding the camera trembled slightly. Grandpa Su, where are we going? Chen Xinhuang watched as they ventured deeper and deeper into the woods. Turning back, he could no longer see the nursing home buildings. His heart began to race. Before coming, he had studied the terrain and location of Jinshan Town Nursing Home. Jinshan Mountain lay directly behind the nursing home. They had seen the towering Jinshan Mountain when they arrived. But it seemed quite a distance from the nursing home's location. Yet now, after walking for a while, they felt increasingly uneasy. It seemed they were heading precisely toward Mount Jin. He'd heard that in recent years, to protect the environment, it had become a nature reserve, untouched by humans for decades. Watching the 3 old men chatting and laughing together, his mind began to wander. All right. We're here. This is where we usually gather. But just as his mind wandered, the 3 men Su and the others suddenly stopped. They pointed to a cliff face before them. Everyone froze, staring at Grandpa Su in disbelief. Grandpa Su, this is where you guys hang out? Aren't you supposed to be playing chess or doing something else? Chen Xinhuang pointed awkwardly. This is it. Ha! What's the fun in playing chess? This is 10,000 times more fun than chess. Come on, I'll show you around and let you experience it for yourselves. Grandpa Su snorted derisively at Chen Xinhuang's words. What era is this, where the only activity is playing chess? How could that compare to breathing in spiritual energy while cultivating by the Lingyuan abyss? He immediately grabbed Chen Xinhuang's hand and dashed toward the cliff's edge. Chen Xinhuang was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated Old Man Su's swiftness and agility. And he couldn't muster the strength to break free. Uncle Su. Please, don't act rashly. Let's talk this out calmly. I'm still young, I don't want to die. Chen Xinhuang was scared half to death, tears welling up in his eyes. Chen Xinhuang's wails of despair sent cold sweat trickling down the others' backs as fear made their bodies tremble. Don't be afraid, we're almost there. Grandpa Su turned his head and said to Chen Xinhuang with a look of utter shock. Before Chen Xinhuang could react, Grandpa Su stopped. Look! This is where we usually gather. Chen Xinhuang gasped for breath, regaining his senses. He lifted his head to gaze at the cliff's edge before him. The towering stone pillars piercing the clouds made his eyes widen in shock. He gasped. This is? The summit of Mount Hua? 049 Were all cultivators what's wrong with guiding someone to jump off a cliff? Gazing at the towering stone pillars before him, Chen Xinhuang's mouth fell open in awe. He tilted his head back, unable to lower it for a long time. For if he dared look down, just 2 or 3 steps before his feet lay a bottomless precipice. Not even the faintest sound of a pebble falling could be heard. Chen Xinhuang swallowed hard, cold sweat beating on his forehead as his heart pounded wildly. Gazing at the stone pillars before him, each towering higher than the last. Chen Xinhuang couldn't help but curse inwardly. Is this really a place for seniors to hang out? Brother Chen. Just then, the other students filming, led by Grandpa He and the others, rushed over in a panic. Their eyes brimmed with concern. But seeing that Chen Xinhuang was unharmed, they relaxed. Chen Xinhuang stood frozen in place, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The students in charge of filming also reached Chen Xinhuang's side. Seeing the scene before them, they too were startled. Grandpa He, are you guys doing activities here? The students asked in confusion, pointing toward the cliff edge. No, we're not. Grandpa He replied softly upon seeing their reaction. Hearing this, the students finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had genuinely thought the elders were practicing right at the cliff's edge. We practice on those Qi cultivation pillars. This cliff edge is useless. Yet the next moment, Grandpa He's words exploded in their ears. Like a trump card, it landed with a thunderous crash. Grandpa, you were up there, cultivating? Stunned, they finally processed what Grandpa He had said earlier. Cultivation pillars, cultivation. What did that mean? How did this suddenly involve cultivation? The camera was now trained on the towering Qi cultivation pillar. Yet Grandpa He remained utterly unfazed, as if this were as routine as eating or drinking tea, nothing out of the ordinary. That's right. This is our daily routine. We're about to ascend for cultivation. Grandpa Su chimed in from the side. Hearing this, several college students who had completed 9 years of compulsory education and studied orthodox knowledge were now as dumbstruck as wooden fish. They felt their worldviews had just been shattered into pieces. At that moment, Chen Xinhuang snapped out of his daze and recalled the replaced signboard he had seen earlier on the gate. The words Immortal Cultivation University came into view. Grandpa Su, could it be you're cultivating immortality? He finally blurted out. The others froze upon hearing this, their eyes all turning to the three elders. Of course. Isn't it obvious? The principal must have told you all. We're all cultivators. Grandpa Su replied excitedly, finally able to share the joy of cultivation with the younger generation. You're going to cultivate on those pillars? Are these the so-called Qi cultivation pillars often mentioned in novels? Chen Xinhuang, who often read novels in his dorm when bored, was something of a seasoned reader of these works. What old man he had just described made him feel as if he were suddenly immersed in a cultivation world utterly fantastical. That's right. We're going to cultivate on those Qi refining pillars. Then, how are you going to get up there? Are you jumping over them? Chen Xinhuang looked timidly at the cliff and stammered. Ha ha ha. We'll show you, and then you'll understand. Grandpa Su chuckled at Chen Xinhuang's timid expression. Old Wang, let's show the kids how it's done. Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Make sure the camera's on us. Don't miss a thing. Uncle, no. We're not filming anymore. Chen Xinhuang and several classmates watched in horror as Grandpa Su, Grandpa He, and Grandpa Wang prepared to jump off the cliff to demonstrate how to climb the Qi refining pillar for them. The three were utterly terrified. The cliff plunged into an abyss. If they fell, none of them could bear the responsibility. They screamed in terror. It's fine, just aim carefully. Go for it. Yet old man Su remained utterly unflustered. He turned to the student holding the camera and gave one last instruction. Then, with a swift flick of his two canes and a powerful thrust, his entire body shot upward like a bird from a slingshot, propelling him directly toward a nearby Qi cultivation pillar. Immediately after, Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang followed suit. Grandpas! The others watched in sheer panic as the three elders leaped toward the cliff without a second thought. Yet the next moment, their mouths fell open in midair as they stared blankly toward the distance. Their eyes widened in utter shock. They saw Grandpa Su, Grandpa He, and Grandpa Wang leap 10 meters in a single bound, landing directly at the first Qi refining pillar. Before He and Wang could even steady themselves, they leaped off to the side, executing a double jump right before the others' eyes. Even more astonishingly, after reaching his pillar, old man Su didn't stop moving. He planted his cane on the pillar and proceeded to perform a one-legged stance. At that moment, Chen Xinhuang and the others were so stunned their jaws nearly hit the floor. Only then did they realize why old man Su had performed so skillfully earlier. This was his practice spot all along. Grandpa Su. You, take it easy. Chen Xinhuang's mind was as muddled as porridge. Watching Grandpa Su's movements, he felt both worried and helpless. It's fine. It's fine. Why don't you all come try it? You can't film our activities from over there anyway. Old Wang. Let's go down and bring the kids up first. Before Chen Xinhuang and the others could respond, Grandpa Su turned and called out to Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang. Coming. Then, under the stunned gazes of the others, Grandpa He, Grandpa Wang, and Grandpa Su leaped from the pillar to the edge of the cliff. Everything looked so smooth and natural. After landing, some students had also been brought here by other elders. From a distance, they vaguely saw several elderly figures leaping about on the cliff's edge. They thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. But as they approached, they realized it was the elderly members of Chen Xinhuang's group who had jumped from the pillar at the cliff's edge. The scene left them stunned. But what followed made their legs tremble with fear, causing them to question whether coming here to honor the elders today had been worth it at all. Hey, young Chen! Why don't you join us too? Just practice with us for 2 hours on these Qi cultivation pillars, and we guarantee you'll be in top shape. You can even document our training process while you're at it. Grandpa He said softly to Chen Xinhuang and the others. Grandpa He, this isn't quite right for us. We haven't. Chen Xinhuang felt resistance welling up inside him, yet as he gazed at the ever-rising tiers of steps, a surge of eagerness stirred within him. After all, if even elders like Grandpa Su could navigate them freely, how could they, a group of fearless college students, back down? Oh, come on. If you want to do it, stop being so hesitant. Show some backbone. Don't worry, we'll be right here with you. I guarantee that after today, you'll be able to do 100 push-ups without breaking a sweat. Seeing Qin Shi hesitation, Old Man Su slung his cane over his arm, grabbed Qin Shi hand, and leapt straight toward the pillar across the way. Ah! Old man, I haven't. Qin Shi nearly fainted on the spot. The sudden leap had caught him completely off guard. Don't be afraid. I'm here. You'll definitely make it up that pillar. Grandpa Su declared with a touch of youthful enthusiasm, then, under everyone's gaze, guided Qin Shi to the pillar furthest to the edge. Now, staring into the bottomless abyss, Qin Shi felt utterly crushed inside. He was on the verge of tears. Oh my god, I don't want to do this. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He felt utterly drained, as if he'd just ridden 10 roller coasters in a row. After a long moment, he finally regained his senses and touched the slightly cold surface of the stone pillar. He froze. He couldn't help but ask himself, am I really on a stone pillar? 050 cultivate if you must, but sweep away hunger and be yourself. Old Chen. Just as Qin Shi was still in a daze, a shout came from beside him. Qin Shi snapped out of his daze, mustered his courage, and looked up to see his classmate. Brotherly. I thought. Just as Qin Shi relaxed, he suddenly snapped back to reality and whipped his head around. Only then did he notice his best buddy kneeling on both knees, grinning mockingly at him. His legs were trembling uncontrollably. The two locked eyes and couldn't help but share an awkward laugh. How did you get up here too? Qin Shi tried to suppress his fear, but staring into that abyss, he couldn't hold it back at all. Drip, drip. Cold sweat dripped like raindrops onto the stone pillars. A few drops fell down the pillar into the abyss, piercing the mist and leaving tiny holes. This sight terrified Qin Shi even more. By now, he was nearly drained of all strength. I don't know either. I just blinked, and suddenly my whole body felt like it was floating in midair, and then I fell onto the pillar next to you. His best buddy stammered, trembling beside him. Li. Brotherly. Shun. Brother Chen. But just then, the cries of several other companions echoed beside them. Their voices sounded as if they were about to cry. Grandpa I beg you. Let me down. I can't even hold the camera steady up here. Brotherly said fearfully, pressing the camera against his chest, too scared to lift it even slightly. The moment he lifted his hands even slightly, they shook violently, as if he had Parkinson's. The other guys weren't faring much better. They looked like a bunch of suffering brothers, wailing in unison. Xiao Chen, don't worry. We've been on this energy pillar for over a month. If it weren't safe, they wouldn't have let you up here. Relax, take deep breaths. Steady your mind and try to regulate your breathing to a steady rhythm. That way, your heart will calm down. Uncle Su, standing nearby, saw Qin Shi gradually regaining his composure and began gently guiding him, sharing his insights from his time on the Qi cultivation pillar. Qin Shi stared into the bottomless abyss. Hearing Old Man Su's words, his mind was filled with 1,000 curses. Uncle, I want to steady myself too. But I can't even look down there right now. Looks like I'll have to guide you myself. Seeing that Qin Shi couldn't move his feet at all, Old Man Su had no choice but to start practicing Tai Chi behind him. As his arms moved, streams of white energy surged through the gaps between his gestures. Gathering more and more. Palm strike. With a loud shout from Old Man Su. His arm struck toward Qin Shi back. The swirling currents coalesced like white waves in the surf, their friction with the air producing a series of hissing sounds like the roar of a dragon. Smack. It struck Qin Shi back. Thud. At that moment, Qin Shi felt a surge of pure energy suddenly flood his back. With a thud, he collapsed onto the stone pillar. The pure energy then surged directly into his body. Part of it crashed like rolling waves, striking Qin Shi crown chakra. The remainder swept through his internal organs like a winding stream, unblocking the run and do meridians. Holy! That feels amazing. Qin Shi felt as though his body had undergone 10,000 massages with essential oils, utterly relaxed. He'd only ever experienced such bliss at a foot spa. Hearing Qin Shi satisfied voice and seeing his blissful expression, Old Man Su's lips curved into a faint smile as he assured him. I've already infused spiritual energy into your body. Try again now, you'll definitely be able to stand up. Qin Shi was still basking in the afterglow of excitement. He had distinctly felt a surge of energy coursing through his body moments ago. When Old Man Su called it spiritual energy, he was taken aback. However, when he tried lifting his foot, he discovered it no longer trembled or felt numb. Suddenly, it felt as though his qi and blood were circulating freely within him, brimming with vitality. He tried to exert force, and to his surprise, he actually stood up. Following Old Man Su's advice, he took a few deep breaths and steadied himself. This scene left the few people who had just arrived at the cliff's edge utterly stunned. Holy! Brother Chen's standing up! Brother Chen's so tough I'd have pissed myself by now. As the others marveled at the sight, Old Wang and Old He nearby did the same. Seeing the group's emotions gradually settle, they imparted their own experiences to them. Like Chen Xinhuang, they too soon stood atop the Qi cultivation pillars. Though looking down from the Qi cultivation pillars still sent shivers down their spines. They could now stand on the pillars without trembling. Once his emotions settled, Chen Xinhuang examined his body in astonishment. Grandpa Su. That palm strike of yours was truly incredible. I feel like my Ren and Du meridians have been unblocked, like I've been fully restored. Ha ha ha. No rush, no rush. This is just the beginning. Our daily training involves far more than this. With that, Grandpa Su crossed his legs and sat down on the Qi cultivation pillar above Chen Xinhuang. This scene left Chen Xinhuang utterly dumbfounded, his mind racing with questions. Could they really be about to start cultivation? Meanwhile, seeing Grandpa Su settled into his seated position, Grandpas He and Wang turned to the university students they had brought along. Come with me. Grandpa He immediately led his two students toward a distant Qi cultivation pillar. Though they weren't as frightened now, their hearts still pounded wildly at this sudden turn of events. Grandpa He, slow down. My body can't handle this. Grandpa He, we're not as fit as you are. Please spare us. In that moment, they felt as though they were the ones being treated with respect, while Grandpa He was the energetic old rascal. What's the big deal? I don't even practice here normally. If I were practicing, I'd be up there. Since you're recording our daily activities today, I specifically chose this spot. Alright. We're here. Remember to record everything. Grandpa He muttered, then placed both college students on stone pillars not far from him. Following the direction he pointed, the students saw towering stone pillars stretching over 100 meters high before them. He claimed this was his usual training spot, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Grandpa Wang's situation was similar. After being placed down, all three sat upright on their respective Qi cultivation pillars. They began circulating their breath and energy. Chen Xinhuang and the others watched the three elders gather around their outer perimeter, inwardly groaning. Mom! I'm surrounded by old folks. The wind from the abyss below blew straight into their foreheads. They felt less like they were paying respects to elders and more like they were playing a game of life and death. At first, they were still a bit frightened, constantly on guard, afraid they might slip and fall if they weren't careful. But after a while, they mimicked the three elders' movements, sitting upright on the Qigong pillars, and found it wasn't so terrifying after all. He picked up his camera and tried taking pictures, even mimicking the three old men's movements. He truly felt a gas circulating within his body, as if external air was flowing in. This is cultivation? Overcoming hunger to become oneself? Chen Xinhuang felt the sudden transformation was like something out of a TV commercial. Some of the other students, like Chen Xinhuang and his group, were also pulled by the uncles onto the Qi cultivation pillars. They experienced the same phenomenon as Chen Xinhuang and his group. At that moment, above the deep breath Ling Yuan, screams and wails of agony rose and fell in waves. To the uninitiated, it must have seemed like they were enduring inhuman torment. Meanwhile, on the other side, some students who had followed the three elders arrived at the spirit fields opposite the deep breath abyss, hose in hand. Watching the university students' terrified screams and fearful expressions from the cliff's edge, they suddenly felt their choice to follow Old Man Li and his group to farm the fields seemed like the right decision. At least this kind of senior activity felt far more normal. At worst, they'd just have to weed and help plow the fields. Besides, how much open land could there possibly be between the nursing home and Jinshan Mountain? They figured they'd finish helping the old man in no time. They followed Old Man Li and his two companions to the sacred field, each greeting them with smiles. They were lost in their fantasies, but when they saw the state of the spirit field before them, they froze, their eyes filled with shock. This is a field? A gasp escaped them, instantly making them regret their earlier relief 10,000 times over. 051 The eternal youth flower, freezing time and bloom, admired by beauties. Following the astonished gazes of the group. Before them stretched fields as far as the eye could see. Field after field stretched out, covering a full 1,000 acres. This was nothing like what they had imagined. Gazing at the vast expanse, they looked down at their own farming tools and recalled what Old Li had told them earlier. This land? Just plow it casually, you'll be done in no time. Now, they all felt like they'd fallen into Old Man Li's trap. Facing the endless expanse of fields, they now thought jumping off a cliff might not be such a bad idea. At least it wouldn't be this exhausting. Grandpa Li, you don't expect us to plant all this land today, do you? The leader of the group was Su Wenjing, the deputy team leader. The quiet young woman had chosen to help Old Man Li with the farming. This stemmed from her childhood in her hometown, where she often helped her grandfather with the fields. She knew a thing or two about farming. But now, the scale of Grandpa Li's fields had somewhat exceeded her expectations. Oh no, this land doesn't need your help. Hearing this, Su Wenjing finally felt a little relieved. Even if they worked non-stop, they wouldn't be able to cultivate more than half of it in a month, let alone a day. All you need to do is fertilize these few acres of spiritual herbs, weed them, and loosen the soil. Grandpa Li pointed to the dozen or so acres of cultivated fields before them. Just these few acres. The group couldn't help but sigh in disappointment upon hearing this. These plants. I don't think I've ever seen them before. Su Wenjing had assumed the old man was growing common vegetables like greens or cabbages. But as she approached, she realized she had never seen any of these plants before. They were brightly colored, and the fruits themselves had strange, peculiar shapes. Mr. Li, I've never seen any of these plants before. I haven't seen anything like them in town either. Su Wenjing initially wondered if they were local specialty fruits, but then recalled passing through the local farmer's market on her way here. From the car, she'd seen the small stalls selling the same fruits they usually ate. But she hadn't seen any of these plants growing in Old Man Li's garden either. Ha ha. Young lady, these aren't fruits at all, they're all spiritual plants. You definitely won't find them anywhere else. They're unique to our cultivation university. Hearing Su Wenjing's words, Old Man Li couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing his expression and hearing his words, Su Wenjing felt even more bewildered. Spiritual plants? Cultivation university? Unique? What kind of logic was this? How had this nursing home suddenly become an Immortal Cultivation University? Unique? Could it mean this place wasn't even in the same space as the outside world? Su Wenjing found it strange, and the classmates who had come with her also felt puzzled upon hearing Old Man Li's words. Grandpa, a place this big? You think you can handle it with just these shovels? At that moment, an agriculture student turned to Old Man Li with a questioning look. That's right. I'm only used to using this. I just can't get used to any other tools. We'll start plowing now. You just focus on filming. If you can't handle the rest of the work, wait until we finish this section. Grandpa Li spoke with remarkable ease. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the three men each grabbed a hoe and staked out an acre of land. Then, under their watchful eyes, taking a deep breath, they raised their hoes and began digging into the soil. Yet the entire scene unfolded in mere moments. In the blink of an eye, the once level ground was thoroughly turned over. Holy crap! What just happened? Is this magic? Mr. Li, how come you're so fast? Can you teach me? Are you sure this isn't some kind of trick? Holy crap! This is insane! Everyone gasped in astonishment, too stunned for words. They had assumed Old Man Li was just offering words of comfort after all. With so much land, how could he and his team possibly finish so quickly? Yet just moments ago, right before their eyes, Old Man Li and his roommate had plowed 3 acres in mere seconds. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of their movements. In other words, before the soil could react, Old Man Li and his crew had stripped it bare. Yet, after this, Old Man Li and his crew didn't stop. Within minutes, they plowed over a dozen acres right before everyone's eyes. Everyone watched in utter astonishment. Was this truly plowing as they understood it? At that moment, they couldn't help but question their understanding of reality. Here they were, agricultural science students, being taught a lesson by an old farmer through sheer action. Having finished plowing for the day, Old Li strode over to the group of college students in just a few steps. His face flushed slightly, his breathing steady, his expression proud. He didn't look like an old man who'd just finished plowing. Grandpa Li, is this how you normally farm? Su Wenjing couldn't help but ask. Yes. Today I even went a bit slower than usual. If I didn't keep this pace, we'd never finish all this land. I do this every day, so I'm used to it. It's nothing. Grandpa Li replied with a straight face. The others listened, acknowledging the logic in his words. But then they thought about it. Plowing all this land in just a few minutes wasn't normal at all. And he didn't look the least bit tired. They couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, Grandpa is still Grandpa after all. His stamina was truly a mystery. Seeing this, Su Wenjing let go of her worries and called out to her classmates to start weeding around the spirit plants. These spirit plants were oddly shaped and somewhat intimidating to look at. But after interacting with them, they discovered a sense of familiarity. Perhaps because they were agricultural students, interacting with these medicinal herbs made them feel physically refreshed. By now, Old Li and his crew had finished plowing the fields and arrived at the medicinal herb plots. They began teaching the students how to identify the herbs and care for them. Amidst the cluster of calming flowers, Su Wenjing spotted a single bloom that looked entirely different from the others. While the others nearby were also quite rare, this particular flower astonished her even more. The entire flower was about the size of a palm, with stamens that were reddish-purple, dotted with tiny yellow specks. The flower's center was a delicate pink, while the surrounding petals grew increasingly vibrant in color. This is... As Su Wenjing pondered the flower's name, Old Man Li was inspecting the fields. He immediately spotted the flower before Su Wenjing. Stunned, he hurried over. Crouching down, holding his breath, he whispered. Did you discover this flower? Yes. Grandpa Li, I've never seen this flower before. Is there something special about it? Su Wenjing, seeing Grandpa Li so flustered, asked curiously. This flower. Grandpa Li cleared his throat twice before speaking solemnly. The flower in your hand is called the youth-preserving flower, one of the ingredients for the youth-preserving pill. It takes roughly 1,000 calming flowers to yield just one. I've been searching for days and haven't found a single one. I never imagined the very first one would be found by you. Grandpa Li exclaimed softly. Su Wenjing was a bit bewildered by what she heard, but if she understood Old Manly correctly, this flower was extremely rare and yet she'd stumbled upon it on her very first try. Is Old Manly that amazing? Su Wenjing steadied herself and confirmed. Indeed, this flower is truly hard to find. The one you discovered is likely the first one ever found on our university campus. Since you found it, consider it a gift to you. Grandpa Li, charmed by Su Wenjing's quiet and composed demeanor, plucked the flower and placed it in her hands. For me? Before Su Wenjing could react, the flower was already in her hands. Yes. Pick off the petals and try rubbing them on your cheeks. I guarantee it'll be far more effective than any cosmetics you use. Intrigued by his words, Su Wenjing plucked the petals and began rubbing them onto her cheeks. Su Wenjing's skin was actually quite good for a student, but it still lacked that dewy radiance. After rubbing in the petals, just as Su Wenjing was about to pull out her compact mirror to check, her best friend walked over and gasped at the sight of her face. Jinjing! Your face! What's wrong? Seeing her friend's shocked expression, Su Wenjing was startled herself and asked. It's so smooth. Your skin texture is several times better than before. Really? Absolutely. Let's take a few selfies and post them on our social media. This time I'm definitely going to find you a handsome boyfriend. Su Wenjing was also surprised. She glanced in the mirror. Her skin really did look much better than before. A flower could actually improve her skin? Her eyes filled with astonishment as she looked at Old Manly and thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Li. No problem. As long as you young ladies like it. Then everyone began helping the elders tend to the spiritual plants. Meanwhile, at the Black Wolf Gang's hideout, Chen Haonan had received word that all the students had arrived at the nursing home. Excellent. Our men should all be in position by now. This time, I will make sure this nursing home ceases to exist. Chen Haonan was satisfied with Tian Cheng's arrangements and addressed his men. Don't worry, boss. We'll wipe this nursing home off the map today. Boss, we've got the bulldozers and excavators ready. What could these old folks possibly have to stop us? Right. Today, the Black Wolf Gang will raise this nursing home to the ground. We will level it. The underlings echoed in agreement. The Black Wolf Gang was fully prepared. This afternoon, they would exact their revenge on the nursing home. Mobilizing every elite member of the gang, they would ensure the nursing home ceased to exist. And these students were their witnesses and chroniclers. 052 Was it on purpose or an accident, Principal Bai? By now, it was nearing noon. The college students who had followed the elderly into the deep breath Ling Yuan had almost all been dragged by the elders to the Qi cultivation pillars. They endured the same life or death torment as Chen Xinhuang and the others. Now, guided by the elders, they had mastered the knack of steadying their minds, balancing their bodies, and moving on the Qi cultivation pillars. Yet some still trembled with fear, their legs shaking, barely able to stand. This already represented the bravest side of themselves. Thus, following the elders, they unknowingly reached noon. After 2 hours, the legs of those too afraid to move had gone numb. Meanwhile, the bolder ones like Chen Xinhuang recorded the elders' movements with their phones before mimicking Grandpa Su's actions and joining in. A few daring souls even mimicked the actions of Old Man He and the others, leaping directly onto the Qi refining pillars behind them. This sight filled Old Man He and the others with envy. After all, young people like them absorbed spiritual energy far more easily than the old folks could. In just 2 hours, they achieved what had taken them 2 days back in the day. Throughout the entire experience, Chen Xinhuang and his companions remained tense, thrilled, and exhilarated. After all, they had never experienced the thrill of being in such a perilous place, feeling their bodies being renewed time and again. This visual impact that struck from the outside in, penetrating their very souls, and the sensation that seemed to surge straight to the crown of their heads, it was something they had never known before. Simultaneously, they sensed changes in their bodies. For instance, the hemorrhoids on their buttocks seemed to have eased. Their lower backs felt as if they'd applied 10 medicinal patches at once. The dark circles under their eyes, a result of staying up late watching videos, had visibly diminished within just 2 hours. Moreover, during their cultivation, they witnessed a spectacle of extraordinary beauty. Each elder, accompanied by their own disciples, boasted about their past cultivation heights on the Qi cultivation pillars. Though the disciples trusted their elders' abilities, human desire for showing off knew no bounds. The elders' claims grew increasingly exaggerated, until several of them nearly came to blows. Finally, the argument reached a fever pitch. To settle the dispute, the elders began competing against each other. At first, the students worried the elders might fall. Yet before their eyes, the elders leapt nimbly across the Qi cultivation pillars. It was 100 times smoother than they had imagined. These elders were giving it their all in the competition. On the Qi cultivation pillars, they vanished like raindrops the moment they landed. By the time the students realized what was happening, the elders had already leaped over several pillars and reached their destination. Naturally, Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang, seeing others scrambling for positions, joined the fray without hesitation. With the addition of Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang, the gap in this battle became starkly apparent. Though they had only just joined, they quickly matched the pace of the main group. The few elders who had been vying for those 3 spots were suddenly beaten to the punch by Grandpa He's single leap. The students watching were utterly stunned. Suddenly, Grandpa He had outpaced all the other seniors. Such an astonishing display made them look at him with newfound respect, and they all pulled out their phones to capture the moment. The student film crew also raised their cameras, aiming them at the elders' movements. After all, this was part of the seniors' daily routine, and they had to document the entire process. This spot is mine. At that moment, Grandpa He had already climbed onto one of the 3 pillars, the one next to the tallest Qi cultivation pillar. Truthfully, he had never before reached the second highest pillar. After all, the tallest pillar wasn't just 2 or 3 times higher than the others, it was also 2 or 3 times farther away. By that measure, the difficulty had skyrocketed several levels. Now, after the earlier commotion, Grandpa He and the others had unknowingly arrived at this place they had never set foot on before. Now, facing the towering peak before him, Old Man He felt a surge of determination. He resolved to challenge himself. Meanwhile, the university students watching from afar were stunned by the Qi cultivation pillar before Old Man He. This pillar towered 100 meters above the others, shrouded in swirling spiritual energy. Subtle patterns etched its surface, and a faint, shimmering white gold glow seemed to dance upon it. Seeing that Grandpa He's movements hadn't stopped, that he actually seemed eager to leap up, the students grew even more alarmed. Grandpa He, we know you're the strongest, but please don't jump. Yeah. Grandpa He, your stamina is incredible. We're all learning from you. Yet no matter how the students pleaded, Grandpa He's resolve to reach the highest Qi cultivation pillar was now deeply rooted within him. Grandpa He stared at the Qi cultivation pillar before him with unwavering resolve. As Su De said, Grandpa He was now brimming with power. I am now invincible. Ah! Grandpa He roared with all his might, then summoned every ounce of strength to charge toward the highest Qi refining pillar. The sight made the students instinctively cover their eyes. They couldn't bear to watch an elderly man plunge into the cliff. How terrifying that would be. Here comes old Su. But just then, behind Grandpa He, a shaky figure suddenly appeared on the Qi cultivation pillar in front of the crowd. That's Old Man Su? Chen Xinhuang recognized the voice as somewhat familiar. He glanced toward old Su's position, only to find the man was already gone. But when he saw the figure moving so swiftly with a walking stick, he froze in place, feeling as if his heart had been struck 10,000 times. In the blink of an eye, old Su appeared behind Grandpa He. Just as Old Man He prepared to leap, Old Man thrust both canes into the ground with all his might, propelling him upward. His entire body shot forward like a spring. The other elders nearby observed that his speed was at least 3 times that of Old Man He. No sooner had He De Yi risen than Su De Yi had already catapulted to his side. With a loud shout, he thrust both canes against the Qi cultivation pillar where He De Yi had been standing. To Grandpa He's stunned gaze, he landed directly atop the highest Qi cultivation pillar. Meanwhile, Grandpa He was accidentally kicked back to his original spot by Grandpa Su's cane. Old Su! You did that on purpose! Old He snapped out of it, glaring at Old Su with pure resentment. This wasn't the first time Old Su had beaten him to it, leaving Old He utterly speechless. He had no words for Old Su. Ha! Old He, calm down. I definitely didn't mean to. How could it be on purpose? We're all in the same dorm. If I get in, it means the whole dorm gets in. Grandpa Su waved his cane excitedly as he spoke. At that moment, Old He could only wish he could stab Old Su. The entire scene had been captured on camera by the students. Once again, their worldview had been completely shattered by Old Man Su. Such speed, and he's an elderly man? Could this possibly be an ordinary person? Clearly, it was impossible. They recalled how the elders had chatted with them during their training session earlier. All the elders had unanimously declared that the principal was guiding them on the path to immortality. They hadn't believed it at first. But witnessing this scene now, wasn't this precisely the kind of movement displayed by the most elite martial arts masters in TV dramas? At this moment, all doubts vanished from their minds. If this wasn't cultivating immortality, then what was it? Moreover, the elders speculated among themselves that despite his youthful appearance, the principal might actually be 100 or even 1,000 years old. They hadn't believed it before, but now it seemed plausible. This was a cultivation university disguised as a nursing home. 053 Elderly Care Livestream? Cultivation in a nursing home? Absolutely fake. Meanwhile, on the cliff, some daring souls pulled out their phones to start live streaming. Their elderly care mission this time also carried the task of promoting the nursing home. Teacher Tian had instructed them to use various methods to promote the facility. Live streaming became the obvious choice. The live stream began the moment they entered the facility. The turnout was modest, after all. Visiting nursing homes to honor the elderly had become a commonplace topic for people today. What could be so special about respecting the elderly? At most, it might involve helping the elderly with cleaning, organizing their clothes, accompanying them on outings, playing chess with them, or simply chatting. So before they entered the nursing home, only a handful of people were watching the live stream. However, the moment they entered the nursing home and saw the elderly practicing Tai Chi, the number of viewers in the livestream surged by dozens. Just like the students, they were stunned by the seniors' movements. Some viewers had even started discussing it in the comments section below the livestream. This is Tai Chi? Is the director of this place out of his mind? Not only are these old guys wearing some seriously unique Tai Chi outfits, but with that misty pool adding to the vibe, I thought these students had stumbled into some kind of fairyland. What the hell are those old guys holding? Don't tell me they're stone weights. Holy crap! Are those ladies in the back holding barbells? Did I just see that right? These must all be props. And this nursing home's layout is actually a bit different from the ones I've seen before. This director's got some serious skills. You bet. Didn't you see the director? He looks like he's not even 20. He's got a wild imagination, definitely not your average old-timer. But just as their discussion grew heated, the camera captured the moment when Grandpa he handed the stone pedestal to the college student. Seeing the student's expression, first shock, then blank stare, followed by sheer agony, viewers flooded the comments section with reactions. That reaction is way over the top. Is it really that heavy, just a stone block? This student must be studying acting. How heavy could something an old man is holding be, especially when he's waving it around so fast? This is definitely fake. The students are just playing along with the elders to cheer them up. Exactly. It's a show of respect for the elderly, of course they'd play along. The crowd chattered away in the comments section, completely oblivious to the interactions between the students and the elderly in the livestream, or the seniors' movements. They dismissed it all as a performance staged by the students to entertain the elders. At that moment, the livestream had only about 100 viewers. After all, people can usually spot these kinds of online tricks. So they didn't take this segment seriously. However, when the students were later led by the elders to the Qi cultivation pillars, the livestream's viewership instantly surged to several hundred, nearly reaching 1,000. Because what they witnessed left them utterly stunned. The cliff-jumping stunt nearly caused the livestream to crash. They had expected to witness a crime scene. Instead, the students were directly caught by the elders and placed onto the pillars at the cliff's edge. Hearing the elders tell them this was their activity area, viewers in the livestream couldn't help but hold their breath for the students. Some were so alarmed they nearly called the police live on stream. But what they didn't expect was that within minutes, the students had grown accustomed to moving around on the pillars. Just as they began to suspect it was all a scam, the elderly men's dispute erupted. The entire intense scene of fighting over the energy pillar had been captured live by the students. The comments section erupted with heated discussions, while the live stream was flooded with all kinds of virtual gifts. Holy crap! Those old guys are crazy. This isn't fierce, it's reckless. Would you dare mess around in a place like this if you were an ordinary person? This can't be CGI, right? It's way too over the top. Probably not fake. You can actually find this nursing home online. The entrance footage matches the website exactly. But why isn't this place mentioned in the official nursing home description? Why would it? Didn't the elders just say it's a cultivation site? It's a cultivation site, so they wouldn't expose it. But why cultivate in such a dangerous place? And how the hell can they cultivate in a ING nursing home? Who's teaching them cultivation? Everyone realized how utterly bizarre this all was. Cultivating in a nursing home? What kind of absurdity was this? A once-in-a-century occurrence, and they just happened to stumble upon it. Holy, look at that old man flying over there. He's reached the summit. Amidst the chaotic chatter, someone in the comments section shouted excitedly. Everyone looked again and were instantly stunned by the sight. Even if it were CGI, they doubted any stuntman would dare take such a risk. Grandpa Su, leaning on his cane, had covered over 10 meters in a single leap, soaring nearly 100 meters high. In just 2 bounds, he reached the towering Qi refining pillar hundreds of meters above. The livestream's comments section erupted in chaos. People were buzzing about old man Su's cliff leap. It was truly breathtaking. This old man who suddenly appeared, kicking his legs, surpassed all the previous contenders. Such speed would be unmatched even by martial arts masters in TV dramas. Yet despite the footage's sheer spectacle, skepticism lingered among some viewers. Many believed it was fake, questioning how respecting elders could possibly involve accompanying them to jump off a cliff. Such absurd scenes belonged in novels. At best they'd never believe it happened in real life. The college students watching the comments section, filled with both fierce opposition and support, found themselves both amused and exasperated. Yet they remained silent. After all proceeds from this livestream would fund the nursing home's renovations. As long as the stream stayed live, viewership kept growing, and it avoided being banned. They could complete their practical assignment. After completing their cultivation at the Qi refining pillar, the group descended with the elders' assistance. Some of the bolder ones followed Grandpa Su's example, attempting to leap down from the Qi cultivation pillars. Though it was their first attempt, the distance wasn't too great, and they landed smoothly. The elders watched this scene with great admiration. They praised the students, declaring them prodigies of cultivation. Meanwhile, the farming students had already finished processing the spirit plants under the guidance of Grandpa Li and his two companions. Chen Xinhuang then reunited with Su Wenjing to tally their morning's harvest. Wenjing, your face looks so much prettier. As Chen Xinhuang and Su Wenjing checked their numbers, he noticed Su Wenjing's face had become incredibly fair and smooth, giving her a doll-like appearance. Is that so? I just applied some herbal ointment, and it turned out like this. Su Wenjing blushed deeply at the compliment, her voice soft and sweet. MHM. Chen Xinhuang, however, was completely absorbed in verifying the data and didn't notice the girl's expression at all. Seeing this, Su Wenjing could only sigh softly before finishing organizing the items with Chen Xinhuang. The morning's materials were all complete. Next, they would document the elderly residents' lunches and activities after their afternoon rest. The students quickly finished documenting the seniors' lunchtime, and they themselves were nearly rested. Just as Chen Xinhuang assumed Grandpa He and the others were heading for their afternoon rest, they led them back to the same path they had taken earlier. Grandpa He, are you going to practice again? Though Chen Xinhuang had already stood there for 2 hours, the thought still sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Of course not. That was our morning activity session. Don't worry, the afternoon won't be nearly as thrilling. We're just going for a stroll, stretching our legs, and aiding digestion. Grandpa He reassured them. Grandpa Su and Grandpa Wang nodded in agreement beside him. Oh, that's good then. Chen Xinhuang's heart eased slightly upon hearing this. Soon, the group passed the cliff and headed toward a place Chen Xinhuang and the others had never set foot in before. Finally, they all stopped at the entrance to Sunset Forest. Grandpa He and his two companions were raring to go, their expressions brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Chen Xinhuang and his companions stared at the forest, which emitted an aura that sent shivers down their spines. Their faces turned pale. They regretted their decision. Damn it! They shouldn't have trusted old man He. Didn't you say it was just a stroll? To help digestion? This forest looks so eerie. Chen Xinhuang steadied himself and looked at old man He with a puzzled expression. 054 Yellow Flash, the child was unafraid, for the elder would intervene. That's right. We're just going for a walk in the forest. Just a stroll, nothing to worry about. Grandpa Su chimed in from the side. Ah. Seeing old man Su's deadpan expression, Chen Xinhuang and the others were utterly flustered. Hey, old man. This is the forest. Are you sure you want to go in? My camera just caught something. The student holding the camera looked at Grandpa Su and the others with a hint of fear in his voice. Earlier, he'd used the camera's telephoto lens to peer into the forest's depths. It looked eerily gloomy, with barely any sunlight filtering through, and was filled with plants he'd never seen before. But what startled him most was that just as he was about to lower the lens, a yellow object suddenly flashed across it. He instinctively pressed the shutter, capturing a fleeting glimpse of the object. Judging by the contrast with the surrounding trees, the thing was at least as big as a cow. Its speed was astonishing. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He immediately showed the photo to the others. Chen Xinhuang and the others had never seen such a massive creature move so swiftly before, and fear spread across their faces. But when old Su and his companions saw the photo, they all burst out laughing. Is this what you saw? Grandpa Su asked, pointing at the photo. Yes, Grandpa Su. The student answered nervously. Ha ha. It's nothing. These things are perfectly normal. How could there be no strange beasts in the forest? Rest assured, with us here, you're perfectly safe. Grandpa Su waved his walking stick confidently. If they dare come near, I'll take them down with one swing of my cane, no worries. Seeing the old man's unwavering confidence, the group had no choice. They had agreed to follow the elders to film their afternoon activities. To complete their field assignment, they had no choice but to follow old man Su and his companions into the gloomy, eerie sunset forest. After walking for a while, they realized that while the forest looked terrifying from the outside, but its interior wasn't as gloomy as it appeared from the outside. Sunlight still filtered through. The eerie, terrifying atmosphere was only palpable near the entrance of Sunset Forest. Once they entered the Sunset Forest, that feeling diminished considerably. Moreover, the cheerful chatter among old man Su and his companions helped ease their nerves a little. Uncle Su, do you come here every day? Isn't this just a forest? Isn't it dangerous to come here for walks? Recalling the yellow figure from earlier, Chen Xinhuang whispered the question. Ha, little Chen. We only bring things along when we walk. The main purpose is to gather medicinal herbs. Besides, the beasts in this forest pose no threat to us. Don't be afraid. As long as you stay within 3 meters of me, Grandpa Yi and Grandpa Wang, you'll be perfectly safe. Grandpa Su chuckled, completely dismissing Chen Xinhuang's worries. This made the two students who had lagged behind immediately tense up, and they hurried to catch up. This, gathering herbs? Chen Xinhuang surveyed the forest, which did indeed differ somewhat from the primeval forests he'd seen on TV. The ground was covered with plants he had never seen before. Their appearance and scent did indeed evoke the feeling of the immortal herbs described in cultivation novels. This patch is excellent. All mid to high-grade medicinal herbs. Xiao Chen. Keep the camera on us, we're about to start gathering. After saying this, old Su bent down to start gathering herbs. Qin Ming had already unlocked all the outer restricted zones, making mid to high-grade medicinal herbs relatively common now. Before long, Grandpa Su and the others had gathered all the herbs they needed. Chen Xinhuang and the others recorded this segment as well. Whoa! Old Wang, come quick. Look at all these vermilion blood fruits. Xiao Chen. We're so lucky to have you guys here. Who would have thought we'd get another chance to find crimson blood fruits? Just as old Su finished gathering this patch of herbs, he suddenly spotted a cluster of red-tinged green grass in the newly cleared area. From his experience, those red specks were undoubtedly Zhu Shuigua. Old Su, don't get too excited, you'll scare the kids. Grandpa, he glared at Grandpa Su and growled. Right, you're right. Little Chen. You guys stay close to Grandpa he and Grandpa Wang. I'll go scout ahead. After giving his instructions, old Su set off, leaning on his cane and bounding forward like a monkey, step by step. Chen Xinhuang and the others watched the scene, utterly dumbfounded. Though they didn't know what the Zhu blood fruit was, seeing how excited old man Su was, it must be far superior to the mid to high-grade medicinal herbs they'd been collecting. Of course, all of this was captured by the camera. The camera now focused on old man Su. Don't be afraid, you lot. If anything happens, we'll step in. Grandpa, he reassured the panicked group. Chen Xinhuang timidly scanned his surroundings, sensing this place felt even more perilous than the deep breathling abyss they just left. Oh whoa! Suddenly, a low growl from an unknown creature echoed through the air. Old Wang. Grandpa, he looked around alertly and confirmed with Grandpa Wang. Xiao Chun, you guys form a circle and keep a close watch on your surroundings. They're coming. They? Chen Xinhuang and the others froze upon hearing this, but seeing old man he's tense expression, they too grew fearful. Their minds instantly flashed back to the creatures in the earlier photograph. Instinctively, they formed a circle. Cold sweat dripped steadily from their foreheads. Their legs felt rooted to the spot, as if something had pinned them down. They all began to regret entering the sunset forest. Watching the direction old man Su had walked off in, Chen Xinhuang couldn't help but inwardly curse with regret. Su Diyi, didn't you say you'd protect us? Woof. Just then, a howl echoed once more, this time not from their direction, but from where old man Su had gone. Uncle Su! Chen Xinhuang cried out in alarm. Thud. Bang. Bang. Clatter. Boom. But just then, several loud thuds echoed through the air. Old Su. The source of the voice was precisely where old man Su stood. Grandpa, he looked toward that direction in terror and shouted. Yet the scene before him sent a chill down his spine. Several trees crashed to the ground. Drops of blood stained the branches. I'm fine. Damn it, this golden silver wolf is a real handful. Its agility far surpasses that of the tiger-lion hybrid. I swung my stick with all my might, but I couldn't land a single blow. At that moment, old man Su rose from the tree he'd been leaning against, his gaze fixed intently across the clearing. Following his gaze, the others finally saw it, a creature as large as an ox, with the build of a wolf, its entire body a silvery hue adorned with numerous golden stripes. This is... At that moment, the student in charge of filming was filled with terror. He instantly recognized it. Wasn't this the golden figure from the photo he'd captured? 055 weapons are useless? Then taste your grandpa he's fists. Woof. The golden-haired silver wolf-eyed old man Su warily. At the same time, it noticed old man he and Chen Xinhuang nearby. It immediately crouched low, retreating several paces before letting out a low growl. Grandpa. Grandpa he. What are these things? Staring at these creatures that resembled wolves but were 3 times larger than ordinary wolves, Chen Xinhuang and the others nearly collapsed in terror. Golden-haired silver wolves. This must be the golden figure you captured earlier. Old he. I recall these beasts hunt in packs. If one has appeared, then. Old Wang beside him scanned the surroundings warily, his expression grim. Awoo. Awoo. Before Chen Xinhuang and the others could steady their nerves, 2 similar growls echoed around them after the golden silver wolf's slow roar. The area had been quiet until then, but with these 2 growls, the branches of the trees began to sway. They're here. Grandpa, he warned, pulling a hammer from his basket. Grandpa Wang also grabbed the small knife he carried. Seeing this, Chen Xinhuang and the others were too frightened to speak, huddling together in fear. The scene had shifted too abruptly. Just moments ago they'd been chatting idly, and now they were fully in combat mode. Bang! Just then, a branch snapped in front of old man he and flew toward him. Awoo! Immediately after, a golden silver wolf slightly smaller than Grandpa Su's charged down from behind the branch. Damned beast! Far from being frightened, old man he felt a surge of excitement. Watching the falling branch, he planted his feet firmly, then thrust his left hand out to grab it. With a swift flick of his wrist, he swung it toward the golden silver wolf's head. Awoo! The golden silver wolf reacted swiftly. Even in such a sudden situation, it managed to twist its head away as much as possible, using the wind resistance to pull its body back considerably. But this couldn't stop old man he's attack. The branch struck the wolf squarely. The golden-silver wolf lost its balance and was sent flying backward. Thud! Staggering a few steps, it landed on the ground, its body trembling slightly. Grandpa he also crashed to the ground from the momentum. This beast. It's far more agile than tigers or lions, it's no easy fight. Old Wang, watch your back. Just as Grandpa he hit the ground, he spotted a pair of cold, solemn eyes peering from the bushes behind and to the right of Grandpa Wang. He shouted urgently. Old Wang turned his head alertly, just as the golden-silver wolf burst out of the grass. Its size was comparable to the one Grandpa he had encountered. Having witnessed its companion's fate, the golden-silver wolf resolutely chose to ambush them, yet it was still spotted by Grandpa he. Oh whoa! Grandpa Wang remained unflustered, even though the wolf was only 20 meters away. It could reach him in just a few strides. Seeing that Old Wang showed no sign of preparation whatsoever, it roared in fury and charged toward him. Following the wolf's charge, Old Man Wang gripped his small knife in one hand. As the wolf closed in, he executed a masterful deflection technique, using the knife to deliver a series of swift strikes to the wolf's jaw. The blade instantly sliced through the wolf's neck. However, due to its thick hide, only a trickle of blue-tinged blood seeped out. You bastard! Take this from your old man, Su. At that moment, Old Man Su leapt toward the golden-silver wolf across from him with a leap of faith. Both walking sticks in his hands surged with force, launching an attack at the silver wolf. The wolf could have dodged to one side, but seeing Old Man Su suddenly break from the expected pattern left it momentarily stunned. It barely dodged one strike only to be met by another from the opposite side. Roar! The golden-silver wolf howled in pain. Chen Xinhuang and the others froze when they saw the wound Su Deyi had inflicted on the golden-silver wolf. Deep, bloody pits were gouged into its left shoulder, while a gash over half a meter long ripped open its flank. Damn, that old man is fierce. Their minds went blank. What kind of strength would it take to beat that wolf's skin to a bloody pulp like that? After all, Old Wang had only managed to scratch the surface with his small knife earlier. They had thought their end was near. But now, witnessing the combat prowess of these three old men, they were utterly awed. Are these even human beings? Old men? They're martial arts masters. They were truly legendary immortals. They've got three massive beasts dancing around like puppets. Probably only Grandpa Su and his two companions could do that. Old he. Catch. Just then, taking advantage of the golden-silver wolf's momentary distraction, Old Su sprinted toward them. His hands clutched a basket brimming with crimson blood fruits, which he hurled straight toward Old he. Old Su. Stop messing around. The child is still here. Take care of these three first. Old Su. Your right side. Grandpa he kept warning him, but who would have thought that the golden-silver wolf he just knocked down would lock onto the leaping Old Su? What surprised everyone even more was that Old Su didn't run. He turned around and gave the golden-silver wolf a defiant look. Everyone was stunned. Here was an 80-something old man acting like a mischievous child. Come on then. He hooked his finger at the golden-silver wolf. The wolf, which had been cautious and moving slowly, suddenly seemed to sense an insult. It went berserk and charged straight at Old Man Su. Clang! But Old Man Su leapt into the air, raising his cane and bringing it crashing down on the wolf's head. This silver-haired wolf wasn't as clever as the one he'd encountered before. It didn't even have time to dodge before being knocked flat. Thud! It crashed to the ground, twitching at the mouth, instantly losing all spirit. Awesome! Chen Xinhuang and the others watched this unfold, immediately giving thumbs up and looking at Old Man Su with deep admiration. Oh whoa! But just then, the largest gold-and-silver wolf, seeing its subordinate knocked down, let out a furious roar. Its eyes blazed with hostility. Damn it! You little brat! You think you're hot stuff now? How dare you bark at me? Grandpa he had once worked at a dog kennel and possessed a certain persuasive power over canine creatures. Clang! He tossed aside the hammer in his hand, stripped off his clothes, and revealed 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, looking like a burly man. Old Su! Get out of the way! It's just a mid-stage body-tempering realm golden-haired silver wolf. Why's it taking so long? Grandpa he said with a look of disgust. Then, under the stunned gazes of Chen Xinhuang and the others, he charged straight toward the golden-haired silver wolf. Come taste Grandpa he's fists! The golden-haired silver wolf was stunned by Old Man he's approach. He came at it with nothing but his bare fists, and there was something terrifying about the aura emanating from Old Man he, an inexplicable sense of suppression. Before it could react, Grandpa he's fist was already upon it. The golden-silver wolf tried to dodge like it had avoided Old Man Su's cane, but he wasn't playing by the rules. He aimed directly for its lower body. Boom! The golden-silver wolf lost its footing and collapsed to its knees. He then struck its nose, followed by its head and the side of its ear. After a few blows, the golden-haired silver wolf was unconscious. Bad dog, deserved that. Barking like that? Deserved it even more. Grandpa, he finished his beating, panting as he looked at the gold and silver wolf. Turning his head, he saw that the last gold and silver wolf had also been dealt with by old Wang. Old Wan's awesome. We truly are the strongest duo at Cultivation University. Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly at the sight. Though old he didn't want to admit it, surviving such a perilous situation and taking down 3 gold and silver wolves together was indeed quite impressive. However, at that moment, he noticed the claw marks on the silver-haired wolf's belly button. Those marks instantly reminded him of the tiger-lion hybrid they had dissected. Old Su! Look! This gold and silver wolf's belly. Grandpa, he pointed at the wound. Claw marks? Old he, did you grow claws? Seeing old Su's utterly bewildered expression, old he's current state of mind. Doesn't it look like the tiger lion's claw to you? There's red blood fruit here. And there's some over at the tiger lion's lair too. I suspect those 3 gold and silver wolves were the ones that attacked the tiger lion back then. Who'd have thought both species would now be taken care of by the 3 of us? Grandpa, he exclaimed with delight. Upon hearing this, old man Su snapped to attention and nodded in agreement with equal excitement. Chen Xinhuang and the others finally came to their senses and recorded the scene. My apologies. We've barely brought you to Sunset Forest and already encountered such ferocious beasts. Are you all right? Grandpa, he, shirtless and dragging a gold and silver wolf, asked with concern as he looked at Chen Xinhuang and the others, who were still in a daze. We're fine. Uncle, don't worry, we captured everything on video. It was absolutely awesome. The student in charge of filming exclaimed excitedly. Really? Quick, let me see. Upon hearing this, Uncle Su rushed over to the student, eager to see the footage. He wanted to see the video. After watching the video, Grandpa Su felt even more confident. He already wore a self-satisfied expression. The group then prepared to carry out the 3 gold and silver wolf carcasses. 056 hunting complete, now let's go begging with the elders. Grandpa Su and Chen Xinhuang teamed up to carry out the 3 gold and silver wolf carcasses, along with the pile of mid to high-grade medicinal herbs and the Zhu blood fruits. They had good luck along the way, encountering no more strange beasts. After battling the 3 gold and silver wolves, old man Su and his companions had expended most of their strength. Simply dragging the wolves back had already cost them half their lives. In truth, besides Uncle Su's group, several other elders had also brought students into Sunset Forest. However, they weren't as bold as Su and his group. They only ventured in briefly, gathering herbs while casually filming videos and taking photos. But when they saw Old Man Su, Old Man He, Old Man Wang, and Chen Xinhuang emerge with the corpses of 3 wolf-like beasts in tow, everyone's faces were filled with shock. The elders rushed forward almost simultaneously to examine the wolves' features. The students, however, were frozen in shock. Some girls, terrified by the sheer size of the wolves, went limp in their legs, nearly losing control. Everyone, don't be afraid. These 3 beasts have been taken care of. There's no danger now. Chen Xinhuang shouted urgently, seeing everyone's panic. Only then did everyone begin to relax slightly, panting as they timidly edged closer. They fumbled for their phones, snapping photos, live streaming, and recording videos. This is a gold and silver wolf. Old He. Did you handle them? After examining it closely, Old Ma looked at Old He and the others in astonishment, his eyes filled with shock. Of course we did. Old Ma, who else could have ventured this deep into the wilderness but us? Grandpa, he said with a look of pride. This time, he had once again stolen the spotlight in front of everyone, and with so many young people witnessing it, he felt even more excited. It's still warm. Did you just get this? Holy crap. Brother He, Brother Su, Brother Wang, you guys are the F3 of our Cultivation University. So awesome. Brother Su, Brother Wang, Brother He, you guys are my idols. The elders all gazed at Uncle Su and his companions with eyes full of admiration. After all, they knew that while the golden-haired silver wolves appeared slightly smaller than tigers and lions, their agility and intelligence far surpassed those of tigers and lions at the same cultivation level. Dealing with them was no easier than facing tigers or lions. And here were 3 of them. That Grandpa Su and his crew could handle this many meant they were undoubtedly the strongest students currently at Cultivation University. Just as the elders marveled at Grandpa He and his companions' feat. In the elderly care livestream room, viewers were stunned upon seeing the gold and silver wolves. Holy! What the hell is that thing? It's huge. Looks like a wolf. But wild wolves can't be this big. Didn't that old man just say something? I think it was something like, a warning silver wolf? Can't make heads or tails of it. This thing appeared way too suddenly. This doesn't look like a staged effect at all. This thing? It doesn't need any show effects, it's all scripted. I'm telling you, these 3 things are definitely realistic models combined with special effects, a 2-in-1 deal. Otherwise, it couldn't be this lifelike. Some commenters questioned the authenticity of the golden-haired silver wolf. It looked too intimidating, and at that size, could 3 elderly people and a few students really lift it? They didn't believe it either. Old Su, these 3 gold and silver wolves don't look like they're here for fun. You must have put in a lot of work, right? The elders examined the 3 gold and silver wolves as they asked. Ha ha. No big deal. Just 1 blow each and they were done for. But these gold and silver wolves are incredibly agile. Landing a hit is really tough. Grandpa Su said with a look of pride. The other elders listened with envy. Though they caught some exotic beasts in Sunset Forest too, none were above the body-tempering realm, useless for anything but wild game offerings to the headmaster. Now that Grandpa Su and his group had ventured deep into the forest for the second time and captured another exotic beast, how could they not be envious? And seeing the basket in Old Man He's hands, filled with crimson Ju blood fruits, their eyes lit up. After all, they had searched the Sunset Forest for dozens of days without finding a single vermilion blood fruit. Now, not only had Old Su and his group captured 3 exotic beasts, but they also obtained Ju blood fruits. Their envy knew no bounds. They resolved to lead their students deeper into the Sunset Forest for another search. Grandpa Su and his group then presented the 3 gold and silver wolves to Qin Ming. When Qin Ming saw the 3 gold and silver wolves, he was stunned. He recognized them as Old Man Su and his companions. He couldn't help but inwardly exclaim at their incredible luck. He had just unlocked the final restricted zone when they encountered 3 gold and silver wolves living within it. These 2 golden threaded silver wolves, one at the early stage of the body tempering realm and the other at the mid stage, had initially seemed too formidable for all the elders combined. Now, these 3 old men had taken care of them. Observing the wounds on these 3 golden-haired silver wolves, he seemed to have guessed their ordeal. Very good. You still hold the top spot overall. Keep it up in these final days. Qin Ming praised them, and the 3 elders were overjoyed. Meanwhile, Chen Xinhuang and his team took advantage of the moment to film Qin Ming's office. They also conducted an interview with Qin Ming. As the president of the Cultivation University and the director of the Sunset Red Nursing Home, Qin Ming provided a detailed explanation of the university's environment. After witnessing it firsthand and hearing his words, Chen Xinhuang and his group felt a deep sense of longing. Thank you for your cooperation, President Qin. Chen Xinhuang bowed slightly to Qin Ming after concluding the interview. It's my pleasure. Thank you for visiting our seniors and promoting our facility. Qin Ming replied courteously. Then, seeing that it was nearly 4 in the afternoon, Grandpa Su prepared to take Chen Xinhuang and the others to experience the mundane world and repay karmic debts. Though Chen Xinhuang and the others didn't understand what Grandpa Su meant, their recent experience had sparked a deep curiosity about cultivating immortality. With this opportunity, why not give it a try? Meanwhile, the elderly residents began trickling out of Sunset Forest with their students. Their hands held some mid to high-grade medicinal herbs, and a few groups had even gathered a handful of vermilion blood fruits. However, compared to what Grandpa Su and his group had obtained, it was but a drop in the bucket. After finishing his interview, Qin Ming also decided to take a walk. Arriving at the edge of Sunset Forest, he saw the elders' bountiful harvest and felt reassured. He then returned to his office. Grandpa Su, are you sure you want to wear that? At the entrance of Cultivation University, Chen Xinhuang stared dumbfounded at the sight of Grandpa Su, and Grandpa Wang, each clad in rags, carrying a bowl and a stick. He questioned. Of course. We're here to experience the mortal world and embrace karma. We're going begging. Grandpa Su replied calmly. This. Chen Xinhuang was at a loss for words. The others behind him stared blankly, speechless. The deafening silence was almost tangible. Earlier, when they were moving near the cliff edge and gathering herbs in the forest, Chen Xinhuang and his group could still understand Su Deyi and the others saying they were cultivating immortality. But damn it, was begging in town also part of cultivating immortality? Their brains were about to short-circuit. Ah. It's fine. Just wear your own clothes. Just film us begging. Grandpa Su sensed Chen Xinhuang's discomfort and tried to reassure him. Chen Xinhuang didn't know how to respond. He understood that Grandpa Su and the others were cultivating immortality, but those who saw them begging would probably be laughing at them right now. Seeing this, the others could only nod and prepare to head out to beg. Little did they know that across from the Cultivation University, inside a van, 5 or 6 burly men were watching their every move. Boss. I've got these 3 old farts. Looks like they're taking the kids out. Should we go out now and tie them up? Not yet. Let them go into town. We still need to give the town mayor some face. Chun Haonan grinned wickedly. Boss, they're moving so fast. They've already gone hundreds of meters. During the conversation, the younger brother turned around and saw that the group had vanished. Only in the distance could he make out their figures. What are you standing around for? Get after them. Also, send a few teams from nearby to follow them. Today, we'll make sure they're trapped like fish in a barrel. Chen Haonan said coldly. Yes, sir. The van started up and began trailing slowly behind Old Man Su and his group. Simultaneously, several other vans started moving from different intersections, heading toward the town. 057 Follow the old beggar and skip 50 years of detours. Su. Uncle Su, could you slow down? We can't quite keep up. After walking just 1 kilometer, Chen Xinhuang's forehead was already beaded with sweat, his cheeks flushed, and he was slightly out of breath as he called out. He hadn't expected that walking so far with the three elders inside the nursing home hadn't felt like much. But once they stepped outside the gates, the three elders suddenly picked up the pace like they'd hit fast forward, striding along at breakneck speed. The guy holding the camera was starting to question his life choices. His back ached like crazy. If it weren't for the spiritual energy replenishment at the Cultivation University, he'd probably be lying on the ground by now. After a day of spiritual energy flowing through their bodies, the students' physical burdens had felt considerably lighter. Now, without that energy to sustain them, their bodies instantly reverted to their previous state. Combined with their earlier ordeal, they were already exhausted after walking just 1 kilometer. Uncle Sue and the others were bewildered by the kids' state. But after a moment's thought, it all clicked. Without the spiritual energy to sustain them, the fatigue they'd been fighting off earlier had come crashing back. They suddenly grasped why the headmaster had waited until they reached the body-tempering realm before allowing them to settle their karmic debts. It was precisely to allow them to become saturated with spiritual energy, enabling them to replenish it autonomously. Seeing how exhausted Chen Xinhuang and the others truly were, Grandpa Su turned to Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang and suggested, "Perhaps we should slow down a bit. Otherwise, the children won't be able to keep up." Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang nodded in agreement, and the group immediately eased their pace. Only then did Chen Xinhuang and the others catch up. "Grandpa Su, you're living so well in the nursing home. Why come out begging?" Chen Xinhuang was genuinely puzzled. What was this about the director making the elderly beg? It was utterly absurd. Besides, he couldn't detect a hint of reluctance on the faces of Grandpa Su and the others. They looked genuinely delighted and excited. "Young Chen, our main purpose isn't actually begging. It's to experience the mundane world, repay karmic debts, and prepare for future divination." Grandpa Su smiled faintly. "Fortune telling? Isn't that all just a scam?" A classmate holding a camera reacted. How could this possibly be a scam? Unless that person doesn't want to live the rest of their life. Even now, we'd need to accumulate karma for ages just to perform a simple divination. What you think is nonsense is just them guessing based on a few clues. They can't even calculate that level of detail. Divination has no truth or falsehood, only accuracy or inaccuracy. It's all about the depth of one's cultivation. Upon hearing this, Old Man Su turned his head, his expression solemn as he shook his head. "So, Grandpa Su, where are we going to beg for alms?" Seeing Old Man Su so agitated, Chen Xinhuang quickly tried to smooth things over with a question. "To the town center. There are more people there." Grandpa Su replied without hesitation. "The town center? But it's packed with people there. We just came from there this morning." Chen Xinhuang heard this and instinctively glanced at the outfits of Su Di and his companions. If they went to town dressed like that, wouldn't they be laughed to death? Exactly. The more people there are, the more money we'll beg for, and the more karma we'll repay. If only something unexpected happened this time. Grandpa Su spoke, suddenly recalling that day's experience, a faint smile curling his lips. "Accident?" Chen Xinhuang was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Nothing. You'll be in town soon anyway, so you can look around. Just film a few minutes of us begging when you get there." Grandpa Su could see what the kids were thinking. After all, it was their first time in Jinshan town, and exploring around would be nice. Chen Xinhuang nodded. Meanwhile, not far behind them, the van was still tailing them. "These old guys are moving pretty fast. Boss, why don't we just tie them up now?" The younger brother gritted his teeth as he watched the figures ahead. "Wait for the signal. Did I say to move?" Chen Haonan hated being ordered around more than anything. He promptly slapped the navigator across the face. Boss, I'm sorry." The subordinate was beaten to the point of tears. "Cut the crap. Are those guys in position yet?" Chen Haonan demanded, his expression fierce. "Boss, they're all in place." "What are your orders?" "Good. We can head back now. The moment those men spot these old fools, move immediately. What can this little Jinshan town do to me?" Chen Haonan declared with utter arrogance. "Yes, boss." Upon hearing this, the subordinate immediately relayed the message to the convoy drivers, and the vehicles began their return journey. An hour later, Old Man Su and the others finally arrived at the town center with the exhausted Chen Xinhuang and his companions. "Alright, this is the spot. This location is absolutely perfect, a prime begging spot." Grandpa Su selected a spot and sat down immediately. Meanwhile, Chen Xinhuang and the others had already collapsed onto the nearby steps, utterly exhausted. Earlier, Old Man Su had suggested they walk around town to stretch their legs, but now it seemed utterly unnecessary. At that moment, their feet felt like they weren't their own. Seeing Grandpa Su, Grandpa Yi, and Grandpa Wang settle down, they finally relaxed completely, plopping themselves onto the nearby steps. Bliss. Drawing on their previous experience, Grandpa Su and the others immediately began their routine. Shopkeepers along the way had been deeply impressed by the trio. "Those three old guys are back again. Aren't those the three old men who did that heroic deed last time? Why are they begging again? I don't get it. Look, there are some young people with them too." Young people? Could they all be these old men's grandchildren or great-grandchildren? That's just too sad. Coming back from vacation only to be dragged around begging by their own grandfathers? Is my grandpa the leader of the Beggars Guild? As bystanders chatted idly, they cast pitying glances at Chen Xinhuang and his companions. This is exhausting. Chen Xinhuang took off his baseball cap and fanned himself relentlessly, setting it down when he grew tired. Clunk. The next second, a 100 yuan bill appeared inside his cap. Holy! Chen Xinhuang froze instantly, his eyes widening in shock. But when he looked up, the person who had tossed the money was already gone. Several classmates nearby witnessed the scene and froze in shock. Holy! Old Chen, you're begging like a pro. Impressive. Chen, did you secretly study begging techniques? Even old man Su and the others didn't have any money, but you've already made a killing. Seeing his classmates so excited, he didn't know what to say. He had no idea how the money ended up in his cap. Chen, you're something else. You've got a real talent for begging. Just then, old man Su heard the commotion and turned his head. There, lying plainly in Chen Xinhuang's cap, was a 100 yuan bill. His eyes sparkled with admiration as he praised him. This. But when Chen Xinhuang turned to look at Grandpa Su, he froze. There he was, performing a one-legged stance, with the crowd already gathering around him. Uncle, do it again. I want to take some pictures. Sure thing, young man. Grandpa Su listened, then proceeded to perform another move. Instantly, several bills appeared in his bowl. Maybe we should. Chen Xinhuang was momentarily at a loss for words. He'd wanted to call his classmates over to finish taking photos and then explore, but now they too were mimicking Uncle Su and the others in begging. With bowls of unknown origin, several of them performed street dance moves. The bowls before them were already piled high like little mountains. Nice. Awesome. Handsome guy, add me on WeChat. I'll give you 688. Is that even possible? Chen Xinhuang watched in utter amazement. At that moment, he felt his worldview had been completely overturned and it didn't seem so bad after all. After a moment's thought, he joined Uncle Su's begging crew. Boss, these must be the 3 old men Brother Chen mentioned, right? Yep. Those 3 old men. Inside an unlicensed taxi parked a block away, a man with a scar on his face confirmed their identities by comparing photos of old man Su and his companions. These 3 old men don't look like much. Looks like the thugs in Jinshan town are total losers, can't even handle 3 old men. The man adopted a contemptuous expression upon hearing this. Oomph. Small-time town, what can they do? Tell the brothers it's time to get out and collect what's owed. Yes, sir. Scarface gave the order, grabbing his baseball bat and stepping off the vehicle amid his henchmen's cheers. 4 burly men followed close behind him. Simultaneously, the other 4 gangs did the same. They all marched toward the street where old man Su lived, their menacing presence enough to make a 3-year-old burst into tears. Unbeknownst to Grandpa Su and his companions, danger was already closing in silently. 058 Didn't your family teach you that messing with the wrong people gets you beaten? Clang. Thanks for the 50 yuan bill, young man. May your career flourish, your rank rise step by step, and may you marry 2 wives. Grandpa Su put down his cane and offered his congratulations. After over a month of rehabilitation, his leg could now bear weight temporarily with the support of a single cane. Chen Xinhuang, standing nearby, was stunned by Grandpa Su's actions. What the heck was this about marrying 2 wives? But seeing old man Su pocket 50 yuan instantly made him feel a bit envious. This wasn't karma at all. This was clearly a job. Mobile begging. Judging by this setup, he could easily rake in at least 500 a day. This saves at least 50 years of detours. Move. All of you, move. Who gave you permission to set up stalls here? Just as Chen Xinhuang was fantasizing about the wonderful life he could build through begging, several angry shouts reached his ears. He followed the sound and saw several burly men wielding iron rods, driving the crowd off the street. They looked every bit like urban management officers. Uncle He, the city management officers are here. Let's get out of here fast. Though the men weren't in uniform, the terrified expressions on the shopkeepers confirmed to Chen Xinhuang that these were indeed plainclothes officers. What urban management? I've lived in Jinshan town for nearly 10 years. Where did these urban management officers come from? Besides, we're beggars, not vendors. What business is it of theirs? However, Grandpa He immediately grew displeased upon hearing this and muttered under his breath. But Grandpa He, they look exactly like them. They're almost here. Chen Xinhuang pointed and reminded him. He was taken aback by old man He's words. He recalled a famous line from a movie, but beggars filling the streets will affect the city's appearance. Don't the city management officers do anything about this? Following the direction of his finger, old man He saw 6 burly men striding toward them. What's there to fear? Our town doesn't even have urban management officers. Besides, last time we helped the town catch thieves, the police chief himself told us we could beg anywhere in town. Grandpa He said with a hint of pride. But? Chen Xinhuang listened in stunned silence. But just then, the burly men had already reached their side. Old man. Who gave you permission to beg here? And you, kid, was it you who pointed me out earlier? The leader, a scarred man with a menacing expression, confronted Chen Xinhuang, an old man he with an intimidating tone, his imposing presence silencing Chen Xinhuang for a moment. Clack. Old man, I'm talking to you. Yet Grandpa he seemed not to hear, offering no reply. The scarred man instantly lost his temper, kicking over Grandpa he's bull with a single kick. The loose change scattered across the floor. What the hell do you think you're doing? Though Chen Xinhuang was terrified inside, seeing the man's brutality filled him with rage. He roared at the burly man. Kid. When did you get permission to speak? You pointed at me earlier, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Enough. You lot keep an eye on these three old men. I'll deal with this annoying fly. The scar-faced man said, glaring arrogantly at Chen Xinhuang. Brother Chen, run. Young man, don't just stand there like an idiot. The crowd stood far back, watching the group with fear. Seeing the leader go after Chen Xinhuang, they hurriedly shouted. But Chen Xinhuang couldn't move an inch. He couldn't just stand by and let them bully old man he and the others. They were all elderly men. This was outright bullying. What? You're getting involved now? Do you want to take the beating for them? Or come compensate me for my losses? These shops are all mine. They're begging here and ruining my business. The scar-faced man declared aggressively, already adopting a haughty, superior posture. Don't get cocky. I've already called the police. Just then, Chen Xinhuang's buddy shouted, phone in hand. Kid, go ahead and call. See if they do any good. You lot, get him. These guys are all in cahoots with the old man. Dare you. The scarred leader started to stride past old man he, but mid-sentence, his limbs suddenly froze as if colliding with a mountain. He couldn't move an inch. Did I say you could pass? Before he could process the confusion, Grandpa he's stern rebuke cut through the air. You little old man, don't you dare stir up trouble. With your puny frame, we. The man hadn't even realized it yet, mocking him with his words. But when he turned his head and saw Grandpa he's bulging muscles, he froze in place. Only then did he realize his hands and feet were completely blocked by He. Didn't your mother teach you not to touch other people's things without permission? Did your grandfather never teach you to be polite to elders? Grandpa he's face darkened, then a surge of fury erupted from his body. Veins bulged on his arms as he seized the scarred man's arm. With a sharp crack, the scarred man collapsed to his knees before old man he. One leg and one foot were instantly shattered by the explosive force unleashed by old man he. Ow. Ah, you stinking old geezer. Damn you. Cold sweat instantly beaded on the scarred man's forehead as he screamed in agony. He tried to muster the strength to stand, but his condition wouldn't allow it. You lot, stop standing around like fools. Deal with these bastards. And everyone, get out here. Don't disgrace the Black Wolf Gang. The scarred man gasped for breath, then suddenly roared in anger. Chen Xinhuang, watching nearby, was startled by the outburst. He'd heard that crisp crack of shattered bone perfectly clear. To remain so composed under such agony, this man was truly ruthless. But this tough guy was nothing compared to the stubborn old man, Uncle He. After the scarred man's shout, several burly men burst out from the four surrounding streets. Clearly strategic and well prepared, they charged toward Grandpa He and his companions, weapons in hand. Old Su. Old Wang. Stop begging, someone's coming to help us settle our debts. Yet at that moment, Old He exclaimed excitedly to Old Su and Old Wang. All right. The unexpected turn we've been waiting for has finally arrived. Grandpa Su grinned darkly. Watching the imposing, burly men charging toward them, he wore a look of pure excitement, utterly unafraid. Grandpa Wan was also itching to get started. This left Chen Xinhuang and the others, who had been anxious and frightened moments before, utterly bewildered. What was going on? They'd been hijacked by a gang of thugs, yet Old Man Su and the others seemed thrilled? This wasn't the usual routine. You old fool, you should be thinking about yourself first. Last time you injured our Black Wolf Gang members and ruined our plans. Don't think you'll escape our Black Wolf Gang's revenge this time. The scarred man not only showed no fear but spoke with brazen arrogance. Oh. So it's you guys. Looks like scum really is everywhere. Snap. Without flinching, Old Man He then crippled the scarred man's right hand and left leg. How dare you hit my brother? Brothers, cripple him. The scarred man's henchmen, enraged by the turn of events, shouted to their comrades behind them. Smack. Yet, each of them was sent flying by a single slap from Old Man He. Grandpa He's face was cold and grim, but inside he was thrilled. Putting these thugs in their place would surely settle a lot of scores. Shut up. Grandpa He's cold command sent shivers down the spines of the henchmen, who trembled in fear. His slaps felt like being rammed in the face by a bull, leaving them feeling like their brains had turned to mush. Meanwhile, Grandpa Su and Grandpa Wang had also swiftly dealt with their respective opponents. Grandpa Su delivered one blow with his stick, sending his target straight to sleep. Grandpa Wang subdued one with a perfect joint lock. Chen Xinhuang and the others nearby watched in stunned silence, frozen like wooden chickens. What they had anticipated as a deadly showdown had instead unfolded with surprising ease. The elders had been utterly outclassed. Bystanders nearby applauded at the sight. Old he. It's done. Did you hear them mention the Black Wolf Gang earlier? Is this connected to that wild dog gang that caused trouble last time? After finishing his task, old Su wiped his cane and asked. Remember those thugs we took care of last time? I just heard this guy say they're part of the same gang. Oh. Black Wolf Gang, thugs? Wild dog gang? Could it be that you're all hybrid gangs? Grandpa Su pondered, then suddenly brightened. Everyone. You've already angered my gang leader. My Black Wolf Gang's influence is far-reaching. You nursing home staff injured my boss's cousin. Now that the boss has arrived, you won't have a moment's peace. The scarred man's mouth was as hard as iron, showing no sign of backing down. After uttering his final words, he collapsed unconscious. 059 With the leader absent, the Black Wolf Gang strikes. What did that little punk just say? Their boss? A gang boss? I'm the leader of the beggars sect. Grandpa Su, enraged by the threat, raised his cane and smacked it hard against the scarred man's back. As expected, a pig-like scream echoed throughout the entire street. Bystanders cheered at the spectacle. Strange. The Black Wolf Gang? I've never heard of them before. While Old Man Su was still pondering, Old Man he noticed the phone in the scarred man's pocket vibrating. He pulled it out. It was a text message. At the top was the label boss. The two characters appeared before his eyes. Grandpa he unlocked the phone using the scarred man's fingerprint and began reading. Have those three old fools with the knife scar been taken care of? Our men at the nursing home entrance are ready to move. Bring those three old farts along too, let them see with their own eyes how the nursing home gets razed to the ground. Grandpa he's eyes instantly widened. Old Su. Old Wang, come take a look. Grandpa he steadied his breath and said in a deep voice. Old Su and Old Wang exchanged glances upon hearing this. Seeing how serious old he looked, they both stepped forward. The moment they saw the message, their faces were filled with rage. Scum! Trying to harm the leader of our beggars sect. Doesn't he know his place? Grandpa Su growled angrily, his cane thudding against the ground so hard it shattered a chunk of the concrete. Beside him, Old Wang's voice remained steady, though his slightly furrowed brow and face brimming with fury betrayed his anger. He then scrolled back up to the chat history. It was all about them and the nursing home. This convoy was coming for them, and the nursing home itself was already surrounded by hundreds of people. They threatened to use bulldozers and excavators to level the entire nursing home to the ground. The more the three read, the more uneasy they felt, their eyes burning with fury. This is outrageous. These bastards. Do they really think they can act like they're above the law? Grandpa he roared, his fist smashing down beside the scarred man's head. The concrete floor shattered instantly, leaving the scarred man dazed and covered in cold sweat. Xiao Chen. Can you drive? Yes, yes. Seeing Grandpa he so frantic, Chen Xinhuang's heart sank. Take this. We're heading back to the nursing home right now. Grandpa he spoke, then tossed something toward Chen Xinhuang. Keys? Chen Xinhuang caught the object and saw it was a car key. Seeing the scarred man lying on the ground, he instantly understood everything. Nodding, the group hurried toward the minivan in the distance. They reached the vehicle and climbed inside. The car roared past, speeding toward the direction of Cultivation University. Grandpa he checked the time. The message was sent 10 minutes ago. If they hurried back now, they might still stop it. These scoundrels of society. It was his own cousin who came to the nursing home demanding money and causing trouble. And now they were talking about revenge. This time, they'd learned that the elderly weren't pushovers. The thugs who remained at the scene were also taken away by the police officers who arrived shortly after. Commissioner Chow was startled to hear it was the same group of beggar elders from last time. He hurried over and, upon seeing the appearance of these burly men, instantly understood everything. Take them all away. Interrogate them thoroughly back at the station. He was also a bit troubled. He'd heard the gang he was hunting was in Jinshan town, but neither of the two groups arrested so far had included them. However, upon learning they belonged to the Black Wolf Gang, he regained some confidence and prepared to take them back for rigorous interrogation. As for the minor damages caused by Old Man Su and his group, Bureau Chief Chow took full responsibility for them. At that moment, outside the gates of the Cultivation University, inside the van across the street. Damn it! What the hell is Scarface doing? Just 3 old men, does he want to play around too? Chen Hanan stared at the unanswered message, seething with anger. Just 3 old men. Once he dealt with them, he'd go take care of that nursing home. Through his binoculars, he saw the elderly being supported by students, and the memory of his brother's broken leg flooded back. His rage boiled over. How the hell did that useless little brother get his leg broken by these old men who couldn't even walk straight? Hearing Chen Ban describe it, he'd been scared enough to recall the few hardened thugs he'd trained outside. These men were all former Special Forces soldiers, far more capable than the average bodyguards from security firms. Each of them had multiple lives on their conscience, which had initially unsettled him. But after seeing the police force in Jinshan town, he felt reassured. A small place like Jinshan town couldn't possibly touch him. Even the town mayor was bowing and scraping before him. What real power could they possibly have? Click. After waiting a few minutes with no reply from that loser, Chen Haonan tossed his phone onto the dashboard and slipped the golden Desert Eagle from the car into his pocket. He stubbed out his cigarette and addressed his henchman beside him. Forget it. Let them be. It's just a bunch of old farts anyway. Have our guys bring all the cars up here. With that, he grabbed an iron bar and got out of the car. His henchman, hearing the order, immediately began barking commands. Several burly men then emerged from the surrounding vehicles, each looking as menacing as the scar-faced man himself. All of them headed toward the nursing home. Meanwhile, inside the nursing home, Attorney Yen was organizing staff to move items, preparing to take a group photo of the elderly residents and students. Qin Ming declined outright, claiming he was too tired and needed to sleep. After Attorney Yen finished arranging the items, bustling about, he went to find student leader Chen Xinhuang to take attendance, only to discover he was gone. He then tried to find Grandpa He and the others to organize the elderly residents, only to discover they were gone too. This is strange. How could both leaders be gone? Just then, he spotted the assistant leader, Su Wenjing, arriving and approached her with his question. Su, have you seen Chen? No? I thought they were the first ones to come out of that forest? I think Grandpa Su said he wanted to go for a walk, so they accompanied him out. Su Wenjing relayed everything she knew to Lawyer Yen. Lawyer Yen was speechless. Hadn't they agreed to take a group photo at the end of the afternoon? Now both leaders were missing. Mr. Yen, has something happened? Su Wenjing asked, noticing the lawyer's anxious expression. Nothing. Just gather the students and seniors first, we need to get ready for the group photo. Attorney Yen instructed Su Wenjing before pulling out his phone to call Old Man He. Got it. Su Wenjing went to gather the elderly and students for the group photo. Beep beep beep. However, when he called Grandpa He, no one answered. That's strange. What on earth are Grandpa He and the others doing? Clang. Thud. Just as Attorney Yen was feeling troubled, several loud thuds reached his ears. The sounds came from the doorway, immediately followed by a torrent of curses. Damn it! Where is everyone? Are all the old folks dead? Get your asses out here now. Our boss is here to collect. You old fools. You injured our boss's younger brother before. Today, you'll pay with your blood. Attorney Yan's brows furrowed at the sound of the curses. Who was this arrogant bastard? Hadn't the Wild Dogs gang been beaten into submission? How could anyone dare come here looking for trouble? He immediately walked to the doorway. The scene before him froze him in place. His brow furrowed and his eyes sharpened with caution. 060 respecting elders turns to brawling, threatening children makes no hero. Who are you people? This is a nursing home. What are you doing here with weapons? Looking for trouble? Facing these burly men, Attorney Yen felt a momentary flicker of fear. But regaining his composure, he immediately steeled himself and demanded. None of your damn business. You filthy orderly. Open the door for my boss right now. Or we'll kill you. The henchman beside him, finding Lawyer Yan's ancient attire and mannerisms thoroughly irritating, issued a direct verbal threat. He kept banging on the nursing home's door with his weapon. Seeing this, the other henchman joined in, pounding the gate relentlessly with iron rods, looking utterly arrogant. At that moment, the elderly residents, urged by Su Wenjing, had gathered in the nursing home's courtyard. The commotion at the entrance naturally reached their ears. Xiaoyan, what's going on? Who are these people? Grandpa Ma rushed forward upon seeing the commotion. His brows furrowed slightly at the sight of the intruder's attire as he inquired. I don't know either. They just suddenly swarmed in. But judging by their demeanor, they're definitely not here for anything good. Kid, do you know what you're saying? We're the Black Wolf Gang. Our presence is felt throughout the entire southern region of Longhua. If it weren't for your gang beating up our boss's younger brother, we'd never have come to Jinshan Town. The boss's brother? That's right. Our boss's younger brother, Chen Ban. Leader of the Wild Dogs Gang. Don't think you can just beat up our boss's brother and walk away. If the Black Wolf Gang doesn't get justice here today, you'd better prepare for your nursing home to be demolished. Don't think the town mayor will protect you. Even if the party secretary shows up today, we'll still tear this nursing home to pieces. Seeing the newcomers so bold and defiant, Old Man Ma and the others were momentarily stunned. But since they'd revealed their identities, Lawyer Yen and the others felt no lingering hesitation. What do you mean beat them to a pulp? That's called getting what you deserve. Lawyer Yen glared at the group before him with seething indignation. How utterly shameless. Had he not been the client that day, this matter might well have been swept under the rug. Now that he had reached the body-tempering realm, it was time to shield the principal from these scum of society and repay his master's kindness. By now, the commotion had drawn everyone to the doorway. The students accompanied the elders forward. As the deputy leader of the senior citizens group, Su Wenjing was startled by the scene. She never imagined that even in Jinshan Town, there could be local bullies. And they had the audacity to come to the nursing home and cause trouble with a group of frail, elderly residents. Such an incident was utterly absurd to even speak of. The scene was more spectacular than anything she'd seen on television. The entrance to the nursing home was indeed filled with burly, imposing men, nearly 100 of them. Each of them carried weapons straight out of gangster movie brawls. She feared the elderly residents would panic upon seeing so many thugs. After all, seniors tend to believe everything they hear. If they actually opened the door, things could turn disastrous. Grandpa Ma, don't open the door. They're all bad guys. I'm calling the police right now. Young lady, I advise you not to meddle in this. Do you think coming to this nursing home to pay respects would be so straightforward? Let me tell you straight, if it weren't for Chen Xinhuang being my relative, I wouldn't have gotten involved in your business. Getting into this nursing home to care for the elderly, it's all thanks to my arrangements. Chen Haonan stared at Su Wenjing's fair complexion, his face twisted into a wicked grin. Su Wenjing's cheeks flushed slightly. Seeing the scene unfold and recalling Chen Haonan's earlier words, worry instantly filled her heart. Threatening children? What kind of hero are you? Exactly. This has nothing to do with these children. The person you're looking for is us. Grandpa Ma and Lawyer Yin coldly retorted, shielding Su Wenjing behind them. Ha! Do you really think a few old folks can stop us? It's a one-time deal. Seeing Old Man Ma and the others so confident, the henchman sneered contemptuously. He could take each of these old men down single-handedly. You hurt my brother. I brought my men here today to demand justice, yet you still act like this. I was even willing to let it go with 10 million in compensation. But now it seems you're forcing me to make you drink the punishment wine. Chen Haonan was furious at the old men's attitude. He'd come to avenge his brother, yet these elders dared to look down on him. Fine, don't open the door. Go fetch me a shovel. This iron gate will be pried open today. And as for these students, practical training is out of the question. Chen Haonan's words startled the students. They had come here to honor the elders precisely for that chapter on practical proof. Now Chen Haonan was threatening them with the very proof they needed. Their anger flared instantly. After spending a day with the elders, they knew full well how capable these seniors were. They were certainly capable of holding their own against these burly men. But now that they were being threatened, they couldn't help at all. At the same time, Old Man Ma wasn't confident either. This kind of situation was a test for the Cultivation University, and he felt awkward reporting it to the principal. Yet these newcomers radiated a far more formidable presence than Chen Ban's previous group. Their aura, bearing, and very countenances were superior. The old men could certainly handle them individually, but the enemy outnumbered them. If a fight broke out and the children got hurt, that would be a real problem. Moreover, these men appeared utterly ruthless. If they saw the students completely defenseless, who knew what unexpected actions they might take? That would ruin all the publicity for the Cultivation University. Meanwhile, the students doing live streams froze upon witnessing this scene. They quickly pulled out their phones and began streaming discreetly. Viewers in the live stream instantly perked up at the spectacle. From a senior citizens gathering to a gang shootout? This plot twist is moving way too fast. Holy crap! This setup. Are we about to have a team fight? Impressive. Small towns really have the most stuff, huh? They're really going all out with this drama. Respecting elders turns into a village brawl? That's interesting. Those old folks seemed so tough earlier. Why are they now cowering before these village bullies? Exactly. But this is way too unusual. Could it be for dramatic effect? Doubtful. I heard that iron bar smashing against the gate. It didn't sound fake. Could it be a real brawl? A nursing home brawl? This place is something else. Anything can happen here. The comments section buzzed with heated discussion, with over 10,000 viewers now online. But just as Grandpa Ma and the others hesitated, the thugs had already raised their shovels and began smashing them against the nursing home's iron gate. Clang! Clang! What are you doing? Grandpa Ma was furious at the sight. The other elders and the lawyer beside him were equally enraged. Spiritual energy surged from their bodies, their expressions turning grave. A powerful aura emanated from them, causing their school uniforms to slightly billow. What are we doing? Since you won't let us in, we'll have to take matters into our own hands. Though the elderly men in their ancient attire gave off an ethereal, otherworldly aura, Chen Haonan dismissed it. This was nothing but bluffing, right? He didn't believe it. Even if these guys beside him were useless, could these old folks really beat the people he'd recruited from overseas? You lot, climb over the wall. Get someone to bring the bulldozer over. Today, I will raise this nursing home to the ground. 061 Protecting the Cultivation University is everyone's responsibility, Qin Ming's wrath. Chen Haonan declared with a brutish expression. Upon hearing this, the henchmen's faces lit up with sly expressions. Instantly, they all scrambled onto the gate, trying to squeeze through the top. Oldly, take the kids to the back mountain. We'll hold them off here. Old Ma ordered Oldly beside him. All right. Kids, follow us. It's too dangerous here. This isn't something you can handle. Uncle. It's fine. After a day of training, I feel full of energy. The college students, seeing these social scum trying to bully the elderly, felt their blood boil. They couldn't stand such brazen, unreasonable behavior either. One by one, they stepped in front of the elderly. Kid, you're pretty gutsy. But you've picked the wrong fight. Charge. Today, I'll tear this nursing home apart. Chen Haonan roared. Immediately, the first wave of men scaling the iron gate charged forward. Grandpa Ma, watch out. The boy in the lead tried to shield Grandpa Ma. However, the scene unfolded nothing like Chen Haonan had imagined. The next second, the charging man let out a blood-curdling scream. Do you really think we old folks are helpless? We've warned you several times. And you still insist on coming to meet your end. Grandpa Ma unleashed a punch, sending the burly man crashing to the ground, fast asleep like a baby. Similarly, the other aggressive men froze the moment they made contact with the elders. Their fists and weapons halted mid-air. The elders swiftly sidestepped behind the thugs. With their fiery, passionate Tai Chi techniques, they toyed with the thugs like playthings in their hands. Clang! Their weapons crashed to the ground. Their faces contorted in frustration, all traces of their earlier arrogance vanished. They looked exactly like children being scolded by their elders. Sir, I was wrong. Please let go. The burly men wailed, their bodies nearly crumpled into balls by the elders. This sudden turn of events left them momentarily stunned. When they finally snapped back to reality, a wave of stinging pain swept through their entire bodies. Get moving. Don't just stand there. You can't even handle these old men? You're useless. Grab those students. What are we afraid of with so many of us? A few of you hold down the old men, while the rest of you grab every single student. Don't let a single one escape. They're all bargaining chips. Chen Haonan's voice was low and commanding. Hearing this, the men perked up. Right. If they can't handle the old man, surely they can handle these students? College students were the weakest group of all. You guys, don't come any closer. Seeing this, Su Wenjing hurriedly organized everyone to pick up the weapons scattered on the ground. Her eyes darted warily toward the doorway. Facing these fierce, burly men advancing toward them, fear instinctively showed on her face. Although Old Man Ma and the others had already taken care of a group earlier, 2 fists couldn't fight 10 hands. The men opposite them outnumbered them tenfold. They couldn't rely solely on the elders for safety. They could protect themselves too. The live streamers, fearing their channels would be banned for broadcasting this scene, quickly shut down their feeds. Grasping chairs nearby, they assumed defensive stances. Clang! Yet, just as they were guarding against the thugs, the lock on the iron gate was pried open. The iron lock clattered to the ground as the door was violently kicked open. Countless burly men wielding weapons charged toward them like wild beasts. Attorney Yen, we can't let them through. I know. Everyone, hold your ground. Attorney Yen roared, and everyone's expressions tightened. Facing the charging horde of burly men, they stood their ground, each taking on 3 opponents. The male students formed pairs to shield a female student each, weapons drawn and ready to defend. Stop resisting. It's a human wave tactic. No matter how skilled you are, you can't possibly hold them back. Ha 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 ha. Chen Haonan watched this unfold, thrilled beyond measure. These elite enforcers alone were more than enough to overwhelm the elderly men. Everyone fall back. Everyone retreat. Su, go get the principal. Lawyer Yen was already panting after taking down just 2 burly men. He quickly turned his head towards Su Wenjing in the distance and shouted. Su Wenjing nodded immediately upon hearing this and turned to dash toward the office. Young lady, where do you think you're going? But just then, 2 burly men broke through the blockade and charged forward. They sneered behind Su Wenjing. Terrified, Su Wenjing quickened her pace. Fortunately, Su Wenjing had been the top sprinter in her high school track team, which is why those burly men couldn't catch up to her. Rip. Yet, just as Chen Haonan believed he had everything under control and was waiting for the harvest, the screech of brakes pierced everyone's ears. The shrill noise drowned out the surrounding clamor, instantly capturing Chen Haonan's attention. He turned his head, his expression sour with displeasure. The moment he saw the car, his head nearly exploded with rage. My car! Scarface! You idiot! What took you so long to get back? Drifting like that. You wrecked the tires. Chen Haonan stormed over, dragging his 2 henchmen toward the vehicle. He cursed under his breath. Whoosh! But the moment the car door opened, he was completely stunned. You, old Su's here. You little punk, take this from your old man. Old man Su pushed open the door, leaped up with a thud, raised his cane, and charged straight at Chen Haonan. Boss, watch out. Seeing this, one of the henchmen rushed forward to shield him, blocking the blow with his arm. Clack! Thud! The moment the cane made contact, the younger brother flew backward, both hands instantly shattered. A piercing scream rang in Chen Haonan's ears. The sight filled another henchman with terror, his legs trembling so violently he dared not stand in front of Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan, witnessing this, broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. His pupils dilated as he instinctively stumbled backwards several steps. Damn it! You little bastard, you've made Grandpa he furious like this for the first time in ages. Grandpa he burst out of the car. Seeing the group of burly men across from him, he instantly recognized them as members of the Black Wolf Gang. With a single powerful stride, before the burly men could react, he sent one flying into the air with a single punch. Thud! They crashed back to earth, stunned into silence. Next, Old Wang charged forward, swinging his club at Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan, seeing the distance between them, felt reassured. But suddenly, a blast of air surged toward him. In an instant, he was knocked flat onto the ground. Grandpa Wang's entrance effectively cleared the way. Chen Xinwang and his men finally came to their senses and got out of the car. They were startled to see so many burly men before them. But when they saw over a dozen men already lying before the third elder, they were stunned once more. Don't just stand there. Get in the car. Drive straight through. Grandpa Su bellowed. Chen Xinwang and the others snapped out of it, jumped back in, started the engine, and drove straight toward the nursing home entrance along the path cleared by Uncle Su and the others. Meanwhile, Grandpa Ma and the others heard Grandpa Su's distinctive voice and instantly relaxed. They knew Uncle Su and the others had returned. Their morale soared instantly. Brothers! The time for counterattack has come. Grandpa Ma roared, then turned to the other elders beside him. Their spirits soared, their strength surging even more than before. Useless! All of you are useless. Damn it, we'll have to call them in. Chen Haonan roared angrily, then pressed a button on his phone to initiate a call. 8 men immediately emerged from 2 nearby sedans. Compared to the burly men, they radiated a far more sinister and terrifying aura. One glance told you they were no ordinary characters. Take out these old farts. When we get back, I'll give you double what you asked for. Chen Haonan, now furious and frantic, bellowed. Oomph. A bunch of trash. Brothers, show them what we're made of. The leader exuded a deep, blood-soaked aura. The military knife in his mouth and the army boots on his feet further confirmed his identity. From afar, Old Wang's brow furrowed the moment he spotted them. He charged forward immediately. Whoa! Boss, there's an old man coming this way wearing a military overcoat. Looks like a retired Dragon Nation soldier. You two, go get him. Dragon Nation soldier. Beat him to a pulp. The leader, seemingly harboring hatred toward the Dragon Nation soldier, ordered his 2 henchmen forward with contempt. The 2 henchmen, upon hearing this, immediately grabbed their weapons and charged forward. Old man, you're asking for it. I'll send you straight to the afterlife. However, Old Wang dodged the attack effortlessly. He swiftly executed a takedown, knocking one down, then delivered a sweeping kick that took out the other. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Holy! This old man, is he? The leader was stunned, about to utter a curse, when Old Wang charged forward. Old Wang, slow down. Leave some for me. Su De, following behind, shouted urgently. But now, the once arrogant leader saw the look in Old Wang's eyes and broke out in a cold sweat. Only those who'd seen battle could understand the look in Old Wang's eyes. Cold, ruthless, bloodthirsty, and unwavering. The remaining 6 men, seeing the expressions on those 2 faces, instantly envisioned their own fates in the next second. Clang! Their weapons clattered to the ground as they all dropped to their knees before Old Man Wang. Old Man Wang was taken aback. He'd intended to discipline them, but never expected them to kneel. Chen Haonan was utterly dumbfounded. The men he'd once boasted about had all fallen to their knees after witnessing Old Man Wang's formidable presence. Damn it! What a mess! They're all useless. Chen Haonan's rage boiled over. Watching the chaotic crowd, he could no longer contain himself. Bang! He pulled a pistol from the bulge in his pants and fired a shot straight into the air. Instantly, everything fell silent. At that moment, Qin Ming was roused by Su Wenjing's call and rushed over. Hearing the gunshot, he immediately grew anxious. He took an instant step through the crowd and reached the doorway. Just as he hesitated over whether to step outside. Ha! Come on then. Scared now? Go get the tractors and bulldozers. I'm going to flatten this nursing home. Chen Haonan's contemptuous words ignited fierce anger within Qin Ming, while he also worried about the safety of the students and elderly residents. You dare! He roared with fury, stepping out of the school gate. 062 youngsters these days no sense of martial ethics. Just say cross the tribulation and they cross it. Why wouldn't I? You're nothing but a useless dean. Do you really think you can threaten me? Ah ha 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 ha. Chen Haonan, seeing Qin Ming's furious expression, remained unconcerned, speaking with utter arrogance. However, the moment Qin Ming stepped out of the school gates, rage consumed him entirely. He stomped his foot down, unleashing a shockwave that sent a wave of air surging outward. Several burly men nearby were instantly knocked flying. Boom! When Qin Ming finally came to his senses, he inwardly screamed, "It's over." If he didn't rein in his rage now, without the birdcage of heavenly harmony, his cultivation realm would inevitably weaken. Then the heavenly thunder would strike, and he'd have to endure the tribulation. Monster, a monster. The surrounding men, witnessing this scene and then Qin Ming's icy expression, were instantly too terrified to approach. They all scrambled backward, their mouths spewing words non-stop. Qin Ming's kick had struck like an earthquake, causing the entire ground to tremble. And the moment Qin Ming stepped out of the nursing home, the previously clear blue sky suddenly began to fill with clouds. All of you, get the hell forward. Stop him. He's just some guy in period costume. What the hell are you afraid of? It must have been some trick of his. Earlier, Chen Haonan had witnessed Qin Ming take a single step forward, sending dozens flying. Cold sweat broke out on his back, but seeing nothing unusual afterward, he dismissed it as Qin Ming's trickery, just some stunt. He bellowed, urging the burly men to step forward and block him. Yet, upon hearing Chen Haonan's words, the burly men shook their heads in unison and steadily backed away. They weren't little kids. Couldn't they tell what was real and what wasn't? With me here, who dares touch a single blade of grass, a single person, or a single wall of my university today? Qin Ming's face was as cold as ice as he looked at the crowd. Killing intent flared in his eyes, sending shivers down their spines. In truth, this was the result of Qin Ming desperately suppressing his inner cultivation. But it was enough to intimidate them all. A bunch of useless trash. Just like my brother. All ing little darlings. He's just an ordinary man. Today, I will wipe out this nursing home. Otherwise, what would become of the Black Wolf Gang's reputation? Chen Haonan was furious. Hearing Qin Ming's intent to fight him to the bitter end, and seeing his own men too scared to act, he resolved to lead the charge himself as their boss. He pushed through the crowd and approached the bulldozer. Get out! He yanked the driver out of the cab and took the wheel himself, charging straight toward the nursing home's entrance. You dare! Qin Ming roared in response, then kicked off with all his might. His entire body flew through the air. The ground below shattered instantly from the blast wave. Dust swirled everywhere. Amidst the stunned stares of onlookers, Qin Ming soared through the crowd toward the bulldozer. Holy! He's a god! Holy crap, is the dean really a god? He's flying. The dean is flying. The students were utterly stunned. Su Wenjing, who had just arrived, was also frozen in shock at the sight. She had just called out to Qin Ming about the incident, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. She was utterly dumbfounded. As she stepped outside, she witnessed Qin Ming soar upward in a single leap, ascending into the sky, a scene that stunned everyone present. Principal! He's making his move. Excellent! Grandpa Su clapped excitedly at the sight. The elders all wore solemn expressions. Witnessing the principal take action was an honor of a lifetime for them. They knew Chen Haonan had truly angered the principal this time. Just as Qin Ming roared to his feet, the sky transformed even more rapidly. What had been mere cumulus clouds now gave way to countless dark clouds, casting the heavens in gloom. Occasional claps of thunder could be heard. A god! The burly men watched in stunned silence as Qin Ming leapt upward, soaring dozens of meters into the air. Muttering incessantly, they all knelt before Qin Ming simultaneously, not daring to lift their heads. Damn it! It's all fake! It's a trick! If you're so skilled, take this bullet. Chen Haonan, enraged by the scene, snatched his pistol and fired several shots at Qin Ming. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out in quick succession, sending shivers down everyone's spines. After all, in their minds, guns were all-powerful weapons. Damn it! You young punk, you're not playing fair. You said 1 shot, then fired 3. Get the hell out of here! Grandpa Su roared angrily at Chen Haonan's audacity. But then came the sound. Click! Click! Clunk! After the gunshot, what followed were 3 clangs of metal hitting the ground. Everyone looked up in astonishment. By then, Qin Ming had already approached the bulldozer. His face was expressionless. Not a single scratch marred his body, his aura radiating like a god of death. This can't be possible. Bullets can't penetrate your body? You're not human. Chen Haonan never imagined that the bullets he prided himself on would have no effect on Qin Ming, instead being crushed into iron pellets by his body. Don't come any closer. Driven to desperation, Chen Haonan fired multiple shots at Qin Ming until his ammunition ran dry. He slammed the door shut, started the bulldozer, floored the accelerator, and charged straight at him. Seeing this, Qin Ming glanced at the crowd gathered at the doorway. There was no time for hesitation now. Forget it. If it's going to erupt, let it erupt. Suppressing it all this time was pointless, might as well just let it out. Arrogant. Go! Qin Ming roared, then launched a punch straight at the full-speed bulldozer. Boom! Bang! Amidst several deafening explosions, the bulldozer was sent flying dozens of meters. Black smoke billowed from the wrecked vehicle, leaving it in shambles. The section Qin Ming had struck was reduced to rubble. Everyone present sucked in a sharp breath at the sight. Qin Ming had sent a bulldozer weighing over 10 tons flying with a single punch, and it was moving at full speed. Wouldn't that kind of force have crushed a person to dust? The burly men felt a chill run down their spines, swallowing hard as they all felt fortunate they hadn't heeded Chen Haonan's foolish words earlier. At that moment, as the aura emanating from Qin Ming erupted violently, the heavens themselves sensed it. The way of heaven detected Qin Ming's presence. Dark clouds now spread from above the nursing home to cover the entire town of Jinshan. Only then did the townspeople notice the once clear sky suddenly darkening. A violent storm raged. Dark clouds densely packed the sky. Flash after flash of lightning darted through the stormy skies. Outside the nursing home. Look! What's that in the sky? Why did the weather suddenly change? What kind of hellish weather is this? I didn't even bring an umbrella. You're cultivating immortality now, what's a little rain to you? The headmaster said that we cultivators should defy the heavens. Grandpa, he retorted. They too had long noticed the changes in the sky, and these changes became even more pronounced after the principal beat up the bulldozer. Boom! 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 A blinding white light erupted in the sky. Immediately after, a deafening series of thunderclaps echoed. The center of the gathering storm clouds hovered directly above the nursing home. The entire nursing home was enveloped in this atmosphere. But outside Jinshan town, the sun still blazed fiercely, the sky perfectly clear. It seemed as though only here was it raining. I get it. These are tribulation clouds. This scene looks just like the tribulation described in textbooks. Suddenly, old man Su couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing this, everyone looked at the principal with awe. Gazing at the extraordinary spectacle in the sky, they instinctively recalled the exact words from the books. During the tribulation, thunderclouds spread far and wide, calamity lightning brews, covering a radius of 10 miles. The description matched the scene before their eyes perfectly. Then, Qin Ming, suspended in midair, watched the dark clouds and lightning in the sky and took a decisive step forward. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Qin Ming stepped through the invisible air, walking midair. He marched steadily toward the calamity cloud. He ascended higher and higher. The scene was utterly breathtaking. The principal. The principal is undergoing the tribulation. It really is the tribulation. The principal is about to break through. As the students shouted in unison, the others finally realized what was happening. Is this the tribulation described in novels? Their eyes were filled with shock, their emotions beyond words. They never imagined witnessing such a scene in real life. The students doing live streams quickly opened their broadcasts. They aimed their cameras at Qin Ming and the dark clouds in the sky. Students holding cameras also trained their lenses on Qin Ming. They had to capture every frame of this scene with crystal clarity. The elders and lawyers stood in stunned silence, whispering among themselves. Even as thunderclouds filled the sky, they showed not a shred of fear. For at that moment, it was their principal in the sky. And he was undergoing the tribulation. 063 breaking through the golden core stage, the crowd witnesses a true immortal. Before the nursing home, all gazed upward. Their eyes brimmed with astonishment. A true god, a divine being. The burly men stammered, then knelt en masse, repeatedly kowtowing toward Qin Ming. They all repented for their earlier rash actions. The elderly residents and lawyers standing at the entrance witnessed this scene. Their eyes brimmed with excitement. They were privileged to witness the headmaster's breakthrough, imagining the moment when they themselves would break through to the foundation establishment stage. Qin Ming's body continued to ascend, reaching the very center of the thundercloud. This scene was captured clearly by the university students on their phones. The livestream had only a few hundred viewers initially, but as people realized someone was in the sky, the viewership skyrocketed past 10,000. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? This respect for elders has gone way beyond the nursing home. Didn't someone come to provoke trouble? Why are all these people kneeling down? Is there someone up there? Why all these thunderclouds and lightning? Could someone be undergoing a tribulation right now? Could it be that someone in this nursing home is actually cultivating immortality? Viewers in the comments section were engaged in heated discussion. The sudden shift in the live stream left them utterly bewildered. It's special effects. Definitely special effects. I remember seeing the same thing in Shanghai last time. It was way more mind-blowing than this, a human figure suddenly appearing amidst all those skyscrapers, with countless bolts of lightning. I was totally dumbfounded. In the end, the authorities had to come out and clarify it. Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors. This has to be fake. My Taoist master told me there are absolutely no immortals in this world. The college students couldn't help but chuckle at the comments flooding the discussion board. Having witnessed everything firsthand, they were certain Qin Ming, the elderly people, and the caregivers were all cultivators. But rather than arguing online, they were better off focusing on this once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Witnessing an immortal's breakthrough was undoubtedly a blessed occasion. By now, the students nearby had already begun making devout wishes in Qin Ming's direction. Immortal, bless me with a smooth year ahead. Immortal, bless me, may my new book be a smash hit this year. May the Immortal bless me with no failing grades this semester. May the Immortal bless my girlfriend and me both landing stable jobs. May the Immortal bless me to work in the same place as him. May the gods bless me with a job paying over 10,000 a day after graduation. May the gods bless us with a smooth graduation and help us find our soulmates. After Su Wenjing finished speaking, she stood not far from Chen Xinhuang, gazing at him with a distant look in her eyes. At that moment, Chen Xinhuang gazed at Qin Ming in the sky, his eyes filled with astonishment. He finally understood why old Su and the others held Qin Ming in such reverence and affection. It turned out he was truly an immortal cultivator. Hearing everyone around him making wishes to Qin Ming, he too clasped his hands together and spoke with sincere devotion. May the immortal bless us all with smooth sailing, peace, and safety every single day. Every word they spoke came from the depths of their hearts, things they truly wished to come true. Now, having encountered a true immortal, their hearts were filled with excitement. Meanwhile, atop the smoky bulldozer's cab. Bang! The door was smashed open. Chen Haonan stumbled out, his forehead covered in bruises. His mind was reeling as he stared at the blurred figure in the sky. The scene of Qin Ming's furious punch smashing his bulldozer flashed through his mind. His entire body lost balance, and he felt himself flying straight out like a roller coaster. Only now did he begin to regain his senses. The moment he emerged, he saw the figure in the sky. A god, a god. It really is, a god. Chen Haonan felt like crying but had no tears left. Unable to steady himself, he tumbled from the wreckage of the bulldozer and landed on the ground. He now saw his own men kneeling on the ground, stiff with fear, kowtowing toward Qin Ming in the sky. Seeing this, he scrambled to his hands and knees, dragging his broken leg across the open ground. He crawled toward the clearing and knelt, prostrating himself before Qin Ming in the sky. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Qin Ming faced the approaching thunderclouds with a look of unease. This was his first time experiencing the lightning tribulation. What would it feel like at the Foundation establishment stage? After all, in the anime he'd seen, a single strike from the lightning tribulation usually crippled people. Yet, suspended in the void, Qin Ming could also see the scene unfolding below. Such a breathtaking scene of overcoming tribulation not only allows these self-important gangsters to recognize their own limitations, but also instill a sense of awe in these elders and lawyers. It would surely strengthen their resolve to cultivate with even greater diligence. He withdrew his thoughts. Boom! 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 Yet, just as Qin Ming pondered, 3 thunderous claps echoed into his ears. Before he could react, his body began to glow. Is this the thunder tribulation? How weak! Qin Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. This lightning tribulation was nothing like he had imagined. He had already endured 3 strikes of lightning. Yet he remained unscathed. This Foundation establishment stage tribulation wasn't even in the same league as his current strength. With just a few more breaths, he could break through to the golden core stage. Therefore, this tribulation posed no threat whatsoever to him. Jinshan Town. The unusual phenomena in the sky had already drawn the attention of many. What on earth is happening over there? 3 thunderbolts struck simultaneously? Who's swearing? Thunder that big must be poisonous. Looks like it's coming from the nursing home. Let's go check it out. Neighbors from all around were drawn to the scene. But for safety's sake, they stopped nearby and started snapping photos. The scene was simply too spectacular. Truly breathtaking. Because the thunder grew louder and louder. Then, beneath that dark cloud, flash after flash of white light erupted. Chains of lightning furiously struck down toward the base of Jinshan. Even from several blocks away, the sight left them breathless. You see? Such large-scale thunderstorms typically only occur within designated storm zones. Such large-scale thunder activity was unheard of. In the decades since Jinshan Town's founding, such a phenomenon had never occurred. Nor had anyone ever heard legends of immortals dwelling upon Jinshan Mountain. But when they prepared to share their photos on social media, they realized. What is that spot? That light formation looks almost human-shaped. Whoa! Could someone be undergoing a tribulation? Someone grabbed their newly purchased Longway phone and zoomed in relentlessly on the dark spot. Eventually, a blurry human figure came into view. This divine eagle seemed to be positioned at the very center of the dark clouds. Every bolt of white lightning seemed to strike toward it. Everyone stared wide-eyed, convinced they were hallucinating. They couldn't believe there was actually a person at the very heart of this massive thunderstorm. The figure remains suspended in the air. Meanwhile, media crews drawn by the commotion arrived at the scene. Like the crowd, they dared not approach. They set up live broadcasts from distant streets, facing the thunderclouds. That dense cloud cluster is over Jin Mountain. This mountain has been barren for years. Who knows what it did to offend the heavens today, but it keeps getting struck by lightning. As you can see from the camera footage, Jin Mountain is currently being subjected to an intense barrage of lightning strikes. Since it's an official channel, the footage was far clearer than what ordinary live streamers could capture. A figure in the sky was spotted by sharp-eyed netizens. Holy crap! This place looks familiar. Isn't this the location of that elderly blogger I just started following? I just switched over from his stream. Same here, bro. Could someone really be undergoing a tribulation? The footage is crystal clear. An official live stream. Could this mean they're acknowledging the existence of cultivators? This is crazy. Who the hell is undergoing the tribulation? The internet erupted in heated discussion. People began questioning their own assumptions. Meanwhile, in the sky, Qin Ming had successfully completed this tribulation. This tribulation was as easy as drinking water for him. with each bolt of lightning striking down. He casually waved his hand, and the thunderbolts dissipated instantly. The lightning tribulation of the Golden Core stage posed no threat to him whatsoever. The preparations he had made earlier could be saved for his next breakthrough. At this moment, within his dantian, a golden inner core was gradually taking shape. Qin Ming was aware of this development, but given the current situation, it would be best to handle matters at hand and return to the university to continue his breakthrough. Qin Ming's utterly nonchalant demeanor left the crowd below utterly awestruck. The principal is truly the principal. He makes passing the tribulation look like child's play. Textbooks say tribulation is like rebirth. A 1 in a million chance, but for the principal, it's a joke. The elders couldn't help but tease. At that moment, Qin Ming turned to face the kneeling crowd below. More than half of them were the very thugs who had previously attempted to seize control of their cultivation university. To simply let them off now would be unbearably frustrating. He had to instill fear in them, ensuring they never dared to threaten the cultivation university again. His gaze hardened as he resolved this. 060 for the celestial ladder, everyone pays homage, and I'm connected too. At that moment, among the crowd on the ground, only the elders, lawyers, and some students remained excited. The rest, however, were utterly speechless, stunned by Qin Ming's astonishing display. Lightning struck Qin Ming again and again, enveloping his entire body. Yet after the thunderous roar, not a single scratch marred his skin. Moreover, when he casually waved his hand, the lightning bolts were effortlessly deflected, a power beyond their comprehension. Could this be the divine power of cultivators described in novels? Immortals truly were terrifying beings. At that moment, everyone gazed upward at the sky, where Qin Ming still hovered. His air of superiority alone exerted an oppressive force that made them want to submit. That invisible pressure rolled over them like a surging river, weighing heavily upon the burly men. Seeing Qin Ming remain unscathed after being struck by multiple bolts of thunder, his composure utterly unshaken. They were so terrified they began kowtowing on the spot. They dared not imagine what kind of being they had provoked. Clang! At that moment, a sound like the collision of colossal objects echoed through the air. They looked up, their eyes filled with shock and fear. Qin Ming's entire body glowed with a faint golden light. His movements resembled descending a celestial staircase step by step. He used the void itself as his ladder. Streaks of golden lightning flashed beneath his feet. Each step echoed like a hammer striking metal, reverberating through the soul. The sound resonated deep within the soul, like the tolling of a bell, cleansing the spirit. Following this, the dark clouds dispersed completely, and the celestial phenomena shifted. With each step Qin Ming took, the clouds retreated further, until he reached the center. The clouds had completely vanished, sunlight streaming through the sky to illuminate the figure behind Qin Ming. Bathed in sunlight, Qin Ming now resembled a celestial being descended to earth. Those who witnessed him felt awe and reverence, unable to move an inch. His expression was solemn, his gaze holding the crowd in contempt, yet his demeanor remained utterly natural. This dean is truly a divine being. The student in charge of filming marveled, his camera fixed on Qin Ming's composed demeanor. He focused intently, not daring to shift the lens away. Such a scene was truly rare. The other students pulled out their phones to record, utterly captivated by Qin Ming's aura. What unfolded before their eyes, they resolved to post online immediately after filming. The emergence of a divine being would undoubtedly capture the attention of the entire internet. And they were the first witnesses. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream returned to the broadcast after catching sight of the official Jinshan Town livestream. Faced with the scene before them, they could only continuously flood the comments section with Master Taoist. Awesome. So this is the real first-person view. Awesome. Where is this place? I want to retire here too. Can I retire early at 30? I'll pay double, not for immortality, just pure retirement. Bro, count me in too. At that moment, Qin Ming was nearly at ground level. Just as he pondered how to handle the dense crowd gathered before the gate, he heard the boasting voices of those burly men. Immortal. Immortal. We were wrong earlier. Please spare us. Immortal, I have an elderly mother of 3 years. And an 80-year-old daughter. My wife ran off with another man not long ago. They can't manage without me. Immortal. Chun Haonan orchestrated all this. Go after him instead. We'll worship you every day, revere you. You are our god. The burly men, seeing Qin Ming approach, began shouting with all their might. Each one wailed as if their parents had died, their cries utterly heart-wrenching. Their demeanor was completely different from their earlier ferocity. Though Qin Ming pitied them, remembering their earlier attitude toward the nursing home, he couldn't help but feel furious. They brought this upon themselves. A sudden surge of energy erupted from Qin Ming, sending a powerful shockwave crashing toward the men. All the burly men crashed to their knees, their eyes swollen from crying. Their foreheads bruised from the impact. Ding! Detected host gaining the admiration of 100 people. Awarded special title, Adoration of 100. Rewarding the host with 100,000 points. Oh yeah! Qin Ming heard the announcement and felt a surge of excitement, a faint smile curling his lips. He hadn't expected the reward for a special title to be so substantial. The immortal is smiling. Just then, one of the burly men noticed Qin Ming's expression and whispered excitedly. Hearing this, the others instantly relaxed, thinking their actions had moved Qin Ming. They frantically began prostrating themselves on the ground, causing the entire floor to tremble slightly. Qin Ming paid no heed to the kneeling men, striding directly to the entrance of the nursing home. The elderly residents, lawyers, and students all gathered around. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Qin Ming, suspended in midair, descended directly before them. He gazed intently at them. This, he declared, is the heavenly tribulation. As cultivators, our path is to defy heaven itself, to defy this very heavenly tribulation. As the headmaster of this cultivation university, I hope that one day, you will all face the heavenly tribulation yourselves, rather than merely watching from the sidelines. Today, I shall shatter these gates and break through the heavenly tribulation. This is also a warning to the outside world. The Immortal Cultivation University shall endure forever. No one shall ever insult or defame it. Qin Ming rode the lingering power of his tribulation breakthrough to deliver a frenzied, rousing speech. Witnessing such a magnificent and breathtaking tribulation, their hearts yearning for the Tao and their resolve to cultivate grew ever stronger. If one were to say, after this period of study, they had come to believe that immortals existed in this world. Then witnessing this very tribulation, they had become utterly convinced that cultivating immortality was a tangible reality. As long as they followed the headmaster's lead, they would surely have the opportunity to break through to the and endure their own heavenly tribulation. The principle is incredible. Stepping in at the critical moment, only our principle could do it. Let's see if these kids dare to brag anymore. I want to break through in front of everyone like that someday too. Let them see what a true immortal looks like. The elders cheered enthusiastically, shouting their own aspirations aloud. After pumping everyone up, Qin Ming turned to face the burly men before him, momentarily unsure how to proceed. These men were ruthless criminals, releasing them was absolutely out of the question. Just as Qin Ming was weighing his options, Old Wang walked over to Old Su. Old Su, lend me your phone. Oh. Old Wang, what do you need it for? Old Su looked at him curiously before pulling his phone from his pocket and handing it over. He doesn't use a phone normally, how could he know how to use a smartphone? I know just the basics. Old Wang glanced at Old Su's phone and chuckled softly. He then opened the contacts list and dialed a number. A moment later, the sound of a horn blared at the entrance of Cultivation University. Commissioner Chow arrived at the entrance of Cultivation University with a large contingent of officers. The moment he stepped out of the car, he was stunned by the scene before him. The troublemakers were now kneeling and kowtowing repeatedly to Qin Ming. Beside them, a severely crippled man also kept kowtowing to Qin Ming. Commissioner Chow was utterly perplexed when he noticed several others kneeling before Old Man Wang. As he approached, his eyes widened in disbelief. It's you, all of you. A look of wariness flashed in Director Chow's eyes as he drew his pistol. Old Wang, step back. They're all. However, as Director Chow stepped forward with his gun, intending to pull Old Man Wang back, he realized he couldn't budge him at all. He also noticed that all these people had faces swollen from crying. A few were still muttering, begging Old Wang not to hit them. Xiao Chow, just do as I said on the phone. Grandpa Wang said softly, his expression calm. Yes. Commissioner Chow dared not say anything, sensing an invisible aura of authority emanating from Old Wang. He then ordered his men to take all these individuals away. These 10 men were the fugitives he'd been searching for all along. He had thought the opportunity was lost, but never imagined that one phone call from Old Wang would allow his entire team to claim credit for the capture. At the same time, he caught sight of the pitiful figures of 2 among them, finally understanding why those others had been muttering earlier. Watching Old Man Wang's figure, cold sweat broke out on his back. Take them all away. Commissioner Chow bellowed, and the officers he brought cuffed all the men and loaded them into the vehicles. Seeing the police arrive on the scene, Qin Ming finally felt relieved someone was finally handling this matter. Thank you, officer. Qin Ming expressed his gratitude. No. I should be thanking you. Catching these men is a major achievement. On behalf of the entire team. At that moment, Chief Chow noticed that Qin Ming was wearing the same uniform as Old Wang and the others. From the way the elderly residents addressed him, it became clear he was the president of this cultivation university. He looked up and saw the nursing home sign had been replaced with one for Cultivation University. Seeing the fear in the faces of the burly men beside him. Then, glancing up at the dark clouds drifting away overhead, a realization dawned on him. His expression grew even more astonished as he looked at Qin Ming. Dean Qin, Ahem. Just then, Old Wang cleared his throat from a distance. Director Chow immediately snapped to attention. What is it, Captain Chow? Qin Ming, unaware of Chow's rank, assumed he was the operations leader. And nothing. Here's my card. If there's any trouble or incidents at the nursing home in the future, just give me a call. Commissioner Chow placed a card into Qin Ming's hand. Then he stepped back. Seeing the scene cleared, he bellowed. Everyone, fall in. All officers climbed into their vehicles and departed amid the wail of sirens. The once chaotic entrance of the nursing home had now quieted considerably. Qin Ming glanced at the business card in his hand and his eyes widened in surprise. Anqing City, Chief of the Public Security Bureau, Chao Dehua. 065 Qin Ming is our god, and our dad has broken through. Qin Ming watched the police cars depart in the distance. Then he looked at the identity of Chief Chao on the business card and felt like his luck had skyrocketed today. He never imagined that today he would not only safely break through, withstand the heavenly tribulation, and quell the chaos, but also meet such an influential figure. With this, expanding the Cultivation University's enrollment in Anqing City would be a breeze. Did that scene just now scare you? Seeing everyone had left, Qin Ming regained his serene expression and addressed the college students behind the elders, their eyes glinting with golden light. And no. Brother Qin, you were absolutely amazing. Brother Qin? He's my god Qin. Right. Dean Qin. You're our god. The students chimed in one after another, exhausting every popular online and literary term for deities. After all, witnessing cultivators in person for the first time had fundamentally shifted their worldview. Who says there are no immortals in this world? One stood right before them. A being capable of repelling 100 men single-handedly. Mr. Qin Ming, we promise to keep this matter confidential. Chen Xinhuang stepped forward on behalf of the students, speaking with profound reverence. Seeing Qin Ming's slightly awkward expression, they knew he certainly didn't want his identity as a cultivator exposed. Actually, this university isn't. Qin Ming was delighted to see the students taking such initiative. It seemed they were all accepting of his status as a cultivator. But when Chen Xinhuang mentioned keeping it a secret, he froze. His goal was to spread the word about the Immortal Cultivation University. How could they possibly keep it secret now? It's fine, Dean. We understand. Rest assured. We won't write any of this in our journals. As for the promotional video and posts about the nursing home, we'll definitely release them on schedule once we return. Chen Xinhuang continued, making Qin Ming feel almost awkward to speak up. Since the tweets and promotional video would proceed as planned, Qin Ming had nothing left to worry about. Meanwhile, Attorney Yen glanced at the setting sun, then at the stage set up behind him. Seeing the principal hurry over, he said, "Now that the crisis has passed, principal, please join the seniors and students for a photo." Qin Ming froze, suddenly remembering he'd gone to sleep to avoid the photo session, and now here they were, taking pictures anyway. That's right. Master Qin, having our picture taken with you is our good fortune. Please bless each of us so we may achieve great things in our studies. The surrounding students quickly chimed in. Qin Ming couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He was merely a cultivator. How had he become a temple deity? Well, perhaps bestowing blessings upon others wasn't such a bad thing after all. Qin Ming silently murmured to himself. Ding! Detected genuine blessing from host. Unlocked special achievement. Rewarding host with 1 golden cicada. It can be used during critical moments to ward off calamities and enhance one's fortune. When carried, it increases the host and bystander's fortune by 1/10,000th. Just as Qin Ming led the group toward the filming location, the system notification sounded in his mind. A gleam instantly flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the golden cicada rui shaped like a golden cicada and resembling a rui scepter appeared in his palm. He promptly fastened it to his waist, where it emitted a faint golden glow. The students nearby watched in astonishment and curiosity as Qin Ming conjured this rui-shaped object out of thin air. Their conviction about Qin Ming's identity only deepened. 3, 2, 1. Say cheese. The group snapped their group photo. Qin Ming also signed his name on the corresponding document. Master Qin, add me on QQ. Master Qin, here's my WeChat, add me first. After snapping their photos, the students swarmed Qin Ming, eager to connect with him. Seeing this, Qin Ming couldn't refuse. Perhaps later he could rely on these students to recruit their grandparents into the university. It couldn't hurt. So he added each and every one of them. Goodbye. Finally, the students departed under the watchful eyes of Qin Ming, the elders, and the lawyers, boarding their vehicles. Watching the vehicles drive away, the elders reflected on the day's events. Old he. Still got it? Why don't we head back to Shinshi Lingyuan for some more cultivation? I think I've gained some new insights. Sure thing. I saw your strike earlier, nothing special. My single punch packs more power than yours. Amidst the banter between old Su and old he, the elders departed from the gate, each returning to their own affairs. Qin Ming witnessed this and returned to his office. Little did he know, however, that at that very moment, outside the nursing home perimeter, the police had just removed the barriers. The residents of Jinshan town finally surged inside. After crossing 4 or 5 streets, they finally reached the nursing home. However, they froze when they saw the empty entrance of the nursing home. According to their speculation, the location of the thunder tribulation was directly above the nursing home. But after the officers entered the nursing home, they immediately cordoned off the surrounding 4 or 5 streets. It truly seemed as though something supernatural had occurred. This left them at a loss for words. After all, what they had just witnessed was clear as day to everyone present. Is that black dot even human? If it was a person, who could it be? In an instant, the entire town of Jinshan erupted. People were buzzing about this tribulation incident. Some photographs had already been sent to specialized institutions for analysis. After separation tests, it was confirmed that the footage indeed contained a dark spot. As for whether the dark spot was human, current technology cannot determine this. And precisely because of this, it only adds to the mystery surrounding this investigation. Of course, after dinner, the elderly residents at the nursing home returned to their dormitory and passionately discussed everything that had happened today. Meanwhile, on their way back to campus, the students sorted and compiled the footage they'd captured that day. Those doing live streams directly turned their recordings into sequels, releasing them episode by episode online. However, such videos require lengthy review periods. Moreover, several hours had already passed since the incident, and videos shot by others had begun appearing online. Numerous comments had already appeared beneath these videos. Naturally, the incident was featured as the top story on the official live streaming channel that evening. Meanwhile, Grandpa he and his two companions sat by the bed, watching the television speculations about the thunderstorm incident, grinning from ear to ear. They didn't even bother to comment on the official explanation. Meanwhile, in her office, Hihua, Grandpa he's eldest daughter, was bored and scrolling through her phone when she suddenly came across news about the earth-shattering thunderstorm in Jinshan town. Seeing the location of the thunderstorm, she gasped in shock. Wasn't that the nursing home where her father resided? A thunderstorm over a nursing home? What kind of absurdity was this? Stunned, she called her second sister and third brother. As she recounted the incident, they too were watching the news and suddenly realized what had happened. This thunderstorm appearing at such a convenient time? This place really is Jinshan town, exclaimed her youngest brother, He-tian. If this is true, should we ask Dad? What if he's the one who made the breakthrough? Second sister He-lan chimed in from the side. Hihua, sitting across from them, was utterly speechless at her siblings' thoughts. How could that be possible? Father's cultivation was just a joke. This thunder tribulation is far too unusual. Look, even the authorities have gotten involved. There must be something wrong, Hihua analyzed. She also turned on her computer, switched to the live stream channel, and began watching the news. Online accounts and live footage suddenly filled her screen. Hihua was utterly stunned. Maybe we should call Dad? Aren't students visiting their nursing home today to honor the elderly? Let's use that as our opening, He-lan suggested softly. After all, they had never taken Grandpa he's claims of cultivating immortality seriously. They'd always assumed it was just the old man saving face. So they concocted a string of lies. 066 My daughter bought me a phone as long as it can make satellite calls. Alright. Then, I'll make the call. Big sister Hahua pursed her lips. After a moment's thought, she decided to call their father herself. Alright. Sis, after you're done, we'll make a group call. He-tian and He-lan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. After hanging up, Hihua looked at the phone in her hand, planning to go home first before calling her father. Meanwhile, Grandpa he and the others were engrossed in the TV, discussing people's theories about the lightning tribulation. Those so-called experts sure are funny, claiming it's just a normal weather phenomenon. These so-called experts really think we old folks are little darlings. So gullible. Grandpa he said with utter contempt. Ever since he began cultivating immortality, he had grown increasingly skeptical of whatever nonsense these TV pundits spouted. They even claimed the principle cultivated immortality because of some solar storm causing ionospheric chaos, and Jinshan town just happened to be in that area, connected to it. He felt this guy wasn't even as reliable as Old Man Su. Grandpa Su might be a bit of a drama queen, but when it came down to it, he was someone you could count on in a pinch. What a load of crap from these so-called experts. What's the point of listening to these so-called experts? I still think what those kids online are saying is way more interesting. Hearing Old Man He's words, Old Man Su picked up his phone and started scrolling through his feed. News of the massive thunderstorm cloud appearing over Jinshan town had already topped the Anqing city rankings for the day. It was among the top 10 trending topics on the entire Douyin platform. Seeing how amused Grandpa Su looked, Grandpa he and Grandpa Wan curiously gathered around. Only Su understood these newfangled gadgets young people used. He and Wang just listened to his explanations for amusement. What did they say? Grandpa he asked with great curiosity. Look. In the comments section, this kid is saying it's a warning that aliens are about to land on our blue star. The end of the world is coming. And this other kid claims it's some secret base our Dragon Nation has hidden in our Jinshan town. He says it's all because of some massive machinery testing underground causing these strange phenomena. And then, oh my. Grandpa Su couldn't help but chuckle at his own words. That their principal suddenly underwent a tribulation could cause such an uproar online. It was a form of publicity for their cultivation university after all. But among all the wild claims online, few actually mentioned anyone undergoing a tribulation. Because these people were too far from the scene, the video footage was extremely unclear. People assumed that Black Dot was fake, photoshopped in, with only the thundercloud standing out prominently in the pictures or videos. What Sue and the others didn't know was that in just a few hours, first-person footage from these elderly students would be released online, sparking a new wave of controversy. This is interesting. Sue, I'll have my daughter buy me one of these gadgets too. Teach me how to use it, will you? I saw you video chatting with your grandson last time. Watching Sue fiddle with his smartphone, he suddenly realized how young people think these days. To them, the principal's ordeal was just another day at the office. That it could become such a sensation online meant this old fossil needed to get with the program. It wasn't enough to just keep up physically, his mind and way of thinking had to catch up with the times too. Sure thing. You're finally getting it after this ordeal, old he. Seeing old he's interest in smartphones and embracing new things, old Sue's face lit up with excitement. Get lost. This is called keeping up with the times. You promised to teach me. Grandpa, he growled. Hurry up and have your daughter buy you one. I'll teach you when I get there. He. Old he, you'll have to call me Teacher Sue from now on. Grandpa Sue exclaimed excitedly, paying no mind to Grandpa He's reaction. He then turned to Grandpa Wang and asked, Old Wang, you should get a smartphone too. That way, I'll have one more person to help me collect red envelopes later. However, Old Wang remained indifferent, replying coolly, Forget it. I don't understand these things, and besides, I don't have anyone to chat with anyway. Just share them with me. Seeing Old Wang still so uncooperative, Old Sue gave up and turned to chat with Old He instead. Ring. Just then, Grandpa He's phone rang in his pocket. He picked it up to see it was his eldest daughter, He Hua. Whoa! That's awesome. Old He. I told you your daughter would buy you a phone. See? My words really do come true. Grandpa Sue, hearing the commotion, leaned in to see what was happening. His face lit up with delight as he exclaimed. Seeing his eldest daughter call him on her own initiative, Grandpa He was also thrilled and answered the call. Dad! Where are you now? Did you have fun with the kids who came to honor the elderly today? He Hua had just returned home. On her way, she'd seen online reports stating that the thunderstorm might have caused significant damage locally. Though there were no official reports, her years as a hospital director taught her that authorities often handled major incidents discreetly. This left her feeling anxious, worried about her father's safety. But now that Grandpa He had answered, all her worries vanished. In the dorm? Those kids have been so kind to us. This has to be the happiest day I've had at the nursing home in over a decade. Grandpa He remarked with emotion. Then, prompted by Grandpa Sue's urging glance, he instinctively turned to He Hua and said, By the way, He Hua, why don't you talk it over with your sister and brother and get me a smartphone? I see my roommate using one and he knows everything that's going on. It's much better than me watching the news broadcast every day. Don't get anything too expensive, one that can make satellite calls would be just fine. Seeing his chance, Grandpa He quickly told his daughter about wanting a smartphone. This reminded him of how he had personally bought phones for his eldest daughter, second daughter, and youngest son when they went to college. Back then, cell phones weren't common yet. When she started working, Grandpa He used his own money to buy her a landline phone as part of her dowry. The same went for his second daughter. By the time his youngest son came along, he used his retirement savings to buy him a switchboard phone. Thinking about how rapidly technology had advanced since then, he felt a bit dazed. How wonderful it would be to be young again and experience this era of rapid technological advancement alongside the younger generation. What? Dad, you're in the dorm? There was a major thunderstorm over there. Is the nursing home okay? Are you all okay? I saw the scene, it felt like the end of the world. How could you even think about buying a smartphone? Besides, do you even know how to use it? He Hua was also a bit dazed upon hearing this. She had previously considered getting her father a smartphone, specifically, the one her daughter had outgrown. But Grandpa He refused it. Now the tables had turned. Grandpa He actually wanted a phone himself. It's fine. What thunderstorm? Don't believe all that nonsense online. It's just our principal undergoing a tribulation. We saw it with our own eyes, it was spectacular. Mark my words, don't doubt it anymore. Immortal cultivators truly exist in this world. And your old man here is one too. Grandpa He declared proudly. He continued. Don't worry, I really don't know how to use smartphones. But my roommate does. He's already promised me that once you buy it and send it over, he'll personally teach me how to use it. You won't have to worry about it. Anything else? My roommate needs to get back to teaching me how to use this smartphone. Grandpa He asked. No, nothing. Dad, I'm just glad you're okay. As for the phone, I'll discuss it with my younger siblings first. He Hua hung up the phone in a daze. Then she opened the group call. He Lan and He Tian were also stunned upon hearing their father's account. Trial by tribulation? Did you actually witness it yourselves? Yes. According to father, the students who came to pay respects to the elderly saw it too. They even filmed videos, but they're not online yet, so I can't say much. Ihua said, somewhat speechless. Besides this incident, did Dad just ask you for a smartphone? He Tian inquired. Yes. It seems Dad's been doing pretty well at the nursing home lately. Brother, didn't you win that satellite phone at the company party recently? Why not just send that one to Dad? Knowing his temper, if we give him one of our old phones, he'll probably just yell at us again. Hearing his sister's words, He Tian agreed it made sense. He had won that phone at the gala too, and had originally planned to give it to his son as a reward. Now that his father wanted a smartphone, he'd give it to him. The three chatted for a while longer. Since their father seemed fine at the nursing home and they'd enjoyed their visit, they decided to put the matter aside for now. Meanwhile, Qin Ming lay in his office, just waking up. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was already past 10 o'clock. He sat up in bed and opened his phone. A message immediately caught his eye, his gaze brightening instantly as the corners of his mouth turned upward. Jinshan Town suddenly hit by thunder tribulation. The reason is 067 online rumors, the immortal cultivator mentioned by students. After returning, Qin Ming had fallen asleep on the recliner in his office. When he opened his phone and saw this message, he was momentarily bewildered. Suddenly it dawned on him this was describing his own situation. Could this lightning tribulation be the heavenly thunder generated during his own ascension? As Qin Ming pondered this, he clicked the link and began reading. After reading it, he felt like laughing. The speculations about this lightning tribulation from outsiders were wildly varied. What Old Man Su and the others had witnessed, Qin Ming saw it all in these posts. At the same time, Qin Ming noticed other video links which piqued his interest. What differences might there be between his perspective and others? Curious, Qin Ming clicked on a video link claiming to be a live recording from the scene. Right at the beginning of the video, he witnessed several bolts of heavenly lightning striking down. The footage also captured the cameraman's startled gasps, clearly terrified. Qin Ming burst into laughter upon seeing this. Weren't these 3 consecutive bolts of lightning exactly the same as the 3 heavenly thunderbolts he had absorbed back then, when he knew nothing and was completely unprepared? Though terrifying to behold, these 3 bolts posed no threat to him whatsoever. He didn't even feel the slightest tingling sensation throughout his body. This is interesting. Qin Ming instinctively checked the video's views and likes topping hundreds of thousands along with numerous similarly titled videos from the same date below. He realized his tribulation video had apparently gone viral online today. Intrigued, Qin Ming clicked through over a dozen similar videos, each capturing the tribulation from different angles. In his own footage, he was just a tiny speck barely discernible. What kind of phone is this? The resolution is so low. Qin Ming couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He wanted to see what he looked like during his tribulation, whether he'd intimidated those thugs. However, he found that these videos were either too blurry or shot from such a distance that nothing was clear. Some winners had simply screen recorded and reposted their footage. The grainy quality made him want to report them on the spot. Still, after watching so many videos, he noticed the comments section was filled with people's opinions on the incident. Over half of them defined the incident as a supernatural event. But the idea that someone was undergoing a tribulation was something many found hard to believe. Qin Ming himself tried to refute online those who claimed no one was undergoing a tribulation and that immortals didn't exist in this world. But it was useless. Every time he countered, a bunch of atheists would jump in to argue back, calling him out. As an art school reject, Qin Ming found himself at a loss for words in the face of such arguments. He couldn't exactly claim he was the black dot in the video. That fake cultivator you keep talking about. After seeing so much, Qin Ming felt his brain spinning. He finally began to understand the reasons and feelings behind those internet celebrities' breakdowns. Even as an immortal cultivator, this kind of mental assault made him feel immense pressure. However, as the president of Cultivation University, he maintained an open heart, caring for all beings, and refused to dwell on petty grievances. After reading all this, he sensed his golden core stirring restlessly within. He needed to stabilize his cultivation level immediately. He sat down on his meditation bed and began his practice. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Qin Ming, the students who had paid their respects to the elders had returned to their dormitory. They discovered that news of the massive thunderstorm in Jinshan Town had already spread online. The university forum was abuzz with discussions about the event. However, they all claimed the story was fake. Especially those from the Theoretical Studies College, who bluntly declared in the comments that immortals simply couldn't exist in this world. Shen Xinhuang saw this and immediately countered in the comments section. He was immediately attacked by everyone from that department. Though his close friends joined the defense, even posting photos they personally took on the forum. They claimed they had gone to Jinshan Town to pay respects to the elderly that very day and witnessed the thunder tribulation with their own eyes. Someone was truly undergoing the tribulation. Yet the theoretical scholars mocked them outright. You think a crappy photo like this could fool us? They wouldn't even dare show such a poorly photoshopped image themselves. Upon hearing that their team leader was being questioned, the participants of the senior citizens' visit were filled with indignation. Though they came from different academies, they had all witnessed the event firsthand. They also saw some official videos seeking so-called experts for analysis. Hearing the nonsense spouted by these so-called experts, they were all so enraged they cursed under their breath, leaving heated comments below the posts. "You know Jack. You call yourself an expert? Go suckle on your mother's teat." But soon, their accounts were banned from commenting. Seeing someone from their school mocking them like this, they couldn't stand it. They all rushed to the forum thread below to cheer Qin Ming on. They also posted some of their own videos and photos in the comments section. Instantly, the entire school forum erupted. Faced with such overwhelming video evidence, the Theoretical Studies Academy members found themselves at a loss for words. With no way out, both sides began trading accusations. As the situation escalated, the school administration stepped in, sensing things were getting out of hand. They immediately suspended each student's account for 3 days. This finally calmed the storm somewhat. But this did nothing to dampen Qin Ming and his group's fervor. Instead, it only strengthened their resolve. They finished editing the videos, presenting everyone with a first-hand perspective. They wanted everyone to see the truth. Cultivators truly existed in this world. Immortality cultivation was no myth. Immortals resided right there in that tiny retirement home. After hours of effort, they finally compiled their footage and photos into several collections. Under Qin Ming's direction, they created a sequel, established a main account, and then each posted their own account online. Qin Ming also had plans for the high-definition footage captured by the cameras. He was determined to create promotional videos for the nursing home. But since it was a promotional video, why not make 2? One for the nursing home and one for the true Immortal Cultivation nursing home. Seeing how much buzz the lightning tribulation had already generated, he was confident that when they released these prepared videos online, they would attract even greater attention. More people would also pay attention to Sunset Red Nursing Home. Simultaneously, he gathered several programming-savvy students from his team to prepare a major project targeting the Cultivation University. The next morning, the elderly residents and lawyers returned to their normal routines, practicing Tai Chi by the spirit pool. Qin Ming, however, used the night to meditate in bed, successfully breaking through to the golden core stage. During this period, he felt an intense heat throughout his body. Surges of power filled his meridians, energy surged and pulsed, violently colliding within his dantian. He sensed a powerful force emanating from his abdomen. This force, golden red in hue, nourished his meridians and eased the pain. With the system's assistance, Qin Ming separated the fused energy and integrated it into his life-bound golden core. The physical pain began to subside, and he realized he had successfully broken through to the golden core stage. The transformation of his body filled Qin Ming with exhilaration. Having reached the golden core stage, he no longer needed to kick off the ground to fly. He could now soar through the air effortlessly. Moreover, in the cultivation world, the foundation establishment stage might be considered insignificant, but the golden core stage already placed one among the elite of a faction. It was even possible to establish one's own sect at this level. Just as Qin Ming was lost in fantasies of a glorious future, a knock sounded at the door. Hearing it, Qin Ming hurried to the door. Seeing the town mayor and bureau chief Chao standing there, he froze in surprise. However, upon seeing the mayor's earnest smile and the red banner in Director Chao's hands, he seemed to understand everything. 068 with the banner in hand, remembering our original aspiration, never forgetting our mission. Squeak! Qin Ming swung the gate open. Chief Chao and Mayor Xion walked in with smiles on their faces. "Hey, Qin! Your nursing home has done our town 2 great favors this time." Mayor Xion beamed at Qin Ming with congratulations the moment he stepped inside. Just as Qin Ming was bewildered, Director Chao stepped forward, placed the silk banner in Qin Ming's hands, and announced, "Director Qin, yesterday, you successfully completed the Children's Eldercare Project. Moreover, you assisted our Jinshan Town Police Station in apprehending a fugitive. This is our gratitude from me, Mayor Xiong, all the officers at the police station, and the town staff." Commissioner Chao pointed at the banner with a broad smile. Qin Ming was taken aback for a moment, holding the banner aloft. Heroism in the face of danger. Exemplary of our times. The 8 bold characters stood out before Qin Ming's eyes. Young Qin. This banner was made by people working overtime after Director Chao returned yesterday. In a few days, our town will send one too. Hang it in the nursing home lobby. With the publicity from yesterday's photos and the visiting college students paying respects to the elders, I'm confident our nursing home will soon welcome new residents. Regarding yesterday's thunder tribulation incident above the nursing home, Town Chief Xiong wasn't very well informed about it. He only knew that the Black Wolf Gang had come looking for trouble. To avoid suspicion, he claimed he had business to attend to in town yesterday. Little did he expect that yesterday's thunderstorm would completely overshadow the disturbance at the nursing home. Commissioner Chao showed remarkable magnanimity, choosing not to hold him accountable but instructing him to keep the matter confidential. He desperately wanted to ask what had truly transpired during yesterday's thunderstorm. But since Chief Chao remained silent and the auxiliary police officer beside him issued a stern warning, he knew better than to pry. This was classified business. If he pressed further, forget about promotion, he wouldn't even keep his position as mayor of the small town of Jinshan. His visit to the nursing home today to express gratitude came after receiving a hurried call from Chief Chow this morning. Seeing he hadn't prepared a commendation banner, he quickly added that the leader of the university students had also mentioned they would custom make one to deliver later. With two banners arriving together, he felt much more at ease. Besides, if he were to accompany Director Chow on the delivery, that would be stealing the spotlight from the leadership. At that moment, Qin Ming was deeply moved by the words of Town Chief Xiong and Chief Chow. Hanging that commendation banner from Jinshan Town Public Security in the nursing home's lobby for publicity, the nursing home wouldn't have to worry about lacking exposure. It would establish a positive image for the Sunset Red nursing home, making it easier to recruit residents. Yes. Chief Chow, Mayor Xiong, you're absolutely right. Our nursing home boasts the best security in all of Anqing City. Our residents receive comprehensive care and enjoy a highly independent lifestyle, plus a rich variety of daily activities. I'm sure it won't be long before those student volunteers edit it all together. We'll be able to see it online too. Ha ha ha. Well said, Xiaoqin. I look forward to seeing these students' promotional videos for your nursing home soon. Town Chief Xiong chuckled heartily. However, Qin Ming noticed the man hadn't mentioned the promise he'd made earlier. With a mysterious smile spreading across his face, he addressed him in front of Director Chow. Mayor Xiong, don't just flatter me. About those things you mentioned earlier, should I ask Director Chow to see if they're... Xiaoqin. What are you saying? When have I ever failed to deliver on my promises? Commissioner Chow, please don't take offense. This youngster is the child of my old classmate. As his father's close friend, it's only right that I look after this nephew. Director Chow couldn't help but chuckle at Mayor Xiong's frantic, boorish manner. He nodded silently. Seeing that Director Chow wasn't taking offense, Mayor Xiong finally relaxed. He leaned close to Qin Ming and whispered, "Don't worry, kid. Everything promised earlier will be delivered. The higher-ups are also waiting to see how the kids over there react. You know the situation in our town right now. I can't show up empty-handed. Mayor Xiong truly puts the people first. Such concern for my nursing home is an honor for me as his nephew. Please forgive me, Director Chow." Qin Ming inwardly cursed upon hearing this. He knew this old fox would find some excuse to come complain later, but with Director Chow here today, he wasn't the least bit afraid. Mayor Xiong, Director Qin is exceptionally capable. He has a bright future ahead of him. You've got yourself a fine nephew. Upon hearing this, Director Chow didn't nod silently but responded with a smile to Qin Ming's words. Standing nearby, Mayor Xiong's body trembled violently as his heart pounded wildly. Commissioner Chow had actually praised Qin Ming in front of so many people. He couldn't help but look at Qin Ming. He couldn't understand. Wasn't Qin Ming just a minor nursing home director? Even with him, the town mayor, present, Bureau Chief Chow wouldn't be here showing such favor. Moreover, yesterday was the first time Qin Ming and Director Chow had met. For Director Chow to hold Qin Ming in such high regard after their initial encounter seemed... No, wait. He suddenly recalled how Director Chow had personally led the team into the nursing home yesterday. Only Bureau Chief Chow, the elderly residents, and the officers present knew the full story behind yesterday's thunderstorm. Could it be that Qin Ming was somehow connected to that thunderstorm? Mayor Xiong scanned Qin Ming. He was merely dressed in traditional style clothing. He didn't sense anything unusual. Could it be that the son of his old classmate had truly become an immortal cultivator? That was absolutely impossible. But since Director Chow had spoken so decisively, he, as the nominal uncle, felt he should take it seriously. Rest assured, once the directives come down in a few days, everything allocated to the nursing home will be delivered without fail. Town Chief Xiong whispered before turning to Director Chow and humbly added, "Director Chow, you flatter him. He's already doing an excellent job as the nursing home director. He's still young. It's best for him to keep his feet on the ground and take each step carefully." Commissioner Chow merely smiled upon hearing this, gazing at Qin Ming without a word. This kid is definitely connected to that thunderstorm. His gaze, clear and bright, was actually unfathomably deep. Commissioner Chow scrutinized Qin Ming. Meanwhile, old Wang, practicing Tai Chi in the distance, watched it all unfold with a leisurely gaze. Later, Qin Ming entered the hall holding the commemorative banner. Town Chief Xiong, Director Chow, and Qin Ming posed together for a group photo. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the university group task, defend against external threats. Reward, host upgrades the university once. All members of the university receive one blessing from the Great Way. Fortune points doubled for 1 week. Reward, full access to the outer regions of Sunset Forest. Host's Copper Thunder Physique upgraded to Jade Thunder Physique. As the system delivered this flurry of notifications, Qin Ming desperately suppressed the smile threatening to break through his lips. He hadn't anticipated such massive rewards for repelling the external threat. When those thugs were taken away yesterday, Qin Ming had been puzzled why the system hadn't given him any rewards. Little did he know it had been saving up a major surprise. Seeing the joy nearly overflowing from Qin Ming's eyes, Town Chief Xiong cleared his throat twice and said, "Young Qin, I hope that with this commendation banner you will fulfill the promises you just made. Let the new seniors who arrive experience the care and attention of our town's nursing home. Commissioner Chow, Mayor Xiong, rest assured. Our nursing home will take this banner as a reminder to always stay true to our original aspirations." Qin Ming responded enthusiastically. Afterward, Director Chow had to return to interrogate the suspect, and Mayor Xiong had other matters to attend to, so they departed first. Qin Ming hung the banner in place. By then, the elderly residents had finished their Tai Chi practice and gathered in the nursing home lobby at his invitation. "Everyone has seen this. This banner doesn't belong to me, nor to any of you individually. It belongs to our entire Cultivation University. It represents our university." Qin Ming spoke at length, and the elders listened with great excitement. With this banner serving as a shot in the arm, their motivation surged even higher. With only one day left until the herb gathering reward, they eagerly grabbed their baskets and rushed into the forest. Meanwhile, Qin Ming returned to his office, unlocked his phone, and checked the latest online reactions to yesterday's thunderstorm in Jinshan Town. 069 Cultivation University Forum, Master Dao, you truly did not deceive me. Qin Ming opened his phone. Most of the comments on the website were still the same ones he'd seen yesterday. However, the comments section had now split into several factions. One faction comprised the usual atheists who trusted the experts' claims this was an abnormal supernatural phenomenon and science could explain everything. Another faction believed this was a warning from extraterrestrials before their arrival. Why Jinshan Town was chosen remained under investigation. Several other factions were even more bizarre, claims that China had a secret underground base in Jinshan conducting covert experiments. Another group claimed it was a warning from the consciousness of Blue Star itself to the people of the Dragon Nation before the apocalypse. Finally, at the very end, Qin Ming discovered the faction that believes immortals exist. They interpreted it as someone achieving breakthrough in the sky. This perfectly matched the scenes described in novels where immortals were bathed in thunder tribulations. Qin Ming observed these theories, noting that some were clearly exaggerated. He noticed numerous new videos circulating about yesterday's thunderstorm during his breakthrough. Curiosity piqued, he clicked to watch. The filming perspective immediately told him these were shot by the students who had come to pay respects to the elders. The videos had been uploaded just tonight, yet their view counts had already surpassed hundreds of thousands. It was clear the footage had captured widespread attention. The footage was comprehensive, perfectly capturing his ascent from the ground, his tribulation in the air, the conclusion of the ordeal, and his majestic return from the sky. However, the scenes of him undergoing the tribulation in mid-air were too distant for the phone's telephoto lens to capture clearly, so only a rough outline was discernible. Qin Ming watched as a flood of comments filled the screen. "Master Taoist, you truly have not deceived me. Welcome, Master Taoist." A faint smile involuntarily touched the corners of his mouth. The video ended quickly, and Qin Ming couldn't help but silently boast to himself. "Damn, I'm seriously handsome." He immediately clicked on the comments section, where everyone's astonished reactions filled the page. "Holy! There's actually a second perspective here. That's insane. Someone's really undergoing a tribulation. Is this young man that formidable?" One kick sent all the burly men flying. "He's about to pass the tribulation in the next second? He's a true immortal. Did this Taoist come from that nursing home? If there's a Taoist master in that nursing home, it must be something special." The comments section buzzed with astonishment. Qin Ming's every move in the video stunned them. It shattered their worldviews. If this isn't an immortal, then what on earth is this if not undergoing a tribulation? Of course, some stubborn skeptics kept posting in the comments below. "It's special effects, definitely special effects. It must be post-rendered. Exactly. This looks worse than a 5-cent special effect. I could make something like this myself." Seeing these ignorant comments, Qin Ming could only laugh. People like this wouldn't believe it even if a true immortal appeared before them. Qin Ming noticed numerous videos from other students capturing different angles below the main clip. He scrolled through each one. Each one was meticulously filmed, with careful editing evident throughout. Watching the big guys frozen in terror, Qin Ming finally realized just how awe-inspiring his posture during the heavenly tribulation breakthrough truly was. Few could have quelled such a riot with just a breakthrough. Qin Ming scrolled through the comments sections of these videos. While browsing the comments of a new video, he spotted a webpage link. It stated this was the forum for the Cultivation University, welcoming everyone to discuss here. Qin Ming's eyes lit up instantly at this message, sparking his curiosity. He hurriedly opened his computer and pasted the link into his browser. He pressed enter. A very simple website appeared before Qin Ming. As Qin Ming moved his mouse, a pop-up window appeared. "Welcome to the unofficial channel of the Elderly Cultivation University. This channel welcomes discussions on all online cultivation-related events and current hot topics. It will provide real-time updates on the university and daily videos of its students. Click to enter." Qin Ming's eyes lit up upon reading this. He immediately clicked the button and was instantly transported into the forum channel. The forum's layout was simple, clearly still in its early stages. The homepage featured a striking photo of Qin Ming himself undergoing his tribulation in the sky, an image that was truly awe-inspiring. Below it was a panoramic aerial view of the Cultivation University captured by a drone. Qin Ming instantly understood upon seeing these images they were the work of those students who had come to honor the elderly. Though the nursing home itself was never explicitly mentioned, every detail drew people's hearts toward the idea of cultivating immortality there. Scrolling further down, several trending topics immediately caught Qin Ming's eye. The Elderly Cultivation University, what truly constitutes morning exercise? True Tai Chi, cultivating immortality in old age. Deep breath Ling Yuan, the cultivation principles of the Qi refining pillar. The grandpas who overwork themselves in cultivation. 3 acres per person, done in 3 seconds. The strange beasts of the forest, the grandmaster's fierce battle against the beasts. The 3 elders to the rescue, sometimes heroes might just be your elders. The principal's tribulation sends the gang boss running scared. Qin Ming scanned through the entire contents of the directory. It could be said that every major incident that occurred within the Cultivation University yesterday had been documented by these students. Qin Ming clicked on the link. The strange beasts in the forest, old man battles the monsters. A video accompanied by dozens of photos appeared before his eyes. He clicked on the video to watch. He witnessed the remarkable display of Grandpa Su, Grandpa Yi, and Grandpa Wan working together to subdue 3 golden silver wolves. Watching the 3 elders' flawless coordination and fearless demeanor in the video, Qin Ming was deeply impressed. At the same time, he was shocked. The speed at which the 3 golden silver wolves were taken down by the elders far exceeded his imagination. It was nothing short of brutally efficient. Qin Ming began to view Grandpa Su and the others in a new light. As their teacher, he was genuinely pleased to see his students making progress. Qin Ming also noticed the videos had garnered high view counts, with comments flooding the comments section below. Holy crap! This is insane! They even made a forum for it. They even made a series out of it? Are these cultivators? A bunch of old folks? And they're all in a nursing home? Pretty awesome. Let's see more. This actually seems kinda interesting. Although it was a new website, the massive video traffic, the large number of people in the comments section, and the genuinely explosive nature of the story drew a huge crowd to the forum. Within half a day, the site's page views had already surpassed 100,000. They were still refining the website's operating system based on the data. Seeing everyone's keen interest in their website content, a sense of pride welled up inside them. As more people watched, attention began to focus on the nursing home in Jinshan Town. After all, the previous thunderstorm incident in Jinshan Town had already drawn significant attention. Now, suddenly, someone had released a different perspective, directly stating that someone was undergoing a tribulation. This directly contradicted the claims of many atheists. These videos exploded across the platform like ticking time bombs. Immortals exist in Jinshan Town. Immortals emerge in Dragon Nation. These headlines instantly surged to the top 3 trending topics. With this momentum, Chen Xinhuan's forum exploded with traffic, and the discussion boards were ablaze with heated debate. Who said there are no cultivators in Dragon Nation? The ancestor truly did not deceive me. Immortal Cultivation University, these cultivators are keeping up with the times. So impressive. This forum claims it's unofficial. Could it be the Taoist master himself behind it? Our master can do anything under heaven. How could he not handle a simple website? I searched for the location of Cultivation University, but it looks like a retirement home. That's just a promotional video. How could you believe it? Bull. What era are we in that people still fall for this? They say immortality was banned after the founding of the nation. Could our master have traveled through time? Regarding whether the Immortal Cultivation University actually exists, or if it's just an exaggerated advertisement for an alternative retirement home, people started discussing it in the website's discussion forum. Because many ordinary residents of Jinshan Town claim they visited the nursing home and say it bears no resemblance to the conditions depicted in the video. Several hours later, Immortal Cultivation University Principal's office. Qin Ming suddenly heard the system notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host. Cultivation University's fame value plus 10. Ding! Congratulations, host. Cultivation University's fame value plus 10. It finally stopped at 5,888 reputation points. This reputation value represented the threshold required for Immortal Cultivation University to upgrade to intermediate and advanced tiers. Only upon reaching the corresponding fame points could the university undergo a comprehensive upgrade. After starting from obscurity, the next stage is gaining some recognition, requiring 10,000 fame points. The third tier is rising fame, requiring 100,000 reputation points. The fourth tier is renowned nationwide, requiring a fame value of 1 million. The fifth tier is nationally renowned, requiring 10 million fame points. The sixth tier is worldwide recognition, requiring a staggering 100 million points. The latter tiers seemed distant to Qin Ming, but he believed that with the recent student videos and online posts, he could certainly attract more attention with this modest fame. Each fame point represented one person acknowledging the existence of Cultivation University. This was merely the beginning, so he believed it wouldn't take long for the fame points to climb higher. 070, becoming an inner sect disciple and the elders' competitive spirit. After a night of upgrades, the overall area of Cultivation University had expanded slightly. The iron gates at the entrance now towered much higher than before. The once cracked cement ground was now replaced by flat stone slabs. The elders' dormitories had also grown somewhat larger. In the morning, the elders rose as usual to practice Tai Chi by the spirit pool. The spirit pool itself had doubled in size. The elderly residents now enjoyed considerably more space for their activities. Qin Ming was quite satisfied with the changes. Taking advantage of the elders' Tai Chi session, he made a round of inspection. After a night of upgrades and renovations, the spiritual energy contained within the Cultivation University had increased to more than 10 times its previous amount. This comprehensive upgrade primarily focused on enhancing the university's spiritual energy and opening up the Sunset Forest. Qin Ming also took a stroll around the newly opened outer perimeter of Sunset Forest. It held many surprises. Of course, these discoveries were left for the elders to make themselves. The newly opened inner perimeter still harbored many strange beasts and spirit plants possessing rudimentary sentience that they were ill-equipped to handle. After touring the university, Qin Ming made his way to the spirit pool. Watching the students practicing Tai Chi, he couldn't help but feel a deep affection. The university's promotion this time wasn't solely due to Qin Ming's efforts. As members of the university, each of them contributed their share. Particularly key figures like Grandpa Su, Grandpa Yi, Grandpa Wang, Attorney Yen, and Grandpa Ma played pivotal roles. Seeing that the elders would be a while longer, Qin Ming continued browsing his phone nearby. Watching the elderly practice Tai Chi in the video, they still exuded an ethereal, otherworldly grace. Observing the scene, it was truly awe-inspiring to the untrained eye. Seeing how interested people were in the elders' daily activities, a novel idea suddenly popped into Qin Ming's mind: why not start a short video account? Posting daily snippets of their lives. Couldn't that be used to promote the university? Starting with filming the seniors' routines and gradually delving into the activities of the Immortal Cultivation University. Such a compelling topic should attract a lot of people, right? Even if the seniors themselves don't use smartphones, their grandchildren, sons, and daughters surely scroll through short videos daily. Seeing such an engaging nursing home, they'd surely want to send their parents there. Who doesn't want their parents to thrive? As Qin Ming pondered this, a smile crept onto his lips. If such videos went viral, he'd gain fame, truly killing two birds with one stone. Watching the seniors about to finish their Tai Chi session, he planned to ask Qin Xinhuang about managing short video accounts later. Principal. Led by Grandpa He and Grandpa Su, all the seniors gathered before Qin Ming. They knew that whenever Qin Ming stood beside them for more than 10 minutes, he had something important to say. Seeing them all gathered before him, Qin Ming's expression turned serious as he began. The day before yesterday, our Cultivation University did encounter some issues during an external interview. However, these incidents have not caused significant repercussions. On the contrary, they have enhanced our university's standing in the eyes of the town mayor and leaders at all levels. All students of our university, whether in activities or collective actions. Qin Ming began his speech, delivering a summary of events. The elders listened with beaming faces, visibly moved. They had been eagerly awaiting the outcome of the day before yesterday. Seeing the town mayor and those from the Public Security Bureau come yesterday to present the nursing home with a banner of commendation had filled them with excitement and heightened anticipation. Now, with Qin Ming's words, they felt even more reassured. This time, every single one of us at the university has made a tremendous contribution. Therefore, I hereby announce that all of you are officially recognized as outer door disciples of the university, entitled to the privileges of outer door disciples. As a reward, you shall receive Volume 2 of the Body Tempering Sutra. As Qin Ming spoke, the patterns on the elders' robes began to shift subtly, growing more intricate and splendid. Simultaneously, the elders felt their garments absorbing spiritual energy at a markedly faster rate than before. Surprised expressions spread across their faces. I feel power surging into my body non-stop. Grandpa Su exclaimed in astonishment. His face was filled with excitement. Becoming outer door disciples meant they were now officially students of the Immortal Cultivation University. They were the ones the principal held in high esteem, and now a blazing fire burned within each of their hearts. Furthermore, during the university's promotional event and the subsequent invasion by external forces, students Su, Wang, He, Yen, and Ma remained fearless in the face of danger, defending the campus. They are hereby promoted to inner door disciples. They shall enjoy the privileges of inner door disciples, and shall be rewarded with Volume 3 of the Body Tempering Sutra. The next moment, Qin Ming spoke again. His voice carried an air of authority. Uncle Su, Uncle Wang, Uncle He, Uncle Ma, and Attorney Yen all heard this, their eyes brimming with shock and excitement. Qin Ming's words were a direct affirmation of their strength. Their school uniforms suddenly became more splendid than before, adorned with numerous golden patterns. Volume 3 of the Body Tempering Sutra. Uncle He's veins bulged as he realized he'd finally earned Volume 3 of the Body Tempering Sutra through his own efforts. Old He. We've been promoted to inner disciples. I knew we'd make it. Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly, slapping Grandpa He on the shoulder. This time, Old He nodded with equal fervor. All his years of hard work hadn't been in vain. He then reached out and patted Su de Ye's back with excitement. Whoa! Easy there, Old He. I'm not as tough as you. Grandpa Su was startled. Grandpa He's strength was terrifying. Though unintentional, if he'd applied just a bit more force, it would have crushed his back. Only now did he truly grasp the agony endured by that golden-haired silver wolf. Ouch! It really hurts. Alright then. Old Su, you've all studied Volume 3 of the Body Tempering Heart Sutra. It won't be long before you break through to the mid-stage of the body tempering realm, right? No way. It's not like you can just break through whenever you want. We need to progress step by step. Old Su waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, the other elders nearby had just been celebrating his promotion to outer disciple. Now, seeing that all 5 of Old Su's disciples had advanced to inner disciples, envy flashed in their eyes. Simultaneously, they vowed silently to catch up with Old Man Su and his group, determined to become inner disciples themselves as soon as possible. Brother Su, once you master the 3rd volume of the Body Tempering Sutra, teach me too. I haven't learned it yet. This isn't something you can just eat and be done with. We still need to digest it properly. Qin Ming watched the elders beside him, each brimming with excitement and motivation, and felt deeply satisfied. Stimulation breeds motivation. He had promoted Old Man Su and the others to inner courtyard disciples precisely because of their significant contributions to the academy. At the same time, it was because Qin Ming truly had little else to offer them. Granting them the title of inner court disciples not only made them feel valued but also stirred the competitive spirit among the other elders, encouraging them to devote themselves more wholeheartedly to cultivation. Ahem. Now, let's announce the picking rankings. Seeing the moment was right, Qin Ming cleared his throat. The elders fell silent, their expressions solemn as they turned their gaze toward Qin Ming. They had waited a full month for this moment. Recalling their month-long ordeal in the Sunset Forest, each had poured immense effort into the endeavor. Their sole purpose was to secure one of the top 3 spots in the team rankings and claim the reward, the Yellow Dragon Pill. The effects of the Yellow Dragon Pill were highly beneficial for those at the body tempering realm. Consuming it could enhance their cultivation power and transform their bodies from the inside out. Sometimes, possessing a Yellow Dragon Pill during a breakthrough from the Qi cultivation stage meant achieving twice the result with half the effort. First place should go to Old Su's team, right? We're probably 3rd. Who knows? Brother Su and his crew have so many Zhu blood fruits, plus 3 golden-haired silver wolves and a tiger lion. Who could possibly compete with that? True. If I had as many Zhu blood fruits as Old He and his crew, I could have spent the last 10 days just cultivating. This herb gathering is bloody exhausting. The lawyers and elders below murmured among themselves. Qin Ming watched their excited reactions with satisfaction before announcing. First place, Li Chuang's team. Second place, He Chengguang's team. Third place, Yen. 071 Grandpa He, the eternal runner-up, prepares for the short video team. What? Old He's team came in second. Only second? That's a bit disappointing, isn't it? As soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, murmurs rippled through the crowd. They knew Li Chuang's team was farming, and Qin Ming could probably count a few more. But there was no way they could outdo Grandpa He's team capturing 4 exotic beasts. Those 4 beasts were worth a fortune in Zhu blood fruits. Uncle Su, Uncle He, and Uncle Wang all looked utterly stunned upon hearing this. Principal, is there some mistake? Grandpa Su looked at Qin Ming with disbelief. Qin Ming showed no surprise at this reaction. Such a response was entirely within his expectations. Su, I personally handled your rewards. Your hall in Sunset Forest truly ranks first among all teams. I witnessed your struggles and the effort you put in. Qin Ming's expression was stern, and waves of authority radiated from his words. After a brief pause, he continued. However, Li Chuang and his team have also put in tremendous effort. Over these past days, I've meticulously catalogued every spiritual plant harvested and cultivated by each of your teams. The quantities of mid-grade and low-grade herbs are quite comparable. However, Li Chuang's group, relying solely on their limited experience, managed to cultivate a large quantity of high-grade medicinal herbs among the artificially grown spiritual plants. More importantly, while inspecting the campus earlier, I discovered that among these high-grade herbs, they have cultivated a supreme-grade herb. A supreme-grade medicinal herb. Everyone gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. After days of harvesting, only Old Su's group had been fortunate enough to discover one supreme herb in the Sunset Forest. The rest had managed to gather only a few crimson blood fruits at most. While it's true that once cultivated artificially, the quantity of these spirit plants could surpass their wild populations. But that was only after cultivation. Before cultivation, the quality of spirit plants produced could be significantly lower or occasionally surpass the cultivated ones. In most cases, due to inexperience, the quality was generally much lower. This outcome hinges primarily on the cultivator's expertise and the concentration of spiritual energy present in the soil and air. This was knowledge the elders had gleaned from ancient texts. The fact that a mid-grade spirit plant mutation like the youth-preserving flower could be cultivated within a mere month proved Old Man Li's exceptional skill. The grade of the youth-preserving flower was in no way inferior to the vermilion blood fruit. In fact, due to its extreme rarity, its scarcity among high-grade medicinal herbs surpassed even that of the vermilion blood fruit. They had assumed this would be the pinnacle achievement for Grandpa Li's team. Yet today, when Qin Ming announced the competition results, it turned out Grandpa Li's team had cultivated a supreme-grade medicinal herb. Grandpa He couldn't help but whip his head around to stare at Grandpa Li. Initially, Grandpa He harbored resentment. They had endured so many hardships and risks, only to be outdone by a farmer. This humiliation cut deeper than not being the first to break through the body-tempering realm. But now, hearing that Li Chuang and his group had cultivated a supreme medicinal herb, his gaze instantly changed. He understood the difficulty of cultivating such rare herbs. It was akin to stumbling upon treasure after blindly searching through a sea of flowers. Now he understood why the principal had said Old Man Li and his group had put in the most effort of all. Within a mere month, Li and his team cultivated supreme-grade medicinal herbs. Given the university's current environment and their experience cultivating spiritual plants, this achievement is nothing short of a miracle. Of course, we mustn't focus solely on the miracle itself, we must also recognize the immense effort behind it. They spent their days studying the habits of spiritual plants, exploring their growth environments, and identifying their nutritional needs. Each step was a gradual accumulation of experience. Likewise, everyone must apply this same approach when collecting spiritual plants to ensure. Qin Ming seized the moment to rally everyone once more. After all, at such a critical juncture, establishing a model for collective advancement was essential. While everyone looked up to him as a cultivation role model, they also needed peers to strive to catch up with. Truthfully, even Qin Ming hadn't anticipated that Old Li and his group could cultivate such exceptional spiritual plants. However, he soon found the answer. The entire Cultivation University had undergone an upgrade, increasing its total spiritual energy by tenfold. Consequently, the spiritual energy in the cultivation fields had also increased tenfold. This coincided perfectly with the premium spiritual plants entering their breakthrough phase. The increased spiritual energy at the Cultivation University met the exact amount required for its advancement. After a single night, it successfully completed its breakthrough. Qin Ming knew that without this supreme spiritual plant, the top spot would undoubtedly belong to Old Su and his group. But things rarely go as planned. Sometimes, the ending of a story might be something no one could have imagined. After all, the outcome could only be known at the very end. Seeing the students' emotions settle, Qin Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then retrieved 3 yellow dragon pills from the system store and addressed the crowd. Now, the first place team, please step forward to claim your reward. As Qin Ming finished speaking, Old Li and his 2 companions stepped forward to receive the yellow dragon pills from Qin Ming's hand. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance of the pills wafted through the air. Everyone who inhaled it felt an overwhelming sense of physical comfort. "Thank you, Principal." Li Chuang expressed his gratitude. "You've earned it. I hope you won't become arrogant. Keep pushing forward, stay grounded, and take good care of the spirit plants. I believe that under your care, the spirit fields will surely yield even more high-grade and supreme medicinal herbs." As Qin Ming finished speaking, the 3 nodded excitedly in agreement. Gazing at the pale yellow Huanlong Dan, their eyes glowed faintly. Next, it was Uncle Su's group's turn to step forward and receive the pills. Observing the 3 elders' excited yet slightly resentful expressions, Qin Ming handed the pills to them and murmured softly. "Su, Wang, and he, your knowledge of the Sunset Forest is the deepest among all students. This time, the gap between you and the top spot isn't actually that large. But sometimes, even the smallest gap can lead to irreversible consequences. This principle holds true in cultivation and herb gathering alike. Therefore, I hope you will reflect on your past experiences. As inner door disciples, you should possess the courage to acknowledge problems, correct mistakes, and make amends. Lead all outer door disciples of Cultivation University forward on the path of cultivation." Qin Ming's words burned into the minds of Old Su and the others like a branding iron. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Grandpa He realized he had acted too hastily, driven by emotion. He was now an inner door disciple, a young talent the headmaster held in high regard. To let a single ranking affect his emotions would be childish. Besides, Old Li and the others had indeed performed better than them. "Headmaster, your words are etched in our hearts. We will abide by them at all times," Grandpa He declared with unwavering resolve. Seeing this, Qin Ming felt reassured and nodded. Mr. He and the others then led the way with the elixirs, while Attorney Yen and the others stepped forward to receive theirs. "Old He, don't lose heart. We're all getting the same reward this time. Besides, we came in second overall. First place isn't so bad either. Besides, Old Li and the others. No sooner had they departed than old Su leaned close to old he, offering consolation. That adolescent-like remark instantly left old he speechless, just as he'd calmed down. Second place my ass. He'd never settle for being the eternal runner-up. Get lost. What's the point of being second forever? My daughter told me people only remember the first place. Grandpa, he exclaimed passionately. Seeing how serious old man he was, old man Su felt his competitive spirit stir within him. Fine. First place. Then let's settle it. Who reaches the chi refining stage first? You up for a bet? Bring it on. Old Wan, you in? Seeing how excited Grandpa he and Grandpa Su were, Grandpa Wan couldn't help but smile. He nodded lightly in agreement. Alright, old Wan, old he. It's settled. Whoever backs out is a little dog. Alright. Whoever backs out is a little dog. Grandpa he exclaimed excitedly. With Uncle Su's wager in place, Uncle He's determination to break through the chi cultivation stage grew even stronger. Qin Ming, who had just distributed the rewards, watched the three elders brimming with motivation and felt deeply impressed. This was exactly what he expected from the students of their Immortal Cultivation University. They knew how to take things seriously and also how to let go. Afterward, Qin Ming let the elders take some free time. He intended to check if Qin Xinhuang had posted anything new online. He also wanted to ask about the university's short video operations. After all, before becoming the university's president, he had been nothing more than a high school student. When it came to online operations, students like Qin Xinhuang were far more knowledgeable. 072 A university more real than games, I'll use my phone, principle. Qin Ming unlocked his phone. First, he logged into the forum. This forum sent notifications for every update. Since last night, Qin Ming had received 3 notifications on his phone. The first notification announced a full forum update. After clicking into the forum, Qin Ming noticed the entire layout had improved significantly. It seemed Qin Xinhuang and the team had put in a lot of effort. The forum's layout was also much more organized than before. The second notification was about the release of the elderly care diary on the forum. However, this wasn't an ordinary diary, it was a compilation of everyone's experiences at the Cultivation University, woven together into a single post. Qin Ming read through it. Each person's experience was unique, yet when combined, they formed a comprehensive record of all the elderly residents' daily activities at the Cultivation University. Every student had written with great sincerity. In the comments section below, many people remarked that it didn't feel like a diary at all, it felt like a novel. A collection of over 20 different versions of a novel. Seeing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but smile. The third piece of news concerned the promotional video for Cultivation University. This one deeply captivated Qin Ming. Because it proclaimed the most authentic glimpse into the Immortal Cultivation retirement home. Curiosity piqued, Qin Ming clicked on it. Instantly, a series of video links appeared before his eyes. From students entering the campus, to footage of elders practicing Tai Chi, meditating at Chi cultivation pillars, competing for the pillars, each elder tending 3 mu of land, the 3 elders battling 3 wolves, and following the elders to beg to avoid 50 years of detours. Compiling every moment of the elders' experiences within the retirement home created a truly spectacular and awe-inspiring spectacle. The comments section was flooded with reactions. 666. Your old man is still your old man. Exclamations erupted one after another. People had assumed it was just a promotional video for a retirement home, but who could have imagined the content would be so spectacular? Even Qin Ming himself hadn't anticipated such a twist. It was truly a labor of love. These students, eager to promote their university, went to great lengths to showcase its best aspects to the public. The video's exquisite visuals and breathtaking scenes even left seasoned gamers in awe, prompting comments like, "Could this be a trailer for a new game? The 3D effects are way too realistic. The special effects and compositing are more advanced than games from major studios, both domestic and international. Horizon Zero Dawn and Red Dead Redemption 2 would bow down in awe. Absolutely. Even The Witcher 3 and Assassin's Creed look like amateurs next to this graphics quality. What kind of graphics card would even run this? This is amazing. An Immortal Cultivation retreat in a nursing home. This is my dream facility. Immersive experience, move and ready. Follow immortals on their cultivation journey, seek eternal life, skip 50 years of detours. What more could you want? These seniors are seriously next level. Could this be a teaser for some new cultivation mobile game? It's too realistic." Of course, in response to these questions, students in the comments section answered them. These are all real footage. No editing or photo manipulation whatsoever. This is our current senior care location, Jinshan Town Sunset Red Nursing Home. The interior environment is quite pleasant, making it an ideal place for seniors to live out their golden years. Plus, they can follow the director in cultivating immortality, rejuvenating their youth, and achieving eternal life. They patiently answered every question in the comments section, as long as it wasn't overly inappropriate. Those in the comments section took their responses as jokes and paid little mind. A nursing home where one could cultivate immortality. In their minds, such absurdity existed only in dreams. Seeing how well Chen Xinhuang and his team had organized the forum in just one day, Qin Ming felt renewed confidence in his own venture with the short video platform. He pulled out his phone and shared his thoughts with Chen Xinhuang. At that moment, Chen Xinhuang was still working overtime editing videos. When his phone rang, he picked it up to check. He saw it was a message from Qin Ming. "Brother Qin messaged me," he exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this, his roommates gathered around him in excitement. Seeing Qin Ming praise their video as excellent, they realized he had seen the forum they created. "Thanks for the praise, Brother Qin. With Brother Qin backing us, our luck is bound to soar," Chen Xinhuang responded. Then they looked at the question Qin Ming had sent. Create a short video account for the Cultivation University, filming and posting the daily activities of the elders. After reading it, Chen Xinhuang discussed the idea with his roommates for a few minutes and agreed that Brother Qin's suggestion was excellent. Currently, they relied on outsiders like themselves to promote the Immortal Cultivation University. If the university had its own short video account as support, it would undoubtedly take things to the next level. More importantly, this could serve as a derivative project for their post-seniority practice. It would demonstrate the outstanding results of this practice session, adding significant weight to their team's bid for provincial recognition as an outstanding practice team. After the discussion, Chen Xinhuang sent their ideas to Qin Ming. He even sent Qin Ming a thumbs-up emoji. "Brother Qin, you're amazing. We'll be counting on your support from now on." Seeing this, Qin Ming's lips curved into a slight smile. Being a few years younger than Chen Xinhuang and his team, he felt awkward about being called brother. "Ah well, a little flattery never hurt anyone." Qin Ming chuckled softly. He then carefully read through Chen Xinhuang's reply. Chen Xinhuang and the others fully supported the idea, finding Qin Ming's proposal to create a short video account for the Cultivation University highly creative. Many universities were already producing short videos for their institutions and achieving notable success. With the university's name carrying the aura of a cultivation hub and the stark contrast of elderly cultivators, it was bound to attract a lot of attention. With proper management, it was bound to gain significant attention. They could assist with account management, but other aspects would require Qin Ming's personal preparation. For instance, personnel for video filming, editing, and distribution review were all needed. Chen Xinhuang and the others detailed these requirements for Qin Ming. Learning he needed to prepare so much, Qin Ming felt a bit overwhelmed. As the university president, he already had numerous responsibilities to manage. He couldn't possibly keep up with filming all these seniors' daily routines. Watching the elderly emerge from the cafeteria, he decided to first ask if any of them knew how to use smartphones. "Principal, I can use one." After asking the question, Qin Ming was speechless. Just as he had suspected, few of these seniors could even operate basic feature phones, let alone smartphones. He had considered asking Lawyer Yen and the others to film, but then remembered they had discarded their phones before coming to the university to devote themselves to cultivating immortality. In the end, only Old Man Su raised his hand. Now, all hope rested on these? Qin Ming looked up at the kind smiles on the elders' faces, momentarily at a loss for words. He knew they wanted to help improve themselves, but mastering a smartphone wasn't something they could just pick up overnight. Principal. Actually, I can do it too. Just as Qin Ming was deciding, Old Man He beside Old Man Su also whispered softly. He raised the phone in his hand. Qin Ming glanced over. His initially indifferent gaze froze the moment he saw the phone in Grandpa He's hand. Wasn't this the phone that could make satellite calls? It was on par with the legendary Apple phone. Qin Ming's eyes lit up at the sight of the phone in Grandpa He's hand. He hadn't expected Grandpa He to be quite the powerhouse himself. "All right. Su and He, come with me. The rest of you are free to explore." Seeing this, Qin Ming called Grandpa He and Grandpa Su into the office. He explained his plan to them. To Qin Ming's surprise, Mr. Su demonstrated a remarkably thorough understanding of the short video platform. Every detail he mentioned was familiar to Mr. Su. Seems like Mr. Su spends a lot of time scrolling through it. "Is that all, Principal? Don't worry, I'll get the hang of it in no time." Grandpa Su's extraordinary learning ability impressed Qin Ming. Seeing this, he assigned the most challenging editing task to Grandpa Su. He had already found an online tutorial for Grandpa Su to follow later. Meanwhile, Old Man He was feeling a bit anxious. He had learned that Old Man He had only gotten his phone yesterday. He could only use fingerprint unlocking and make calls. Other functions remained unfamiliar. Just as Qin Ming was fretting, Grandpa Su chimed in from the side. "Don't worry, Principal. Old He is a quick learner. We share a dorm room, so if he doesn't understand something, I'll teach him." "That's right. Principal, I may not know how to use it yet, but I'll learn. I'll master how to use it in no time." Grandpa He also spoke with great enthusiasm. Seeing the principal's hesitation, he grew slightly anxious. "Don't worry, I know exactly what you're capable of. I believe that with your dedication, our Cultivation University's own short video account will surely become a major influencer on the platform." Seeing this, Qin Ming felt he had no choice but to proceed. He then handed the filming task to Grandpa He, who was still a bit clumsy with it. Now all that was missing was someone to handle review, publishing, and operations. Just as Qin Ming pondered this, the image of an elderly woman flashed into his mind. A smile instantly spread across his lips. It had to be her. Su, he, go fetch Qin Huai. 073, a beauty in her twilight years, how many would seek her? The principal's promise. Qin. Uncle Su and his eyes lit up at the mention. Qin Huai was the goddess in the hearts of every elder at their nursing home. Though she was approaching 80 now, she had retained her grace even before cultivating, with skin far superior to the other ladies. After cultivating immortality, her physique and posture had improved vastly. Her face had reverted to the appearance of someone in her 50s. Rumor had it that before her cultivation journey, Qin Huai had been a top-tier nightclub dancer in the Magic City. Now, many gentlemen at the nursing home sent her flowers. Su. He. Go fetch Qin for me. Seeing how infatuated old man Su and old man He were, Qin Ming was utterly speechless. He growled. Yes. Yes. Rest assured, principal, we'll go right away. The two snapped out of their daze and hurriedly replied. Qin Ming watched as Grandpa He and Grandpa Su's smiles nearly spilled over their faces, feeling helpless. Truly, men have always struggled to resist the allure of beauty. He understood Qin Huai's status among these gentlemen, a rare flower amidst a sea of weeds. Though her beauty had faded somewhat, she remained the object of admiration for the elderly residents of the nursing home. However, that wasn't what caught his eye. Qin Ming's tastes weren't that shallow. What he valued most about Auntie Qin was her meticulous attention to detail and excellent judgment. When Qin Ming first arrived at the nursing home, it was old lady Qin who helped him organize the elderly residents' records at the computer. She was one of the few residents who could operate a computer. Therefore, Qin Ming believed she was the perfect person for the tasks of video review, publicity, and post-production management. Before long, Grandpa Su and Grandpa He cheerfully escorted Auntie Qin to Qin Ming's office. Xiao Qin. Come in. Grandpa Su, looking unusually gentlemanly, ushered Qin Ming inside. Grandpa He pulled out the chair in front of him. Qin Huai smiled softly at the gesture and sat down. The two elders were thrilled, flanking Qin Ming like bodyguards. They were thrilled beyond words at this rare opportunity to be so close to Mrs. Qin. Of course, Grandpa He maintained a stern expression, while Grandpa Su's hands trembled slightly with excitement. Qin Ming nearly laughed out loud at the sight. Principal, did you summon me for a specific reason? Qin Huai was taken aback when the principal suddenly summoned him, but seeing how agitated Uncle Su and Uncle He were, he sensed it must be important and rushed over from Shinshi Lingyuan immediately. Qin, relax. We've called you here primarily to appoint you as the head of our campus short video platform. I've already discussed this platform with Su and He. Let me briefly explain. Qin Ming explained to Qin Huai in a concise and rapid manner. The main responsibilities of this role involve reviewing, promoting, and managing the video operation accounts. Of course, Mr. Su and Mr. He will assist you. After finishing, Qin Ming gestured toward the elderly gentleman behind Qin Huai. Mr. He and Mr. Su both visibly excited. Qin Huai was a bit bewildered. She hadn't expected the principal to summon her just to put her in charge of a campus short video account. She had some understanding of these online platforms, but she wasn't an expert. Noticing Qin Huai's puzzled expression, Qin Ming chuckled softly and said, "Don't worry. The students from the senior care program will teach you everything you need to know about operating the platform. I'll also provide guidance as needed. Once the platform is up and running smoothly, I'll also give you all appropriate rewards." Qin Ming seized the moment to deliver another motivational boost, while Grandpa Su and Grandpa He listened with rapt attention. Qin Huai realized the principal was testing her and cultivating her abilities. But glancing at her basic feature phone, she couldn't help but question. "But principal, I don't have a smartphone. How can I complete the tasks you've assigned?" Qin Huai asked with a hint of confusion. "We won't worry about that now. Filming and editing the footage will take a few more days. In a few days, I'll provide every student at the nursing home with our very own smartphones. Our Immortal Cultivation University keeps pace with the times. If our bodies grow younger, our minds must follow suit." Qin Ming gestured emphatically. He looked like a strategist in full command. "Until then, you'll assist Su and He with filming and editing oversight. As for other matters, Su and He have already added the previous senior care students on QQ. They'll guide you through everything." Qin Ming smiled. Qin Huai glanced at the two elderly gentlemen behind her. Though they might seem a bit unreliable now, she had witnessed their performance at the university. They were diligent, proactive, and highly cooperative. It seemed the principal had ulterior motives for establishing this short video account. Seeing this, she couldn't help but feel encouraged. The principal has placed such trust in me, I must not disappoint his expectations. Yes, principal. I will accomplish the task you've entrusted to us. Qin Hui stood up, her expression resolute. Grandpa He and Grandpa Su, standing nearby, also rose to their feet and addressed Qin Ming. Principal. Rest assured, we will manage our university's account well. Qin Ming said nothing further, merely nodding before dismissing them. Glancing at the time, it was only 1 in the afternoon. The elders usually headed to Sunset Forest to gather herbs around 2, so Qin Ming planned to go a little later. After the upgrade, Sunset Forest had become fraught with danger, no longer the tranquil place it once was. He had to lead the students on an exploratory trip first. Otherwise, the elders might encounter unforeseen dangers inside. Additionally, for the continuation of future lessons, it was time to clarify the distribution of tasks for gathering medicinal herbs. After Grandpa Yi, Grandpa Su, and Auntie Qin left the principal's office, Grandpa Su taught Grandpa Yi how to use his phone to add Chen Xinwan, Su Wenjing, and others on QQ and WeChat. Yesterday afternoon, Tian had arranged for a city courier to deliver Grandpa Yi's phone to the nursing home. That same evening, Uncle Su guided Uncle He through downloading several familiar social apps and his favorite video browsing platform Douyin. Oh. So that's how it works. You just copy these numbers and search to add someone's contact info. Grandpa He's eyes lit up as if a new door had opened, staring intently at the phone screen. Of course. This is so convenient. Little Qin, once you get a phone, I'll help you set up an account too, and then we can add each other as friends. Grandpa Su finished speaking and immediately called out to Auntie Qin beside him. Mrs. Qin's face flushed slightly. It was her first time seeing such a thing too, and she found it quite fascinating. She nodded in agreement. All right. Brother Su, Brother He, I'll be counting on you guys later. I'll definitely need a guide to navigate this smartphone. Although many elderly gentlemen at the nursing home gave her flowers, it was all just for fun, nothing serious. Very few truly cared about her. Only among Uncle Su, Uncle He, and Uncle Ma did she feel genuine care. Though she was nearly 80 now, most of her life had been spent in solitude. No one knew why she had become a witch in the metropolis during her youth. She had never spoken of those memories. Perhaps it was those youthful experiences that shaped her current cautious and meticulous nature. Originally, when she followed Qin Ming on his path to immortality, she had only fantasized about becoming younger and doing things alongside him. She never imagined that after a month, her appearance would actually begin to gradually revert to her younger self. Watching her form gradually transform, a glimmer of hope stirred within her heart. Perhaps she could truly return to her youthful self, that ethereal beauty, as enchanting as a fairy, as pure as a song, as alluring as a demon, as graceful as a dancer. No problem. From now on, we're the Cultivation University short video F3. Grandpa Su chuckled. Meanwhile, Old He was already engrossed in his phone. Old He. How's your research coming along? Grandpa Su approached and asked. No problem. I've got it all figured out. I'll call my kids right now and have them add me on WeChat and QQ. Grandpa He said cheerfully, then dialed his eldest daughter. 074 Children's shock following Grandpa He on a tour of Cultivation University. Beep, beep. At that moment, his eldest daughter, He Hua, was taking an afternoon nap with her phone on silent mode. Clunk. It vibrated and fell out of her pocket onto the floor. He Hua jolted awake, picked it up, and saw it was her father calling. Hello? Dad, what's up? Still groggy, He Hua answered weakly. Hua. I've learned how to use a smartphone. Quickly give me your QQ and WeChat accounts. I want to add you as a friend. Grandpa He exclaimed excitedly from the other end. When something piqued his interest, Grandpa He became impatient, unable to wait a moment longer, as if he wanted others to act immediately. This sudden shout instantly jolted He Hua awake from her slumber. Her head buzzed and spun, leaving her dazed and disoriented. She shook her head a few times before finally coming to her senses. Dad! You know how to use a smartphone now? He Hua snapped back. Of course I can. Who do you think your dad is? This smartphone isn't as hard to use as you make it out to be. My roommate taught me how to download a bunch of apps yesterday. They're all pretty easy to use. You young folks really do have some interesting gadgets. Grandpa He exclaimed excitedly. Seeing that Grandpa He had truly learned to use a smartphone with his roommate's help, He Hua couldn't help but feel a bit moved. People always say that for seniors, just being able to make calls and browse the web on a smartphone is impressive enough. But seeing Grandpa He navigate it so smoothly in just one night, it seemed her earlier worries had been overblown. Alright then, Dad, just give me your QQ and WeChat IDs. I'll add you directly. For my brother and sister, I'll just forward it to you once I add you on WeChat. Alright. Grandpa He relaxed upon hearing this and promptly shared his QQ and WeChat accounts with He Hua. After that, He Hua added Grandpa He on WeChat and QQ. He Immortal. Seeing Grandpa He's WeChat name, He Hua was momentarily speechless. Her father's name was truly cheesy. Actually, it was Uncle Su who came up with it for him. When Uncle He saw his WeChat and QQ names were both He Immortal, he felt a surge of pride. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Dad! I've added you. I gotta run, I'll send you my brother and sister's WeChat IDs right away. After that, He Hua hung up and sent Helan and He Tian's WeChat and QQ contacts to Grandpa He. Grandpa He added them all immediately. Hua also shared the news in the family group chat that Grandpa he had mastered his smartphone. Hearing this, they were a bit shocked. Then, when they saw the friend request from Immortal, they both fell silent. After accepting the requests, Grandpa he sent everyone an emoji from the pack Su Grandpa had given him. Good morning, son. Good morning, daughter. After that, at Grandpa he's urging, the siblings shared their daughters, sons, granddaughters, great-granddaughters, eldest grandsons, and youngest grandsons' WeChat and QQ contacts with him. Within minutes, Grandpa he's friend list ballooned to over a dozen contacts. Watching this, Grandpa Su and Grandma Qin were utterly dumbfounded. Who knew Grandpa he had such a large family? Old Su. Is there any feature that can put everyone in one chat group? Overwhelmed by the flood of messages, Grandpa he turned to Grandpa Su for help. Sure. Look at the top right corner, tap that plus sign. There's a one-tap group creation feature. It'll be done in a flash. Grandpa Su tapped the plus sign in the upper right corner of Grandpa he's phone, and the words one-tap group creation instantly appeared. What a great feature! Grandpa he exclaimed with delight, as if he'd discovered a whole new world. Soon, he added over a dozen contacts from his list to the newly created group. When the family is harmonious, everything thrives. In an instant, a large family group chat with over a dozen members was established. Change family harmony brings prosperity to family immortals. As soon as he joined, Grandpa he realized that since he'd be cultivating immortality with his descendants anyway, he might as well be straightforward. He promptly renamed the group to Family Immortals. This move left Hua, Lan, and Tian utterly bewildered. They'd been a bit dazed when they saw Grandpa he create the group. But now the group name had abruptly changed to Family Immortals. The vibe changed instantly. The trio couldn't help but chuckle to themselves. Sure enough, Dad had to bring up cultivation matters wherever he went. Old Su. Why don't the three of us start a group too? Grandpa he pointed at Grandpa Su and Grandma Qin. Right. We've got plenty to discuss in this short video group. Old you go ahead and create one. I'll add Xiao Chen, Xiao Su, and the others right away. As for Qin Hui, we can add her later once the principal distributes the phones uniformly. Qin Hui, watching from the side, nodded in agreement. Seeing Grandpa he and Grandpa Su using their smartphones, she felt a surge of curiosity and eagerness. Got it. Done. Grandpa he beamed with excitement at the newly created group chat. Immortal Cultivation University short video group. This marks our first step forward. Grandpa he remarked with emotion. He then switched to the family group chat. Looking at the campus, an idea suddenly popped into his head. Following the guidance he received from Grandpa Su yesterday, he immediately initiated a group video call. In an instant, the phones of Hua, Lan, Tian, and their sons, grandsons, granddaughters, and great-grandchildren all rang. His great-grandchild was caught playing a game when his mother's phone rang, gunfire echoing throughout the room. Why did Dad suddenly call everyone? Tian looked at his phone with confusion but tapped to join anyway. Hua and Lan also joined the call, while others who were at work hung up. Upon opening the call, Grandpa he's large face instantly appeared before them. Seeing his children's faces for the first time in ages, Grandpa he's hands trembled with emotion. Dad! Why did you suddenly make a video call? Tian asked directly, puzzled. What's wrong? Can't I call? I just wanted to see you all. Now that I have a smartphone, I can video call you anytime. Come on, let me show you around our campus. Let you see what a real cultivation university looks like. With that, Grandpa he started moving around, leading Grandpa Su and Auntie Qin on a tour of the campus. At first, Lan, Hua, and Tian were speechless. Their father had called them just to show them the nursing home. They'd been there before, what could possibly be new? But when they saw carp nearly as big as people, a group of old men leaping off cliffs, and another group of elders bounding back and forth on Qi cultivation pillars along the cliff edge, their jaws dropped wide open. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Dad! Is this real? Hua's heart pounded wildly as she asked in disbelief. Of course it's real. I told you I'm cultivating immortality. Watch me do it for you. With that, old man he demonstrated for his children leaping off the cliff edge. The three children, stunned, broke out in cold sweat and dared not utter a word. They feared he might lose focus and fall. Dad! You, take it slow. Dad, we get it. Just come down now. Dad, don't joke around with us like this. Don't ever come back to this place. We understand now, just come down. The three of them pleaded desperately. But Grandpa he's stubborn streak kicked in. What's the big deal? This is the simplest thing. Old Su, put on a show for these three city slickers. Grandpa he then shouted to Grandpa Su beside him. Alright. Watch Uncle Su show you what he's got. Stick, come on. Before Hua and the others could stop him, Uncle Su excitedly performed a one-legged stance on the Qi cultivation pillar. The three of them stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Their jaws nearly hit the floor. Dad! Get Uncle Su down from there. If something happens, What's the big deal? What could possibly happen? If old Su can't last 3 minutes up there, I'd look down on him. But Grandpa he shot back immediately. It's fine. Don't worry, your dad and I have it under control. This cliff is no big deal. Old Su chimed in from the side. All three were dumbfounded, never had they heard such audacious talk. Probably only a bunch of brainwashed old men like them would say something like that. Seeing this, the three felt helpless. No matter how much they shouted, it was Grandpa he who acted. If Grandpa he didn't budge, they'd only invite criticism by saying more. After about half an hour, the group finally descended from the Qi cultivation pillars. The three men finally exhaled the breath they'd been holding in their chests. Grandpa he and Grandpa Su seemed completely unfazed, showing no signs of fatigue. Meanwhile, He Hua, He Lan, and He Tian had watched until their legs went numb and their heads felt heavy. When they stood up, their feet still felt a bit unsteady. Seeing their state, Grandpa he couldn't help but tease them. You three are much younger than me. Can't even handle the physical strain? This won't do. Listen to me, follow me and start cultivating early, and you'll be fine. But He Hua and the others didn't respond. What the hell kind of cultivation was this, just sitting in meditation on a cliff pillar? 075 recording short video footage exploring the interior of Sunset Forest. Afterward, Old He, Old Su, and Aunt Qin headed towards Sunset Forest. The principal had informed them earlier that everyone would gather at the Sunset Forest entrance at 2 p.m. today. He Hua and the others had barely caught their breath when they saw a forest ahead of Grandpa He and the others. Listening to Grandpa He and Grandpa Su's conversation, the three felt their heads buzzing. Herb gathering, battling beasts, upgrading the university, forest adventures. For a moment, they couldn't believe their fathers weren't in the nursing home. Had they not followed them all this way, they would have thought they were dreaming. Dad, where are you guys going now? He Hua couldn't help but ask. Making a video call had truly turned into being dragged around the nursing home by her father. Sunset Forest. We just started a short video group, right? The principal's first assignment for us is to film every corner of the campus and our daily cultivation routines. I'm in charge of filming. We're planning to start filming there first. Grandpa he pointed at the forest before him and answered quite naturally. Short video team? Filming cultivation routines? Filming location. He Hua listened in utter bewilderment. This principal really knew how to stir things up, turning the elders' daily activities into such bizarre spectacles. Dad, is this how you spend every day at the nursing home? He Hua suddenly felt she hadn't been paying enough attention to her father. What kind of life was her father living day in and day out? He Lan and He Tian looked at each other, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt toward their father. What he endured at the nursing home felt utterly unconscionable. Yeah, this is way more interesting than my old life. Ever since I started cultivating immortality, my days have been incredibly fulfilling. Morning meditation, afternoon strolls through Sunset Forest gathering herbs, evening begging on the streets, then returning at night to discuss cultivation insights. Grandpa he was talking non-stop, unable to stop once he started. The three listeners, however, found his words increasingly unsettling. But seeing how genuinely happy and excited he looked, they didn't know how to argue with him. Like Dad was forced by the principal. A stubborn man like Dad would have called the police long ago if the principal had forced him to do anything. Seeing this, they could only accept that Dad simply enjoyed this kind of life. Soon, the group arrived at the edge of Sunset Forest. All the elders had already gathered before the Sunset Forest. Old Wang. Grandpa Su spotted Grandpa Wang in the crowd and excitedly hurried over, leaning on his cane. Only then did He Hua and the others realize that Old Su was disabled. Recalling how, just moments ago, under Grandpa He's urging, Grandpa Su had performed that high-difficulty one-legged balancing act on the cliff stone pillar, wasn't that courting death? Dad, you guys? Just as the three were about to try to dissuade Grandpa he addressed them instead. We're about to enter the Sunset Forest, and the signal isn't great in there. I'll sign off for now. Don't worry, I'm having a great time here. With a group of like-minded fellow cultivators, I'm sure to ascend to immortality soon. Just wait for my good news. With that, Grandpa he hung up. All that remained on the screen was the smiling, broad face of Old Man He. The three tried to persuade him further, but seeing the video call had ended, they lost the will to say anything more. Father really is a stubborn old man. He won't listen to anything we say. This all looks so fake. He Tian couldn't help but vent in their group chat. I think Dad's still having a great time over there. Don't worry too much, little bro. As long as Dad's happy, that's what matters. They're not little kids. If those things weren't safe, they wouldn't go up there. He Lan offered a more level-headed analysis. At that moment, He Hua remained silent in the group chat. Though she had opposed and tried to stop her father from the very beginning. But seeing the vitality of the elderly around her father and the overall appearance of the university, which were both much better than what she had seen a month ago, she felt a stir within her heart. What struck her most profoundly was the place her father called Xinxi Ling Yuan. Despite the great distance, her father could place one foot on the opposite bank and then leap 2 steps at a time. This was undeniably real and possible to fake over a video call. Honestly, it had a profound impact on her. The He family immortal? Immortal Cultivation Universities are quite something, aren't they? Ihua stared at the family group name her father had created, then turned to the red dot on the calendar before her desk and fell deep in thought. At that moment, Qin Ming arrived at the entrance of Sunset Forest. Seeing that all the elders had arrived, he felt quite satisfied. The headmaster is here. Grandpa Su spotted Qin Ming and immediately bellowed. The elders all stopped chatting and gathered before Qin Ming. Principal. Qin Ming nodded approvingly at the sight. It must be said that after these recent crises at the university, everyone had grown remarkably united. This was a positive development, and as a senior student, he should lead by example. Qin Ming believed it wouldn't be long before the nursing home welcomed many new students. I think everyone has noticed that our Sunset Forest has undergone significant changes compared to before. All outer areas of Sunset Forest are now open. Today, I'm here to guide you on an exploration into the heart of Sunset Forest. Qin Ming observed the elders' excited expressions as he gazed at the shadowy forest before them and spoke eloquently. Upon hearing this, the elders began to scrutinize the forest with curiosity. When they first arrived, they hadn't felt much, but now, after hearing Qin Ming's words, they looked at the forest again. They had already grown accustomed to its eerie atmosphere. But now, that feeling had intensified significantly. Moreover, they could sense the aura of danger. It's safe to say that both the elders and the lawyers now feel the Sunset Forest is at least 10 times more dangerous than before. Listening to Qin Ming's words, their eyes showed no trace of fear. Instead, each of them was eager to take on the challenge. This time, the Sunset Forest's total area is 10 times larger than before. To prevent getting separated. Once we enter the forest, everyone must stay right behind me. This time, we'll be conducting a 3-day practical operation deep within the forest. The forest will contain chi refining stage beasts. Everyone must remain vigilant at all times and stay alert. Additionally, all exotic beasts collected or captured during this field exercise and future missions will be counted toward academic credit points. These points can later be exchanged for cultivation techniques, spirit orbs, elixirs, and various cultivation items. Qin Ming delivered all the details in one breath. This was his plan for future herb gathering. The elders listened, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Old he. There are chi cultivation stage beasts. That means there might be top-grade medicinal herbs. I can already feel my body brimming with energy. I can't wait. Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly. Calm down. We've gathered top-grade herbs before. He shot Grandpa Su a look. But inside, he was just as excited. A chi cultivation stage beast? I wonder what kind of power it possesses. The veins on his body bulged involuntarily. The other elders were equally stirred by Qin Ming's words. The presence of a chi cultivation stage beast meant there would be an abundance of high-grade medicinal herbs. They would be able to gather them until their hands ached. Expectation filled every pair of eyes. They stared at the forest like hungry wolves and tigers. Qin Ming was quite satisfied with this sight. He then instructed Grandpa Su, and Auntie Qin to film videos and take photos along the way. Principal, rest assured, I've got it all covered. Grandpa Su patted his chest emphatically. He nodded in agreement beside him. Principal, don't worry. My phone has 1 terabyte of storage that should be plenty. Qin Ming nodded with a helpless smile upon hearing this. Then he turned his head to look at the golden cicada rui pendant hanging at his waist, silently praying in his heart. May it bring us good fortune. Led by Qin Ming, the elderly group entered the Sunset Forest with great enthusiasm, venturing deeper into its heart. 076 setting up camp, the eager elders. Old he. There's calming flowers here. Grandpa Su exclaimed with delight. The group had only just entered Sunset Forest. They encountered medicinal herbs that were supposed to grow only in the forest's central regions, yet now they were scattered throughout the forest's entrance and exit areas. The elders were thrilled beyond words. If mid-grade herbs appeared so early in the Sunset Forest, what about deeper within? Wouldn't they soon encounter high-grade or even top-tier herbs? Qin Ming had previously explained the medicinal herb exchange system, and they had already sorted it out during their casual chats. Once converted into credits, they could use these to exchange for cultivation techniques, elixirs, and even weapons essential for their cultivation journey. This would greatly aid their future breakthroughs beyond the chi cultivation stage and their subsequent cultivation paths. Qin Ming's pace was so brisk that the elders dared not linger to gather herbs. Qin Ming sensed their hesitation and quietly announced, "Today's field practice focuses primarily on exploring Sunset Forest. Herb gathering does not count toward academic credits." At this declaration, everyone halted their actions and hurried to keep pace with Qin Ming. Qin Ming glanced back and only relaxed when he saw everyone had caught up. He knew that within the forest now lurked beasts at the first layer of the chi refining stage. As for whether even more powerful beasts lurked within, he had no certainty. Therefore, for the safety of these elders and to avoid alerting the beasts to his strength, he deliberately distanced himself from the group. He deliberately maintained his cultivation at the early foundation establishment stage. This approach served a dual purpose: it warned off some beasts while also attracting those who thought themselves invincible. Beside Qin Ming, old man, he had been excitedly snapping photos with his phone non-stop since entering Sunset Forest. Old he. Stop just filming. I looked up your phone online yesterday, it's got amazing camera capabilities. It can even capture the moon. Quick, start recording. According to the internet, we're giving everyone a first-person tour of Sunset Forest. Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly. Beside him, Auntie Qin examined Grandpa He's phone with curiosity. Just as Grandpa Su said, the footage was remarkably lifelike. After the upgrade, the trees in Sunset Forest appeared much taller than before. Following Grandpa He's camera angle, the smallest trees required 2 people to wrap their arms around them. Occasionally, small beasts that hadn't yet reached the body tempering realm appeared in Grandpa He's footage. Grandpa He scanned left and right, determined to capture every interesting spot in the forest on video. Old he. Quick, look over here. There's a zhu blood fruit. After walking just over a kilometer, an exclamation rang out from Old Su. Everyone turned to look in his direction. A dozen meters ahead of the main group, Old Su stood beaming, holding a bright red fruit in his hand. Damn it! How come you're always so lucky, you bastard? You found blood red fruit after just over a kilometer. Grandpa He was also startled. They'd only covered a little over a kilometer, less than half their usual distance, and already stumbled upon a high-grade medicinal herb. This luck, whether it stemmed from the forest's upgrade or simply stemmed from Old Man Su's inherently extraordinary fortune, was beyond comprehension. Grandpa He immediately pulled out his phone and reopened the video, zooming in for a close-up of the zhu shui fruit. The sight filled the others with envy. They all began searching around them. Zhu shui fruit? Qin Ming stood nearby, gazing into the distance. It seemed the forest's progression was faster than he'd anticipated. If they kept walking a bit longer, they should be able to set up camp. Thousand Spirit Grass. This is Thousand Spirit Grass. A mid-tier superior herb. Holy crap. And a whole patch. We're in luck. This is a high-grade, early-stage illusion heartgrass. I never expected to find it so soon. After advancing just a few hundred meters further, the surroundings grew slightly unfamiliar. The elders' cries of astonishment echoed repeatedly through the forest. Their eyes gleamed as they studied the herbs before them. These were all high-grade medicinal herbs. And not just one plant, an entire patch. This is golden vine. Old Wang, you're something else. This stuff is incredibly resilient, even foundation establishment cultivators might struggle to damage it. Just then, Old Man Su let out a startled cry. His expression brimming with excitement, he pointed at the vine before Old Wang. Everyone turned their gaze toward them. Before Old Wang lay a vine as thick as a palm, dark green in color with a golden sheen. A high-grade spiritual plant, the 1000 Gold Vine. Brother Wang, you've got incredible luck. 1000 Gold Vine? Isn't it said that only one such vine emerges from 1,000-century-old vines? What incredible luck! That's my brother Wang for you. This vine would be perfect for either weapons or ropes. At this moment, everyone felt the forest's transformation after its upgrade. This patch of high-grade medicinal herbs, though not vast in quantity, yielded over 10 times more than their previous harvests combined. Step aside, everyone. I need to film this. Grandpa He growled, and the others immediately parted to let him film. He captured the moment they gathered these high-grade spiritual plants. Looks about right. Let's set up camp right here. Seeing the high-grade medicinal herbs becoming more abundant here, Qin Ming used 100,000 points in the system store to purchase a wilderness campsite large enough for 100 people. He then waved his hands toward an open area in front of everyone. The camp materialized before their eyes. Holy crap! We're staying here tonight? Principal, you're truly a god among men. With just one wave, a whole campsite appeared. This camp is huge. There's more than enough space for everyone to have their own tent. Amidst the group's astonished murmurs, Qin Ming spoke up. This is our base camp for the 3-day Sunset Forest field practice. Within a 50-meter radius of the camp center, a protective barrier will be active. Beasts below the foundation establishment stage won't invade. Over these 3 days, I'll guide you through every newly accessible corner of the forest. He, Su, and Qin will be responsible for filming. Qin Ming addressed Old He, Old Su, and Old Qin with these instructions. The three nodded excitedly in agreement. After Qin Ming finished speaking, the group headed to the campsite to rest and prepare. About half an hour later, Qin Ming gathered them in the clearing at the center of the camp. He intended to take them to explore the newly opened inner section of the forest. According to the system's prompt, this inner forest area was roughly 10 times larger than the outer region. Moreover, it contained over a dozen additional restricted zones compared to the outer perimeter. Therefore, before setting out, Qin Ming had to reiterate the safety precautions once more. That's all I have to say. Everyone remember, once we leave the camp, keep me in your line of sight at all times. Don't stray more than 100 meters away. The beasts here are far more vicious than those outside. Qin Ming's expression was grave as he stared intently at each person. The students were startled by his sudden seriousness. It seemed the interior was indeed far more perilous than the outside. Otherwise, the principal wouldn't have emphasized it repeatedly. Rest assured, Principal. We will follow you wherever you lead. The elders responded in unison upon hearing this. Qin Ming nodded upon hearing this. His gaze swept over the camp perimeter, and in a moment of distraction, two brown figures flashed by. A faint smile touched the corners of Qin Ming's lips. He then turned his gaze to the eager students. Very well. Let's see the results of their training firsthand. He then led the group out of the camp, venturing deeper into the forest's outer reaches. 077 Ambush Encounter, the elders show their skills. Along the way, everyone examined their surroundings with curiosity. Sure enough, just a few dozen meters beyond the camp, the forest's environment transformed completely. The smallest trees required 3 or 4 people to encircle their trunks. The ground was covered with mid-tier high-grade, early-stage high-grade, and mid-grade spirit plants. The students were practically drooling at the sight. If they could harvest all this, how many credits would it be worth? Grandpa he held his phone, following Grandpa Su's instructions as he captured close-ups of the spiritual plants. Old he. Get closer. That's it. This angle is perfect. Grandpa Su whispered excitedly. Grandpa he filmed with utmost seriousness. Old Su. Keep your voice down. Seeing how excited old Su was, old he turned his head, glared at him, and muttered under his breath. I'm just trying to make your shot look better. See? I told you this angle would work perfectly. Ask Xiao Qin if you don't believe me. Xiao Qin, take a look under my guidance. Hasn't old he's filming improved a lot compared to before? Grandma Qin, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh at the two of them, one praising, the other teasing. Reluctantly, she agreed to help them out. Meanwhile, old Wang standing nearby chose not to join in. First, he wasn't part of the short video team. Second, ever since leaving the camp, he felt something watching them. Perhaps it was just a false alarm born from a soldier's instinct. After all, as a former field soldier in an environment reminiscent of combat, that sense of vigilance would inevitably well up within him. The lingering fear and cautious vigilance had become ingrained in his very bones. Though Qin Ming was at the front of the group now, he had been moving slowly since leaving the camp. After 10 minutes, they had covered only a little over 100 meters. Qin Ming's primary purpose was to help everyone gain a more comprehensive understanding of the forest. To discern the differences between its interior and exterior. He also wanted to see if whatever he had spotted earlier would follow them and what it might do. He also wanted to see if any of the students would notice them. When he saw the alert look in old Wang's eyes, a satisfied expression flashed across his own. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder he's a veteran field soldier. Uncle Wang's vigilance and observational skills are truly formidable. Qin Ming glanced around. Seeing no movement, a faint, resigned smile touched his lips. The big cat's pretty cautious. He then led the group forward another 200 meters. They entered a dense forest where an eerie silence hung heavy, broken only by the rustling of leaves. After walking this far, Grandpa he noticed something amiss in the forest while filming. Hearing the rustling leaves, he looked around warily. Something's wrong. Old Su, do you sense something strange in the air? What's that? Old he. Have you gone off the deep end filming videos? With the principal here, what kind of beast would dare come near? Old Su waved his cane dismissively. Forget it. Asking you is pointless. Old he looked at old Su's reaction, speechless. He then turned to old Wang, who stood nearby with furrowed brows, intently scanning the surrounding bushes. Old Wang. You must have noticed them long ago, right? Yeah. They've been following us for a long time. Old Wang looked alert as he nodded and spoke in a low voice. What on earth are you talking about? With the principal at the golden core stage, what kind of beast would dare come near us? Grandpa Su looked at the two speaking in such mysterious tones, feeling somewhat speechless. What he didn't know was that ever since Qin Ming had glimpsed those two shadowy figures, he had deliberately lowered his cultivation to the Qi refining stage. He too wanted to see what kind of beasts lurked within the outer perimeter of the sunset forest. Ooh-woo! 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 Rustle! Suddenly, the surrounding area filled with the low growls of strange beasts. The snarls were short and urgent. Everyone still observing the forest felt their hearts tighten at the sound. They rose alertly and gathered around Qin Ming. This was their first time hearing the growls of living beasts. Such low growls typically came from carnivorous beasts. Except for Ye's group, none of the other teams had ever encountered them before. Fear and excitement mingled as they stared nervously around. Whoa! Suddenly, a brownish-gray figure burst from the grass beside them. Moving with blinding speed, it charged straight toward Qin Ming before the elders and lawyers could even get a clear look. Damned beast! Get lost! Qin Ming merely growled once, and the brownish-gray figure was sent flying several meters away. It finally landed on the branch of a large tree not far from the group. The group was still recovering from the shock when, suddenly, an equally large brownish-gray beast emerged from Ye's side. Its speed was astonishing. Old Su, Xiao Qin. Watch out. Seeing this, Grandpa he rushed forward, shielding Grandma Qin with his body as he threw himself in front of her. Upon hearing Uncle He's warning, Uncle Su quickly spotted a brownish-gray figure leaping toward them from a nearby branch. Due to filming requirements, they were slightly separated from the main group. They were mistaken for stragglers and became the target of the attack. You beast! My walking stick isn't for show. Stick, come forth. First form of the lion beating staff technique. Though slightly flustered, Old Man Su wielded his cane with fierce precision. A whistling sound filled the air as it sliced through the air. The brownish-gray figure sensed a hint of danger. With lightning reflexes, it leapt backward just as it was about to touch down. Grandpa Su's two sticks swung through empty air. In a few leaps, the brownish-gray figure returned to the side of its companion. Oh whoa! It's a wind-blade leopard. Only then did the crowd clearly see its face, exclaiming in shock. It really is a wind-blade leopard. Just as described in the books. Like a shadow riding the wind. Seeing a true exotic beast for the first time, everyone's expressions brimmed with excitement. A wind-blade leopard? But its size, something's off. Qin Ming scrutinized the two wary creatures perched on distant treetops. His words carried a hint of disdain and confusion. For him, the cultivation level of these two windblade leopards was far too low, merely mid-stage body tempering realm. They appeared smaller than the ones he had seen before. Still, they'd be perfect practice targets for the elders. Old Su. Windblade leopards. Judging by their size, they're about the same as the gold and silver wolves we encountered last time, likely mid-stage body tempering realm. They're fast, don't get distracted. Grandpa he had just escorted Grandma Qin to safety when he panted heavily, his gaze fixed on the two windblade leopards lurking in the trees, ready to pounce. They're just two kittens. What's the big deal? You can train dogs, but you can't handle cats? Got nervous with so many people watching? In critical moments, you still need to rely on me, the leader of the beggars sect. Upon hearing Old Man He's words, Old Man Su retorted with a tone of youthful arrogance. Nervous my ass. Grandpa he glared at Grandpa Su and rolled his eyes. Don't get distracted. At that moment, Old Wang stepped forward and reminded them in a solemn voice. Qin Ming, watching from afar, was pleased to see the three elders so full of energy and decided not to intervene. He wanted to witness firsthand what perfect coordination among Uncle Su's group truly looked like. These two mid-stage body-tempering realm windblade leopards were perfect for the demonstration. Xiao Qin. Make sure to capture every angle. Grandpa he had already handed his phone to Auntie Qin for filming. He then pulled out the hammer he always carried and gazed intently at the treetops. At that moment, the windblade leopards had vanished from the treetops. Suddenly, countless brownish-gray shadows flashed before his eyes. Elusive and unpredictable. Though this windblade leopard possessed mid-stage body-tempering realm strength, its speed was astonishingly swift, comparable to that of a late-stage body-tempering realm golden-haired silver wolf. However, this was still no match for the seasoned veterans Uncle Su, Uncle Wang, and Uncle He. With eyes tightly shut, Old Master Su entered a state of complete self-forgetfulness. Great Lion Staff Technique, First Form. Kitten Incontinence. Suddenly, Grandpa Su's eyes snapped open, his pupils dilating as he locked onto the source of the wind's roar. He leapt up, thrusting his hands forward with all his might, sweeping his cane fiercely beneath the wind's path. Boom! Bang! In an instant, the cane collided with something, sending a blast of air rippling outward. Dust and debris swirled everywhere. Ooh! Before anyone could react, another windblade leopard lunged at Old Man Su. Windblade leopards were agile creatures, masters of ambush. The first one had merely been a decoy, designed to draw the trio's attention. But such tricks were no match for Old He. Old Su. Get out of the way. If it hits you, I won't be responsible. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Grandpa He's figure appeared beside Grandpa Su in an instant. He bellowed at Old Su. Fine. I'm leaving. Old Su was a bit speechless. Old He's temper was just too hot-headed. Kitty. Be good. Grandpa He watched the brownish-gray figure charging toward him and snorted coldly. He aimed, then swung the hammer in his hand straight at its jaw. Thud. A blur appeared in midair. Before the windblade leopard could react, Old He had already sent it flying through the air. Old Wang. Your turn. Seeing this, Grandpa He and Grandpa Su shouted in unison. Old Wang remained silent, his expression cold. Wielding his military knife, he strode directly toward the two windblade leopards. Awoo! Amid the windblade leopard's final agonized howl, the blade fell without hesitation. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, in the blink of an eye, the two windblade leopards were taken down by the trio of Su Dage with flawless coordination. Damn, that's insane. Holy. Old Man Su's move just made my balls clench. Brother He, Brother Su, Brother Wang, you're incredible. No wonder you can take on a golden-haired silver wolf one-on-one. The crowd was utterly stunned, showering them with praise. No big deal. No big deal. Keep it low-key, low-key. Grandpa Su waved his hand proudly at the scene. Brother Su, Brother He, Brother Wang, you guys are amazing. Aunt Qin, who was filming the whole scene with her phone nearby, hadn't closed her mouth the entire time. All were in a state of shock. He approached from afar, laughing and joking. Ha ha. Little Qin, what's the big deal? I still. Qin Hui. Watch your back. Just as old Su grinned foolishly, old He beside him noticed a pair of sinister, icy blue-gray pupils behind old Qin. He immediately shouted excitedly. 078 ambush, taking down the windblade leopard, one in each hand. Awu! The moment he shouted, a thunderous roar echoed through the entire forest. Everyone jumped in fright. The sound was deafening like thunder, catching them completely off guard. While everyone was still stunned, a windblade leopard twice the size of the previous two burst from the undergrowth. It charged straight toward old lady Qin. No one had time to react. Qin Hui! Little Qin! Too fast! Old Su and old He roared helplessly. A chill ran down Aunt Qin's spine as something behind her charged toward her. The shadow on the ground grew larger and larger, already engulfing her entire body. Get out of the way! Yet, in that moment of extreme tension, Qin Ming suddenly leapt through the air, landing before Qin Ming's mother. With a speed that far surpassed the windblade leopards, he swung his hand, unleashing a wave of wind that crashed toward the beast. Ooh woo! The windblade leopard let out a wretched howl before being sent flying backward before everyone's eyes. Boo! 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 Thud! Crashing sounds erupted as countless trees toppled, sending dust billowing into the air. Seconds later, the windblade leopard finally crashed to the ground. Holy! The principal is amazing! It's gotta be the principal! That windblade leopard didn't even get a chance to fight back. When the principal steps in, it's a whole different ballgame. Witnessing Qin Ming's effortless swing send the windblade leopard larger than the previous two flying through the air. The sheer force behind it was undeniable. Dare to lay a paw on my students. Qin Ming shot a cold stare toward the distance. Qin, are you alright? He then crouched down to examine Aunt Qin's condition. I'm fine. Thank you, principal. Mrs. Qin was startled by Qin Ming's sudden appearance. Seeing Qin Ming suddenly appear before her, her heart pounded wildly. It must be said that Qin Ming's serious expression just now was truly breathtakingly handsome. Even this elderly woman in her 70s couldn't help but blush slightly. Young Qin! Principal, are you both all right? Grandpa Su and Grandpa He rushed over in alarm, asking. They had both thought it was over, that there was no saving her. Yet, to their utter astonishment, in the blink of an eye, the principal appeared before Aunt Qin. What astonished them even more was that this windblade leopard was larger than the two they had just fought combined. With a single fierce wave of his hand, Qin Ming unleashed a powerful gust that sent the beast tumbling backward. Judging by the commotion, it must have rolled at least 100 meters. The sheer force required was beyond their wildest imagination. It's fine. Take care of Qin first, the big one's coming. Yet Qin Ming promptly handed Qin Dinyang over to Su Deyi and He Deyi. Then, his expression solemn, he declared. The big one? What big one? Both Grandpa He and Grandpa Su were utterly bewildered upon hearing this. They looked around, turning their heads in a daze. Boo! But just as they pondered, a blade-shaped shockwave suddenly sliced through the air 100 meters ahead of Qin Ming, cleanly severing over a dozen large trees at their trunks. Principal! Everyone present cried out in alarm at the commotion. No need to worry. It's here. Yet Qin Ming merely curled his lips into a faint, cold smile, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Wah! Suddenly, a thunderous roar, like that of a tiger or leopard, echoed into everyone's ears. Boo! 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 Immediately after, several blade-shaped shockwaves swept through the forest before them, flattening it completely. Countless trees toppled straight down, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air and instantly obscuring everyone's vision. Before anyone could react, 5 or 6 blade-shaped shockwaves burst through the dust, hurtling toward Qin Ming. Principal! Grandpa He and Grandpa Su cried out in shock. However, Qin Ming's next move left them gaping in astonishment, frozen in place. Unfazed by the whistling airwaves, Qin Ming calmly raised his hand and swept it directly at the oncoming waves. A horizontal blast wave, larger than the 4 or 5 incoming ones, shot out in response. The two waves collided. Boom! Exploded violently. Surrounding tree trunks and leaves were all blown away. The dust kicked up earlier was now shaken apart by the shockwave. Holy crap! All the students gaped in astonishment at the sight. Only the principal seemed unfazed by the shockwave. Whoa! Following the collision, the owner of the blade-shaped shockwave revealed themselves. What a massive, wind blade leopard. Even old man He was stunned by the wind blade leopard. This one was significantly larger than the previous one. A palpable aura of authority emanated from him. A wind blade leopard at the second layer of Qi refining? No wonder it can unleash wind blades. Qin Ming observed the wind blade leopard and called out calmly. The wind blade leopard earned its name because upon reaching the Qi refining stage, its physical strength surges dramatically. Combined with its innate speed advantage over other beasts, it could form wind blades powerful enough to cleave tree trunks when it swung its claws. It's huge. Everyone was stunned by the sight of the wind blade leopard. It was nearly as large as a full-grown Asian elephant. Awu! The wind blade panther was equally astonished to see its attack blocked by Qin Ming. It let out a low growl, its eyes filled with shock and confusion as it probed Qin Ming's strength. Typically, these wind blades were used to confuse and hinder enemies. The goal was to ambush their prey or foes once they were wounded. Yet Qin Ming's actions had forced the windblade leopard into a defensive position. It had no choice but to reveal itself and engage in direct combat. Qin Ming had suppressed his cultivation to around the 5th layer of Qi refining realm. In the cultivation world, human cultivators are the weakest. Beasts possessed physiques surpassing those of human cultivators. Thus, when confronted with the 5th layer Qi cultivation Qin Ming projected, the windblade leopard showed no fear. Instead, it displayed extreme vigilance, watching Qin Ming's every move intently, seeking to find his weakness. After all, aside from Qin Ming, the old men and lawyer were all at the body tempering stage. A single wind blade would be enough to finish them off. Awu. Just as the windblade leopard was warily surveying Qin Ming and his companions, a roar erupted from the other side. Beside the windblade leopard, the one Qin Ming had casually knocked aside earlier dragged its injured body. Its eyes burned with hatred as it glared at Qin Ming and the others. Taking advantage of the moment while the two beasts communicated, Qin Ming turned to Old Man Su, Old Man Wang, and Old Man He. Pointing at the wounded windblade leopard, he asked, "Can you handle it?" The three men looked in the direction Qin Ming was pointing. Hesitation flickered in their eyes. "Principal, this windblade leopard is at the peak of the late body tempering realm. We're afraid." Grandpa Su couldn't guarantee anything either. They were still reeling from the recent battle. "What if we add Yen and Ma to the mix?" Qin Ming, anticipating Su Deji's hesitation, called Lawyer Yen and Old Man Ma over. Well, Old Man Su was dumbfounded, unsure how to respond. Seeing his hesitation, Qin Ming knew they were uncertain. He then said, "Then the wounded beast is yours to handle, all 5 of you. Time is tight, you decide the plan. I'll handle that large windblade leopard myself." Qin Ming declared directly, then fixed his gaze sternly on the windblade leopard. Inside, he was actually thrilled. "Finally, I can stretch my legs." 079 Lion beating staff technique, 1 strike not enough, strike again. Old Ma, Attorney Yin. Are you sure about this? Grandpa He looked at the two men with a serious expression. Facing Qin Ming's last-minute assignment, Attorney Yen and Old Man Ma were also feeling the pressure. This was their first time participating in an event to confront a beast. Though they had watched He De-yi and the others handle the cleanup with ease earlier. But now that they were about to face this late-stage peak body-tempering realm beast themselves, fear made their bodies tremble. Even Grandpa He and his two companions felt a twinge of fear. Grandpa He understood this was Qin Ming's test for them. As the university's sole 5 inner door disciples, this was their moment to prove themselves and demonstrate their strength. If the 5 of them couldn't even handle a wounded late-stage body-tempering realm beast, then their status as inner disciples would be utterly hollow. In this day and age, how could they command respect without genuine strength? All 5 inner disciples of our university are mobilized. What a sight! The Cultivation University F5 each nearing mid-stage body-tempering realm strength. The principal sending them to take on that injured late-stage body-tempering realm windblade leopard might just work. Absolutely. Brother Su, Brother He, and Brother Wang aren't pushovers. Brother Ma and Mr. Yen may be first-timers, but their prowess is undeniable. I reckon if they coordinate well, forget that late-stage windblade leopard, they could even take down that early-stage Qi refining one. While Uncle He and the others nervously discussed tactics, the other elders and lawyers gathered nearby, acting as spectators. At their current level, they couldn't possibly participate in such a battle. Observing it would be beneficial for their future cultivation. Brother He, Brother Su, Brother Wang, Brother Ma. Mr. Yen, you guys, go for it. You can do it. Just then, Aunt Qin, who was filming nearby, cheered on Uncle He, Uncle Su, and the others. Qin Hui. Little Qin. Uncle Su, He, and Ma all felt a jolt in their hearts upon hearing this. Their expressions hardened with resolve. At this critical moment, Aunt Qin's concern and encouragement gave them courage and strength. Qin, rest assured. With your words, I feel a fire burning through my whole body. I feel like I have endless strength. Grandpa Su waved his walking stick excitedly. Grandpa He watched Su's antics with a mix of amusement and exasperation, but Qin Hui's words had lifted everyone's spirits, and that was a good thing. Awu. Meanwhile, the windblade leopards across the way had finished regrouping. With a furious roar, they glared at Qin Ming and his group. Qin Ming observed the 2 windblade leopards, then glanced at the 2 smaller ones beside them. Instantly, everything clicked into place. They had stumbled into the windblade leopards' hunting grounds and become their targets. Windblade leopards operated in family units. The 2 they had just dispatched were likely the offspring of the pair they had encountered earlier. Yet Qin Ming's gaze held not a trace of pity. The cultivation world was one of survival of the fittest, where the strong preyed upon the weak. If these 2 windblade leopards had been cubs, he might have considered taking them in to raise as beasts for the university. But judging by their size, these 2 windblade leopards were already in their adolescent stage, making them completely untrainable. Moreover, this pack of windblade leopards had launched a sneak attack despite knowing his strength, a clear act of provocation. As the headmaster of the Immortal Cultivation University, Qin Ming would never tolerate anyone bullying his students. The windblade leopards across from him seemed to sense Qin Ming's intent. In their eyes, Qin Ming's actions were a direct provocation. Beasts that had reached the Qi refining stage possessed a level of intelligence comparable to ordinary humans. They wouldn't act blindly. However, they remained highly confident in their own strength. They immediately directed the windblade leopard with the wounded shoulder to charge toward the direction of Old Man Su and Old Man He. Awu. As the howl echoed, countless illusory forms materialized before the group. The windblade leopard was now consumed by rage, its hostility toward the group palpable. Its speed had increased significantly, closing in on Grandpa Su and the others within mere breaths. Damn it! So fast! Everyone, scatter! Grandpa Su cursed under his breath before bellowing. He mustered all his strength and leapt violently from the ground. Taking advantage of the scattered crowd and the windblade leopard's momentary confusion, he aimed a punch straight for her forehead. Damn it! Old Su, you're reckless as hell! Grandpa Ma turned back in horror as he fled, his voice filled with terror. Only then did he realize just how enormous this windblade leopard truly was. From a distance, it had merely inspired fear, but up close, its massive head loomed far larger than it had seemed from afar. Forget fighting back, just having the strength to run was impressive enough. Yet here was Old Su, charging straight at a windblade leopard several times his size. That courage? Grandpa Ma admired it from the bottom of his heart. Awu. At that moment, the windblade leopard sensed the hostility radiating from Old Man Su. With a fierce roar, it abruptly veered away. Yet Old Man Su showed no surprise at the windblade leopard's maneuver. Instead, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kitty's angry, huh? Then let's have a little dance. Originally aiming to sweep the windblade leopard's lower body, Old Man Su then adjusted his stance. Amidst the stunned expressions of the crowd, Grandpa Su's body suddenly shifted sideways in midair. His walking stick extended instantly, stretching his reach to a full 4 meters. The windblade leopard narrowly evaded the attack. With a sudden burst of force, Grandpa Su spun sharply to the right. Lion beating staff technique. Third form. Kitten, dodge. With a low growl from Old Man Su, the top end of his staff plummeted straight down under gravity's pull. To everyone's stunned gaze, it struck the windblade leopard squarely on the crown of its head. Awu. Due to resistance and inertia, the force wasn't particularly strong. But it was utterly humiliating. The windblade leopard, renowned for its speed and agility, had failed to evade Old Man Su's sudden attack, a humiliation it felt deeply. It let out a low growl, searching for a foothold to escape. Seeing this, Old Man Su immediately mustered all his strength, straining every muscle as he plummeted downward. His entire body spun once more, and the cane in his other hand came crashing straight down toward the windblade leopard's forehead. Kitty! Watch out for the cane! Grandpa Su growled. Thwack! The cane struck the windblade leopard's forehead once more. Awu! The windblade leopard, thoroughly annoyed, raised its claws and lunged at the falling Old Su. Old Su, watch out! Seeing this, Old He quickly stood up and pulled him to safety. Whoosh! The deafening sound of the claw slicing through the air echoed. A chill ran down both their spines. Had they been caught just now, they would have been torn to shreds. Old Su, you did it! Yet the onlookers watching the fight erupted in excited shouts. Grandpa Su's seemingly useless move had actually struck the windblade leopard twice, and it looked like it packed some punch. To them, this was a resounding success. Yet, as Old Su watched the windblade leopard circling his head, he knew his attacks hadn't inflicted much damage. This is no easy fight. Grandpa Su sighed. Old Su, did you just say the third form of the lion beating staff technique? Yeah. Grandpa Su was a bit bewildered. Why was Grandpa He asking this at such a tense moment? That wasn't like him at all. Why don't you unleash every move you know? I feel like this windblade leopard could handle a full set. Ha! But Old Man Su froze. But I only know 3 moves? This was all thanks to Grandpa He recalling the martial arts novels he'd read in the past. He'd made them up himself, but so far, he'd only come up with 3. Yet Grandpa Su's response left Grandpa He frozen in place. Only 3 moves? What the hell are you even doing then? He was speechless. Looks like he'd have to rely on teamwork. He then turned to Old Man Ma and Lawyer Yen beside him. Old Ma, Mr. Yen, you two block both sides and don't let that windblade leopard escape. Got it. Both men immediately took their positions. Old Wang, let's go. Aye. He then signaled to Wang, and the two charged toward the windblade leopard. 080 The windblade leopard at the threshold of breakthrough, a truly formidable foe. Awu. Facing the charging Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang, the windblade leopard paid them no mind. Instead, it kept a watchful eye on Qin Ming, who stood observing the fight nearby. Seeing that Qin Ming showed no intention of intervening, she relaxed. Charge, brother He. Old Wang, charge. Let this beast witness the resolve of the Dragon Nation's soldiers. The elderly men nearby, witnessing the scene, shouted excitedly. Uncle He and Uncle Wang both held weapons in their hands, along with the calming flowers they had gathered earlier. Facing this late-stage peak body-tempering realm wind blade leopard, they had no intention of charging recklessly like old Su. That would be suicide. Against an opponent stronger than themselves, most would have to rely on cunning. Come on, you beast! Grandpa He roared at the alert wind blade leopard before him. Hearing this, the crowd watching from afar turned to him with bated breath. Old He's about to make his move. Grandpa He's unleashing his power. That wind blade leopard may look mighty, but its aura doesn't even match half of what my brother He possesses. While everyone was cheering him on, old man He was busy grinding the calming flowers with his hands. Their plan was for Uncle Wang to draw fire, Uncle He to deliver a surprise heavy blow, and finally for Uncle Ma and Lawyer Yen to finish it off. That was the best case scenario. No one knew when the lightning-fast wind blade leopard would strike. Whoa! Just as Grandpa He pondered, the wind blade leopard let out a low growl. When they looked again, it had vanished without a trace. Rustle! The rustling of leaves filled the air. SSSSHHH. The sound of the wind blade leopard moving through the air grew louder. The wind blade leopard drew ever closer to Grandpa He and the others. Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang looked around warily, hearing only the sound of air friction growing louder and louder. Yet they couldn't pinpoint the wind blade leopard's location at all. Damn it! How did this wind blade leopard suddenly get so fast? It must be approaching the Qi refining stage now, right? Grandpa He muttered in frustration. Old He! Watch your back! Just then, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air, piercing everyone's ears. Grandpa Su, standing before Grandpa He, abruptly turned toward the sound. 3 blade-shaped air currents surged toward Grandpa He. He shouted in alarm. Damn it! Hearing Uncle Su's cry, Uncle He whipped around. His expression tightened instantly as he cursed under his breath. How could this wind blade leopard use wind blades? He wondered inwardly. Before he could process it, Old Man Su tackled him to the ground. Are you out of your mind? Grandpa Su roared at Grandpa He. Boom! At that moment, the wind blade struck the ground, instantly tearing up the entire surface. Dust and debris flew everywhere in an instant. The scene left everyone speechless, their eyes fixed on Old Man He. They thought, if that had hit He just now, wouldn't he have been blown to bits? Critical breakthrough! It's a critical breakthrough! Yet Old Man He remained silent, instead shouting 4 words with palpable excitement. His eyes gleamed as he stared at the wind blade leopard in the distance. Critical breakthrough? Grandpa Su pulled Grandpa He to his feet, utterly bewildered by his outburst. Yes! That wind blade leopard at the peak of late body tempering realm has chosen to make a critical breakthrough. Grandpa He gasped excitedly. Meanwhile, the wind blade leopard, exhausted from its exertions, had halted nearby, its gaze fixed intently on the group. Qin Ming, standing nearby, also noticed the beast's transformation. Its physical appearance showed no change, but in terms of speed, attack methods, and aura, it now possessed the qualities of a Qi refining stage beast. A critical breakthrough? It seems she's resolved to fight to the death. Qin Ming watched the wind blade leopard with a look of admiration in his eyes. A critical breakthrough, simply put, was a tactic employed in the cultivation world whether by cultivators or beasts when facing crisis at the peak of their realm. It involved a mutually destructive path. By gathering all their vital essence, they break through to the next major realm, gaining strength to match their foe. However, this also consumes their lifespan, and the battle's end often signifies the end of their life. This wind blade leopard now stood in precisely that state. It had traded its life for a breakthrough in cultivation, gaining speed and power. It seems she's resolved to fight us to the death. Such an opponent is truly worthy of respect. Grandpa He declared solemnly. He stood up and tossed the calming flower he held in his hand onto the ground. Old He, what are you doing? You're just charging in recklessly. Are you out of your mind? Seeing Grandpa He's actions, Grandpa Su thought he'd lost his mind. Old One, let's go together. But Old He paid no heed, roaring as he grabbed Old Wang and charged forward to meet the enemy. Even if such an opponent were a beast, he would respect it. This was Grandpa He's own way. Grandpa Wang responded solemnly. You're mad. You're all out of your minds. Principal, you must talk some sense into them. However, seeing the 2 men acting as if they didn't care about their lives, Old Man Su shouted excitedly at Qin Ming, hoping he could stop their foolish actions. Yet Qin Ming remained silent. His gaze drifted slowly over Old Man He and the others, then to the wind blade leopard. These past days, he had been contemplating the Tao in his office. Seeing Old Man He's movements and hearing his words, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. A faint shadow of the Tao had begun to manifest in Old Man He. Perhaps this would prove beneficial for his future cultivation path. He had no intention of interfering in the battle between Old Man He and the wind blade leopard. Since both sides had already given their all, it was a fair contest. At that very moment, the wind blade leopard launched its attack. Its body leapt violently, instantly creating countless brownish-gray shadows in midair. So fast! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Old Wang! But Old He remained unflustered, signaling to Old Wang beside him. Old Wang shot forward in a burst of speed. He grabbed both of Grandpa He's hands, pushed off with all his might, and shot forward. When it came to jungle warfare, Old Wang still possessed some experience. Before arriving, he had applied a small amount of anesthetic to his military knife. Unlike Old Man he had his own way of doing things. Old Ma, Attorney Yin! Grandpa He shouted immediately. Grandpa Ma and Lawyer Yin immediately scrambled to pick up branches and rocks from the ground, hurling them with all their might along the wind-blade leopard's path. 1, 2. One branch, 2 branches. Countless broken tree trunks and chunks of earth flew through the air. Awu! Moving too swiftly to evade, the wind-blade panther was caught off guard. Its trajectory disrupted by the branches, the pelting dirt struck its body, sending dust and smoke billowing into the air. Carried by the currents, the particles drifted straight into its eyes. Awu! SSSSHHH! The wind-blade leopard let out a pained howl before lashing out with its claws. Blades of wind slashed toward the group. However, its vision obstructed and its form unsteady, it lunged straight through empty air. Seizing the moment, Old Wang used his downward momentum to land beside the wind-blade leopard and slashed at the spot where its hand was. Awu! He plunged downward, leaving a gaping, blood-soaked gash across the wind-blade panther's right arm. The wind-blade leopard howled in agony, instantly losing its balance and thrashing wildly. Old Wang! Get away! Grandpa He shouted urgently upon seeing this. Seizing the moment, Old Wang leapt toward the nearby thicket, rolled once, and plunged straight inside. Seeing this, Grandpa He breathed a sigh of relief. He then charged straight toward the wind-blade leopard. The wind-blade leopard now lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, its expression appearing remarkably vulnerable. Whoosh! But just then, the whistling sound of wind blades echoed from the distance. Old He, watch out! Grandpa Su, seeing this, startled and shouted loudly. But the wind blade was too fast. Grandpa He simply couldn't dodge in time. Whoosh! Yet, at that critical moment, Qin Ming abruptly swung his hand, causing the wind blade to vanish completely. In an instant, Qin Ming had already arrived before Old Man He. Principal! Grandpa He was startled by the sight. That deathly aura that seemed to cover the ground made his body tremble and cold sweat pour from his forehead. Awu! At that moment, the owner of the wind blades, the wind blade leopard at the second layer of Qi cultivation, glared at Qin Ming and his companions with seething hatred. Qin Ming's expression remained cold and composed, though a flicker of anger flickered in his eyes as he spoke in a chilling tone. Wretched beast! Dare to ambush my students? Prepare to die. 081 The Principal's Lecture, a university adored by tens of thousands. The principal is amazing! The stunned crowd nearby all exclaimed in unison. They had thought Grandpa He was finished just moments ago. But in the blink of an eye, the principal had defused the crisis. Woof! 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 Meanwhile, the wind-blade leopard across from him saw that Qin Ming had reacted so swiftly. Its eyes filled with shock and astonishment. It let out 3 low growls as a warning, while simultaneously waiting for an opportunity to strike. You two step back. This beast is no match for you. Qin Ming turned to the 5 elders behind him, He, Su, Wang, and the others. Yes. Seeing this, the men nodded and immediately retreated to where Aunt Qin was standing. Are you all right? Aunt Qin asked with concern, seeing them panting heavily. We're fine, Auntie Qin. Don't worry, the principal is here. Attorney Yan leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Xiao Qin. Don't worry, this kind of injury is nothing but a minor skirmish for us. Finally, we get to see the principal in action. It's truly thrilling. Grandpa Su shouted excitedly from the side. At that moment, Grandpa Wang and Grandpa He were both half lying on the ground, too exhausted to speak. The earlier fight had nearly drained every ounce of strength from their bodies. Witnessing the principal's combat skills proved immensely beneficial. Today, I'll show you all how to properly defeat a beast. Qin Ming stared intently at the wind-blade leopard across from him, its claws poised for attack, his expression solemn. Hearing this, the crowd nearby grew wildly excited. The headmaster is finally going to show us. To witness the principal in action in our lifetime. What a blessing for us. With the headmaster leading the charge, what have we to fear? That's right. Principal, go get him. Take it down. The elders and lawyers shouted excitedly. They were eagerly anticipating Qin Ming's move. This was the first time the principal had ever taken action in front of them. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation as they all fixed their expectant gazes on Qin Ming. Yet at that moment, Qin Ming calmly turned his back on the wind-blade leopard and walked toward the crowd. The scene left everyone dumbfounded. He showed no sign of defense whatsoever. Awu! The wind-blade leopard, enraged by Qin Ming's actions, saw this as outright provocation. Its form vanished from its spot, and in the blink of an eye, a brownish-gray shadow appeared directly above Qin Ming's head. Headmaster, be careful. Su Deyi and the others, watching from afar, hurriedly warned. However, when they saw Qin Ming's actions, their voices dropped instantly. First and foremost, when facing a beast, the most crucial thing is to stay calm. Stay calm and anticipate its first move. Beasts below the 5th layer of Qi refining don't have complicated moves, they're easy to predict. Qin Ming remained utterly composed, explaining with a relaxed expression before everyone. Then, as the Windblade Leopard's attack descended, he sidestepped it in a single step. Damn impressive! Everyone gasped in astonishment. Second, when facing beasts, exploit their weaknesses. If you're evenly matched, you can confront them head-on. Seize the opening in their attack and strike. Watch closely. Qin Ming roared, his gaze fixed firmly on the Windblade Leopard. At that moment, the Windblade Leopard was stunned by Qin Ming's swift evasion. To evade his attack? This was utterly unlike the capability of a cultivator at the 5th layer of Qi refining. Whoosh! In an instant, several blade-shaped air currents surged toward Qin Ming. Yet Qin Ming showed no sign of panic, refusing to dodge. In full view of the crowd, he swung his hand toward the Windblade Leopard. Whoosh! Seizing the momentum, he unleashed countless air currents that collided head-on with the blade-shaped air currents. Boo! Qin Ming's feet stomped the ground violently, propelling him forward in an instant. Boo! Before the crowd's eyes, the two air currents collided directly, exploding outward. A wave of energy dispersed. For a moment, vision blurred. Break! At that moment, Qin Ming roared. The shockwave vanished instantly. Before the Windblade Leopard could react, Qin Ming's fist slammed into its jaw. In an instant, tons of force crushed down upon the Windblade Leopard's jaw. Boo! Before the Windblade Leopard could even cry out, its eyes closed as it was sent flying backward. Third, when attacking beasts, show no hesitation. With sufficient strength, strike to kill. Qin Ming's words fell as he landed on the ground. The entire battle lasted less than a minute. Qin Ming looked as energetic as ever, as if he hadn't just been through anything. Finally, just in case, scan for anomalies. Prevent any feigned death. Qin Ming instantly teleported beside the Windblade Leopard. After a moment of sensing, he addressed the group. Everyone stood frozen in place, gaping in astonishment. After a few moves of explanation, the Windblade Panther was taken care of. Is this the strength of the headmaster? Golden Core cultivators truly are terrifying. And every smooth move Qin Ming made earlier had been captured by Old Man He. Every frame was pure gold. Old He, did you get it all on camera? Grandpa Su, seeing the principal had subdued the Windblade Leopard, rushed excitedly over to Grandpa He and asked. No problem. The principal's movements and commentary are all recorded. Grandpa He replied in a deep voice. That's great. I'll analyze every frame when I get back tonight. Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. Whoa. Suddenly, behind them, a tremor erupted, followed by the Windblade Leopard's piercing howl. Damn it! Grandpa Su jumped up in fright, clutching his cane. When the commotion subsided, he realized it was the Windblade Leopard on the verge of breaking through its limits. Under the effects of the potion, it couldn't hold on any longer and finally breathed its last. Old He. That Windblade Leopard's taken care of too. The 5 of us took down a Qi refining stage beast together. Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly at the sight. The others nearby had just recovered from the shock of Qin Ming's defeat of the Windblade Leopard. They heard Old Su's exclamation. All eyes turned toward the scene. Sure enough, the Windblade Leopard had ceased breathing. Holy crap! Grandpa He and the others are so skilled. They can even take down Qi refining stage beasts. My uncle's still the man. I'll have to learn more from them in the future. At that moment, Qin Ming stood beside the largest Windblade Leopard, gazing at the 4 corpses with a hint of regret. Did they all die in battle? In truth, after the beasts of Sunset Forest met their end, they would automatically enter the forest state refresh cycle. After a few days of forest renewal, new beasts would spawn to fill the gaps. This was precisely why Qin Ming felt no concern. The same applied to the medicinal herbs gathered by the elders. That Windblade Leopard looks huge. I wonder if its meat is tasty. Grandpa Su examined the Windblade Leopard's carcass, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Get lost. All you think about is eating. Don't you have any idea how to plan our tactics? If you keep charging in like this, you'll be charging alone next time. Grandpa He rolled his eyes at Grandpa Su's antics. Qin Ming, however, merely smiled silently at the scene. Once everyone had rested sufficiently and dusk began to fall, he spoke up. Everyone, drag the carcasses of these 4 beasts back to camp. Tonight, we're having grilled Windblade Leopards. All right. Hearing this, the group grew wildly excited. They eagerly rushed forward to haul the Windblade Leopard carcasses, preparing to return to camp. Meanwhile, online, rumors that Qin Ming's nursing home was a cultivation paradise had already spread across the internet. The daily views on the Cultivation University forum created by Qin Xinhuang and his team had skyrocketed from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. The discussion boards were ablaze with heated debate. It could be said that at this moment, discussions about Cultivation University had gone viral across the internet. It really won't work. He told me earlier that he had something to do these days. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office of Jinshan Town, several self-media influencers who had come to visit Qin Ming but found no one at the Immortal Cultivation University office used their connections to enter Mayor Xiong's office, seeking his assistance. However, Mayor Xiong was also unaware of Qin Ming's whereabouts. He only knew that Qin Ming had mentioned something about taking the elderly on an outing or something like that in the coming days. Why don't you leave your contact information? When I pay him a visit in a few days, I'll ask if Dean Qin is willing to step in? Looking at their faces, Mayor Xiong knew they wouldn't settle for mere reassurances. All right. Just remember to call us back promptly. The visitors, having wasted over an hour here as dusk approached, saw the mayor still pleading futilely. They knew this was truly hopeless. They reluctantly left their contact information and hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, inside an office building in Anqing City, a man in a black shirt sat in an executive chair, staring at the chat history on his phone with a grave expression. 082 The Real Black Wolf Gang, keep the music playing, keep the dance going. Chun Haonan really got taken down by that little town's nursing home director? He set down his phone and asked the enforcer in charge of another town. Yes, Boss Gao. This information came directly from his cousin. The news that the group of brothers led by Chen Haonan had been wiped out while seeking revenge at the nursing home had only reached them in the past few days. Learning that over 200 of Chen Haonan's men had been arrested and that Chen himself had been beaten beyond recognition, Gao Qiyu, the boss in charge of the Anqing City area, was furious. He issued an order to gather all the enforcers from Jiangnan province to Anqing City. Looking at the dozen or so enforcers under his command and recalling Chen Haonan's disgraceful fate, he seethed with rage. These past days, business conflicts with the Su family had flared up again in his territory, making things increasingly difficult. Now this new incident had been added to the mix. His subordinates were becoming increasingly troublesome. He never imagined Chen Haonan would drag his entire crew to cause trouble outside a nursing home full of elderly people just to avenge his brother. And he actually called himself a gang leader. What infuriated him most was that they ended up losing the fight. They couldn't even beat a bunch of old folks. They'd completely disgraced the Black Wolf Gang. To appease the dragon head above, he had to resolve this matter first. Disable Chen Haonan's cousin completely. Send him to the most grueling, backbreaking post in the gang. Never let him out again. Gao Qiyu snorted coldly. Yes, sir. The enforcer in charge nodded in agreement upon hearing the order. Silence fell over the room once more, the sound of breathing audible. Gao Qiyu scrolled through his phone. He'd heard rumors about this nursing home a few days prior. But all the coverage focused on breakthroughs and scenes of immortals. The name of the nursing home sounded familiar to Gao Qiyu after all, most nursing homes had similar names so he hadn't paid it much mind. But today, upon hearing news about Chen Haonan, he was utterly stunned. The authorities weren't cracking down too hard on cultivation matters, so the news of Chen Haonan and his group being captured was effectively buried. Damn it! Go investigate that nursing home. What kind of cultivation retirement home? Cultivation University. Dare to deceive me, Gao Qiyu, and insult my Black Wolf Gang? I'll make you pay dearly. Gao Qiyu roared, then ordered his men to investigate the nursing home's background. In his view, this cultivation retirement home was nothing but a front. If it weren't for Chief Chao of Anqing City being in Jinshan Town, Gao Qiyu's rampage at the nursing home would have been unstoppable. Director Chao is someone he can't afford to cross right now. But what could this little nursing home possibly do to him? After the Black Wolf Gang suffered such a crushing defeat, Gao Qiyu was determined to reclaim his lost dignity. He didn't become the gang's leader for nothing. Steeling his nerves, he sat down and turned to the paper fan beside him, asking, "Any major fluctuations in the gang's trade business lately? With old Master Su now on his deathbed, does the Su family even have the manpower to challenge us?" A look of contempt flickered in his eyes. Reporting to the boss. Regarding our previous dispute with the Su family, they've been relentlessly pursuing legal action against us. After Chen Haonan's warning failed, we've been stuck in a stalemate with them. The paper fan replied respectfully. Oomph. The Su family. They're just a family from Jiangnan province. My Black Wolf Gang's operations span the entire southern Dragon Nation and overseas. To think they'd dare fight us to the bitter end, they've got some nerve. Gao Qiyu snorted coldly upon hearing this. Waves of anger surged within him. It seemed every damn thing had piled up at once. After a moment's thought, she turned to the paper fan beside her and said, "Handle the trade matters first. Since neither side has any solid evidence, they're stuck in a stalemate. Thoroughly investigate old Master Su's condition immediately. Perhaps it's time we resorted to drastic measures." Gao Qiyu's eyes were cold as ice as he spoke indifferently. "Yes." Shishan, standing nearby, responded promptly. "Don't stop. Old one, don't just stand there like a fool. Hey, old he, come over here. Come on, come on. Everyone join in. Keep the music going, keep the dance going." At 8 p.m. in the nighttime campground of Sunset Forest Cultivation University, Grandpa Su, energized by the square dance music blaring from his phone, excitedly pulled Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang into the dance, swaying along with the swaying trees. Grandpa Wang, though no longer frightened, remained uninterested and stood to the side. Grandpa He, however, felt utterly creeped out. Dancing with trees? He'd only ever encountered such scenes in his worst nightmares. This nightmare had come true. Forget it, you guys dance yourselves. I'll just film it. Watching Uncle Su's enthusiastic dance moves with his cane, Uncle He was utterly speechless. He finally managed to shut Su up by grabbing his phone and becoming the cameraman. Of course, the students who had never encountered dancing trees before were completely numb when they first saw these trees rise beside them and start walking. Their tongues went numb, cold sweat pouring down their backs. They thought they'd encountered ghosts. But by the time they regained their senses, Old Man Su was already dancing with the trees. Come on, everyone. These trees aren't scary at all. They won't harm you. Grandpa Su shouted to the crowd, but everyone just looked at each other in disbelief. After all, trees dancing was already bizarre enough. Asking them to dance with the trees? That's insane. Xiao Qin. You can dance, right? Come dance with us. Grandpa Su was having a blast dancing with the trees when he spotted Qin Hui sitting in the distance and called out to him. No, I haven't danced in years. I've forgotten how. Qin Hui heard this and hastily waved his hands in refusal. Her face flushed slightly. To be honest, she found these trees dancing, running, performing movements a bit creepy. But after watching for a while, it just seemed normal. Especially when Old Man Su joined the trees in their dance, all fear vanished instantly. With Old Man Su's awkward yet endearing dance moves and demeanor, the scene even had a touch of humor. Qin Ming, observing the relaxed mood of the group, felt reassured. He had expected them to be exhausted after a day of trekking through mountains and rivers, and to feel terrified facing the sunset forest at night. After all, it was their first time spending the night in the sunset forest. But now it seemed his worries were unfounded. The campsite Qin Ming had chosen was one of the few safe zones in Sunset Forest. Just a few dozen meters outside this perimeter lay a deadly formation. That was precisely why he felt confident no beasts would come. Even nocturnal beasts would hesitate to venture into a forest protected by such an array. The camp's facilities resembled those of a university, complete with internet access and other infrastructure, making life extremely convenient for the elderly residents. At that moment, Grandpa He captured a video of Grandpa Su dancing with the trees. A few daring students found dancing with the trees an intriguing activity and joined Grandpa Su's group. Grandpa He grew tired of holding his phone and sat down. Ding-ling. Just then, a friend request popped up on his WeChat. Grandpa He looked at it with surprise. Little grandson, He Changyang has accepted your friend request. My grandson. Grandpa He's eyes lit up at the sight. He immediately unlocked his phone and tapped into the chat. Hello, Grandpa. He Changyang typed a few words first. Grandpa He was overjoyed. Surrounded by such lively scenes. This was his first time exploring and spending the night inside Sunset Forest. How could he not share this thrilling moment with his grandson? The thought suddenly popped into Grandpa He's mind. He immediately initiated a video call with his grandson, He Changyang. 083 grandfather-grandson bond, grandpa cultivates, grandson soars. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a sheep. The green grass grows sweeter because of me. At that moment, Grandpa He's grandson, He Changyang, had just finished reviewing his homework. He picked up his phone and saw the friend request from his grandfather, He Chengguang. He had only learned this afternoon from his father that the phone originally meant for him had been sent to his grandfather instead. He didn't feel particularly attached to the phone. Hearing that the old man wanted to learn how to use a smartphone was a good thing. It would allow him to check on his grandfather's health anytime. What he hadn't expected, however, was that the moment he accepted the request, his grandfather initiated a video call. He instinctively glanced at the time. It was 8:30 p.m. Shouldn't the elderly be resting at this hour? Beep. But then he remembered his grandfather's temperament. He probably saw that he'd added him as a contact and immediately made a video call. So he answered. Ah yon. Grandpa, he exclaimed excitedly when he saw his grandson had answered. Grandpa. It's so late, what's up? He Changyang saw his grandfather's excited expression and noticed the pitch-black darkness around him. Confused, he asked. Grandpa's here on a picnic with everyone else. Look. Grandpa, he pointed the camera toward the elderly folks and lawyers nearby. Fresh windblade leopard barbecue. Take a look, everyone. Right next to Grandpa he was the camp kitchen. Grandpa Ma was shouting out there. Being a trained chef, he and a few other elderly folks with some culinary skills were handling the windblade leopard. Old Ma. Come see. This is my grandson, Ayong. Ayong. This is Grandpa Ma. Grandpa, he heard the shouts, rushed over to Grandpa Ma and introduced them excitedly. He casually took a skewer of roasted windblade leopard meat from Grandpa Ma's hand. Grandpa. Grandpa Ma, hello. What a handsome young man. He'd make a fine match for my granddaughter. Grandpa Ma's eyes lit up the moment he saw Grandpa He's grandson. His gaze shifted sideways as he turned to Grandpa he excitedly. "Oh, come off it. Old Ma, my grandson is about to study abroad. Can your granddaughter afford to wait that long?" Grandpa he waved his skewered meat and scoffed. "So what? My granddaughter is gorgeous, even prettier than my wife was in her youth. She'd be more than perfect for your grandson. Besides, my granddaughter also attends a top-tier university." The two old men chatted idly like this. On the other end of the line, Chang Yong cringed at the mention of matchmaking. All he wanted now was to study abroad, where graduate school would only take a year, allowing him to return and land a decent job. Seeing how heated Grandpa he and Grandpa Ma were arguing, he almost hung up. But as Grandpa he's phone camera shook, the corpse of the windblade leopard came into view. A beast he'd never seen before, the size of an elephant, with the features of a leopard. This sudden appearance of the strange creature instantly froze him in place. But that wasn't all. When Grandpa he's camera panned again, his eyes widened and his mouth gaped open. Before his eyes, a tree was actually running past, yet the elderly men showed no signs of panic. Through the edge of the lens, he even caught sight of a cluster of trees dancing. Amidst the trees, he could vaguely make out several elders dancing alongside them. In that moment, he couldn't help but rub his eyes vigorously and shake his head. Yet when he looked back at the screen, the scene remained unchanged. His eyes widened in utter shock, his mind going completely blank. "Xiao Yong. Work hard. Grandpa Ma believes in you." Just then, the two elders had finished their conversation. Grandpa Ma had gained a clear understanding of Chang Yong's situation and looked at him with genuine admiration, giving him a thumbs up. "Young. Work hard. Grandpa and Grandpa Ma have already discussed it. With Grandpa Ma involved, his granddaughter won't be able to get away. Once you finish your graduate school entrance exams, the two families can start getting acquainted." Grandpa he said with some excitement. "Grandpa, where are you guys camping right now?" At that moment, Chang Yong's expression was blank. Only this question occupied his mind. Those trees that could run and jump had just passed by his grandfather, yet they showed no signs of discomfort. His entire worldview felt shattered. "Outside? It's in the forest right in front of the back mountain of our nursing home. Our principal is leading us there." Then, what about those trees? What's going on with them? Chang Yong asked in astonishment. "Just trees? What about them?" Well, Chang Yong was at a loss for words. Why did Grandpa make it sound like such an everyday occurrence? "Come, Grandpa will introduce you to my roommate. This is Grandpa Wang. Old Wang. This is my grandson, a future graduate student." Grandpa he exclaimed excitedly. Grandpa Wang, hello." What Chang Yong hadn't expected was that as soon as Grandpa he spoke, his body seemed to teleport instantly to Grandpa Wang's side. By the time he reacted, Grandpa Wang's calm face was already facing him. He instinctively greeted him. "Hello." Grandpa Wang greeted him with a smile. Then, Grandpa he walked over to Grandpa Su with his phone. At that moment, Grandpa Su was still dancing along with the tree. "This is Grandpa Su. Su. Hello, Grandpa Su." Chang Yong froze in shock. Grandpa Su was actually dancing with the tree. His eyes widened in disbelief, blinking rapidly. Incredulous. Grandpa Su waved his walking stick, tapping it against a nearby tree branch before greeting Chang Yong. "Hello there, young man." Seeing Grandpa Su's actions, Chang Yong was completely dumbfounded. "Well, isn't my grandson just as handsome as me?" Grandpa Su asked proudly. "Well, a bit more handsome than you. Young man, why not join your grandfather in cultivating immortality?" Grandpa Su teased. "Cultivate immortality?" Chang Yong was baffled. What was going on? Wasn't Grandpa just camping at the nursing home? Get lost. "Old Su, stop teasing my grandson. Schoolwork comes first." Grandpa he heard this and kicked Grandpa Su aside in displeasure. This scene left Chang Yong utterly dumbfounded. "Grandpa. I saw Grandpa Su leaning on his cane just now. You doing this? It's fine. It's fine. Just a little roughhousing, don't worry. Grandpa's about to start practicing Tai Chi. I'll stop for now, but I'll video call you later when I have time." Then Grandpa he hung up. This smartphone is really something. Grandpa he couldn't help but marvel at his smartphone. Finally sharing his cultivation journey with his grandson, Grandpa he felt utterly exhilarated. After all, the bond between grandfather and grandson was far closer than any formal generation gap could ever be. At that moment, Chang Yong held his phone, the scenes from his video call with Grandpa he flashing through his mind. Giant animal carcasses? Trees that run and dance? Cultivating immortality? What on earth was Grandpa doing at the nursing home? He was at a loss for words. He hadn't been home in half a year and wasn't sure if his father knew about Grandpa's situation at the nursing home. He decided to call and ask. "Hello? Dad. Do you know anything about Grandpa's life at the nursing home?" "Of course I know. What's up?" Tian was still a bit confused. He had actually been planning to call his son to check on his TOEFL and IELTS prep. "You really know?" Chang Yong asked, sounding skeptical. "I know? What's up? Tian was confused. Qinyong, in turn, was baffled by his father's reaction and started to get annoyed. It seemed his father didn't care much about Grandpa's situation at the nursing home. How could that be? Grandpa just video called me. I saw them, they were. Qinyong then excitedly recounted everything he'd witnessed to Tian. Oh. Cultivating immortality. Just the other day, your grandfather mentioned seeing their principal ascend to immortality. However, Tian had long since grown numb to such tales and casually remarked. Ascend. Yeah. That thunderstorm that went viral online a few days ago? Your grandpa said it was the thunder tribulation caused by their principal undergoing the tribulation. Young, how's your TOEFL and IELTS prep going? Tian asked casually. Almost done. Dad, get some rest. I'm hanging up now. Qinyong didn't want to listen to his father's nagging and hung up immediately. His mind felt utterly chaotic at that moment. Tonight's revelations were overwhelming, it all felt like a dream. Gasping for breath, he stared at his title as a moderator on the Immortal Cultivation University forum on his phone. Only then did he realize that the casual conversation he'd had a few days ago might not have been a lie after all. Could it be that the Immortal Cultivation University mentioned on the forum was actually the nursing home where his grandfather resided? Was his grandfather truly cultivating immortality? 084 We are cultivators, Mrs. Su pays a visit. Time passed quickly. The first night the elders and lawyers spent at the nursing home passed in this manner. At 7 in the morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the campsite. Dewdrops melted with a steady patter. The elders rose in orderly fashion. Led by Grandpa Su and Grandpa Yi, they began practicing Tai Chi. Meanwhile, Mrs. Qin and a few others filmed the seniors' every move with their phones. Everyone, perk up. Put some energy into it. The spiritual energy in Sunset Forest was abundant. After a night's rest, many felt their cultivation levels had significantly advanced. Grandpa Yi, Grandpa Su, and Grandpa Wang had even broken through to the mid-stage of the body-tempering realm while sleeping last night. The other elders were also teetering on the brink of breakthroughs. Thus, upon waking this morning, they all felt brimming with energy and seemingly inexhaustible strength. At that moment, a mid-sized MPV pulled up outside the gates of the Cultivation University. 2 bodyguards dressed in black suits stepped out. Scanning the surroundings to ensure safety, they knocked on the car door. Immediately afterward, escorted by 2 other bodyguards inside the vehicle. Ms. Su, dressed in a purple-red gown, stepped out of the vehicle. Holding her phone, she glanced at the entrance before surveying the surroundings. She nodded. This is the place. The nursing home where Grandpa Su and the others live. She confirmed. Ms. Su led the group to the entrance, knocked a few times, but received no response. Strange? Is the nursing home empty at this hour? Mrs. Su furrowed her brow slightly, swiped her phone to the contacts list, and dialed Mr. Su's number. Beep, beep. But at that moment, Grandpa Su's phone was still lying inside the tent. Why can't I get through to Grandpa Su? Mrs. Su grew anxious at this. She had come to the nursing home early this morning specifically to find Mr. Su and the others, hoping they could examine her father-in-law. She had also seen the news online these past few days. The nursing home was actually an Immortal Cultivation University. It housed cultivators. Originally, she had dismissed such claims with disdain, believing them to be nothing more than sensationalist marketing hype. However, as she scrolled through short videos, the system kept pushing similar content to her. After seeing too many, she couldn't help but be stunned by the scenes. The terrifying thunder tribulation struck the young man yet had no effect whatsoever. Not a single hair was harmed. Similarly, she spotted a link to the Cultivation University forum in the comments section. Perhaps out of curiosity, or perhaps moved by her father-in-law's desperate begging as he lay gravely ill, she clicked on it. Yet when she saw the figures in the photo of Cultivation University's senior students with the elderly, she froze in place. Uncle Su! She couldn't help but exclaim. Only then did she realize that this Jinshan town was the very same Jinshan town under their Anqing city, and this nursing home was the one where the elderly man who had helped her deal with the thief lived. In a state of shock, she scoured the entire Cultivation University forum. The more she looked, the more disbelief filled her eyes. Because the movements, voices, and appearances in those videos were unmistakably those of Old Man Su and his group. Practicing Tai Chi with barbells. Leaping off cliffs at the edge of precipices. Performing the golden rooster stance on a pillar at the cliff's edge. Battling strange beasts in the forest. Protecting the nursing home. She grew more astonished with every glance. She knew the ages of Old Man Su and the others. These octogenarians were beating those burly men into submission. This wasn't something physical exercise alone could achieve. At that moment, only one thought filled her mind. Cultivating immortality. She clearly remembered how naturally Old Man Su and the others had told her themselves. We are cultivators. Now, seeing these videos and photos, along with the students' quotes, her head felt like it was buzzing. She couldn't help but ask herself, could it be that cultivators truly exist in this world? Could their remarkable physical condition be the result of cultivating immortality? This question, she feared, could only be answered by asking them in person. After all, her father-in-law's condition couldn't wait any longer. So the next morning, dressed in her most splendid attire, she arrived with her entourage. What she hadn't anticipated, however, was being turned away at the door. She was utterly bewildered. Hadn't this nursing home just gone viral online? It should have been at its peak popularity right now. Why was it deserted? She called Director Chow. Mrs. Su, I'm not entirely clear on the situation myself, but I've already contacted Mayor Xiong for you. He might know something. Hearing this, Mrs. Su glanced at the deserted nursing home and reluctantly gave up. The car pulled up in front of the town mayor's office. Please, have a seat. Mayor Xiong had just received a call from Director Chow and was startled into rushing to prepare. After all, many businesses in their town were funded by Mrs. Su's family. Now that they'd come looking for Qin Ming and been turned away, they were bound to be in a foul mood. As the humble town mayor, he had to ensure they were well received. No problem. We came just to ask when the nursing home will open. When can I meet Director Qin? Mrs. Su struggled to suppress her inner anxiety. Her father-in-law's illness couldn't wait any longer. She had just glimpsed a glimmer of hope, only to make a wasted trip. I don't have all the details myself. But Qin Ming told me it's only a matter of days. I think he'll be back soon. Madam, why don't you leave me your number? I'll call you as soon as I hear anything. Rest assured, it won't take more than 3 days. Town Chief Xiong chuckled sheepishly. All right. Keep me posted. Here's my contact information. Seeing this, Mrs. Su knew there was no other way and reluctantly handed over her contact information. With a sigh, she turned and left. Seeing this, Mayor Xiong breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Qin Ming, what on earth did you go and do? Your uncle Xiong here is having a tough time too. Everyone, get moving. Last group. Meanwhile, in the Sunset Forest, the elders had already completed over a dozen sets of Tai Chi. Each of them was drenched in sweat. Though the Sunset Forest was rich in spiritual energy, it drained them far more than the outside world. The elders, drenched in sweat, felt utterly exhilarated. Phew. Finally done. Soon, the final set of Tai Chi movements concluded. Qin Ming watched from the sidelines, thoroughly satisfied. Yesterday, he had already taken the elders to explore the newly opened outer perimeter. He had made up his mind. Today, he would let the seniors go out on their own for a day of free activities. After a brief rest, they tidied their attire and prepared to depart. Today, you will venture into the Sunset Forest on your own. Form teams of 2. You may choose your partners freely. This is the signal plant I made. If you encounter danger you cannot resist, throw this plant on the ground, and I will come to your aid immediately. Remember, don't push yourselves. Safety comes first. Be back at camp by 6 p.m. Qin Ming then distributed the signal plants he had made to each team leader. The elders were now brimming with anticipation. They couldn't wait to explore the forest. Old he. Don't go using that signal plant out of fright when the time comes. Don't go running away with your tail between your legs. Grandpa Su teased Grandpa He, eyeing the signal stick in his hand. Oomph. Don't you dare snatch it from my hands in fear and drop it yourself. Grandpa He shot back without a hint of politeness. The 3 of them were ready to dive right in. Xiao Qin, our short video team is in charge of filming. Why don't your group join us? 2 teams as 1 squad. Perfect. At that moment, Grandpa Su extended an invitation to Qin Huai standing nearby. Having witnessed Uncle Su's team's capabilities yesterday, the 3 accepted without hesitation when invited. Sure thing. Thanks, Brother Su. Qin Huai replied with a smile. Grandpa Su felt a surge of satisfaction. Soon, everyone had formed their respective teams and left the camp, striding confidently toward the inner areas. Qin Ming watched them leisurely from behind. He had no need for worry. The signal plants spread quickly. Should the elders encounter danger and shatter, Qin Ming could reach them almost instantly. At the same time, he noticed numerous beast tracks scattered around the camp's perimeter. 085 The real Sunset Forest, the lucky old men. The students all exited the camp. Each headed off in a different direction according to their prior plans. Soon, they scattered. Whoa! I found it a Zhu blood fruit. This one's way bigger than the ones old Su and the others picked. Barely a few steps into their journey, one group stumbled upon a high-grade Zhuxue fruit and shouted excitedly. Me too! This whole patch of grass is covered in Zhuxue fruits. Each one's as big as a grapefruit, bright red and shiny. The 6 of them rushed to gather them with excitement. There's also 1,000 spirit grass here. One of the key ingredients for foundation building pills. So many treasures. Before long, they spotted another patch of high-grade mid-tier 1,000 spirit grass ahead. They shouted excitedly. Rustle. But just then, the surrounding leaves suddenly rustled and a yellow figure flashed before their eyes. What was that sound just now? Did you see something flash by just now? Someone who noticed the commotion asked the person beside them. No? I was just. Woo. But just then, a low growl suddenly echoed in their ears. A golden silver wolf, as large as a yak, appeared before their eyes. Holy! Everyone was completely stunned. How come I ran into a beast right after stepping out? Judging by its size, it's nearly reached the mid-stage of the body-tempering realm. Get out of the way. Before they could react, the golden-haired silver wolf lunged straight at them. It took the combined efforts of several people to dodge it. Don't be afraid. Didn't old he and the others take down 3 golden silver wolves right away? This is just one. It's not even at the mid-stage of the body-tempering realm. The 6 of us can definitely handle it. The team leader shouted. The other 5 agreed it made sense. They grabbed their hammers and stood ready, facing the golden silver wolf with determined expressions. Woo. The golden silver wolf, enraged at the state they'd left its den, let out a furious growl and charged toward the group. Minutes later, the golden silver wolf's body collapsed to the ground. The 6 men lay down, panting heavily. Damn it! How come this is so damn hard to fight? What kind of superhumans are old he and his crew? It took the 6 of them a full 5 minutes just to barely take down a golden-haired silver wolf at the early stage of the body-tempering realm. They couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful old he and his group truly were. Only now did they grasp the true value of each trio taking down a single golden silver wolf. They also understood why the headmaster had appointed them as inner door disciples. The gap in strength was simply too vast. They couldn't help but marvel inwardly. How are we supposed to fight this? If another mid-stage body-tempering realm wolf shows up, we're all done for. Just then, someone grumbled. Woo. Woo. Suddenly, 2 deafening roars pierced their ears. Damn it! What a nightmare! Why did you say that? At that moment, the group felt death's threat surge over them, their hearts nearly stopping. Suddenly, 2 golden silver wolves twice the size of the previous ones burst from the grass, sending a chill through everyone's hearts as they froze in place. Principal, save me! Bang! The team leader, eyes tightly shut, tossed the signal flare to the ground and flailed his arms wildly. Woo! The 2 golden silver wolves, enraged by the sight of the corpse on the ground, charged straight toward them. Everyone closed their eyes in terror. Bang! Yet in an instant, a deafening explosion echoed in their ears. Am I dead? Shivering with fear, they opened their eyes and asked themselves. The principal! It's the principal! The principal is here! The team leader exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the young figure before them. The moment the signal orb shattered, Qin Ming sensed it. With a few swift steps, he appeared before the group. With a single move, he dispatched the 2 golden silver wolves without hesitation. The principal is amazing! We're saved! The others cheered at the sight. Qin Ming gazed at the 3 silver-haired wolf corpses with a calm expression. Observing the group's reactions, he sighed inwardly. As he had anticipated, these ancient beasts within the lair remained formidable foes. He then signaled for them to carry the carcasses back to camp, and the 6 obeyed. At this point, Attorney Yan and his group chose to team up with Old Man Li and his companions. After all, Old Man Li and his group possessed the most comprehensive knowledge of spirit plants among the university students. Moreover, Old Man Li's luck was no worse than that of Old Man Su's group. Along the way, the group gathered numerous high-grade mid-tier and even high-tier medicinal herbs. See? Grandpa Li made the right choice following you guys. Lawyer Yan's eyes gleamed with admiration as he surveyed the overflowing basket of herbs. If they had gone searching on their own, they probably wouldn't have found even a third of this. They'd only been walking for a short while and had already gathered so much he dared not imagine what they might encounter further along. Ha ha! I just applied my previous experience cultivating spiritual plants. I observed their growth patterns to locate them, which made things a bit faster than before. Grandpa Li smiled. Old Li, no need to be modest. With you here, our team's gathering speed will definitely catch up to Old He's group. Then our team will settle the score with theirs. Grandpa Ma patted Grandpa Li on the shoulder as he spoke. Soon, the group followed Old Li in their search. After walking over 100 meters, Grandpa Li suddenly caught a whiff of a fresh fragrance. His eyes lit up instantly. He called for the others to follow. They pushed through dense shrubbery and emerged into an area thick with vines. This terrain was new to them all, and they cautiously followed Grandpa Li. Found it! Just as they wondered what Old Li had discovered, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He bent down, stood up, and held out a fruit that looked remarkably like an apple. What is this? The others looked on in bewilderment and asked. Snake desire fruit. One of the key ingredients for the elixir of youth. I distinctly recall the principal emphasizing this in class before. Grandpa Li exclaimed excitedly, then pointed to the fruits hanging from the vines before them. The others leaned in to examine them and found the fruits on the vines looked remarkably similar to the one in Old Man Li's hand. Snake desire fruit. Oh, I remember now. At that moment, after a moment's thought, Attorney Yan also recalled. But this place where the snake desire fruit grows, shouldn't there be? Grandpa Li, watch your back. Recalling the book's description, Attorney Yan spotted the cold, piercing eyes behind Old Man Li and warned him. He immediately charged forward, bringing down a hammer blow that instantly smashed the skull of a wind snake as thick as a giant python. This is the wind serpent's lair. Attorney Yen gritted his teeth and roared. Grandpa Li was startled too. He hadn't even noticed such a massive creature suddenly appearing behind him. This wind snake appears to be at the early stage of the body tempering realm. Everyone, be careful when collecting. Attorney Yan's gaze darted around the area as he issued the warning. Hiss, hiss. The moment his words fell, the surrounding air filled with the hissing sounds of snakes flaring their tongues. In an instant, the group realized they were surrounded by several early body tempering realm wind snakes. Uncle Li, you handle the gathering. We'll deal with these snakes. Right. Old Li, just focus on picking. Once you're done, we'll leave. We can handle them. Grandpa Ma and his two companions gripped their weapons, staring intently at the wind snakes poised to strike before them. Grandpa Li exchanged glances with his two roommates, then nodded in agreement. All right. Let's get this over with. Facing the fierce wind serpent, Old Man Ma and his companions showed no fear. Both Old Man Ma and Lawyer Yen were now nearing the mid-stage of the body tempering realm. They estimated they could reach mid-stage body tempering realm combat strength within another day. In the blink of an eye, they had disposed of over a dozen wind snakes. Damn it, we've stirred up a hornet's nest. How can there be so many more? Grandpa Ma cursed as he surveyed the coiled wind snakes. Old Li. How much longer? Almost done. Hang in there a little longer. Old Li and the others were also picking furiously. There were so many snake desire fruits here that they couldn't possibly harvest them all in a short time. 10 minutes later. Phew. Finally done. Grandpa Li and the others wiped the sweat from their brows, drenched in perspiration. Old Ma, we're done. We can go now. They turned to shout at Old Ma and the others, but the sight before them left them stunned. 086 Jungle Encounter, Snake Treasure, even old men can change their minds. The ground was littered with the corpses of wind snakes. While Old Li and his group were frantically gathering snake desire fruits in the wilderness, Old Ma and his group grew more and more enthusiastic as they killed, becoming completely bloodthirsty. The remaining wind snakes were terrified by the sight of Grandpa Ma and his group. They all fled. Moreover, most of the snake desire fruits here had already been picked by Old Man Li and his group. The rest hadn't ripened yet, so the wind snakes simply abandoned this place. Old Li, are we done gathering? Grandpa Ma turned around, panting heavily, still clutching a wind snake with its head crushed. His hands were covered in blood, a sight that was quite unsettling. We're done. You guys killed all these snakes. Old Li stared at the snake carcasses on the ground, his eyes filled with shock as he hesitated. Yeah. Damn it. So many got away. They were too fast, we couldn't catch them. Grandpa Ma replied, swinging his hammer with lingering frustration, clearly not satisfied with the beating he delivered. No big deal. As long as we finish collecting everything smoothly. Look. Grandpa Li sighed in relief upon hearing this. The three men displayed the snake desire fruits from their basket before them. It does have a faint, refreshing apple scent. Is this the ingredient for the youth-preserving pill? Grandpa Ma examined them with curiosity. That's right. With this in hand, our harvest today will surely match old Su's group. Grandpa Li exclaimed excitedly. What's this? Grandpa Ma, Grandpa Li, come take a look. Just then, Attorney Yen, standing nearby, pulled a pale yellow object from the head of a slashed wind snake. Hearing this, the others all stepped forward. They examined it closely. This is a snake gem. Snake treasure? Yes. This thing is also called snakestone. It's a valuable item. It's used as raw material for some precious pearls. Old Li exclaimed excitedly, staring at the pale yellow stone with a faint glow in Attorney Yan's hand. I see. With so many snake corpses here, let's examine each one. These could be worth as much as many high-grade medicinal herbs. Grandpa Ma exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. The others nodded in agreement and began using small knives to cut through the vines, searching among the snake carcasses. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from Grandpa Ma and the others. Old Su. How much further do you plan to walk? We've walked nearly 5 kilometers already, haven't we? Grandpa he glanced back at the forest and sighed wearily. We're nowhere near done yet. The inner part of this forest is huge. Let's push another 5 kilometers. This time we'll definitely find some top-grade spiritual plants and leave them far behind. Grandpa Su, however, waved his walking stick leisurely as he spoke. Originally, Grandpa he had planned to scout the path and gather plants like the others. However, drawing on his previous experience, Old Man Su immediately dismissed his plan. Keep pushing deeper, and we're bound to find something worthwhile. Grandpa he agreed with Su's reasoning. After all, the deeper they went, the better the finds would be. So the group followed Grandpa Su's lead, pushing forward relentlessly. They soon outpaced the others. Along the way, they encountered numerous high-grade fruits, some at the initial stage, others at the intermediate stage, and even some at the advanced stage. But they didn't pick any. Urged on by Uncle Su's constant prodding, they pushed forward relentlessly. After 5 kilometers, they did encounter more high-grade, upper-tier medicinal herbs along the way, but still not a single top-grade herb. Grandpa he was so disoriented from the relentless walking that he began to lose his bearings. Occasionally, he'd hear distant voices of fellow students discovering high-grade, upper-tier herbs. His heart raced. Grandpa he wanted to stop and pick them, but Grandpa Su shot down the idea with a single sentence. Watching the main group press forward, old man he had no choice but to follow. He watched with lingering regret, feeling the pain of 5 million yuan that should have been his, snatched away for no reason simply because he underreported a single digit. He'd pleaded with old Su 4 times already. "Yo, old Su, let's stop and pick them." But each time, old Su would glance around, then point his cane ahead solemnly and say, "Wait a little longer. By my estimation, we only need to go another kilometer." At first, Grandpa he believed him. But now that they'd walked 4,000 meters and the surrounding spirit plants still showed no change, his impatience flared up. He felt both speechless and helpless about Uncle Su's approach. "Brother Su, can we stop and rest for a bit? We 3 sisters just can't walk any further." "Yeah. Brother Su, look how exhausted Qinhua is, gasping for breath. Why don't we rest a bit before continuing?" However, just as Uncle Su rejected Uncle He's request and prepared to continue walking, Qinhuai's pleading words reached his ears. He paused, turned his head, and saw Qin Hui and the others panting heavily, their foreheads glistening with sweat. He suddenly felt a surge of compassion. "Are you all right? Why don't we sit down and rest first? I saw some rocks over there earlier. Let's go there and take a break." Grandpa Su walked over to them, leaning on his cane, his voice gentle and concerned. Grandpa he and Grandpa Wang standing nearby were utterly dumbfounded. "Damn it! So you forget your brothers once you get a woman, huh? Alright, Brother Su, my foot's hurting a bit. Could we? Oh. If your foot hurts, you definitely can't walk. Old he. Hold my cane for me. I'll help," shout Qin over. Uncle Su flung one of his canes straight at Uncle He. "Damn it!" Old he was about to lose his temper, but seeing how exhausted Qin, Hui, and the others looked, he swallowed his anger for the moment. Seeing old Su grinning like that, he was furious beyond words. Now he's playing favorites too. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Old Su isn't just acting like a teenager, he's abandoning his principles for a woman. "Qin, slow down coming down. It's a bit steep here." Soon, the group reached the rock old man Su had mentioned. Only then did Grandpa he notice that the rock Grandpa Su had pointed out was enormous, surrounded by many smaller stones. The largest boulder had one exceptionally smooth surface, as if something had polished it. A few grayish-brown hairs lay scattered on the ground, causing old man He's expression to tighten. "Old Su. Something's off about this place. Look at all this strange beast hair on the ground. Could this be some kind of beast's territory?" Grandpa he pointed at the ground as he spoke. "It's fine. We're here. What strange beast would dare come near? Besides, we're just resting for a bit. If there were any beasts, they would have attacked when we passed through that area earlier." However, after settling the 3 of them, Uncle Su waved his hand dismissively, speaking with remarkable ease. "This." Grandpa he stared at Grandpa Su's bold demeanor, utterly speechless. Forget it. There was no persuading him. "Old Wang, let's gather some medicinal herbs first. Old Su, keep an eye on Qin Hui and the others." Taking advantage of the others' rest, he prepared to gather some medicinal herbs. He handed his phone to Qin Hui, entrusting her to continue filming. "No problem. Go ahead without worry. I'll protect the princess." Grandpa Su waved his walking stick excitedly. Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang. The two were gathering medicinal herbs within 100 meters of the stone pillars. The herbs here were mostly high-grade and excellent quality. Before long, they had gathered a substantial haul. "Alright. That's more than enough. Old Wang, let's head back and rest up, it's time to get moving." Grandpa he said to Grandpa Wang, eyeing the basket of herbs. "MHM. Old Wang nodded. The two gathered their things and prepared to turn back. Boom. Boom. But just then, a thunderous roar erupted behind them. They froze instantly in their tracks. "Old Wang, did you hear that? Is that thunder? Or an earthquake?" Grandpa he looked around hesitantly, then up at the sky. But Old Wang just shook his head blankly. Bang. Boom. Boom. Just as they hesitated, several loud bangs echoed in their ears once more. Simultaneously, they felt the ground beneath their feet tremble violently. "Damn it! What the hell is going on?" Grandpa he shouted in frustration, struggling to steady himself. "Old He, look over there." Just then, Old Wang raised his hand, his expression a mix of shock and fear, pointing toward the distance. "What? Grandpa he turned his head in the direction Grandpa Wang was pointing and froze instantly. There stood a giant bear, 3 men tall, holding a silver-furred wolf covered in wounds and barely clinging to life. 087 Little bear, get ready for Grandpa's critical hit. Roar. The giant bear roared, then, right before Grandpa he and Grandpa Wang's eyes, it tore the mid-stage body-tempering realm golden-silver wolf clean in half. Blood spattered everywhere in an instant, a terrifying sight. Holy. What the hell is that thing? Grandpa he was utterly shocked by the scene before him, exclaiming in horror. The intense visual shock made him feel sick to his stomach. The blurred, mangled flesh of the gold-and-silver wolf sent shivers down both their spines. Roar! The giant bear licked the blurred flesh from the gold-and-silver wolf's wounds with obvious relish. The sight was utterly unsettling. Grandpa he and Grandpa Wang had regained their composure enough to move their feet. Seeing the bear oblivious to their presence as it reveled in its feast, the two men slowly backed away step by step. Grandpa he and Grandpa Wang kept their eyes fixed on the bear. They feared it might suddenly charge at them. Then, Grandpa he noticed something familiar about the bear's fur. He stopped abruptly and squinted to look closer. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine. Brownish-gray fur. He muttered softly, his eyes filled with shock. Old he. Let's get out of here, go get Old Lee and the others. Seeing Old he frozen in place, Old Wang hurried over, patted his shoulder, and urged him. No. Look at that bear's fur. Isn't it the same color as the hair on the boulder where we were resting? Grandpa he froze in place, muttering softly. Hearing this, Grandpa Wang hurriedly looked over. When he saw the giant bear's fur, his eyes widened instantly. Yes. The two men exchanged a glance, their hearts screaming, we're done for. They had entered the territory of this giant bear. From such a distance, they couldn't possibly identify its species. Roar! Just then, the giant bear finished devouring the gold-and-silver wolf's carcass. With half of it remaining, it suddenly collapsed from its combat stance. Boom! The entire ground shook violently in an instant. Grandpa he and Grandpa Wang steadied themselves only with great effort. Oh no! He's coming back! We have to hurry. We have to get back before that thing returns, or Old Sue and the others will become this giant bear's snack. Grandpa he felt an itch in his nose, sensing trouble. The giant bear's movements clearly signaled its return. The two men sprinted like mad. Damn Old Sue! Look at the fine spot you picked. What a feng shui treasure spot. Feng shui my ass. Grandpa he cursed inwardly as he ran. Achoo! What's going on? Is someone missing me? Grandpa Sue was patrolling with his cane when a sudden sneeze caught him off guard. It's been 10 minutes already. Why aren't Old he and the others back yet? Grandpa Sue waved his cane, sounding a bit bored. Bang! Boom! Suddenly, at that very moment, the entire ground began to tremble. Fortunately, Old Sue was quick on his feet and braced himself against a stone pillar with his cane, otherwise he would have fallen flat on his face. What the hell? What's going on? Old Sue! Get Qinhuai and the others out of here. Just as Old Sue was grumbling, Old he and Old Wang rushed over in a panic. They shouted loudly. What's going on? Old Sue was a bit dazed as he asked. There's no time. Don't just stand there. Qinhuai. Quick, grab your things and leave immediately. Grandpa he had no time to explain to Grandpa Sue. He grabbed Grandpa Sue's hand and rushed over to Grandma Qin. Based on his estimate, the giant bear wasn't moving fast. If they left now, they might still make it. The real fear was that it might suddenly notice them. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. The giant bear from earlier charged straight toward them, its jaws clamped around half the body of the gold-and-silver wolf. Damn it! Grandpa he cursed under his breath at the sight. What is that? Grandpa Sue froze in shock. Who cares what it is? Get out of the way. Xiao Qin! Aunt Qin and the others also spotted the massive bear charging toward them. They scrambled to their feet and, under Grandpa he's direction, they barely dodged it. Boom! Thud! The massive bear couldn't stop its momentum at all, slamming directly into the stone pillar where they had been resting. Its massive body instantly toppled to the ground, its center of gravity thrown off balance. Thud! The ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Trees surrounding the area snapped clean in half from the bear's violent impact. Dust and debris swirled, creating a tremendous commotion. This commotion immediately caught the attention of Qin Ming in the distance. He looked toward the source of the sound and immediately saw a cloud of dust billowing in the distance. The commotion was immense. Something's up. Qin Ming's brow furrowed. Within mere moments, he had ascended to a position several hundred meters above the area. What he hadn't expected was that a squad would have ventured this far. But when he recognized the faces within the squad, everything became clear. Seeing the scene before him, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. On the ground below, Aunt Qin and the others had already reached a safe position. Grandpa Sue, Grandpa Wang, and Grandpa he stood with weapons drawn, aiming squarely at the colossal bear. This is the Earth Bear. An unrivaled beast among creatures of the same realm. Brother Sue, Brother he, Brother Wang, be careful. Aunt Qin held her phone, her expression tense with anxiety. Little Qin isn't afraid. What Earth Bear? Let's see if it dares snatch my lion beating staff. Dare he snatch my master's monk's robe? Grandpa Sue waved his walking stick excitedly. Old Sue! What a spot you've picked. Grandpa E, standing nearby, teased Grandpa Sue. Ah! It's fine. This Earth Bear is exactly what we've been searching for. If we take it down, it'll be a blessing in disguise. Every part of it is pure treasure. Grandpa Su chuckled. Oomph. Treasure, we're treasure in its eyes too. Human cultivators are a rare delicacy to them. Grandpa he snorted coldly upon hearing this. This earth bear appeared to have reached the late-stage peak of the body-tempering realm. Given their species' innate beast talents, it likely possessed some minor abilities already. Roar! Sure enough, just as old man he was speculating. The earth bear let out a fierce roar, shaking the stones from its body as it glared angrily at Grandpa he and his companions. What's with this bear's glare? Did it knock over that stone pillar itself? Is it picking a fight with us? Just as old man Su voiced his complaint. Boom! The earth bear rose to its feet, extending two sharp claws, and slammed its arms down with a thunderous crash. Thud! Boom! 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 With several deafening booms. The stumps on the ground shot up like they were equipped with homing devices, violently hurtling toward old man Su and his two companions. Damn it! They actually have some kind of supernatural ability. Grandpa Su swiftly grabbed his cane and leaped into the air. He then used his cane to deflect each tree stump one by one. Don't get distracted, dodge them with all your might. Just like the principal taught us yesterday, this is when he's most vulnerable and our best chance to strike. Grandpa he shouted as he dodged the tree stumps. I know exactly what to do. Little bear. Your Grandpa Su is coming. Grandpa Su leapt forward with a sudden burst of energy, propelled by his walking stick, his entire body hurtling toward the earth bear. Lion beating staff technique. Third form. Circle the kitten's head. Boom. Thud. Two consecutive blows landed squarely on the earth bear's forehead. Though the earth bear's hide was thick and tough, Grandpa Su's cane packed a serious punch. Roar. The pain sent the earth bear staggering backward, bellowing in agony. Grandpa Su took advantage of the moment to retreat, preparing to observe before acting. Qin Ming, watching from the sky, saw this scene unfold. He silently praised in his heart. Old man Su's staff technique was truly impressive. He was eager to see how the trio would handle this late-stage body-tempering realm earth bear, capable only of innate skills, without his assistance. 088 Grandpa Su steps in, nothing goes wrong, votes needed. This bear's hide is thick as hell. If I hadn't landed both blows on the same spot, it probably wouldn't have felt a thing. Grandpa Su steadied himself, watching the earth bear shake its head as he muttered. Old Su, did you spot any weaknesses up close? Grandpa he asked, panting heavily. Nope. That thing's got thick, tough hide. If we don't put some real power behind our weapons, hitting it is like tickling him. And it could snap my spine with a single swipe. What weakness could there possibly be? Hearing Su Diye's words, He Diyi felt immense pressure. He stared at the earth bear before him, then glanced at the signal root in his pocket, hesitating. Though this earth bear was still juvenile, its performance already matched that of a Qi refining stage 1 beast. Add to that its thick, tough hide. Even if its reflexes were slow, its reckless, charging attacks alone could drain the life out of them. If they abandoned the signal plant now, the headmaster could still rush over in time to save them. But they were far from camp. What if? Old He. What are you afraid of? The three of us are mid-stage body-tempering realm cultivators. Are you really afraid we can't handle this late-stage body-tempering realm beast? At that moment, Old Su offered encouragement. Uncle He and Uncle Wang froze upon hearing this. They shot disdainful glances at Old Su. Their inner voices screamed in disbelief. What the hell kind of nonsense is that? A mid-stage body-tempering realm cultivator fighting a late-stage body-tempering realm cultivator at peak perfection? That's a 3-tier gap. Even if they were 3 people, back when they were at the early stage of body-tempering realm, they could handle mid-stage body-tempering realm beasts. But this earth bear was different. This is their first encounter with a beast possessing innate skills. Who knows what it's capable of? You've got some nerve saying that. You hit it too just now. 2 hits and that effect. What good did it do? Grandpa he cursed in frustration. At a time like this, when their very lives were at stake, Grandpa Su was still casually chatting away. Hey! Old He, if I may say so, you're just too impatient. I wasn't finished yet. Yesterday, I was scrolling through videos in my tent when suddenly I grasped the second move of this lion beating staff technique. It'll definitely work against that earth bear. Besides, my staff, nourished by spiritual energy, has long reached the mid-tier yellow grade. With your help, we'll be more than enough to handle this earth bear. By then, the earth bear had regained its senses. After being struck by Old Man Su, it was stunned. In all its years of rampaging through this forest, this was the first time anyone had inflicted such severe damage upon it. Roar! It roared, then grabbed a fallen tree trunk from the ground and hurled it at the 3. It wanted to test their limits. The trio scrambled to dodge. What? Your staff can actually level up. At that moment, Old Man He was stunned by Old Man Su's words. Cultivators had cultivation realms, beasts had ranks, spirit plants had grades, and weapons had tiers. Typically, they are divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. Within each tier, there are further subdivisions: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Weapons reaching the yellow tier transcend ordinary tools. They were specifically crafted for cultivators. Grandpa he never imagined that in just over a month, Grandpa Su's walking stick could ascend to the middle grade level of the yellow tier. But it wasn't surprising the staff had been with Old Man Su every day, so its affinity had long since increased. If Grandpa Su's staff had reached yellow grade middle tier, then wouldn't the weapons in his and Old Wang's hands have reached yellow grade low tier? If that were the case, they might just have a glimmer of hope against this earth bear. The trio refused to be outdone. Old Su. Old Wang. Let's show this beast what we're made of. Grandpa he roared fiercely, then immediately grabbed his hammer and struck the nearby tree stump before hurling it at the earth bear. Uncle Wang and Uncle Su immediately caught on, mimicking Grandpa he's actions as they joined the fray. Roar. Soon, countless tree stumps flew toward the earth bear. They disrupted its vision. While the blows didn't hurt much, they made it extremely irritable. Now's our chance. Old Su. Go for it. Use your new skill. Old Wang will cover Old Su. Seeing this as an opening, Old He immediately signaled to Old Wang. Got it. The two men mustered all their strength and frantically hurled wooden stakes at the earth bear. Countless wooden stakes blocked the earth bear's line of sight, leaving it momentarily at a disadvantage. Old He. Old Wang. Hold on. This is Old Su. I'll be right back. A mere cub. Take this from your old man. Taking advantage of the earth bear's obstructed vision, Old Su leapt several times, closing the distance to just a few meters. Lion beating staff technique. Second form. Little cat. Roar. Just as Old Man Su was about to swing his staff, the earth bear could no longer hold back. With both front paws, it slammed down onto the ground. Boom. In an instant, countless chunks of earth flew everywhere, sending the tree stumps suspended in the air flying. What? Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang were both stunned by the scene. At that moment, Old Man Su stood mere meters away from the earth bear. Roar. The earth bear, now thoroughly enraged, let out a deafening roar. The entire ground trembled. Even Qin Ming, watching from the sky, hesitated about whether to intervene. The earth bear's cultivation level was far beyond what Old Man Su and his companions could handle. With Old Man Su so close to the beast, a single full power strike would surely kill him instantly. Qin Ming had no desire for his student to meet with misfortune. SSSSHHH. At that moment, a sound like air being sliced through filled the air. Thud. Followed by a violent collision. Hearing it, Qin Ming thought, this is bad. I was too distracted. In that instant, a vivid image flashed through his mind, Old Su being torn to pieces by the earth bear's claws, blood splattering everywhere. Old Su. Brother Su. Just then, the shouts of Old He, Old Wang, and Aunt Qin reached Qin Ming's ears. Startled, Qin Ming plunged downward. But mid-flight, he abruptly halted, staring in stunned disbelief at the scene before him. There stood Old Su, wielding two walking sticks that had simultaneously blocked the earth bear's claws. This scene left even the earth bear itself utterly bewildered. In this forest, there was actually something harder than its claws. The earth bear possessed many strengths, but its speed and agility were severely lacking. With just a slight shift in his stance, Old Man Su had blocked its attack with his walking sticks. Taking advantage of the earth bear's momentary daze, Grandpa Su suddenly pushed off. He soared into the air, raised his cane, and bellowed. Lion beating staff technique. Second form. Kitten nose rub. Both canes shot straight toward the earth bear's vulnerable nose. Roar. In an instant, the earth bear's entire body went numb, and it collapsed in a daze. Old He. Old Wang, now's our chance. Grandpa Su shouted urgently at the sight. Only then did Old He and Old Wang snap out of their shock. They truly hadn't expected Old Su to dodge the earth bear's attack and successfully strike its weak spot. Way to go, Old Su. Grandpa He shouted excitedly. Taking advantage of the earth bear's moment of lying on the ground, wailing in pain, he and Grandpa Wang charged forward. Roar. Soon, with Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang joining the fray, the earth bear let out a final groan and lay still. It joined the long line of resurrected creatures in Sunset Forest. Old He. Old Wang, we did it. We truly are the F3 of Cultivation University. Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly, basking in the glory. Xiao Qin, come see. The earth bear's corpse is still warm. Grandpa Su called out excitedly to Grandma Qin and the others in the distance. Qin Ming watched all this unfold from above, nodding with satisfaction. He committed every action of Old Man Su and the others to memory. Snap, snap, snap. At that moment, the cry of a predatory bird reached Qin Ming's ears. The sound was faint, audible only to Qin Ming himself. He looked sharply toward the deeper interior. His figure vanished from the sky in an instant. In an instant, he arrived at the source of the cry. What is this? However, just as Qin Ming thought it might be some strange beast, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. 089 Reversing Fate, Qin Ming's defiance of heavenly destiny faces sudden crisis. Before Qin Ming's eyes, the entire forest had been reduced to a sea of flames. Ahead lay a small hillside, where the entire slope and surrounding forest had caved in, forming a pit dozens of meters deep. Thick smoke billowed from within. The scene was utterly spectacular. Holy crap! Qin Ming couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Earlier, hearing the commotion, he'd assumed some strange beast was battling. But now that he was here, it seemed far more serious. What kind of Qi cultivation stage beast could unleash such a wide-ranging attack? Hundreds of square meters of forest had been completely obliterated. Half the hillside beside it had been blown away, leaving a crater dozens of meters deep in the ground. A Qi cultivation stage beast absolutely couldn't unleash such an attack. Could this be the work of a Foundation Establishment stage beast? A chill ran down Qin Ming's spine at the thought. If Foundation Establishment stage beasts roamed the forest's outskirts, the trainees would be in grave danger. Clang clang. Just as Qin Ming's mind raced with wild speculation, several low bird calls reached his ears. Startled, Qin Ming leapt from the air and landed abruptly before the large pit. The cries were coming from within the pit. The sound was faint, yet he could discern a faint trace of bloodline essence within it. It bore a striking resemblance to the clack-clack-clack sound he had heard during his previous visit. Qin Ming was puzzled that he had only heard bird calls and no other explosions. But now, no matter how you looked at it, the complete lack of movement was definitely off. Unless this area was originally designated as a restricted zone by the outer perimeter's automated system. For some unknown reason, it had suddenly been opened by the system just moments ago. This thought sparked a series of ideas in Qin Ming's mind. The restricted zone opened automatically. This was the first time he'd encountered such a thing. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Just then, pebbles tumbled down nearby and a dust-covered wing suddenly flapped. So that's how it is. Qin Ming's mind cleared instantly at the sight. The reason this restricted zone had opened was that the beast within had failed to break through its realm, causing its cultivation to collapse. The area no longer met the criteria for being a restricted zone. Judging by the lingering aura, this beast had likely been attempting to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. But it had failed. Judging by its wings and cry, Qin Ming guessed it was a phoenix or a falcon-like beast. Such beasts possess an innate, untamed spirit. Once they break through the Foundation Establishment stage, they can migrate from the outer forbidden zone to the resource-rich central forest, where resources are 100 times more abundant than in the outer perimeter. But now? Without that breakthrough, it was Qin Ming's for the taking. The remains of phoenix-like and falcon-like beasts held immense medicinal value. They could be used to craft restorative elixirs. Such beasts were extremely rare, and Qin Ming had assumed they didn't even exist in the forest's outer reaches. Little did he expect to stumble upon one. Flutter. At that moment, within the deep pit before Qin Ming, a pair of crimson wings, tinged with blue light, began to flutter. Immediately, dust began falling from above. A piercing screech echoed through the air. A massive head emerged before Qin Ming. It too had sensed Qin Ming's presence. With its last ounce of strength, it raised its head, attempting to warn the man approaching it. At that moment, Qin Ming finally saw the true form of this strange beast. Sky-shrouding cloudlark. Its size confirmed Qin Ming's guess. It had attempted to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage but failed. Though not a phoenix subspecies nor a raptor like an eagle or falcon, the sky-shrouding cloudlark was directly descended from the phoenix. During late-stage breakthroughs, if it encountered a great opportunity, it could achieve the fire phoenix's rebirth through fire. Such an event would catapult it directly from a beast to a divine beast. However, the one before him was still far from such evolution. Moreover, judging by its swaying, weakened form, Qin Ming sensed it wouldn't hold on much longer. What a pity! If you were healthy, I'd truly have wanted to raise you to adulthood. Now, let me ease your pain and send you on your final journey. Qin Ming sighed, then abruptly unleashed the power of his golden core cultivator cultivation. Gazing at the battered form of the sky-shrouding cloudlark before him, he knew that every second she endured was a torment upon herself. Clang! Yet the sky-shrouding cloudlark seemed to sense Qin Ming's intent. A hint of wariness flickered in its eyes. It flapped its wings, struggling to rise. Yet her body refused to obey, crashing back down. After several futile attempts, it only inflicted more pain upon itself. Qin Ming watched the sky-shrouding lark's tenacious willpower and felt profound admiration. But what must be done, there was nothing he could do about it. Unless... Clang! Clang! At that moment, the sky-shrouding cloudlark sensed its own defeat. It suddenly let out a cry that echoed for miles, its lingering notes melodious and pleasing. Qin Ming was startled. In the next instant, a brilliant platinum white light erupted from the sky-shrouding lark's body. It swiftly enveloped its entire body. Qin Ming stared in utter bewilderment. Just as she thought the sky-shrouding lark had discovered some restorative technique, the white light suddenly burst outward, blindingly bright enough to make Qin Ming close her eyes involuntarily. Yet when she opened them, the sky-shrouding lark's body had vanished. Qin Ming? He scanned the surroundings, detecting not a trace of the sky-shrouding cloudlark's presence. Just as he was puzzling over it, he suddenly spotted a gleaming object in the deep pit. He teleported instantly to its side. Qin Ming stared, stunned. It was an egg. Snow white on the outside, it bore faint cloud-like patterns. At its base, flame-shaped patterns radiated outward, with flecks of golden light shimmering between the cracks of the patterns. Qin Ming reached out to touch it. The egg reacted instantly. In the blink of an eye, Qin Ming felt his mind fill with the shrieks of countless birds. Reverse birth? The phrase flashed through Qin Ming's mind. System, what is this? Life reversal. An advanced survival tactic of bird-type beasts. A self-preservation tactic chosen by avian beasts when their companions face peril or when their own breakthrough attempts fail. The system immediately provided an explanation. A self-preservation tactic. Qin Ming finally understood this sky-shrouding cloudlark had accepted him and intended to entrust its reverse rebirth to his care. This thought sparked a question in Qin Ming's mind. System, what are the specifics of this rebirth? After a high-level avian beast undergoes rebirth, its original memories are discarded, but its accumulated experience remains intact. If within their clan, they await hatching. If found by human cultivators, their fate depends on serendipity. With great fortune, they may hatch directly into phoenix-like creatures. Hearing the system's response, Qin Ming's eyes lit up with excitement as he scrutinized the egg before him, roughly the size of a human knee. His heart leapt with excitement. He had stumbled upon a treasure. He hastily stored the egg within his system space. He would protect this egg fiercely. If they ever encountered a great opportunity in the future, the creature that hatched from it would become the guardian beast of their Immortal Cultivation University. With that settled, Qin Ming felt utterly delighted. He wandered around, picking some high-grade medicinal herbs that caught his eye along the way. He then prepared to return to camp for rest and recuperation. However, just as he was about to step into the camp, the signal plant's explosion alert instantly flooded his mind. His figure vanished beside the camp. The next second, he materialized above the area where the signal plant had exploded. But when he saw the strange beast before him, he froze. Damn it! Who the hell has such bad luck? A colossal beast at the 5th layer of Qi refining realm suddenly materialized beneath him, causing him to yell in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. 090 Brave Bull, fearless in the face of adversity, charge on. The beast appeared massive in size. Judging by its shoulder armor, headgear, chestplate encased in black iron plates, and the long iron horns protruding from its head, it was undoubtedly the iron-plated bull, renowned for its brute strength. Qin Ming's heart sank instantly. Which unlucky team had provoked these beasts? These beasts gathered in small packs. Seeing just one meant there were likely a dozen or even dozens more lurking behind. Run! Catch up! Where's the principal? Principal, help me! Just then, Attorney Yan's shouts reached Qin Ming's ears. Qin Ming looked over and saw Old Man Ma, Old Manly, and several others behind Lawyer Yan. Behind them stood another iron-plated wild bull, slightly smaller than the one he had seen earlier. Judging by its strength, it was at the first level of the Qi refining stage. Moo! Behind it, just as Qin Ming had surmised, a dozen more ironhide beasts ranging from late to mid-stage body-tempering realm charged fiercely toward Attorney Yan and the others. The ground trembled violently, dust billowing into the air. Lawyer Yan and his group fled in panic, colliding head-on with the 5th layer Qi refining stage Ironhide Savage Bull. The 5th tier Qi refining stage Ironhide Savage Bull, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Seeing that Lawyer Yan and his group had invaded its territory, it flew into a rage and charged straight at them. Caught in a pincer attack, the group panicked and fled in disarray. Principal, hurry over. We're about to be crushed into mincemeat. Lawyer Yan was so terrified he was nearly in tears. Watching the charging herd, his legs went weak and he couldn't run anymore. Boom! Just then, a deafening crash echoed through the air. A dark object streaked overhead like a meteor, crashing violently into the ground. The ground beneath them shook violently, nearly knocking them off their feet. When they turned back, the 5th tier Qi refining stage Ironhide Bull had vanished without a trace. Disciples! Do not fear! Your master is here! By then, Qin Ming had already appeared before Old Man Ma and the others. The headmaster is here! We're saved! Grandpa Ma exclaimed excitedly, his eyes brimming with tears. All traces of his earlier panic vanished in that instant. Only then did they clearly see the black figure that had flown through the air and landed on the ground. It was the strongest Ironhide Bull, a 5th layer Qi refining cultivator. It now lay motionless on the ground, a deep, gaping hole in its hindquarters. Grandpa Ma and the others shuddered at the sight. Headmaster, you're incredible! All of them leapt to their feet, their faces now devoid of fear as they faced the charging herd of ironhide beasts. Come on, you! They even excitedly made taunting gestures toward the charging ironhide beasts. The charging iron-plated beasts were enraged to see their leader felled. With these intruders taunting them right before their eyes, their rage only intensified. Moo! All of them snorted defiantly and charged toward the 7. Instantly, the ground shook violently like an earthquake, sending pebbles scattering and trees swaying wildly. The group nearly stumbled to the ground. Body tempering Sutra. Qin Ming watched it all unfold, standing his ground calmly as he steadied himself, his mind screaming inwardly. In an instant, his blood boiled, and his entire body was enveloped in spiritual energy. In truth, these past days, besides cultivating the Tao, he had also been delving into the body tempering Sutra. He discovered that cultivating the body-tempering Heart Sutra could fortify his foundation, enhancing both the extent and precision of his spiritual energy absorption. Indeed, foundational skills were paramount in all endeavors. As the spiritual energy gathered around Qin Ming, a white covering resembling gloves appeared over his fists. He then unleashed a thunderous punch toward the charging herd of ironhide beasts. Boom! Bang! Suddenly, a hurricane-like blast of air surged toward the herd of ironhide savages. At this moment, Qin Ming was utilizing the power of the early foundation establishment stage. Moo moo! Before the iron-plated beasts could react, they were sent flying into the sky by a single punch. In an instant, a shower of iron-plated wild bulls rained down upon the forest. Are you all right? Qin Ming clapped his hands and asked the 6 people. At that moment, Lawyer Yen, Old Man Ma, and the others witnessed the scene, their mouths agape in shock. The principal's single punch had sent over a dozen iron-plated beasts, each weighing dozens of tons, flying into the air. How immense must that force have been? We're fine. Thank you for your assistance, Principal. The group recovered and bowed in gratitude. At that moment, Qin Ming noticed a small black fruit in Attorney Yan's hand. A look of scrutiny flashed in his eyes. He walked over to Attorney Yan, examined the black fruit, then let the corners of his mouth lift slightly. His gaze swept over the group as he inquired. Where did you encounter these iron-skinned wild bulls? Right, just ahead, near the cave entrance. Seeing the principal, Attorney Yan and the others hurriedly recounted their recent ordeal. It turned out they had stumbled into the iron-plated wild bull's dwelling while preparing to gather medicinal herbs. Had Attorney Yan not acted swiftly to smash the signal plant, they would have been trampled into pulp by the iron-plated beasts. Qin Ming also learned that the cave entrance alone contained several high-grade mid-tier medicinal herbs. Before they could explore further, the iron-plated savage bulls had spotted them and charged out. Thank goodness you arrived, Principal. Otherwise, we'd probably all be left here today. Old Man Ma flattered. Oh, really? Well, as a token of my gratitude. Why don't the few of you start by hauling these dozen or so iron-skinned wild oxen back to camp? Qin Ming glanced at the group and smiled knowingly. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, the men immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, Qin Ming's figure appeared at the cave entrance mentioned by Attorney Yen. Without the iron-skinned beasts, the cave entrance looked desolate. The ground bore the trampled marks of the ironhide bull, and the high-grade mid-tier medicinal herbs had been crushed into pulp. Qin Ming couldn't help but feel a pang of regret at the sight. Even cattle ate better than they did. As Qin Ming ventured deeper inside, a pungent smell of grass mixed with cow dung hit him, nearly making him faint. Pinching his nose, he finally crossed the area where the ironhide bull had roamed. Next came several small caves. Inside grew rare mid-grade superior herbs that thrived in damp, dim conditions. Qin Ming gathered some. Passing through these caverns led directly to a vast, open platform. Dozens of meters below lay a sinkhole spanning thousands of square meters, appearing profoundly mysterious. Only then did Qin Ming realize that the entrance he had entered earlier was the entrance to the sinkhole, a natural windbreak where the ironhide wild bulls could thrive. It was like a miniature world within a larger one. In that instant, everything before Qin Ming's eyes suddenly became crystal clear. This is. Just as Qin Ming was exploring, he was startled by the vines covering the wall. The golden vine, which he had only seen once outside, now covered the entire mountainside here, stretching all the way to the bottom of the sinkhole. Following the golden vine would lead directly to the bottom of the sinkhole. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy here was over 10 times stronger than that in the outer forest. Hiss hiss. Yet, just as Qin Ming stood in astonishment, the hissing sound of a snake flaring its tongue reached his ears. Suddenly, he sensed something above him, watching intently. He immediately shot upward into the air, and in a daze, a yellow and black figure flashed past him. 5-step snake. Only then did he realize he had become the 5-step snake's prey. This 5-step snake's body was as thick as a truck tire, with an estimated length of 12 or 13 meters. Its cultivation level had already reached the 13th layer of the body-tempering realm. What shocked Qin Ming even more was that this snake was no ordinary 5-step snake. A plum blossom pattern adorned its forehead, the very emblem of the 5-step snake king. A juvenile 5-step snake king? How could it appear in this place? 5-step snake at speed was formidable. Within 5 paces, it could inevitably hunt down prey or enemies. The mere presence of such a snake in this location didn't surprise Qin Ming, but its cultivation level and identity left him stunned. Gazing down into the dense depths of the sinkhole, Qin Ming felt a surge of curiosity. How many more surprises awaited him in this place? Still, Qin Ming had no intention of exploring just yet. It would be more interesting to let his students discover these things for themselves. He first designated the area as off-limits. He'd open it up later when the students were strong enough. After all, in Qin Ming's view, what lay within would absolutely shatter their worldviews. After finishing his setup, seeing no one else popping signal balls, Qin Ming decided to take a stroll through the forest. Along the way, he established restricted zones both inside and outside the perimeter. 091 Those who survive great calamities will surely find later blessings, the cliffside encounter. While Qin Ming was establishing the restricted zones, Old Su and the others, exhausted from their recent battle, they rested at the spot for quite some time. But misfortune had brought unexpected fortune. None had imagined that among the boulders smashed open by that earth bear lay a hidden spirit stone mine. Holy! High-grade spirit stone crystals. Xiao Qin! If you hadn't recognized it, we would have missed out today. Grandpa Su exclaimed with delight. Auntie Qin flushed crimson beside him. I just happen to enjoy studying these things. But judging by the quality of these crystals and the impurities they contain, they're top grade. True, I'm not sure what kind of spirit stone it is yet. Let's take it back for the headmaster to examine. It might prove useful for refining magical artifacts or crafting elixirs. Aunt Qin said earnestly. Generally, high-grade spirit stones can be used to refine earth-grade magical artifacts. Artifacts are classified into mundane grade, earth grade, heaven grade, immortal grade, and divine grade. Each tier is further subdivided into low grade, mid grade, high grade, and peak grade. Earth grade artifacts are already quite powerful in the cultivation world. They are typically crafted from rare materials, possessing greater capabilities and potency. Hey, old Wan, stop spacing out. Let's mine. Grandpa Su shouted excitedly to Grandpa He and Grandpa Wan, pulling a small iron shovel from his waist and smashing it against the rock, blow after blow. Mental chant, 80. 80. For some reason, Grandpa Su felt that shouting like this gave him more strength as he struck. Seeing Su like this, he and Wan were utterly speechless inside. After the battle they just endured, they were both utterly exhausted. Grandpa Su, however, seemed like he'd taken some kind of stimulant. His whole body was brimming with energy. Neither of them responded to him. They wanted to rest while he was busy mining. Watching Grandpa Su mine, Grandpa He couldn't help but recall his grandson asking him for money to buy some game called Polluter. The promotional poster he'd received showed a creature called Polluter, wielding a pickaxe to chip away at rocks. He almost chuckled, reaching for his phone to snap a picture of Old Man Su's mining pose. But as he reached into his pocket, his heart sank. Where's my phone? He froze in shock. Could it have flown out of his hand during that battle with the Earth Bear? The thought sent a wave of panic through him. Losing the phone wasn't the issue. It was a gift from his children. He'd lost his children's heartfelt gift. Panic surged through him. His frantic gaze darted around, searching for the phone's remains. Brother Su, you and Brother He just finished a game. We still have a long way to go. Take a break first. Brother He, would Brother Wang like to see the footage of your fight just now? It was seriously awesome. Just then, Aunt Qin addressed Uncle Su in a half-reproachful tone. She then walked over to Grandpa He and Grandpa Wan with her phone in hand. Hey! Little Qin. Don't get the wrong idea. When they're with me, these two. They're the strongest. Today they're just putting on a show. Grandpa Su retorted before resuming his mining work. As Grandpa He looked at Grandma Qin's phone, he suddenly remembered he'd just handed it to her to take pictures. His earlier panic instantly subsided. Seeing the gleam in Mrs. Qin's eyes, he proudly declared. Of course. We're the F3 of Cultivation University. Any beast below the Qi cultivation stage? We'll handle it. Quick, let me see. She immediately crowded close to Aunt Qin, her anticipation palpable. Alright. Aunt Qin played back the earlier recording. Though unedited, it was thrilling to watch. The entire footage showed the battle between Old Man Su, Old Man He, Old Man Wang, and that massive Earth Bear. 5 minutes of footage. 49 seconds of pure adrenaline. Awesome. This is absolutely thrilling. Grandpa He shouted excitedly after watching it. Xiao Qin. You captured this perfectly. I'm sending this video to my grandson right now. Let this young man see it. I guarantee it'll go viral on our short video account. Grandpa He exclaimed excitedly. He didn't notice at all that Aunt Qin's face had flushed crimson. Watching Grandpa He nodded excitedly. Grandpa He didn't just observe their combat footage, he also identified several flaws in their current approach. Summarizing their lessons, the trio began discussing while waiting for Uncle Su to finish mining. Ha ha ha. Great. Great. From now on, I'm joining you guys every time. But man, that move I pulled off earlier was seriously cool. Grandpa Su also watched the battle footage. At this moment, he was utterly satisfied with his mastery of the staff techniques. After packing up their belongings, the group pressed onward. They encountered several strange beasts along the way. Some were merely at the early or mid stages of the body tempering realm. Grandpa Su and his companions dispatched them with ease. Even when confronted by a late-stage body-tempering realm beast, the trio of Su Dage and his companions overpowered it with their combined might. Just as Grandpa Su had said, with their combined strength now, they truly had no equal among beasts below the Qi refining stage. After a full day of hunting, Old Man Su glanced at his phone and saw it was already afternoon. They had only covered 2 or 3 kilometers, alternating between fighting and walking. Their progress was much slower compared to the morning. How about we take a break first? Grab something to eat? I see some mist ahead, so we must be nearing the inner edge. Better to conserve our strength and avoid any surprises. All five nodded in agreement upon hearing Old Man Su's words. They sat around the fire, ate some exotic beast meat, and rested for half an hour before continuing their journey. From then on, their journey was filled with constant gasps of wonder. After traveling just over 100 meters, they encountered a series of high-grade, premium-quality 1,000 gold vines. The vines were also covered in high-grade washing bone flowers. Ingredients for foundation building pills. We're rich. We're rich. Grandpa Su shot up like a rocket, clinging to the 1,000 gold vines as he excitedly began harvesting them. Moreover, Old Man he discovered over a dozen rare youth-preserving flowers among the calming flowers below. Whoa! Oldly will never catch up to us now. Grandpa he exclaimed excitedly. In an instant, every single youth-preserving flower on the ground was picked clean. Aunt Qin and the others also began gathering nearby. As they neared the edge, the six continued gathering while hurrying along. In the blink of an eye, they covered several hundred meters. Brother Su! Come quickly! Just as they were happily gathering, Aunt Qin's startled cry reached their ears. What's wrong, little Qin? Hearing Aunt Qin's cry, Uncle Su feared something terrible had happened. He immediately dropped his basket and rushed over in a panic. Seeing Uncle Su's comical expression, Auntie Qin couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that she was perfectly fine, Uncle Su was utterly baffled. Little Qin? You're okay? Brother Su! Look quickly! Isn't that a rare medicinal herb? Aunt Qin pointed excitedly at a fruit growing on a tree trunk far away on the cliff face. Ha! Uncle Su's earlier troubles vanished instantly. Astonished, he looked in the direction Auntie Qin was pointing. This is... Old Wang. Come see for yourselves. Uncle Su couldn't quite believe his eyes and shouted excitedly. Grandpa he and Grandpa Wan rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Following the direction of Su's finger, they saw it too. Both men wore expressions of astonishment identical to old Su's. Old Mrs. Qin, standing nearby, stared in utter bewilderment. This is the divine spirit fruit and the Buddha's flame root. Grandpa he rushed excitedly to the cliff's edge to confirm once more. Immortal spirit fruit? Buddha's flame root? Aunt Qin was utterly baffled. She'd never heard of such things. Yes. These two fruits are only recorded in the third volume of the Body Tempering Sutra. The immortal spirit fruit is the finest among the finest. They are extremely rare. And the roots that sustain this divine spirit fruit are even more extraordinary. It's a top-tier, early-stage spirit plant, the Buddha's flame root. Grandpa he spoke with evident excitement and solemnity. 092 The thrilling harvest, a giant claw breaking through space. Following Grandpa he's gaze. The roots beneath the immortal spirit fruit truly resembled spreading flames, adorned with faint golden red patterns. Xiao Qin, you're amazing. You actually found such a fine fruit. Looks like we're definitely going to be first this time. Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly. Beside him, Auntie Qin blushed at the praise. But at that moment, Old Man he showed no sign of excitement. Old he, why aren't you happy at all? Grandpa Su approached Grandpa he, who was wearing a stern expression, and asked. The immortal spirit fruit and Buddha's flame fruit are growing on the cliff face. We're at least 15 meters away from them. At our current cultivation levels, harvesting them would be incredibly cumbersome. It's very risky. Old Su. Calm down. As Old he finished speaking, he gazed at the fruits and roots clinging to the cliff face, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Only then did Old Su grasp the gravity of the situation. He looked down at his own legs and feet. There was no way he could go down there. He dared not risk sending Grandpa he or Grandpa Wang down either. Why don't we mark this spot first? Then come back tomorrow with tools? Grandpa Su pondered for a moment. This seemed to be the only solution. Such fine fruit, they couldn't possibly let it go to waste. What if someone else brought tools, got here first, and picked them all? They had to seize the chance while everyone else was still exploring. No way. That's too risky. If another team beats us to it, there's nothing we can do. But just then, Old Man he's stubborn streak kicked in. The others froze upon hearing his words. Seeing the resolute look on his face, it seemed he wouldn't return until he had collected the herbs today. Grandpa Su glanced at his watch. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon. Even though they were familiar with the way back, it would still take at least 2 hours to walk from here. If they encountered any strange beasts along the way, that would be trouble. Old he. It's too late today. There are so many of us. Let's just mark our spot and head out first thing tomorrow morning. No one will notice. He approached Old he and whispered his plea. But Old he was staring at the cliff ahead, his mind racing for a solution. Hey! Old he! I'm talking to you. Uncle Su grew impatient when Uncle he ignored him. Woo woo. But just then, a piercing howl echoed through the air. The group instantly tensed up. They could sense the warning contained within that cry, along with the overwhelming pressure emanating from its immense power. Suddenly, everybody tensed into a state of alert. Howl. Just then, a second piercing howl echoed through the air. The group felt their bodies tremble, unable to move. Clearly, the owner of the howl possessed formidable strength, rendering them all helpless. Immediately after, several whistling sounds pierced their ears, like explosions. Get down! Grandpa Su immediately discarded his walking stick and threw himself with all his might toward Grandpa He. In an instant, the shockwave swept past just a centimeter above their heads. At that very moment, the blast wave sliced Grandpa Su's cane clean in half. Meanwhile, the cliff edge just meters away was carved into a perfectly flat surface by the blast wave. It was perfectly smooth, and the sight made cold sweat break out on everyone's foreheads. Whoosh! Before they could react, a long, piercing cry echoed once more. Only then did they notice the shadow of a bird-like beast overhead, large enough to cover them all. It appeared enormous. Their eyes widened in terror. Summoning their courage, they abruptly looked up. Their eyes instantly filled with utter astonishment. Iron Feather Griffin! Grandpa Su exclaimed. Fear instantly clouded his eyes. A griffin, its entire body gleaming silver and its wings sharp as blades, appeared before their eyes. Roar! Before they could recover, another shockwave surged toward them. Get out of the way! Grandpa Su shouted loudly. Everyone, spread out! Grandpa He snapped into action and yelled. In moments like this, survival was paramount. But the shockwave slammed directly into the cliff edge where they stood. In an instant, the entire area began to plummet. Grandpa He and the others plummeted downward. Panic instantly gripped them all. Though they had previously stood atop the deep breathling abyss, which also featured cliffs below, they had grown accustomed to it over their extended stay. They had long since grown accustomed to it. But now, in this unfamiliar environment, the tense atmosphere, under the sudden attack, not a single person could keep their composure. In an instant, fear, confusion, panic, and dread surged through their hearts. At that moment, both Old He and Old Su felt as though they could see their departed spouses. I think I saw my wife. Grandpa He was completely dazed, his eyes rolling back in his head from time to time. His entire body went limp. The others were no different. Aunt Qin and the others fainted on the spot. Boom! Clatter! Yet, after a few seconds, the group somehow stopped falling. In a daze, Old Man Su suddenly snapped his eyes open. Xiao Qin! He gasped for breath, his eyes darting around in terror. Am I dead? Is this hell or heaven? Surrounded by unfamiliar surroundings, Old Man Su's heart pounded wildly. Cough cough. Just then, Old Man He's cough reached Su's ears. Old He! You made it over too. Is this hell or heaven? Upon hearing this, Old Su's eyes welled up with tears as he exclaimed in delight. Don't you dare say that. We're still alive. Grandpa He surveyed their surroundings, his mind racing. They must have fallen not far from the edge of the cliff. Then he turned his head, his face equally bewildered. It was pitch black. It felt like endless terror was closing in. Goosebumps instantly rose on his skin. Clatter. Just then, a rock beside Old Man He fell to the ground. Grandpa Wang hobbled to his feet. He looked utterly disheveled. Old Wang, are you okay? Grandpa He asked with concern. I'm fine. Grandpa Wang shook his head and brushed the dust off his clothes as he replied. That's good. Su, don't just stand there, go find Xinhuai and the others. Grandpa He called out to Grandpa Su, who was still staring blankly. All right. Xiao Qin! Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly upon hearing about Grandma Qin and the others. He reached beside him, but his cane was nowhere to be found. Bring the cane! Grandpa Su thought he must be holding it wrong and shouted loudly. Yet his hands remained empty. Old Man Su was suddenly overcome with horror. He looked around frantically, only to see his walking stick snapped clean in two. His heart felt like it had been struck by lightning, and his body went limp. Though he now felt a faint tingle in his legs, he couldn't possibly walk. Moreover, without his cane, he had no weapon. How could he defend himself against the beasts? At that moment, Old Man Su's mind was in turmoil, his spirit already crushed. Xin Hui! Brother He, we're here. Compared to the situation of Old Man He and the others, Old Lady Qin was in much better shape. They landed on the platform. Phew! Just glad you're all okay. Wah! Just as Old Man He relaxed, that familiar, drawn-out howl pierced their ears once more. They instantly became alert. Their eyes darted toward the cave entrance. Whoosh! In a daze, a fierce wind howled from the cave entrance. A massive shadow appeared overhead. Only then did they clearly see the Iron Feather Griffin's face. Foundation Establishment Stage. Grandpa He gasped at the iron-feathered griffin's imposing size and aura. Those at the first layer of Qi cultivation could still risk their lives to fight it. But this iron-feathered griffin is at Foundation Establishment. Even at the initial stage, killing them would be as easy as crushing an ant. Instantly, everyone instinctively glanced toward the pitch-black depths of the cliff cave behind them. They wanted to flee inside. Roar! At that moment, the iron-feathered griffin let out a piercing roar, its steel hard wings smashing directly toward the cave entrance. Run! Grandpa He shouted at Grandpa Su, who was struggling desperately on the ground. Boom! Bang! Suddenly, a piercing whistle cut through the air. Hi-ya! Followed by the terrified cry of the iron-feathered griffin. The crowd turned their heads in shock, only to be frozen in place by the sight before them. There, amidst the mist at the forest's edge and inner perimeter, a claw belonging to a bird-like beast as large as the iron-feathered griffin. It tore through the barrier and lunged fiercely toward the iron-feathered griffin. 093 The Cruel World of Cultivation, a strange encounter in the cave. Wah! The iron-feathered griffin sensed the threat of death. Panicked and frantic, it struggled violently. Its wings flapped wildly, sending it careening off course. Yet even with such frantic movements, it proved utterly futile against the massive claw. The massive claw seemed to possess a magnetic pull, lunging viciously toward the iron-feathered griffin. Roar! The iron-feathered griffin roared, still trying to struggle away. Boom! Yet, with a thunderous crash, the massive claw slammed into the iron-feathered griffin. With a thunderous crash, it was seized within its grasp. Roar! In an instant, the wings capable of splitting the ground in two proved utterly defenseless against that colossal claw. Snap! Snap! Two crisp snaps echoed through the air. The iron-feathered griffin's pride, its formidable wings were shattered clean in two. Blood spattered everywhere in an instant. After that, the iron-feathered griffin's entire body trembled. With its foundation establishment cultivation base, it offered no defense against those massive claws. Its desperate struggle only led to this pitiful state. Watching this, Old Man He and the others broke out in cold sweat, gasping in horror. Faced with the overwhelming pressure unleashed by a single claw from the unknown beast lurking in the mist across the way, they were frozen in place. They dared not imagine what kind of monstrous beast could wield such a colossal claw. Roar! At that moment, the iron-feathered griffin let out a mournful howl. Boom! Immediately afterward, the sound of a violent collision reached their ears. The giant claw had seized the iron-feathered griffin and was now dragging it violently toward the forest's center. However, due to the barrier, the iron-feathered griffin collided directly with it. The claw's owner tried shaking it violently a few times, but it was utterly useless. Wah! The iron-feathered griffin, barely clinging to life, let out a mournful cry. Thud! The claw finally gave up. It slammed violently into the barrier before jerking away, sending the iron-feathered griffin tumbling straight toward the cliff's edge. Wah! The iron-feathered griffin, which had posed such a grave threat to Old Man He and his companions, now fell straight toward the bottomless abyss, its body limp and lifeless. Boom! The massive claw, having lost interest, retracted. Only an unimaginably terrifying aura remained, one beyond the perception of He and his companions. It was saturated with slaughter and oppression. They dared not imagine what formidable beasts lurked beyond the mist. Clack! It took a long while before Old Man He recovered from the shock. His body went limp and he collapsed to one knee. He couldn't believe that a single claw alone made him feel as if a single touch would end his life. He had never encountered anything like this in all his battles. This aura rivaled the headmaster's. It was clearly at the golden core stage. They couldn't even handle foundation establishment stage beasts. A golden core stage beast would likely leave nothing but dust in their wake. He dared not imagine what terrifying beings lurked in the heart of this forest. After roughly half an hour, the group finally began to recover from their earlier terror. My walking stick! Old Su was still immersed in the agony of losing his walking stick. This walking stick had accompanied him for most of his life, finally reaching the mid-tier yellow grade. Yet, that iron-feathered griffin shattered it with a single blow. His anguish was unbearable. Grandpa He could only shake his head at Grandpa Su's state. Hadn't that terrifying claw nearly scared him to death? Roar! Howl! Just then, several faint chirps reached their ears. Watch out! Grandpa He shouted alertly, scanning the surroundings with his hammer in hand. Brother He, Brother Wang, come over here quickly. However, just then, Aunt Qin's delighted voice reached their ears. Hearing this, Grandpa He eased his guard slightly and followed the sound with Grandpa Wang. Reaching the cave's outer perimeter, they followed the cliff's edge around a bend. Instantly, a vast platform formed from countless tree roots appeared before their eyes. Whoa! Yet, upon seeing what lay upon that platform, both he and Wang were utterly dumbfounded. 3 tiny iron-feathered griffins, each about 20 centimeters tall, were being dotingly petted by Aunt Qin and the others. Roar! The 3 little creatures clearly relished the attention, chirping excitedly in response. What on earth? Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang exchanged glances, then approached with a mix of surprise and delight. After exploring the sunset forest for so long, this was their first encounter with juvenile exotic beasts. And a relatively rare iron-feathered beast at that. At the same time, they realized why the iron-feathered beast had suddenly attacked them. It turned out these little ones were hiding not far from them. Their sudden approach, combined with unfamiliar scents. The iron-feathered griffin must have perceived them as a threat. After all, beasts in the cultivation world are highly vigilant. Anything perceived as a threat is swiftly dealt with. Thus, the 6 of them including Old Man He were deemed intruders. Little ones! You're quite adorable. Grandpa He stepped forward, gazing at it fondly as he reached out to pet it. Roar! Suddenly, the three iron-feathered griffins turned hostile, glaring warily at Grandpa He with fierce expressions. Hey! This little guy. He can throw a tantrum too. Grandpa He was startled too, remembering how docile the little creatures had been around Aunt Qin and the others. He reached out to pet them, only for all three to instantly assume a defensive stance. Brother He, you guys battle beasts every day, you've long been tainted by that killing aura. These little ones are reacting purely on instinct. Aunt Qin chuckled at the sight, stroking the soft fur of the three cubs. Forget it. No point lecturing children. Grandpa He sighed, giving up. Watching the scene of Aunt Qin and the others playing happily with the three little ones, an idea suddenly popped into his head. He recalled the principle explicitly stating that decent great beasts within the forest could be brought back for cultivation if they were young. They could become tamed beasts in the future. These three little ones looked like they were only a few days old, and iron feather griffins were fifth-tier beasts among the exotic creatures. Consider that the windblade leopard they encountered earlier was only third tier. If he brought these three back, combined with their affinity for Aunt Qin and the others, they could surely be trained into excellent beast mounts with some time. Let's go back. As Old Man He contemplated this, a massive problem they currently faced suddenly flashed through his mind. They were currently in a cave on the edge of a cliff. At least 15 meters from the cliff's edge. Climbing up was as difficult as ascending to heaven given their current cultivation levels. Even if they could manage it, it was utterly impossible with Old Man Su's legs. Grandpa He looked up at the sheer cliff face, then down at the bottomless abyss below. He immediately abandoned the idea. Staring at the pitch-black opening, he had no choice but to make a decision. Jinhui, you take care of these little ones first. And Old Su. Old Wang and I will go into the cave first to scout the way. Grandpa He declared resolutely to Grandma Qin. Old Wang nodded in agreement beside him. Well. Alright. Brother Wang, be careful. Aunt Qin and the other two knew this was their only way out, so they could only nod in agreement. Old He. Use the signal plant. Just then, Old Su spoke up from the side. Go. Not a shred of manliness. We haven't even scouted the path yet. And you already think we can't get out. As inner door disciples. How do you expect others to view us? Uncle He heard this and glared fiercely at Uncle Su. Uncle Su saw this and felt helpless after all, he was now without his cane. He couldn't even stand up. Fine then. Be careful. I'm with you. Xiao Xiao smiled and said no more. Old Wang. Let's go. Grandpa He nodded, handing Grandpa Su's phone to Grandpa Wang. The two switched on their flashlights and headed into the cave. It was already 4:30 p.m. Time was running out. They had to find a way out and return to camp as quickly as possible. Grandpa He silently prayed they might find the entrance to a karst cave. Guided by the light from their cell phones, the two men walked through the darkness for what felt like over 10 minutes. The surroundings were pitch black. Grandpa Wang had experience fighting in jungles, so Grandpa He followed his footsteps, feeling his way forward. We're almost there. Grandpa Wang said, studying the pattern of stones on the ground. We're about to find the exit. Grandpa He asked excitedly upon hearing this. Not yet. But? Grandpa Wang stared into the distance, momentarily unable to make a decision. It's okay. Old Wang. Let's keep moving forward and see. Worst case, we'll just toss the signal plant. Grandpa He knew there was no point in insisting now. He sighed and said. Old Wang nodded. The two men pressed onward for several hundred meters. Just as they were about to give up. Suddenly, a vast cavern appeared before them. Shimmering with golden light, the two were instantly stunned by the sight before them. Her eyes widened. These are. Grandpa He exclaimed, his eyes brimming with disbelief, as if everything before him defied his understanding. 090 for the principals PUA, you are all my pride. Following Grandpa He's gaze. A colossal limestone cave unfolded before them. The cavern seemed immense looking up, the ceiling stretched 100 meters above the ground. Sunlight streamed down through some openings. At the bottom of the cave. Following the rays of light. The most astonishing sight unfolded before them. Within the cave lay countless crystal formations translucent and iridescent. They covered the entire cave floor. They scattered along the underground river. Old Wang. They're spirit stones. Grandpa He gasped at the sight of these colorful stones, resembling crystals. Old Wang stepped forward, examined them, and nodded to Grandpa He. Overjoyed, the two ventured deeper into the cave. Beside the underground river, a natural path stretched out. They followed the path, filming as they went, searching for an exit. After walking for about 20 minutes, they hadn't even covered a tenth of the mineral vein. Phew! Grandpa He stood still, letting out a breath. He looked around. His eyes widened in astonishment. This cave was far larger than they had imagined. If it appeared outside the nursing home, it would surely become one of the world's 9 great wonders. The ground was covered in multicolored, reflective spirit stones. Though Grandpa He and the others were delighted by the sight, they had neither the time nor the inclination to gather them now. After searching for a while, they found several small cave openings. Climbing up, judging by the direction and the position of the sunlight, they did indeed lead toward the campsite. However, after attempting to climb one, Grandpa he immediately abandoned the idea. Though the cave entrance was far less steep than the cliff face, it was extremely slippery. Aunt Qin and the others simply lacked the strength to support themselves, let alone carry Grandpa Sue and the children. They tried a few more openings, but the same problem persisted. As the light from the opening above grew dimmer, Grandpa he knew they couldn't waste any more time. Old Wang. Let's go back. Glancing at the signal plant in his hand, he resigned himself to the situation. With their newfound experience, the pair quickly made their way back to the cave entrance. They relayed their discovery to Aunt Qin and the others. A spirit stone vein. Aunt Qin gasped in disbelief. And I've examined it, the grade isn't much different from what we've mined before. Grandpa he stated firmly, then produced the signal plant. There's no other way. We simply can't find the exit. We'll have to call the principal. Grandpa he lamented. It's okay, brother he. I'm sure the principal will be thrilled to hear about our discovery. Aunt Qin didn't sound discouraged, instead, she seemed somewhat excited. Let's hope so. Clang. Grandpa he nodded, then picked up the signal plant and slammed it hard onto the ground. At that moment, Qin Ming, who had been lying leisurely in the camp, felt a sudden jolt in his mind. He sprang to his feet, having received the signal that Grandpa he had shattered the signal plant. Qin Ming couldn't believe that Uncle he and the others were in trouble too. Could they have encountered a Qi cultivation stage beast? Qin Ming's mind raced with worry as he locked onto their coordinates. Instantly, his figure vanished from the campsite. Seconds later, Qin Ming materialized at the edge of the cliff. Gazing at the distant mist barrier, Qin Ming paused, assessing the distance from the camp. It was a full 10 kilometers away. He hadn't expected Old Man he and the others to have traveled such a long distance. However, he didn't see Old he and the others at the cliff's edge. He sensed the faint aura of a Foundation Establishment stage beast, causing his brows to knit tightly as a surge of anger erupted from his body. It's the principal. Principal, we're here. Just then, Aunt Qin's voice reached Qin Ming's ears. Only then did Qin Ming realize they were at the entrance of a cave beneath the cliff. Seeing the distance from the cave entrance to the ground, Qin Ming couldn't help but wonder how they had gotten down there. Principal. Whoa. Aunt Qin, Uncle he, and the others rushed excitedly toward Qin Ming upon seeing him arrive. At that moment, Qin Ming noticed the three small creatures clutched in Qin Dinyang's arms and those of her roommate. These are iron feather griffins. Seeing such tiny creatures, Qin Ming instantly grew wary. He scanned the surroundings, instantly radiating the aura of a golden core cultivator. Such young beasts meant larger, adult creatures must be nearby. He instantly understood the source of that Foundation Establishment stage aura from earlier. Principal, don't worry. The mother of these little ones has already. Aunt Qin, seeing Qin Ming's cautious demeanor, hurriedly reassured him, then gently stroked the little creature's forehead with a look of pity. Howl. Why are you at this cave entrance? What exactly happened? Qin Ming understood Aunt Qin's meaning, which only deepened his confusion. What had Aunt Qin and the others encountered to end up at this cave entrance? Earlier, he had noticed signs of a struggle near the cliff edge. The gash marks were unmistakably the work of a full-grown iron feather griffin. But given the strength of Old he and the others, how could they possibly pose a threat to this iron feather griffin? There must be variables at play that he was unaware of. Principal, it happened like this. Uncle he stepped forward and recounted their ordeal at the cliff's edge. Giant claws. Cave spirit stone vein. Qin Ming's heart jolted upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Old Man he and the others to turn misfortune into fortune with such a monumental discovery. I'm sorry, Principal. We ended up using the signal plant after all. We've let you down. Grandpa he sighed softly. No. You are my pride. Discovering this underground spirit stone vein is a tremendous contribution to the university. I'm rewarding each of you with 100 credits right now. Discovering a spirit stone vein was a 1 in 10,000 chance. He never imagined such a vast spirit stone vein would lie within the outer forest's interior. Really? Grandpa he asked in disbelief. He never imagined earning 100 credits so easily. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Qin Ming nodded. The signal plant is entrusted to you precisely to ensure your safety. You've studied cultivation techniques, and fighting against Qi cultivation stage beasts while being a tier below is already difficult enough. Fighting against Foundation Establishment stage beasts is simply impossible. As the headmaster, I couldn't possibly ask you to undertake such a difficult task. Therefore, you are truly exceptional. You will always be my pride. You have not disgraced the inner disciples of our cultivation university. Qin Ming looked at Old Man he and the others with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, Old Man he's eyes brimmed with gratitude. His nose grew sore, and he nearly shed tears of emotion. Yes. Principal, we will give it our all. Grandpa he pledged. Qin Ming nodded, then vanished from sight. In an instant, he materialized at the location of the enormous claw old man he had described. A powerful aura of a mid-golden core stage beast surged toward him. His pupils dilated in shock. He hadn't expected such a vast gap in cultivation levels to exist just a wall away. It seemed the central region of Sunset Forest was far beyond their current capabilities. Even Qin Ming himself felt that at his current cultivation level, he would be nothing more than a minor nuisance within its depths. A chill crept into his heart. This was a gap that cultivation alone could never bridge. Yet it only strengthened his resolve to break through in his cultivation. Over the past day and a half in the Sunset Forest, he had absorbed vast amounts of spiritual energy. He believed it wouldn't take long before he reached the peak of the early golden core stage. He silently encouraged himself to venture into the central region of Sunset Forest. He must break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible and become a nascent soul cultivator. Soon, Qin Ming completed his reconnaissance and, on his way back, gathered the immortal spirit fruit and Buddha's flame root discovered by Old Man He and his companions, delivering them to them. He then brought Old Man He and the others back to the surface. "Thank you, Headmaster." The group expressed their gratitude with excitement. At that moment, Qin Ming noticed Old Man Su's broken walking stick. Glancing at his injured leg and recalling their ordeal, a wave of pity washed over him. He then purchased a wooden staff-like weapon from the system store. "You've worked hard. Su, this is your gift for breaking through to the mid-stage of the body-tempering realm." Two wooden sticks glowing with a dark copper hue appeared in Qin Ming's hands. In an instant, he was before Old Man Su. "These are walking sticks crafted from iron birch wood. They're of the lower-grade Xian tier quality. I hope you'll take good care of them." Thank you, Principal. May you live 100 years, Principal." Grandpa Su took the cane with trembling hands, suddenly feeling his entire body surge with strength. His earlier listless demeanor vanished instantly. The others standing nearby were all stunned. Grandpa Su excitedly hopped around a few times, leaning on his cane. Then he swung his cane at a tree. In an instant, the tree fell straight over. Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang, watching nearby, were stunned. "Su, you're amazing!" Aunt Qin exclaimed excitedly at the sight. "Of course. With the divine weapon the principal rewarded me, I'm back in full force," Grandpa Su said, his face flushed with excitement. "All right. It's getting late. You should head back to camp the way you came as soon as possible," Qin Ming urged, gazing at the setting sun in the distance. "Yes, Principal." Upon hearing this, the group immediately gathered their belongings and set off toward the camp. Watching their figures gradually disappear, Qin Ming finally relaxed. In an instant, his figure materialized at the cave entrance. 095 Coming to the nursing home is like cultivating immortality. Picking a few more things won't hurt. Gazing into the pitch-black cave entrance, Qin Ming followed the path shown in the video by Old Man He and his group, flying straight in. Soon, he arrived at the vast cavern. Just as he had seen in Grandpa He's video, the floor was covered with protruding spirit stone veins. Most were of medium or high quality. Qin Ming circled the cavern once. He discovered the entire cavern could easily accommodate at least 10,000 people. The spirit stone deposits were plentiful. He knew he couldn't harvest them all alone. Moreover, the location near the cliff made extraction quite troublesome. He needed to find an opening near the camp, modify it, and then assign tasks to the elders. Thus, Qin Ming explored every opening within the cave. Half an hour later, he finally discovered a relatively gentle passage leading to a ground-level entrance. That entrance was roughly 1 kilometer from the camp. Using his points, Qin Ming exchanged materials from the system store to modify the passageway into a corridor accessible to the elders. He then emerged from the entrance and immediately designated the area as off-limits. He knew this spot had been empty before. But now that he had carried the scent of spirit stones out, strange beasts would surely discover it and claim it as their own. After all, strange beasts could evolve in rank by consuming enough mineral vein crystals. Therefore, Qin Ming took care of the aftermath, ensuring everything was prepared for any eventuality. With that done, he prepared to return to camp. By now, the sun was nearing its descent. The last rays of twilight cast their glow upon the faces of Old Man He and the others. Finally, after an hour of non-stop travel, they reached the camp before nightfall. "It's Old He. Old He and the others are back." The others noticed several figures in the distance. Grandpa Ma recognized them and shouted excitedly. At that moment, only Old He's teen was still missing from the camp. "Old He, where on earth did you guys run off to? We haven't seen you all day," Grandpa Ma teased. "Don't even ask. What we went through today, you guys are better off not experiencing it." Grandpa He waved his hands with a grimace. "Damn it. Old Su. Why does your cane look different from before?" Someone noticed that Old Su's cane seemed to have been replaced. "Ha ha. A little stroke of luck. Not worth mentioning." On the way back, the group had already agreed today they would keep everything else under wraps except for the spirit stone vein incident. Fine. You go ahead and switch. 1 for 1, not a peep. Howl. Just then, several cries pierced the air. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Behind them, Aunt Qin and the other two women each held a small griffin in their hands. How adorable. Attorney Yan's beautiful assistant, seeing this, excitedly ran forward. She began teasing the three little creatures. Mr. He. What are these? Lawyer Yan instantly recognized them as iron-feathered griffin cubs. A hint of astonishment filled his eyes. He turned to Grandpa He, seeking an explanation. We just happened to come across them too. These three little ones will be raised right here on campus. They'll be trained as tamed beasts. The others froze upon hearing this. They never imagined Grandpa He and his group could be so incredibly lucky to encounter such young exotic beast cubs. And they were all 5th-tier quality beasts. With proper training, they'd make excellent beast tamers. No comparison. It's just incomparable. Old Sue, how come you guys always have such incredible luck? You guys always encounter beasts. This time you even brought back a cub. You're telling me. When has Old Sue's luck ever been bad? Grandpa Sue proudly waved his cane upon hearing Grandpa Ma's praise. So I bet you guys collected a ton of high-quality spirit plants, huh? As soon as Old Man Ma spoke, the elders' eyes all turned to the baskets in Old Man Sue's hands. Hey! Hold on. Let's head into camp first. Grandpa Sue feigned disappointment, dispersing the crowd as he led them into the camp. Once everyone had entered and set down their baskets, he approached them. Hey, you guys did well. All this golden vine, I thought we'd gathered a lot. Compared to you guys, ours was child's play. Everyone instantly grew envious upon seeing the spiritual plants Uncle He and his group had gathered. Judging by the quality of these spiritual plants alone, they were leagues ahead. Old He. Don't hog it all yourselves. Bring us along tomorrow. Yeah. We only managed to gather some mid-tier high-grade herbs today. All the late-stage physical refinement realm beasts we encountered along the way were way too tough to fight. We spent the whole time running for our lives. If it weren't for the principal's signal plant, we wouldn't have made it out alive. Yet, faced with everyone's inquiries, Old Man He and the others merely smiled without a word. Everyone's luck varies. They fared much better than us. As long as you're safe and sound. Even the eccentric Old Sue offered his own words of encouragement. Seeing there was no point in arguing, the others gave up. They decided to follow behind when Grandpa He and the others set out tomorrow, hoping to snag some benefits. At that moment, Qin Ming returned to the camp. Watching the three little iron-feathered griffins playfully frolic, he couldn't help but feel a surge of affection. He approached Aunt Qin and reached out to pet them. Principal, don't. They might. Aunt Qin, recalling what had happened to Old Man He and the others, tried to stop him. However, Qin Ming placed his hand directly on them. The three little griffins showed no signs of resistance. Instead, they rubbed against his hand very docilely. This. Aunt Qin and the others nearby were utterly dumbfounded. Since they're to be our university's beasts of burden, they should carry themselves like proper beasts of burden. Qin Ming murmured softly as he gazed at the three little creatures. He then placed his palm on their foreheads. Instantly, a white glow appeared. A distinctive mark then appeared on each of the three little griffins' foreheads. The three little creatures swayed their heads in obvious delight. This is the Beastmaster mark. From now on, these three little ones are officially our university's Beastmasters. Qin, you must take good care of them. After completing the ritual, Qin Ming turned solemnly to Auntie Qin and the others. Rest assured, Principal. We'll cherish them and raise them to be plump and healthy. Aunt Qin and the others nodded in agreement. The three little ones seemed to understand Qin Ming's words, nodding instinctively. Meanwhile, Grandpa He and Grandpa Sue sat by the campfire. After a brief rest, they began organizing the footage they'd filmed that day. Grandpa He even sent the footage of their battle with the Earth Bear to his grandson, He Chanyang. Old He. Watching it again is still so thrilling. Grandpa Sue, sitting nearby, also got the video from Grandpa He, intending to send it to his grandson, Su Qinghao. If only I'd had that staff the principal gave me back then. I might have taken down that iron feather griffin too. After watching the video, Grandpa Sue's confidence soared, and he declared without hesitation. Grandpa He shot him a cold look. Blow your own horn all you want. A Foundation establishment stage beast? No weapon could ever make up for that. Grandpa He sighed in exasperation. Just bragging, huh? It'll definitely be possible someday. Grandpa Sue chuckled. Grandpa He. Just then, He Chanyong, who had just finished reviewing his study materials, received a video message from his grandfather. Curious, he clicked to watch. However, the moment he saw the fight scenes in the video, he was stunned. He felt dazed. How could a few elderly men possibly fight such a huge bear? This was ridiculous. Where on earth could such a huge bear exist? He Chanyong was completely dumbfounded. He decided to call Grandpa He immediately. 096 Grandpa's Douyin, different from his grandson's. Grandpa He answered the video call the moment his grandson dialed. Ah Young, what are you up to? Grandpa He asked excitedly. These past few days, he'd been sharing things he saw on Douyin in the family WeChat group and chatting about everyday life. However, few people in the group replied to him. Only He Lan, He Tian, and He Hua replied with a few words. Others, like his granddaughter, rarely replied. Still, old man, he never grew tired of it. Being able to keep tabs on his family at all times was enough to satisfy him. After all, he was busy every day running around in the forest. After a long day's work, he didn't have much energy left for chatting. Grandpa, are you guys still in that forest? Changyong frowned as he looked at the background behind Grandpa He. Yep. Did you see the video Grandpa sent you, Young? This is Grandpa's hard work from today. A heroic feat. In your young people's terms, it's a live stream replay. How about that? Did Grandpa look cool doing that? Grandpa He knew his grandson had watched the video and was concerned about him. He excitedly asked him. Changyong was completely baffled by Grandpa He's words. He had come to persuade Grandpa, but how did things turn out like this? He immediately replied. Grandpa, I saw that video. What you did was way too dangerous. Are you guys in the forest? Where did such a huge bear come from? Where exactly did your principal take you? As a young person, he could scroll through the latest news online every day. He'd seen recent reports about factory owners and such luring people with promises of high wages and benefits. But they were actually doing other things. Those naive people thought they were benefiting and worked hard, which made the bosses happy. They were simply exploiting free labor to make money. He feared his grandfather might be falling into the same trap. The principal, scheming to raise funds, used the elderly as collateral, compelling them to do things that benefited him. Facing his grandson's questioning, Grandpa He brushed it off as concern for him. He chuckled and said, don't be fooled by that bear. He's actually pretty dumb. Grandpa Su, Grandpa Wang, and I took care of him in just a few moves. We're right here in the forest. Don't worry, with the principal around, we're perfectly safe. The principal is so kind to us. He always looks out for us. Hearing Grandpa He's words, Changyong was momentarily at a loss for what to say. Judging by Grandpa's demeanor, it didn't seem like he was lying. Besides some dust on his clothes, he didn't look like he'd been mistreated. His face even had a healthy flush, looking younger than when he'd last seen him half a year ago, with far more vitality and energy. Alright then. Grandpa, it's good for you to get some exercise. Be careful out there, the forest is full of wild beasts and insects. Changyong knew his pleas were futile and could only sigh. He assumed Grandpa and the others had been tricked into some virtual reality scheme. The scenes they saw were nothing more than an AI-generated metaverse. The elderly have poor memories, they're so easy to fool. That's why the principal told them they were doing field work in the forest. The same applied to old man Su's side. But Su Chenghao had long grown accustomed to his grandfather's adolescent-like personality. So he wasn't surprised at all. He gave the video Grandpa Su sent a quick like and wrapped things up. At that moment, Changyong hung up the phone and logged back into the Immortal Cultivation University forum webpage. There hadn't been any new updates on the site in recent days. At most, they'd compiled some collections and added a few bonus features. Changyong was now an official moderator for a small section of the forum. Every day, he could see discussions posted by others about the Immortal Cultivation retirement home. Though Changyong didn't believe his grandfather was cultivating immortality. He does believe immortals exist in this world. But unlike his grandfather, who was so exposed, he believes true cultivators should live hidden among the people, dwelling in secluded mountain streams and utopian paradises. Who cultivates in a retirement home? This was nothing more than a family affair. Meanwhile, Gao Qiyu had received the compiled information on the cultivation retirement home from his subordinates. After flipping through it for a moment, he let out an exasperated laugh and tossed the documents aside. He gestured to his subordinate beside him. Show me the video. Yes, sir. This was the footage obtained by his hacker that day when they infiltrated the phones of the students visiting the nursing home. If they couldn't detect any editing traces now, they'd have to seriously reconsider their stance on this nursing home. Gao Qiyu and her team then gathered around the computer to watch it. Shock filled their eyes throughout the entire viewing. He took off. Boss, this young man is ascending. The subordinate beside him, startled by Qin Ming's sudden ascent. He jumped to his feet, shouting in fear. Quiet. Don't look. Get out of the way. Before Gao Qiyu could react, the henchman with the red baton kicked him aside. My apologies, boss. I didn't train my men well. He hurriedly apologized to Gao Qiyu. His eyes were filled with panic. He knew exactly what Gao Qiyu was capable of. But at that moment, Gao Qiyu paid him no mind, staring intently at the screen instead. This can't be. His mouth opened slightly as he uttered the words in disbelief. Qin Ming flew straight up like that. Not a hint of lag, no editing traces to be seen. Soon, the video ended. At that moment, Gao Qiyu still hadn't recovered from the shock. He was now 99% certain this nursing home was no ordinary place. Whether the principal was an immortal cultivator or not, the ordinary mortals certainly couldn't handle them. Even if it was all staged, such scenes must involve elements beyond the natural world. After all, when he was a child, he had accompanied his uncle to dig up tombs and witness things that defied the natural world. The sight of Qin Ming soaring through the air once again brought back the shadows of his childhood, flooding his mind. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His underlings, seeing this, dared not disturb him. Go get the master from the land of cherry blossoms. Once the master steps in, he'll surely wipe out all our troubles in Jinshan town. Gao Qiyu snarled, his expression twisted with fury. The henchmen nearby nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Seeing Gao Qiyu's terrified expression, none dared to dissuade him. The next morning, after the elders finished their Tai Chi practice, Qin Ming gathered them in an open space nearby. Before Qin Ming could speak, he was thrilled to discover that every elder and lawyer before him had broken through to the mid-stage of the body-tempering realm. Grandpa Yi, Grandpa Wang, and Grandpa Su were already nearing the late stage of the body-tempering realm. Another night's rest would likely see them break through. This delightful discovery filled Qin Ming with even greater excitement. It also put his mind at ease about the elders' upcoming trip to the Spirit Stone Vein. Today, I've gathered you here to announce several important points. First, I witnessed everything you saw and heard in the forest yesterday. I believe. Qin Ming quickly summarized yesterday's encounter. Every student listened intently. Hearing Qin Ming's encouragement and guidance, each of them felt energized. Second point. Yesterday, he and others discovered a spirit stone vein located within the outer perimeter of the forest. Yesterday, I ventured deep into it and, after a brief search, discovered an entrance near our camp. Today, I will lead everyone to explore the spirit stone vein. After exploring, you may also choose to mine it. Like medicinal herbs, it can be exchanged for credits. As Qin Ming finished speaking, the elders across from him lit up with excitement. 097 Follow the principal to mine and learn a new skill. The principal is taking us to mine spirit stone veins. Grandpa Su waved his cane excitedly. That's our principal for you. If it had been us yesterday, we'd have been trapped inside for sure. Grandpa he couldn't help but sigh upon hearing Qin Ming's words. Ha. Old he. Don't panic. Didn't they already credit us for discovering the spirit stone vein? We're way ahead of everyone else now. Uncle Su chuckled as he saw Uncle He's worried expression, patting his shoulder cheerfully. Yeah. We've earned our credits, but when it comes to the task the principal assigned us, we absolutely can't slack off. Grandpa he said solemnly. Everyone grab your gear and get ready. We're leaving in 5 minutes. Qin Ming looked at the students, each brimming with enthusiasm, and felt quite satisfied. He retrieved tools like shovels for mining spirit stone veins from the system store. He distributed them to everyone. The elders examined the tools handed out by the principal with curious eyes. Just then, among Grandpa Ma's group, an elderly man named Shi Shangtai saw the iron shovel in his hands and his eyes lit up instantly. Originally an iron miner in Jinshan town, he had been laid off over a decade ago when the town underwent redevelopment and the mining industry declined. He became one of the laid-off workers. He then ran a small business in Jinshan town for several years. By his 50s, the business barely brought in any income, barely enough to scrape by. When his daughter was about to marry, he sold the house where he ran his business. After providing her with a dowry, he was placed in Jinshan town's nursing home by his daughter and son-in-law. He has lived in the nursing home for over a decade. He had long since grown numb to life in the nursing home. After all, once his daughter married, she and her husband moved to a big city, visiting him only a handful of times over the years. However, they sent him several thousand yuan each month for living expenses. Their intention was to ensure he ate well and to compensate for the absence of their children. But he saved every penny. He thought that when his daughter came to visit, he would have money to treat them to a nice meal. Yet the last time his daughter visited was 3 years ago, when she brought his little granddaughter along. He figures the little granddaughter must be in kindergarten now. He wondered if she even remembered her grandfather. But what could he do? His son-in-law's company kept him busy, and his daughter was living well in her in-law's home. As an old man, he didn't want to force them to visit him. He had lived in Jinshan town since birth and wouldn't leave even if his daughter asked him to. Returning to one's roots was a principle he had always held dear. He had assumed he would simply grow old alone. Little did he know that the elderly director of the nursing home passed away unexpectedly. His son came to take over the position. Later, the son mentioned establishing some kind of cultivation university, so he joined along with the other elderly residents. To his surprise, after half a month of cultivation, he actually saw results. He instantly became fascinated with this cultivation path. When old man he offered to contribute funds to help the principal renovate the nursing home. He didn't hesitate to unlock his drawer and retrieve his passbook. What impressed him most was when Qin Ming assigned him an oldly to the same dormitory. He had finally found a like-minded old comrade. Like oldly, he also enjoyed tending to plants. What thrilled him most was the principal assigning their dormitory to cultivate the sacred fields. Having spent his entire life working with mines, the chance to now nurture apprentices resonated deeply with him. He worked with the same vigor as oldly. This is how he created what the other elders and the lawyers saw as a miracle. Now that the principal had discovered the spirit stone vein and needed hands to harvest it, his excitement knew no bounds. Finally, he had a chance to put his skills to good use. During his foundational studies, he had focused particularly on researching spirit stones. The processes for collecting, transporting, and maintaining these spirit stones were similar to those for ordinary ores. This gave Old Sure hope. He had long hoped that one day they too could mine spirit stones. That day had finally arrived. He turned to Old Ma and Old Lee beside him and said, "Old Lee. Old Ma. This time, our team is following me." Grandpa Sure was visibly moved as he formally requested permission from the leaders of both teams. Uncle Lee and Uncle Ma both knew Uncle Sure's profession in his youth. They both nodded in agreement. "Old Sure. It's time for you to show what you're made of. This time, we're going to outdo Old He's crew," Grandpa Ma exclaimed with delight. When he heard the principal mention discovering a mineral vein, his heart leapt with joy. He knew their team included an experienced miner. Though it wasn't the same type of ore, their experience in mining was undeniable. It was far better than others with no experience digging around haphazardly. With Old Sure's guidance, things went much more smoothly. Xiao Yan. Back in his younger days, your Grandpa Sure was the foreman at our Jinshan Town iron ore mine. He's got tons of mining experience. Noticing Lawyer Yan's puzzled expression nearby, Old Man Ma chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Lawyer Yan instantly understood. He waved his arms excitedly. "So, if only Grandpa Sure leads us today. We're bound to have a huge haul today. I'm not entirely sure about the situation below. I used to mine iron ore. This spirit vein ore is my first time dealing with it too. Everyone just follow the principal's lead in mining." Seeing this, Old Sure quickly humbled himself. "Hey! Old Sure, don't be too modest. You played a key role in discovering the iron ore deposits here in Jinshan Town back in the day. Did you really think I didn't read the newspapers back then?" Grandpa Ma retorted with a laugh upon hearing this. Old Sure blushed with embarrassment. "Alright, everyone, follow me now." Qin Ming led the elders out of the camp. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the cave entrance he had marked the previous day. Seeing the entrance untouched, Qin Ming was quite satisfied. He then turned to the group and said, "Descend here. After roughly 20 minutes of walking, you'll reach a spirit stone vein. I've already marked the way inside. Just follow the markers. Upon reaching the vein, you may choose to survey or mine. Remember not to venture deeper. The interior is extremely intricate. Yesterday I explored deep inside for hours and nearly lost my way. This vein holds many unknowns." Qin Ming described the vein's environment to the elders based on his exploration. At times like this, he had to ensure the elders kept safety foremost in their minds. Though they were all cultivators, their current cultivation levels were nowhere near sufficient to withstand a single blow. He often came across reports of mining accidents online, so for the elders' physical and mental well-being, it was best to emphasize caution. "Rest assured, Principal. I'll follow your lead every step of the way." At that moment, Old Man Su exclaimed excitedly from the side. "Everyone can follow me down to investigate the situation first. Those who still wish to gather medicinal herbs may choose to do so. Those wishing to mine spirit ores may proceed as well." Qin Ming smiled helplessly upon hearing Old Man Su's words. The path of cultivation depends entirely on the individual. Each person's destiny is different. Following him doesn't guarantee good finds every time. After that, Qin Ming led the elders and lawyers deep into the caves. Following his earlier markings, they descended into the first mining tunnel. Throughout this time, Old Sure kept observing the layout of the entire mine shaft. He muttered something under his breath. Just in case, he had specially prepared a torch before descending. Seeing the torch burning brightly, he felt reassured. The elders moved with extreme caution along the way. Each step was taken with extreme caution. Qin Ming found this rather troublesome. Although he had slightly modified the terrain yesterday. But since he was floating in the air, he couldn't possibly grasp the sensation of walking on solid ground. He promptly waved his hand, using points to purchase handrails from the marketplace. These were installed along both sides of the cliff face, allowing the group to finally begin moving forward. What Qin Ming had estimated to be a 20-minute journey took these elderly individuals over an hour to complete. "Phew! We're finally here." Grandpa Su gasped for breath, gazing at the faint glow from the cave entrance in the distance. The other elders arrived one by one. Before their eyes unfolded a scene as dazzling as a starry river. Crystal formations in every color of the rainbow shimmered and sparkled, their hues reflecting off one another. The sheer visual impact left the elders feeling as if they were in a dream. When Old Sure saw these spirit stone veins, his eyes lit up with excitement. His hand gripping the shovel trembled with excitement. 098 taking the elders mining, the principal's free labor. Grandpa Sure paced excitedly along the vein. The torch in his hand nearly flickered out. Seeing Old Sure move about above without incident, they relaxed their guard and one by one leaped down through the cave entrance. "Xiao Qin, be careful. Slow down, it's steep here. Why don't I carry you down?" Grandpa Su offered his arm to Grandma Qin with concern. Old Su, you're just showing off. Why show off? Do you want Qin Hui to end up like you? Grandpa He, overhearing Su's words, roared in anger. Hey! Old He, don't get so worked up. Ever since I switched to this cane, I feel full of energy. My feet seem to be able to touch the ground again. Even though I still can't feel anything. Old He was speechless upon hearing Old Su's words. You've got no feeling in it and you still dare to use it? It's fine. This height isn't too high. I'll just jump down. Aunt Qin watched the two arguing and sighed with a helpless smile. Then she jumped down. Old Man Su stood by, dumbfounded. Xiao Qin, wait for me. He then grabbed his cane and leaped down after her. Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang, seeing this, also jumped down. Grandpa He held his phone, filming the entire journey from the cave entrance to the inner chambers. It must be said, this segment absolutely had the feel of those cave exploration shows on TV. No one knows what lies ahead, what they'll encounter next. The thrill lies in the danger and excitement. Steady himself, Old Man He aimed the camera into the cave. Sunlight refracted off the crystal veins, making the entire cave interior shimmer with light. Even without a flashlight, the path was barely discernible. The footage captured was surprisingly clear. Once everyone had entered the cave, they began collecting spirit stone veins with their shovels. Qin Ming watched from a distance. He planned to wait until these elders and the lawyer had finished gathering the spirit stones before teaching them. However, after half a day of digging, the elders had only managed to collect a small amount. Damn it! Old Ma, how did you manage to get so much? At that moment, Old Su shouted excitedly at the spirit stone or in Old Ma's basket. The entire cave was spacious, and Grandpa Su's loud cry echoed, reaching everyone's ears. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound. Those standing nearby crowded closer. Holy crap! Old Ma! Did you guys mine all this? When they finally got a clear look, they were all stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. 5 out of the 6 baskets in Old Ma's group were filled to the brim with spirit stone ore. Another was already half full. Meanwhile, the team that had gathered the most so far, Grandpa He's group, had only managed to fill 1 basket. The others had only managed half a basket. Seeing this, Old Man Ma glanced at the spirit stone ore in his basket and instantly understood everyone's meaning. He apologetically stepped around the first path. Most of these weren't even collected by us. All thanks to Old Sure. Oh, right. Old Sure used to work at our town's iron ore mine. That's right. I remember seeing it when I was young. Old Sure even made it into our Anqing city newspaper. I used to live next door to Old Sure. He was a contractor at the iron ore mine back then. He knows the mineral terrain and mining techniques like the back of his hand. I'm jealous. Old Ma, you guys have a great teammate now. Seeing the abundance of spirit stone ore in Old Ma's group's baskets, one by one, they couldn't help but feel envious. Their eyes gleamed with longing. Hearing Old Ma's words, they instantly recalled Old Sure's former occupation. Damn it! We're done for. Old He's crew as Old Su, that lucky charm, he always stumbles upon everything. Old Ma's crew as Old Sure and Old Li, 2 master craftsmen. When it comes to getting things done, they're absolutely number 1. The gap between us is getting wider and wider. Seeing this, everyone started complaining. They couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Why didn't they have such amazing teammates? Don't lose heart, everyone. This ore collection isn't actually that difficult. I only have a little experience myself. The key is hands-on practice. Just then, Old Sure's voice rang out in their ears. Holding a mid-grade high-quality ore in his hand, he panted. Old Sure, take a break. Let me hold that for you. The elderly man beside him hurried over to support him, eager to learn more. Everyone, no rush. Mining techniques aren't that complicated. We're all classmates here. I'll teach you these things. Learning them will benefit your future cultivation too. However, Old Sure spoke with great enthusiasm. Old Sure, what are you doing? This left Old Ma, who had been standing proudly nearby, momentarily stunned. He turned his head and asked in surprise. This was their only edge over others. What was Old Sure playing at, suddenly teaching others like this? What if others mastered it and overtook them? He inwardly sighed, this kid really has some nerve. He just doesn't get it. Teach your apprentice, and you'll starve yourself. Ha ha. Old Ma, why the panic? Everyone should learn and collect spirit stone ore together. It's classmates helping each other out. Old Sure, are you really teaching us? The elders nearby felt a twinge of unease at this. After all, this was Old Sure's own secret technique. If he taught it to them, wouldn't they catch up? It's fine. We're classmates helping each other out. It's only right. Come on. As soon as Old Man Sure spoke, the others excitedly nodded in agreement. Old Man Ma, standing nearby, was fuming with rage. Old Sure, you. Hey. He sighed, watching Old Sure being questioned while grinning happily. He finally understood why Old Sure, despite running a decent small business, could only scrape by. Old Ma, don't worry. What Old Sure taught might not necessarily suit us. Exactly. We're not geniuses who can master unique skills just by watching. Just trust me on this. Yet, faced with his classmates' persuasion, old Ma could only turn away speechless. He began mining. Before long, it was afternoon. Under Grandpa Sher's guidance, a quarter of the elders and lawyers had grasped the basics of identification. After all, spirit stone mines differed from ordinary iron mines. Grandpa Sher drew upon his past experience, combined with knowledge from books and his current observations, to adapt and refine his methods on the spot. He himself found many aspects of his approach unsatisfactory. Still, he felt deeply satisfied knowing he could help his fellow students. Though Grandpa Sher's method was still imperfect, it had already increased the elders' mining speed. By afternoon, they had filled over 30 baskets. Under Qin Ming's direction, the first batch of raw spirit stone ore was carried out. This task wasn't fully completed until evening. Under Qin Ming's supervision, the last elder emerged from the cave, after which he reconcealed the site. After a brief rest at the cave entrance. Boom! Boom! Meanwhile, Grandpa Su, Grandpa Yi, and Grandpa Wang, not knowing how to mine the spirit stones, ended up guarding the mine. Within a mere half hour, they had dealt with the body-tempering realm beasts that had attempted to devour the spirit stone mine. Now, 5 or 6 corpses of late body-tempering realm beasts lay scattered on the ground. Roar! Just then, a third-tier chi refining stage flamingo let out a piercing cry and charged toward Qin Ming's spirit stone mine. Oh no! Old he! Block it! Grandpa Su shouted urgently upon seeing this. But just then, Old he tried to throw his hammer upward only for the flamingo to dodge it completely. Hi-ya! The flamingo let out a cry. The elderly folks and lawyers below couldn't harm it. It now had only one target, the spirit stone mine on the ground. With these spirit stones, reaching the 13th layer of chi cultivation would be no problem at all. Old Su! Quick, step forward and use your lion beating staff technique. Grandpa He, seeing his strike miss, shouted toward Grandpa Su. But Old Su was still shuffling along with his cane, trying to get there. Roar! The flamingo charged at full speed, just as it was about to collide with the spirit stone mine. Boom! A shockwave swept through the air. The flamingo was sent flying backward. It's the principal. The principal's back. As everyone stood dumbfounded, Old Man Su pointed excitedly toward the cave entrance. Qin Ming led the last student out. Spotting a strange beast attempting to approach their spirit stone mine, he unleashed a punch. The shockwave sent the flamingo flying. Qin Ming stepped out of the cave entrance, his figure appearing beside the flamingo. A few lingering flames still flickered atop its head. A flamingo, huh? Perfect, I'll use your fire to refine some pills. Qin Ming looked at the flamingo and said with satisfaction. 099 The principal teaches in person, this is how you refine pills. The principal is awesome. The elders watched Qin Ming's movements and all exclaimed in awe. They couldn't help but marvel inwardly, is this the principal's true power? Alright. Everyone grab your gear, we're heading back to camp. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the flame on the flamingo's forehead retracted into Qin Ming's palm. He promptly stored it within his system space. With another wave of his hand, every orange-red feather on the flamingo's body was plucked clean. Only its bare skin remained. He then signaled to Old Man Su and the others nearby to carry it back. Whoa! Let's go eat roasted flamingo! Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly. The group then returned to camp. They lit a campfire, and within minutes, the aroma of flamingo meat filled the entire camp. Old Ma! Your cooking skills are top-notch. Brother Ma, why don't we set up a stall and sell this exotic meat? Your skills are absolutely unmatched. Exactly. In today's youth slang, your shop would go viral for sure. Grandpa Su took a bite of roasted flamingo wing meat, his mouth dripping with grease. Slow down, Old Su. Wipe your mouth. Grandpa Yi, standing nearby, looked at him with disgust and grabbed a leaf to wipe Grandpa Su's mouth. This is called delicious. Old Ma grills it so well, that's why I'm like this. What do you know? Grandpa Su dodged with a quick sidestep, saying triumphantly. Grandpa He. An hour later, seeing everyone had rested sufficiently, Qin Ming led them to an open area nearby. Everyone gathered around Qin Ming. Tonight, we'll have an alchemy lesson. I'll demonstrate for you all. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Ming exchanged for a low-grade alchemy furnace from the system store. This type of furnace could be used to refine yellow dragon pills. Despite its low grade, it cost a whopping 10,000 points. Qin Ming felt a twinge of regret when he redeemed it. As the furnace appeared, the elders' eyes lit up with excitement. In their minds, alchemy was an incredibly sacred endeavor. After all, the alchemists described in ancient texts were the most revered profession in the cultivation world. Every cultivator yearned to have an alchemist by their side. After all, becoming an alchemist required the most crucial element, innate talent. This scarcity explains why alchemists are so rare in the cultivation world. Regardless of race or faction within the cultivation world, those born into this realm must strive to reach the pinnacle of their cultivation realm. Since opportunities are not predetermined by heaven, the word strive inevitably comes into play. Sometimes, due to extraordinary methods, the defeated party faces either death or crippling injury. This is precisely when the importance of alchemists becomes most evident. In resource-poor realms, even the most basic healing pill, the rejuvenation pill, could fetch astronomical prices. Thus, the elders also hoped to possess alchemy talent, ensuring they would be sought after by all and fiercely contested by every faction when they ventured out into the world. Qin Ming sorted the medicinal herbs and spirit stone were collected by the elders. He then retrieved the ingredients for the yellow dragon pill. He placed the alchemy furnace 1 meter in front of him. Immediately, a ball of flame appeared in Qin Ming's palm. It burned with intense heat. This was the flame from the flamingo's forehead. Its outer layer was an orange-red flame, while its inner core glowed orange-yellow with hints of green. Go! With Qin Ming's command, the flame shot into the alchemy furnace. Qin Ming then began circulating the body-tempering sutra, stabilizing his meridians at a balanced point. He then began placing spirit stones into the alchemy furnace. Once the temperature rose sufficiently, Qin Ming added the medicinal herbs to the furnace. Half an hour later, a faint golden light flickered within the furnace. A gleam of sharp focus instantly appeared in Qin Ming's eyes. It's done! He murmured softly, rising to his feet and approaching the furnace. The elders held their breath as well. Their eyes fixed intently on the alchemy furnace. Clack! As the furnace lid swung open, a fresh, fragrant aroma instantly filled the air. What a wonderful aroma! Uncle Su couldn't help but tear up. This freshly produced yellow dragon pill smelled far more fragrant than the one Qin Ming had given them before. Grandpa Ma watched intently from the side, committing every step of Qin Ming's process to memory. This process of refining pills was much like his own cooking process. Which ingredients to add first, which to add later, how much of each to use, and which to add for flavor only, not substance. Every step was meticulously precise. Oh, so that's how it's done. Seeing Qin Ming finish the alchemy, Old Man Ma sighed in admiration, already gaining some insight. It must be said, the freshly concocted elixir truly smelled delicious. Every student's mouth watered. They gazed longingly at the yellow dragon pill in Qin Ming's hand. This is the yellow dragon pill. It enhances cultivation power and transforms the body. You may take it when breaking through the Qi cultivation stage for its auxiliary effects. Qin Ming stated indifferently. He then scanned the group, his gaze darting back and forth across their eager eyes. Finally, his gaze settled on Old Man Ma. One had to admit, Old Man Ma's cooking was truly exceptional. 1,000,000 times better than the cafeteria food Qin Ming had during high school. Mr. Ma, this yellow dragon pill is my reward for your cooking these past days presented to you. With that, Qin Ming made the yellow dragon pill float into Old Man Ma's hand. Headmaster. Old Man Ma was startled. He never imagined the principal would bestow this freshly refined yellow dragon pill upon him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he was at a loss for words. Well done, Old Ma. Looks like the meals you've cooked these past few days have really hit the spot with the principal. Grandpa Su teased from the side. Old Ma, hurry up and thank the principal. Grandpa He, standing nearby, felt a twinge of envy and admiration. He couldn't deny that Old Ma's cooking was the best he'd ever tasted in his life. Seeing Old Man Ma standing there dumbfounded, he quickly reminded him. Oh, thank you, principal. Taking care of everyone's meals is my duty as Ma Tianxiong. The others nearby watched with envious looks in their eyes. Qin Ming nodded upon seeing this. He led the elders and lawyers to the spirit stone mine they had collected today. He began teaching everyone how to identify spirit stones. With hands-on instruction, everyone's learning pace accelerated significantly. At the conclusion of his explanation, Qin Ming reminded everyone once more. The spirit stone ore you've collected can be exchanged for credits or used to refine elixirs. The entire process was recorded on Grandpa He's phone. After the free activity period ended, Grandpa He found himself surrounded by a crowd. Old He. We were roommates back in the day, let me see that video so I can brush up on things. Brother He, I missed a few details earlier. Can I take a look? I'll come over to your place tonight. The video filmed by Old He documented the entire process of refining the elixir until its final crystallization. Armed with prior experience, the elders all came forward eager to review the lesson. It's fine. No worries. Take your time, everyone. There's enough for everyone. Grandpa He was delighted to see this. He smiled and said. Time passed quickly, and by the morning of the third day, everyone planned to go collect spirit stones. First, they had gathered very little the previous day and were determined not to be outdone. Second, Qin Ming had just taught them how to identify spirit stones yesterday, and they wanted to put their new knowledge to the test today. Old He. Let's go today too. We got the least yesterday. Grandpa Su watched the departing crowd with concern. Yeah. As inner door disciples, we absolutely cannot fall behind others in anything. Grandpa He now wore a determined expression. He had watched Qin Ming's instructional video repeatedly last night. He was already confident in his mind. Alright. Old He. Old Wang. Let's go. Today we'll harvest 100 or 80 pounds. Upon hearing Old He's words, Old Su was equally excited. He swung his walking stick and hurried toward the crowd. Behind them, Qin Ming watched their enthusiastic energy and felt deeply satisfied. With this kind of drive, the students could gather more spirit stone or to refine pills. 100 Whoever does what, sudden crisis. After everyone had departed, Qin Ming patrolled the perimeter of the camp. He discovered numerous footprints of strange beasts scattered around the camp. Some were large, some small. Judging by their aura, most relate body tempering realm or early Qi cultivation realm beasts. However, there were also some at the 13th layer of Qi cultivation. Only a handful, just one or two. Qin Ming examined the distinctive markings they had left. He immediately understood this was a reconnaissance mission. This is interesting. He chuckled softly. I wonder if this bird egg can dispel the aura of these beasts and establish a deterrent. As he pondered, the bird egg materialized in his hand. Instantly, a faint golden light began to emanate from the egg. It quickly spread outward in all directions. Roar! At that moment, 3 young griffins bounded over. The moment the aura touched them, they let out a timid cry. Clearly, even a mere wisp of energy from this egg could instill fear in 5th grade iron feather griffins. Qin Ming speculated that its grade likely exceeded 8th or 9th rank. With careful incubation, the exotic beast it would hatch would surely rival a phoenix. Thinking this, Qin Ming's eyes lit up with anticipation. He then began pacing around the camp with the egg in hand. Who? 3 fluffy little griffins followed closely behind him. Like little attendants. Gradually, they grew accustomed to the aura emanating from the egg. Feeling more at ease. Phew. Done. Qin Ming finished his walk and looked around. The aura of all the beasts had been completely overpowered by the egg's presence. He was certain that any beasts below the foundation establishment stage would never dare approach their camp under this terrifying aura. Bloodline suppression remained eternally unchanging, the most effective form of control. Meanwhile, drawing on yesterday's experience, the elders had ventured deep into the cavern. In less than 20 minutes, they reached the heart of the cavern. Old Sher, wait for us. Our group is following you today. Following behind Grandpa Ma's group was another team. Having tasted yesterday's success, they decided it was best to stick with Grandpa Sher. No problem. Follow us. We've got spirit stone mines to mine together. Let's help each other out. Old Ma, Old Li, hurry up and catch up. Old Ma and Lawyer Yen stood by, speechless. Old Sher was just too kind. He agrees to everything. But when it came to Old Sher, they couldn't do anything about it. Having known Old Man Sher for so long, they felt that as a former foreman, he probably wouldn't reveal his true secret techniques to anyone. Following Grandpa Sher's lead, Grandpa Ma and the others stopped before a rich vein of high-grade spirit stones. Clink, clank. After an hour of hard work, everyone began to feel tired. Yesterday, they'd arrived here full of excitement and with the principal present. Everyone worked with great enthusiasm. They'd completely forgotten about fatigue. Then there was the late-night studying and commotion. Today, after just an hour of work, their stamina was already waning. Only Grandpa Sher's team kept going strong. From the moment they lifted their hammers, they never stopped. Clang. Ouch. I can't go on. Old he. This is way harder than fighting a beast. Grandpa Su was panting heavily, his legs already weak. When mining spirit stones, he could only lean on his cane with one hand. With the other foot barely bearing weight, he leaned against the stalactites to scrape out the ore. 80% in his mind. 80. Yet after an hour of labor, he'd only managed to extract a few stones. He was already panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Grandpa he desperately wanted to scold Grandpa Su, but he too was panting heavily from exhaustion. You couldn't deny that mining was a skill job. Their team was the only one that hadn't sought advice from Old Sher. Unsurprisingly, they were once again dead last. Old Su, your leg's injured. If you don't know how to dig, take a break. Old Wang, how are you holding up? Grandpa he turned to ask Grandpa Wang beside him. Though Old Wang had slightly more strength, missing an arm made exerting force quite difficult. I'm holding up. He replied slowly before resuming his digging. Qin and Huai, how about you too? Grandpa he glanced behind him, intending to ask about Grandma Qin and the others. However, he was stunned by the scene before him. Beside Aunt Qin and the others, numerous high-grade spirit stone deposits had appeared. Each person had gathered far more than the 3 of them combined. Did you gather all this yourselves? Grandpa he asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Yes. Brother he, why don't you guys take a break first? You've been doing all the heavy lifting these past few days. It's our turn to pitch in now. Don't underestimate us old ladies. That's right. Brother Su, don't underestimate us. As part of the team, we should contribute our share too. Aunt Qin and the other 2 women smiled at the astonished looks on Uncle he and the others' faces. Then they began digging. This. Grandpa he watched in utter bewilderment. Stick it. Before he could react, Grandpa Su roared angrily, propping himself up with his cane. Xiao Qin can do it. I can do it too. Digging and digging. Dig, dig, dig. The shovel relentlessly pounded the rock. Soon, spirit stone ore began to fall. Damn impressive. Grandpa, he was completely stunned. Had Old Man Su made a full recovery? However, by noon, Uncle Su had to stop again due to exhaustion. His energy deflated like a balloon losing air, completely drained. Oh my! I can't go on. I can't work anymore. Grandpa Su struck the spirit stones embedded in the wall beside him with his final shovel swing. Several spirit stones merely loosened. But they didn't fall. Seeing this, Old Man Su expended his last ounce of strength, tossed the shovel aside, and collapsed onto the ground, sighing deeply. What he didn't know was that the cracks around the shattered spirit stones were growing larger and spreading outward. Within seconds they had spread dozens of meters high, threatening the ceiling. Yet these minute fissures were nearly impossible to detect without careful observation. When a few tiny fragments and dust particles fell, Old Man Su assumed they were just dust kicked up from his earlier strikes. Achoo! Grandpa Su felt an itch in his nose and let out a deafening sneeze. It echoed through the cave, causing the nearby stone walls to tremble. Seeing Grandpa Su like this, Grandpa he and the others felt their strength drain away. Looking over at Aunt Qin and the others nearby, though they were in slightly better shape than the group, after 3 hours of work, their stamina was nearly depleted. Why don't we go out and gather medicinal herbs instead? We won't get much mining here anyway. If we can gather more high-grade, premium herbs, we might even surpass them. Grandpa he voiced his thoughts aloud. Aunt Qin nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Alright. Brother he, we'll follow your lead. Earning credits is our top priority. Old he. You finally made the right choice this time. I can feel my inner power slowly returning. Staff, come. Grandpa Su roared with every ounce of strength left in him. Then the 6 of them emerged from the cave. Roar! Gazing at the sunlight outside, Grandpa Su roared with emotion. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Clack! Finally, no more mining. Grandpa Su excitedly tapped the cave entrance with his cane, venting his frustration. Good. Let's rest up first, then head out along the path from the day before yesterday. Grandpa he gazed at the distant forest, his eyes sparkling with determination. Agreed. Everyone nodded in agreement. Boom. Rumble rumble. Bang. Boom. But just then, a dozen deafening explosions echoed from within the cavern. The ground shook violently. Countless dust particles erupted violently from the cave entrance. Clatter. What just happened? Everyone was stunned, hearts pounding wildly as they frantically scanned their surroundings. 101 Old Sure, working his ass off, finally blew up the last one. Old Sure. Why don't you take a break? Just as Grandpa Su and the others moved toward the cave entrance, Grandpa Ma, who had been watching, noticed that Grandpa Sure had been working non-stop for 3 hours without a single break. He voiced his concern. He'd never seen anyone work without a single break. Even machines need breaks, right? I'm fine. This workload is less than a fifth of what I used to handle. After not working for over a decade, I do need to warm up properly this way. I'll be ready for the afternoon shift. Grandpa Sure kept talking and working without stopping for a second. Well, Grandpa Ma didn't know what to say. Ding! With Grandpa Sure's final strike, the morning's work was finally done. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he sat down on a nearby rock. Old Ma, I've finished it, haven't I? Don't worry. I know my own body. Let's rest for a bit, then. Boom! Just as Old Sure spoke, the entire cave suddenly began to shake. Clatter clatter. Countless fragments rained down. Watch out. Old Ma. Suddenly, a vertical stalactite plummeted downward. Straight toward Old Ma. What? Before Old Ma could react, Old Sure lunged forward, shoving him backward. Boom. Thud. Crash. In an instant, the stalactite crashed down onto Old Man Sure's right shoulder. A chunk of flesh was torn from his right arm. Instantly, it became a bloody mess. Old Sure. Your arm. Grandpa Ma, seeing the chunk missing from Grandpa Sure's arm, gasped in shock. He gasped for breath. I'm fine. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Old Sure's forehead. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans suddenly erupted from his forehead. What do you mean nothing's wrong? Quick, the cloth. Grandpa Ma roared in panic upon hearing this. He tried to cover it with a cloth but found none. Frantically, he stripped off his school uniform and pulled out the inner garment to wrap around Grandpa Sure's shoulders. But just then, the entire cave began to shake violently. Grandpa Ma nearly lost his footing and stumbled onto a protruding rock nearby. Grandpa Ma. At that moment, Attorney Yen rushed over from the side. Seeing this, he hurried forward to steady him. Don't worry about me. Go help Old Man Sure, his arm is injured. All right. Just as Attorney Yen was about to move, the tremor struck again. Clouds of dust rained down. At the same time, several nearby teams also lost their footing. Boom. Rumble. Crash. Bang. Thud. Immediately followed by violent shaking. The entire outer wall of the cave shattered violently. Countless sharp stalactites rained down from above like arrows, crashing onto the ground. Boom. Clang! Clang! Dust swirled instantly, and fragments of rock flew everywhere. Due to the large-scale collapse of the cave structure, the opening connecting the cave to the outside world was instantly blocked. Compounded by the swirling dust, the entire cavern became pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The torch Grandpa Sure had placed nearby to detect hazards instantly went out. The group looked around in panic, yet dared not move. Because they couldn't see a thing. After a second of silence, shrieks erupted in rapid succession. Ah! Help! Help me! My leg is pinned under a rock. Old Ma! Old Lee! Attorney Sue! How is everyone? Everyone stay put. This cave collapsed, we absolutely can't cause any more damage. Just then, Old Sure heard everyone's frantic voices. He hurriedly shouted. Hearing it was Old Sure speaking, the crowd quieted down slightly. After all, he was the only one with experience mining underground. He must have encountered situations like this in his youth. Everyone, hold your positions. Report your positions one by one. Once confirmed, those in accessible areas should begin rescue efforts immediately. Remember, no major movements. We can't be sure if the collapsed cave section is stable yet. Grandpa Sure shouted, gasping for breath. At that moment, waves of excruciating, piercing pain relentlessly assaulted Grandpa Sure's nerves. Drip, drip. Beads of sweat dripped down his face as Lawyer Yin watched, his heart pounding with fear. Mr. Sure, please stop talking and sit down first. In the dim light, he finally reached Old Man Sure's side, intending to help him sit down. I'm fine. Phew. Mr. Yin, I can hold on. Though Grandpa Sure insisted he was fine, he was already looking a bit dazed. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Grandpa Sue and the others finally snapped out of their shock. Cough, cough, cough. After clearing their throats a few times, they stared at the smoke billowing from the cave entrance, their eyes filled with horror. What just happened? Old Man Sue stared blankly at his walking stick, his voice trembling with emotion. He had merely tapped the cave entrance once. And now this. Could it be? I've gained divine power? Grandpa Sue exclaimed in terror, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Divine my ass. Cough, cough, cough. This is a cave-in. Grandpa, he angrily smacked Suda on the forehead. What the hell are you so happy about? With all this noise, Old Ma and the others must be trapped inside. Grandpa, he looked panicked. He never imagined a cave-in would happen right after they left. Brother Ma, Lawyer Yin, and the others. At that moment, Aunt Qin and the others were terrified by the commotion. They all crouched down on the ground. Hearing Old Man He's words, they immediately worried about the safety of those inside. We don't know yet. A collapse this massive must have brought down the entire structure inside. I fear. Grandpa, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Old Ma. Old Lee. Old Sure. Attorney Yin. Meanwhile, Old Sue was shouting desperately at the cave entrance. His cries caused dust to fall in a cloud from the cave entrance. Old Sue. Stop shouting. It's useless. No matter how loud you shout, they won't hear you. The vibrations from your voice might even damage the cave walls. We'd better wait for the principal to arrive. But, with all this commotion, the principal should have sensed it long ago. Why hasn't he come yet? However, Old Man Sue turned around and shouted anxiously. Well, I don't know either. Grandpa, he was stumped by Grandpa Sue's question. Logically speaking, with the principal's perception and speed, he should have arrived by now. Yesterday, even from such a great distance, the principal had arrived in just a few seconds. Then what should we do now? Why don't we go down and rescue them right now? Grandpa Sue shouted anxiously. No way. Old Sue, the cave just collapsed. We don't know what's inside. If we go down recklessly, we might get trapped inside too. Just then, Old Wang, who had remained silent until now, shouted with some emotion. Old Wang, you. Old Sue, seeing Old Wang suddenly speak up, momentarily lost for words. What they didn't know at that moment was that Qin Ming, seeing the elders had gone off to collect spirit stones without worry. He remained in the camp, cultivating. He hadn't noticed a single sound from earlier. No way. Where's the signal plant? If we detonate the explosive beads, the headmaster will definitely sense it. After a moment's thought, Old Sue rushed over to Old He and demanded it. Old He froze right, they still had the signal plant. He pulled it out, feeling a pang of regret as he looked at it. He planned not to use a single one this time. Now, both were gone. Ah! A sigh escaped her lips and a hint of reluctance flashed in her eyes. Stop hesitating. Old He. Saving lives comes first. Click. Seeing Old He's lingering reluctance, Old Sue sighed in exasperation. He then took the signal stick and tossed it onto the ground. Clang. At that moment, a faint sound of the signal device shattering echoed in Qin Ming's mind. Grandpa He? Could they have encountered another strange beast? Qin Ming snapped out of his cultivation state and began scanning for He de Ye's location. They were at the cave entrance. He immediately sensed something was amiss. His figure vanished from the campsite and materialized at the cave entrance. There he saw the battered and disheveled group led by Old Man He. 102 Shocked Principal, the Elder's Self-Rescue. Old He. The principal's here. Grandpa Su, seeing Qin Ming arrive, excitedly patted Grandpa He on the shoulder. Principal. What happened? Qin Ming looked at the 6 people in disarray, then at the collapsed cave entrance, and immediately sensed something was terribly wrong. Principal. The vein collapsed. Old Ma and the others are trapped inside. Grandpa Su shouted excitedly. Exclamation point. Qin Ming was startled upon hearing the news, a look of distress flitting across his face. His tongue went numb. A cave-in? That was something he hadn't considered at all. He had assumed the spirit stone mine, bathed daily in spiritual energy, would be incredibly sturdy. How could a collapse happen? Qin Ming looked at Old Man Su and the others with confusion. Simultaneously, another question arose in his mind. Why were Old Man Su and the others outside? Noticing Qin Ming's puzzled expression, Grandpa He guessed the principal's question. Principal, it's like this. He volunteered to explain. A moment later, Qin Ming grasped the gist of the situation. A look of shock and confusion flashed in his eyes. After you came out, the mine collapsed? Qin Ming asked, still finding it hard to believe. That's just too coincidental. How did Old Man Su and the others manage to dodge it so precisely and dramatically every single time? Watching Old Man Su and the others, Qin Ming was genuinely stunned by their defiance of fate. For cultivators, fortune is of utmost importance. Those blessed with good fortune are more likely to encounter great opportunities on their cultivation path. This fortune also tends to rub off on those close to them. Conversely, poor fortune can sometimes be transferred. The cave-in in this mine shaft was likely such an instance. Qin Ming was deeply troubled. Yes, Principal. We have no idea what's going on inside. Grandpa He replied. Qin Ming nodded and walked over to the cave entrance. He touched the stone wall at the cave entrance. Qin Ming channeled his spiritual energy into the stone wall. Instantly, the spiritual energy flowed through the cracks in the wall, permeating the entire cave. It quickly spread throughout the entire cavern. In an instant, the complete layout of the collapsed cave appeared in Qin Ming's mind. It was as clear as a 3D projection. Once Qin Ming had sorted out the 3-dimensional map of the cave's interior, his eyes filled with astonishment. The entire cave had undergone a complete transformation from its pre-collapse state. The once spacious cavern, now collapsed, had rendered nearly all its entrances dead ends. Moreover, since the collapse originated from above, the entire upper ring had collapsed inward. What had once been a navigable path through the cavern's interior, now it had become extremely convoluted. Qin Ming estimated that the original path back was likely blocked or had vanished entirely. Faced with this situation, he felt a headache coming on. He hoped everyone was safe. If there weren't too many people inside, Qin Ming was ready to charge straight in. Rescue them. But now there were over 20 people inside. Even though the elders and lawyers had already reached the mid-stage of the body-tempering realm, they would still be helpless against such a catastrophe. Qin Ming estimated some would be struck by falling rocks. If there were many casualties, evacuating them back to the surface would be troublesome. Seeing this, Qin Ming immediately exchanged some healing potions from them all. Turning to Old Man He and the others behind him, he said, "Stay at the cave entrance for now. I'll go down to assess the situation. Remember, under no circumstances are you to enter the cave again without my permission." "Yes, sir." Grandpa He and the others nodded. "Rest assured, Principal, we'll guard the cave entrance. We'll await your triumphant return." Grandpa Su raised his cane solemnly as he spoke. The weighty responsibility the principal had entrusted to them filled their hearts with overwhelming emotion at that moment. This was the trust and responsibility the principal had placed in them. Good. That's the mindset of an inner door disciple. Qin Ming smiled with satisfaction at this sight. Then his figure vanished from the cave entrance, disappearing into the cavern. "Everyone, stay put. Follow what Old Shur said. Everyone, look around for anything that can be lit up. That way we can see each other's positions." Attorney Yan shouted loudly. 5 minutes have passed since the collapse. Everyone had mostly regained their composure. Upon hearing Attorney Yan's words, they began searching the area around them. "Mr. Shur, please don't speak anymore. Rest is the priority. I can hold out. I took a quick look earlier. The collapse here is incredibly deep. I'm afraid our way out is completely blocked." Grandpa Shur's voice carried a note of resignation. Attorney Yan froze upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "Oh no. Old Shur. Are our paths truly blocked off?" Old Ma, who had regained his composure nearby, asked fearfully. "I'm afraid so." Old Shur sighed. At that moment, he felt his body growing faint. "Don't shout it out loud yet. It'll cause panic. Unless absolutely necessary, we should hold off on using the signal plant for now." Cough cough. After speaking, Old Shur coughed sharply twice. Mr. Sure, get some rest first. Tell me everything you need to do. I'll relay it to everyone. Attorney Yen hurriedly supported Old Man Sure and shouted. Hey! I just saw Old Sue and the others go upstairs. They must be the ones outside now. I hope they can get in touch with the principal. Grandpa Ma sighed. However, he didn't know that Qin Ming was currently feeling his way cautiously through the collapsing cave. At this moment, he could only roughly gauge everyone's location using his spiritual energy. He dared not make any sudden movements. He feared disturbing the cave again and triggering another collapse. Everyone, follow what Old Sure said. Find a relatively safe shelter to take cover under first. Sue, let a few comrades to strike the rocks with hammers. See if we can get the principal's attention. I have a feeling the principal is looking for us. Attorney Yen said earnestly. All right. Upon hearing this, everyone was deeply impressed by Old Sure's plan. Then they sprang into action. With the help of several people, the person pinned under the rocks was also pulled out. Soon, they found a sturdy shelter. Meanwhile, Lawyer Sue and Old Man Ma were hammering away at the rocks there. Clang, clang, clang. They kept hammering away for 10 straight minutes. Yet there was no response. Clang. Phew. Old Yen, is this really working? Attorney Sue was exhausted from the effort and a hint of despair flickered in his eyes. Sue! Shut up! Don't stop! Keep hammering! Seeing Sue's defeated expression, Yen scolded him. Show some backbone. All right. Attorney Sue had no choice but to raise his hand and knock again. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to look at Lawyer Yen. Yen! Don't we have a signal beacon? We can use the signal beacon to pinpoint our location for the principal. That's more useful than knocking on rocks. Upon hearing Attorney Sue's words, the other elders and attorneys agreed it made sense. They turned to Attorney Yen and said, That's right. Mr. Yen. At least with the signal plant, the principal can confirm our location. That's right. Old Ma. Let's use this. If lots of us use it together, the principal will definitely be able to pinpoint our location. The others chimed in agreement. Old Sure, this. Old Ma saw everyone eager to abandon the signal plant their trump card. If they used it and the principal still couldn't find them, wouldn't they be finished? Use it. If we don't use it now, everyone's emotions will be impossible to control. We need to give everyone hope now. We can't let ourselves sink into despair. Old Sure forced himself upright, his shirt completely soaked through. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Right. I understand. Uncle Ma grasped Grandpa Sure's meaning and began discussing with Lawyer Yen. All right. Each team leader, hand over your signal plants to me. Attorney Yen gathered all the signal plants together. Then, together with Old Man Ma, he picked up 4 of them and tentatively tossed them onto the ground. Clack! 103 alchemy requires talent. Grandpa Ma just needs hands! Exclamation point! Qin Ming was still fumbling around when he faintly heard the impact sound. But the distance was too great to pinpoint the source. Just as hesitation gripped him, the signal from the signal plant rupturing transmitted into his mind. Qin Ming instantly pinpointed the location. But the path leading there was blocked by debris. Qin Ming couldn't get through at all. He dared not strike the rocks with force. If it triggered a secondary collapse, it would be all over. What should I do? Qin Ming felt helpless. Just then, the signal of the second signal plant cracking reached his mind. Qin Ming was even more certain of this direction. But he simply couldn't get through right now. He sighed. He had no choice but to follow the path, hoping to find a gap where he could pass through. Once he found the elders, Qin Ming would have a way to lead them out. By now, Attorney Yen had discarded a total of 6 signal plants. Everyone watched anxiously. Each time a plant shattered upon impact, hope grew in their hearts with each one. With so many beacons dropping at once, the principal should be able to pinpoint their location now. A faint glimmer appeared in each of their eyes. Eyes fixed on the distant stone wall. Drip, drip. Water dripped steadily from the stone wall. The elders' hearts were in their throats. None of them had brought their phones this time, so they had no idea what time it was. 60 drops. 120. 360 strokes. Meanwhile, Attorney Yen listened intently to the dripping sound, each drop marking a second. He quietly recorded the count. After all, in such a confined space, time felt elusive and uncertain to them. The elderly believed an hour had passed. But in reality, Attorney Yen had only counted 6 minutes of dripping. Old Ma. Any effect? Attorney Yen. Why don't we just throw it all away? This place is too complicated. The principal needs more information. Yeah. The elders all started shouting. They weren't actually panicking here, it was mostly just boredom. Being cooped up here, they were all getting restless. The principal must be looking for the way. I saw those survey teams on TV, it takes them forever. You bet. My grandson's a firefighter. He told me on the phone that they go into collapsed caves to rescue people. That path. It seemed endless. The entire cave's landscape has been altered. Exactly. Guys. Just relax. The principal's abilities will definitely find us. It's just a matter of time. We just wait here. Old sure, you agree, right? What Attorney Ling Yan hadn't anticipated was that everyone remained completely unflustered. Instead, he found himself offering reassurance. Seeing this, he felt quite relieved. Then everyone turned to look at Old Sure. After all, he had the most experience with this sort of thing. But when they saw Old Sure, their expressions changed. Old Sure. What's wrong with you? Grandpa Sure, why does he look so off? Old Ma. Why isn't Old Sure saying anything? At that moment, Old Sure's eyes were slightly closed and his face had turned pale. Seeing this, everyone grew concerned and stepped forward. Old Ma looked visibly anxious. Old Sure, his arm, it was hit by falling rocks. Grandpa Ma looked at Grandpa Sure and sighed. What? Why didn't you tell us about this? Everyone was stunned upon hearing the news. They all crowded around. After all, it was thanks to Old Man Sure's guidance that everything had been so orderly. They never imagined Old Sure had suffered such severe injuries. Old Sure, you were afraid we'd. Old Ma choked on his words. It's useless to talk about this now. Mr. Lee, you should be able to identify which of these spiritual plants have medicinal properties. Grandpa Sure's injuries must be stabilized immediately. Seeing this, Lawyer Su instantly thought Old Sure was being foolish. He hurriedly interjected. Seeing his roommate in such a state, Old Man Lee grew anxious too. With Lawyer Su's assistance, he began taking out the medicinal herbs he carried, selecting a few. He chose a concave rock and started grinding them. Meanwhile, Mr. Ma, who was tending to Mr. Sure, noticed the cold sweat had stopped flowing. His heart raced with worry. He watched as everyone nearby worked tirelessly for Old Sure, while others continued hammering at the wall. Clunk. Attorney Yen tossed 2 signal sticks onto the ground. He hoped the principal would find them soon. After all, in Grandpa Sure's current state, he couldn't hold out much longer. They had to make sure the principal found them. Only by getting out quickly could Old Sure receive medical treatment. Meanwhile, Qin Ming had already circled around a large area. After walking for over 10 minutes, he still hadn't found a single passable path. Qin Ming was growing increasingly anxious. The sound of the signal plant shattering echoed in his mind once more. No! I must contribute my share of strength. Grandpa Ma stood up, scanning his surroundings to see what he could do. But he found himself utterly helpless, completely at a loss. Su! Bring me the herbs over there. Adding this will help soothe the irritation. Just then, Old Man Lee's voice echoed in his mind. Grandpa Ma looked at the scattered spirit stone ore and medicinal herbs, and an idea suddenly popped into his head. Right. I can refine pills. He was a cook, after all. Several key elements were needed for pill refinement. Medicinal herbs, spirit stone ore, a pill furnace, fire, and the ability to control flames. He had both medicinal herbs and spirit stone ore. As a chef, he was most skilled at controlling fire. Even in the wilderness, he could cook exotic beast meat to perfection. For fire, he used torches and flint, items Old Sure always carried with him. Grandpa Sure had informed him of all this just before he nearly lost consciousness. Now all that was missing was a pill furnace. Grandpa Ma scanned his surroundings, and suddenly his eyes lit up. A stalactite had fallen from the ceiling. Its hollowed-out center and base made it perfect for an alchemy furnace. What a treasure! Attorney Yen! Come help me out! Grandpa Ma exclaimed excitedly. Mr. Yen, the lawyer, thought something must have happened to Mr. Sure. He hurried over in a panic. But when he saw what Old Man Ma was doing, he was dumbfounded. There he was, wiping the stalactites with the school uniform. Grandpa Ma, what on earth are you doing? Making elixirs. Old Sure is in this state. I'm trying to see if I can make a healing pill just like the book says. Grandpa Ma said excitedly. Oh. Alchemy. Ah. Alchemy. Attorney Yen was still pondering when his brain suddenly clicked back into gear. He snapped out of it and froze in shock. Right. I can't really help much here anyway. Since we have medicinal herbs and spirit stone mines. And the principal personally demonstrated the alchemy process yesterday, I'll see if I can try making some pills. Grandpa Ma's words left Lawyer Yen speechless. Grandpa Ma, are you sure? Lawyer Yen still couldn't quite believe it. They didn't even have a pill furnace now. Could Old Man Ma really be planning to refine pills using this stalactite? Absolutely. Quickly bring all the items over. Lawyer Yen, give me a hand moving them. I still need someone to lend a hand. Uncle Ma dared not delay, urging Attorney Yen on. Seeing this, Attorney Yen had no choice. In this situation, he had to try anything. With Attorney Yen's assistance, Grandpa Ma began working beside the stalactites. Meanwhile, Old Man Lee and the others had just finished preparing the medicinal herbs. They applied it to Old Man Sure's arm. Cough cough. Old Sure finally showed signs of improvement. Hold on, Old Sure. Grandpa Ma heard Grandpa Sure's coughing. And shouted through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, upon hearing that old Ma was about to refine a pill, some of the crowd gathered around. They watched with solemn expressions. First, light the fire. Heat it up. Place the spirit stone or. Then add. Grandpa Ma muttered under his breath. He kept an eye on the flames while muttering, glancing over to check on old Shi's condition. Then, following Qin Ming's steps, he placed everything inside. He sealed the opening with rubble. He waited in silence. A faint smoky odor now permeated the entire cave. Some people were already feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Cough cough. Attorney Yen coughed, feeling a stinging ache in his eyes. Uncle Ma. Stop it. If this keeps up, we'll all suffocate in this cave. Attorney Yen stepped forward to plead. He admired Old Man Ma's determination, but in this situation, with no ventilation whatsoever, they were essentially trapped in a closed loop space. If we keep burning, the carbon dioxide levels will skyrocket, we'll all suffocate in here. Almost done. Cough cough. Grandpa Ma shouted. He began coughing too. Seeing this, the others didn't know what to say. The smoke was too choking. Everyone backed away. Only Attorney Yen and Attorney Su remained by his side. Grandpa Ma's gaze remained fixed on the stone. He had a premonition it would be done in just one more minute. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time ticked away, second by second. By now, Qin Ming had nearly reached the spot closest to where Attorney Yen and the others were trapped. Seeing that stone still blocked the way, he prepared to shout loudly, hoping for a response. But just as he was about to shout, boom! Bang! A violent explosion echoed in his ears. 104 some talent, but not much. Cough cough. Uncle Ma. Old Su. Lawyer Yen coughed twice, frantically searching for the others amidst the rubble. The stone had already begun emitting wisps of white smoke during the preheating phase. As the temperature rises, white bubbles began to form where the mist gathered. Fine cracks appeared on the stone. He sensed something was wrong and was about to shout for Old Man Ma to stop when the stone suddenly began to shake violently. Boom! Boom! Several deafening explosions echoed through the air. Countless fragments of rock rained down, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. He felt only a deafening roar in his ears as his body swayed violently before crashing to the ground. When Attorney Yen regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by a pile of rubble. The blast shockwave had shattered the rock pile before them, causing a small collapse. In an instant, Old Man Ma and Attorney Su were buried beneath the debris. Clatter! Just as Attorney Yen shouted, several fragments of rock fell, and an aged arm emerged from the gap. Attorney Yen! He's here! Everyone rushed forward upon seeing this. Soon, Old Man Ma was pulled out. Cough cough. Grandpa Ma, where's Attorney Su? The crowd had just rescued Old Man Ma, but Attorney Su was nowhere to be seen. Old Man Ma was still in a daze. He's down here. Old Man Ma stretched out his hand, pointing to the area below him. Under your butt? Grandpa Ma nodded twice with all his might. Quick! Everyone, come help! Pull Attorney Su out. Everyone rushed forward. They soon found Attorney Su, already unconscious, and pulled him out. Old Ma! I told you not to mess around earlier. Look at this. This mess nearly cost you your life. How are we supposed to explain this to the principal? The elders teased Old Ma. Old Man Ma gave an embarrassed, sheepish grin. Everyone, come see. Just then, the patrolling elder bellowed. Upon hearing the commotion, Attorney Yen led several elderly residents and lawyers over to investigate. What happened to Old Man Kong? Lawyer Yen rushed to the front. A hole has been blown open over here. I think I can see a bit of the outside. Following the direction Old Man Kong pointed, several rocks had been blown away from the bottom of the large hole that had been blocked by a pile of stones moments ago. A faint glow seeped through the cracks. Light! This must be the direction of the exit. We have hope. Seeing this, excitement flooded the faces of the group and they cheered. Attorney Yen strode forward, bent down, and began examining the opening. Though the opening inside was relatively large, the opening on the outside was only about the size of a fist. It was impossible to see without bending down. Noticing a crack, Attorney Yen realized the blast had been quite powerful. He lifted his head to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, a faintly glowing spherical object caught his eye. What is this? He rubbed his eyes, thinking it might be a water droplet, but it wasn't. He crouched down, shuffling his feet, and in a few steps reached the small orb. He picked it up and examined it, his eyes instantly filling with shock. This is the pill. It worked? Boom! Bang! Just as Attorney Yen picked up the small round bead and examined it closely, several explosions echoed in his ears. Instantly, a cloud of dust engulfed them. Several people were blinded by the haze. Cough cough. Clatter. Countless fragments of rock tumbled down in an instant, one narrowly missing Attorney Yen's head. Collapse. Attorney Yen froze in terror, fearing a secondary collapse. He frantically tried to stand and warn the others. Tap, tap. But just then, footsteps echoed near his ears. A figure emerged from the dust. It's the principal. The principal is here. Everyone, don't panic. It's not collapsing. Grandpa Ma sat on the rock, momentarily drained of strength, unable to move in time. Just as he thought his time had come, Qin Ming's figure appeared before his eyes. He cried out in surprise. The others finally snapped out of their panic. Hearing Old Man Ma's voice, Qin Ming was overjoyed he had found the right place. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, in an instant, the smoke and dust cleared completely. Principal. Seeing it was indeed Qin Ming, everyone rushed forward in excitement. Is everyone okay? Seeing everyone, Qin Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. We're all fine. It's just old Sure. At the mention of Old Man Sure, regret washed over every face. What happened to Sure? Qin Ming frowned at the mention, sensing trouble. Old Sure shielded me from falling rocks and got his arm crushed. At that moment, Old Ma cried out in grief. This. Qin Ming still didn't know exactly what had happened. He glanced around and immediately decided to get everyone to take cover under stable shelter first. After calming everyone down, Qin Ming examined Old Sure's injuries. Seeing the bleeding had been stabilized, he breathed a sigh of relief. He praised Old Manly, for without him, Old Man Sure might not have made it through the night. Seeing that Old Ma also looked somewhat hurt, he turned to Attorney Yan to ask about the situation. I see. Qin Ming turned his gaze to Old Man Ma, studying him closely. He hadn't imagined that the explosion earlier was actually caused by Old Man Ma refining pills. That takes some nerve. Even if he didn't have a pill furnace, he wouldn't dare use something else as a substitute. Principal. I found this among the rocks. Could it be? Just then, Lawyer Yan pulled the small round plant he'd picked up earlier from his pocket. Qin Ming perked up at the mention. He leaned in to take a closer look. His previously relaxed expression instantly turned to shock upon seeing the orb. He took it from Lawyer Yan's hand and examined it closely. Principal, I found this near the explosion site. It must be what Old Man Ma just... Seeing Qin Ming's reaction, Attorney Yan sensed an opening. This is indeed a pill, freshly refined just now, and it has successfully formed into a pill. Was this all refined by Mr. Ma alone? After examining it, Qin Ming turned to Attorney Yan and asked. Principal. Attorney Yan assisted me. Grandpa Ma perked up upon hearing the principal's interest in his elixir. He scrambled off the rock and shuffled step by step to stand beside Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded. He knew it. This pill had no luster, no fragrance. It even contained a bunch of impurities. But at the very least, it had formed into a pill. Most importantly, he hadn't even used a pill furnace. For an inexperienced person like Old Man Ma to manage this on his own, that would be truly unprecedented. With Attorney Yan's assistance, it's reasonable that Old Man Ma could refine a pill. After all, the timing of ingredient addition is one of the critical factors in pill formation. Judging by the pill shape, Grandpa Ma also maintained excellent control over the heat. Excellent. Both of you possess a natural talent for alchemy. Especially you, Ma. Without the aid of a. Relying solely on your first instinct, you managed to refine a finished pill on your very first attempt. That's truly gifted. Seeing Qin Ming praise him so highly, Old Man Ma was instantly moved. Thank you, Principal. Principal, does this mean my elixir is essentially complete? Grandpa Ma asked excitedly. But there's still. Great. Principal, I'll give it to Old Sure right away. Grandpa Ma snatched the pill excitedly and dashed toward Grandpa Sure. Qin Ming's expression changed abruptly at the sight, torn between laughter and tears. He instantly appeared before Old Ma and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. After a moment, Old Man Ma finally relented. Phew. Qin Ming exhaled. At last, the situation was stabilized. If that pill had been given to Old Man Sure, Old Sure would likely have met his end right here. But seeing that Old Ma showed talent for alchemy, Qin Ming decided to properly cultivate him going forward. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This old man is truly a handful. After calming everyone's nerves, it took them an hour to emerge from the collapsed cave entrance under Qin Ming's guidance. Old Ma. Old Su. Grandpa Su rushed forward excitedly. He embraced Old Ma. The group had narrowly escaped disaster. Having witnessed the principal's formidable power, they now held Qin Ming in even greater esteem. Seeing everyone emerge from the collapsed mine shaft, he sealed off the area. He then exchanged 10 points in the mall for the repair function. A spirit stone mine of this magnitude was something Qin Ming absolutely could not pass up. Spirit stone mines could only be exchanged for points starting at 1,000,000, so these 100,000 points were well worth it. However, the repairs would take 3 days. For these 3 days, the elders could only gather medicinal herbs. After making the necessary arrangements, Qin Ming led the elders back to camp to recuperate. 105 Grandpa Su's worries, the son and father's philosophies. Taking advantage of this time, each squad gathered their collected medicinal herbs in spirit stone or into piles. They prepared to pack everything up so they could go straight to the principal's office to exchange for credits upon returning to the dormitory tomorrow. Qin Ming had old Sure carried into a tent to rest while he exchanged the healing pills at the marketplace. He divided it into 4 pieces and handed them to Grandpa Li, instructing him to give 1 piece to Grandpa Sure every 10 hours. Given Old Man Sure's low cultivation level, consuming the entire dose at once could burden his body. That was why Qin Ming had devised this approach. These injuries will heal in 2 days. Don't worry. Qin Ming reassured him. Principal. Don't say anything. Yen has already told me everything you did. Very well done. From now on, you'll be the team leader for spirit stone mining. Rest well first. Focus on healing your injuries. Yes. Grandpa Sure was thrilled to hear Qin Ming's words. He felt truly valued by the principal. He silently vowed that once his injuries healed, he would lead everyone to harvest more spirit stone ore. Today, the elders had none of yesterday's enthusiasm. After everything they'd been through, each of them was utterly exhausted. All they wanted was to lie down on the ground. Even the most energetic old Su lacked the strength to dance today. Watching the tree spirits leap about, he couldn't muster the slightest interest. I wonder what my grandson is up to. Grandpa, he sighed regretfully, staring at the disconnected call on his phone. Old he. Who calls home every single day? You're driving me crazy with all these questions. Your grandson has an exam coming up. Asking him about it every day only adds to his stress. You'd be better off focusing on refining elixirs. Learn from old Ma. Why not refine some body cleansing pills for your grandson? Grandpa Su's words instantly lit up the gloomy expression on Grandpa He's face. Overjoyed, he embraced Grandpa Su and exclaimed. Right. Old Su. That's brilliant. I can make medicine for my grandson. Grandpa Su. Whenever Grandpa he mentioned his family, he'd get incredibly excited. He sends messages every single day to check on them, and if he doesn't get a reply, he keeps asking. It was getting on his nerves. Unbeknownst to him, Grandpa he lay beside a nearby rock, scrolling through his contacts. He realized he hadn't checked on his second son in days. It seemed like the perfect moment to share his experiences from the past 3 days in the forest. Uncle Su immediately began flipping through his photo album. He selected a few nice photos. Son, check out Dad's wild adventures these past few days. This is what cultivating immortality is all about. After posting them, whoosh, dozens of photos flooded through instantly. At that moment, Su Dessen was humming a tune while scrolling through videos on the toilet. Suddenly, a barrage of notification alerts left him utterly bewildered. Holy crap! He exclaimed. He tapped to open them and, sure enough, they were from his father. Usually, Old Man Su either didn't message them at all, or he'd send a bunch all at once. But these past few days had been odd. It had been 4 days since his last message. But then again, when he'd chatted with his son earlier, the boy had mentioned something about Grandpa being in the forest. He suspected the boy was covering for Grandpa. That ungrateful son, actually covering for Grandpa. What if something happened to the old man? When that brat got home, he'd definitely get a beating. Yet when he opened his contacts and saw what Old Man Su had sent, he was utterly dumbfounded. The images were identical to the ones his son had sent him, with even additional angles. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, still the same content. It felt even more shocking and lifelike than before. Rying. Grandpa Su stared at his brightly lit phone, overcome with excitement. That ungrateful son had actually called him on his own initiative. Son. Dad. The videos and photos you sent me, did you take them all these past few days? Su Dessen asked the moment he saw Grandpa Su answer the call. Yes. How about that? Dad looks handsome, right? Let me tell you. With Dad holding his cane, Aunt Qin stopped being scared right away. Uncle He's legs stopped shaking. Get lost. When have I ever been afraid? Grandpa He, standing nearby, heard Grandpa Su say this and flew into a rage, swinging a kick. Su dodged it in his excitement. Hey! Exaggerated. Over the top. Old he. You just don't get humor at all. Grandpa Su chuckled, looking perfectly content. Dad. Did you hear my question? I'm asking you a question. However, seeing his father like this, Su Dessen was instantly speechless. Growing impatient, he shouted. You brat. What's the rush? Didn't I just tell you? These are Dad's photos from the outing these past few days. What's the matter? Dad's photos aren't good enough? Old Man Su was quite confident in his photography skills. After all, half of the beautiful photos of Mrs. Qin and the others were taken by him. No. This bear. These leopards. What on earth is this 4-legged creature? Su Dessen couldn't even recognize what those small iron-feathered griffins were. He just called them 4 unlikes. You know nothing. What nonsense are you spouting here? That's an iron-feathered griffin. A griffin. Got it. Old Su pounded his cane excitedly. His agitated state left Su Dessen utterly bewildered. Grandpa Su didn't seem the least bit afraid. He was practically buzzing with excitement. Dad, you're on a picnic? Su Dessen asked skeptically. Yes. What's the matter? The nursing home organized it. We've been having a great time these past few days. Comfortable? Su Desun was dumbfounded. Being chased by such a huge bear, he was lucky to be alive. Where's the comfort in that? Dad's middle-aged childishness hadn't diminished one bit. This is definitely AI-generated art. He refused to believe any four-legged creature could actually fly. This was clearly computer-generated. He couldn't figure out why the old man was suddenly using this stuff to trick him. Dad! How can you not trust me at all? How am I not letting you worry? I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? I even share photos of my life with you all. Your dad here is on Douyin every single day, not falling behind at all. But what about you and your brother? Didn't you say you'd come see me this week? Why haven't I heard a word from you? Grandpa Su said, then remembered the real reason he was here and asked. Well. At this, Su Desun across from him froze, taking a deep breath. Second son, why are you speaking so slowly today? Grandpa Su, hearing Su Desun's sigh, was momentarily bewildered. No, Dad. We were planning to visit you. But you. Su Desun couldn't find the words to explain. He couldn't very well tell his dad that his older brother's company had suddenly run into trouble. And couldn't break away to visit him. If he said that, Su Diwan would surely beat him to death. The eldest brother is like a father. That saying wasn't meant as a joke. But what? If you have something to say, just say it. If you have nothing to say, then leave. Dad will take you to experience the life of cultivating immortality. Break free from the mundane. Flee the mundane world. Forget all your troubles. Grandpa Su's words gave Su Desun a headache. His irresponsible father, surely his son had his reasons for not wanting him to see it. Why press the issue so relentlessly? Dad. Go cultivate your immortality. We won't bother you. Forget about the mortal world. We're busy. Su Desun snorted in annoyance. Still feeling unsatisfied, he grumbled. Dad. Behave yourself. My brother's got a huge company to run, he needs my help. Once he's not so busy, he'll definitely come see you. Su Desun's words caught old man Su's attention. What? Why are you suddenly talking about your brother's company? Has something happened to Duan's company? Su Desun, who harbored some jealousy toward his older brother, had never mentioned his eldest brother's company in front of Grandpa Su. But this sudden mention made old man Su immediately sense something was amiss. Nothing. Dad, I'm going to take a bath. Bye for now. Su Desun hung up the phone abruptly. He was panting heavily. He didn't know why he'd suddenly brought up his older brother's company. He hoped his father wouldn't read too much into it. Otherwise, his eldest brother would definitely beat him to death. Old man Su frowned. His second son was definitely hiding something from him. He figured calling the second son now probably wouldn't go through. He immediately dialed the eldest son's number, but the phone was turned off within the first second. What old man Su didn't know was that Su Duan was already swamped with company matters, too busy to even charge his phone. Son, I'm the guardian angel of your company. If you're having any trouble, just tell Dad. Grandpa Su sighed helplessly at his phone. With his son's phone off, there was nothing he could do but wait until tomorrow to return to the nursing home and discuss it further. 106 The isolated nursing home and Mayor Xiong's calculations. The next morning, Grandpa Ma awoke to the delightful discovery that his cultivation had reached the late stage of the body-tempering realm. His injuries had also mostly healed. Old Li. I've broken through to the late stage of the body-tempering realm. My body feels so much stronger than yesterday. Have you felt any breakthrough? Old Li shook his head. He remained at the mid-stage of the body-tempering realm, his cultivation level stable at that plateau. No worries. You'll definitely break through once you go back to farming. Grandpa Ma offered reassurance. At that moment, Grandpa He and the other two awoke to discover their cultivation realms had also advanced. Old Su, do you feel like your spiritual energy is twice what it was yesterday? Old Su was still groggy, shaking his head. For half the night, he'd been worrying about what might have happened to his eldest son's company. He wondered if he could help once he returned. Old Su? Do you feel like your whole body is brimming with strength? Seeing Old Su staring blankly, and called out using the cheesy teenage slang he loved to hear. Old Su snapped back to reality. He checked his body. Sure enough, just as Grandpa He had said, his strength today was twice what it had been yesterday. The number of meridians unblocked within his body was twice what it had been yesterday. A breakthrough? Old man Su murmured to himself. Of course. We should all be late body-tempering realm cultivators now. If we push ourselves harder, we should be able to break through to the Qi cultivation stage in less than a month. Then we'll truly be stepping onto the path of cultivation. Old Su. Don't forget our bet. Grandpa He said with a smile as he looked at Grandpa Su. He sensed his spiritual energy seemed to be a bit stronger than both Old Su and Old Wang's. That goes without saying. Bring it on. I'll definitely beat you. Upon hearing Old Man He's words, Old Man Su instantly recalled their wager. He exclaimed excitedly. The moment he picked up his cane, he felt a surge of strength coursing through his entire body. After finishing their morning Tai Chi practice, the elders followed Qin Ming toward the outer edge of the forest. The combined aura of the entire group along the way was no less than that of a cultivator at the first layer of Qi refining stage. Those physical refining realm beasts, upon seeing it, all avoided it. The air was filled with the sounds of fleeing creatures. Soon, the group emerged from the forest. Phew! We're finally out. Grandpa he stretched lazily and exclaimed excitedly. Afterward, Qin Ming instructed the elders to return to their dormitory to rest and recuperate. Credit redemption would begin in the afternoon. But Qin Ming had more important matters to attend to. He had his own thoughts about venturing into the forest these past few days. He wanted to see if, after the university gained online fame, anyone would come to enroll. However, when he arrived at the school gate full of anticipation, he was stunned. It was deserted. Only fallen leaves swirled in the wind. Damn it! Qin Ming couldn't help but curse under his breath. This was nothing like he'd imagined. This shouldn't be happening? What he didn't know, however, was this. In the era of short videos, these trends came and went in the blink of an eye. During their 3 days of forest retreat, hundreds of influencers came and went. But all of them came up empty-handed because the nursing home was deserted. They sought out the town mayor. The mayor was helpless. Though they left their phone numbers. But with 2 days having passed without any word, they all suspected the mayor was up to no good. He deliberately promoted the nursing home with false advertising. In reality, it was just an abandoned nursing home. The goal was to attract crowds and create a viral tourist spot. Then rake in the cash. Mayor Xiong had no way to explain his predicament. If not for Director Chow speaking up for him, he would have faced serious consequences. Even with Director Chow backing him, he couldn't stem the tide of online sentiment shifting against the nursing home. After all, public sentiment can shift on a single phrase or a single oversight. The current online rumors about the nursing home paint it as an abandoned facility. That viral video was nothing but a Photoshop job, no immortal breakthrough at all. In an instant, public sentiment toward the cultivation retirement home shifted from fervent admiration to deep skepticism. A sudden gust of wind swept through. Qin Ming immediately caught a whiff of a suffocating stench. Cough cough. He looked toward the source of the stench. Qin Ming instantly realized the foul stench was emanating from the elderly residents. Working in the forest, they sweated every day. They hadn't bathed once in 3 days. Their bodies were already filthy beyond recognition. He hurriedly urged the elderly to go to the bathhouse. He also exchanged a new set of school uniforms for them. After bathing, the elders began to move about freely. Qin Ming summoned Grandpa Su, and Grandma Qin to his office. He reviewed the video footage they had filmed over the past few days. As principal, he needed to promote the school, so he felt it was important to review the footage they had captured on their first outing. To his surprise, however, Grandpa he and the others had done an excellent job. If displayed on that 3D screen, it would absolutely be Hollywood-level quality. Even AAA titles couldn't produce such meticulously crafted footage. This is the real deal. Excellent. You guys did a great job filming. Next, you just need to assist Sue with editing the videos. These videos are enough for several episodes. And don't worry, the phones issued by the nursing home will arrive in a few days. Got it. Principal. I'll give it my all. Grandpa he was thrilled that Qin Ming praised his footage. Meanwhile, Qin Ming noticed that old man Su, who had been particularly lively before, now had a slight frown on his brow, though he didn't show it outwardly. But Qin Ming could sense that he was feeling uneasy. He snapped his fingers and did a quick mental calculation. The answer came to him instantly. It was a mental block. This was a hurdle old man Su must overcome on his path to cultivating immortality. For if Grandpa Su failed to resolve this emotional knot himself, he would never be able to enter the Qi cultivation stage. I look forward to your work. Seeing this, Qin Ming decided not to interfere further. He believed Grandpa Su would surely overcome this hurdle. After watching them leave, Qin Ming took out his phone, which had been turned off. After turning it on, a flood of messages poured in instantly. Most were from the town mayor, asking when he would return. Voice calls came in dozens a day. Non-stop. Beep beep, beep beep. Seeing this, Qin Ming chuckled softly and dialed the number. Finally, the town mayor was getting anxious. At that moment, the town mayor saw Qin Ming's call coming in. He excitedly grabbed his phone and answered. Xiao Qin. You finally called your Uncle Xiong. Uncle was worried sick about you. Where have you been? The barrage of questions came pouring out the moment he answered. Qin Ming also saw the message sent by Mayor Xiong. Turns out people had been trying to collaborate with him while he was away. And the last one had really pushed Town Chief Xiong to his limit. They claimed the funds had already been released from above. Xiong demanded immediate disbursement of the funds. Seeing this, Qin Ming finally decided to call the town mayor. Thank you for your concern, Mayor. Rest assured, Mayor. We're doing just fine. Absolutely. Your nursing home is the best in Tongshan Town, no, in all of Anqing City. Mayor Xiong quickly agreed. Well then, Mayor, with such an excellent nursing home, shouldn't we provide some maintenance fees? You know how much it costs to provide daily care, meals, and lodging for us seniors. It's all. How could Mayor Xiong not understand what Qin Ming meant? He inwardly berated himself for being so hasty and letting it slip. By the time he wanted to take it back, it was too late. Ah! Little Qin. Uncle Xiong's been pretty busy these past few days. How about the day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow. I'll bring the commendation banner to your place. We need to follow proper procedure, right? Mayor Xiong asked tentatively. Qin Ming was speechless. Sure enough, these old foxes really need to be worn down to get their money. Fine. I'll be waiting for your visit the day after tomorrow, Mayor. But Qin Ming had no choice but to agree. Upon seeing Qin Ming return, Mayor Xiong immediately called Mrs. Su. He couldn't be bothered with those self-media outlets. They treated him like some old grandpa or grandma, yet offered no benefits. 107 Mrs. Su's plan, the top-ranked team. The nursing home director is back. Mrs. Su exclaimed. At that moment, she was reclining in a lavishly decorated villa. Her legs were beautiful, slender, and flawlessly white. Though she was a married woman, her charm remained undiminished. Her youthful grace was evident as her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. A hint of delight flashed across her face. Yet, after the initial delight, her eyes clouded over with worry. These past few days, she had lived in constant fear. The old master's condition grew worse by the day. His body grew weaker by the day. Her anxious wait had finally yielded news of the nursing home director's arrival. In recent days, she had also seen the online criticism targeting this nursing home. After all, such a major incident had occurred. Yet no one had come forward. It was as if they'd exploded onto the scene one day, only to pack up and leave the next. No one knew the reason. Town Chief Xiong nearly got dragged into an online scandal. To be honest, seeing the nursing home completely empty at first, Mrs. Su felt a twinge of doubt. But after Mayor Xiong assured her that time, she still held onto a glimmer of hope. After all, her father-in-law was already terminally ill. Though her husband had brought in renowned doctors from across the country, they could only stabilize his condition, slowing the deterioration slightly. Her husband, preoccupied with competing against other companies, had entrusted the care of the old man to her. As the eldest daughter-in-law of the Su family, she had to take good care of her father-in-law. Not only for the old man's health, but also to safeguard her husband's standing within the Su family. The Su family's business operations spanned the entire region south of the Yangtze River, forming an immense enterprise. Madam, here are the old master's health test results for today. At that moment, Dr. Lu, the physician responsible for the old master's examinations, approached Mrs. Su with a tablet in hand. Very well. Madame Su immediately snapped out of her excited state. Her expression turned grave as she studied the data on the tablet. Why is the old man's heart rate so low? We don't know either. It suddenly dropped today. But it's been like this at this time every day. I've already instructed them to increase the dosage. Dr. Lu hurriedly explained. This. All right. Understood. You may step out now. Mrs. Su waved her hand dismissively, then picked up her phone to call her husband. She felt the old man's illness absolutely couldn't be put off any longer. She had to consult the nursing home director immediately. After all, the shock she felt when old man Su and the others visited her that day was still fresh in her memory. Beep beep. The phone rang for a full minute before someone finally picked up. Hello? What happened to Su Ching? Dad's test results came back today. Any abnormalities? Hearing about his father's test results, Su Chengwei immediately grew anxious and asked. Dad's heart rate has dropped significantly compared to before. It's very concerning. What did Dr. Lu say? Dr. Lu said they need to observe him for another day. I just visited Dad, and he clearly isn't doing as well as he was a few days ago. Mrs. Su spoke with palpable anxiety. Su Chengwei, sitting across from her, understood her meaning. Chang, I want to go ask those gentlemen who saved me last time. Maybe they have a solution. Just now, Mayor Xiong called me the principal and the others have returned. These past few days, Mrs. Su had been telling Su Chengcheng about those cultivators. She had met the elderly men at the nursing home. They were the ones who had saved her. Su Chengcheng had listened to her before. He never imagined his own wife would consider relying on some online rumors about immortals to save her father. Such absurdity was something Su Chengwei absolutely would not tolerate. Besides, he had long heard about the situation at that nursing home. Every day, paparazzi swarmed the place to take photos. The Su family held considerable influence and standing in Jiangnan. If paparazzi captured Mrs. Su visiting the nursing home, it would create a negative impact and further jeopardize the Su family's current business ventures. They were currently competing with the Black Wolf Gang for several projects in Anqing City. If this tarnishes the Su family's reputation, it would be a case of losing more than gaining. His father couldn't bear to watch the family business he'd painstakingly built up be ruined by his son. No. I absolutely refuse to agree to this. Talk to Dr. Liu. Have him contact a better doctor to come over. I've already transferred the money to your card. And don't go back to Jinshan Town anymore. Maybe the person you encountered last time was just putting on a show. Just to lower your guard. Alright. I've got things to do. Hanging up now. With that, Su Chung hung up. Mrs. Su heard the news and looked at the report in her hands. She sighed. She certainly wouldn't heed her husband's words, leaving the old man to fend for himself. But going to the nursing home entrance was indeed risky. Now that the principal and the others had returned, those paparazzi would surely get wind of it. She'd definitely be snapped by the paparazzi if she went. Where should she go? Just as Mrs. Su was racking her brains, it suddenly occurred to her that she had last encountered Old Man Su and the others at the market. They said they were practicing cultivation, accumulating merit. Perhaps they were still there? After all, merit is something that only grows with accumulation. Judging by the way they spoke, they couldn't possibly be beggars. So she finally decided to go to the market tomorrow to see if she could run into Old Man Su and his group. Time passed quickly. After bathing, the elders were free to do as they pleased. Grandpa Su and the others spent the entire afternoon figuring out video editing and had temporarily mastered some basic editing techniques. Then, a group of them brought the collected medicinal herbs and spirit stone ore to the principal to exchange for credits. They quickly exchanged all their credits. Congratulations! Your credits now far surpass those of your classmates. Thank you, principal. The six bowed respectfully. They knew full well the factors at play here. Sometimes, luck truly is part of one's strength. These 3 young iron feather griffins are now in your care. Here is the foundational beast taming technique, the beast taming manual. With it, you'll better understand these little ones. Raise them. Become our university's guardian beasts. Qin Ming extended his hand, and in an instant, golden light shimmered as a small booklet materialized in his palm. This was the beginner-level beast taming technique he had exchanged for 10,000 points. It couldn't be more perfect for Aunt Qin to care for, nurture, and train these 3 little ones. Who knows? With a bit of luck, Aunt Qin and the others might even become the university's very first beast tamers. Thank you, Principal. Rest assured, Principal. With me here, I guarantee these 3 little ones will be raised plump and healthy. Who woof? The 3 little ones obediently let out a howl, as if responding to Aunt Qin's words. Soon, evening arrived. Oh my! I'm exhausted. Hey, old he. We've certainly had a productive day. Grandpa Su exclaimed. He hadn't realized that just organizing the video had taken up the entire afternoon. Hey! What do you know? With enough effort, even an iron rod can be ground into a needle. We've got some experience now. Those selected videos are absolutely mind-blowing. Grandpa he exclaimed. Hey! Old he. You've only been with me for a few days. You're already picking up my habits. Not bad, not bad. You're a quick learner. Grandpa Su chuckled. Grandpa he froze in surprise. Go on, go on. I'm not made of wood. A few words of emotion are perfectly normal. Hurry up. Send me the video you edited over there. I'll share it in our family group. Let them see it. Now back in the dorm with internet access. Uncle he planned to forward all the videos to the family group chat for everyone to see. Alright. Just wait. After a day of teamwork, Grandpa Su felt a bit more at ease. Soon, a series of message notifications started ringing on Grandpa he's phone. Got it. I've sent it all over. Let them see what real immortal cultivation life is all about. Grandpa he grinned from ear to ear. He exclaimed excitedly. 108 The teenage father, the steady big brother. Beep beep beep. A series of notification sounds rang out. Everyone knew it was Grandpa he sending something again. These past few days, he'd been checking in on them constantly. As his cousins, they were still better off. But He Hua, He Tian, and He Lan were tagged by Old Man He almost every night. Then came a barrage of family gossip. After reading just a bit, it felt like someone was nagging in your ear. Calluses have formed on my ears. What's the old man up to now? He Lan muttered, speechless. She didn't even want to look. But if she didn't reply, Old Man He would go crazy tagging her. Might as well reply. Oh. Then she could get back to what she was doing. Yet when she picked up her phone and saw the group chat content, she froze in her tracks. Dozens of messages. Over 20 of them were videos alone. The photos stunned her even more. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She called over her husband, who was watering the plants. Honey, look at what Dad sent us. He Lan pointed at the bear, which was taller than a tree. Is this an AI creation? He Lan's husband was a veteran technician at a medium-sized tech company. He knew a thing or two about AI. So you're saying all this is fake? Not sure. Didn't your dad say he took these photos over the past few days? Helan's husband also opened his phone and started looking. Grandpa, he added a few more words below. Helan didn't know what to say for a moment. She lay down on the bed. Seeing that Hua and Tian weren't responding in the group chat, he sent a message in the small group. What exactly did Dad send in the group chat? Where did he even get these pictures? Tian complained. No idea. Where's Big Sis? Should we just make a group call? I bet Uncle 2, Uncle 3, and third cousin will see it soon. Tian sighed. At that moment, Hua had just finished tidying up. Lying on her bed, she saw dozens of messages pop up in the group chat her dad had created. She immediately clicked into the chat. She quickly scanned through the content. She was utterly stunned. Given her limited understanding, if she didn't know what her father was doing, she would have dismissed it all as fake. But after what happened last time, her resolve had begun to waver. These past few days, she'd been monitoring the nursing home's activities. She had even joined the forum for that elderly cultivation university. She even became an assistant moderator for one of the forum sections. What surprised her even more was that the grandpa managing that forum was also residing in this nursing home. He even shared some incidents about his grandfather at the nursing home. What's wild is that his account was completely different from what her dad had told her. The forum enforced strict privacy policies, allowing only anonymous participation. Thus, no one knew the other's true identity. Although Hua initially doubted the existence of this cultivation university, after seeing numerous images and recalling her father's previous posts, her doubts began to waver. Just as she logged out, she saw her younger brother and sister discussing it in the group chat. She sighed. Every time the three siblings talked, it was about their father. Without him, they probably wouldn't chat even once in half a year. By then, Tian had already initiated a group call. Hua hesitated, then clicked to join. Meanwhile, the content grandpa he had shared in the group chat had already been seen by his relatives. The younger generation 20-somethings and teens were utterly thrilled by the videos and photos grandpa he had shared in the group. Who didn't dream of wielding weapons and battling monsters in their youth? This was undoubtedly every boy's dream. Holy crap! Grandpa he. Awesome. 666. A true master is a true master. My he family has a boss too. My nephew is truly amazing. Even though uncle is only 16 this year. I really hope my nephew can take me monster hunting. Messages flooded the group chat. One after another. Endlessly. The total number of messages during this period far exceeded the combined total of the previous 3 days. Seeing everyone so interested in what he posted, he was instantly thrilled. His own messages were flooded. But these were all messages from his peers or the next generation of similar age. Grandpa he frowned as he looked at the screen. Chungwon, what on earth did you post in the group? Why are you getting more and more irresponsible as you get older? At your age, posting this makes us all feel embarrassed. This message came from Grandpa he's cousin. She was a year older than Grandpa he, but she's way more tech savvy than him. Bro, you're not exactly a spring chicken. Posting this in the group chat. The kids find it hilarious. How do you expect Xiao Hua and the others to face anyone? Delete it right now. This is Uncle he's cousin, now 75 years old. When they were kids, Grandpa he even took them bird egg hunting. They were the most mischievous bunch in the he family back then. Now, as time has passed, the once most mischievous one has grown quite steady now. Uncle he frowned as he watched. He doesn't understand. He'd only shared the strange occurrences in the forest these past few days. Why were these old folks overreacting so much? The children accepted it all perfectly well. He flipped through the pages. At least 5 or 6 more messages were waiting for him, urging him to delete what he'd sent. Grandpa he stared at it, pondering for a long while. He concluded it must be because what he'd posted was too vivid and shocking. These old folks couldn't stomach it emotionally. After all, he'd been through this age himself. He understood the limits of what people at this age could handle. Seeing this, Grandpa he began to scheme. It seemed time to send them to university. Only by joining the Immortal Cultivation University could they experience the joy he felt. Who says old folks can't keep up? Let me show you what cultivating immortality is all about. Just as Grandpa he was getting excited, Grandpa Su beside him wore a worried frown. The call he'd made to his eldest son finally went through. But no matter how he asked about his son's company, his eldest son, Su Duan, kept insisting everything was fine. Dad, take care of yourself. What could possibly be wrong with my company? My younger brother always talks nonsense. You know very well. If even 1% of what he says is true, it'd be a miracle. Su Duan sighed in frustration. He never imagined that despite his repeated warnings, this good-for-nothing brother still told their father about the problems at his company. He knew his father's health condition well. How could he subject him to such a shock? He had to get his father to drop this idea immediately. But Desan told me. You must understand that 1% of the time, It's often that 1% that happens to the protagonist. Old man Su sighed. Su Diwan was utterly speechless. What era was this? His father still treated him like the protagonist. If he were the protagonist, would the company even be in this mess? Being the male lead in a feel-good novel was his dream. The company would become the world's largest corporation overnight. But that's ing fiction. This is reality. In reality, anything can happen. He was grateful to have such an overly optimistic old dad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have quit his factory team leader position back then to strike out on his own with his technical skills. Starting from scratch, building everything up. That's precisely why old man Su cherished his company so deeply. The company his son built from scratch was like a grandchild he'd watched grow up. Now that his grandson was ill, the old man was naturally worried. Dad, what could possibly be wrong? Don't worry. My brother and I will come visit you in a few days. Bye. Su Diwan hurriedly finished speaking. Then he hung up the phone. At that moment, Grandpa Su, who had sounded so cheerful just moments ago, his expression turned somewhat dazed. His son had delayed telling him what was going on, which meant something significant must have happened. Su Diwan, his eldest son, was stubbornly strong-willed. He always wanted to shoulder everything alone and handle it himself. Back when Su Desen was bullied at elementary school, it was Su Diwan who rallied his middle school buddies to stand up for his younger brother. One could say this older brother was exceptionally capable. He never gave old man Su a moment's worry. Everything began with stability. But now that the company is in trouble, old man Su can't get any information from his son. He wouldn't stand idly by either. Having been online for so many years, who hasn't got a backup plan? His son's company is quite well known in Anqing City. Perhaps he could find some information online. So he started searching online. Sure enough, he did find some details about Wancheng Electromechanical, 109 Black Wolfgang Feud's ancestral begging business. Among the results, old man Su spotted a familiar term. Suspected gang activity, Black Wolfgang operations linked to Wancheng Group. Grandpa Su's pupils dilated instantly. He began to tremble violently. Black Wolfgang. He growled. The Black Wolfgang again. His son's company ran into trouble because of the Black Wolfgang, and the disturbance at their nursing home was also caused by the Black Wolfgang. He had declared himself the guardian of his son's company. He absolutely would not tolerate anyone bullying his son. But he needed someone to help him sort through all this information. His first thought was of Chen Xinhuang. He'd talked a lot with this kid over the past few days. He's been very friendly toward us old-timers. Whatever he didn't know, Chen Xinhuang would eagerly teach him if asked. Therefore, without hesitation, Grandpa Su chose to send Chen Xinhuang a message, asking him to look into it. All right. Grandpa Su, rest assured. Uncle Su's company is definitely fine. Just as Grandpa Su had expected, Chen Xinhuang agreed to his request. Seeing this, Grandpa Su felt reassured. He then crossed his legs, stabilized his breath, and began his cultivation practice. Soon, the entire night passed in this manner. The next morning, the elders all gathered at the spirit pool to cultivate. Yesterday, Qin Ming had upgraded the spirit pool. Now, upon approaching the entire spirit pool, one would notice it no longer resembled a mere pond. The entire pond now covered an area of approximately 2 hectares. It was huge. There's even a pavilion in the center. However, it doesn't seem large enough to accommodate a real person. The carp swimming in the ponds are as big as humans. They sport long whiskers and possess incredibly slender bodies. The elderly practicing Tai Chi here feel nothing but profound physical comfort. Breathing in the spiritual energy while practicing Tai Chi, they ease the fatigue accumulated from their recent forest journey. Qin Ming observed that nearly every elder and lawyer had achieved 99% agility. Even Grandpa he and a few others had surpassed 100%, transcending the original Tai Chi movements, elevating their mastery to a new level. Its efficacy was now twice what it had been before. Everyone, keep up. Grandpa he's movements were swift, and the elderly following behind struggled to keep pace. The gap in their cultivation levels had grown significant. Some had only recently reached the mid-stage of the body-tempering realm. Using dumbbells for practice had been manageable before. But now that Grandpa he had picked up the pace, they were already struggling to keep up. Brother he. Slow down a bit. We can't keep up. Aunt Qin gasped. He Yi was so absorbed in his task that he momentarily forgot everyone wasn't at the same level. He didn't respond, but unconsciously slowed his pace. Phew. Finally done. Grandpa Su let out a long sigh of relief. He had experienced a wave of exhilaration that left him physically and mentally exhausted. He still lagged slightly behind old man he in terms of cultivation. Compounded by worries over his son, his Tai Chi performance had been lackluster this time. Grandpa Yi, standing nearby, had long noticed something was off with Grandpa Su. Old Su. What's gotten into you today? You're usually competing with me. Why are you moving so slowly this time? My dear brother he. Your level is the highest among all of us. I feel pressured being next to you. I'm definitely the worst at this. Su Deyi delivered a line straight out of a middle school drama. Uncle, he was speechless. This guy just can't be bothered to do things properly. After finishing their Tai Chi practice, Grandpa he felt his strength was sufficient. Since he wouldn't gain any new insights from practicing these days, he decided the three of them should go begging to accumulate merit. All three carried the yellow dragon pills gifted by the headmaster. After all, their cultivation had reached the brink of breakthrough. The spiritual energy within their bodies flowed with remarkable ease. The swirling vortexes emanating from their dantian grew ever more numerous, clearing pathways through their meridians. Now it was a matter of how many acupoints these energy swirls could open within their bodies. After all, the text stated that the more pulse gates opened, the stronger their foundational cultivation would be. The potential for advancement in later stages is also significant. Soon, the group packed their belongings, changed into their disguises, and headed toward the marketplace. Meanwhile, several paparazzi with cameras were stationed outside the nursing home. Yesterday, by sheer luck, they had spotted Qin Ming and his group returning to the nursing home. They were overjoyed. This cultivation retirement home was now a hot topic. As the saying goes, negative publicity is still publicity. They were the quintessential representatives of the cultivation retirement home's little black sheep. The young men hadn't brought their equipment that day. They planned to sneak in early and capture candid moments of the elders' daily lives. They were curious, were these elders truly being deceived? Or if they were genuinely cultivating immortality? Mainly, they couldn't fathom how much those special effects would cost. The budget would be burning up. But this morning, when they arrived at the nursing home to scout the location, through binoculars from a distance, they easily spotted the elderly practicing Tai Chi. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. But when they looked again, they were stunned. The seniors were actually exercising with barbells, and they could even make out the numbers on them. The three of them looked at each other, utterly dumbfounded. Bro! Are those barbells in the old folks' hands? Of course they are. This is so weird. The three of them were at a loss for words. They didn't dare go inside. They waited at the entrance. When they saw Grandpa he and the others about to leave, they prepared to follow. The leader was a young man in his 20s named Xiaohua, who managed the Little Blackies section of the Cultivation University forum. He was a minor internet celebrity in Anqing City. He had hundreds of thousands of followers across all platforms. His Douyin account had the most followers, boasting over 200,000 subscribers. His signature content detailed exposés on the cultivation retirement home had earned him over 100,000 new followers. A true troll, through and through. When it comes to the Immortal Cultivation nursing home, he'll make up whatever nonsense he can think of. Hurry up! They're on their way. Xiaohua was stunned to see how far old man he and his companions had covered in the blink of an eye. In less than 10 seconds, they'd covered over 100 meters. That's faster than a flying man. What Xiaohua and the others didn't know, however. After Grandpa he and the others had advanced their cultivation, this flat stretch of road which had originally taken over an hour to traverse. They were nearly halfway there in just half an hour. Grandpa he and his companions were now just 2 intersections away from where they had been begging earlier. At that moment, Old Wang glanced at the alley entrance beside them and whispered to Old He. Old He, it's about time to handle this. Grandpa he nodded in agreement. Old Su, you go to the back. Got it. I never thought these guys would have the guts to follow us. Let them taste the sting of my cane. Under the watchful eyes of Chao Hua and the others, Old Su, Old Wang, and Old He split into 2 groups. Brother! What the hell is going on? How are we supposed to follow them? Follow those 2. Chao Hua didn't understand why Old Man Su had split up with Old Man He and the others. Maybe he went to the bathroom? On the way here, they'd practically run the entire distance, even skipping the shared bikes. They'd been trailing Old Man Su and the others from several hundred meters back. They mimicked the surveillance techniques from spy thrillers, convinced their plan was flawless. With the old man's keen insight, he would never suspect they were following him. The 3 of them kept trailing behind Old Man He and his group. Strange? Where on earth are they going? Can't you tell? They're obviously going shopping. This alley is full of eateries only the elderly know about. As a part-time food blogger, Chao Hua had some experience. The group followed along, filming the alley entrance with a miniature camera. There was already a peculiar feeling in the air. But just as the 3 of them decided to enter, a hand suddenly landed on their backs. Hey, buddy, got any tissues? 110 Cultivation University has its detractors too, from hater to fan. Question mark. Already on edge, the sudden touch startled them all. The voice behind them sounded ancient. If it weren't broad daylight, they would have bolted into the alley in an instant. Sir, we. However, just as Chao Hua turned to refuse, he froze in place. Behind them stood none other than Uncle Su, who had parted ways with Uncle He and the others. Uncle! We didn't bring any paper. You've got the wrong people. Run! Don't just stand there. Chao Hua hadn't done anything. After following them for so long, he still felt a sense of guilt, like a thief caught in the act. After answering, he tried to drag the two deeper into the alley before Old Man Su could react. Young man. If you don't have paper, tissues will do. But Old Man Su saw their sudden movement and guessed their intentions. Sure enough, they were from the Black Wolf Gang. The pent-up emotions within Old Man Su erupted instantly. Damn Black Wolf Gang. Coming to cause trouble at the nursing home. Picking on them. They even persecuted his son's company. Now they're following me. This grudge he must settle it today. A leopard can't change its spots. Then let him eat every day. Stop right there. Take this from your Old Man Su. Bring the cane. Grandpa Su roared angrily. An invisible aura of authority radiated out. Instantly, the three men were so terrified their legs went weak. They nearly collapsed to the ground. Boom. Just then, they heard a thunderous crash behind them. They instinctively turned to look. They froze instantly. They froze in place. Grandpa Su's two canes slammed down hard. The once smooth cement pavement shattered into pieces in an instant. Dirt and stones flew everywhere. A wave of deathly fear surged through them. The canes collided with the walls lining the alley, actually sparking sparks. They dared not imagine the sheer force and speed behind it. Master, spare our lives. Master. The frightened cries echoed from the group. You scum. You get what you deserve. Watch out for the rod. Grandpa Su roared furiously, showing no sign of stopping. The sound of the cane whipping through the air reached their ears. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Old Su. That's enough. Bang. Bang. Just then, a shout pierced the air, followed by the thud of two heavy objects hitting the ground. Chao Hua timidly raised his head. All he could see was a swirling cloud of dust before his eyes, the ground trembling violently beneath him. Yet, the sight before him left him frozen in shock. Uncle Wang and Uncle He had fallen directly from the rooftops on either side. Each grabbing one arm, they managed to restrain the enraged Old Su. Old Su. What are you so angry about here? Why have you suddenly become so impulsive? Grandpa He yanked Grandpa Su's arm. If his cultivation level hadn't been just a bit higher than Grandpa Su's, he might not have been able to restrain him. A hint of bloodshot appeared in Old Su's eyes. They're Black Wolf Gang members. I'll make them pay dearly. Grandpa Su roared. Struggling, he swung his cane. It swung past the wall beside him. Instantly, a gash appeared on the wall. The others watched in sheer terror. If that had hit them, they'd have been knocked flying. They couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. What exactly was the Black Wolf Gang? They exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded. Old Su. How do you know they're from the Black Wolf Gang? What if they're just fans following us? You're online too. Our university's so famous online. Don't we have fans? Grandpa He's words calmed Grandpa Su a little. Meanwhile, Chao Hua and the other two nearby caught Grandpa He's words, and a glint instantly flashed in their eyes. Even if they're haters. But their video channels were all about the Cultivation University. Even haters count as fans. With Grandpa He's assist, they nodded excitedly and exclaimed. Right. Right. Uncle. Uncles. The three of us are your fans. Look. Chao Hua knelt halfway on the ground. He pulled out his phone and played the video he'd recorded for the three men. Look. Old Su. I told you this was our fan. Grandpa He was also dumbfounded. He had only casually remarked, seeing how excited Old Su was. He'd just blurted it out. He never imagined they were actually their fans. After all, their videos were right here. Watching those videos, it was obvious they were all related to their university. Grandpa Su was taken aback when he saw those videos. His mood gradually calmed down. After watching a few videos, he looked at the three of them with a mix of disbelief and curiosity and asked, You're really fans of our Cultivation University? Seeing that Old Man Su had calmed down, the three breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied. Absolutely. Sir, look. Every single one of our videos is about Cultivation University. And that Black Wolf Gang you mentioned earlier? We have no idea what that is. They hurriedly explained while they had the chance. At this life or death moment, they didn't need to question the authenticity of the footage. What special effects? What AI synthesis? All bull. When the hell have you ever seen an old man smash the ground with a wooden mallet and actually blow it apart? And the two elders who managed to stop him were even more incredible. They clearly saw one old man's sleeve was empty. He actually blocked the old man with just one hand. These three old men were nothing like the frail, decrepit seniors they imagined. Their bearing, vitality, strength, and reflexes all surpassed their own. What else could they be but cultivators? What health supplement could possibly grant such strength? Grandpa Su was gently lowered to the ground by Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang. The three men carefully reviewed the footage of the group. After all, there was the previous incident of being followed. They still needed to verify the situation before acting. Xiao Hua and the others looked like children who had done something wrong, waiting for the adult's judgment. Looks like they really are die-hard fans of our Cultivation University. Old Man Su analyzed, tapping his cane. What exactly does this little black leader of the Immortal Cultivation University mean? Staring at the account name, Old Man Su was utterly baffled. What is this? Cold sweat instantly broke out on the trio's foreheads. Little Blackie. That was the nickname for Brother's devoted fans. Even if it was a parody. But at the critical moment, only Heisey could step up to support Brother. Does that mean they're the die-hard fans of the Cultivation Retirement Home? The ultimate die-hard fans among die-hard fans? Xiao Hua looked at the elderly gentleman before him. Though their physical strength surpassed his own, their grasp of the internet seemed far less developed. Anyway, these three had truly transformed from prank-loving trolls into genuine fans. These are the die-hard fans among die-hard fans. They're fanatics. You guys have no idea. Your nursing home has gone viral online. The whole country's talking about it. The two people beside him kept nodding in agreement. Xiao Hua's words made Old Man Su beam with delight. Even though he'd mistaken the person earlier. This young man seemed genuinely sincere. More importantly, his Douyin followers were nearly 300,000. In Grandpa Su's eyes, that made him a major influencer. If their official account for the Immortal Cultivation Retirement Home could gain traction through his influence, wouldn't that allow others to gain a more comprehensive understanding of their university? Is what you're saying all true? The three nodded eagerly. Good. I have something to discuss with you all. Seeing Old Man Su's cheerful expression, the trio sensed trouble brewing. Grandpa Su then shared his idea with them. Uncle, you should have said so earlier. This favor, no, this kind of thing. We'd be more than happy to handle it. Xiao Hua felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he was also somewhat shocked. This Cultivation Retirement Home is actually launching an official channel. Seems like any trending thing can't escape short video monetization. Alright, that's settled. Follow us. Today, you'll document our daily lives. Let those people get to know our university better. Grandpa Su was thrilled that Xiao Hua agreed so readily. He waved his hand, beckoning them to follow. Where are we going? The group was utterly bewildered. Begging? You don't actually not know, do you? Grandpa Su said casually. He suddenly felt a bit dissatisfied. Wasn't this something die-hard fans should know? Seeing Grandpa Su's expression, Xiao Hua suddenly understood. He hurriedly explained. Right. Begging. Big Mao, second Mao, let's go. Let's document the beggars' lives. And so the three of them followed Uncle Su and his companions to beg. Meanwhile, the man in black holding binoculars from a distant building spotted Old Man Su and his companions heading toward the market. He immediately sent a message to Mrs. Su. 111 The clueless group realized beggars actually ride in luxury cars. By now, Old Man Su and his companions had arrived at their usual begging spot. They set down their belongings. One person, one bowl, one stick. Passers-by, recognizing them, took it in stride. What they hadn't expected was that this time, the group had grown by 3 apprentices. Those 3 young men are truly pitiful. How did they end up begging? Exactly. Young men their age should be working. Even waiting tables would be better than this. Why are they begging with these 3 old men? Shop owners on both sides saw Xiao Hua and his 2 companions meekly trailing behind Old Man Su and his crew. They immediately started discussing it. Even they hadn't imagined they'd end up begging alongside Old Man Su. What astonished them even more was that Old Man Su was performing juggling tricks with 2 walking sticks. It suddenly dawned on them. Wasn't this the very same old man who had beaten down the burly man in that video? A cold sweat broke out on their backs once more. Thank goodness they hadn't resisted earlier. With their puny builds, they would have been finished on the spot. Grandpa's He and Wang, standing nearby, recognized them too. Weren't these 3 the very men affectionately known as the F3 of the Immortal Cultivation Retirement Home? All 3 were on the verge of tears. They never imagined they'd run into the 3 most powerful elders from Cultivation University. Clang! Just as they thought the elders' begging was merely part of their cultivation practice. Just accumulating merit, as Old Man Su had said, with no tangible rewards. The sound of coins clinking into the bowl reached their ears. They glanced toward Old Man Su's bowl. Their eyes widened instantly. In just a few minutes, Grandpa Su's bowl was already overflowing. 3 red bills fluttered before their eyes. Just a few minutes, and he'd made hundreds of yuan? That's more than they make from a whole live stream session. The group gasped in astonishment. Hey, Xiao Hua, point the camera at me. Make sure to include plenty of my footage when you edit the video. Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly. Seeing more money in his bowl than Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang, he was thrilled. Grandpa He saw that Grandpa Su's bowl had so much more money. He immediately grew anxious. But he didn't have Uncle Su's juggling skills, and he couldn't bring himself to ask. Good heavens! Is this manna from heaven? Grandpa, he prayed inwardly. Clang. Just as he was praying, a bank card fell into his bowl. He froze in shock. Just then, a somewhat familiar voice sounded beside his ear. Long time no see, Grandpa, he. This card contains 50,000 yuan paid in advance. I hope you can come with me now. Grandpa, he looked up in confusion. His eyes lit up the moment he recognized the visitor. Miss Su. What do you mean by this? After begging for 3 or 4 days, this was the first time he'd seen someone hand over a bank card outright? Don't worry, Mr. He. This is a deposit. If you can help me later, Mrs. Su looked around anxiously. Mrs. Su, you came to us and suddenly handed over a bank card? What's this about? A deposit. What the hell? What urgent matter could Mrs. Su possibly have that required these old men's assistance? Grandpa, he wondered inwardly. This isn't the place to talk. Could you come with me to the car? Mrs. Su gestured toward the black car across the street. Well, Grandpa, he and the others had planned to accumulate merit here. Mrs. Su suddenly approached them asking for help. They were all cultivators. What kind of help could they possibly offer? Since Madame Su has come to us herself. It must be a hurdle in our cultivation. Old he. Didn't the headmaster say that every problem we encounter while begging stems from our own karma? So now that Mrs. Su needs our help, this is exactly what we should do. Grandpa Su set down his cane and approached Grandpa He, speaking in a low voice. Mr. He listened and found the reasoning sound. He nodded. He turned to Chao Hua and the other two standing nearby and said, We need to step out for a while. Keep an eye on things here. If we're not back by 5, deliver these to the nursing home for us. With that, he followed Mrs. Su into the Audi S655 across the street. Chao Hua and the other two stood there dumbfounded, staring at Grandpa He and his companions. They were even more baffled about their identities. Had they wandered onto the wrong set? Could it really be true, like the rumors online, that those beggars were picked up by luxury cars after begging? Miss Su, now would be a good time to tell us why you sought us out, wouldn't it? Grandpa He inquired after closing the door. Mrs. Su glanced outside and signaled the driver to move the car to a less crowded area. She then locked the doors inside. She explained her father-in-law's situation to them. What? You've been targeted by the Black Wolf Gang too? Grandpa Su asked, visibly shaken. Now, whenever the Black Wolf Gang was mentioned, the energy within him surged violently. Old Su. Don't get so worked up. What's gotten into you today? Grandpa He hadn't expected Grandpa Su to react so strongly to the Black Wolf Gang. Sure, the Black Wolf Gang was their enemy. It shouldn't have been this extreme, right? Yes. I suspect my father-in-law's injuries were inflicted by someone acting in secret. You know how those online dramas portray business wars. But reality is far more brutal. My father-in-law's health was already poor, but these past few days it suddenly took a drastic turn for the worse. Seeing how you and Grandpa Su are both in your 80s. Yet you're all still so robust. I'd like to ask you to please examine my father. Mrs. Su's face flushed slightly. She was finally coming to her senses. Desperate times call for desperate measures. With no cure found for father-in-law's illness, our only hope now rests on these cultivators. Us. Uncle He and the other two were utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this. They were merely cultivators. Now Mrs. Su was asking them to cure a disease and save a life? That's a huge leap. They didn't know how to treat illnesses. Their robust health was solely the result of their cultivation practices these past days. Logically speaking, with their cultivation methods, they should have perished long ago. The main reason they survived was the spiritual energy replenishment within the academy. They began by absorbing spiritual energy through Tai Chi to purify their meridians, then trained at the Qi cultivation pillars. Gradually, their bodies recovered, even surpassing their youthful vitality. Now that they've reached the late stage of the body tempering realm, their fists can strike concrete pillars without feeling any pain. Their physical bodies had been strengthened to a certain degree. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Rest assured, your father-in-law will be absolutely fine. As fellow elders, we understand his physical condition better than anyone. Rest assured, we'll go take a look. There might be some new developments. Just as Uncle He was making his decision, Uncle Su beside him agreed without hesitation. Old Su. How reckless of you. Grandpa He slapped him on the shoulder. No problem. Let's accompany Mrs. Su to take a look. Who knows? We might make a new discovery. Remember, we're all cultivators. And this time we're out begging. Accumulating merit, repaying karma. Perhaps this is our very karma? Besides, we absolutely cannot let the Black Wolf Gang off the hook. Grandpa Su growled lowly at last. Grandpa He shook his head helplessly. Mrs. Su smiled at the scene. It's fine. I'm just grasping at straws here. It'd be good if you guys could go take a look and offer some advice. Seeing that old man Su had agreed, Mrs. Su added. Grandpa He had no choice but to nod. He nodded. Soon, the car arrived at a villa district. They pulled up in front of Villa 001. 112 This is what a wealthy life looks like. All responsibility rests with me. Soon, the group entered the villa guided by Mrs. Su. They entered the main gate. A lavishly decorated room immediately came into view before the elderly guests. Truthfully, in all their years, they'd only seen such opulent decor in hotels for their children's weddings or their grandchildren's first birthday celebrations. Golden splendor, radiant walls. Grandpa He and Grandpa Su's eyes sparkled with admiration. Grandpa Su was especially excited as he inquired. Old Su. That's a crystal chandelier. It looks over 10 meters tall. Grandpa He's mouth dropped open too. Please take a seat in the reception room over there for a moment. Mrs. Su smiled. No problem. Grandpa Su nodded. The three sat down in the reception room. Mrs. Su went upstairs. She had been away from home for half a day. It would be best to check on her father-in-law first. Madam, you're back. Dr. Liu had no idea what Mrs. Su had been doing outside. He approached and inquired. Yes. How is my father's condition? Still the same. But. At the sound of that word, Mrs. Su's heart leapt into her throat. But what? However, after yesterday's treatment, his condition has improved slightly this morning. Madame Su immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Liu. I've arranged for someone to attend the afternoon consultation. You may observe from the sidelines for now. Dr. Liu stiffened upon hearing this, but quickly regained his composure. He had encountered this kind of situation many times before. Yet each time, these doctors ultimately proved ineffective. Like him, they couldn't address the root cause. In his view, old Master Su's illness could only be managed. It was beyond cure. Mrs. Su had once boasted about inviting a renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine, only for that expert to shake his head and declare the old man wouldn't live past a week. Yet he had directly extended the old man's life by a month. He had thoroughly humiliated that old TCM practitioner. Understood. We'll follow your every instruction. Madame Su felt reassured upon seeing this. She then arranged lunch for the three of them. Old man Su ate and drank to his heart's content. They hadn't expected that just coming to see the old man for a checkup would end up with them being treated to a full meal. Originally, they'd planned to beg for a couple of steamed buns to get by. Now they were treated to such a splendid meal. After the meal, Mrs. Su led the three upstairs. At first, they felt nothing unusual. But upon reaching the second floor, they suddenly sensed a foul, stagnant aura permeating the air. Old Wang frowned slightly. Yeah, I feel it too. Grandpa He frowned slightly. Grandpa Su waved his cane even more vigorously. To them, it seemed as though some substance akin to spiritual energy was drifting through the air. But unlike the comforting, soothing sensation of spiritual energy, this aura brought them discomfort, aversion, and a numbing sensation. They were both cultivators. Having absorbed spiritual energy daily, they had now reached the late stage of the body-tempering realm. The spiritual energy within their bodies was more than 10 times greater than when they had first entered this realm. Their perception of energies had sharpened considerably. At some point, they had gained the ability to sense energies that had previously eluded them. Has your father-in-law been feeling quite unwell these past few days? Su Deyi and the others had already reached the staircase leading to the third floor. The black mist was growing thicker. Grandpa Su frowned and asked. Yes. Has he not received any significant medical treatment these past few days? Grandpa Su pressed further. The black mist seemed to grow thicker and denser. No, nothing. Mrs. Su shook her head in response. Mrs. Su was baffled. How could Grandpa Su not have seen the old man yet? She hadn't mentioned any of this to old Master Su, yet he had guessed it all. How could he be so accurate? I see. Old He. Did the book mention this aura? Old He, who had studied more, was a bit confused. No. This is too trivial. Grandpa He shook his head. Though they could sense this aura, it was too faint. On the contrary, Mrs. Su staying here made her more susceptible to being infiltrated by this aura. Madame Su listened to their conversation, utterly bewildered. She had no idea what they were talking about. Mr. Su, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Nothing. Just hurry up and take us to see the old man. Grandpa Su said in a deep voice. Soon they reached the third floor, where the black fog was thick and dense. It seemed as though it had never dissipated. Has the old man been unwell for nearly half a year now? Grandpa Su scrutinized the situation. Yes, nearly half a year. At first, we thought it was just a common cold. Then he started running a fever. By the month before last, he slipped into a coma. He was dazed and confused, and his condition just kept getting worse day by day. Mrs. Su said anxiously. Recalling her father-in-law's illness, she couldn't help but feel emotional. Lead us inside to take a look. After examining the situation, old man He decided it best to first assess old Master Su's condition. After all, old Master Su had been living here for half a year, and it was unclear how much impure energy had accumulated within him. All right. Mrs. Su nodded. Soon, the group arrived at the disinfection room next to Mr. Su's observation room. Dr. Lu spotted Grandpa Su and the other two. His eyes widened instantly. Had Mrs. Su really invited 3 beggars to treat the old master? Was she out of her mind? Had she fallen for some rumor? Did she think this was some TV drama where reclusive masters disguised themselves as beggars? How utterly ridiculous. While Mr. Su and the others were disinfecting, Dr. Lu took Mrs. Su aside with a very responsible attitude and said, "Mrs. Su, are these 3 the people you asked to come?" "Yes." "Dr. Lu, is there a problem?" Seeing the look of utter disbelief on Dr. Lu's face, she was momentarily dumbfounded. "They're beggars. Don't let them fool you." Dr. Lu froze upon hearing Mrs. Su's words. Only then did Mrs. Su realize that in her excitement to invite Old Man Su and the others over, and had completely forgotten to change the 3 of them into proper clothes. Arriving dressed as beggars would indeed give people the wrong impression. No, Dr. Lu, you've misunderstood. They are actually hermits? People with special abilities? Or are they immortal cultivators? Dr. Lu felt his intelligence had been insulted. He was a dual-degree postdoctoral fellow, after all. Yes. Mrs. Su nodded. They're the elderly residents of the Immortal Cultivation retirement home in Jinshan Town. You must have seen the rumors about that retirement home online. Having witnessed the formidable abilities of Old Man Su and his companions, Mrs. Su found herself more inclined to believe they were indeed cultivators. Moreover, their demeanor upon arriving earlier had felt entirely genuine, not staged at all. This, Mrs. Su's innocent reply, left Dr. Lu speechless with anger. This was utterly ridiculous. He couldn't even diagnose the old man's condition properly, only managing to keep him going. And now Mrs. Su pulls this stunt? Did she really think bringing in 3 charlatans from who knows where would cure the old man? But as the hostess, Mrs. Su was in charge, and he couldn't really say anything. As long as she's happy. Do they even have medical licenses? He couldn't resist asking at last. Madame Su froze upon hearing this, glancing at the 3 men now dressed in traditional attire and stammered. They probably don't. Damn it, what the hell is this woman playing at? If something goes wrong, I'll be the one taking the fall. Dr. Lu was furious. No way, I gotta distance myself from this. Mrs. Su, I didn't approve this. Whatever happens, Dr. Lu, rest assured if anything goes wrong, the responsibility is mine. It has nothing to do with you. But you must take good care of the old master. No problem. Dr. Lu was somewhat surprised. Mrs. Su was surprisingly decisive. But he liked it. He agreed immediately. Meanwhile, Grandpa Su and the others had changed into their protective gear and were preparing to enter Old Master Su's special sterile chamber. Squeak! Led by Mrs. Su, the 3 entered. Instantly, a surge of black mist rushed toward them. 113 You're good at shifting blame, old man, let me teach you a lesson. The 3 entered the room, their brows furrowed as they surveyed the space filled with drifting black mist. At that moment, Dr. Lu also entered. After the meal, he would administer the final injection to Old Man Su, and the matter would no longer concern him. Grandpa Su and the others stood by, scrutinizing the entire sterile room. It was impeccably clean. Yet they noticed something peculiar. Dr. Lu seemed unaffected by the dark mist. Instead, it swirled around Mrs. Su and Old Master Su. All done. Mrs. Su. What happens next is no longer my responsibility. Dr. Lu finished administering the medication and glanced at Mrs. Su. Inside, he glared at the pale faces of the Su family elders and cursed silently. Go ahead and treat him. Treat him to death. Then I won't have to stay here anymore. Soon I'll be enjoying gifts from my distant employer. A wicked smile curled the corners of Dr. Lu's mouth. Then he stood to the side. Grandpa Yi, Grandpa Su, and Grandpa Wang stepped forward, gathering around Old Master Su on both sides. Old Master Su's breath was faint, yet a thick black mist poured from his nostrils. The 3 men frowned, momentarily unsure how to proceed. Let me take a look. Grandpa He declared, extending his hand as he activated the Qi Cultivation Heart Sutra. Instantly, spiritual energy surged throughout his body, gathering in his palm. He touched it to Old Master Su's body. In an instant, the intricate network of meridians within Old Master Su's body became vividly clear in Grandpa He's mind. His hand moved across the surface. Mr. Su's meridians were extremely weak, with several areas severely blocked. A dense mass of black energy had gathered at the acupoints. Watching Grandpa He like this, Mrs. Su beside him was utterly bewildered. Dr. Lu, however, wore a look of utter contempt. Pretending to be mysterious. No doubt about it, this was definitely another quack. So that's how it is. Grandpa He released his grip and muttered under his breath. Old He, did you notice anything? Grandpa Su asked, noticing Grandpa He's realization. Miss Su, the old man's condition is quite serious. But it seems there's more to it than just the illness. Though the old gentleman appears frail, his internal meridians are intact, they simply lack vitality. In other words, it's a case of physical weakness. Grandpa, he spoke with great seriousness. Mrs. Su's expression shifted upon hearing this. Had Grandpa he truly discerned this just by placing his hands on the old gentleman? But this conclusion was completely different from what the last TCM doctor had said. Moreover, that practitioner had reached his conclusion through pulse diagnosis. To an uninformed observer, old man he's manner might seem like he was just fooling people. You're talking nonsense. The old man is already this ill. And you say he's just weak. At that moment, Dr. Lu beside him scowled sternly, lecturing with utter contempt. Inside, he was laughing his head off. This was the funniest joke he'd ever heard. To call someone with a terminal illness merely weak. Grandpa he frowned but didn't argue with Dr. Lu. After all, he was a real doctor and he himself found it strange. If it was merely physical weakness, then where did that massive black chi in the chi cavity come from? Mrs. Su, Dr. Lu was correct. Let me take another look. Grandpa he bowed respectfully, then proceeded to place his hand on old Master Su's chi point. Pfft, acting. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Dr. Lu was somewhat surprised that Grandpa he didn't argue back. Last time, that old TCM practitioner had nearly come to blows with him. But this was to be expected. When a quack encounters a legitimate practitioner like him, they're bound to feel intimidated. Cough, cough, cough. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected turn occurred. Just as Grandpa he was about to place his hand on old Master Su again, old Master Su suddenly began coughing violently. One after another, the coughs grew increasingly violent. Seeing this, Grandpa he not only failed to withdraw his hand but instead slammed it forcefully against old Master Su's body. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy poured into old Master Su's body. The speed was so rapid that none of the onlookers could clearly see it. In that instant, the spiritual energy collided with the impure energy. In that instant, both energies surged through every meridian in old Master Su's body. The once weak meridians, stimulated by this force, suddenly erupted violently. Cough, cough, cough. In that instant, old Master Su coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his face turning deathly pale. He collapsed onto the bed, his breathing barely perceptible. Instantly, the monitoring equipment beside him sounded an alarm. His vital signs plummeted, triggering alarms throughout the villa. A team of doctors in white coats rushed in, equipment in hand. These were members of Dr. Lu's medical team. They were responsible for providing immediate medical attention should the old man experience any sudden emergencies. Dad! Mrs. Su's face twisted with terror as she rushed forward. Dad, what's wrong? Dad, don't scare me like this. Mr. He, what happened? Mrs. Su asked frantically. Grandpa he was still processing and couldn't answer right away. Mrs. Su, they're nothing but a bunch of con artists. You should never have trusted them. With the old man in this state, it's likely the worst outcome. Just then, Dr. Lu approached with a grave expression. After examining the old man's face, he said solemnly, Dr. Lu, please save the old man. I'll take full responsibility for any consequences. Mrs. Su was extremely anxious. Dr. Lu looked on, somewhat bewildered, but since Mrs. Su had spoken so earnestly, he gazed at the old man and slowly nodded in agreement. I'll try. Immediately, old man Su and the others stood by as Dr. Lu led his team. They began emergency treatment on old Master Su. Several people waited anxiously in the observation room. Meanwhile, Grandpa he examined his right hand, pondering the cause of the old man's symptoms. However, after half an hour of resuscitation efforts, Dr. Lu emerged from the room, his expression weary. Seeing Mrs. Su's anxiously waiting expression, he sighed. Dr. Lu. Hearing Mrs. Su's urgent greeting, he shook his head directly. Mrs. Su, prepare for Mr. Su's final arrangements. Dr. Lu whispered softly. The old master has stopped breathing. There's nothing more I can do. His words carried a note of regret. Madame Su froze upon hearing the news. She never imagined that inviting Grandpa he and the others to treat her father-in-law would lead to such an outcome. In that moment, she began to doubt her own decision. Grandpa he, Grandpa Su, and Grandpa Wang standing nearby were also utterly bewildered. Old he, what exactly did you do? Grandpa Su grew impatient. His son still had matters to attend to. What on earth had old he done with that slap? If something really happened, they'd definitely not be able to return to the nursing home today. Though Mrs. Su said she wouldn't pursue it, the Su family certainly wouldn't let them off the hook. This shouldn't be happening. My spiritual energy has already entered the old man's body. There should be some trace of it. Grandpa he examined him intently. This is all because you invited them. If you hadn't let these people grope and fiddle with the old master, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Dr. Lu, seeing the situation, spoke with righteous indignation, directly placing all the blame on Grandpa Su and the others. Mrs. Su's expression darkened upon hearing Dr. Lu's words. Grandpa he's brow furrowed instantly. Wasn't this targeting them? Did he really think they were just old men, easy to bully? What did you say? Grandpa he roared angrily. His voice reverberated, momentarily silencing Dr. Lu. Turning to Mrs. Su, he said, Miss Su, rest assured, The old man is not dead. He's merely breathing weakly. I've already figured out how to reverse it. Grandpa, he said with utmost seriousness. This had Dr. Lu in stitches. At a time like this, he still has the nerve to say such things. Is he out of his mind? You have no right to touch Mr. Su's remains. Dr. Lu threatened. I've told you, the old master isn't dead. His breathing is faint, but I can feel his life force still pulsing. Grandpa, he could sense his spiritual energy still flowing within old Master Su's body because his own spiritual energy had entered it. If old Master Su had passed away, that energy would have dissipated long ago. Let us in quickly. Time waits for no one. Grandpa, he rushed to the door, ready to enter. No. Dr. Lu's expression was unwavering. Get out of my way. Grandpa Su finally couldn't stand by any longer. He shoved Dr. Lu aside with his cane. Dr. Lu tried to push back, but he couldn't muster any strength. Miss Su. Trust us. The old man is still alive. Old Wan looked at Mrs. Su with unwavering conviction. A faint glimmer of hope flickered in Mrs. Su's eyes upon hearing this. She trusted the integrity of Mr. He and his people, they would never lie. Dr. Lu, let them in. Mrs. Su straightened her back and declared resolutely. Madam, you still believe their words? They are. Boom. But just then, a loud bang echoed through the room. Old Su yanked the door open with one hand and the locked door swung wide. 114 We cultivators dare not speak recklessly. Grandpa Su's actions left the medical staff on the scene utterly dumbfounded. This was a steel door. It would be a huge effort for an ordinary person just to move it aside. Yet old man Su had literally torn it apart with one hand. When they looked back at him, he appeared to be an elderly man in his 80s. Everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief and shock. You all. Dr. Lu gasped in shock. He was momentarily speechless. He was completely dumbfounded. Is this really an old man? Even a young man in peak physical condition couldn't possibly yank open an iron door like that. Especially since it was solid core for better soundproofing. Just how much strength did old man Su have in his hands? The three of them didn't have time to think. They charged straight inside under everyone's gaze. No. We need to check on Mr. Su's condition. You can't disturb us. Dr. Lu snapped to attention. Seeing the group enter, he hurried after them, shouting. Your equipment. No. Grandpa, he said indifferently. What did you say? Dr. Lu laughed in exasperation. His machines were worth over 100,000 yuan each, all imported from abroad. And now these ragged old men, clearly lacking any medical knowledge, were telling him it wouldn't work? This wasn't just an insult to him, and was a provocation to the entire Western medical technology. Old he has spoken. Old Master Su still has life left in him. We are cultivators. Deceitful words sever karmic ties. We won't sever our own path to immortality. Old Su retorted indignantly. You only trust these machine readings. Sooner or later, it'll kill someone. Grandpa Su roared angrily, then swung his walking stick. The sound of it cutting through the air sent a chill through everyone present. No one dared approach. Dr. Lu was momentarily at a loss. Mrs. Su entered the room. Seeing the tightly closed eyes of old Master Su on the bed, her eyes filled with tears. She prayed that Grandpa He and the others hadn't deceived her about saving the old man. Seeing how determined old Master He and the others were, she resolved to try one more time. Hope, however faint, was better than none at all. Uncle He, you may begin. I guarantee it. Mrs. Su declared. I will. No need. Mrs. Su, you've endured enough. These incompetent doctors. They don't care about you at all. Rest assured. Leave this matter to us. We'll bear the consequences. From this moment on, all responsibility rests with our Immortal Cultivation Nursing Home F3. Grandpa, he exclaimed passionately. Instantly, an invisible aura of authority radiated out. The crowd felt a tinge of reverence emanating from the three figures. Dr. Lu was so shaken his legs went weak. Grandpa He, you. Mrs. Su tried to say more. But Grandpa He waved her off immediately. Enough. We're about to begin. Time waits for no one. If they delayed any longer, old Master Su might truly be beyond saving. With this threat hanging over them, no one dared to stand in their way now. Let them go. I'll see just what these frauds are capable of. Dr. Lu dismissed his men. Without a shred of restraint. He spoke directly with contempt. At that moment, old Wine shot him a cold, piercing glare. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on his back and his limbs began to tremble uncontrollably. Mr. He, I beg you. Madame Su pressed her palms together and knelt there begging. The three huddled close to old Master Su. Grandpa He glanced at Grandpa Su and Grandpa Wang, murmuring softly. Old Su, old Wang, remember what the third volume of the Body Tempering Sutra says about circulating one's internal energy to aid others? Grandpa Su and Grandpa Wang nodded. Yes. I just used that method to transmit my own spiritual energy to old Master Su, which allowed me to map out the pathways within his body. That's how I arrived at my earlier conclusion. So you're saying, old he, your chi is now inside old Master Su? No. Su. Did you even pay attention in class? This is transmission, not complete transfer. Upon hearing old Su's words, old he instantly suspected he was slacking off again. It's the same. Same? Did you find anything? Hearing this, old man Su suddenly thought old man he must have made some discoveries. Earlier I said old Master Su still had a breath left. That breath is sustained by the spiritual energy I'm channeling into him. So you're saying, old he, without your spiritual energy, old man Su would? Yes. No need to say more. Now, do exactly as I say. First, once the assignments were settled, old Su and old Wang followed old he's instructions, placing both hands simultaneously on the acupoints of old Master Su. Body tempering sutra. All three roared inwardly in unison. Instantly, spiritual energy erupted from their bodies. A powerful surge of spiritual energy gathered at their palms. As the body-tempering heart sutra circulated, a bluish mist appeared on their arms. Upon closer inspection, it became clear. Begin! With Grandpa He's command. All three exerted force simultaneously. The spiritual energy instantly gathered in their palms surged through acupoints into old Master Su's meridians. The moment it entered, Grandpa Su sensed a familiar energy. His eyes widened in shock as he looked up at Grandpa He. Old he. This is your energy. Yes. Grandpa He nodded. It seemed to confirm his guess. Due to the body tempering sutra, his spiritual energy, upon leaving his body and reaching old Master Su's body, began circulating on its own. Thanks to old Master Su's recent cough, the impurities that had been gathering in his meridians were largely expelled. Though the meridians remained fragile, they were now several times purer than before. Combined with the exceptionally pure spiritual energy within old man He's body, it began circulating within him. It spread throughout his entire body. Furthermore, the delicate meridians began to automatically fill with this spiritual energy, significantly reducing the effort required for energy circulation. Meanwhile, old Master Su, having expended immense energy, he had already collapsed from exhaustion. With the faint surge of spiritual energy, he appeared lifeless to ordinary observers. In truth, this was a state of suspended animation. With the three of them present now, as long as they continuously channeled spiritual energy into old Master Su, once his meridians repaired to a level his body recognized, he would essentially recover. The others watched their actions in utter bewilderment. Curiosity drew them closer. After all, the trio had maintained this posture since earlier. Their eyes tightly shut, expressions intensely focused, as if searching for or sensing something. Pretending to be mysterious. Dr. Lu muttered under his breath as he watched. At that moment, the trio was actually channeling their spiritual energy into old Master Su's body. Once it harmonized and reached the right proportion, they could begin circulating it. Ready! Grandpa He called out softly. Immediately, the spiritual energy infused into old Master Su began to surge. It washed through old Master Su's body, over and over. Uncle Su and Uncle Wang also noticed the dark cloud of energy gathered within old Master Su's body. Once that black mist was completely dispersed, the old man's condition would be fine. Those watching from outside stared at old Master Su's body, their eyes filled with astonishment. For old Master Su's body was gradually turning red. Not uniformly red, but rather like winding, serpentine highways of crimson. They were utterly bewildered by this sight. In all their years of practice, they had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Could he be a Qigong master? But upon seeing the trio's attire, they all shook their heads. Although Grandpa Su, Grandpa Wang, and Grandpa He were exerting themselves with all their might, the medical equipment beside them showed no signs of change. Nor could they hear the old man's breathing. Yet, at that very moment, they failed to notice old Master Su's lips suddenly twitch and move. 115 words are useless? Let the breath flow a little longer. Seeing the readings on the medical equipment unchanged, Dr. Lu, who had been slumped over, suddenly straightened up. I told you so. These three were frauds all along. They deliberately put on an act, faking it all to intimidate him. Mrs. Su. I told you so. Don't trust them. Look, my machine hasn't changed at all. Dr. Lu struggled to conceal his inner schadenfreude. Mrs. Su glanced at the machine too. Indeed, nothing had changed. Seeing how serious old man He and the others looked, it didn't seem fake. Besides, she had invited them here. At that moment, Grandpa He and his two companions paid no attention to Dr. Lu. They were wholly focused on channeling spiritual energy into old Master Su's body. Soon, their spiritual energy had circulated throughout old Master Su's entire body. What surprised them was how naturally the spiritual energy integrated within old Master Su's body, having already achieved self-sustaining circulation. But this was far from sufficient. Cleansing the impure energy from his meridians, it was not eradicated. The black substance within the energy points was the root cause. Hey, old he. What the heck is that thing? Grandpa Su frowned. I have no idea either. But that aura, which opposes spiritual energy, definitely isn't good. I suspect old Master Su ended up like this because of it. Looks like Dr. Lu's machine didn't pick it up. Oomph. That damn doctor. Claiming his equipment is state-of-the-art. What a foreign dog. Grandpa Su said indignantly. He shot a cold stare at Dr. Lu across from him. He was utterly incapable of treating old Master Su. Yet here he was deceiving Mrs. Su. What a bastard. Shameful. What should we do now? Though furious, their primary task now was to cure old Master Su. Otherwise, they'd have to face the consequences of their earlier promise. What can we do? Uncle, he was momentarily speechless upon hearing this, unsure what to say. Old Master Su's body was too frail. They could extract the black energy. But if even the slightest mishap occurred, this black mist would instantly corrode old Master Su's body. With their current cultivation levels, if such a thing truly happened, it would be beyond their power to reverse. Just as the two stood at a loss, unsure of what to do, Old Wang, who had been silent all along, spoke up. He thrust his hand forcefully toward old Master Su's vital energy point. This action startled both of them. Old Wang, what are you doing? Old Wang, don't play with fire. Yet Grandpa Wang remained utterly expressionless. Seeing that old Master Su showed no signs of discomfort, this proved his hunch. Old Su, old he, you saw what I did just now. Old Master Su showed no signs of discomfort whatsoever. Old Wang, you just got lucky. Don't mess around. Old Su cautioned. No. Earlier, you protected two vital meridians in old Master Su's body. I suddenly shifted my focus and violently forced a portion of the black chi out of old Master Su's body. Old Master Su felt nothing, which proves that as long as we protect the vital meridians, one person forcing out the black chi won't harm his body. Old Wang, your idea is sound. It's just way too unreliable. You know old he always plays it safe, he'd never. Uncle Su felt it was too risky and tried to warn Uncle Wang. But old he, standing nearby, stopped him. Old Wang makes a point. If we coordinate well, we can pull this off. Old he. Have you lost your mind? Grandpa Su's eyes widened as he stared at Grandpa He, asking in alarm. Meanwhile, Dr. Lu and his team watched the three whispering together. Their expressions were filled with utter dread, but inside, they were already laughing their heads off. They were just waiting for the show to begin. The three must have realized they were utterly incapable of saving old Master Su, hence their panicked discussion. This was all an act to create the illusion that old Master Su still had a chance. Act. Keep acting. Let's see how long you can keep this up. A wicked grin flashed across Dr. Lu's eyes as he glanced at his phone, where he'd sent the message, and laughed with schadenfreude. Meanwhile, Grandpa Su and Grandpa He were already operating at full capacity, using their spiritual energy to shield every meridian they could protect. Then, Old Wang suddenly unleashed a powerful blast toward the energy point. Boom! An instant shockwave rippled through the air. Everyone froze at the sound. They all rushed forward. For a moment, no one could grasp what had just happened. Sonic boom? The term flashed through Dr. Lu's mind. He had just seen Old Man Wang punch Old Master Su's body. Then the sonic boom had erupted. What shocked him even more was why Old Man Wang had punched Old Master Su. That was incredibly disrespectful to the deceased. Dad! Mrs. Su rushed forward in terror. She cried out anxiously. Ahem ahem. Yet two coughs reached her ears. She froze. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked at Old Master Su. Those coughs had indeed come from Old Master Su. What? How could that be? Dr. Lu had also heard the coughs. He froze in shock. He rushed forward abruptly. Ding! At that moment, the instrument that had shown no readings began to activate, with all parameters returning to normal. This can't be possible. Dr. Lu was dumbfounded. The patient he had personally pronounced dead had been saved by three beggars. Tap tap tap. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway. Then a handsome middle-aged man burst into the room. What are you doing to my father's body? Su Chengwei saw three ragged old men surrounding his father. Their filthy hands were even touching his father's body. Rage surged through him. He had rushed over from the hospital after receiving Dr. Lu's urgent call. He was already devastated by his father's sudden death. Now, witnessing this scene, he was overcome with fury. Mr. Su, you finally arrived. These people show no respect for old Master Su. They insist on following Mrs. Su's advice, claiming they need to examine old Master Su's body to save his life. Dr. Lu's words might have made Su Cheng consider listening earlier. But now his father was gone. And these people actually listened to his wife's words, trying to bring him back from the dead here. What a joke. Meanwhile, Dr. Lu, observing Su Cheng's furious expression. He was secretly delighted. Let them talk about me. You asked for it. Just wait for the wrath of the Su family. These are the people you invited? Su Cheng. Speak up. Su Cheng demanded, his voice trembling with emotion. Mrs. Su flushed crimson. Seeing her husband suddenly appear and press her so urgently, she felt as though the coughing she'd heard moments ago had been a figment of her imagination. Su Qing. I believe you. I entrusted you to care for my father. You're being so unreasonable. You didn't listen to Dr. Lu. Now that my father is gone, are you satisfied? Su Chengwei was overcome with emotion. Witnessing this scene upon arrival, his already taut nerves snapped. He turned abruptly and shouted at the three men examining old Master Su's body. You three! Get your filthy hands off my father! Cough cough cough. But just then, a sharp cough echoed through the room. Everyone froze. Even Su Qingyi, who had been so emotionally charged moments ago, froze. He stared blankly at the old man's body. Only then did he notice the readings on the nearby monitor. And they were rising. Cough, cough, ft. Just then, old Wang seized another opening and swung his fist toward old Master Su once more. It was clear that his fist halted just a split second before reaching the body. Only a powerful blast of air slammed into his body. Instantly, a cloud of black smoke erupted from old Master Su's mouth. What the? Everyone except Grandpa He and his two companions was utterly dumbfounded. Watching the black mist emerge, they felt goosebumps rise all over their bodies. But old man He and his two companions' eyes flashed with sharp brilliance. Grandpa Wang's method worked. As the black mist rose, the readings on the instrument stabilized. 116 The slandered elders, screw you, Black Wolfgang. Cough cough. Old Master Su's cough echoed through the room, accompanied by waves of black gas. Water. Now. Grandpa He roared angrily. Dr. Lu's assistant, who had been standing by in a daze, heard the command and handed over the water cup nearby. Gulp, gulp. Grandpa He poured the water directly into old man Su's mouth. He glanced at the time on his phone. 1 minute later. Old Wang. Grandpa He roared again in anger. Immediately, old Wang struck at various acupoints on old man Su's body. Instantly, the water he had just swallowed came gushing back up. Black water. Su Chengwei stared in shock at the water spewing from his father's mouth. Old He, that's enough. All three released their grips simultaneously. Relieved, they began to step back, only then noticing everyone had surrounded them. At that moment, old Master Su's vital signs stabilized. Yet he still hadn't regained consciousness. Only his lips twitched slightly. Seeing how Uncle He and the others had performed the procedure, old Master Su had truly been brought back from the brink of death. His heart was filled with both terror and fury. He was helpless. These beggars had actually revived the old man. What was he to do now? Su Chengwei had witnessed it all. He couldn't possibly deny it. He saw it with his own eyes. A wicked smile suddenly appeared in Dr. Lu's eyes. Right. Su Chengwei had no idea what had happened earlier. All he had to do was exaggerate the story a bit, and it wouldn't have anything to do with him. Dad. Su Chengwei leaned over the bed, staring at the slightly rosier complexion of old Master Su, his voice trembling. He'd received the news from Dr. Lu that his father had passed away and rushed over immediately. He knew nothing of the circumstances. Mr. Su. Congratulations on the safe recovery of the elderly Mr. Su. At that moment, Dr. Lu stepped forward. He asked tentatively. Dr. Lu. Please examine my father's health again. Su Qing, please escort our three guests to the observation room to rest. Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Su led Grandpa Su and the other two out of the room. Su Chengwei intended to have his father examined again. It had been too close for comfort. To ease his mind, he needed to check if his father's condition had changed. All right. Dr. Lu and his team examined old Master Su's condition. Since the door was broken, Mr. Su and the others could see what was happening inside from outside. After completing the examination, Dr. Lu handed the report to Su Cheng. Upon seeing the report, Su Chengwei instantly felt relieved. Although the old gentleman still hadn't regained consciousness, all his vital signs were significantly better than in the previous days. Mr. Su. I think you need to know about what happened earlier. Just then, Dr. Lu glanced at the group outside the door, including old man Su, who was chatting cheerfully with Mrs. Su, and a flash of hatred flickered in his eyes. The incident earlier? Su Cheng showed a hint of confusion. That's right. Dr. Lu nodded, then proceeded to recount everything that had transpired earlier to Su Cheng. As Su Cheng listened, his expression gradually shifted from joy to anger. He glared at Grandpa Su and the others outside the door with resentment. Mr. Su, I'm just reminding you. This matter wasn't really any of my business. But the circumstances are far too suspicious. And the lady insists on believing these people. Dr. Lu's exaggerated account sent waves of turmoil crashing through Su Cheng's mind. Su Chengwei watched the cheerful expressions on old man Su and the others. He suddenly felt their motives were impure. This must have been premeditated. They might even be spies for the Black Wolf Gang. Honey, how is Dad feeling? At that moment, Mrs. Su, seeing that Dr. Lu and the others were finished, led old man Su and the others inside to inquire about old Master Su's condition. Father's condition is stable for now. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Mrs. Su was overjoyed upon hearing the news and quickly turned to thank Grandpa Su and the others again. It's nothing. It's what we should do. Now that the debt is repaid, we should be on our way. Grandpa, he replied gratefully. Helping Old Man Su overcome this crisis had surely boosted their fortune points significantly. On the path of cultivation, this could be considered a heaven-sent opportunity. Wait. You can't leave yet. At that moment, Su Cheng exclaimed excitedly. Right. Uncle He, you should stay here for dinner before heading back. Mrs. Su thought her husband was inviting the three to stay for dinner. After all, saving the old man and his companions was nothing short of a life-saving favor for the Su family. No. You three must confess your plan to harm my father today. Otherwise, no one leaves here tonight. Yet Su Cheng's next words took her completely by surprise. Uncle He and the other two froze in shock. Shang. What are you talking about? Dad, it was Uncle Su and the others who saved him. What are you talking about? Saved? Dr. Lu already told me everything that happened. If they hadn't shown up, Dad wouldn't have been in mortal danger. This whole thing was just a show they put on. Su Chengwei spoke with righteous indignation. Grandpa He and the other two turned pale. They turned their gaze toward Dr. Lu in the distance. Meanwhile, Dr. Lu was already gloating inwardly. Ha! This time, you'll pay for humiliating me earlier. Young Su. What do you mean by this? We saved your father purely out of kindness. Old Man Su was deeply puzzled and wanted to step forward to demand an explanation. But he was stopped by Mr. He. Mr. Su, surely there's some misunderstanding here? Mr. He felt the situation had escalated abruptly. Why had Mr. Su suddenly changed his attitude? The only person who had been with him during this time was Dr. Lu. The doctor had harbored reservations about them from the start. Could it be that? Grandpa He's eyes widened instantly as he turned to look at Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu sensed the anger radiating from Grandpa He. But he remained completely unfazed. Because now, it was them who were in trouble. Become. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? I specifically invited Grandpa He and his group here. They saved my life last time. Mrs. Su was also startled. She had no idea what was going on. Why did Su Chengwei suddenly change his attitude? This must have been planned all along. You're from the Black Wolf Gang, aren't you? Deliberately disguising yourselves as old men just to infiltrate our Su family, right? However, as soon as Su Chengwei uttered these words, Old Man Su across from him was instantly overcome with shame and anger. Clack! Wielding his cane, he shouted angrily at Su Cheng. You're the one from the Black Wolf Gang. Your whole family belongs to the Black Wolf Gang. Go to hell with your Black Wolf Gang. He was now worried sick about his son's company. And now someone was accusing him of being part of the Black Wolf Gang. Isn't that like jumping into a pit of fire? Old Su. Grandpa He hadn't expected Grandpa Su to react so strongly and hurry to stop him. Su Cheng was startled. But this only reinforced his suspicions. For someone with such an attitude to claim he wasn't part of the Black Wolf Gang was highly suspicious. How am I supposed to know you're not part of the Black Wolf Gang? Cough cough cough. Become. Don't be rude. However, just then, a cough echoed through the air. Su Chengwei froze instantly, turning to stare at Old Master Su in utter shock. Dad. 117, beating up Dr. Lu, Old Man Su steps in to intimidate the boss. Shang. Didn't I teach you how to treat guests? Old Master Su's voice was faint, yet each word carried a trace of authority. Dad. You're awake. Su Cheng was utterly surprised and thrilled, rushing excitedly to Old Master Su's side, clearly oblivious to the old man's words. At that moment, Old Master Su remained with his eyes closed, only the corners of his mouth moving. The spiritual energy of He De Yi and the other two was already circulating within his body. Circulating through his meridians over and over. Mr. Su felt his strength returning. Moreover, the spiritual energy from the three men served as a powerful tonic for his body. And most remarkably, Old Master Su's body seemed to adapt exceptionally well to this spiritual energy. His absorption rate surpassed even Old Man Li's. Had Qin Ming been present, he would have sensed the astonishing transformation occurring within Old Master Su. Within mere breaths, his meridians had grown several times stronger than before. The spiritual energy now circulated autonomously within his body. Old Master Su slowly opened his eyes. He was panting heavily. With Su Cheng's support, he leaned back against the headboard. Glancing around, he spotted Old Man He, Old Man Wang, and Old Man Su in the distance. He nodded and smiled at them with deep respect. In truth, the moment Old Man He sensed his body and spiritual energy entered his being, he snapped out of his near-death experience. His consciousness slowly began to return. However, his body remained beyond his control, as if he were still in a dream. Yet he could perceive everything happening around him. He heard the voices of people speaking nearby. Even the conversations of those watching inside the room were crystal clear to him. His aging body had always had poor hearing. Illness had made them even weaker. Yet, during this coma, his hearing suddenly returned. This struggle within him made him want to wake up quickly. Yet it was utterly futile. It wasn't until later, when Grandpa Su, Grandpa Yi, and Grandpa Wang all channeled spiritual energy into his body, expelling the mysterious black energy that had been harming his body. Only then did his consciousness fully return. But at the same time, his body was utterly exhausted from the extreme drain. Thank you all for your help, masters. I, Su Kong, am eternally grateful to you all. I apologize for my son's earlier disrespect toward you all. Old Master Su, dragging his newly recovered body, bowed deeply to the three men in apology. This scene left Old Man He and the others utterly dumbfounded. Dad! What are you doing? They're the ones who hurt you. You! Smack! But just as Su Cheng desperately tried to stop him, a sharp slap echoed through the room, immediately followed by Old Master Su's stern rebuke. Shang! Apologize to the three masters. They are all my life-saving benefactors. As the current executive director of our Su family, your discernment is so lacking. I think you need to go back to the grassroots for more training, more training. Old Master Su roared angrily. Su Chengwei felt his face sting and his mind grow hazy. Despite his gravely ill condition, though he'd recovered, it was impossible for him to muster such force all at once. Seeing Su Cheng's dazed expression, Old Master Su was furious beyond words. However, having only just recovered, he simply couldn't muster the energy to get angry. He only felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Seeing Su Cheng's utterly bewildered expression, he sighed. Then, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, he turned to look at Dr. Lu standing behind Su Cheng. At that moment, Dr. Lu stood frozen in place. He hadn't expected Old Master Su to regain consciousness, and that he still had the strength to speak. This had exposed his scheme outright. But, Dad. But what? Xiao Su took great risks to bring in several masters for me. They've given their all to save me. Yet you've dismissed everything based on this quack's one-sided opinion. Ah. As he spoke, Old Master Su sighed again. If it weren't for this doctor dragging out his illness, he wouldn't have suffered for so long. Quack! Su Chengwei froze upon hearing this. Dr. Lu was the doctor he'd specially invited. His consultation fees alone started at 100,000 yuan a month. Old Master Su, I've been caring for you wholeheartedly. You? Dr. Lu immediately panicked. He had been utterly perfunctory in his treatment of Old Master Su before. Wholehearted? Then what about trading my medication with the Black Wolf Gang? With a cold snort from Old Master Su, the room fell suddenly silent. Dr. Lu froze, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. His lips twitched. Mr. Su, I don't understand what you're talking about? Dr. Lu forced himself to remain composed, offering an awkward smile. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. After all, those things you did were only done in front of me. Old Master Su murmured softly. His expression then turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Dr. Lu and said calmly. The big shot backing you is the Black Wolf Gang's top enforcer in this area, right? The words sent a shockwave through everyone present. What? The Black Wolf Gang? Old Master, I have no idea what you're talking about. Dr. Lu feigned utter panic and complete bewilderment. He began backing toward the door. Dr. Lu, what the hell is going on here? Su Chengwei was utterly shocked upon hearing his father's words. Why did his father immediately accuse Dr. Lu of being part of the Black Wolf Gang upon waking up? And why had his medication been sold on the black market? Seeing Dr. Lu retreat timidly, he instantly sensed something was amiss. Mr. Su, I really have no idea what the old man is talking about. I've been doing my absolute best to take care of him these past few days. I haven't been home in a month. Dr. Lu began walking step by step toward the door. Clang! But just then, a thunderous crash echoed in Dr. Lu's ears. It reverberated painfully in his eardrums. He turned to see a walking stick blocking his path. The cane had driven a hole straight through the wall. Dr. Lu was instantly drenched in cold sweat. You bastard! Where do you think you're going? So you're the one with ties to the Black Wolf Gang. And you had the nerve to frame us. Want to taste Grandpa Su's lion beating staff? Oh. No, for you it'll be a beating stick. Grandpa Su glared at him with seething hatred. Anyone from the Black Wolf Gang was his enemy. If not for the crowd today, he would have beaten Dr. Lu into a cripple long ago. Dr. Lu, what exactly is going on here? Just explain clearly. The Su family won't make things difficult for you. Su Chengwei was also stunned by Old Man Su's strike. That cane had been driven right into the wall. What immense strength must that have taken? For an old man like Grandpa Su to possess such strength was utterly unreasonable. Su Chengwei slowly approached Dr. Lu, intending to block his path. I'm part of the Black Wolf Gang. What can you do to me? Die, all of you. But just then, Dr. Lu, who had been trembling with fear, suddenly changed his expression, his words sharp and cutting. He abruptly pulled a scalpel from his pocket, took a step forward, and pinned Su Chengwei against the wall. Lu Jing, what are you doing? Before Su Changwei could react, he shouted angrily at Dr. Lu. What am I doing? If you don't let me go today, you'll go down with me. Dr. Lu was visibly agitated, his words laced with profanity, convinced his actions had intimidated them all. With a hostage in hand, they'd surely let him go. With the Black Wolf Gang's protection, even the police wouldn't be able to track him down. You have 1 minute to decide. Otherwise, right now, immediately, this instant, release me. Bang. Like hell you will. Just as everyone was tense and at a loss, paralyzed by Dr. Lu's threat and unable to act, Grandpa Su's voice suddenly echoed through the room. Then, before everyone's eyes, his long cane shot forward. It struck Dr. Lu squarely in the midsection. Ah! Dr. Lu let out a piercing scream, his mind going blank in an instant. The pain was excruciating. The knife slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor. Hitting you. I wouldn't even bother using my staff technique. Since you admitted you're part of the Black Wolf Gang, then I've got every right to beat you. You piece of trash. Take this kick from your old man. Immediately, Old Man Su lunged forward and kicked Dr. Lu with all his might. Boom. Thud. Dr. Lu was sent flying through the air. You wanted to get out, didn't you? I'll grant your wish right now. Grandpa Su roared angrily. Everyone was stunned. It all happened too fast. In less than a second, the once arrogant Dr. Lu now lay passed out on the floor. 118. This is exactly what you deserve, Old Man Su. At that moment, Dr. Lu's team members were all stunned. They never imagined Dr. Lu would do such a thing. No one dared to intervene. Dr. Lu was holding a scalpel. One swift cut, no hesitation guaranteed to send you to meet your great-grandmother today. Yet the very next second, something utterly mind-blowing happened. In the blink of an eye, Old Man Su swung his cane at Dr. Lu. In the blink of an eye, he was before Dr. Lu. Seizing the moment while the doctor winced in pain, he delivered a single blow that sent him flying. And he did it with his foot. Grandpa Su leaning on a cane meant his foot was injured. That he could inflict such severe damage on Dr. Lu despite his injuries sent a chill down their spines. At the same time, they felt immense joy. They couldn't help but cheer, well done. After all, as the team leader, Dr. Lu had oppressed them no end in the past. Seeing him beaten like this finally avenged their past grievances. Every heart was cheering inside. Watching Dr. Lu get sent flying by Old Man Su's kick, Su Chang felt completely numb. Grandpa Su moved like a gust of wind, whooshing right up before him. That was the speed of an old man. He couldn't believe it. But he had seen it with his own eyes. Like a gust of wind, teleporting right before his eyes. These past few days, he'd also glanced at some trending topics about that Cultivation University. He decided to take a look. Uncle Su's punching technique was identical to the one in the video. In fact, he was even more swift than the old man in the footage. Could they truly be cultivators? Su Chang couldn't help but ask himself. Seeing Old Man Su come to his rescue, he also regretted having believed Dr. Lu's one-sided account and immediately labeled them as Black Wolf Gang members. How could it be that Old Man Su harbors such hatred toward the Black Wolf Gang? His eyes brimmed with shock and admiration as he looked at Old Man Su. He was still gasping for breath, clearly not having recovered from the previous situation. Old Su. That was incredible. Uncle He and Uncle Wang were also stunned by Uncle Su's reaction. His speed and agility surpassed even theirs, despite their fully functional legs. Grandpa He stared at Grandpa Su, wondering if the old man had broken through to the Qi cultivation stage. Oomph. This kid. He deserves a beating. I'll never forgive the Black Wolf Gang. Grandpa Su glared fiercely at Dr. Lu lying on the ground and roared angrily. Thank you, Grandpa Su. Mrs. Su's voice trembled. After enduring so much, her body could no longer hold up and she collapsed into a chair. Tears rolled down the corners of her eyes. Thank you, hero. For saving my son. Become. I kneel. Apologies to the three masters. Old Master Su was also stunned by Uncle Su's gesture. His conviction that they were cultivators grew even stronger. Ah! Su Chang froze upon hearing his father's words. Dad! He turned his head in confusion, thinking he must have misheard. Kneel. If it weren't for the three masters here, our Su family would surely be destroyed. This is fate. Today, you must kneel. Perform the kneeling ritual before the three masters. The three masters are benefactors to our Su family. This debt of gratitude shall forever be etched in the hearts of our Su family. Old Master Su declared with great emotion. His eyes brimmed with reverence. Su Chang still hesitated. He felt remorse within for his earlier attitude toward Old Master Su and the others. And now, Uncle Su had selflessly saved him without holding any grudges. Thud. Suddenly, at that very moment, he felt a palm strike his back. Before he could react, his body jerked forward, forcing him to kneel before he and the others. Su, my brother, this boy didn't know. Don't be so formal. Grandpa He hurriedly tried to stop him. Masters. This is my son's fault. This kneel is owed to all three of you. And to Suer as well. I'm sorry, Su Ching. Old Master Su looked at Su Qing with eyes brimming with remorse, apologizing. Su Chang wanted to protest, but after his father spoke, refusing to kneel would truly be disrespectful to all three. Ring ring. Just then, the phone in Old Man Su's pocket rang. He pulled it out to see it was his second son calling. A thought crossed his mind, and his brow furrowed slightly as he prepared to step outside to answer the call. You ungrateful son. Hurry up and... But just then, Old Master Su saw Su Chang still hadn't knelt before the three elders. He jumped up from the bed in frustration, ready to teach him a lesson. But mid-sentence, he froze completely. His mouth twitched. His body plummeted. Thud. His eyes went blank as he collapsed back onto the bed. Dad! Su Chengwei turned his head and panicked at the sight. He scrambled to his feet. Dad, what's wrong? Shang! What's wrong with Dad? What happened? Su Qing, who had been standing nearby, snapped out of her daze and rushed over. Mr. Su's sudden collapse left Mr. He and the other two men stunned. The three hurried over. Meanwhile, the medical staff nearby, without Dr. Lu to direct them, were at a loss for what to do. Dad, don't scare me like this. Dad, I'll do whatever you say. Please don't get angry. Su Chengwei cried out. Yet Old Man Su kept his eyes tightly shut, his face slowly turning pale. Yet the monitoring equipment beside him showed no change. Three masters. I was wrong. I beg you. Please save my father. I'm kneeling before you. Su Chang, who had been hesitating moments ago, immediately knelt before the three elders and bowed his head 3 times. Without a moment's hesitation. He De Yi and his companions could sense Su Chang's desperate desire to save his father. It was entirely genuine. But this had come on far too suddenly. They had no idea what was happening. Could it be a sudden surge of blood rushing to his head? But that couldn't be right. Their spiritual energy circulated within Old Master Su's body. His meridians should be no different from those of an ordinary person. At that moment, Old Man Su saw the incoming call was from his second son. He was instantly overcome with panic. Could his second son's sudden call mean trouble at his eldest son's company? He grew deeply anxious. But then, Old Master Su beside him suddenly lost consciousness. Why did these things have to happen all at once? Seeing how anxious Su Chang was, he could only slip the phone back into his pocket. He resolved to address Mr. Su's health issue first, then call his second son. He silently prayed that nothing had happened to his eldest son's company. Don't panic just yet. The old man's condition must have stabilized. Grandpa, he placed his hand on Old Master Su's body and detected nothing unusual. Even his meridians had grown significantly thicker than before. Seeing Su Cheng's mournful face, she comforted him first. Uncle He, you must save my father-in-law. Su Qing cried out, her face flushed with shyness. Master! If you can save my father, I'll agree to any terms you set. Su Chengwei also pleaded passionately. Old Su. Old Wang, any discoveries? Grandpa, he pondered, turning to ask Grandpa Su and Grandpa Wang. Old Su was already flustered and couldn't think of anything, shaking his head. But Old Wang remained silent. He placed his hand on Old Man Su's body. He wanted to verify his own conjecture. 119 Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Really? Old Wang. You found the cause. Upon hearing Old Wang's words, Grandpa, he turned around with surprise and delight, his eyes brimming with anticipation. MHM. Old Wang nodded. Master Su's body, having endured the shock of spiritual energy for the first time. It's remarkable he didn't suffer backlash. It was precisely because he showed no physical discomfort that we overlooked this crucial point. Grandpa Wang's expression turned serious as he analyzed earnestly. Old Master Su is different from us. We cultivated step by step. The spiritual energy within him only circulates because we channel it for him. That's where the difference lies. Even after we let go, the spiritual energy still circulates automatically within him. But compared to the orderly circulation we achieve through our guidance, it began to grow chaotic afterward. Compounded by Old Master Su's sudden outburst of anger earlier. This is what caused the current situation. Uncle Wang didn't waste a single word, each sentence offering precise analysis of Old Master Su's condition. Uncle He and Uncle Su listened and suddenly understood. Well done. Old Wang. Grandpa, he murmured in quiet admiration. He hadn't expected Old Wang's analysis to be so thorough. It seemed that though Old Wang appeared quiet and reserved on the surface, he was actually constantly thinking deep inside. Pondering Old Wang's words, Grandpa, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. This made things even more difficult. Even though they knew the cause of the illness, they still had no way to alleviate it. Could it be that they must once again infuse Master Su with spiritual energy? To ensure the spiritual energy circulated smoothly within his body? But that wasn't a long-term solution either. The moment they left, Old Master Su's body would inevitably start showing problems again. They couldn't escape responsibility for this either. Uncle He, my father-in-law. At that moment, Mrs. Su, already weeping uncontrollably, turned to ask Grandpa He. Yes. Don't worry. The old man will be fine. We found the cause now. However, we don't have a solution just yet. But don't worry, with us here, the old man won't be in mortal danger. But, in the end, old man, he couldn't bring himself to say it. He had to give Mrs. Su and the others some hope. In truth, old man, he had learned from the third volume of the Body Tempering Sutra that absorbing spiritual energy into the body wasn't entirely beneficial. After all, it exacted a heavy toll on the body. Without replenishing spiritual energy, the body could collapse. This was precisely why not everyone in the cultivation world could practice. It was also why the elderly could only cultivate within the nursing home. The nursing home's spiritual energy supply was remarkably stable, precisely meeting the requirements for cultivation. The spiritual energy emanating from the Qi refining pillars is 10 times that of the rest of the nursing home. This provides immense benefit for replenishing spiritual energy. Thus, when cultivating atop it, their spiritual energy not only replenishes but also enables breakthroughs. Madame Su was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't very well put old he and the others in a difficult position. Old he. You still refuse to let go. Then leave it to me. Just then, old Su sighed. He then pulled a small ball from his pocket. Grandpa Wang and Grandpa he froze in shock upon seeing it. In Grandpa Su's hand was none other than the yellow dragon pill they had brought with them. Old Su. What are you doing with the yellow dragon pill? Could it be that you're going to? Grandpa he inquired. He pondered inwardly. An answer instantly formed in his mind. What do I want? This is the only way. Let's try it first. As old man Su spoke, he channeled his inner energy, instantly splitting the entire Huanglong pill into 8 pieces. Su Changwei and Mrs. Su, watching nearby, were utterly dumbfounded. What kind of force was that? Yet, overhearing the conversation, they now knew the name of this object. Yellow dragon pill. A pill. It's a pill. Su Cheng muttered softly, his eyes filled with shock. Turning to look at old man Su and the other two, his worldview began to crumble. This world wasn't just filled with cultivators. There were also elixirs. Could it be true, just like in the novels, that spiritual energy had revived? Mrs. Su. Please bring me a bottle of water. Grandpa Su's expression was solemn. Yes. Mrs. Su hurriedly fetched a bottle of water, and Grandpa Su immediately dropped a pill into it. A wave of refreshing incense fragrance instantly filled the room. Su Changwei and Mrs. Su inhaled it, their minds stirred, feeling invigorated and utterly at ease. Old Wang, don't infuse spiritual energy, just stimulate its circulation within old Master Su's body. Old he, help me support old Master Su. After the Huanglong pill dissolved in the water, Grandpa Su instructed Grandpa he and Grandpa Wang. Aye. The two nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, Grandpa Su finally managed to pour a cup of water into old Master Su's mouth. Beads of sweat as large as soybeans formed on his forehead. There. You can let go now. Grandpa Su wiped his sweat and called out to Grandpa he and Grandpa Wang. The others stood nearby, all eyes fixed on old man Su. Time ticked by second. Su Changwei and Mrs. Su's expression shifted from anticipation to anxiety. Mrs. Su silently pleaded within her heart. Ahem. Just then, a cough sounded, and old Master Su's eyes fluttered open slightly. This time, nothing emerged from his body. Old Master Su looked quite satisfied. With Uncle Wang helping stabilize the surging spiritual energy within old Master Su, coupled with the Huanglong pill repairing and nourishing his meridians, old Master Su's condition had largely stabilized. Just then, the phone in Uncle Su's pocket rang again. He picked it up, his brow immediately furrowing, and walked straight out. Meanwhile, everyone else was immersed in the joy of old Master Su regaining consciousness. Dad! Su Cheng exclaimed excitedly. Seeing old Master Su truly awake, his heart pounded wildly. Old Master Su's body was extremely weak, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Yet his complexion looked much better than before. Cheng Wei. Old Master Su slowly opened his mouth, calling out his son's name. Dad! I'm here. This time, 3 masters saved me once more. The debt our Su family owes these 3 masters cannot be repaid in a single day. Today, you shall first take the 3 masters as your teachers. The future holds boundless possibilities for our Su family, the 3 masters, and the Cultivation University. Old Master Su spoke slowly. Having experienced spiritual energy entering his body, he now understood the benefits of cultivating immortality. The Su family must forge a lasting bond with this Immortal Cultivation University. And having his son become a disciple was the best way to do it. Father, this. Su Chang was stunned upon hearing this. His father actually dared to ask him to seek a master. Though he had just witnessed the astonishing techniques of Elder Su and his 2 companions, he still felt some resistance deep down. If you don't become an apprentice today, I'll disown you. Seeing his son's stubbornness, old Master Su lost his temper. He barked sternly. This instantly stunned Su Chang. Following his father's words was undoubtedly the right choice. Su Chengwei knew it was precisely because of his father's sharp insight that their Su family had risen from humble peasant origins to become commercial titans across the entire Jiangnan region of Longhua. Today's initiation must hold deeper meaning. 3 masters, your disciple, Su Chengwei, pays his respects. He openly bowed toward grandfather He and grandfather Wang. No. Brother Su, what do you mean by this? We're not qualified to teach him yet. Grandpa He looked utterly bewildered at this. It all happened too suddenly. They had come out begging, hoping to save someone and accumulate merit. Now suddenly someone wants to become his disciple? If the master won't take me as a disciple, I won't get up today. Su Cheng knew that if he failed to become a disciple today, the old man would surely beat him to death. Faced with such words, old man He and the others had no choice but to agree. Grandpa He looked flustered, glancing at Grandpa Wang beside him, who wore a similarly conflicted expression. If they possessed the strength of the headmaster, they would have agreed without hesitation. But they hadn't even reached the Qi cultivation stage. They weren't even true cultivators. Taking on disciples would only ruin their reputation, wouldn't it? Master, there's no need for modesty. Today, my son shall be your nominal disciple. When the 3 masters become immortals and ascend on a crane, they may take my son to serve by their side. Seeing old master He hesitate, old master Su spoke up. Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang wore solemn expressions. Seeking a master in the cultivation world was no casual matter. Old Su. You. Grandpa He wanted to gauge Grandpa Su's reaction, but when he turned to look, he was nowhere to be seen. Where's old Su? He was clearly beside them just moments ago. Old He was utterly bewildered. But just then, old Su's voice reached their ears. Grandpa Su shouted excitedly with a touch of adolescent enthusiasm. My disciple, rise quickly. Such a grand gesture, we can't possibly accept it. But as Brother Su mentioned recently, we openly accept it. Today we meet face to face. It is heaven's decree. Karma flows in cycles. If we do not pay our respects today, this very karmic debt shall surely be repaid in the future. This encounter on the path of the Great Way, our karmic connection has reached its end. Henceforth, we shall receive your homage. We 3 shall be your masters, guiding and protecting you on your path to immortality. 120 What have I to fear? My son is the heaven-chosen one. Hurry and thank the 3 masters. Seeing Su Cheng's dazed expression, old master Su urged him. Thank you, 3 masters. Su Cheng obediently kowtowed to the trio. Good disciple. Old master Su was thoroughly satisfied. His goal had been achieved. But in truth, he was now extremely tense and anxious. The reason was that he had just answered his second son's call. Sure enough, it was trouble at his eldest son's place. Someone had gone to cause trouble at his eldest son's company. The eldest son had gotten into a fight trying to stop him. He was arrested on the spot. This is outrageous. Do they really think the Su family is easy to bully? Old man Su snorted coldly. Dad. My brother's already been arrested. I called the numbers of a few good friends he gave me. None of them answered. I want to go in and see him. But the detention center guards won't let me in. You say you're the guardian angel of my brother's company. Please just use your influence. Though the second son usually envied his older brother as a sibling, he was deeply anxious about his brother's predicament. After all, his older brother had always shielded him since childhood. Now that his eldest brother, whom he both viewed as a rival and a role model, had fallen into trouble, his mental defenses crumbled. Dad said he was cultivating to become a guardian for his older brother's company. So now, he could only rely on Dad. Just you wait. Dad promises to handle everything within an hour. Settle everything. Black Wolf Gang. I'll fight you to the death. Grandpa Su roared inwardly. He didn't even need to think the troublemakers had to be from the Black Wolf Gang. Having known these dogs for so long, he understood their ways. They'd stop at nothing to achieve their goals. His son had clashed with them, disrupting their interests. They wouldn't let it go. Yet, he hung up the phone. Yet he felt utterly lost. Though he had promised his second son, he had no idea whom to approach for help. Commissioner Chow? They'd only met twice. He probably didn't even recognize him. Besides, he was doing this as a favor to the principal. He wouldn't make an appearance just for some old man like me. Ask the principal? This is his own family matter. As a cultivator, can't he handle his own affairs? Besides, matters of the mortal world, the headmaster likely wouldn't interfere anyway. That would only disrupt the natural order of cause and effect. Everything must depend on him alone. The headmaster has said that every event on the path of cultivation is bound by cause and effect. Everything is a test for oneself. This crisis at his son's company is likely another necessary trial on his cultivation path. But who could he turn to now? Just as he was at a loss, Su Cheng's voice offering to become his disciple reached his ears. An idea instantly formed in his mind. Take Su Cheng as his disciple. Since his enemy was the Black Wolf Gang, then the Black Wolf Gang was also the enemy of the Su family. He had saved old Master Su. And he was the master of old Master Su's son. The Su family will definitely come to his aid. Moreover, he earned all this through his own strength. Desperate to save his son, he made up his mind on the spot. Who isn't a good father? That's how the dramatic scene unfolded earlier. At that moment, old he and old Wang looked at old Su with startled expressions. They could clearly sense the turbulent energy surging within him, as if he were weighed down by some deep concern. Gentlemen, please sit down and rest. Old Su, what were you doing outside just now? Grandpa, he inquired. Old Su was torn inside. Should he tell the truth? Su's reaction was far too unusual. All eyes turned to him. Old Su, if something's on your mind, just say it. We've got your back. That's right. Master Su, rest assured. If you're facing any difficulties, the Su family might be able to lend a hand. Old Master Su, having absorbed Grandpa Su's spiritual energy, also sensed the intense tension radiating from him. Everyone. Upon hearing this, old Master Su's eyes instantly welled up with tears. He sighed. He recounted everything that had just happened. The Black Wolf Gang. Those bastards. Why didn't you tell us sooner? What were you hiding from your brothers? You should have led us to attack the Black Wolf Gang. Grandpa, he clenched his fists in fury, utterly enraged. The troublemakers didn't get in, but the defenders did. What kind of world is this? No wonder even the usually optimistic old Su has been unusually quiet these past 2 days since leaving the forest. The Black Wolf Gang is truly too arrogant. Master Su, leave this matter to me. I'll have Cheng handle it immediately. Your son will be released today without fail. Old Master Su's temples throbbed with fury. The Black Wolf Gang, relying on their connections within the organization. So lawless. As someone who built his fortune from scratch, he empathized deeply with what happened to Old Man Su's eldest son. What's more, Old Man Su is now his son's master. And Old Man Su had saved his life at a critical moment. This favor he absolutely must repay today. It was the perfect opportunity to formally warn the Black Wolf Gang Su Kong was still alive. Alive and well. I'm sure this illness was also the Black Wolf Gang's doing. Their influence is vast. The ones in Anqing City are just a tiny fraction of their operation. But rest assured, when it comes to dealing with trouble, the Su family still has the capability to handle it. Contact Director Chow immediately. Have him contact the detention center to release the detainees. Old Master Su's health had nearly fully recovered. His words carried immense force. Yes, sir. Su Chengwei was overcome with emotion at that moment. Mentioning the Black Wolf Gang made his blood boil. The Black Wolf Gang had seized the lion's share of the Su family's business. If it weren't for the Su family's deep roots and vast holdings, they might have met the same fate as old Su's eldest son, mercilessly targeted by the Black Wolf Gang. Su Chengwei immediately notified Chief Chow, requesting him to handle the matter. This is outrageous. Rest assured, Mr. Su. I guarantee this matter will be resolved within half an hour. Please tell Mr. Su not to worry. Also, please convey my regards to old Master Su. Congratulations on his recovery. Commissioner Chow received Su Cheng's call and learned the details of the situation. He took it very seriously. After calming his emotions and gathering his thoughts, he immediately sorted out the details and had someone call the detention center where Grandpa Su's eldest son was being held. At the same time, he was somewhat shocked. He never imagined that Mr. Su, who had been gravely ill just days ago, would miraculously recover today. Just 1 hour ago, he had even received news of the old man's passing through internal channels. Now it seemed all of that had been nothing but hype and empty talk. But what shocked him even more was that it wasn't some renowned doctor who had cured old Master Su. It was the 3 elders from their town's Immortal Cultivation nursing home. Upon learning the identities of these 3 elders, his body trembled even more. Grandpa Wang was among them. Doubts began to swirl within him. Could it be that they were truly cultivating immortality? Otherwise, how could they have the power to revive old Master Su? Judging by Su Cheng's excited voice and the instructions from old Master Su beside him, it didn't seem fake at all. In fact, old Master Su's voice sounded remarkably healthy, hardly like someone who'd just been teetering on the brink of life and death. But the most urgent matter now was rescuing old man Su's son. It wasn't the Su family's request that compelled him. It was because old man Su and old man Wang were friends. Master, rest assured. I've already notified Director Chow. They'll definitely be released. Su Chengwei assured old man Su. Grandpa Su nodded, then clutched his phone, staring intently at the message screen from his second son. Time ticked by second. Soon, half an hour had passed. Grandpa Su kept switching back and forth between the message screens. His impatience grew with every passing moment. Seeing Dr. Lu lying on the ground by the door, he really wanted to kick him a few more times to vent his frustration. Old Su. Don't worry. Commissioner Chow is on his way. He'll be fine. It was the first time he had seen old Su so heartbroken and anxious. He dared not say more. He offered comfort. Worried? Worried about what? My son is the chosen one. With me as his father protecting his path. Nothing bad will happen. Old Su chuckled awkwardly. Then he closed his eyes tightly. His hands clutched the phone tightly. Ring. Suddenly, at that very moment, Grandpa Su's phone rang. 121 safe and sound. One Black Wolf gang member is no threat. Old Su. Look at this. Hearing the commotion, those nearby urged Old Su to take a look. After all, with Chief Chow handling it, the matter was surely resolved. But Old Su was too worried about his own son. Old Su slowly opened his eyes. He tapped his phone. A message popped up. It was from his second son. Dad. My brother's been released. Dad. You're absolutely amazing. It was clear that Su Desen was deeply moved. Seeing this, Old Man Su rose with a satisfied smile and bowed deeply to thank Old Master Su. Thank you. Master Su, you're too polite. It's the least I could do. The Su family may not be able to do much against the Black Wolf gang. But we still have the ability to openly resist him. Rest assured. I've just learned about the situation with your son's company. Since the Black Wolf gang has seized his company's contracts. That's perfect. We at Kinda Light Industry also have some orders that need to be placed with our subcontractors. Mr. Su's meaning was perfectly clear. Well, Brother Su. I'm already deeply grateful to you all for saving my son. As for the rest. Old Man Su didn't know how to respond. It's fine. We'll handle this matter with your son. Everything will be up to your son. But rest assured. Even if your son chooses not to cooperate with us here, the Black Wolf gang will never bother your son's company after 2000. Old Master Su understood what Uncle Su was thinking. After all, this was his son's company. He could also tell that Mr. Su's son was a strong-willed individual. Su Deyi couldn't make the decision either. After that, everything was left for Su Cheng to handle. Su Deyi also relayed the news from his side to his second son. He instructed him to discuss it with his eldest brother. Now that the eldest son was out, everything would be left for them to resolve themselves. Grandpa Su's mood lifted. The clouds parted like rain clearing. The recovery speed of Old Master Su, however, exceeded their expectations. I've divided this yellow dragon pill into 8 portions. The Old Master has already taken 1 portion. From now on, give him 1 portion every 2 days. Then, Uncle Su explained the dosage instructions for the yellow dragon pill to Mrs. Su. He paused abruptly mid-sentence. A sly grin spread across his lips. Bring the cane. Mrs. Su. Take out your phone and record this Tai Chi technique. Remember, only the Old Master may see it. Do not share it with anyone else. Grandpa Su said sternly. Yes, yes. Rest assured, Grandpa Su. We'll keep these things confidential. Mrs. Su was startled by Mr. Su's sudden seriousness. She nodded in agreement. All right. Follow my rhythm. Come. Grandpa Su rose to his feet and then sat up straight. A fluid sequence of the nursing home's exclusive Tai Chi routine unfolded before Old Master Su and Mrs. Su. Their expressions remained calm at first. But when Grandpa Su bent his knees and executed a full 180-degree turn, their eyes widened. They couldn't help but rub their eyes. Every subsequent step Mr. Su took defied their expectations. It resembled Tai Chi, yet completely defied their understanding of the art. They couldn't help but be shocked. This must be one of the differences between cultivators and ordinary mortals. Meanwhile, as Mrs. Su filmed the video, doubt crept into her mind. Could the old man really perform this movement? If he could, does that mean he too could cultivate immortality? These questions arose unbidden within her mind. Huff. That's it. That's the entirety of the Tai Chi technique. Brother Su, in 2 days your body should be mostly recovered. You can begin practicing. Rest assured, the more you practice, the more exhilarating it becomes. The more you practice, the more you'll love it. The more you practice, the stronger your body becomes. Of course, mastery of this Tai Chi technique also depends on how well Brother Su can absorb the spiritual energy from the 3 of us. Brother Su, rest assured and focus on your recovery here. I estimate that once Brother Su fully absorbs this yellow dragon pill, his strength will reach the body tempering realm. Grandpa Su stated without reservation. Body tempering realm? Madam Su was a bit stunned. That's right. All 3 of us are at the body tempering realm. This realm is merely the entry ticket to the path of cultivation. Grandpa Su waved his cane excitedly. He didn't notice at all that one of his feet was faintly touching the ground. Master Su. Body tempering realm? Old Master Su, seeing how expressive Grandpa Su and the others were, actually declared that the body tempering realm was merely an entry ticket to the path of cultivating immortality. In other words, a body tempering realm cultivator wasn't even a true immortal. Yet they possessed such formidable strength? Exactly. This is nothing special. We're still mortal flesh and blood. Only upon reaching the chi refining stage does one truly embark upon the path of cultivation. invulnerable to blades and arrows. Only when we reach our headmaster's realm can we be called great cultivators. The road ahead is long. The path is arduous and long. The path of cultivation is beyond our wildest imagination, Grandpa Su said with a look of profound meaning. Only then did old Master Su realize why he had suddenly found the strength to slap his son. He stared in shock at his own hands. Then he looked at the Huanglong pill on the bedside table. If he were to consume all of these pills, he too would gain the same power as Old Man Su and the others. Is this what cultivators are like? Is this the result of cultivation at the Immortal Cultivation University? His curiosity about the Immortal Cultivation University mentioned by Old Man Su and the others grew even stronger. He resolved that once his injuries healed, he would personally pay them a visit. After all, judging by what Old Man Su implied, the university president's cultivation realm must be terrifyingly formidable. A being capable of destroying heaven and earth. That's right. Su, my friend. If you were to join our university, you'll undoubtedly make tremendous progress. Grandpa he chimed in from the side. Though he felt heartbroken that old Su had used a yellow dragon pill to save old Master Su's life. But human life is paramount. Besides, this was something they encountered while begging. It was something they had to experience on their path to immortality. Everything revolves in a cycle of cause and effect. Likewise, he was also furious inside that Old Man Su had kept things from him. Fortunately, Old Master Su was there. He resolved the matter weighing on Old Man Su's mind. Alright, Master He, rest assured. Once my body recovers in a few days, I will definitely pay a visit to express my gratitude. With that, Old Master Su closed his eyes, beginning to sense the spiritual energy circulating within his body. At that moment, at the gathering place of the Black Wolf Gang in Anqing City. Ha 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 ha. Dr. Lu did a splendid job. That old bastard Su is dead. Now the Su family has no power left to fight our Black Wolf Gang. One of Gao Chiyu's henchmen shouted excitedly. The other enforcers all wore flushed expressions. Upon hearing the news of Old Master Su's death, Gao Chiyu immediately ordered 10 cases of beer to be bought. They wouldn't go home until they were drunk tonight. The group chattered excitedly. Gao Chiyu wore a look of smug satisfaction. Now that Old Master Su was dead, his son, Su Chang, would inevitably be distracted. Their Black Wolf Gang's operations had already expanded throughout Anqing City. They must deliver a crushing blow to the Su family. Let them learn the consequences of provoking the Black Wolf Gang. Even if you're the foremost merchant in Jiangnan, you'll still have to bow to the Black Wolf Gang. Meanwhile, Gao Chiyu's phone delivered news that thrilled him. The headache finally subsided. That small-time boss who fought them for the contract got beaten up and then locked up. Upon hearing this, the client immediately terminated the contract and came crawling back to them. As for the factory owner, he'd already arranged for special attention from his inside connections. These people, they're just asking for trouble. Anyone who dares to fight against my Black Wolf Gang will die, Gao Chiyu said coldly. Then he flashed a bottle of beer. Alright, big brother, way to go. Listening to his younger brother's praise, Gao Chiyu felt elated. But his expression turned cold. At this moment, he still harbored a deep-seated grudge that remained unresolved. That was the nursing home in Jinshan town. But he wasn't in a hurry. For the master from Sakura country had already agreed to come. This time, regarding Old Master Su's illness, was precisely due to the masters employing secret techniques combined with Dr. Lu's cooperation, allowing it to gradually penetrate deep into the marrow, infiltrating the body, leaving no chance for recovery. Anyone who dares to fight against the Black Wolf Gang will die. This time the master has arrived. What power could these old men possibly have? Even if he can take on 10 men, he still can't escape the master's curse. The Black Wolf Gang is absolutely certain of victory. Boss. What is it? Yet, just as Gao Chiyu was fantasizing about the glorious scene, a subordinate suddenly approached him holding a phone. His hands trembled as he stared blankly at Gao Chiyu. Seeing the subordinate's state, Gao Chiyu wore a look of utter disgust. Just now, I got word. Old Master Su isn't dead. His voice grew fainter with each word, his tone thick with disbelief. 122 shattering beliefs, a long-term battle. What? What did you say? Gao Chiyu froze in shock. Clang. The cup slammed onto the table. I just got word. Old Master Su is alive. Are you sure? Was it Dr. Lu who notified you? Gao Chiyu stood up and stormed over to her younger brother. No. It was a scout from that area. The scout said. Dr. Lu was kicked flying by an old man with a cane. She's completely passed out. He's already been sent by the Su family to the hospital near the police station. Gao Chiyu froze in shock. Dr. Lu's identity had been exposed. And beaten to the brink of death. Impossible. This can't be. That was the black magic cast by Mr. Kawaguchi Takushi. No one could possibly escape it. How could old Master Su possibly come back to life? The dead cannot be brought back to life. That's common sense. Unless. Gao Qiyu whipped her head around, her expression electrifying as she fixed her gaze on the subordinate and demanded. What did you just say? The subordinate was already panicking. Seeing Gao Qiyu's sudden outburst, he was so startled he couldn't speak. Just now, I said. Dr. Lu was sent to the hospital by the Su family. No, that's not it. That's not what I meant. Gao Qiyu shook her head violently, her face edged with disappointment. Her expression was terrifyingly serious. The younger brother's body trembled violently. The Su family discovered Dr. Lu's true identity. Damn it. I told you. Not that line. The next line. If you mess up again, you'll be feeding the dogs. Gao Qiyu's words carried a hint of murderous intent beneath her icy demeanor. The younger brother's legs went weak, and he didn't dare delay for a moment. He froze in place, his mind racing. Could it be that old man with the cane kicked him? Right. That's it. Did the scout get any photos? I need to see what that old man who knocked Dr. Lu flying looks like. Right. Besides that old man, were there two others? The younger brother looked a bit dazed but nodded in response. This is the only photo we got. He then retrieved the photo sent by the scout and placed it before Gao Qiyu. Gao Qiyu took the phone and looked at it. His pupils dilated sharply. It's them. It really is them. Those old bastards. Why them again? Gao Qiyu growled, seething with rage. The red guards nearby were utterly bewildered upon hearing this. They didn't understand what he was talking about. Gao Qiyu stared at the blurred figures in the photograph. These were undoubtedly the three elderly men from the nursing home. The very same three who had repeatedly thwarted the Black Wolf Gang's plans. They were truly haunting spirits that refused to rest. But what intrigued him even more was this: weren't these three elders cultivators? How could they possibly have the power to revive old Master Su? Ding-ling. Just then, the younger brother's phone rang again. Boss. Boss. Has that person been released? Who was released? Gao Qiyu asked in a low voice. He was in a terrible mood. The boss who beat up our people this morning. Somehow, he was suddenly released. I heard it was Director Chow who ordered his release. Chief Chow? Oomph. That's strange. Why would Chief Chow help some small-time boss like that? Wait, I remember you mentioning the owner's surname to me. What was it again? Su. The younger brother hurriedly replied. Ha. Su, ha. Go look it up. See if this young boss has any connection to that old man surnamed Su at the nursing home we've been monitoring. You have half an hour to get it done. Gao Qiyu was visibly agitated. He hadn't been this furious in a long time. Everything had been going smoothly, perfectly arranged. Now it's all been thrown into chaos. Soon, the younger brother returned with news. Boss. That young boss really is related to the old man at the nursing home. He's the eldest son of an old man surnamed Su. Absolutely true. Gao Qiyu's face was etched with shock. She couldn't help but feel contempt. This city of Anqing is truly small. Even petty enemies seem to cluster together here. All because of this sudden appearance of some so-called Immortal Cultivation nursing home. He vowed silently to himself that this retirement home must cease to exist. Otherwise, the Black Wolf Gang would never have been able to operate so smoothly within Anqing City. Meanwhile, old Master Su was engaged in lively conversation with the three elders. He learned that information about the Immortal Cultivation retirement home could be found online. He immediately had Mrs. Su bring over a tablet. After learning about it for a while, he grew even more curious and fond of this cultivation retirement home. Unconsciously, a sense of longing stirred within him. After learning about the seniors' cultivation progress over a month and understanding the facility's layout, what truly astonished him was the online video footage of Qin Ming's breakthrough. The views have already surpassed 10 million online. The number of likes has reached millions. Thunder roared across the sky. Dark clouds gathered thickly. Lightning flashes and thunder roars. Shattering the sky. Slashing through the heavens. A breathtaking spectacle that shook the world, a sight one might witness only once in a lifetime. He dared not imagine how awe-inspiring the scene must have been to witness firsthand. Several bolts of yellow lightning struck down, each more terrifying than the last. The mere sound of the thunder made his body tremble. After enduring that thunderous assault, Qin Ming showed not a hint of discomfort. Instead, after breaking through the thunder tribulation, his posture each step a triumphant stride as he towered over the crowd was truly spectacular. It shattered his worldview. Was this the legendary heavenly ladder? He couldn't help but grow curious about the young man in the video. In the terms of old man Su and the others, he was the headmaster of the Immortal Cultivation retirement home, and his strength was unmatched in the present era. A single punch could shatter boulders over 10 meters tall, and he could effortlessly lift tractors weighing dozens of tons. He could even fly through the air. Had it not been for the spiritual energy within them that saved his life, he would never have believed such feats. Indeed, some things could only be truly acknowledged through personal experience. Just as Masters Su Wang and he said, "The principle is truly an immortal. Masters, once my injuries heal in the coming days, I shall personally visit to express my gratitude." Old Master Su declared solemnly. Across from him, the eyes of Granduncle Su, Granduncle He, and Granduncle Wang brimmed with profound respect. "Ha ha ha. Excellent. Su, my friend, your talent is truly remarkable. You've already unlocked the foundational spiritual veins. Once they stabilize and you enter the body-tempering realm, you can come to us for cultivation anytime. The path of cultivation varies for each. Each person has their own destiny." Upon hearing Old Master Su's words, Uncle He replied with great tact. "Ha ha ha. All right. The three masters are welcome to dine at my home today. It's getting late now. Xiao Su. Take Master Su and the others to rest over there first. Quickly. Have the housekeeper prepare some dishes and bring out my treasured aged liquor. 1 bottle each for me and the 3 masters." Old Master Su said with evident excitement. "Thank you, Su, my friend. But we must depart now. We came out today specifically to accumulate merit for our future studies. There's not much time left now, so it's inconvenient for us to linger any longer." Seeing how earnest Old Man He and the others looked, Old Master Su sighed deeply. Recalling his son's attitude toward them, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. After a moment's internal deliberation, seeing the 3 elders' resolute expressions and realizing persuasion was futile, he nodded in agreement. "Very well. I'll have someone take you back right away. Master Su, rest assured with us here, your son's company will be safe." He couldn't resist adding one last reassurance to Mr. Su. Mr. Su nodded excitedly. The smile hadn't left his face since earlier. "Ha ha ha. Su, my brother, my eldest son just sent me at exclamation point. The little rascal even asked me where I got the connections." Grandpa Su said without hesitation. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. Afterward, the group boarded the special vehicle arranged by Old Man Su and returned to the begging spot. Xiao Hua and the other 2 were still waiting there. They had already helped Old Man Su and the others beg for quite a lot. "Thank you. May you live 100 years. Xiao Hua exclaimed excitedly as he watched the coins fall into the bowl. He suddenly realized that begging might not be such a bad thing after all. This was more than he earned in a day's labor. After getting off the bus, everyone headed to their respective seats. Xiao Hua and his companions jumped up excitedly, gazing at Old Man Su and his group like devoted fans as they reported today's events. The trio was taken aback upon hearing this. These 3 truly had a knack for begging. The amount collected that day was not at all inferior to theirs. Good. You've done a great job. Young man, you've got real potential. Don't forget our agreement. Grandpa Su said with a smile. Don't worry, sir. We'll keep in touch via our phones. Xiao Hua replied with great understanding. All right. Then Grandpa Su and the other 2 returned to the nursing home. By then, evening had fallen. 123 Heartfelt confession. With Dad around, this one's in the bag. Old Su and the others are back. Grandpa Wang and the others are back. Brother He and the others are back. Grandpa He's group was the first to leave the forest to beg. Everyone gathered curiously around them. Did you encounter anything while begging today? Grandpa Ma stepped forward, asking curiously. Ha. That's a secret, can't tell you. Old Ma, let's go take a bath. We've worked hard all day, let's rest up. Grandpa Su grinned mischievously. Now that his son's matter was mostly settled. The knot in his heart had been untied, and he felt instantly lighter. All he wanted now was a good soak to ease the fatigue in his body. Meanwhile, Qin Ming stood at a distance, observing that the aura of fortune above several elderly gentlemen's heads was already 4 to 5 times greater than that of others. Far exceeding others. And beyond that. Qin Ming also noticed the changes in Old Man Su. The spiritual energy within him flowed freely. Seeing his open-heartedness, a smile touched the corners of his lips. It seemed he had truly let go of that emotional burden. Then, his breakthrough to the Qi cultivation stage couldn't be far off. He was genuinely curious to see which of the elders, he or the others, would be the first to break through to the Qi cultivation stage. After all, that would inspire everyone even more. Some of the elders' strength had stagnated. Still stuck at the body-tempering realm, showing signs of complacency. Glancing at his points in the marketplace, he planned to purchase some new items and launch new courses. The elder's body should be able to handle it now. After that, he returned to his office to continue his cultivation, awaiting the town mayor's arrival tomorrow morning to present the commendation banner. Phew! That felt amazing. Today was absolutely fantastic. After his bath, Old Man Su flung his cane aside and flopped onto the bed. His legs spread wide, utterly relaxed, hardly the posture of an 85-year-old man. It was time to check in on Duan's situation. After resting for a while, he pulled out his phone and dialed his eldest son's number. This time, the call connected in a second. Dad. You finally called me. About today's incident, you. No sooner had the call connected than Su Dewan's excited voice came through. Do-wan. Don't get worked up. Dad knows everything. Dad has everything under control. Dad said it. Dad is the guardian angel of your company. You think Dad's words before were all bull? Dad never lies. I won't let my grandson turn out bad. Grandpa Su cut Su Dewan off mid-sentence. He fired off a barrage of words. But this time, Su Dewan didn't retort. Instead, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He truly hadn't anticipated his father's strength. Back then, he had argued his case only to be charged with intentional assault and sent to prison. Only after his release did he learn that when he had his younger brother call those so-called good brothers, not a single one answered. 2 of them had their phones turned off. Only now did he truly understand what it meant that a friend in need is a friend indeed. And when he discovered it was actually Director Chow, whom his father had entrusted, who pulled strings to get him out of jail, he was utterly stunned. He froze in place. He had to confirm it 3 times with Su Desan. Su Desan could only nod excitedly. It was Dad. Brother. It's Dad. Dad made his move. Dad, you really are the guardian angel of our company. Su Desan had never witnessed anything like this before. Just by Dad asking a favor, Brother Chow the chief let him go. That's the chief of police for their entire city. Though Brother's capabilities are formidable, the scale of his small factory, it wasn't enough to reach that level of influence. Anqing City may be a county-level city, but its economy ranked first in the entire Dajiang region. That alone showed how influential the chief was. Dad. Don't get worked up. I know. I know everything. Su Dewan shouted excitedly. If it had only been Dad asking Director Chow for a favor, Su Dewan could still manage to keep himself together. But what happened that afternoon was what completely changed his attitude toward his father. At that moment, Su Dewan was fretting over the factory's lost orders. He had hundreds of people to support. A multi-million-dollar project vanished overnight. His company's credibility had taken a direct hit because of this morning's incident. Even with Director Chow backing them, other companies would hesitate to collaborate, intimidated by the Black Wolf Gang's reputation. Yet, just when he felt utterly helpless, an unknown number rang his dedicated line. He answered, and his entire body froze. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The Su family actually wanted to partner with a small factory like theirs. The Su family. They were the economic powerhouse of Anqing City, responsible for half of its prosperity. Su Dewan could never hope to match that scale in his lifetime. Yet here it was a partnership offer from the Su family, right before his eyes. He double-checked the phone number. Seeing his skepticism, they instructed him to dial the contact number for the head of the Su family company directly from his browser. Su Dewan hurriedly complied. The moment the call connected, he froze completely upon hearing the voice on the other end. It was the exact same voice that had just called him. Exactly the same. A voice changer. That was absolutely impossible. Who would dare impersonate the Su family? He was desperately trying to suppress the excitement surging within him. Collaborating with the Su family was beyond his wildest dreams. He certainly never imagined the Su family would come knocking on his door to partner with him. His reputation had just been ruined by the Black Wolf Gang. He thought carefully. He had to get to the bottom of this. What? All of this was my father's arrangement. Su Dewan felt his head buzzing. Upon receiving the response from the other side, he was completely dumbfounded. Yes. Mr. Su. All of this was arranged by Master Su. There's no need to ask any further questions. If you agree, we can begin the integration process today. The other party spoke with perfect composure. But at that moment, Su Dewan was gasping for breath. Master Su? Who is that? Su Dewan couldn't process it at first. Wait a minute. Master Su. Dad. Su Dewan's mind raced with this thought. He pondered for a long while. Mr. Su, I wonder if you would agree. Just then, the voice from across the room spoke again. It was clear he had been waiting for Su Dewan's response all along. Agreed. Agreed. I'll arrange for personnel to coordinate immediately. Thank you, Su family, for recognizing the value of my Wanqing group. Ha ha. Mr. Su, you're too kind. Let's forge ahead together. Long-term partnership. Here's to a fruitful partnership. Happy cooperation. The call abruptly ended. Su Dewan hadn't even regained his composure. Long-term cooperation. This meant the Su family wasn't planning just a one-time collaboration, but intended to provide long-term support. This was beyond his expectations. Could it really be that his father had intervened? But what connections could his father possibly have to link up with the Su family? These mysteries swirled in Su Dewan's mind. After connecting the call and expressing his astonishment, he shared all this with Old Man Su. Ha ha ha. Do-wan. Just know this much. Seize this opportunity. As for the reasons, let these be your driving force, etch them deep in your heart. Just remember, with Dad behind you, your company won't go under. Let go of everything and charge forward with courage. Dad is your company's guardian angel. Grandpa Su declared with a touch of adolescent enthusiasm. Grandpa he listened, smiling helplessly. Yet he couldn't refute it. Based on past experience, Grandpa Su really could say that. Across from him, Su Diwan nearly smiled upon hearing this. Utterly helpless. Dad! Stop trying to be so stubborn. My company's affairs will still depend on me in the future. Though he wouldn't admit it. He knew his father had sacrificed greatly to shield the company from the Black Wolf Gang's retribution. He could only push forward with all his might. Only by growing the company step by step could he truly repay his father's sacrifices for him. He let out a long sigh. He vowed. Dad! Rest assured. With you by my side, my company will definitely become #1 in Anqing City. 124-old Master Su's plan, Grandpa Su breaks through. Grandpa Su was full of energy. He chatted with his son until midnight. He recounted all sorts of stories from his eldest son's childhood. Grandpa Wang and Grandpa He, sitting nearby, listened with great delight. Grandpa He, too, felt deeply moved. During his month of cultivating immortality at the nursing home, though he bickered and argued with his children more often, but in their ordinary lives, they'd never even had the chance to talk with their children. It seemed that everything had changed since they began cultivating. Communication with their children increased. Each conversation lasted longer than before. Even he, an old man who refused to use a smartphone, has finally taken up a smartphone to video chat with his family. He couldn't help but imagine the path of cultivation ahead. Would his family members follow him onto this long and arduous path? Time flew by. The next morning, news of old Master Su's conference attendance made headlines across Anqing's major business weeklies and commercial websites. After all, he was the founder of a business giant spanning the entire Jiangnan region. Rumors had long circulated within the industry that he was gravely ill. Some even spread rumors that the old man had already passed away. Yet this morning, the old man suddenly appeared at a business conference. This was undoubtedly a bombshell for the industry. No one could have imagined old man Su was still alive. Judging by his appearance, demeanor, and speech, there was no sign whatsoever that he had ever been ill. Those competitors who had been waiting to see the Su family's downfall, the moment they saw the old man featured in the newspaper, turned ashen pale. The man who once dominated the Jiangnan business world had returned. Though now in his twilight years, the look in his eyes was profoundly intense. He seemed even more spirited than when he last appeared in public 2 years ago. At the meeting, old Master Su laid out the Su family's strategic plans for the coming years with bold, decisive strokes. Without a doubt. At this moment, he felt his entire body brimming with strength. It seemed that the youthful vigor he had long since lost was slowly returning after taking the Huanglong pill. At this moment, he felt his entire body brimming with strength. Meanwhile, Su Dishing had also been invited by the Su family to attend this meeting. It's obvious. The Su family is deliberately warning the Black Wolf Gang. They would fight them to the bitter end. Moreover, old Master Su had publicly declared his intention to collaborate closely with Su Duan's group. Two dreams now burned within old Master Su's heart: to seize the moment while his health recovered. Lead the Su family to conquer the business empire he never achieved in his lifetime. The other is to seek out Qin Ming and follow him on the path to immortality. Seeking immortality and the Tao. Like old Master Su, he would protect the Su family, transforming it into a premier commercial empire not only in Dragon Nation but across the world. Though this thought remained unspoken at this moment, it had already begun to take root within him. At that moment, the elders were practicing Tai Chi as usual. Qin Ming had arrived at the entrance early that morning. He watched the doorway with a smile, waiting for Mayor Xiong to arrive. Suddenly, he sensed a distinct aura behind him, different from the other elders. A golden light flashed in his eyes as he turned to see that this aura emanated from none other than the very person he had been anticipating, old man Su. Using his own spiritual energy, he sensed the spiritual energy within old Master Su. To his astonishment, he discovered that all the meridians in his body had been fully unblocked without the aid of the yellow dragon pill. He had entered the Qi refining stage. Qin Ming was stunned. With his mental block removed, old man Su had naturally cleared all his meridians in a single night. Now, with spiritual energy circulating within him, the strength of his physical body had increased tenfold compared to yesterday. Yet the spiritual energy continued to pour in, repeatedly strengthening his meridians, showing no sign of condensing into spiritual essence within his dantian. This was intriguing. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips. It seemed old man Su's body required even more spiritual energy. Clang! Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Qin Ming walked to the door. Sure enough, it was the town mayor and town officials. The mayor held a silk banner in his hand. "Hey, nephew. You've worked hard these past few days. Congratulations. This banner is for the nursing home," Mayor Xiong said, his belly jiggling as he spoke. Qin Ming couldn't help but chuckle. After the two posed for a photo holding the banner, Qin Ming looked at Mayor Xiong's earnest smile. Not a single word about funding. Mayor Xiong. What else do we need? Qin Ming murmured softly after the photo session. Xiong froze at the remark, suddenly sensing a murderous aura emanating from Qin Ming. When did this kid become so terrifying? Xiong sensed that if he didn't speak up, Qin Ming had the capability to kill him in an instant. This feeling stemmed from a primal, instinctive fear. He's not even that old. How could his aura be so overwhelming? Mayor Xiong couldn't help but inwardly grumble. Mayor Xiong, would you be so kind as to tell us what makes Jinshan Nursing Home so special? Rumor has it that Jinshan Town Nursing Home is an immortal cultivation retreat. Might the director give us a tour? Exactly. Director, is there some significance to your attire? Is that person in the sky online you? The moment the photo was taken, media reporters who had been waiting nearby swarmed over, closing in immediately. A hint of displeasure flashed across Qin Ming's face. At the same time, Mayor Xiong felt a bit awkward. He had clearly stated that they should consult Qin Ming afterward and proceed with interviews only if permitted. Why were these people so utterly unprofessional? In their quest for headline-grabbing scoops, these journalists were truly going to extreme lengths. Still, he felt a surge of excitement. This development was perfectly disrupting Qin Ming's plans. If Qin Ming was busy responding, he might forget to ask about the subsidies. What Town Chief Xiong hadn't anticipated was that Qin Ming flatly refused. Sorry. I refuse. Everyone was stunned. This principal looked so young, yet he remained utterly composed in the face of this commotion. Principal. Principal. Old Su suddenly sat cross-legged and won't wake up no matter how we call him. Just then, Old Ma's voice reached Qin Ming's ears. Old Su was about to break through. The thought instantly flashed through Qin Ming's mind. Dean Qin. We've come all this way. We won't leave until you answer us. That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? That's right, we're not leaving. Seeing Qin Ming didn't want to answer, some began to clamor, and soon the entire crowd joined in. This instantly alarmed Mayor Xiong standing nearby. This couldn't be allowed to continue. This commendation meeting was supposed to be a proper event. If it descended into chaos, he, as the town mayor, would surely face accountability from higher-ups. My dear nephew, you must. My nephew? Where is he? Just as Mayor Xiong was about to persuade Qin Ming beside him. But he found the spot beside him completely empty. Qin Ming was gone. Where's the director? He was right in front of me just now. The dean is over there. Just as everyone was searching for Qin Ming, they discovered his figure had already appeared beside Old Man Su. They were all stunned. He vanished in the blink of an eye. What incredible speed. And they hadn't even noticed yet. Su, don't panic now. This state is the process of breaking through the Qi cultivation stage. You've entered the pre-breakthrough meditative state. In this state, you should be able to hear my voice. Now follow my instructions step by step. First, feel the flow within every meridian of your body. Qin Ming spoke each word deliberately. Meanwhile, the elders nearby erupted into chaos upon hearing this. Holy! Old Su was about to break through. Is he really that advanced? I thought it would take days to break through to mid-stage body tempering realm. Old Su is about to break through? The gap is just too huge. Uncle Su is just too amazing. This really proves that comparing people can be downright depressing. Lawyer Su was practically in tears. But the most furious person right now was Old Man He. He never imagined that Grandpa Su, who had broken through later than him, would suddenly be on the verge of breaking through to the body tempering realm. Old Su. You're such a sneaky bastard. Grandpa He couldn't help but complain. But there was nothing to be done about it now. That was the gap between them. Meanwhile, the media had already raised their cameras to film. They crowded around Old Su and Qin Ming, chattering away. Completely oblivious. Quiet down, everyone. Grandpa He could no longer contain himself. His angry shout instantly silenced them. Seeing an octogenarian yelling at them, even the short-tempered ones couldn't hold back any longer. What's the problem? We're here to promote your nursing home. You old folks should be grateful we're shouting. What's with all the yelling? They started moving forward to take pictures. Not a step further. Grandpa He and the other seniors had already formed a human wall, blocking the way. Old man. You bastard. The man tried to shove Old Man He aside, but his hand felt like it had struck solid rock. He couldn't budge him at all. Everyone step back. Don't you understand human speech? An aura erupted from Grandpa He and the others. It was equivalent to that of a Qi cultivation stage cultivator, temporarily intimidating the others. Gather the aura at the Dan Tian. Then, form the Dan Qi. Circulate it endlessly within your body, never letting it dissipate. This is the minor achievement of Qi cultivation. Qin Ming sensed the aura surging from Old Man Su. He was already on the brink of breakthrough. He spoke up to guide him through the breakthrough. Grandpa Su's brow furrowed deeply. He held his breath and focused his mind. He could already feel waves of energy surging within his dantian. Moments later, Grandpa Su suddenly felt the sensation Qin Ming had described. His body felt incredibly light. He suddenly opened his eyes and roared fiercely. "Bring my staff!" The familiar command echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone turned to look. They were all stunned by the scene before them. 125 Uncle Su broke through successfully. "Nephew, help your uncle out." Thud. The sound of a cane hitting the ground echoed. Yet at that moment, Old Man Su was not on the ground. Instead, he stood upright on one cane. His eyes were slightly closed. He now radiated the aura of a reclusive master. Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They stared at Old Man Su in disbelief. What is he doing?" Someone asked, utterly bewildered. What the hell are you doing? I feel like my whole body is filled with power. Is this the Qi cultivation stage? It's completely different from the body tempering stage. Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly. He didn't hold back at all in front of the stunned crowd nearby. Qi cultivation stage. The elders gasped inwardly upon hearing this. Grandpa Su had truly broken through to the Qi refining stage. Through his own strength, he had reached the realm they all dreamed of. This meant Old Man Su had formally entered the path of cultivation. He had truly transcended the realm of ordinary mortals. "Old Su, you've truly broken through." Upon hearing the news, He stared at Su in utter disbelief. 1,000 curses raced through his mind. Damn it! Why am I not first this time either? What's going on with Old Su? We went out begging together yesterday. Grandpa, he couldn't believe it. But sensing the spiritual energy radiating from Old Su dozens of times stronger than theirs, he had to admit it. Old Su had truly reached that realm. Was this the legendary power of an immortal's awakening? Grandpa Su sensed the ceaseless aura emanating from his hands. I feel like I could do 100 rounds of Tai Chi right now. Qin Ming watched the faint blue aura emanating from Old Man Su. His face was filled with satisfaction. This was the spiritual energy belonging to Old Man Su himself. Pale blue spiritual energy. Suitable for cultivating the body and nurturing the mind. Every person has their own path to cultivation. But judging by Old Man Su's temperament, his path to cultivation won't be an easy one. "Staff, come!" Grandpa Su roared angrily. His body sprang from the cane, suddenly soaring dozens of meters high. Everyone froze in shock. The camera lens was fixed on Old Man Su and then he vanished from view. Bang! Thud! Immediately followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. There he was, Grandpa Su, landing steadily on the ground with his cane. A shockwave surged forward with a thunderous roar. Yet Old Man Su remained unscathed. Click, click. The reporters scrambled to snap photos of Old Man Su. Come on. Take lots of pictures. Pointed at me. Grandpa Su was thrilled. He absolutely loved this kind of attention. Meanwhile, Town Chief Xiong, standing nearby, was already frozen in shock. Right before his very eyes, the man had jumped from a height of several dozen meters. Even with assistive devices, Old Man Su was over 80 years old. How could he possibly survive injuries of that magnitude? He stared at Qin Ming in utter shock. It seemed that everything Qin Ming had told him earlier wasn't a lie after all. He was genuinely leading these elderly people in cultivating immortality. According to Qin Ming, they'd only been cultivating for a month yet possessed such divine strength. What terrifying beings would they become in the future? "Gentlemen, look this way. Let me take a group photo of you all." At that moment, the media, seeing that Uncle Su had completed his breakthrough, scrambled to take photos. After all, they had witnessed it with their own eyes. How could such a thing be fake? If published, it would undoubtedly become today's headline news. Immortals truly exist. Immortal cultivation retirement homes truly exist. It truly exists in Jinshan. But upon witnessing this, Mayor Xiong's mind immediately jumped to another conclusion. He had never trusted Qin Ming before. But this time, witnessing Old Su's breakthrough firsthand, an intangible aura of power made him feel these two were not of the same dimension. Their Immortal Cultivation University wasn't fake. Now he had reason to establish an exclusive tourism zone centered around the Immortal Cultivation University. To cultivate a viral cultural phenomenon. Wasn't that precisely the purpose of today's media visit? Although the online buzz around Immortal Cultivation University had cooled compared to its peak. But thanks to the forums, people chat about it daily, fostering a growing fascination with this legendary university. They crave insights into every aspect of Cultivation University more than anyone else. Now, if these media outlets release what they filmed today, their massive reach will undoubtedly reignite the online fervor surrounding the Immortal Cultivation University, elevating it to a whole new level. Then, Jinshan town would be flooded with visitors. That would make them a bona fide viral sensation town. Government subsidies trickling down to Jinshan town would be a piece of cake. He hurriedly pulled Qin Ming aside. He grinned and said, "Hey, nephew. You're old Qin's son. How could I possibly forget what I promised you? But you know how it is in Jinshan town. It's ranked third from the bottom among the 108 major towns in Anqing City. In recent years, your uncle here. I've been frowning constantly over developing tourism and the local economy. Now that the scenic area has finally gained some traction. And we've seen a slight uptick in visitors. Just look at how popular our nursing home has become. Qin Ming understood perfectly what Mayor Xiong meant. He was trying to turn their cultivation university into his money-making tool. That was absolutely out of the question for him. Don't even think about it. A cultivator of noble stature. To become a tool for the town mayor to rake in cash. It would be an utter disgrace. Impossible. Mayor Xiong, don't even think about it. Qin Ming's expression darkened instantly. He refused outright. A surge of energy flooded into Mayor Xiong's mind. He felt cold sweat break out on his body. It felt as though Qin Ming could kill him with just a glance. Mayor Xiong was momentarily speechless. After all, he was the mayor of a town. With all these media people present. What if he made a fool of himself? Hey! Xiao Qin! Don't get so worked up. How could I possibly think that? Regarding the publicity work for our nursing home. Our town has actually been planning this for a while now. Currently, it's in the works. And look. Visitors are only allowed to take photos outside. They definitely aren't allowed inside the nursing home. Besides, most visitors come from nearby towns and cities. Mostly families on vacation. Many of them must have elderly family members at home. If they like the environment of our nursing home, and take a liking to our nursing home, and are considering coming here, that just means you're skimping on your advertising efforts. Advertising costs are steep. Especially for our township nursing home compared to those big city senior centers, we're a bit behind in facilities, staff, and environment. The only thing we can boast about is being close to nature and close to life. Plus, our nursing home even has the added bonus of cultivating immortality and rejuvenation. Whether people believe it or not, they'll definitely come to check it out. Qin Ming couldn't help but agree. Only by experiencing the Immortal Cultivation University up close could people truly understand what it was like. This was precisely what he was considering for recruitment. Town Chief Xiong's approach truly embodied this principle. Ah, Mayor, you're speaking too one-sidedly. Besides, our elderly residents are all frail. What if they get startled or frightened? Qin Ming said with a sidelong glance and a smile. Mayor Xiong, however, froze upon hearing this. Looking at the elderly folks before him, each lifting barbells weighing dozens of pounds. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Weak? They could take on 10 men each without breaking a sweat. You little bastard, you're still not satisfied after all these perks. Damn it, don't think your uncle here is an easy target. I'm your uncle, damn it. I'm your uncle, you know. My dear nephew. I just remembered, some travel spots were allocated from above. If you cooperate well, I can give them to you. You'll get to take these seniors on trips for free, and when it's time for publicity, you can boast about how our nursing home, plus autumn outings, spring outings enriching the seniors' lives. Mayor Xiong was really laying it on thick. Never mind. Then thank you, Uncle Xiong. Qin Ming chuckled. Mayor Xiong's heart was bleeding at that moment. Another trip meant a huge expense. But for the sake of Jinshan Town's development, he was willing to make this sacrifice. 126 The strong are destined to be lonely. Brother, you smell so good. After reaching an agreement with Mayor Xiong, Qin Ming promptly ushered the media reporters out. Then, the elders gathered around Old Man Su, asking him about his experience after breaking through. After all, many of them were still a considerable distance from the late stage of the body tempering realm. They all wanted to know what the Qi cultivation stage truly felt like for Old Su. Old Su, how do you feel now? Old Su, I heard that after reaching the Qi cultivation stage, your meridians open up completely. What kind of euphoria is that? Uncle Su, do you feel an endless stream of power surging through your body now? Does your whole body feel like it's on fire? The crowd gathered around Old Su, asking excitedly. Ha ha ha. Everyone, please calm down. Truthfully, breaking through the Qi cultivation stage happens in an instant. Besides, without the headmaster's help, I definitely wouldn't have broken through this quickly. My body isn't as exaggerated as you all describe. I just feel like my physical strength has multiplied several times over. It feels like the spiritual energy throughout my body is more than 10 times what it was before. This is a completely different order of magnitude compared to the body tempering realm. It's safe to say that 10 body tempering cultivators ganging up on a Qi cultivation cultivator would be nearly impossible to break through. 10 body tempering realm cultivators couldn't break through a single Qi cultivation stage cultivator's defenses? Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. But then again, it makes sense. When did Old Su learn to be so full of himself? Earlier, when Old Su and his two companions fought a late-stage peak body tempering realm beast together, they had already pushed themselves to their absolute limits. Now that old Su had broken through to Qi refining, he'd already felt the power of that realm. Meanwhile, that beast of the same realm possessed greater physical strength due to its innate gifts. Old Su, you must be a completely different person now, right? Show us what you've got, it'll definitely boost everyone's training motivation. Exactly. Old Su. Show us what you've got. Everyone wants to see your current strength. At that moment, Lawyer Su spoke up curiously. Alright. Watch closely. Seeing so many people eager to witness his skills, he couldn't help but feel a little pleased inside. Time to show off. Everyone, watch closely. This is what you call a secret technique. Staff, come forth. Lion beating staff technique, first form. Kitten incontinence. Grandpa Su roared with fury. His cane instantly materialized in his hand. He swung it upward in a sweeping strike toward the fish pond before him. The cane slammed down toward the bottom of the fish pond. Boom! A deafening crash echoed. Water splashed everywhere. Beams of water, each about an inch wide, shot up violently. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared intently. This was merely the first step of Grandpa Su's first technique. If this was merely the initial force, what kind of spectacle would unfold when he unleashed his full power? Lift! Grandpa Su roared with force. Boom! 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 Instantly, bursts of water sprayed out. The old man's eyes widened in astonishment. They sensed that Grandpa Su's strike would be no small feat. Suddenly, the water surge exploded into the air, reaching 10 meters high. Yet the force did not erupt immediately. In an instant, it carved a trail beneath the surface. Boom! Suddenly, 20 meters across, it erupted violently. Wave after wave of water surged outward in all directions. The force behind it was no weaker than their full power strike. This was the power unleashed underwater. If Old Man Su used this move in a fight, whoosh! Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Covered their groins. That would shatter everything. That rush of pleasure shooting straight from the toes to the brain, isn't that the charming nickname for Old Man Su's strike? Impressive. Everyone was stunned. Thumbs were raised in admiration. Meanwhile, Qin Ming watched from the sidelines, a hint of admiration playing at the corners of his mouth. Though Old Man Su was currently only at the first layer of Qi cultivation, this strike possessed the power of someone at the fifth layer. First, the spiritual artifact Qin Ming gave Old Man Su was of a high grade. Second, Grandpa Su's profound affinity with the staff. Third, Grandpa Su's innate fortune and spiritual energy capacity seemed far superior to those of ordinary Qi cultivation cultivators. These factors combined made Grandpa Su's ordinary attack equal to the full power strike of a Qi cultivation stage 1 cultivator. Old Su. Is this the full extent of your current power? The Qi cultivation stage truly defies the heavens. Grandpa Ma exclaimed as he approached Grandpa Su. Old Ma. You really underestimated me. I've barely unleashed 50% of my dog beating staff technique's power. But this time, I actually sensed plenty of room for refinement in the technique. These will only be revealed in actual combat. Old Wang. It's time to go gather herbs. Hey, Xiaoqin, are you coming? Seeing everyone move so swiftly, he knew his influence had surpassed their expectations. In other words, he was now the second most powerful person in the Immortal Cultivation University, surpassed only by Qin Ming. Brother Su. We can't go. Exclamation point. Why? Xiaoqin, if you stay with us, I guarantee you'll harvest the most and best herbs. I've broken through now. I'm not afraid of Qi refining stage beasts anymore. Right? Old He. Grandpa Su shouted excitedly to Old He beside him, whose face had already darkened. Old He didn't even bother to acknowledge him. This Su really seemed like he'd been given a cheat code. His strength had suddenly surged far beyond his own. He silently vowed to surpass Old Su sooner rather than later. No. Brother Su, Brother Li's team is short-handed. It's perfect timing since our team also wants to learn about the layout of the spirit fields and the habits of those spirit plants. Brother Su, now that you've broken through to the Qi cultivation stage, if we accompany you again, we might slow you down. But rest assured, we won't slack off on our cultivation either. We'll definitely catch up to you guys later. We can always go harvest the spirit pool together then. With that, Aunt Qin and her two roommates departed. Xiaoqin. Old Su was completely dumbfounded. How could Xiaoqin have been dragged away by Old Li? Ha ha ha. Old Su. Didn't you know? Ever since we came out of the forest, the principal handed over the mining project entirely to Old Shi. Old Shi hasn't even fully recovered from his injuries yet. And once he's recovered, he'll probably head straight out to lead the mining crew. So Old Li weighed the pros and cons and decided to recruit another team to help tend the spirit fields. And their daily pay will be exactly the same as what the principal gives them. So, what you can give to Xiaoqin and the others, Old Li can give too. And this arrangement is actually more suitable for Xiaoqin and the others, it's safer. Seeing old Su's look of disappointment and confusion, old Ma stepped forward with a smile and explained. Uncle Su was completely dumbfounded. Damn it! What's going on here? His strength had increased? But the woman was gone? He couldn't help but shed tears. He murmured softly. Is this the loneliness of the strong? It seems this path of cultivation must be walked alone. Meanwhile, seeing how Grandpa Su's breakthrough had boosted everyone's morale, he decided to cultivate their team spirit while he was at it. He announced that the top 3 members of each 3-person team to break through to the Qi cultivation stage would receive rewards. Upon hearing this news, Grandpa Su grew even more excited. He must accelerate the breakthroughs of Grandpa Wang and Grandpa He. This way, their team would have a chance to reclaim the title of top group at the Cultivation University. Ready? Old He. Don't be so cold-hearted. Look, I'm all alone now too. You're all alone too. This is the loneliness of the strong. As the leader of the beggars sect, I sincerely invite you. Enough. Enough. It's just a woman. Old Li. The path of cultivation. The road is long. Who knows who your future Tao companion will be? Let's just focus on cultivating. Let's go. Off to Sunset Forest. Grandpa He was practically getting calluses from listening. Old Su just wouldn't shut up unless you answered him. He cut him off immediately. He agreed to Old Man Su's earlier request. You agreed? Let's go. Grandpa Su was thrilled. Brothers are the best. What use is a woman? Brother, I'm here. 127A Barren Cliff, a cave beneath the stone mortar. Go, go, go. How old are you? Have some dignity. Grandpa He pushed Grandpa Su away with utter disgust. But inside, he was seething with envy. Since reaching the Qi cultivation stage, this kid's gotten a whole lot bolder. Ding! Congratulations, host. One of your students has broken through to the Qi cultivation stage. System Store special offer, level 1 alchemy tower at a discounted price. Redeemable for 10,000 points. Qin Ming was instantly thrilled upon hearing this and immediately opened them all to begin the exchange. A refining tower worth 100,000 points could be exchanged for just 10,000 points. Who wouldn't be tempted? Qin Ming completed the purchase swiftly and placed it beside the library. Soon, a massive circular palace materialized before Qin Ming. By then, the elders had all gone to cultivate in the deep breath Ling Yuan. The square was now empty except for Qin Ming. He planned to explain it to his students at dusk. Ding! Congratulations! One of your academy's students has achieved universal worship. Reward, special constitution innate spiritual body for all academy students. Condition, passive ability required to activate. Divine body. Qin Ming was utterly stunned. He himself was only at the Jade Thunder body stage. Merely because Elder Su broke through and gained the Elder's admiration, he awakened this god-defying physique. And it was for the entire group. A spirit body of innate divine essence of phenomenon that occurs once in 10,000 years. It possessed a natural, 100% affinity with the Tao, greatly aiding in breakthroughs and the absorption of spiritual energy. As their cultivation realm increases, they can automatically absorb spiritual energy. The higher the realm, the faster the auto-absorption rate. Even while channeling power, it receives a steady, continuous replenishment. This is a game-breaking skill. However, Qin Ming felt no physical changes at this moment. At his current cultivation level, his mastery of spiritual energy was highly proficient. Then why wasn't he sensing spiritual energy entering his body now? Wait a minute. Qin Ming strained to recall the system's earlier words. It must be triggered by a specific passive skill. Could it be that this system requires some kind of stimulus? Without it, there's no reward? Damn it! This is how it works. No one knows the trigger conditions. But the reward is yours. Whether you get it or not depends entirely on your own luck. Qin Ming finally understood. Defying Heaven Bull Demon. Damn system. Old Su. Where are you headed? At this moment, Old Su and the others had already entered the Sunset Forest. In just half an hour, they had traversed the outer perimeter. With Old Su at the Qi cultivation stage, no beasts dared to approach. The group found the journey rather tedious. The medicinal herbs in the outer perimeter were regarded as mere weeds. Too low grade to even warrant a glance. Why don't we go mining instead? Grandpa Su suggested, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Mining. Grandpa He, standing nearby, looked skeptical. Exactly. I'm at the Qi cultivation stage now. I've got plenty of strength. Rest assured, this time will definitely surpass last time. Grandpa Su declared, waving his cane. Grandpa Wang and Grandpa He exchanged glances. No way. They turned and answered in unison, without hesitation. Fine. Fine. You're making me think. I want to go mining, but you won't let me. Where are we supposed to go now? Grandpa Su lamented. For a moment, Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang were stumped, stammering and unsure what to say. How about we head back to that cliff from last time? There must be plenty of high-grade medicinal herbs up there. If we don't harvest them, other teams will definitely go there later. Besides, with our current strength all below the 5th layer of Qi cultivation, we pose no threat to anyone. And if we can't win, we can always run. Seeing that neither of them could come up with an idea, the idea immediately popped into his head. The words came out. Grandpa, he froze upon hearing this. The cliff truly was a hurdle in his heart. It wasn't because old Su had broken through to the Qi cultivation stage, allowing him to feel at ease about going there. Rather, the humiliation he had endured earlier surged back to him. He felt that with his current strength, he could handle even a Qi cultivation stage beast. Old Wang, you got the confidence? Grandpa, he flashed a confident smile as he looked over at Grandpa Wang beside him. Yeah. Let's go check it out. Grandpa Wang nodded calmly in response. Alright. Old Su. Let's go. Grandpa, he roared, and the three of them immediately headed toward the cliff. This time, they didn't even notice how much faster they were moving. Along the way, they encountered a windblade leopard at the first layer of Qi refining stage. Before Grandpa he and Grandpa Wang could even move, Old Man Su had already obliterated the windblade leopard with a single strike. 2 streams of wind blades shot from his walking sticks, slicing through the beast's own wind blades. Then came the finishing blow. The windblade leopard was instantly killed. Grandpa he and Grandpa Wang were both stunned. Was this the power of the Qi refining stage? Indeed, the gap between major cultivation realms was something no other factor could compensate for. Old Su. Just you wait. I will catch up to you. I'll surpass you. Grandpa he watched Grandpa Su's earnest smile and silently vowed to himself. In less than 4 hours, they reached the edge of the cliff. This was completely different from when they had come 5 days earlier. The collapsed section had formed a massive staircase. It led to a narrow path through the middle of the cliff. Grandpa Su and the others descended immediately. They soon gathered a large quantity of high-grade, premium herbs. Not bad, not bad. The most remote areas truly yield the finest treasures. Grandpa Su exclaimed, admiring the herbs in his hands. Old Su. Hurry up and look. Any top-grade herbs? That's what we're here to harvest. Grandpa he urged. With Old Su's extraordinary luck, finding a top-grade medicinal herb here shouldn't be too hard. Okay. No problem at all. Watch your old man Su show you what I can do. Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly. Reality, however, dealt him a harsh blow. After searching for an hour, he hadn't found a single top-grade pill. Old Su. Didn't you say you could find some? This. Old Su couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Ah. Seems my breakthrough drained my luck. Let's head back first. Grandpa he shook his head helplessly upon hearing this. And so, the group set off on their return journey. After walking for about 2 hours, they stopped to rest. Just then, Old Su spotted a faintly visible pile of rocks in the distance. Old he. Look over there. What is it? Old he followed the direction Su De was pointing. His eyes lit up. It was clearly a stone cave. Old Su. That's a cave. I don't think we saw it before. Let's go check it out. Having discovered something new, they decided to take a look on their way. They approached the pile of rocks. The scene inside was faintly visible. Why don't we go inside and take a look? Grandpa he asked, pointing to a gap nearby. Sure. It's on our way anyway. If it's a dead end, we can just turn back. If not, we can explore a bit. It shouldn't take too long. Alright. Grandpa he nodded. The group walked inside. Upon slipping through the crack, the space suddenly brightened. A vast space. It was no smaller than the Ore Cavern. And in the distance, they could see a small hole from which a faint glow emanated. Old Wang. There's light over there. Maybe there's an exit. Grandpa Su was instantly excited by the light. Then let's go check it out. The three immediately decided to explore. If they discovered a new place, perhaps the principal would reward them again. And if they found rare medicinal herbs, that would be even better. After meandering through the passageway for half an hour, the trio finally reached the source of the light. Phew! Who'd have thought this passage looked short but turned out to be so long? Grandpa he sighed in amazement before rising to his feet. He headed toward the light at the end. After taking just a few steps, his eyes suddenly went wide with astonishment. This is. He was instantly stunned by the sight before him. 128 wind still pearls save lives. One of mine can take down 10 of those. A massive sinkhole appeared before Old Man He. The entire sinkhole stretched over 500 meters wide as far as the eye could see. Its bottom was covered in dense forest. Judging by the distance, the opening above them was at least 300 meters high. That's right. The cave entrance discovered by Old Su and the others was the entrance to the massive sinkhole Qin Ming had previously explored. Old Su, Old Wang, come see this. I found a hidden paradise. Grandpa he leaned over the cave opening, peering out. The trees below were noticeably taller and more lush than those outside. Holy crap! This place really does feel like the legendary realm of immortals. Old Wang, look. The rock wall over there is covered in golden vines. So much golden vine. This place feels even more ancient than the forests outside. According to the books, only sturdy vines that have grown for 10 years have a 1 in 1,000 chance of mutating into golden vines. And the golden vines here look much sturdier than those outside, many bearing golden patterns. Many are evolving into golden veined vines. Those are top-grade medicinal herbs. Wildfire cannot burn them all. This is exactly what that saying means. Whoa. Old Su, Old Wang, watch out. But just as he was about to pull Grandpa Su and Grandpa Wang down to investigate. Old Su's cry pierced his ears. Immediately afterward, he felt a sudden surge of energy rushing toward him from behind. Hiss. The hiss of a snake striking its tongue reached his ears. Thud. He nervously closed his eyes. It was all too sudden. Yet, just as he prepared to accept his fate, a deafening explosion echoed in his ears. He nervously opened his eyes. Only then did he realize Old Wang had already pulled him to safety. Old Wang, step back first. This thing is incredibly powerful. I can't hold out much longer. Grandpa Su bellowed. Only then did Old He catch sight of the creature approaching from behind. A snake. That's a 5-step viper. Grandpa He exclaimed in shock. No wonder he couldn't sense it. This 5-step viper's size and aura match the strength of someone at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation or higher. It could dart out in an instant. If Old Man Su hadn't reacted in time, he would have been swallowed whole. This 5-step snake was even larger than they were. Thud. Its body slammed violently against the stone wall, attempting to crush Old Man Su's walking stick. Yet, it proved futile. Wretched beast. Dared to attack my brother. Take this. Grandpa Su roared. He immediately raised another walking stick and smashed it toward the snake's head. Hiss. Sensing the threat, the giant snake instantly released its grip and darted backward. Thud. Its body slammed against the rock wall in an instant. Shaking its head, the petal-like pattern on its head. What is this? Grandpa He recognized the snake before him at once. This isn't a 5-step snake. It's the king of 5-step vipers. Grandpa He roared. Old Su. Back up quickly. Its eyes have a hypnotic effect. But by then, Old Su had already been frozen in place by the snake. Like a dazed old man, he couldn't utter a word. His body froze in place, unable to move an inch. Old Su. Old Wang. Grandpa He hurriedly called out to Grandpa Wang. Both men kicked off the ground. Just a split second before the snake's head struck, they yanked Old Su back. They scrambled backward. Thud. Boom. In an instant, the stone wall before them shattered completely. What terrifying power is this? Old Wang. Let's get out of here. Old He. But at that moment, Old Wang stared at the scene unfolding behind him and froze in shock. He was speechless. We can't leave. It's all snakes. Grandpa Wang shouted, straining against the pressure. Only then did Grandpa He realize that, unbeknownst to them, they were now surrounded by late-stage body-tempering realm practitioners and 5-step vipers at the 1st and 2nd layers of Qi cultivation. Their numbers were overwhelming, completely surrounding them. We're done for. Old Su. Wake up. Wake up, damn it. You bastard. Xiao Qin is in danger. Xiao Qin? Where is Xiao Qin? Grandpa Su perked up at Grandpa He's shout. You brat. At a time like this. You're still thinking about women. Stop spacing out. Old Qin, hurry up and unleash your 3-stick technique. Take down this king cobra. Or these little snakes will swallow us whole. Grandpa He shouted, pointing at the black mass of snakes less than 5 paces away. Damn it. How can there be so many snakes? Grandpa Su exclaimed in shock. He immediately grabbed his walking stick and unleashed all 3 moves of the lion beating staff technique. Because they were inside the cave. Old Man Su dared not exert too much force, lest the cave collapse. A circle of 5-step vipers was dealt with. Before he could catch his breath, another swarm quickly swarmed in. Damn it! There are so many. What should I do? Grandpa He cried out helplessly. His hand instinctively slipped into his pocket. A round sphere appeared in his hand. A signal seed. Grandpa He was startled. He pulled it out in delight, but upon closer inspection, his entire body froze in shock. It was the wind-still pearl. The reward the principal had given him earlier. He hadn't even used it yet. He'd been saving it to ward off lightning tribulations during his next breakthrough. The wind-still pearl. I've got an idea. Old He. Quickly infuse it with spiritual energy. This bead can defend against the lightning tribulation. It can also protect against these things. Grandpa Su exclaimed with delight. Old He's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He agreed. He then channeled spiritual energy into the wind-still pearl. But the 5-step vipers gave them no chance, charging toward them. Lion beating staff technique. Grandpa Su roared with fury, and several powerful gusts of air erupted from his hands. The 5-step vipers were instantly severed at the waist. They fell to the ground, curled up. Old he. Are you ready yet? The big 5-step Snake King is coming. Grandpa Su shouted excitedly. Seeing his underlings useless, the King 5-step snake decided to handle it himself. Its massive body completely blocked the cave entrance, letting only a faint glow through and plunging the interior into darkness. Grandpa Su could only discern the snake's positions by the flow of their breath. Quick! Almost there! Old Su! Hold on tight! Old Wang, come help me! This calming pearl requires a lot of spiritual energy. I can't manage it alone. Old Wang rushed over to help upon seeing the situation. Hurry up! I can't hold on much longer. Grandpa Su lamented. Now he was the only one holding it up. The gaze of that 5-step Snake King had taken a heavy toll on his inner being. Only now did he feel the full force of its aftereffects. Alright. With Old Wang joining us, the energy infusion into the calming wind orb is complete. Instantly, a barrier materialized before the group. Clang! The 5-step snake didn't react in time and slammed straight into the wall. It crashed to the ground with a thud. It writhed in agony. Is this the wind still pearl? Its defense is incredibly strong. Grandpa Su exclaimed in delight as he watched the snakes hit the ground. Boom! But just as their excitement peaked, the 5-step Snake King charged straight at them. They were knocked sideways several meters like turtles. This isn't working. Old Su! Take the wind still pearl. Old Wang and I will see if we can break through now. The spiritual energy here is abundant. I feel like we can break through now. Grandpa he looked at the 5-step vipers swarming around them, plus that massive 5-step viper king nearby. He knew he couldn't hold out much longer. Old Su, I'm counting on you. Old Wang also gave his instructions. Then both men sat cross-legged. Old Su hadn't even reacted yet. The two entered a state of meditation. Ah! Grandpa Su sighed helplessly, then turned his gaze toward the snakes outside. His gaze grew intensely serious. Oomph! Don't think just because I'm an old man, you can run wild. I can take on 10 of you. Grandpa Su brandished his cane, standing within the protective barrier formed by the wind still pearl, and shouted at the group of 5-step vipers outside. 129 instant cheat mode. The 5-step Snake King doesn't play like this. Wind still pearl, you've gotta hold out until old he and old Wang break through. Grandpa Su pleaded, staring at the wind still pearl in his hand. The two men closed their eyes, focusing their minds as they felt sudden changes coursing through their bodies. The moment they activated the wind still pearl, they felt their meridians suddenly open up. Their chi flowed smoothly at once. It surged violently into the wind still pearl. This is also why the spiritual energy of the wind still pearl was suddenly injected in its entirety. They believed they were on the verge of a breakthrough, so they hurriedly calmed themselves to push through. In truth, this was the moment of crisis when they triggered the system's reward, a special physique, the innate Tao body. The innate Tao body. All meridians throughout the body opened completely. They were but a breath away from the Qi cultivation stage. All that remained was forming a Qi vortex in their dantian. Now, the spiritual energy within their bodies was completely depleted. The immediate task is to use this innate Tao body to absorb surrounding spiritual energy and nourish the newly opened meridians. Only then can a Qi vortex be reliably formed within the dantian. Breakthrough to the Qi cultivation stage. They felt their bodies continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Countless blue currents pulsed through their meridians. Time and again, it nourishes the entire body. Instantly, a map of their bodily meridians appeared in both their minds. These pale blue energies flowed through their veins, surging toward their dantian. Yet at this moment, the dantian lay utterly empty. For the pale blue spiritual energy had been absorbed by the veins before it could reach the dantian. This was the terrifying power of the innate Tao physique. The most stable Qi cultivation stage is built upon the foundation of the innate Tao body. Typically, cultivators at this stage are unrivaled among peers of the same realm. Now, old he and old Wang had taken precisely this step. Meanwhile, outside the protective barrier of the wind still pearl, the 5-step vipers had grown wiser. Since their attacks proved futile, they all gathered and pressed against the protective barrier. They aimed to crush the shield under their sheer weight. Old Su was helpless. If he exerted his full strength, he feared he'd explode before the snakes did. Old he. Hurry up, guys. Little Qin is gone. What should we do? Grandpa Su urged inwardly. All he could do now was fret helplessly. Hiss. Just then, the hissing sound of the king cobra's tongue flicking reached his ears. Damn it! How could he have forgotten about this vicious beast? Old Su panicked instantly. He couldn't withstand a single charge from this 5-step Snake King. Boom! Just as he thought this, the 5-step Snake King charged straight at him. Grandpa Su braced himself with both hands, otherwise, the protective barrier would have vanished instantly. Damn it! Damned beast! If I weren't protecting them right now, you'd be snake jerky by now. Grandpa Su raised his cane and pointed it at the 5-step Snake King. The King Cobra watched Su's movements. A glint of murderous intent flashed in its eyes. A bone-chilling aura instantly swept through the entire cave. Damn it! It's not going to swallow us whole, is it? Old Man Su was startled. This won't do. If we got swallowed by that five-step snake king with its crushing bite, we'd explode instantly. Explode? If old he and the others can infuse it with spiritual energy, then I certainly can too. Grandpa Su stared at the wind-still pearl in his hand, an idea forming instantly. He lifted the bead and abruptly began channeling spiritual energy into it. In an instant, blue smoke billowed from the protective barrier. The sudden surge of energy startled the great serpent. What was happening? The giant serpent warily eyed Old Man Su, holding back from attacking. Indeed, at this critical moment, Old Man Su had also activated his innate Tao physique. The spiritual vein he had opened moments before became even more stable, and his cultivation level rose to the second layer of the Qi refining stage. An unceasing flow of spiritual energy poured into his body. Combined with the spiritual energy from the wind-still pearl, it was utterly intimidating. No, intimidating the serpent. You vile beast, come at me. Grandpa Su chuckled softly, making a taunting gesture toward the five-step snake king. His gaze flickered toward Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang behind him. The two remained utterly motionless, their cultivation levels unchanged. Slowpokes! Grandpa Su muttered under his breath. The sudden burst of energy was taking its toll on him too. If Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang didn't break through soon, he wouldn't last much longer either. Would he meet his end at the fangs of a serpent? Could their cultivation journey truly end this way? Wouldn't that be the biggest joke on the path to immortality? At that moment, Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang sensed that the spiritual energy within them had reached a critical threshold. It surged violently into their dantian, forming a vortex. Sink the qi into the dantian. Only now did Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang grasp the true meaning of those words. The vortex grew larger and larger, gathering more and more. It felt like the strength coursing through his entire body had multiplied tenfold. Is this the Qi cultivation stage? It was truly overwhelming. Old Su. Hold on just a few more seconds. Give me and Old He a little more time. This spiritual energy isn't enough. I need more. I want it all. Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang both clenched their lips. In an instant, both men were enveloped in spiritual energy. At that moment, Old Man Su could no longer hold on. The reason was that these five-step vipers had completely obscured the protective barrier. The five-step snake king's repeated assaults. The protective barrier was already weakening. Is it finally beyond saving? Old He. Old Wang. Remember to tell Shao Qin. I'm a good man who takes care of his family. Grandpa Su watched the five-step snake king charging toward him, then glanced back at Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang still struggling to break through. He whispered his final words. His eyes hardened as he grabbed his cane and prepared to charge out. Old Su. Heroes don't act like this. If you act on impulse like this, Shao Qin won't be moved by you at all. Just then, Old He's voice reached Old Su's ears. Old Su froze. Old He. You've broken through successfully. Grandpa Su sensed the spiritual energy emanating from Grandpa He, which was in no way weaker than his own. He exclaimed. Oomph. Of course I did. At that moment, Old Wang opened his eyes. Old Su. We stand together against the enemy. He stood up, his expression resolute, and a military aura of grim determination instantly radiated from him. Meanwhile, the snakes were straining against the protective barrier, threatening to burst through. Brothers! Nursing Home F3 is charging forward. Grandpa Su roared with fury. He unleashed a full-force strike. With a thunderous crash, the protective barrier shattered. A shockwave surged out, instantly reducing the surrounding five-step vipers to fragments. Boom! Suddenly, the five-step snake king charged straight toward him. Great serpent! Take this! Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang thrust their fists forward in unison. Given the five-step snake king's massive size and blazing speed, it hurtled through the cave like a high-speed bullet train, slamming directly into the fists of Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang. The pain was excruciating. Its body slammed violently into the surrounding walls. Rock fragments rained down from the cave ceiling as dust swirled through the air. The five-step snake king, stung by the pain, tried to retreat. Its body slammed violently against the walls. Grandpa He and the others watched the scene, too stunned to approach. Old Su. Why don't you hit him with a blast of air? Grandpa He shouted angrily. This is bad. If we keep fighting in this cave, it'll collapse. We can't cause any more damage. Grandpa Su gasped, shaking his head. Grandpa He was seething with rage. If he had a ranged weapon right now, he'd charge forward and take it down. He'd double back the humiliation he'd just suffered. Wah! Just then, a piercing howl pierced their ears. They couldn't help but shiver. Their bodies felt weak. What was that sound? Old Su looked toward the cave entrance in terror. Meanwhile, the five-step snake king, hearing the sound, grew frantic. It scrambled to retreat backward. As if something even more life-threatening than he and his companions had arrived. 132nd tier Qi cultivation? Piece of cake. Egg within an egg. Bang. Bang bang bang. The 5-step Snake King shook violently. It desperately tried to escape through the cave entrance. However, the entrance had partially collapsed due to its violent shaking. Large rocks pressed down on its body. With each tremor, the sound of stone scraping against skin grew louder. By now, wounds had already appeared on the 5-step snake's body. Wah! The cry from outside sounded again, this time distinctly louder than before. Uncle He and the other two had no idea what was outside and wanted to go to the cave entrance to look. But the cave entrance was completely blocked by the 5-step Snake King. Looking around, they discovered that the 5-step snakes that had just enveloped them had vanished without a trace. What's going on? Old He, Old Wang, could it be that our aura scared them away? Grandpa Su waved his walking stick excitedly. No way. It's clearly the howling coming from outside. That means the beasts out there are even more powerful than these 5-step vipers. Grandpa Su instantly understood. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Yes. At least 3 minor realms higher than this 5-step Snake King and a natural predator. Otherwise, the 5-step Snake King wouldn't be so panicked. Grandpa, he said solemnly. He truly wanted to see what kind of strange beast could make the 5-step Snake King, the king of snakes, lose all its regal bearing. Roar! Boom! At that moment, a howl erupted from the cave entrance, accompanied by a massive shadow flickering in and out of view. Grandpa He and the others immediately went on high alert. Suddenly, before the 5-step king snake could move, it seemed to be violently pulled by some force. Half its body was pulled out. Its body was torn open by the sharp rocks on the ground, leaving a large gash. The 5-step Snake King writhed in agony, struggling futilely as its strength failed it. The air instantly thickened with the scent of blood. At that moment, Old He and the others finally got a clear look at the enormous figure. Their eyes filled with shock and terror. It was a giant eagle. Its entire body was covered in blue-black feathers. Its size was twice that of the iron feather griffin. Its talons gripped the rear of the 5-step Snake King, yanking it backward with brutal force. Blue lightning crackled from the eagle's body. With a piercing cry, waves of thunder and lightning erupted from its wings, instantly piercing the 5-step Snake King's entire body. In an instant, the 5-step Snake King crashed to the ground, its entire body paralyzed. The eagle raised its massive talons, instantly enveloping half the king cobra's body. Rip! Like pulling a rope, it dragged the snake straight out of the cave. Grandpa He and the others were all stunned. They didn't even realize their own feet had gone numb. Ouch! Grandpa Su, having just regained some sensation in his feet, was extremely sensitive. Suddenly, a wave of tingling sensation swept through his entire body. He let out a startled cry. What kind of strange beast is this? It can even release lightning. Grandpa Su shook his legs, trying to ease the tingling sensation. It's a thunder eagle. It possesses a natural lightning-resistant physique. Its physical strength surpasses other beasts of its rank. It can unleash lightning to paralyze opponents and prey. Grandpa He stated in a deep voice. Though this thunder eagle was only at the 10th layer of the Qi cultivation stage, it proved more troublesome than the iron-feathered griffin they had encountered last time. Because this thunder eagle possessed its own unique skill. A single bolt of lightning could turn all 3 of them into skewered meat. No! We must leave this place immediately. Otherwise, we'll become its prey too. Grandpa He weighed the risks. Entering this sinkhole with their current strength would be pure suicide. If such formidable beasts lurked on the periphery, the interior must hold threats beyond their ability to handle. The Qi cultivation stage is different from the body tempering stage. Body tempering strength is additive, while Qi cultivation strength is multiplicative. Each tier multiplies strength exponentially. This was precisely why they had to solidify their foundations before entering the Qi refining stage, pushing their physical strength to the absolute limit. While the Thunder Eagle toyed with the 5-step Snake King, Grandpa Su and his 2 companions hurriedly retreated from the cave entrance. Half an hour later, they finally emerged from the rubble. Phew! Old Man Su let out a long sigh. Thud! Just then, Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang, who had just emerged from the cave, sat down immediately. Old He, Old Wang, what's going on? Grandpa Su was completely baffled. Old Su! We advanced too quickly. Our physical cultivation is extremely unstable. We just took the yellow dragon pill right before exiting the cave. You must protect us now. We need to stabilize our foundations. Grandpa He immediately entered a meditative state after speaking. Seeing this, Old Man Su could say nothing more. He could only stand guard nearby. As the yellow dragon pill entered their bodies, the turbulent spiritual energy within Grandpa He and the others gradually settled. Half an hour later, Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang opened their eyes simultaneously. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within their bodies, a gleam of sharpness flashed in their eyes. Indeed, they had broken through. After stabilizing their new realm, their strength had directly reached the 2nd layer of the Qi cultivation stage. Meanwhile, Old Su was dozing off on a nearby rock. Old Su! Wake up! It's time to head back. Grandpa He approached Grandpa Su and called out. Grandpa Su opened his bleary eyes, sensing the aura emanating from Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang. He looked at Grandpa Wang and Grandpa He in terror, asking in disbelief. Old Wang, have you two broken through again? Of course. I told you we'd catch up to you. We're both at the second layer of Qi cultivation now. Taking down a fifth layer Qi cultivation beast together is no problem at all. Grandpa He exclaimed excitedly. Grandpa Su nodded blankly. He never imagined that Grandpa He and the others would stabilize their cultivation levels and achieve breakthroughs without the headmaster's assistance. This area is still beyond our reach. Let's wait until we reach the late Qi cultivation stage before venturing here again. Grandpa He said reluctantly. I believe that day will come soon. Grandpa Su nodded in agreement. Then the three set off on their return journey. On the way, they encountered the mining crew heading back. Old Ma, how was the haul? Grandpa Su approached Grandpa Ma and asked. Ha. Without Old Sure, our team came in first. Grandpa Ma chuckled cheerfully. What about you guys? We didn't do so well. We just gathered some high-grade medicinal herbs. Also, Old He and Old Wang just happened to break through. So now we're all at the Qi cultivation stage. Grandpa Su's words instantly stunned Grandpa Ma. As fellow inner door disciples, Old Su and the others had already reached the Qi cultivation stage. Yet he was still stuck at the late body tempering stage, still a long way off from the Qi cultivation stage. Lawyer Yen was also preparing to enter seclusion tomorrow to break through to the Qi cultivation stage. He suddenly felt immense pressure. Hey! Old Ma! Don't listen to Old Su's nonsense. It was just a fluke for us. If the breakthrough fails, you'll just perish. We'd better take it one step at a time. Grandpa He patted Grandpa Ma on the shoulder, reminding him. Grandpa Ma also sensed the powerful aura emanating from Grandpa He and was instantly speechless. Pure, unadulterated Versailles. At that moment, in the principal's office, Qin Ming stared at the glowing bird egg, a gleam of excitement flashing in his eyes. Was it about to hatch? His mind raced with fantasies of what kind of extraordinary beast might hatch: a celestial phoenix, a genius phoenix, or perhaps a fire phoenix. Just then, the egg erupted in a burst of multicolored light. A multicolored phoenix? Qin Ming speculated, his eyes fixed intently on the egg. But when the light faded, he was stunned. The bird egg shell was cracked, yet inside was still a bird egg. It was just smaller than the previous one. The egg radiated waves of formidable pressure, having already reached the Qi refining stage. Moreover, the egg was adorned with numerous golden patterns, as beautiful as feathered wings. It's an egg? Qin Ming froze. An egg giving birth to an egg? What on earth was going on? But he had no choice. He could clearly sense the egg's energy growing stronger. Perhaps the creature that hatched would be even more formidable than he imagined. So he placed the egg into his system space right there. He then looked toward the window, watching the scattered elders returning. He murmured to himself. It seemed everyone was almost back. Then his figure vanished from the office. When he reappeared, he was already in the square. 131 Grandpa Ma, the born businessman. Even the master understands uniqueness. The principal is here. Does the principal have something to announce? How did a grand hall suddenly appear next to the library? It looks just like a boiler room. Everyone noticed the suddenly appearing building. They gathered in front of it, murmuring among themselves. This is the Alchemy Tower. This will be where you refine elixirs from now on. At that moment, Qin Ming approached them and explained. The Alchemy Tower. The elders' eyes lit up instantly at the mention. After gathering medicinal herbs and spirit stone, or in the future, you may freely enter the Alchemy Tower to refine pills. I've written the formulas for several low-grade mid-tier elixirs in the tower's herb library. You can exchange them for 10 credits. Each entry into the Alchemy Tower requires credit points for exchange. 10 credits grants 3 alchemy sessions. As soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, the elders rushed toward the Alchemy Tower. They immediately exchanged their credits for alchemy qualifications. Then they used credits to exchange for alchemy formulas. Old He. Let's go alchemize too. Grandpa Su was intrigued too. Old Su. Do you know how? Old He scrutinized Old Su's excited expression and questioned. Oh. Of course not. Grandpa He. But we have that video of the principal refining pills last time. We'll get the hang of it by watching it more. Besides, look at old Ma, he figured it out all by himself last time. With our natural aptitude, we'll definitely get the hang of it. Grandpa Su chuckled sheepishly. Grandpa He shook his head helplessly. Still, he found himself growing slightly curious about alchemy. He planned to give it a try when the chance arose. Old Wang, want to try alchemy? He turned to ask Old Wang. Let's go. Our cultivation levels are higher than others, so we can't fall behind in technique either. Hearing Old Wang's words, Old He found them reasonable. Soon after, the three entered the Alchemy Tower. After exchanging their alchemy qualifications, Grandpa Su spotted everyone crowded around a machine. Old Ma, what are you all doing? Grandpa Su approached and asked. Buying alchemy formulas. Didn't the principal say? Exchange them for credits. So, Old Su, what kind of elixir are you planning to refine? Grandpa Ma's question stumped Grandpa Su. I haven't decided yet. Old Su chuckled awkwardly. He'd just popped in to take a look. Purely out of curiosity. Only now did it occur to him that before refining pills, he'd need to make a selection. What kind of pill formulas are there? Grandpa Su asked curiously. Plenty. There's the yellow dragon pill. The jade condensing pill. The frost green pill. The strength god pill, the wind god pill, the bone cleansing pill. Over a dozen types below the lower mid-tier. Old Su, which one do you want to learn? Grandpa Ma asked. Old Su felt his mind spinning at the question. Well, Old Ma. Which one are you learning? He wanted to see which one Old Ma chose first, then follow suit. Me? I'm aiming to become a master alchemist. Of course I'm learning them all. Old Ma chuckled. All of them? Do you even have enough credits? Exchanging all these will cost over 100 credits. Grandpa Su asked with concern. Ha ha. Old Su. Don't worry about that. I've already got it all figured out. Figured it out? Old Su was a bit dumbfounded. I've already exchanged for all the formulas for these pills. Then I'll rent them out to others for 5 credits each. That way, I'll recoup my investment. And I can earn even more credits. As Old Man Ma spoke, Old Man Su immediately gave him a thumbs up. Brilliant. Brilliant indeed. Old Ma, I never imagined you could come up with such a plan. Hey, Old Ma. Can you cut me a break for old roommate's sake? Old Su chuckled sheepishly. Uncle Ma saw this and chuckled. Sure thing. Just tell me which one you want to learn, and I'll get it ready for you to rent right away. Alright. I want to learn the wound healing pill. After that, as the others exchanged for the alchemy formulas they wanted to learn, Old Ma directly exchanged for over a dozen. Old He. Old Wang. Lawyer Yin, how about you? Old Ma had already planned it out. Renting them out was a surefire way to make a profit. This way, he'd have more credits to exchange for alchemy practice time. Bang. Boom. With each successive blast, violent explosions erupted. Black smoke billowed from many alchemists' furnaces. Their faces were covered in the shattered remnants of failed pills. Damn it. This is so damn hard. Cough cough cough. This is choking me. Why is alchemy so different from cooking? Isn't it just about controlling the heat? The elders all started complaining. Boom. Holy crap. This thing would make a great bomb. This pill is way too hard to refine. Grandpa Su grumbled. Cough cough cough. Old He. Old Wang. How are you holding up? Grandpa Su brushed the dust off his clothes and looked over at Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang. He burst out laughing instantly. Did you two just finish mining? Look at those faces. Grandpa Su was in high spirits. Old Su. Don't laugh, you're not much better off. This is our first time refining pills. Failure is normal. If it had worked, that'd make us alchemy geniuses. Grandpa He retorted, clearly annoyed. He knew his own limits well. Being a jack of all trades was impossible. Boom. Just then, a deafening explosion echoed in Grandpa He's ears. Instantly, everyone turned toward the source of the sound. It came from Grandpa Ma's direction. Old Ma. Seeing the massive cloud of smoke, Grandpa He and the others jumped to their feet and rushed toward Grandpa Ma. Anqing City. At a small bus station. A black Mercedes-Benz E-Class with license plate number 88686 pulled up. Soon, a man dressed in traditional Japanese priest attire emerged from the door. Behind him followed 4 young men and women around 18 years old. Is this some kind of cosplay? What kind of outfit is this? A wizard? I've never seen this outfit before. No clue. People sure are getting creative these days. The young tourists around them began discussing the outfit. The middle-aged man, however, let out a sly grin at the commotion before muttering something under his breath. Then he approached the black Mercedes-Benz E-Class. Master, you finally arrived. Gao Qiyu stepped out of the car wearing sunglasses and greeted him warmly. Director Gao, I understand your request. But you know what? I'm a bit hungry. First, take me to your place to try some Anqing City specialties. The master wore a wicked grin. His attire couldn't conceal the chilling aura radiating from him. Specialties? Master, I understand exactly what you mean. I guarantee your local specialties will be completely different. Gao Qiyu understood immediately upon hearing this. Indeed, the master was no different. Only after tasting the world's flavors does one gain true insight. Shortly after, several vehicles departed the station. A few minutes later, Anqing City's real-time news broke the story of a severe truck collision at the station. 10 people died on the spot and 50 were seriously injured. Meanwhile, Gao Qiyu had already brought the master from Sakura country to a distinctive spot in their city of Anqing. Gao Qiyu watched the master enjoying himself, glancing at the news on her phone. A wicked smile spread across her lips. Immortal Cultivation University. I'll tear you apart completely. 132 An excellent chef should experiment. The same goes for alchemists. Old Ma. Are you okay? At the Immortal Cultivation University. Everyone helped Old Ma, who had been knocked to the ground by the blast wave, back to his feet. Cough cough cough. I'm fine. Old He, hurry up and help me up. My elixir isn't finished yet. Grandpa Ma's mind was consumed by thoughts of the elixir. Old Ma. Take a break first. This is our first time refining pills. How could we possibly succeed? Grandpa He was at a loss for words. They just failed so spectacularly. Even if Old Ma had been praised by the principal. But that time might have just been luck. Ah. I can hear the voice of this pill. I felt like my cultivation level actually rose while refining it just now. In an instant, all the meridians in my body opened up. A surge of energy erupted from my dantian in that instant. Old He, Old Su, Old Wang, is this what the Qi cultivation stage feels like? Grandpa Ma asked excitedly. Meanwhile, Old He and Old Wang, who had just broken through moments ago, were completely dumbfounded. How could Grandpa Ma have broken through in just the time it took to refine a single pill? He survived being blown up like that. You must have broken through to the Qi cultivation stage. Just then, Old Man Su exclaimed in delight. He rushed over to where Old Man Ma had been refining the pill. In front of everyone, he lifted the lid of the furnace. Soon, 2 white and blue pills appeared before his eyes. Amidst the air thick with the scent of burnt objects, a faint fragrance of elixirs now lingered. What is that smell? Grandpa He looked toward the distant alchemy furnace in astonishment. Old Ma. These pills. It's done. But just as Grandpa He was puzzled, Grandpa Su rushed over, holding the pill with delight. This is. Everyone was stunned upon seeing it. A pale blue pill. A fresh, medicinal fragrance. Clearly, these were low-grade spirit-focusing pills. And there were 2 of them. Old Ma. You did it. Grandpa He stared at Grandpa Ma in disbelief. But Old Ma snatched the pill from Old Su's hand and popped it straight into his mouth. Everyone was stunned by this turn of events. Old Ma. What are you doing? It's something I made myself. How can I accept compensation for it? Grandpa Ma chewed it in his mouth. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy washing over his body. A faint glow appeared in his eyes. Old Ma. What's that taste? Old Ma. Is it tasty? At this, the surrounding elders and lawyers, seeing the scene, asked curiously. After all, they were also curious about the taste of the legendary elixir. No taste. Just a faint, refreshing scent. Even weaker than mint candy. The proportions need adjusting. The heat is too high. It tastes a bit bitter. Uncle Ma stopped mid-sentence and began studying the dish himself. As a chef, one must repeatedly taste and test their own dishes until they achieve the desired effect. In Grandpa Ma's view, refining pills was no different. Old Su, want a pill? I'll give you this other one. Well, that's not quite right. Old Ma, you spent so much time refining it. I'll take it. Grandpa Su felt a bit embarrassed. What's the big deal? This is just my first batch. There's bound to be plenty more to come. Try some now, then try some later. See if I've made any progress. Grandpa Ma's words left Grandpa Su speechless. So he was the guinea pig. Testing the medicine on Grandpa Ma. Forget it then. I'll make the elixir myself. You can give these pills to Old He instead. With that, Old Su handed the pills to Old Ma. Then he headed toward his own alchemy furnace. Old He. Then you. Grandpa Ma glanced back. But to his surprise, Old He had already started walking toward his own alchemy furnace. Old Wang, what about you? Old Ma. We're off to alchemize first. Just as I thought. My pills still aren't tasty. Need more refinement. But before that, I need to get more familiar with it. Uncle Ma didn't lose heart at this sight. Being a cook had taught him patience. So he was already accustomed to this kind of situation. If the food wasn't good, why should anyone pay for it? Soon, everyone returned to the process of refining the elixir. The continuous explosions revealed the immense difficulty of alchemy. Boom! The alchemy furnace before Old Man Su exploded once more. Cough cough cough. Damn it! This alchemy business is just as damn hard as mining. Old Su sighed in exasperation. Old Su! Keep your mind calm. Why are you always looking around while refining pills? If you don't control the fire properly, it could easily explode. Grandpa He beside him said helplessly. Exactly. Alchemists are coveted across all realms in the cultivation world. The requirements are extremely high. If alchemy were that easy, everyone would be an alchemist. Old Wang had just finished refining a pill. He said solemnly. Exactly. Old Su. Don't be reckless. Listen more to Old Wang's analysis. Of the 3 of us, Old Wang has the calmest mind. Grandpa he nodded in agreement. Huff. He then turned his gaze to his alchemy furnace. A hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Boom. A small explosion echoed. A white pill appeared before his eyes. It worked. Grandpa he couldn't help but whisper in surprise. Old he. You did it. Grandpa Su was stunned to see that Grandpa he had succeeded too. Utterly stunned. Yes. Just stay calm. This is just a low-grade pill, not that difficult. Believe in yourself. Grandpa he encouraged Grandpa Su, seeing the pain on his face. Meanwhile, Old Man Ma had already taken the lead. He had refined 3 more pills. This time, both their shape and fragrance were significantly better than the previous attempts. Grandpa Ma was feeling a bit tired, so he sat down nearby, savoring the pills he'd made while analyzing them. The heat was too low. The heat distribution is uneven here. The timing for adding herbs in this section was too late. This herb should have been added first. This herb should have been ground into powder. Grandpa Ma analyzed meticulously. He was judging it as if it were a cooking competition. Grandpa Ma realized. Alchemy was just like cooking. The sequence of adding seasonings versus ingredients. And the degree of overheating during cooking, when converted, corresponded to the key factors in alchemy. The key to successful alchemy. Moreover, Grandpa Ma discovered that certain herbs in alchemy serve to enhance the fragrance of the elixir and harmonize its color. They also influence the potency of the elixir. He took a piece of paper and wrote down his conclusions step by step. He arranged several rows of notes, much like writing mathematical formulas. Grandpa Ma, what are you doing? At that moment, Attorney Yen finished his cultivation and entered the alchemy tower. Oh. Young Yen. Perfect timing. I need your help with something. I just managed to refine a few pills. I've been exploring them and found there are still many mysteries within. You're a top student, could you help me organize my notes? With that, Old Man Ma grinned and handed the papers to Lawyer Yen. When Lawyer Yen arrived earlier, he overheard the elders saying Old Man Ma was a prodigious alchemist. After just 3 attempts, he'd already produced 5 pills. Seeing Old Man Ma's focused demeanor now, Lawyer Yen felt a sudden sense of admiration. Sure. Grandpa Ma, if there's anything I don't understand, just explain it to me. Attorney Yen took the notes Old Man Ma had written and instructed him. No problem. Once this is done, young Yen, I'll personally teach you alchemy. Grandpa Ma agreed readily. 133 alchemy formula? Not as good as Grandpa Ma's secret recipe. Lawyer Yen began studying the notes carefully. His lips twitched involuntarily. This is a recipe for stir-frying vegetables, isn't it? 50 grams of dazzling crystals. 1 Qianjin vine. 10 grams of silverweed. 20 grams of dark-flowered herb. The records were extensive and detailed. Xiao Yen, do you understand? Grandpa Ma asked with a simple smile. Yeah. Grandpa Ma, this looks just like a cookbook. Attorney Yen joked. You can tell that? I just wrote it in the style of a cookbook. Somehow, when I write like a cookbook, I get really fast. I can finish a pill formula in no time. Grandpa Ma chuckled. Pill formulas? Attorney Yen was baffled. Yes. The formulas in the alchemy tower are too difficult for us. I was wondering if we could substitute them. I just experimented on my own, and I never expected it to actually work. Grandpa Ma's words stunned Lawyer Yen once more. Grandpa Ma had literally treated alchemy like cooking. Lawyer Yen studied it for half an hour. Then he picked up his pen and began organizing. As he organized the notes, he explained the revised sequence to Grandpa Ma. Soon, a brand new alchemy formula was compiled by Attorney Yen. Attorney Yen directly converted Old Man Ma's formula into an easy-to-understand equation. It listed the sequence for adding ingredients during alchemy and the required adjustments to the flame intensity for each step. Grandpa Ma immediately began refining according to the formula. This time, the furnace did not explode. Grandpa Ma opened the alchemy furnace. 3 vivid blue pills appeared before his eyes. The fragrance of the elixirs instantly wafted out from the furnace. What a wonderful aroma! Grandpa Su rushed over, drawn by the scent. Seeing that the source of the fragrance was the pills in Old Man Ma's hands, he was stunned. That quality, that fragrance, it was clearly a low-grade mid-tier pill. Old Ma! You made all these? Grandpa Su was utterly shocked. He himself had only managed to successfully refine a single low-grade, low-tier pill so far. And it still had some flaws. Yet Old Ma had managed to refine 3 mid-grade pills in just 1 hour. This is simply unbelievable. Oomph. Old Su. Could you taste these pills for me? See how they taste? I'll tweak them a bit more. Old Ma said as he handed the low-grade mid-tier pills to Old Su. This. Old Ma. You're giving me a low-grade mid-tier pill? You're willing to part with such a difficult-to-refine pill? Grandpa Su froze in surprise. It's not difficult at all? I just tried it once and succeeded. Take it. Hurry up and taste it for me. I still need to tweak the recipe. Grandpa Ma urged Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su froze, then mechanically took the pill. A low-grade mid-tier pill isn't difficult? Successfully refined on the first try? Old Ma, you're being way too humble. Grandpa Su placed the pill Grandpa Ma had refined into his mouth. Instantly, a tea-like fragrance blossomed in his mouth. His eyes widened in astonishment. Old Ma? How come your pill has a tea aroma? Grandpa Su was stunned. Of course. I've made some improvements, you know. How about it? Is the flavor just right? Just right. Just right. Old Ma. Did you just say this was your own improvement? Did you actually write the alchemy formula yourself? Old Su snapped out of it. He asked. Yes. Absolutely. How could an alchemist not have their own formula? Attorney Yen, please transcribe this pill formula onto a separate sheet of paper. This formula is viable. Old Man Ma confirmed. Attorney Yen promptly copied it down. As Grandpa Ma proceeded to refine several more elixirs in front of Grandpa Su, 30 credits were quickly spent. The pills beside Old Man Ma had piled up into a heap. Grandpa Su was utterly dumbfounded. Old Su. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and take these pills back for Old Ma and the others to try. See if they're tasty? Their potency shouldn't have diminished much. My cultivation is low now. Once my cultivation reaches a higher level, I guarantee these pills will be both delicious and highly potent. Grandpa Ma brought out the final batch of pills. Suddenly, a vivid turquoise pill with emerald hues caught Grandpa Su's eye. Old Ma, you've refined a high-grade lower-tier pill. Grandpa Su strode swiftly to Grandpa Ma's side, pointing at the most prominent pill in his hand. Lower-grade high-tier? That can't be right. I only tweaked the formula for this spirit-focusing pill slightly. A low-grade mid-tier pill would be about right. This one just looks impressive. The effects aren't strong. Grandpa Ma chuckled. Uncle Su, unfamiliar with elixirs, found Uncle Ma's reasoning plausible. After all, something that looks good isn't necessarily useful. That's not right. Old Ma. You're way ahead of us here. You're probably planning to concoct hundreds of pills in one night, aren't you? Old Su snapped out of it and asked. No way. I'm human. I need to rest. Besides, where would I get that many credits? The formula for this elixir isn't even perfected yet. Attorney Yen and I still need to make adjustments. Rest assured, if there's anything worthwhile, I wouldn't forget you. Once the formula is finalized, I'll show it to you. Grandpa Ma's words instantly lit a sparkle in Grandpa Su's eyes. Old Ma. You're a true brother. I'll be waiting. With that, Old Su scooped up the pills from the ground and started to leave. Hey! Hold on, Old Su, I'm not done yet. Grandpa Ma saw this and quickly grabbed Grandpa Su. What's the matter? This elixir formula is difficult to prepare, and I won't force you to do it. Go back and tell everyone, whoever wants it must first pay us 2 credits each. Lawyer Yen and I will split it evenly. For anything else you want to learn later, just pay 8 credits per person. Old Ma. This is really unfair. Old Su was stunned. This meant he couldn't get a free ride anymore. I'm not ripping you off. This is called knowledge payment. My grandson taught me that. You gotta keep your own stuff under wraps. Back when I was a chef, someone offered me $100 grand for my recipes, but I wouldn't sell them. And this elixir formula? It's no easy feat. It took us 2 hours just to finalize one. Ask Attorney Yen how difficult this formula is to prepare. Grandpa Ma's lament left Grandpa Su speechless. Trying to get something for free like this did seem a bit unethical. You're right. You're giving me so many pills. Old Ma. I'll pay 2 credits first. You've gotta gift me a full formula set later. Old Man Su stepped in to smooth things over. Of course. You're my brother. I'll even give you 2 sets. Go tell everyone. We'll get back to work. After saying that, Old Man Ma went back to discussing things with Lawyer Yen. Grandpa Su immediately brought the pills to the group. He relayed Old Man Ma's message to everyone. Old Ma's got it. This pill does have a distinct tea aroma. 10 credits for an easy-to-understand pill formula is totally worth it. Old Su, this boosts the pill success rate by 50%. That means I've saved 20 credits in the end. It's a surefire win. Old Su thought everyone would find Grandpa Ma's credit scheme shameful. He'd already prepared a whole speech in his mind. But to his surprise, everyone agreed. Old Ma, you've worked so hard. He's doing it for all of us. If we just freeload off him, the principal will definitely call us out. Exactly. Integrity is paramount in the cultivation world. Old Ma's goods are worth every penny. Everyone had taken the pills refined by Old Ma and marveled at his unique method. Though the potency was slightly reduced, both the fragrance and the success rate had increased by over 50%. Who wouldn't love that? Before long, the night had passed. Qin Ming arrived at the alchemy tower. He imagined the elders would be wearing mournful expressions. Yet, when he opened the door and saw the scene inside, he froze in place. 134. Where there's a policy, there's a countermeasure. Instantly, a pungent odor, a mix of alchemical fragrance and the acrid smell of burnt pills, hit Qin Ming's nostrils. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Ming was so choked up he couldn't open his eyes. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the murky air before him dispersed completely. Suddenly, the entire alchemy tower became spotless. Yet the scene before him made his eyes widen in shock. Holy! What the hell are these? Pills? Qin Ming couldn't help but ask himself. The floor was covered in turquoise-colored pills. The principal's here. Everyone! Quickly bring out all the pills you've refined. The principal is here to inspect. Get out of my way. My pills are the best. Old Man Su pushed his way through the crowd, arriving before Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked over. In his hand was a single pill. At first, Qin Yang paid it little mind, but when he caught the scent of the pill's fragrance, he froze. This is a low-grade mid-tier pill. That's right. Principal. I just finished refining it myself. It's still warm. Grandpa Su replied excitedly. Suddenly, a distinct aroma different from that of a low-grade mid-tier pill wafted into Qin Ming's nostrils. This scent feels different from the aroma of a low-grade mid-tier pill. Qin Ming looked up at Grandpa Su in confusion. Ah! Principal, you're absolutely right. This is different. An improved version of the low-grade mid-tier spirit-focusing pill. Improved version? Qin Ming froze in shock. He was already astonished that Old Man Su could refine a low-grade mid-tier pill in just one night. And now an improved version? Could it be that all his students were alchemy prodigies? Had all his previous assumptions been wrong? You developed this? No. Old Su answered promptly. So you mean you didn't invent it, but you've already mastered it? Qin Ming was even more shocked upon hearing this. Alchemy was inherently difficult. Mastering the formula for a single elixir in such a short time already showed considerable talent. But innovating a formula requires mastering one or two existing methods first, then gradually refining them through continuous experimentation. Observing the elixir Grandpa Su had just concocted, he observed only a slight shift in the alchemical fragrance, suggesting minimal alterations were necessary. It's still acceptable. Yeah, you could say that. All thanks to the principal's excellent teaching. Grandpa Su chuckled. Then might you tell me which student developed this new formula? Principal, it's Old Ma. Old Ma. Grandpa Su answered immediately. However, at that very moment, a sudden burst of flames erupted in the distance. Qin Ming spotted it instantly. His figure vanished instantly from in front of Old Su. His form had already arrived at the source of the light. A rich, medicinal fragrance flooded Qin Ming's nostrils. He was startled for a moment. He looked toward the owner of the alchemy furnace. It was none other than Old Man Ma. Principal. I still can't control the fire. Grandpa Ma chuckled sheepishly. No problem. I'll help you. Qin Ming didn't say much, but replied in a deep voice. Then, he placed one hand on the alchemy furnace. Instantly, the scattered flames were drawn back into the furnace. Principal, you're amazing. Grandpa Ma exclaimed. The crowd nearby immediately gathered around. Retract. Qin Ming roared, and the furnace's flames instantly vanished. Instantly, a rich, fragrant aroma of elixirs filled the air. What a wonderful aroma! Grandpa Su exclaimed in surprise. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This alchemical fragrance. Qin Ming gazed at the still-resting alchemy furnace, just minutes away from opening. He turned to Old Man Ma, who stood nearby with a look of regret on his face, and asked, Uncle Ma, what kind of pills were you refining? Just the focus pill and the healing pill. Principal, is my pill fragrance not quite up to par yet? This alchemy feels way harder than cooking. Principal, maybe I'm just not cut out for this pill-making business. Grandpa Ma's words left Qin Ming speechless. Was this what they meant by lacking talent? The fragrance from earlier couldn't have been mistaken. That was the scent of a high-grade, low-tier elixir. And it carried a hint of mint candy fragrance. What new herbs had Old Man Ma added to it? What's even stranger is that Qin Ming sensed this batch of pills hadn't been refined for very long. Did Old Man Ma employ some special technique? Or did he alter the sequence of herbs added to the furnace and the intensity of heat required at each stage? Strange. Qin Ming hadn't mentioned any of these points. How on earth did Old Man Ma figure this out? Qin Ming was once again astonished by the trial and error ingenuity of these elders. No. You did very well. Qin Ming said calmly. Then he raised his hand and the lid lifted right off. An instant later, a wave of fragrant aroma filled the air. What a wonderful aroma! Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Why does it smell like roasted mushrooms to me? Attorney Yen exclaimed in surprise. What is this? As Old Man he leaned in to examine the pill's intricate patterns, his jaw instantly dropped. Old Wang beside him also frowned. A high-grade low-quality pill. This isn't a recovery pill at all. Qin Ming shook his head. He didn't know whether Old Man Ma had stumbled upon it by accident or what. He had actually managed to refine a spirit-restoring pill. This pill actually repairs spiritual energy. Its effects were inferior to the yellow dragon pill. But it's easier to refine, and each batch yields more pills than the yellow dragon pill. And this time, Old Man Ma had produced 2 spirit restoring pills. 3 spirit focusing pills. Both are high-grade lower tier. In just one night, Grandpa Ma had made such progress. Qin Ming was astonished. This would be utterly impossible using traditional alchemy methods. He grew even more curious about the pill formula Grandpa Ma had concocted himself. You refined all these by yourself? Qin Ming confirmed. Yes. Principal, do you think these pills still have many flaws? Old Man Ma asked in a low voice. He didn't see any look of delight on Qin Ming's face, making him feel his work was inadequate. You've refined it to this level and you're still wondering if there are flaws? Qin Ming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Was this the standard a genius set for himself? But as principal, Qin Ming had to maintain composure. Among all the students, the elixir you refined can be considered top tier. But what's with this pill's scent? I recall that according to the original formula, it shouldn't smell like this. Hearing Qin Ming's words, Old Ma trembled, feeling somewhat at a loss. He feared Qin Ming disapproved of his unauthorized modification to the formula. He recalled his own apprenticeship days when he'd once thought he'd innovated a dish, only to be scolded by the master chef for ages. Old Ma! Hurry up and tell him. The principal just saw the elixir I refined using your formula, and his eyes lit up. The principal is very interested in your formula. Old Su chimed in from the side. The principal is interested? Yes. Hurry over. Who knows? Maybe the principal will take a liking to you because of this elixir formula. Mr. Su's words instantly ignited Mr. Ma's motivation. He hurriedly handed over the formulas for several elixirs he had finalized with Attorney Yan to Qin Ming. Qin Ming took them and began studying them, while Old Man Ma shared his insights gained during the alchemy process. When Qin Ming heard the success rate had risen to 50%, his jaw dropped. Even at his level, he wouldn't dare guarantee such results. His interest in this new alchemy technique surged. With a flick of his fingertip, he instantly committed all the knowledge to memory. He truly hadn't expected it. That this alchemy technique had been simplified by Old Man Ma into steps as straightforward as stir-frying vegetables. Yet each step was indeed refined to perfection. It was far simpler than the formulas previously distributed by the Alchemy Tower. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, where there's a policy, there's a countermeasure. 135 Master this technique and you'll be unmatched below the foundation establishment stage. Qin Ming couldn't help but feel excited as he studied the formula. He immediately sat down. In front of everyone, he prepared to refine pills using Old Ma's formula. Begin! As Qin Ming began his work, the elders gathered around to watch. Qin Ming's mastery of Qi far surpassed that of the elders. Combined with his ability to manipulate objects with Qi, his speed was remarkable. He fully met Old Man Ma's expectations for the pace this formula demanded. As time ticked by, gradually, the air became saturated with a rich, potent fragrance. Even a faint whiff of this fragrance filled everyone's senses. It was refreshing and uplifting. It stirred their hearts and minds. Qin Ming was refining ordinary focusing spirit pills. However, he used the new formula that Old Man Ma had researched and finalized. Merely the fragrance alone achieved the effect of a low-grade, lower-tier focus pill. Qin Ming was astonished. This formula, combined with his cultivation base and alchemical expertise, seemed to yield results far exceeding his expectations. It could be said that the pills he refined with his cultivation level had achieved 100% improvement over the old formula. Seal. Qin Ming swiftly completed the alchemy process. He discovered that this formula not only altered the outcome of the alchemy but also accelerated the process. It was 30% faster than when he followed the old formula. With more practice, having the time was entirely possible. He waited for the flames to die down. Qin Ming opened the alchemy furnace. In an instant, the entire room filled with fragrance. Not the scent of elixirs. More like the aroma of cooked food. Qin Ming froze. He was refining elixirs. Not cooking. How could this smell like stir-fried wild vegetables? This pill, these patterns. This is a mid-grade elixir. Grandpa Su leaned in, saw the quality of the elixir, and exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Ming followed suit and looked. He was stunned. He had only expected to refine it to the high-grade lower tier. He never imagined that his casual attempt would elevate the low-grade, early-stage spirit focus pill to mid-grade, early stage. This formula was simply too incredible. Seeing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but become intrigued. He then proceeded to refine all 3 formulas that Old Man Ma had confirmed. Instantly, 3 distinct fragrances of elixirs filled the pill tower. Without a doubt. Each pill was of low-grade middle quality. A full tier above his current cultivation level. After completing all the preparations, Qin Ming stood up. He looked at Old Man Ma. He handed over all the pills he had refined and said, Mr. Ma, your formula is excellent. It perfectly addresses the shortcomings of the old formula. These pills are yours as a reward. Furthermore, from this day forward, you shall be responsible for managing the alchemy formulas within this pill refining tower. You are hereby formally appointed as the alchemy tower steward. As Qin Ming finished speaking, Grandpa Ma's hands suddenly held the pills Qin Ming had just refined. Everyone nearby stared wide-eyed. Saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. Old Ma, are you selling this pill? I'll give you 50 credits. I'll give you 100 credits. I'm about to break through. With these pills, it's one more layer of protection. Congratulations. Old Ma. You've become the manager of the Zhe refining tower. Old Su stepped forward to offer his congratulations. Thank you, Principal. Old Ma exclaimed excitedly. He then turned to look at Attorney Yen beside him and said, Attorney Yen, this alchemy formula wouldn't have been possible without your help. I'll give you half of these pills. Saying this, Old Man Ma took out 2 pills and handed them to Attorney Yen. The onlookers couldn't help but feel envious. Mr. Ma, this might not be appropriate. Attorney Yen hadn't expected Old Man Ma to share the pills awarded by the principal with him. What's inappropriate about it? You've been helping me work on the formula all night. More work deserves more reward. Qin Ming, watching from the side, nodded with satisfaction. Then he spoke up. Yen. You spent the entire night researching this formula with Ma, didn't you? Principal, I. Before Lawyer Yen could speak, Old Man Ma interjected. Yes, Principal. Without Attorney Yen's help, I could only manage one formula a night at most. He's put in far more effort than I have. Hearing Old Man Ma's words, Qin Ming nodded. Excellent. Given that Yen has such a dedicated spirit, it aligns perfectly with the mindset of an alchemist. You are hereby formally appointed as Deputy Steward of the Alchemy Tower. You will manage all affairs of the Alchemy Tower alongside Mr. Ma. As soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, Lawyer Su beside him grew visibly envious. Old Yen. You're an attendant now. You should give me a discount on alchemical pills from now on. Mr. Yen. I'm a bit lost here, you'll have to teach me later. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic about alchemy, Qin Ming was quite pleased. Having Grandpa Ma and the others experiment with new formulas might just help the elders master alchemy faster and become alchemists themselves. Qin Ming then gathered everyone in the square. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on all 5 of your inner door disciples breaking through the Qi cultivation stage. Reward, host's physique upgraded to Heavenly Thunder physique. The host's spirit body is now a innate spirit body. Congratulations to the host for all disciples mastering the fundamentals of alchemy. Reward, new cultivation technique. Thunderbolt technique. Fire refining technique. Host has automatically learned. Mastery of 100% Heavenly Thunder technique. Fire refining technique. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips. He'd been waiting for the system reward. A tinge of excitement stirred within him. He hadn't expected the reward to be this generous. And it was all thanks to his brilliant students. He then turned to the students and announced, After these days of cultivation, your grasp of spiritual energy has surpassed what it was before. Today, I will teach you 2 new spells. From now on, when you encounter strange beasts, you'll have techniques to counter them. Qin Ming then demonstrated the Heavenly Thunder technique for everyone. As he chanted the incantation, instantly, bolts of heavenly thunder crashed down upon the pond. In an instant, as the lightning point struck, the entire pond exploded violently. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning shot up from the water's surface. The sheer power was immense. This is the Heavenly Thunder technique. Everyone should first try to familiarize yourselves with the incantation I just used, then practice. Then, Qin Ming began demonstrating the fire refining technique. His hands clenched tightly, and in an instant, streams of flames erupted from his palms. Channeling the subtle spiritual energy within his body, he suddenly thrust his fist toward the sky. A burst of flame shot forth. Holy crap! Is this some kind of trick? Grandpa Su exclaimed in shock. Qin Ming chuckled softly. This isn't a trick, you know. It's harnessing the spiritual energy within my body, fusing it with fire elements, then concentrating it in my palms, all while mastering the control techniques of fire refining arts. The power I wield. I guarantee that within the Qi cultivation stage, you will master both these techniques to perfection. You will be unmatched below the foundation establishment stage. As soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, everyone gasped in astonishment. Mastering just 2 spells would grant invincibility against all opponents below the foundation establishment stage. What a formidable existence that would be. Invincible against all below foundation establishment stage. Grandpa he perked up at the mention. With his current cultivation level, combined with the 2 spells the headmaster taught him, he could absolutely defeat that Thunder Eagle. They could finally set foot in that sinkhole. Meanwhile, Qin Ming had long noticed the look on Old Man He's face. He knew they had entered the sinkhole. Seems the old folks' exploration skills are truly formidable. Old He. Can I take a look? Old He. I'll give you 20 credits. Can I watch this video a couple more times? At that moment, everyone was asking old he for the video he'd recorded. He had recorded every move Qin Ming made earlier. What credits do you need? Let's all learn together. Let's all go hunt Foundation Establishment stage beasts together. Grandpa Su waved his cane excitedly. Old Su. Hey. Old he. There's strength in numbers. Only by boosting our overall strength can we succeed. Old Su chuckled. Qin Ming saw this and said nothing more. The faster they grasped it, the better for their own strength. Then Qin Ming turned to the group, ready to announce another matter. 136 Group Reward, Viral Cultivation Short Videos. Additionally, in recognition of your contributions to the university thus far, each of you is now rewarded with Volume 4 of the Body Tempering Sutra. Students Shur and Ma made the greatest contributions. These 2 Earth-grade magical treasures are your rewards. Xin Yang spoke as 2 bone-like objects appeared in his hand. These are the bones of a golden core stage beast. They'll have a deterrent effect when used in critical moments. Consider this a reward for your dedication to the university these past days. The 2 bones then appeared in the hands of Old Shur and Old Ma. Grandpa Shur's body had largely recovered, and his constitution had directly advanced to the innate Tao physique, truly a case of narrowly escaping disaster only to find blessings awaiting him. Additionally, the martial arts training grounds have been opened. You may practice your spells there. Practicing within the training grounds grants cultivation points. These points can be exchanged for corresponding academic credits. As he spoke, a massive combat platform materialized to the left of the alchemy tower. The martial arts arena featured numerous individual stances. The elders' eyes lit up upon hearing this, and they all turned their gaze toward the training ground. I will master the heavenly thunder technique and fire refining technique to the highest level. Grandpa, he roared with determination. With that, he was the first to dash toward the training grounds. He was already looking like a martial arts fanatic. Grandpa Ma and Grandpa Shur also quickly stowed away Qin Yang's rewards and headed toward the training ground. Their top priority now was to strengthen themselves, so they could save themselves if they ever faced danger in the forest. Soon, everyone gathered at the training ground, beginning to practice the heavenly thunder technique and fire refining technique taught by Qin Ming. Watch me. Great heavenly dragon. Uncle Su, unusually, set aside his walking stick. A bolt of lightning appeared in his palm, which he then violently struck toward a distant barrier. A phantom palm print appeared in the air, suddenly erupting with bolts of lightning. It struck the wooden stump. At first, the stake showed no reaction. Old Su. That slap was all thunder and no rain. Grandpa Ma patted Grandpa Su on the shoulder as he spoke. Crack. But the next second, the wooden stake exploded into pieces. Ha ha. Old Ma, you've clearly never heard the saying, let the slap fly for a while. Grandpa Su chuckled playfully. Then he resumed his practice. After 2 days of training, everyone had mastered the fundamentals of both the heavenly thunder technique and the fire refining technique. Moreover, each of them unexpectedly unlocked the innate Tao physique. The moment they grasped the thunder technique, all the meridians in their bodies opened. Instantly, they all advanced to the Qi refining stage. Qin Yang watched from the sidelines, thoroughly satisfied. It seemed the special physique granted by the system was truly a valuable asset. In less than a day, all the elders had broken through to the Qi cultivation stage. Just then, Qin Ming's phone rang. He saw it was a notification that the phone he'd ordered online had arrived. Qin Ming called Grandpa E, Grandpa Su, and Auntie Qin into his office. He handed the newly purchased rice-shaped phone to Auntie Qin. This is your equipment as the short video manager. First, set up an account on it. After browsing for a day, then post the compiled daily cultivation routines you've prepared. Post 3 to 4 videos daily. Thank you, Principal. I'll make sure to promote our school far and wide. Aunt Qin said excitedly. These days, her skin had become even more radiant. Her figure was also returning to its youthful form. She truly wanted to promote this university that could rejuvenate the body online so more people would know about it. Little Qin. Let me show you. Grandpa Su couldn't wait any longer and stepped forward to teach Grandma Qin how to use her phone. With Grandpa Su's help, Aunt Qin's account was registered in no time. I'll send you the edited video right away. Just edit it and upload it. I'll be the first to like it. Grandpa Su said with a grin. Alright. Thanks, Uncle Su and Brother E. Aunt Qin replied, her face flushing slightly. Soon, a compilation of their recent filming at the Cultivation University appeared on Aunt Qin's account. A day in the life of elderly cultivators. The unique features of the cultivation nursing home. 2 compilations, totaling 6 episodes. As soon as it went live, Old Man Su gave it a thumbs up. He added, let this video run on its own for a bit first. That's what Little Chun taught me. We've already informed him about the video release. He said he'll give us a thumbs up tonight. Xiao Chen really is thoughtful. Aunt Qin was quite fond of this kid, Chen Fan. Ha ha. No big deal. I'm sending a message right now to our Cultivation University's little haters. Get them to come cheer us on. Grandpa Su said as he sent a message to Chao Hua. He also shared the video they just posted with him. At that moment, Xiaohua was battling a group of paid trolls online. As someone who had turned from a hater into a fan, he now felt genuine affection for Cultivation University. The moment he saw Grandpa Su's message, he stopped typing. His eyes widened in surprise when he realized Old Man Su and his group actually had an official account and had posted a video. A day in the life of cultivating elders. The unique features of the Cultivation Retirement Home. Is this really Cultivation University? Xiaohua's mouth fell open. He couldn't believe it. The elders could actually handle something that massive. No wonder last time, when Old Man Su flicked his 2 walking sticks against the wall, it shattered the surface. To take down something as big as an elephant, that must take incredible strength. But he'd never seen these beasts anywhere. He couldn't even find them online. He asked in the group chat. People kept asking where he even filmed this. How did he Photoshop it in? They all mocked him. Immortal Cultivation University is just a front. How could he still be following it? But after witnessing the prowess of Old Man Su and his crew, Xiaohua didn't buy into the others' opinions. Little Xiao, I just started posting videos today and still don't know how to manage things. Could you help me out? Su Dage sent him a message at that moment. Xiaohua took it upon himself to handle it. Though his buddies didn't buy into this stuff, they were genuinely intrigued by the elder Immortal Cultivation University. Promoting the senior Immortal Cultivation University held a peculiar appeal for them, and most agreed to help Xiaohua spread the word. Don't worry, Uncle Su. Leave this to me. I guarantee I'll turn this account into a premium one. After sending the message, Xiaohua got to work. Grandpa Su also shared this good news with Grandpa He and Grandpa Su. Is that really possible? Grandpa He still felt a bit resistant. But just an hour later, his attitude had completely changed. Holy crap! Old Su, our first 3 videos all broke 100,000 views. Grandpa He exclaimed excitedly. Ha, I told you so. Just give the videos some time. Take it slow. Xiao Qiao is one of our fans. He'll definitely help spread the word about our videos. Grandpa He nodded in agreement upon hearing this. At that moment, at the Black Wolf Gang's hideout in Anqing City. Mere trifles. Mr. Saitama, is this what you call Immortal Cultivation University? The master watched the video and spoke in a Japanese accent thick with cherry blossom flavor. Yes, master. These videos were just released. It's beyond belief. You? Don't compare me to them. These are mere tricks. There is something to it, but not much. Have you arranged everything I asked you to? Rest assured, master. Everything is proceeding as planned. Gao Qiyu hurriedly replied. Good. In 3 days, we'll be staying in Jinshan town. This group must be eradicated. The master's expression darkened. 137 Dragon Tiger Battle, flawless execution. Heaven is on my side. After 3 days of training, half of the elders and lawyers had already mastered the use of the Heavenly Thunder technique. As for the fire refining technique, since it requires comprehending the fire element and achieving interaction with it, few could wield it. Still, grasping the essence of Heavenly Thunder arts alone could elevate one above cultivators at the same realm. I feel power surging through my entire body. Old He. How do you feel? Grandpa Su's grasp of these 2 techniques was nothing short of instant mastery. Peak performance from the very start. These days he's busy making videos and managing accounts. He spent half the time practicing Thunderbolt and Fireforge compared to others. Yet in mastering these spells, he's already far surpassed everyone else. To put it in his own words, he poured all his skill points into cultivation. Otherwise, how could he be so inept at mining and alchemy? Still, Old Man Su was thrilled about it. After all, he followed the headmaster precisely to cultivate immortality. As long as he could seek immortals and inquire about the Tao, he could heal his own legs, attain immortality, master cultivation techniques, and become a great power in the cultivation world. Then, if he encountered a Tao companion along his cultivation path, that would be perfect. Old Man Su had no grand ambitions. He just wants to cultivate immortality. Old He. How's your cultivation coming along? Grandpa Su held one staff imbued with Heavenly Thunder technique and another with refining fire technique as he asked Grandpa He. Fire. At that moment, Old He suddenly opened his eyes wide and unleashed his attack toward the beast simulacrum on the martial arts training ground. In an instant, the 5th tier Qi refining stage Wind Blade Leopard met its end. Old He. Are you trying to fly to heaven? That power. Wait. How can one punch contain 2 spells? Old Su sensed something was amiss. Old Su. Don't underestimate me. You can wrap 2 spells around your walking stick. Why couldn't I fuse them together? Seeing Old Su's astonished expression, Grandpa He couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips. Old Su, you've taken all the spotlight. What am I supposed to do now? Fine. I'll name this fist for you. Let me think. Old Su watched the lingering traces of fire and lightning in the air. Then he looked at Grandpa He's movements. After a moment's contemplation, it shall be called Dragon Tiger Zingiiquan? What do you think? Grandpa he had already unleashed a striking fist, knocking down 4 or 5 fifth layer Qi cultivation stage beasts. Hearing old Su's words, he nearly lost his balance. What kind of name is that? Can't you be a little more original instead of just being so pretentious? He retorted. If you're gonna name it, it has to be a powerful, commanding name. With that, old man he also fell deep in thought. It was truly frustrating that such a beautiful set of boxing techniques had no name. What should he call it? Dragon Tiger Clash? Dragon and Tiger Fight. What a great name. Old he never imagined you'd be such a master at naming things. Grandpa Su exclaimed with delight. Old he was dumbfounded. He just blurted it out and old Su thought it was a great name? He usually came up with names so casually. But the name really was perfect. Dragon Tiger Fight. It didn't give away the move's meaning at all, yet perfectly captured its power. But though, your move still can't match my heavenly fire great staff. My thunderbolt strike. This flame technique can absolutely crush the entire field. Grandpa Su declared without hesitation. 2 mid-grade Xian tier weapons, combined with this damage boost and the special effects from Heavenly Thunder technique and Refining Fire technique. It's terrifying, no doubt about it. A single strike packs the full force of a 5th tier Qi Refining Cultivator. With that, Old Man Su swung his bat twice. In an instant, 2 bolts of lightning crossed, forming a massive cross in the air. The simulated 5-step snake, simulating an 8th layer Qi Refining Cultivator, was struck squarely in the head. In an instant, its entire head shattered apart. Shattered into pieces. The sight filled onlookers with dread. The elderly men nearby watched, their bodies trembling. They turned to stare blankly at Old Su. Old Su! How can you be so strong? Old Su! If this had happened just a month ago, I would have scared myself silly. You're too ruthless. Old man he was the most astonished of all. He could tell Old Su hadn't even used his full strength. Yet this 5th step snake at the 8th layer of Qi Refining had been taken down in a single move. Although he now possessed the strength to face an 8th layer Qi cultivation stage beast himself. It would take every ounce of his strength. Old Su! How did your strength progress so rapidly? Grandpa he couldn't hold back any longer and pressed him. Heh, wanna know? Old Su chuckled slyly. You little rascal. Spit it out, stop beating around the bush. Grandpa he growled. I want to know. I won't tell you. Grandpa Su couldn't help but chuckle at Grandpa he's angry expression. You? Hey. It's not that I don't want to, I just don't know why. I just feel that with these 2 spells enhancing it, my cane's power has doubled compared to usual. Grandpa Su hurriedly waved his hands. Grandpa he finally calmed down, staring at the cane in Grandpa Su's hand. He couldn't help but wonder if he too needed a weapon now. Meanwhile, at Grandpa Lee's place, aside from Grandpa he and Grandpa Su, the one most proficient in the spells taught by the headmaster was none other than Old Manly. In just one day, Grandpa Lee had already mastered the Thunderbolt technique to a basic level. Regarding spell mastery, it was divided into beginner, advanced, minor mastery, major mastery, heavenly cultivation, and overlord. Currently, most elders in the nursing home are at the beginner or advanced stages. Only a handful have reached minor mastery. Only Grandpa Su, Grandpa E, and Grandpa Lee have mastered 2 techniques to minor mastery. Grandpa Lee has mastered the Heavenly Thunder technique. He directly captured the accumulated spiritual energy above the spirit fields, gathering a small portion of heavenly thunder. As 9 claps of thunder echoed, a torrential downpour of spiritual rain crashed onto the spirit field. In an instant, the spirit plants that had been in their growth phase suddenly matured. Qin Yang, who happened to be inspecting the field, was stunned by the sight. Due to his innate thunder body constitution, his mastery of thunder magic had long reached perfection. Within days, he would ascend to the heavenly cultivator realm. Yet Old Lee's innate talent for spells far exceeded his expectations. Mastering 2 spells to the minor mastery level in a single day. Such a feat would be exceedingly rare even in the spirit-rich realm of cultivation. Qin Yang couldn't help but place great expectations on Old Manly. Qin Yang then returned to his office to continue his cultivation. His physique had now transformed into an innate Dao physique, enabling him to absorb spiritual energy at a rate 10-fold greater than before. He could now faintly sense that his cultivation at the peak of the mid-golden core stage was on the verge of breaking through to the late stage. Even he was astonished by this pace. Was this the true power of the innate Dao body for cultivators? Under normal circumstances, he estimated it would take him a full year to break through to the late stage of the golden core realm. Ding! Detected host is about to break through to the nascent soul stage. A timed mission is now issued to the host. Break through to the nascent soul stage within 1 month while being observed by 10,000 people. Immediately obtain the right to establish a branch campus upon university opening. Note, branch campuses may fully replicate the main campus's architecture but will consume points. Qin Yang heard this and was overjoyed. This was exactly what he wanted. But what if tens of thousands of people worshipped him during his breakthrough? Although Jinshan town had a large population, the nursing home was located on the outskirts. At most, 1,000 people would gather to watch his breakthrough far from meeting the requirements. A breakthrough to the nascent soul stage only happened once. He had to seize this hard-won opportunity. Ring ring. Just then, his phone rang. It was the town mayor calling. Hello? Xiao Qin. The higher-ups have finalized the arrangements for your trip. Guess where you're heading back to? Mayor Xiong's voice was full of excitement. Qin Yang was a bit confused. Go fishing? What kind of fishing? The higher-ups have arranged for you to tour Mount Tai. Take the elders out to stretch their legs. This is all Uncle's thoughtful gesture. Make sure to tell the elders. It's tentatively scheduled for about 2 weeks from now. I've got things to attend to. I'll hang up now. Town Chief Xiong hung up after saying that. To Mount Tai. Qin Yang snapped to attention, a gleam of excitement flashing in his eyes. Mount Tai was one of Dragon Nation's most famous scenic spots and historical sites, attracting around 100,000 visitors daily. This directly met the system's requirement for 10,000 people to worship during a breakthrough. And it was just 2 weeks away, perfect timing. Qin Yang leapt to his feet, utterly thrilled. This was divine intervention. Simultaneously, his heart raced with excitement. Breaking through on Mount Tai might unlock some ancient taboo there? After all, Mount Tai was legendary in the Dragon Nation as a place for cultivators to ascend. 138 Rivalry among students, the strongest individual. After several days of cultivation, with the aid of his innate Tao physique, Grandpa he absorbed spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. Combined with 2 spells tempering his physique, his cultivation level suddenly surged to the 3rd layer of the Qi refining stage. With the added enhancement of the 2 spells, he could now stand his ground against an 8th layer Qi cultivation beast. Dragon Tiger Clash. Having just completed his breakthrough, Old Man He was eager to test his newfound 8th layer Qi cultivation strength. He immediately called over Old Man Su for a sparring session. Damn it! Old He. You can't do this to me. I'm not ready yet. Grandpa Su had barely taken his stance when Grandpa He lunged at him, prompting an urgent shout. Fine. I'll wait for you. Grandpa He, with his impatient nature, was getting a bit restless. Breaking through to the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation felt so much better than the 2nd layer. His strength finally surpassed all the students. Alright. I'm ready. Old He. Come over here. Grandpa Su roared with a burst of energy. He then swung his walking stick. The 2 canes whirled through the air, tearing through it with a distinct sound. The other elders gathered around to watch the spectacle. This was the first time they'd witnessed a duel between 2 individuals. Old Wang. Remember to film my angle. Watch me beat the crap out of Old He. Ha! Beat me up? Su, you've got it backwards. Seeing Old Su ready to drive, Old He didn't wait. He unleashed 2 punches directly. In an instant, a sweeping wave of fist intent surged toward Old Su. Lion beating staff technique. First form. Kitten incontinence. Unfazed, Old Man Su calmly. He leapt up, swinging his thunder staff to deflect the fist intent with a thunderous strike. In an instant, the fist was flung skyward. Before it could strike Grandpa Su, it was already flying through the air. It instantly pierced through the clouds. Everyone was stunned. They had expected Old Man Su to clash head-on, never imagining he would pull off such a spectacle. Grandpa He was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined Old Man Su's lion fighting staff technique could be used like this. Wasn't this defying the heavens? He neither countered the attack nor dodged it. Only a peculiar character like Old Man Su could conceive of such a method. My turn. Old He. Take this. Crack. With that, Old Su swung his cane twice at Old He. In an instant, sparks flew through the air. 2 crisscrossing impacts collided mid-air. Dragon and Tiger Clash. But Old Man He wasn't like Old Man Su. He chose to meet the blow head-on. Damn it! Is Old He about to throw a punch? This is getting interesting. Old He and Old Su are evenly matched. Imagine the terrifying power when their strongest strikes collide. Crack! In an instant, thunderous roars echoed. Everyone turned toward Old He, only to see lightning flashing from his fist. Then he opened his palm, and a fiery ball erupted. Fire forging technique. Everyone was utterly astonished. They never imagined that after just a few days of practice, Old Man He could already wield the fire forging technique with such skill. Moreover, the fireball looked remarkably similar to the one the principal had demonstrated. With lightning crackling around it, the fireball looked utterly terrifying. Wait, has Old He combined the heavenly thunder technique with the fire forging technique? Grandpa stared in stunned disbelief. Not only had he mastered the fire refining technique, but he'd also encircled it with the heavenly thunder technique. Oomph. This is my Qi manipulation bomb. Old Su. Ever seen Dragon Ball? No, I haven't. Old Su was a bit confused. Why was Old He asking that? Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Old He's mouth. Back when he collected comics for his youngest son, he'd come across Dragon Ball. He hadn't been interested at first, but one day when the TV broke down, he flipped through a few pages of Dragon Ball. He was instantly hooked. He especially loved Yajirobe's Kamehameha. Now that he had the chance to use this technique, he decided to name it after it. Never seen it? Then I'll show you what a Kamehameha wave really is. Grandpa, he roared, and the fireball, crackling with lightning, shot forward with lightning speed. It collided head-on with Old Man Su's attack. In an instant, bursts of lightning erupted in the air, blinding everyone watching. Damn it! That's some serious power. Wait. That light sphere hasn't disappeared. Then someone noticed that behind the smoke, lightning still crackled and flashed. In an instant, Old Man Su realized his attack had been nullified by the fireball. And the fireball was still hurtling toward him. Is this what they call a chi blast? This is interesting. Hey, Old He. Your naming skills are getting better and better. You're starting to channel my style. Well then. Taste the fourth form of my newly developed lion beating staff technique. Then, without a hint of haste, he raised the two walking sticks in his hands. Heavenly Thunder technique. With a thunderous roar, lightning crackled along both walking sticks. Fire refining technique. Then, with a second thunderous shout, no flames appeared on the lightning. Just as everyone was puzzled, they noticed that when the two staffs converged, a longer flame sword appeared beside the staffs. Then, Old Man Su suddenly turned his gaze toward the fireball hurtling toward him. He roared, "Old He, taste this. My lion beating staff technique. Fourth form. Branch borrowing flower." In an instant, the fireball collided with the staff. The fireball was cleaved clean in two by the staff. Borrowing a branch to create flowers? Old Su. It's a good name, no doubt. But it's useless. Thunderbolt technique. With Grandpa He's thunderous shout, two bolts of heavenly thunder appeared overhead and descended around Old Su. Yet, everyone watched as Grandpa Su vanished without a trace. Oh? Old He? I never said what kind of flower it was. Just then, Grandpa Su's figure suddenly materialized behind Grandpa He. What? Old He was startled. He whirled around in shock, only to have the cane come crashing down on his head. It stopped. Boom boom. Grandpa He's anger bubble also hit the ground, exploding. Like dazzling fireworks. Awesome. Everyone burst into applause. Su's amazing. How did you pull that off? Everyone was puzzled just moments ago. Old Su and Old He were still far apart. Secret. It's a secret. My secret technique. You absolutely mustn't find out. But Old Man Su just waved his hand dismissively. He chuckled. Old Su. You. Grandpa He was nearly furious. Despite his breakthrough in cultivation, he hadn't even noticed when Old Su had appeared beside him. Hey. Old He. Don't get so worked up. As a thank you for sparring with me, I'll tell you the secret to this move. Actually, you can learn it too. Grandpa Su's words left Grandpa He utterly dumbfounded. He could learn it too? What the heck? Then Grandpa Su leaned in and whispered a few words mysteriously into Grandpa He's ear. A look of astonishment instantly spread across Grandpa He's face. That's it? That's it? He looked at Grandpa Su in disbelief. Of course. Why would I ever deceive you? Grandpa Su waved his cane triumphantly. Grandpa He sighed and reluctantly let go. Grandpa Su had truly mastered his own strengths. But he wasn't discouraged, he was actually thrilled. Grandpa Su had his cane. He Chengguan, on the other hand, relied on his fists. That meant, aside from Old Man Su, He Chengguan was the strongest individual student at Cultivation University. 139 Dad's going to give you the most unforgettable birthday. After the match, Grandpa Su rushed over to Grandpa Wang and asked, Old Wang, how was that fight just now? Pretty good. Old Su, want to see the video? Old Wang picked up the camera. Absolutely. I'm going to savor every moment of that footage you shot. After watching it, a smile spread across his lips. He turned to Grandpa He and said, Old He, looks like I'm still the most handsome. But at that moment, Old He paid him no mind at all. He was deep in thought, working on improvements to the air-powered bullet. For instance, being able to anticipate others' next moves in advance. This required a heightened perception of spiritual energy. This was the lesson he'd learned from Old Su dodging his strike earlier. Old He, stop studying. Let's go soak in the bath. Tomorrow we're heading into Sunset Forest to test the results of our recent training. Grandpa Su patted Grandpa He on the back and exclaimed, All right, let's go soak in the bath. Grandpa He heard this and thought it made sense. He stood up immediately. He suddenly felt the spiritual energy surging within him. A flicker of excitement appeared in the corners of his eyes. After finishing their bath, they returned to their dormitory. Phew. Man, that was exhausting. These past few days have been nothing but training. Haven't even called home. Hey, Old He. How's your family group chat going? Grandpa Su hopped onto the bed and asked Grandpa He beside him. Yi had been so busy with his cultivation these days that he rarely checked the WeChat group chats. He figured the group was still the same old thing. Not many people chatting, right? After all, even though everyone in this group was family. But aside from him occasionally posting updates about his university life, or sharing links, rarely does anyone actually chat. Everyone goes half a year, or even several years without seeing each other. That's precisely why, once Grandpa he learned video calls were possible, immediately set up a group chat. After all, for an elderly man like him who loves chatting with his family and cares deeply about them, being able to see his family every day was a source of great happiness. However, when Grandpa he opened the group chat with a hint of unease, he froze in surprise. Though few were actively chatting, the messages were plentiful. His eldest grandson, his nephew's son, and his little cousin's son were all chatting away in the group. When he saw the content of their chat, he froze. Holy crap! Have you guys seen that video online? Grandpa he is really at the Immortal Cultivation University. That Cultivation University account suddenly went viral. When's the game coming out? I'm definitely playing it. He Immortal. He Immortal. What Grandpa he never expected was that these younger generations would actually take an interest in the videos their Immortal Cultivation University posted on their short video account. And they were discussing it fiercely. They kept tagging him, though he didn't understand what that it meant. But seeing people tag him, he figured it must mean everyone was paying attention to him. They wanted to learn more about the Immortal Cultivation University from him. They were all fascinated by the Immortal Cultivation University. Grandpa he excitedly replied to everyone in the group. Then, excitedly, he opened a group chat he hadn't checked in a week. He initiated video calls to his eldest daughter, Hua, his second daughter, Lan, and his youngest son, Tian. To Grandpa he's surprise, Hua answered first. Dad, how's life at university? Hua asked as soon as she answered, looking at her father's ruddy face. It's great. Dad's learned some new skills here. Look. With that, old man he excitedly raised his right hand. Then a small flame appeared in the palm of his hand. At first, Hua thought she must be seeing things. She rubbed her eyes. But the flame only grew larger and larger. Grandpa he even dragged the flame along as he waved his hand back and forth. Dad, did your teacher teach you magic tricks today? Be careful. It might not be real fire. It could still catch something like the bed on fire. Hua joked. Hey. Hua. How could that happen? This is my own fire element. The flame in my palm is real. It's scorching hot. But don't worry, I can control these flames, they won't burn anything. With that, old man he pulled out a tissue and placed it directly over the flames. Hua tried to stop him, but it was too late. Dad. This. She gasped in shock at the sight before her. The tissue in Grandpa he's hand merely swayed with the flames where it touched them, showing no signs of burning. Her mind went blank for a moment. She stared blankly at the scene. She couldn't fathom why. Hua. Let me show you another trick summoning lightning. With that, old man he tossed the fireball into the air, followed by a flash of blue gold light. The fireball was instantly lifted by the lightning. It looked utterly magical. Just then, Lan and Tian joined the video call. Big sis. How come you're here so early? Yeah. What's Dad up to now? Could it be some new trick their teacher taught them? Lan asked in confusion. However, Hua didn't speak, but watched intently. Sis. Tian was speechless when he saw Hua actually watching intently. These past few days, Big Sister had seen the videos Dad's nursing home posted on Douyin. She'd been chattering non-stop about them. Their ears were practically calloused from hearing it. Though Big Sis still couldn't stop complaining about these videos. Somehow, he sensed she'd grown more interested in the content than before. After all, whenever she saw these videos before, she'd just clam up. She'd skip them altogether, but now she could actually chat with them non-stop for an entire afternoon. She even watched every single video Dad had posted on his account. She even analyzed them thoroughly. Ever since the eldest sister witnessed her father's ordeal in the forest last time, her attitude seemed to have changed. She no longer openly opposed his eccentric behavior. After Grandpa he finished his performance and saw his children had all arrived, he exclaimed excitedly. What do you think? Aren't these two spells of mine amazing? Amazing. Amazing. Dad, you're the best. At that moment, the little daughter clapped her hands and cheered. Grandpa he couldn't help but beam with delight. Dad. Next month is my sister's 60th birthday. Will you be there? Just then, the youngest son, Tian, cut straight to the point about what they needed to discuss with their father this time. Hua. Next month is your birthday. How could I have forgotten about this? Don't worry. Dad will definitely be there. This time, Dad's bringing a few college buddies along. Let them see for themselves how powerful cultivators are. And let you experience what cultivating immortality is all about. Grandpa he's words left Lan and Tian speechless. But since it was their eldest sister's birthday, they left the decision to her. Yet their eldest sister's response left them stunned. Dad! I want to learn about this cultivation university of yours too. You have to come on my birthday. Hua exclaimed excitedly. She stared at the fireball in Grandpa He's hand. It didn't look fake at all. Besides, she knew her father's character best. Fake things were nothing but shoddy imitations in his eyes. Unworthy of his attention. This only deepened her fascination with cultivating immortality. Ah! Sis, you. Tian was stunned by his eldest sister's decision and tried to dissuade her, but his second sister's glare silenced him. He could only remain silent. Alright. Hua. You'll see Dad. This time, Dad will make sure you have the most unforgettable birthday ever. Grandpa he said excitedly, then turned to look at Grandpa Su beside him. At that moment, Grandpa Su was also on the phone with his two sons. 140 Grandpa Su's surprise, Qin Ming's thoughts. That's right. San. Dad's leg has started to regain some feeling these past few days. When Grandpa Su heard his son react as if he couldn't believe his legs were regaining sensation, he thought he was being deceived. He was at a loss for words. He explained. How could that be possible? Dad. How many years have you had this condition? If it were going to heal, it would have healed long ago. How could they regain sensation after just over a month of exercise? The doctors who examined your leg back then were nationally renowned specialists. They said it was unlikely to improve. Unless a miracle happened. Su Dessen sighed after speaking. Exactly. Dessen, it is a miracle. The doctor wasn't wrong. He certainly never imagined Dad would cultivate immortality. If Dad's leg still had no feeling after resting for a month, that would be a fake cultivation. Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly. He then lifted his foot to show Su Dessen. Look! Now I can move my toes. I'm not lying to you. I know my own body best. Grandpa Su said with a smile. Su Dessen watched as the toes on Grandpa Su's once numb foot actually wiggled a few times. Su Dessen was stunned. Was this a medical miracle? Seeing Su Dessen's astonished expression, Grandpa Su chuckled softly. Don't panic. This is nothing yet. Your old man learned plenty in college. Your old man here was a top student in college. The only ones who can hold a candle to your old man are your Uncle He, Uncle Wang, and Uncle Ma. With that, old Su pointed the camera at old He. Instantly, the fireball floating in the air before He Yi was displayed before Su Dessen's eyes. Su Dessen swallowed hard, his eyes widening in astonishment. Dad! What is Uncle He holding in his hand? Su Dessen exclaimed in surprise. This is the magic your father learned at school. Magic! Seeing the smug look on old Master Su's face, Su Dessen was utterly baffled. He had heard from his older brother about how their father had saved old Master Su's life before. But this scene before him truly shattered his worldview. What kind of trick was this? Or some kind of 3D projection? When did Dad's nursing home become so high-tech? Dad, what on earth is this? Magic, of course. Didn't I tell you already? Look. Your uncle he's gotten really good at it. Watching old man he juggle fireballs, Su Dessen was utterly baffled. Don't look so shocked. Dad's gonna show you something. With that, old man Su raised his walking stick. In an instant, the dormitory was filled with flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. In Su Dessen's eyes, old man Su resembled a sorcerer, his cane covered in lightning. It shimmered and crackled with a hissing sound. The other cane, meanwhile, was engulfed in flames. The two energies intertwined. Crackle, crackle. The sound sent a chill down Su Dessen's spine. Dad! Are you performing magic? What trick? This is magic. Like the great heavenly dragon. Great Luo spell. Did you watch all those Hong Kong movies like The Legend of the Condor Heroes when you were a kid? Did you watch all those Hong Kong movies for nothing? Old man Su spat out an angry, adolescent-like retort. Su Dessen was instantly speechless. Just then, Su Diwan answered the phone. Seeing the two sticks in his father's hands, he froze in shock. Dad! What on earth are you doing? Hearing his eldest son's voice, old man Su was instantly filled with joy. His face lit up with delight. Su Diwan no longer bore the previous look of exhaustion. Clearly, with the Su family's assistance, his factory had gotten back on track. I'm showing your brother the new magic I've mastered. He insists it's just a trick. Grandpa Su hurriedly complained when his eldest son asked. Su Diwan stared blankly at the two large sticks Grandpa Su was waving around. Dad! Is this really magic? Of course it is. Forget it. I'm going out to stretch my legs. Let me show you two what I'm made of. So you two stop saying I'm just fooling around. Old Wang. Come help me take a picture with my phone? Sure. Old Wang nodded. Grandpa Su stood up, walked out of the dormitory, and headed toward the pond. Grandpa Wang followed him. Watch closely. Today I'll show you two brothers what I've got. With that, old man Su raised his walking stick. In an instant, thunder and lightning erupted. Staff striking technique. Fourth form. Branch bearing blossom. In an instant, a fiery beam shot straight into the heavens. In that instant, a torrent of fiery fury erupted. Su Duan and Su Dessen were both stunned. Immediately, two fiery streaks slammed into the water's surface. 4 walls of water erupted from the surface, towering over the tallest building of the nearby nursing home, reaching dozens of meters high, spanning the entire length of the pool. They remained suspended until the very end. After the flames fell, half the water wall above it vaporized instantly. In the next instant, Old Man Su's figure had appeared opposite the flames. No one knew when he'd arrived. In an instant, he executed the same technique as before. Lion beating staff technique. 4th form. Branch borrowing flower blossom. In that instant, the surging wall of water was instantly neutralized by this counterforce. In an instant, the entire water surface became perfectly still. Su Duan and Su Dessen were both stunned into silence. Their minds were utterly unable to process what they were seeing. Could this be fake? Impossible. Even if their father's nursing home was top tier and well funded, it couldn't possibly create such a lifelike scene. For them, there was only one truth left. They stared blankly. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air. The once calm water surface suddenly erupted. Boom! A massive water column, dozens of meters tall, erupted from the surface with a thunderous roar. The pressure must have been at least dozens of tons. By the time Su Duan and Su Dessen regained their senses, Old Man Su's figure had already appeared before the camera. Both canes had returned to their original state. How about that? Did you enjoy Dad's moves just now? That's Dad's secret technique. Don't worry. Once you enroll in the Immortal Cultivation University, Dad promises to teach you step by step. Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly. Su Duan and Su Dessen exchanged glances, their expressions turning solemn. Was he offering them immortality or crippling them for life? They'd rather stay ordinary mortals. Dad, you're just too amazing. I'm speechless. Su Dessen wasn't entirely clueless either. Plus, Old Man Su had previously helped his brother's company turn crisis into opportunity, so he already harbored a deep admiration for his father. Growing up, his only idol had been his eldest brother. Back then, his father was nowhere near as capable as his eldest brother. But now it seems, Dad's slightly geeky vibe isn't so bad after all. Grandpa Su was delighted to see this, then returned indoors to ask Su Duan about the situation with his company and Old Master Su. Dad, rest assured, my company is back on track with the Su family's support. The Black Wolf Gang can't do anything to us now. The Su family owes us a huge debt of gratitude. Dad, Old Master Su talks about you every day. He's already taken your advice. He's been taking the Huanglong Dan in batches. Only a few pills remain now. I visited the Su household just the other day to check on the old gentleman. His complexion looks much better than before. Old Master Su even told me. He feels as fit as he did in his 50s. He's as spry as ever. Ha ha. It seems Old Master Su has a natural talent for cultivating immortality too. Grandpa Su remarked with emotion. Suddenly, Su Duan remembered something and said to Grandpa Su. Dad, Old Master Su also mentioned to me that he'll be bringing people over to take a look in a few days. They'll also experience life at the Immortal Cultivation University for a few days. That's great. Be sure to let me know before they come. I'll let our principal know. No problem. Dad, don't worry. After hanging up, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Grandpa Su felt a bit tired from today's practice, so he retired early. The next morning, he informed Qin Ming that Old Master Su was coming to their retirement home. Qin Ming was puzzled about how they could be connected to the renowned Su family of Anqing City. Grandpa Su and Grandpa He recounted their begging encounter to Qin Ming. Upon hearing this, a hint of amusement flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. It seemed Grandpa Su and the others truly possessed extraordinary luck. He hadn't anticipated that their outing would turn out like this. This had been a tremendous help to him. With the Su family's sponsorship, expanding to establish an Immortal Cultivation University, recruiting students wouldn't be so difficult. He believed many still yearned for immortality and eternal youth. 141 Mayor Xiong's kindness, free health checkups for the elderly. Morning. Qin Yang watched the elderly practicing Tai Chi. Meanwhile, he was planning the establishment of a new campus for the Cultivation University. After all, the system had previously given him a hint. Establishing the Cultivation University only required a location he could replicate the current campus one-to-one. However, he would need help with publicity and recruitment. That would only be possible after he broke through to the nascent soul stage. Before he could implement it, Qin Yang took advantage of the elders practicing Tai Chi to cultivate nearby. Just then, the doorbell rang. Qin Yang reluctantly lifted his head, only to find Town Chief Xiong standing at the door. Beside him stood a group of people in white coats. Qin Yang couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. In an instant, he was at the door. Young Qin! Mayor Xiong, seeing Qin Yang arrive, smiled warmly and greeted him affectionately. The white-coated figures beside him frowned at Qin Yang's sudden appearance. Uncle Xiong. How did you find the time to come over? Qin Yang opened the nursing home gate and asked in confusion. Young Qin. This nursing home is a key project under close scrutiny from higher-ups. And you're my nephew. Of course I had to come take a look. Town Chief Xiong chuckled in response to Qin Yang's question. Qin Yang didn't respond, merely staring at him coldly. Who knows what schemes this old fox has up his sleeve? Uncle Xiong. Thanks for your concern. The matter you mentioned last time. I accept it. Once the arrangements come down from above, I'll give it to you. But I came here today for another important matter. With that, Mayor Xiong introduced the first person in the white coat standing beside him. This gentleman here is the director of the newly established private hospital next door, Director Liu. The doctor in the white coat extended his hand. Hello, Director Qin. Qin Yang glanced at him and could immediately sense the sinister aura emanating from the man across from him. His brow furrowed slightly. It wasn't just Director Liu. The medical staff behind him also radiated an aura of malice, though it was far less pronounced in the Liu standing before him. At the same time, Qin Yang noticed that just 2 blocks away from the nursing home, a hospital had opened. The hospital wasn't very large. Yet under his spiritual energies probing, he detected an aura of malevolence even stronger than that of Dr. Liu. His brows furrowed involuntarily. Excuse me. Director Qin. Director Qin. Dr. Liu, seeing Qin Yang staring blankly, hurriedly called out. At the same time, Qin Yang's hands exerted only a slight force. A cracking sound of bones shifting filled the air. Dr. Liu's expression twisted in agony. Oh. Sorry about that. I was just wondering when a hospital would open around here. That's when I noticed it. Qin Yang let go of his hand, pretending it was his own mistake. Oh. No problem. Director Qin. Our hospital is right over there. Here's my business card. Saying this, Director Liu pulled a business card from his pocket. He handed it to Qin Yang. Seeing Qin Yang take it, a sly smile instantly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin Yang noticed all this, but he said nothing, simply accepting it. He glanced at it briefly before tucking it into his pocket. Young Qin. You didn't know? Actually, half a month ago, Dr. Liu and the others contacted me. Our town's medical care has never been great. Now that Dr. Liu's hospital has set up here, it's definitely taken our town's medical standards up a notch. Today, Dr. Liu and I had already discussed it. As for me, I should have notified you earlier. But I know you're busy, so I decided to surprise you with this. Dr. Liu and his team came today to give the elderly free health checkups. It just so happens our town's seniors are due for their checkups too. This will also add another strong point to our nursing home's publicity. If this goes well, then later on, Dr. Liu's hospital could establish a close partnership with your nursing home. Then we could arrange physical exams for the seniors every 6 months. Seeing Qin Yang's interest, Mayor Xiong spoke up. Physical exams? Qin Yang finally realized that these doctors had brought the equipment specifically to conduct physical examinations for the elderly residents. That's right. Director Qin. Actually, I've been meaning to discuss this matter with you for quite some time. But Mayor Xiong said you're always so busy. He's hard to reach, so I just discussed everything with him. Dr. Liu's face wore a playful smile, yet his eyes held a hint of anger. Qin Yang noticed it but said nothing. He understood why Mayor Xiong had acted this way. Still, he didn't intend to pursue the matter. A free physical exam, why wouldn't he take it? These people didn't have the strength to harm the elderly. Now, nearly all the elders had broken through to the Qi cultivation stage. Their physical strength had increased tenfold. If they tried any underhanded tricks, they'd be the ones suffering. Welcome. Go ahead and set things up inside. I'll go tell the elders. Gather them in the square. We'll leave that to you, Director Qin. No sooner had he spoken than Qin Ming vanished from sight. Dr. Liu's eyes flashed with a peculiar expression. Disdain welled up within him. What kind of dark magic is this kid using? How could he move faster than the master? Oh, man. Old he. Physical exam. We can finally see the results of these 2 months of training. Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly. Qin Yang called the elders to a halt and explained to them that Town Chief Xiong had arranged the physical examinations. Of course, Qin Ming had claimed he'd arranged it himself, just their routine checkup. If it's the system, then I'll be the first in line. I'm a physical cultivator. Grandpa, he roared angrily, instantly stripping off his school uniform. A body of pure muscle was revealed. The medical staff nearby were startled by the sight. Is this really the physique of an octogenarian? The records they had clearly stated these seniors were all in their 80s. Once everything was set up, the seniors began their physical examinations under Qin Ming's guidance. Hey! Can you even get this needle in? Miss, this rubber band won't stay tied. Why don't you try another one? In just a moment, such voices echoed across the square. The doctors looked at the elderly people's bodies before them. They were all dumbfounded. Bulletproof. The needles stuck straight out of the old folks' skin. The rubber bands tied around their arms were completely useless. As soon as they were tied on, they popped right off. The old man's muscles were rock hard. Dr. Lu, what's going on here? Town Chief Xiong watched from the side, utterly bewildered. He'd never seen anything like this before. Logically speaking, even though the seniors at Qin Ming nursing home are incredibly resilient, a routine physical shouldn't be this unusual. I don't know either. Nothing. Maybe there's something wrong with Dr. Lu's equipment? Just as Dr. Lu looked utterly bewildered, Qin Ming spoke up. Then, at a speed invisible to Dr. Lu and Town Chief Xiong, Qin Ming dispersed a surge of spiritual energy toward the instruments and the elderly man's body. In an instant, everything returned to normal. Ha! It's working. It's fine. Old man. Don't move. Let me put it in. The medical staff were delighted to see this and got to work. The elderly patient's physical examinations were soon completed. At this moment, no one except Qin Ming noticed that Dr. Lu had vanished without a trace. 142 Dr. Lu's plan, exploring the sky pit again. Strange. Xiao Qin. Have you seen Dr. Lu? It's almost noontime for lunch. Town Chief Xiong looked at the busy nurses and noticed Director Lu was nowhere to be found. No. Uncle Xiong. When will the test results be ready? The test results? Don't worry, they should be ready in about a week. You're in luck. Dr. Lu's hospital isn't busy right now. They can process your tests right away. Town Chief Xiong said cheerfully. Qin Yang said nothing, merely smiling. A week? In a week, this hospital won't exist anymore. At that moment, Director Xiong's obsession, Director Lu, was convinced he had successfully deployed the formation throughout the entire nursing home. Surveying his masterpiece, he felt immense pride. Well then. This nursing home may boast of its strength. Not a single defensive measure in sight. Even the Cultivation University. It's just a front. Dean Lu had already deployed the array the master entrusted to him throughout every corner of the Cultivation University. He immediately activated the spell. In an instant, a black pattern flickered into view on the ground. With this spell in place, the nursing home would be plagued by misfortune within a month. The elderly residents' health would deteriorate rapidly. Let you cultivate immortality. A sly grin spread across Director Lu's lips. While he paced here, the director was already swamped with work in the courtyard. Within minutes, the magic array was complete. Dean Lu surveyed his masterpiece with great satisfaction. He then returned to the square. Dean Lu, where have you been? We've all finished our inspections. Let's go eat now. Mayor Xiong, you're too kind. There's no need for a meal. I just observed the nursing home's facilities and environment. I must say they're truly first-rate. Once we get the results of the seniors' physical exams, and with Mayor Xiong's promotion of the town, I'm confident our nursing home will attract residents. Director Lu's cheerful expression would have thrilled anyone else. But Qin Ming remained unfazed. He knew this guy had ulterior motives. Still, though, since he'd offered free physicals for the elderly residents, gratitude was still in order. After all, guests from afar deserve courtesy. Thank you, Director Lu, for taking the time to bring your team to our nursing home for the seniors' checkups. On behalf of all the staff and residents here, I sincerely thank your hospital for its assistance. Seeing Qin Ming's cheerful expression, Director Lu felt immense joy inside. He felt nothing but contempt. It seems this director isn't as clever as the rumors suggest. Later, under the guidance of Mayor Xiong, Dr. Lu and his team departed the nursing home. After sharing a meal with Mayor Xiong, they returned to the hospital. Upon entering the hospital, he made his way to the basement. The basement was crammed with medical equipment and filled with people wearing strange robes. And there was a familiar face. Gao Qiyu. Teacher. This is the blood we collected from the nursing home residents. Along with their vital signs. The master raised his hand to take them. He looked quite satisfied. Excellent. Xiaolu, how's the formation setup coming along? Teacher. This nursing home. It's not nearly as spooky as people make it out to be. The only thing unusual is that the elderly residents have stronger physiques. I suspect the director must be a physical cultivation expert. But compared to you, teacher, it's nothing. Ha ha ha. You're a quick learner. That little brat. Still acting like the dean here. Truly doesn't know his place. Since you finished setting up your magic array, then just wait until I finish casting these old folks' black magic spells. I guarantee this nursing home will go out of business within a month. Gao Qiyu, standing nearby, heard the master's words. Her eyes flashed with excitement. You truly are a master. With you here, master, my Black Wolf Gang's biggest worry is finally gone. Oomph. A nobody, nothing to fear. You just haven't seen enough. Watch closely as this nursing home descends from its former glory into ruin. However, what the master and Director Lu didn't know was this. Though the nursing home appeared unprotected, its outer shield had been continuously active. The magical array Lu created with his half-baked skills vanished within 3 seconds of its creation, detected and neutralized by the protective barrier. As for the curses within the nursing home, they had long been neutralized by the old men's frequent begging trips outside. It could be said that this time, they came out having gained nothing. They even ended up footing the bill for the residents' medical checkups. After completing their physical examinations, the elderly folks enjoyed a satisfying lunch. Having skipped their morning practice, they suddenly felt much lighter. They felt full of energy. At the same time, they were eagerly awaiting their medical examination results. But hearing the principal say it would take a week to get the results left them feeling a little disappointed. Old he. Has your stamina recovered yet? Long since recovered. After being confined by the principal, I feel like my cultivation realm has advanced again. I'm almost at the 4th layer of Qi cultivation. Grandpa, he exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. In the entire nursing home, only Grandpa Su and Grandpa he had their cultivation levels deliberately suppressed by Qin Ming due to their exceptionally robust physiques. He also realized that advancing in the Qi cultivation stage wasn't as smooth as progressing through the body tempering realm. With this new ability, his chances of breaking through had increased significantly. Ha! You're absolutely right. I feel like I'm about to break through too. Don't get ahead of yourself. I haven't even reached the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation yet. We agreed to do this together. Old he, don't you dare leave me behind. Old Su put on a deeply sorrowful expression. Leaving old he speechless. He's just sensing something he's not about to break through. Why was this kid in such a hurry? Besides, wasn't he the first one to break through to the Qi cultivation stage? This kid's at it again with his subtle bragging. Old he. Old Su. Why don't we head back to the forest and scout around some more? With our combined strength, we should be able to take on a 10th tier Qi refining beast. Just then, old Wang, usually quiet, shouted with a gleam in his eyes. He felt power surging endlessly into his body. Right. With our current strength, we've got nothing to fear from some 5-step snake. Let's just catch them all and turn them into skewers. Grandpa Su's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Old Wang, you're the one we can count on in a pinch. Great idea. Old he. How about we see who can catch more exotic beasts? That's fair, right? Grandpa Su's words really ignited Grandpa He's competitive spirit. Oomph. Who do you think you're looking down on? I'll catch 10. With that, Grandpa He strode off towards Sunset Forest without looking back. Soon, the 3 of them entered the depths of Sunset Forest. Following their prior recollections, after an hour, they reached the cave entrance. The interior remained unchanged from when they had left. It seems. These beasts seem trapped here forever. As if some ancient powerhouse had cast a forbidden spell, transforming this place into a land within a land. Separate from the outside world. It has its own biological ecosystem. Old Wang analyzed. Grandpa He and Grandpa Su nodded in agreement upon hearing this. They had no idea this was actually a protective measure devised by Principal Qin Ming to shield them. Soon, the group reached the cave entrance. The ground still bore the bloody traces of the 5-part snake king that had perished from greed earlier. The walls bore the slender bloodstains of the 5-step snakes. The sight was utterly unsettling. Ready? We've been ready for ages. Grandpa He looked at Grandpa Su and Grandpa Wang and asked. Both men responded simultaneously. Just as they were eagerly preparing to follow the golden vine down into the valley, a piercing screech erupted through the air. Wah! 143 Taming the Thunder Eagle, a Foundation Establishment stage beast. Wah! That shrieking sound was all too familiar to them. Immediately following was the thunderous roar of lightning. Grandpa He and the others exchanged glances. Old Su. Shouldn't we just parachute down faster? Grandpa He said, already rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Absolutely. Whatever it takes to get there fast. As he spoke, his 2 large walking sticks crackled with lightning and flames. Old Wang. The 2 shouted in unison. Old Wang responded, launching himself forward with a burst of speed. A long bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in his hand. Within that lightning rod, flames rolled and roared. Old Wang charged forth alone, then seized the solitary rod in his hand. He flung it toward the sky above the cave entrance. In an instant, bolts of thunder erupted, roaring to capture the Thunder Eagle's attention. Wah! Its cry instantly grew much louder. In that instant, the rocks on the surrounding cliff walls began to shake. Hurricane-force winds swept in. Then, the shadow cast by the Thunder Eagle's massive form fell directly upon Old Man Su and his companions, plunging the entire cave entrance into darkness. Roar! In that instant, the Thunder Eagle's terrifying aura radiated out. 10th layer of Qi refining? Nothing special. Come serve as our mount. Grandpa He's lips curled into a smirk. Then, he directly hurled the fireball in his hand toward the Thunder Eagle. Crackle! In an instant, thunder spread across the entire body of the Thunder Eagle. The Thunder Eagle's eyes widened in shock. It never imagined that its pride and joy, its own lightning, could be controlled by such a thing. In an instant, flames spread. The Thunder Eagle struggled frantically. It's useless. Watching all this unfold, Grandpa he let a faint smile touch his lips. Though it was lightning too, the Thunder Eagle couldn't escape. But because he was at the 10th layer of Qi cultivation, possessing a formidable physique, Grandpa he's ball fell to him like a series of stinging sensations, stimulating but incapable of causing any real harm. Old Sue. It's your turn. Seize the moment. This is your only chance. This guy seems to be getting angry. Grandpa he gasped for breath. He roared. No problem. Old Sue here. Never missed a shot. Grandpa Sue spoke, then joined the sections of his walking stick together. With Grandpa Wang's support, he hurled it toward the Thunder Eagle, struggling to break free from the fireball in the sky. Wah! In an instant, the Thunder Eagle was struck. It let out a startled, agonized cry. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. Grandpa Sue's two walking sticks slowly connected with Grandpa he's fireball through the elemental energy. Suddenly, they formed a rope-like object that wrapped around the Thunder Eagle's entire body. Old he. I didn't mess up, did I? Oomph. You're just lucky. Watch me. Grandpa he then exerted force with both hands. A tiny flame appeared in his palm. In an instant, it resonated with the massive fireball on the Thunder Eagle's body. Then both fireballs propelled the Thunder Eagle toward them. The Thunder Eagle sensed trouble. Crackle. Waves of thunderous energy surged forth, seeking to shatter everything on its body. But Old Man Sue's cane was a mystical artifact of the Xian tier. It was utterly useless. Moreover, Old Man he was now channeling all his spiritual energy into this fireball. No matter how the Thunder Eagle struggled, the fireball clung to its body. Its body was hurtling straight toward Old Man he. Old Wang. Land another strike on him. Seeing how strained Old he looked, Old Sue feared something might go wrong. He shouted to Old Wang. No problem. Old Wang responded. Then he drew the small knife in his hand. After so many trials, his knife had advanced to mid-tier yellow grade. His current full power strike could rival that of a 5th layer Qi refining cultivator. Grandpa Wang stared at the struggling Thunder Eagle, his expression unwavering. He raised his knife. Then, he silently chanted in his mind. One strike. Open. Then, a bolt of thunderous energy crashed down, striking the Thunder Eagle directly. This time, it caught the Thunder Eagle completely off guard. It had no time to react. Seizing the moment, Old Man he yanked it toward him. Got it. Old Wang, I told you. This is the crucial moment. We still have to rely on you. Grandpa Sue exclaimed excitedly. Hurry up and get on board. I can't hold on much longer. Grandpa he gasped. With that, Grandpa Sue and the other two climbed onto the Thunder Eagle's body. In an instant, a tingling sensation swept through their entire bodies. This Thunder Eagle's lightning power is truly immense. If we hadn't used the Heavenly Thunder technique to wrap our bodies beforehand, creating mutual repulsion, we'd have turned to ash the moment we touched its body. Grandpa he exclaimed in awe. Then, they used the Thunder Eagle to parachute directly into the abyss below. What they hadn't anticipated was that the sinkhole seemed far larger than they had imagined. From the rim, the drop below looked over 200 meters. But upon actually flying down, it was nearly 400 meters. Moreover, several towering trees pierced the sky. They were only slightly shorter than the entrance they had come through. Only upon closer inspection did they realize how immense these trees truly were. Golden fruits hung from their branches, radiating a potent spiritual energy. Grandpa he and his companions caught the scent, their eyes immediately lighting up. This spiritual energy left no doubt these were undoubtedly top-grade medicinal herbs. But the Thunder Eagle flew too swiftly. Grandpa Sue and Grandpa Wang each grabbed one and flew straight over. What kind of fruit is this? I've never seen it on the tree before. Old Wang, you're well read, have you seen this fruit before? Grandpa Wang examined the golden fruit in his hand carefully and shook his head. What about Old he? Grandpa he shook his head too. Seeing this, Grandpa Sue decided they'd have to wait until they got back to ask the principal. After that, they sailed along smoothly, searching for a landing spot in the sky. Wah! Suddenly, the Thunder Eagle sensed something and let out a terrified howl. Grandpa E, Grandpa Wang, and Grandpa Sue all jolted violently. Shock flashed in all three of their eyes simultaneously. Cold sweat broke out on their backs without warning. There was no doubt about it. That aura belonged to a Foundation Establishment stage beast. And it carried a faint aura of lethality. If Qin Ming were here, he would be thrilled. Because his hunch was right, there was a Foundation Establishment stage beast here. This was a realm distinct from the outside world. A realm within a realm. Old he. We need to get far away from here. Old Man Sue shouted alertly. Yeah, I know. The sinkhole didn't look very big from above. But once inside, they discovered it was nearly as large as Jinshan town itself. Soon, Old Man he manipulated the fireball, guiding the Thunder Eagle away from this place. The Thunder Eagle also became somewhat gentler again. Under Grandpa he's training, it no longer resisted. They soon found a spot to land. Grandpa Su, and Grandpa Wang then hurried into a dense forest. Only then did they release the Thunder Eagle's restraints. They knew that although the Thunder Eagle hadn't resisted, once freed from its shackles, it would surely attack them. True to their expectations, the moment the Thunder Eagle was freed, it unleashed its thunderous power. Within 100 meters, the entire ground was reduced to ashes. Then, wary of that aura, the Thunder Eagle chose to depart. Grandpa Su and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. They turned their gaze toward the forest behind them, preparing to explore. 144 Grandpa He's breakthrough, first encounter in the sinkhole. This area was densely packed with spirit plants, and the spiritual energy was exceptionally abundant. Less than 10 minutes after reaching the surface. With the aid of his innate spiritual physique, he frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Soon, he felt his body brimming with spiritual energy. Old Su. Old Wang. You too, protect me. I think I'm about to break through. A gleam of sharpness flashed in Old He's eyes. The spiritual energy within him surged. This fast? Good. Old Wang. We'll cover Old He. He's broken through. Now we have some protection in this area too. Old Su nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Count on us. With that, Old He sat cross-legged, entering the fourth layer of the Qi cultivation stage. Unlike the previous 3 layers, he had now reached the mid-stage of Qi cultivation. At Qi cultivation levels 1 to 3, the physical body differs little from that of an ordinary mortal. Even the friliest practitioners could be killed by ordinary martial artists. However, once a cultivator's cultivation reaches the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation, their spiritual energy reserves allow them to activate low-grade spiritual artifacts and talismans, though they cannot yet fly on swords. Within the Qi cultivation stage, differences of 3 layers or less are negligible. Beyond that, significant gaps emerge. For instance, a 7th layer practitioner can easily overwhelm a 3rd layer one, while a 9th layer practitioner can effortlessly defeat a 1st layer one. This explains why Old Man He required guardians during his breakthrough to the 4th layer of Qi cultivation. Grandpa He channeled the spiritual energy within his body. He sensed he could finally control this spiritual energy. Yet Grandpa Su and Grandpa Wang did not relax their vigilance because of Grandpa He's breakthrough. Their expressions remained alert as they scanned their surroundings. This was a completely unfamiliar environment. Usually, they broke through their cultivation barriers on the university plaza or at the Qi cultivation pillars. Although this sinkhole was technically part of their university, from the very moment they first encountered it, they had never treated it as ordinary. After all, the foundation establishment stage aura they had sensed earlier had already served as a stark warning. Rustle. Just then, movement stirred within the nearby grass pile. Old Su's eyes darted toward it with heightened alertness. Old Wang. He shouted to Old Wang beside him. Old Wang grabbed his pocket knife and scanned the surroundings warily. They had no idea what kind of strange beasts lurked within. Nor did they know the strength of these creatures. So whenever an unknown creature charged at them, they would unleash their full strength to strike back. Rustle. Just then, the grass directly ahead of them rustled. Not just one. Old Wang, we need to get to Old He's side. Grandpa Su bellowed. He quickly thrust his cane into the air, propelling himself upward. He wanted to use the elevated view from his jump to see what exactly was moving around them. It wasn't moving slowly but darting sideways at an astonishing speed. As if observing them. Just like observing prey before the hunt. Yet, suspended in midair, Old Man Su saw nothing. Roar. At that moment, a furious roar echoed throughout the entire forest. Old Su. Watch out. Grandpa Wang's eyes widened in shock. He never expected these creatures to emerge from the opposite direction. And they were charging straight toward Old Su. Gray, massive figures. Sharp claws protruding. Faster than the wind-blade leopards. Grandpa Wang dared not hesitate for a moment. He grabbed his small knife in a hurry. He swung it at the figure. Uncle Su didn't linger either. Though he was mid-air. This wasn't his first time in combat. The most crucial thing in aerial combat is to keep your cool. Oomph. You think you can capture me like this? You're dreaming. Lion beating staff technique. Third form. Kitten circling the head. This third form was completely different from when it was first created. Flashes of lightning and flames erupted from the staff. Crack. Crackle. Countless thunderclaps erupted in an instant. Slashing straight down toward the gray figure. Moving too swiftly to evade, the gray figure was caught off guard. Boom. In an instant, 2 attacks struck it directly. Roar. A piercing scream echoed through the air. The gray figure actually landed on the ground. In excruciating pain. Wolf. That slender form? It's a jungle silver wolf. Old Wang. Watch out. This is also a pack-hunting beast. Roar. Sure enough, shouted Old Su. At that moment, 2 more jungle wolves emerged. Both at the 3rd layer of Qi refining realm. Damn it. You little bastards. Don't you dare bother this old man. Grandpa Su roared angrily. Then, the aura surged violently from his body. The power of the third layer of the Qi cultivation stage erupted. Immediately, his two walking sticks entered their optimal state. Perfect timing. Let's use you two to test my fourth technique. Just how powerful is it? Facing the attacks of two third-layer Qi cultivation stage jungle silver wolves, Old Man Su showed not a trace of panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth turned up. A hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Lion beating staff technique. Fourth form. Branch borrowing flower. In an instant, Old Man Su swung the fiery sword on his cane directly at the jungle wolf charging straight at him. Seeing this, jungle gray wolf beside him was thrilled. Its eyes gleamed with intensity. It opened its gaping maw, lunging to bite at Old Man Su. Snap. But it lunged through empty air, nearly biting off its own tongue in the process. Ouch. The jungle wolf let out a howl of pain. Bang. The jungle wolf facing Old Su was struck directly by his flaming sword. In an instant, its prideful, thick hide was sliced into a V shape by two fiery blades. Awoo. The jungle wolf howled in agony. One of its eyes was even scorched by the flames. It's not over yet. Just as the two jungle wolves were about to collide, Old Su's figure appeared behind them. Crack. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck the jungle wolf. Ouch. The wolf howled in agony. A cry of agony. Thud. At the same moment, the two jungle wolves collided head-on. At that very moment, the second bolt of thunderous power struck down once more. Both jungle wolves instantly lost consciousness. Boom! They fell straight to the ground, utterly lifeless. Old Su landed steadily on the ground. Facing off against two third-tier Qi refining stage jungle wolves, he emerged victorious. Old Wang. We've held our ground. Old Wang? Grandpa Su landed and was about to call out to Grandpa Wang when he realized Grandpa Wang, who should have been guarding Grandpa's side, was nowhere to be seen. His mind went blank, panic setting in. Old Wang? Where are you, Old Wang? Don't scare me! Grandpa Su cried out. His body lunged toward Old Man He. Old Su! Don't come over here! Just then, Grandpa Wang's voice reached Grandpa Su's ears. Old Wang? Old Wang, you haven't become a ghost talking beside me, have you? Old Wang. What kind of beast devoured you? Tell me. Once Old He breaks through, we'll avenge you. When we get back, we'll burn you tons of joss paper. We'll burn you a whole lot of wives. Old Su suddenly cried out. I told you to stop. I'm not dead. I'm lying on the ground. You could call it hiding. But this is way easier than when we were fighting back in the day. With spiritual energy, I can conceal myself much better. Old Wang, you're not dead. Old Su exclaimed excitedly. His body finally came to a halt. Stay there as bait. These three jungle wolves are all at the third layer of Qi refining stage. They probably aren't the leader. I estimate the leader's cultivation level is around the 7th to 8th layer of Qi refining. And there are definitely many level 3 and level 4 Qi cultivation stage jungle wolves surrounding him. So we need to stall until Old He breaks through successfully. Hearing Old Wang's reasoning, Old Su agreed it made sense. He then positioned himself around the perimeter to act as bait. Sure enough, just as Old Wang predicted. First, 3 4th layer Qi cultivation stage jungle wolves appeared and surrounded Old Su. Then 2 5th layer Qi cultivation stage jungle wolves appeared. Following closely behind was a 7th layer Qi refining stage jungle gray wolf. Its physique was twice that of a 4th tier Qi refining stage wolf. It looked enormous. A murderous aura erupted from its body. Seeing the advance party fail, they prepared to mobilize their entire force. This prevents major losses. It's also a crucial strategy for jungle wolves hunting prey. Unfortunately for them, this time they encountered Old Man Su and his group. 145 in the critical moment, Grandpa He broke through successfully. Old Wang. Was this part of your plan too? There are way too many of them. Facing so many beasts. Grandpa Su still felt a bit scared. He shouted. Meanwhile, Old Wang remained silent. Damn it! Grandpa Su roared in anger. Though he possessed the strength to take on a group of 4 4th layer Qi refining stage jungle wolves alone. But the 5th layer Qi cultivation cultivators behind him, along with that 7th layer Qi cultivation beast, were utterly helpless. The gap in cultivation was simply too vast. He couldn't possibly handle them alone. Moreover, even though they were currently on a small grassy clearing, the surrounding area was dense forest. And there were plenty of shrubs. This is an ideal combat location for the jungle wolves. Grandpa Su probably figured that after they landed here, they were likely spotted by a hunting pack of jungle wolves. Though panic set in. But Old Man Su was determined to fight. He believed that someone like Old Wang, a veteran of the field, would never abandon his comrades. There's a saying among soldiers. A comrade's life is always more important than your own. He'd seen commanders say this countless times in those special forces TV dramas. Thunderbolt technique. Grandpa Su roared with fury. He could only make these jungle wolves fear his magic. After all, these creatures had never encountered such things before. When creatures encounter unfamiliar phenomena, they inevitably remain vigilant. Thus, this was the tactic Old Man Su employed to buy time. Sure enough, just as Grandpa Su had anticipated. Faced with the sudden thunder and lightning, the fourth layer Qi refining stage jungle wolves retreated warily. Leaves around them turned to ash upon contact with Grandpa Su's lightning. The 4 jungle wolves hesitated to advance, instead lowering their heads and growling softly, as if conferring among themselves. Seeing the effect, he immediately unleashed the fire refining technique once more. One by one, small fireballs descended around the perimeter of the lightning circle. In an instant, flames engulfed the entire lightning circle. The sight was utterly terrifying. Grandpa Su had now reached the mid-intermediate stage of mastery for both spells. He had grown even more proficient with the lightning technique. So when these fireballs entered the lightning circle, he used the electrical current to circulate them. They coalesced into a massive ring of fire. Energy slowly accumulated within it. Any contact would deliver the full force of a 4th-tier Qi refining cultivator's strike. Seeing this, the 4 jungle wolves retreated further back. They reported the situation to the 7th-layer Qi refining stage jungle grey wolf. Roar! Upon hearing the news, the jungle grey wolf let out a thunderous roar. Its previously lifeless eyes narrowed sharply, fixating on the lightning-filled circle. Then, it raised its paw. In an instant, leaves clung to its claws. SSSSHHH. A sharp sound of friction against the air rang out. In an instant, those leaves shot straight out. In the blink of an eye, they struck the lightning circle. They collided with the lightning fist. A crackling sound erupted. Damn it! What kind of move is this? Old Man Su's jaw dropped. This was the first time he'd ever seen a beast utilize its surroundings to launch an attack. There was little recorded about the jungle grey wolf in the texts. However, the 4th volume of the Body Tempering Sutra did mention it. To master the art of manipulating objects with Qi, one must learn how the jungle wolves channel their vital energy. When Old Su first read this passage, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Now, witnessing this scene, he seemed to grasp it somewhat. Crackle! Before he could react, the other jungle wolves began as well. These leaves weren't ordinary leaves. They were high-grade spiritual plants. Leaves of the Suzuki pine. Half thorn, half leaf in form. Naturally shaped like miniature arrows. Moreover, they possess tremendous hardness. It takes at least mid-tier yellow-grade spiritual energy to cut them down. Combined with the speed of several jungle wolves, they hurtled toward Old Man Su's lightning circle like bullets. At first, it wasn't much. But as the numbers grew and the attacks became denser, the circle seemed to be struggling to hold. Some shot straight through before they could dissolve. Moreover, those jungle wolves were clever. They didn't attack from one direction. Instead, they encircled him from all sides. Grandpa Su's lightning barrier, meant to protect himself, now became the final straw. Faced with this pincer attack, it was now Old Man Su who had to split his focus. Damn it! How could these jungle wolves be so cunning? They're nothing like the beasts outside. They're fighting as a team. Too clever. Old Wang. Where are you guys? I'm going to lose it. Grandpa Su shouted. But there was no response. Boom. Just as he was about to give up hope, a loud thud echoed. Awoo. A howl from a jungle wolf echoed through the air. A jungle wolf's belly was slashed open. Blood and flesh were everywhere. Its intestines spilled out. After an agonized howl, it collapsed onto the ground. Old Wang. Grandpa Su exclaimed in delight. This move had to be Old Wang. Old Wang was quick on his feet. Grandpa Su scanned the surroundings but saw no sign of Grandpa Wang. He knew it well. Grandpa Wang was right nearby. Roar! The leader of the jungle wolves, witnessing this scene, let out an angry howl. Then charged straight toward Old Man Su's lightning circle. You beast! Come on, then! But Old Man Su showed no fear at this sight. He knew the lightning circle could drain this jungle wolf's stamina considerably. Yet, the next second, he froze in shock. The jungle wolf didn't charge foolishly at Old Man Su. Instead, it charged at 1, 2, 3. With the aid of all the remaining jungle wolves. Step by step, they charged straight into the sky. Holy! Old Su watched the scene unfold, his jaw dropping in shock. He dared not waste a single moment. He immediately clasped the 2 canes together in his hands. Instantly, a powerful electric current fused the 2 canes together. Grandpa Su stood upright on his own. Standing atop it. You wretched beast! Don't think you can jump over here. I'm afraid your Old Man Su here has come prepared. Lion beating staff technique. First form. Kitten loses control. Then Grandpa Su kicked his cane. In an instant, his entire body soared into the air. This scene stunned the pack of jungle wolves. They never imagined that Old Man Su, merely at the third layer of Qi cultivation, would dare to confront their leader head-on. Grandpa Su leapt onto his cane, then flung it into the air. It landed with pinpoint accuracy on the lower body of the jungle grey wolf. Ooh woof. Even at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, the jungle wolf couldn't withstand the impact. It let out a howl and plummeted downward. Oomph. This isn't over yet. Lion slaying staff technique. Third form. Kitten's head spinning strike. Then, Old Man Su swiftly picked up the fallen walking stick. He spun his body. He delivered a strike at the descending jungle grey wolf. Thud. In an instant, the jungle wolf was knocked sprawling onto the ground. By the time Old Man Su landed, the lightning barrier had already vanished. Seeing this, the remaining jungle wolves charged straight at him. Grandpa Su had no strength left to resist. Watching the charging wolves, he felt himself on the verge of fainting. Old Wang. Old He. I'm done for. Take good care of Shaoqin for me. Boo. Boo. But just then, a massive fire fist slammed straight into the jungle wolves charging toward Old Su. Instantly, a wall of fire appeared before Old Man Su. That fist. Grandpa Su recognized it instantly. He turned around in surprise. Old He. 146 The jungle grey wolf on the verge of a breakthrough, the true crisis. A startled cry. Then came a series of thunderous fist strikes from both sides. In the blink of an eye, the 3 jungle wolves were swiftly taken down. Ooh. In an instant, the 3 jungle wolves collapsed to the ground. The areas where they were struck were deeply caved in. Blood instantly vaporized. In an instant, countless flames erupted across their bodies. Then came the thunder. This sight left Old Man Su utterly dumbfounded. There was no doubt this fist belonged to Old Man He. But how could it have such an effect? Roar. The 7th layer Qi refining stage jungle grey wolf, seeing its 3 companions beaten to the ground, lifeless, was filled with rage. Thud. Bang. In that instant, 2 more beams of light slammed into the 7th layer Qi refining stage jungle grey wolf. The jungle grey wolf leapt into the air. Meanwhile, Old Man Su, who had long since grasped the situation, he leapt up as well. You little brat. You little brat. Here I come. Old Man Su grabbed his cane, channeling bolts of lightning into it. Lion beating staff technique. 4th form. Branch borrowing flower birthing. Lion beating staff technique. 3rd form. Kitten circling the head. Grandpa Su's walking stick whirled ceaselessly through the air. A massive beam of light erupted in the sky. Go! Without hesitation, Grandpa Su hurled it forward, slamming it toward the jungle wolf. Roar! At that moment, the 3 5th-tier Qi refining stage jungle wolves watching nearby leapt to their feet. They aimed to catch Old Man Su. Dragon-tiger clash. At that moment, Grandpa He's booming voice erupted. His figure instantly materialized beneath the 3 jungle wolves. This caught the 3 jungle wolves completely off guard. Their bellies were their most vulnerable spots. Under normal circumstances, such an attack would be impossible to land. Yet now, in their rush to attack Old Man Su, they had exposed their most vulnerable points. Even if their opponent was 1 rank below them. Even the weakest human in the cultivation world. Yet just now, this human killed 3 of their 4th layer Qi refining stage members with a single strike. It was clear. This was no ordinary human cultivator. He was a cultivation prodigy who mastered spells and possessed a natural cultivation physique. On this point, their guess was correct. But it was already too late. At his current cultivation level of the 4th layer of Qi condensation, while gathering power, his innate Tao physique absorbs surrounding spiritual energy at an even faster rate. His stamina replenishment doubles compared to before. Both arms could effortlessly channel the refining fire technique and heavenly thunder technique. The power of both spells had doubled even in his normal state. Take this. Grandpa He roared with fury. Then, he hurled the 2 glowing spheres in his hands toward the 3 jungle wolves. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions echoed. The 3 jungle wolves. 2 of them had their lower bodies blown to bloody pulp. The 3rd had its paw torn by the blast's shockwave. It fell to the ground, limping painfully. At that moment, Old Su had already reached the side of the 7th layer Qi refining stage jungle grey wolf. The jungle wolf dared not hesitate. It hastily hurled the leaves in its mouth toward Old Man Su. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yet all of this was suddenly blocked by a beam of light. That's right. Old Wang had struck again. He darted back and forth through the nearby bushes like a ghost. As a former field soldier, his jungle combat experience proved invaluable at this moment. As Grandpa Wang made his move, the beam of light instantly disrupted the jungle wolf's vision. Wolf cub, watch this. Grandpa Su roared with fury. Immediately, the thunder-infused cane came crashing down. Awoo! The jungle wolf howled in agony. Yet the pain was bearable to it. It raised its claws, ready to attack Old Man Su. But Old Man Su remained utterly unfazed. He swiftly pivoted his body, executing a full 360-degree spin. His walking stick, enveloped in the refining fire technique, shot a fiery blast straight at the jungle wolf's eyes. Even with its 7th-tier Qi refining cultivation, its eyes couldn't withstand the scorching heat of thousands of degrees. Because they possessed innate Tao bodies, their mastery of fire elements was exceptionally pure. The fire element itself felt a deep affinity toward them. Thus, their affinity is exceptionally high. Even before reaching the foundation establishment stage, this flame can already perform simple incantations and transformations according to their will. Roar! In an instant, the flame seared through the jungle grey wolf's eye, then sliced across its cheek, leaving a massive burn scar. Instantly, the jungle grey wolf became a one-eyed wolf. It crashed heavily to the ground. Yet it still struggled to stay upright. Gritting its teeth, it lashed out at Old Man Su with another claw. Boom! At that very moment, another explosion echoed. The jungle wolf's claw was struck directly by Grandpa He's 2 fireballs. Grandpa Su was also sent flying by the blast's shockwave. Grandpa Wang immediately leapt forward in a single bound, while Grandpa Su spun several times in midair. Had he not swung his cane to slow his descent, he would have fallen even slower. Soon, Grandpa Wang caught Grandpa Su. The jungle wolf was sent flying by the blast. Its right paw was blown clean off. The jungle wolf crashed to the ground, its expression twisted in agony. Now, only 2 wolves remained of the 7-wolf hunting pack. And both had injured paws. Hey, Old He. You've broken through successfully. Taking advantage of the moment, Old Su approached Old He to offer his congratulations. Yeah. Old Su. Don't get distracted. The battle has only just begun. Grandpa He nodded. His expression turned serious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the jungle wolf unleashed a torrent of leaves from the Suzuki pine trees. Grandpa Wang swiftly grabbed the small knife in his hand, then closed his eyes. He held his breath and focused his mind, aiming at the flying Suzuki pine leaves in the distance. In that very instant, he raised the knife. A wisp of blue spiritual energy enveloped the knife. This was not the heavenly thunder technique. Old Man Su stared at the blue gas enveloping his knife. He was instantly stunned. It was identical to the aura that had enveloped his walking stick during his previous moment of enlightenment. This was sword intent. Grandpa Wang, empowered by his innate Tao physique after this battle, had attained enlightenment. Sword intent. Grandpa Wang, his expression resolute, faced the leaf before him. Behind that leaf lurked the 5th-layer Qi refining stage jungle wolf. Grandpa Wang's eyes snapped open. Soon, a white-blue blade mark sliced through. SSSSHHH. In an instant, it sliced the leaves clean in 2. Yet the blade's momentum showed no sign of weakening. It charged straight toward the jungle wolf. Its speed was blindingly fast. Too fast for the naked eye to follow. In an instant, it collided with the jungle wolf. Boom! A violent shockwave rippled out from the impact. Without a doubt, the jungle wolf was cleaved in 2 by Old One's blade. In an instant, it lay in 2 piles of flesh on the ground, gone in the blink of an eye. Old One. That was incredible. When did you learn such a formidable technique? Grandpa Su exclaimed. Old Wang remained silent. Because at that moment, there was an even more formidable foe facing them. That 8th-layer Qi cultivation stage jungle grey wolf on the verge of a breakthrough. 147 The sudden yellow shadow, the vanishing wolf. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged toward them. Damn it! This jungle grey wolf is truly prepared to fight to the death. Grandpa Su exclaimed in shock. At this moment, he too was feeling the strain of exhaustion. After the previous battle, his stamina had visibly declined. He could no longer sustain both the heavenly thunder technique and the refining fire technique with his spiritual energy. Old Wang, where the hell did you go? Fighting alone is exhausting. Next time, give me a heads up. Old Su watched Old Wang panting heavily. He sure had been running around. Grandpa Wang said, then collapsed to one knee. Instantly, a trickle of blood spread across the grass beside him. Old Wang. You! Grandpa Su rushed over to Grandpa Wang's side. Grandpa He's pupils darted wildly as he scanned the surroundings. At that moment, the jungle grey wolf was caressing another jungle grey wolf at the 5th layer of Qi refining stage. He was filled with grief and indignation. I'm fine. I'll be fine after resting a bit. Grandpa Wang waved his hand, gritting his teeth as he shouted. What do you mean you're fine? You can't even see straight. Your feet are covered in blood. Can you even move? Old Wang, don't push yourself. Grandpa Su shouted excitedly. But just then, Old Wang tried to push himself up yet couldn't muster any strength. Roar! At that very moment, the jungle wolf suddenly let out a furious roar. It had confirmed beyond doubt that every member of the squad was dead. Seeing Old Man Su and the others seething with rage, the aura surged violently from his body. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure left them gasping for breath. Damn it! How did this jungle wolf's aura suddenly grow so powerful? He must be at the 9th layer of Qi refining realm now. Grandpa, he exclaimed in astonishment. A massive fireball had already formed in his hands. The moment the jungle wolf moved, he'd hurl it at once. Medicine. Medicine. Old man Su rummaged through his pockets. He remembered bringing several of his self-brewed wound healing pills before coming. Now that old Wang was injured, taking the pills could temporarily stabilize his condition. It's useless. While I was darting through the jungle just now, my foot accidentally brushed against some venomous dragon grass. The toxicity of this plant cannot be neutralized by the recovery pill. You'd better get out of here fast. I can hold the line here. Old Wang was panting heavily, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. Old Wang. What nonsense are you spouting? You're spouting that same old military nonsense again. Did you treat your life so carelessly when you were in the army? We're brothers. We came here together. Of course we're leaving together. Old man Su waved his cane and roared in anger. He might act like a teenager sometimes, but he valued brotherhood above all else. Grandpa Wang was so determined to stay behind alone, playing the hero. There was no way Grandpa Su would let that happen. The Immortal Cultivation University F3. How could they ever part ways? Found it. Hurry. Eat it now. Uncle Su shoved the recovery pill right to Uncle Wang's lips. Before he could react, it was already in his mouth. He swallowed it in one gulp. Grandpa Wang gasped in shock, trying to spit it out. But it had already entered his body. Through the absorption of his innate Tao physique, it swiftly absorbed all that energy. In just a few breaths, half the potency of the recovery pill eased Old Wang's pain. Old Wang. We're a team. A team must stick together. Together, we'll overcome this. Grandpa Su declared with unwavering resolve. Bring forth the staff. Immediately, the staff covered in lightning and flames fell into Old Man Su's hands. Old Wang. Come on. And old he. Together we'll defeat it. Grandpa Su roared with fury. Immediately, a surge of energy erupted from the three men, resisting the overwhelming pressure unleashed by the jungle wolf. Roar. The jungle wolf dragged all its fallen comrades into the thicket behind it. Its expression turned icy as it fixed its gaze on the three figures in the distance. A warning growl echoed through the air. Its fur bristled. In an instant, streams of green spiritual energy swirled around its body. Clearly, at the brink of its breakthrough, it had awakened a special ability, capable of absorbing the spiritual energy from surrounding trees. For its own benefit, its own spiritual energy merged with that of the trees. It has excellent control over the surrounding Suzuki pine needles. Rustle. Rustling. In an instant, the Suzuki pine leaves drifting through the air, on the ground, and on the trees. All manipulated by this jungle wolf. What is this? What's going on with this jungle wolf? How did it suddenly gain the power to control these leaves? Grandpa Su was utterly terrified. He immediately swung his walking stick. In an instant, the two canes joined together, spinning wildly. I refuse to believe it. This wind won't blow me over. Grandpa Su roared in anger. Then it spun even more violently. Roar. Suddenly, at that very moment, the jungle wolf roared in anger. All the scattered Suzuki pines gathered together. Forming a massive drill, they slammed straight into Old Man Su's vortex. Damn it! What kind of move is this? Grandpa Su roared in fury. Old Su. What are you afraid of? I'm here too. Grandpa He's eyes sparkled with excitement. This kind of attack is worthy of his dragon-tiger battle. Without hesitation, he unleashed the two fireballs in his hands. Blast! Instantly, a violent explosion erupted. The leaves were instantly blown to smithereens. At that very moment, a fierce howl pierced the air. Roar! The jungle wolf had appeared before Old Man Su and the others in an instant. It was only a few meters away. Old Wang. Get out of the way. I'll hold it off. Grandpa Su roared furiously. He immediately grabbed his cane, and a crackling sound of electricity filled the air. It was clear Old Su was about to unleash his ultimate move. At that very moment, a powerful aura surged between the three of them. Grandpa Su abruptly turned to Grandpa He. No! At that moment, Grandpa He also noticed that Grandpa Wang, standing nearby, had begun to. He had already gathered his spiritual energy to the blade's edge. Open! Old Wang's eyes flashed with intensity. He fixed his gaze on the jungle wolf. In an instant, a wind blade whipped out, slicing through the air. The sound of friction with the air rang out. Woof! The jungle wolf was caught completely off guard. Its agonized howl echoed throughout the entire jungle. Well done. Old Wang, you really did hold something back. Old Wang nodded awkwardly upon hearing this, his clothes already soaked through with sweat. The jungle wolf retreated to the rear. It turned its head to glance one last time at the corpses of its pack members before departing. For now, he had no strength left. He knew he couldn't endure another confrontation with these three old men. Yet when he turned his head, the bodies were gone. Not a single one remained. Roar! It let out a startled roar. Then it turned its head, glaring darkly at Old Man Su and the others. What's it roaring about? Grandpa Su raised his cane, utterly bewildered. Grandpa he shook his head. Suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped them. It was sudden. Intense. But not as overwhelming as the moment they first landed. Their bodies trembled violently. They whipped their heads around to look behind them. Only then did they realize what the jungle wolf had been watching. Its expression had been one of fear. Roar! At that moment, the jungle wolf let out a wretched howl. Grandpa Su and the others heard it and were filled with terror. They turned their heads in shock, only to see a dark gray figure dart past them. 148 Grandpa Wang injured, golden pill. Old he. What was that? Why can't I breathe? Grandpa Su swallowed hard. He stared blankly at the forest before him. I don't know. That aura is probably at the 13th level of Qi refining. At our current state, we're as good as dead. Grandpa Su exclaimed in terror upon hearing this. Not necessarily. At our cultivation level, it seems we're not even worth that guy's notice. Besides, haven't you noticed the aura is fading? It means it's already far away. We should hurry and find a place to rest. Grandpa he scanned the surroundings, his expression tense. All right. The three hurried toward the nearby woods. Along the way, they spotted numerous unfamiliar herbs, but their scent and appearance clearly marked them as high-grade, top-tier medicinal plants. They gathered a great deal. This place is so much better than outside. I could never get this much out there. But there are no supreme-grade herbs. This is truly strange. Could it be that the finest herbs are so scarce out there that this is all there is? Grandpa Su grumbled. Grandpa he also frowned deeply. They'd been searching for over an hour now and still hadn't found any. Meanwhile, they were so focused on searching for herbs that they hadn't noticed Old Wang's face turning pale beside them. A stinging pain surged through his face. His foot began to twitch, starting with just a slight tremor. Then his entire calf began to convulse, his foot already twisted out of shape. Grandpa Su broke out in a cold sweat, breathing heavily. His hands trembled as he stared at the road ahead, his head beginning to spin. Something's wrong. Old he. You must have misread it. I have a feeling there must be some rare medicinal herbs in this area. Hey! Old Su. What's your deal? Herbs can't be found by feeling alone. Grandpa he burst out laughing at the remark. Of course. Ask Old Wang, haven't I always relied on my instincts before? That's how we found that Jushui fruit the first time, right? Right, Old Wang. But as Grandpa Su called out, he heard no response from Old Wang. Old Wang. Only then did they notice Old Wang had collapsed onto the ground at some point. Old Wang. Grandpa Su and Grandpa he rushed over. They called out to him, but Old Wang showed no sign of response. Stop calling out, Old Su. Old Wang's passed out. Shouting won't help. It'll only attract nearby beasts. Upon hearing this, Old Su immediately looked around alertly, his expression composed. After all, this was their first time venturing into this place. The more unfamiliar the terrain, the greater the need for caution. This recovery pill won't work. The toxicity of this poison dragon grass seems several times stronger than the venom outside. Old Wang's leg might need amputation. Then Old Wang will end up just like me? A one-legged hero. Grandpa Su waved his cane excitedly. One-legged my ass. Quick, help Old Wang up. Feed him all your recovery pills. Grandpa He's eyes were stern as he examined Grandpa Wang's injuries. His leg had turned completely purple and swollen. His entire face was deathly pale, and purple patterns spread across his feet, nearly reaching his thigh. This meant the healing pills Old Wang had taken since being poisoned were utterly useless. Moreover, the poison was spreading at a terrifying speed comparable to that of a poison pill refined from venomous dragon grass. It even surpasses the quality of that poisonous pill. It's already on par with mid-grade, early-stage poison pills. Old Wang. Old Wang, wake up. Old Wang, can you hear me? Old Su shouted anxiously, but Old Wang showed no response. We're done for, Old He. This recovery pill didn't work. Old Su had given all his remaining recovery pills to Old Wang. But it hadn't worked at all. Don't panic. He just swallowed the pills. Old Wang probably hasn't started absorbing them yet. Here's what we'll do, you assist him while I channel my internal energy to circulate the spiritual power within his body, helping him absorb these pills faster. Grandpa He pondered for a moment before replying. All right. Grandpa Su quickly sat up, and Grandpa He began channeling his energy into Grandpa Wang. At that moment in the nursing home, Grandpa Ma was refining pills. Boom! Just then, an explosion erupted beside him. Grandpa Ma whipped his head around to see Attorney Yan's alchemy furnace explode. Lawyer Yan. Grandpa Ma, I'm fine. I think I just had an epiphany. Based on your alchemy formula, I believe I can now refine mid-grade elixirs. A gleam of excitement flashed in Old Man Ma's eyes upon hearing this. That's wonderful news. Try it right away. The key to alchemy is sudden enlightenment. Once you grasp it, you can advance steadily. Attorney Yen, you're truly gifted. Grandpa Ma exclaimed with delight. It's just a sudden feeling, let's give it a try first. Grandpa Ma, you'll have to keep an eye on me. Attorney Yen said modestly. You got it. I'll keep an eye on things. Just focus on your practice. Alright. Lawyer Yen began refining the elixir. His control over the flames had improved significantly since before. He could now reliably refine low-grade pills at both the initial and intermediate stages. On average, he could produce 1 or 2 high-grade pills every 3 batches. However, he had yet to successfully refine a single mid-grade pill. Compared to Old Man Ma, who was at the same cultivation level, this was pitifully low. Ever since unlocking his innate Tao physique, Old Man Ma's comprehension of alchemy had accelerated dramatically. Within mere days, he'd mastered the production of any pill below mid-grade. It was practically second nature. His success rate for early-stage mid-grade pills now matches Attorney Yan's rate for high-grade low-tier pills. However, he still hasn't succeeded in refining mid-grade mid-tier pills. Still, Old Man Ma remained unhurried. His priority now was to consolidate his gains, especially since he already held a significant lead over his peers. Most practitioners hadn't even mastered refining low-grade mid-tier pills. Damn it! Why is this so damn hard? Am I just terrible at farming? I can't gather herbs, and I don't have enough stamina for mining. This immortal cultivation path is just too frustrating. Lawyer Su stared at another failed pill, his head hanging low in dejection. His peers who entered the cultivation realm with him had already reached the chi refining stage, while he remained stuck at the peak of the late body tempering stage, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through. Everything about him lagged far behind others. Back when he was a lawyer, he'd followed Lawyer Yen and ended up working with the Wild Dog Gang, handling their affairs for a little pocket money. After that, few sought his services. After all, he'd aided the Wild Dog Gang, and some feared trouble if they hired him again. It could be said that Lawyer Su's path hadn't been smooth sailing. It's open. At that moment, a startled cry echoed through the alchemy tower. It was Old Man Ma's voice. A rich, fragrant aroma of alchemy filled the air. Everyone who caught the scent wore expressions of delight. What a wonderful aroma! Lawyer Su exclaimed, then followed the scent to spot a pill radiating golden light in Lawyer Yan's hand in the distance. Dr. Lu returned to the hospital. Master! The magical formations you requested have all been set up. Excellent. Begin the ritual tonight. Within a week, these old men will reveal their true colors. The master, seated in meditation on the wooden slab, spoke with a cold, detached tone. 149 The Principal's Reward, Dark Array. Within the alchemy tower of the Immortal Cultivation University. Everyone gathered around Lawyer Yen. Young Yen. Is this the pill you refined? Truly worthy of the deputy administrator. Your alchemy skills are every bit as impressive as Old Ma's. Truly, the pupil surpasses the master. This fragrance must be from mid-grade pills. I wonder what grade it is. Old Ma's eyes gleamed as he stared at the golden pill in Lawyer Yan's hand. Let me see. He murmured softly. Lawyer Yen placed the pill into Old Man Ma's hand. Grandpa Ma sniffed it and examined it closely. Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly began searching for the pill formula he had written earlier. Found it. This is mid-tier quality. The spirit-nurturing pill. Used for breakthroughs after the foundation establishment stage. Attorney Yen. You've just refined a mid-grade, mid-tier pill in one go. Grandpa Ma exclaimed. Damn. Old Yen, you're amazing. A mid-grade mid-tier pill can fetch 500 credits. You could even trade it for a mid-grade yellow-rank spirit artifact. Ha ha. This pill was refined with Grandpa Ma's help. It's a joint achievement for both of us. You can refine it too. Go for it. Attorney Yen felt immense joy within as he heard the praise from those around him. He followed his instincts in the alchemy process. With Old Man Ma's assistance, his timing was even more precise than usual. Grandpa Ma, let's go exchange these for credits. Hey, Xiaoqin, this is something you crafted yourself. I was just assisting. Grandpa Ma hurriedly waved his hands in denial upon hearing this. He had actually contributed very little. Bang! At that moment, the alchemy tower's door swung open. Qin Ming appeared at the doorway. He came to see how the elders and lawyers were progressing with the alchemy. After all, he hadn't demonstrated much to them these past few days except for Old Ma, who had already mastered the formula modifications on the very first day. Today, his main purpose was to observe everyone's grasp of the techniques. After all, alchemy required not only the formula, but also temperament, technique, control, and every other element. None could be neglected. Yet, as he opened the door, he caught a whiff of alchemical fragrance, a scent far beyond that of low-grade pills. That aroma, it smells so good. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. In an instant, his figure appeared beside Attorney Yen. The principal is here. Principal. Lawyer Yen looked at Qin Ming with excitement. Did you refine this? Qin Ming stared at the golden pill, certain the fragrance emanated from it. Yes. Principal. I just refined this with old man Ma. Well, it's our first time, so we're still getting the hang of it. Qin Ming heard this and inwardly cursed. Damn it. You call that not good enough? This is ing goddamn gifted talent. Qin Ming couldn't help but curse inwardly. What kind of geniuses had he recruited? In less than a week, they'd already mastered crafting mid-tier, middle-grade medicinal herbs. In a small place, they'd already be renowned alchemists. They could easily become elders in a minor alchemy sect. These disciples were truly beyond belief. And remember, they've only been cultivating for 2 months. Their cultivation levels have already reached the Qi refining stage. Their alchemy skills have already reached the foundational level of a true alchemist. Such talent is truly top tier even within the cultivation world. Excellent. As stewards of the alchemy tower, your boldness and innate talent represent the strength of my alchemy tower. It also signifies your qualification to serve as stewards of the alchemy tower. I have not misjudged you. These two are top-grade yellow-rank alchemical flames specifically for refining pills. They shall be your reward. Additionally, if you wish to exchange this pill, each of you will receive 400 points. If you don't wish to exchange it, I won't force you. Keep up the good work. In an instant, a swirl of white-blue flame appeared in Qin Ming's hand. In the blink of an eye, it drifted into the hands of Old Man Ma and Lawyer Yen. Both men had heard that using alchemical flames during pill refinement significantly boosted success rates and improved the quality of the final product. Currently, they were using the fire uniformly supplied by the alchemy tower, which was only slightly hotter than ordinary fire. Now they had alchemical fire. Didn't that mean their chances of refining mid-grade elixirs would skyrocket? Both men were thrilled. Qin Ming observed their animated expressions and nodded with satisfaction. You can control this flame using the fire manipulation technique. Dan, fire is one of the most crucial elements for alchemists during pill refinement. It is no less vital than the alchemy furnace, medicinal herbs, or spirit stone ore. As you become more proficient with thee and increase your alchemy practice, thee will absorb in the spiritual energy of medicinal herbs. Its inherent grade will also evolve. Sometimes, the yellow grade you initially use for alchemy. By the time you reach the rank of Grand Alchemist, it may have ascended to Mystic grade alchemy fire or even Earth grade. All depends on how well you master and nurture your. As soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, the two began experimenting with its control. In an instant, the in their hands grew significantly larger. It began to slowly integrate into their bodies. You may attempt to absorb thee. Once it recognizes you as its master, you'll only need to expel it from your body when refining pills in the future. The amount of will depend on the spiritual energy you provide. After explaining, Qin Ming looked at the two men. Attorney Yen and Old Man Ma immediately tried it upon hearing this. Sure enough, they entered their bodies, instantly filling them with boundless energy. After refining pills all afternoon, their fatigue vanished instantly. It felt as though they'd just undergone a session of cupping therapy. Principal. We should give this elixir to you. We believe that with this alchemical flame in hand, we will surely be able to refine more and better mid-grade elixirs. Attorney Yen declared with unwavering resolve. Qin Ming was quite satisfied with this. It seemed Attorney Yen and his team possessed unwavering resolve. They weren't resting on their current achievements, a commendable quality for alchemists. They neither set their sights too high nor rested on their laurels, but pushed forward with determination. Excellent. Each of you shall receive 500 credits. Consider this my reward for your successful completion of the trial and satisfactory answers. With that, the pills in Old Man Ma's hand were placed into Qin Ming's grasp. They had also redeemed 500 points. The two were thrilled. I hope you'll bring me even more surprises. Of course, don't venture forth alone, lead the group forward together. After offering his encouragement, Qin Ming departed the alchemy tower. Today's gains were substantial enough to finally eliminate that eyesore. His figure vanished from the tower's entrance. He arrived at the poolside. With a casual wave of his hand, a corner of a formation radiating a faintly terrifying aura instantly materialized before his eyes. You call this a formation? It's not even worthy of being used in my lectures. I was even planning to use it as a case study. But now it seems completely unnecessary. With a wave of Qin Ming's hand, that corner of the formation vanished. Consider this a minor warning for now. Watch your reactions. With that, Qin Ming vanished. Inside the alchemy tower, Old Ma and Lawyer Yen were surrounded by the crowd. Hey, old he. Can I borrow your lighter? Mr. Yen, give me a light, I'll just refine one pill. Old Yen. Give me a bit. With this alchemical flame, refining a low-grade mid-tier pill is no problem at all. Teacher Su was practically on his knees begging Attorney Yen. Lawyer Yan's face twisted with bitterness. After experiencing the pill flame firsthand, he instantly realized it wasn't something one could control so easily. At the very least, one needed cultivation beyond the Qi refining stage. But Lawyer Su was only at the body tempering realm, how could that possibly work? If he couldn't control it, the furnace would explode and its power was several times that of ordinary flames. No way. Wait until you break through to the Qi refining stage. Lawyer Yan flatly refused with his words. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'll guide you. You won't be able to control this. Then Lawyer Yan sat down, preparing to begin the alchemy process. Old Yan. Attorney Su watched this, his eyes dimming. He sighed, feeling a pang of disappointment. However, they failed to notice that at that very moment, a shadowy figure flickered into view in the dark corner behind the alchemy tower. 150 Uncle Su's test, Uncle He's false alarm. The camera shifted to the sinkhole. An hour had already passed. Grandpa Wang still hadn't regained consciousness. Moreover, after taking the recovery pill, the toxins in his legs showed no sign of diminishing. If anything, they had intensified considerably. The upper half of his thigh was now densely covered in purple veins. It's been an hour now. What's going on with old Wang? Could he be? Hearing old Su's words, old He laughed in exasperation. He's not going to die. Su, give old Wang a break. Grandpa He sighed in exasperation. Let's hurry and see if there are any antidote herbs around. Damn it. This poisonous dragon grass, as potent as a toxic pill, can only be neutralized with a mid-grade elixir. Grandpa He exclaimed. He searched the area but found no herbs suitable for making mid-grade pills. Old He. Why don't we give him this fruit to eat? It's a top-grade herb. Even if it doesn't heal wounds, it should be a huge tonic for old Wang. Seeing Grandpa He had found nothing, Grandpa Su pulled out the large yellow fruit they had picked earlier from his basket. Grandpa He stared, stunned, his expression turning grave. Old Su, what are you thinking? How can we just eat a fruit like that? We've never even seen this fruit before. How could we know its effects? What if it's poisonous? Grandpa He grew indignant at Grandpa Su's carelessness. How could that be? Old He. The book says that if a fruit has one end curved upward and the other end flat and its surface is smooth throughout, there's a 99% chance it's not poisonous, no matter what grade it is. I only thought of this because I remembered what the book said. How could I possibly harm old Wang? We have no other options right now. If we drag old Wang back, we might get spotted and eaten by beasts before we even reach halfway. With our current stamina, that jungle wolf could have killed us with a single strike. And we still have old Wang. This is absolutely impossible. You haven't found any healing fruits around here either. What if we stall here or keep moving forward and still find nothing? This time, old Su didn't stay silent. He passionately countered old He's words. Having lived this long, he trusted his own judgment. He couldn't just die here. Grandpa He was stunned into silence. Grandpa Su's reasoning was undeniably sound. His own impatient temper was also gnawing at him. The priority now was treating Grandpa Wang, otherwise none of them would make it out alive today. If daytime in this sinkhole was already so perilous, nighttime was even more terrifying to contemplate. Those Foundation establishment stage beasts likely rested during the day, making night their prime hunting time. That explained why those Qi cultivation stage jungle wolves chose to hunt during daylight hours. This was something they'd learned from the cultivation primer. With relatively abundant spiritual energy during the day, beasts would typically cultivate during daylight hours unless disturbed by intruders or foreign threats. Otherwise, they conserved their strength, emerging only at night to hunt. Such was the ecological chain of the beasts. Seeing old He's dazed expression, old Su instantly thought he was indecisive. Why not just be straightforward? Old He. There's no other way now. We'll try anything. With that, Grandpa Su snapped the fruit in half, releasing a peculiar fragrance into the air. The fruit's interior was peculiar hollow inside, with a bit of pulp and abundant juice oozing out. To be safe, old Su took a sip first. Old Su. You're so quick, this. Old He tried to stop him, but it was too late. If anything happened to Su Deyi, their Cultivation University F3 would be doomed today. Wow. It tastes like a blend of mango, apple, and coconut. Pretty good. Old He, it's sweet, and I feel no discomfort. Instead, it feels like all the energy I expended earlier has been instantly replenished. Give some to old Wang. Saying this, old Su poured the juice into old Wang's mouth, then gently stroked his throat to help the liquid flow down before stopping. Now, all that remained was waiting for time to pass. Meanwhile, old He scanned the surroundings warily. After all, they had an injured comrade here. Based on past encounters, these beasts seemed unusually sensitive to wounded prey. The moment they detected a weak target, they'd come to investigate. Meanwhile, Grandpa Su was channeling spiritual energy into Grandpa Wang. Though Grandpa Wang possessed an innate Tao physique, his body was now in a state of extreme weakness. Relying solely on his innate physique to circulate energy wouldn't improve his condition, it would only drain his own spiritual power, leaving his body even more vulnerable and accelerating the toxin's invasion. Grandpa Su placed 2 walking sticks beside Grandpa Wang, one on each side like guardian deities. One was a fire staff, the other a thunder staff, both radiating a terrifying aura. These 2 mid-grade Shin tier canes, imbued with magical enhancements, now radiated the aura of an 8th layer Qi refining stage beast, more than enough to deter any lurking beasts from approaching. Moreover, Old Man Su had cast an electric barrier around both himself and Old Man Wang, leaving nothing to chance. Just as Grandpa Su was channeling energy into Grandpa Wang, he noticed the surrounding trees suddenly began swaying violently. He found this odd. According to the headmaster's earlier instructions, the trees only moved due to the formation, and that was at night. It was afternoon now. These trees couldn't possibly move on their own. That meant strange beasts were approaching nearby and in large numbers. Beasts adapted moving through trees were either primates or birds. Yet he detected no fluctuations of spiritual energy nearby. This meant they could conceal their aura. At this level, the only intelligent beasts capable of such stealth were primates. Chirp chirp. Just then, a monkey's cry rang out beside Old Man He's ear. Grandpa He's keen senses immediately detected the threat, and he swiftly condensed countless small fireballs. Soon, the surrounding area was filled with more squeaking and chirping sounds. Old Su. Watch over Old Wan, we seem to be surrounded. I'll go scout first. Grandpa He declared in a low voice, hurling the fireballs toward the source of the noise. Boom. Boom. Countless explosions erupted, followed by billowing smoke. Leaves were scorched to ashes, yet Grandpa He saw nothing emerge. Squeak squeak. Just then, the sound echoed in his ears again. Grandpa He refused to sit idly by. He plunged into the thicket, thrust his legs off the ground, and launched himself into the air. Heavenly thunder technique. Grandpa He roared, and instantly, countless thunderbolts erupted around him, striking indiscriminately at the surrounding thickets. In an instant, several brownish-gray figures leapt down from above. Dozens of them. And they were moving fast, dodging the thunderbolts. At the fourth layer of Qi cultivation, Grandpa He's mastery of the technique allowed his thunderbolts to strike with the power of a 7th to 8th layer cultivator. Yet these creatures managed to dodge. And they had noticed Old Man He in the sky. Wind monkeys? Grandpa He recognized it right away. Wind monkeys are highly curious creatures, living in small family groups with peaceful dispositions, so his worries were unnecessary. So it was just this little bunch. Seems I was overthinking it. Grandpa He breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he relaxed, something felt off. Wind monkey populations rarely exceeded a dozen individuals. A gathering of dozens like this could only mean one thing: they were fleeing from a formidable enemy. 151 The restless wind monkeys, Grandpa He's prediction. Thud. Grandpa He fell to the ground. Only upon seeing the charred branches did he realize the wind monkeys had been clinging to them for cover. Their bodies were tiny, each possessing roughly the strength of the first or second layer of Qi cultivation. The strongest among them, their leader, possessed only the strength of the third layer of Qi cultivation. However, wind monkeys weren't aggressive creatures and showed little inclination to attack. Therefore, they posed no real threat to Grandpa He and his companions. Yet, this wasn't what Grandpa He was focused on now. He suddenly sensed a powerful aura closing in on them. Moreover, after being attacked by him, the wind monkeys showed no fear. Instead, they were staring intently in another direction. The terrifying aura emanated from that very direction. He Diyi retreated back to Su Diye's side, watching as he continued to channel spiritual energy into Wang Diyi. At the same time, he sensed that the spiritual energy within Wang Diyi seemed to have genuinely recovered somewhat. His feet no longer appeared as purple, and the cold sweat had ceased flowing. Old Su. How is old Wang? He's still recovering. This fruit is working. Old He, we should have given him this earlier. I can sense this fruit isn't just healing old Wang's wounds, it's also replenishing his spiritual energy. Under my circulation, his energy isn't diminishing, it's actually growing stronger. Grandpa Su's words were filled with astonishment. This fruit is effective? Grandpa He was equally astonished. He too sensed a significant increase in Grandpa Wang's spiritual energy. He had mistakenly thought it was Grandpa Su channeling it. What they didn't realize was that this was the combined effect of the innate Tao physique and the fruit. It was propelling old Wan's body toward recovery. Boom! Roar! At that moment, a large tree not far from them suddenly collapsed. A thunderous roar echoed in their ears. It sounded neither like a tiger's roar nor a lion's growl. Old He! What's that sound? Something's coming. Grandpa Su stared intently into the distance, then glanced at Grandpa Wang, who still hadn't recovered. This couldn't be possible, but judging by the overwhelming pressure, it must be at least a 10th tier Qi refining realm cultivator. This was likely the most formidable beast they'd encountered since entering the sinkhole. And the closer they got, the stronger the aura grew. Both he and Old He had noticed the troop of wind monkeys beginning to stir. Something's wrong. These monkeys are getting restless. What they fear is approaching. Old Su, can you move Old Wan to a different location now? Old He turned to ask. How am I supposed to move two people with my limp? Besides, I'm channeling my inner energy into Old Wan right now. If it gets cut off, things could go wrong. Besides, it seems to be targeting those wind monkeys. Let's observe the situation first. Damn it, why does one thing keep piling on top of another? This place is way more complicated than outside. If only I had the headmaster's strength, I'd be strutting around like a king right now. Grandpa Su bellowed, venting his frustration. But seeing Grandpa Wang before him, he gritted his teeth. Abandoning a teammate was out of the question. Old he. You assess the situation first. Here, take my staff. A mid-grade Shin tier weapon should be enough to handle these beasts. With that, Old Su handed the fire staff directly to Old He. Grandpa He hesitated for a moment but didn't refuse. He casually took the cane from Old Su. His tense expression froze the instant he grasped it. He stared at the staff in horror as powerful spiritual energy surged violently into his internal organs. His blood vessels suddenly grew significantly stronger. Simultaneously, waves of scorching fire energy invaded his body. His own fire element seemed to fuse with the fire element within Old Man Su's cane. In that moment, Old Man He felt his cultivation level surge upward by several tiers. Though illusory, its power surged to roughly the 8th layer of Qi refining realm. Combined with the enhancement from this mid-grade Shen tier staff and 2 spells, he felt confident he now possessed the strength to battle a 10th tier Qi refining stage beast. Chirp chirp. Chirp chirp. At that moment, the troop of wind monkeys began to stir wildly. Their frantic movements could be seen darting through the surrounding trees. At that moment, both Grandpa Su and Grandpa He sensed the approaching aura, their eyes simultaneously flashing with shock and bewilderment. For that aura belonged to a beast at the 11th layer of Qi cultivation. And it carried waves of violent energy, indicating it possessed magical abilities. A beast at the 11th layer of Qi cultivation with innate magic was practically indistinguishable from one at the 13th layer. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed through the air, immediately followed by a series of air blasts. In an instant, countless trees collapsed. Surrounding rocks crumbled to dust. 3 pairs of bloodshot, menacing eyes appeared before Old Man He and Old Man Su. Roar! Followed by 3 earth-shattering roars, echoing across the entire mountain ridge. The surrounding trees scattered in all directions. At that moment, Old Wan's eyes flicked involuntarily. These are violent apes. Fierce and ruthless beyond measure, its hunting menu is extensive. These wind monkeys are its prey. Only now did Old Man He realize what kind of beast they were facing. Violent apes possess the innate spell of rage. Once unleashed, its power surges exponentially, and everything around it except its own kind enters a slaughter mode. It attacks everything in sight, prey or not. Moreover, it was one of the few beasts capable of fighting opponents several tiers above its own. Thanks to their innate signature spell, they can take on opponents 1 or 2 tiers above their own. The power unleashed in this ferocious state is beyond estimation. And there are 3 of them. If the 3 of them were at full strength now, they might stand a chance. But given their current state, escaping would be a miracle. Damn it! We're done for. Old Su, don't worry about me, take Old Wang first. I'll hold them off. We have to get back. At that moment, Old He gritted his teeth, ready to charge forward. Damn it, Old He, why are you stealing my lines? What nonsense are you spouting? What am I supposed to say after you finish? Grandpa Su froze for a moment before shouting. Wait. Old He. His target isn't us right now. Don't rush. Grandpa Su saw that the 3 were actually eyeing the wind monkeys around them. Meanwhile, the wind monkeys weren't sitting idly by to face the attacks of those 3 violent apes. Instead, they were swinging swiftly between the treetops. This is precisely why these 3 violent apes attack the trees, to deprive the wind monkeys of footholds, leaving them unable to move. Wind monkeys are incredibly fast, but only when they're in the trees. On the ground, they're much slower than violent apes. At that moment, several wind monkeys fell to the ground. Instantly, a violent ape tore off its head in a gruesome scene. Grandpa He sucked in a sharp breath. Is this the law of the jungle in the beast world? Seeing the wind monkeys scrambling in panic, a flicker of fear stirred within him. Old He. Don't just stand there. Take advantage of the wind monkeys' chaos to distract those 3 violent apes. Come over and help me channel spiritual energy into Old Wang. I feel like he should be waking up any moment now. Old He watched the scene for a moment, then realized Old Su had a point. He couldn't handle them alone now. The urgent priority was to wake Old Wang quickly, then, even if things went badly, they could still escape. He then approached Old Su and began channeling his inner energy into Old Wang. His eyes darted constantly toward the positions of the 3 violent apes. 152 Grandpa He's focus, the battle begins. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind monkeys swarmed in great numbers, darting back and forth through the trees like bullets, dodging the violent apes' roaring cannons. Roar! The central violent ape opened its massive jaws wide, aiming directly at the direction where creatures were fleeing toward the outer perimeter. A thunderous roar erupted from its mouth. In an instant, the trees before them were flattened to the ground. Even those wind monkeys that managed to dodge lost an arm. They collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Yet in the blink of an eye, the violent ape reached them, crushing one's skull with a single stomp. It then picked up the wind monkey's corpse and devoured it whole. The entire wind monkey's body was swallowed whole. The surrounding wind monkeys watched in sheer terror. They began scrambling frantically through the trees. Now that the violent apes had consumed some wind monkeys, their eyes turned even more blood red. Their vital energy surged, and their expressions grew even more bloodthirsty. Their stamina now surpassed what it had been before. Yet the wind monkeys kept moving, curling themselves into balls and swinging back and forth between the trees. Boom! Thud! Several loud thuds echoed as the wind monkeys left distinct trails in the air. Due to their innate wind element and lightweight bodies, they moved with astonishing speed. Though the violent apes possessed higher cultivation levels, their spells only amplified their brutality while weakening other abilities. Consequently, they couldn't even perceive these swift maneuvers. Thud! Thud! Countless trajectories erupted around the violent apes. They reached out to grab, only to be struck directly by the wind monkeys. The pain made them yelp and pull their hands back. Roar! Enraged, the violent apes roared, then 3 of them scattered in different directions. Facing these wind monkeys, spreading out was the best tactic. This would scatter them, weakening their collective threat and creating an opening for counterattack. Roar! In an instant, the 3 violent apes assumed their stances, gathering terrifying energy within their mouths. Following a furious roar, 3 air cannon blasts shot straight toward the wind monkeys. The entire ground trembled in that instant. Grandpa He's heart raced with anxiety. He snapped his eyes open, and the scene before him sent a cold sweat running down his back. His attacks on Grandpa Juan grew weaker. Cough! Grandpa Juan coughed violently, jolting himself awake. Old He, what are you doing? Old Wang is steadily breaking through. He'll be fine soon. Why did you suddenly reduce your output? Old Su, look ahead. I'm afraid I'll have to intervene. Grandpa He's expression was grave, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. Seeing Old He's intense expression, Old Su sensed trouble brewing. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He looked ahead and froze in shock. What's happening? Grandpa Su's pupils darted wildly. Before him lay 3 enormous passages. Countless mangled corpses lay strewn about, along with countless severed limbs. Some wind monkeys lay barely alive, their breaths faint and weak. And now, the surrounding trees were gone. They had been shattered to pieces. That power. What kind of skill is this? It's terrifying beyond belief. Old He. Can you handle this alone? Grandpa Su's entire body trembled, a hint of fear in his eyes. His staff technique didn't possess such power to instantly flatten every tree within a kilometer radius. These 3 violent apes were far too powerful. If he were the prey, he wouldn't even survive the first round. How will I know unless I try? Besides, I still have you too. Our 3-man coordination is our greatest strength. Hurry up and wake old Wang. Earlier, I sensed his spiritual energy was extremely unstable. He's probably about to break through. And Old Su, stop suppressing that spiritual energy inside you. That staff of yours is packed with spiritual energy. You must be channeling it constantly. If you wanted to break through, you'd probably be at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation by now. Grandpa He chuckled in exasperation, then reduced his output. As the pressure eased, he exhaled deeply. He stood up, picked up the walking stick Old Su had given him, and was about to leave. Wait! Grandpa Su roared angrily, startling Grandpa He. What is it? Take my other cane too. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Old Man Su's mouth. This kind of opponent is probably exactly what you, He Chenguang, have been seeking. Then you should unleash your full power. With my cane, your combat power will increase. Grandpa Su chuckled softly. Old Su. You really understand me. Grandpa He chuckled softly, then picked up another cane. Don't worry, I'm no cripple. I'll definitely give this cane my all. Grandpa He roared with determination, his gaze fixed firmly on the violent apes gnawing at the wind monkey's carcass. Having feasted on the wind monkey carcass, their strength was now at its peak. And as they ate, they kept glancing toward Old Man Su's direction, already marking him as their next prey. Facing such enemies, Grandpa He now embraced a resolute determination to fight to the death, showing no sign of hesitation. He did not rush to attack but waited. After all, these violent apes were now at their peak strength and remained wary of him. The walking sticks in his hands, infused with his spiritual energy, had become formidable weapons. He did not hesitate, continuously channeling spiritual energy to form 2 spheres at the tips of his 2 canes, 1 lightning ball and 1 fireball. Each emitted a far greater amount of spiritual energy than what Grandpa He had previously gathered in his hands. Roar! Just then, the 3 violent apes devoured the wind monkey's corpse. A terrifying aura erupted from their bodies. Grandpa He observed that aside from the leader in the middle, the other 2 were both at the 9th layer of the Qi refining stage. However, as a mere 4th layer Qi refining cultivator facing them alone, he would have suffered a crushing defeat without the support of his staff and 2 spells. But now, even fighting one felt like a struggle. He could only stall as best he could, waiting for Old Wang to break through. Roar! In the split second he hesitated, a violent ape had already closed in before him, unleashing a thunderous roar that crashed toward him. Grandpa He was startled and quickly swung his cane at the violent ape. Boom! In an instant, the thunderball exploded. It shattered the roar cannon, triggering a violent explosion. The violent ape was blown back in agony. Half its mouth was blown off. And Old Man He wasn't faring much better. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and he could barely hold onto his cane. But this was absolutely no time to relax. Only now did he realize just how massive the violent ape was. Its frame was far more robust than his own, standing at least 2 meters tall. For a Qi cultivation stage ape, that was already enormous. And the leader facing them was even larger than these two, at least 3 meters tall. Its fist slammed into the ground, making the entire earth tremble. Roar! Just as Old Man he regained his footing, a second roar cannon followed immediately, this time aimed directly at him. 153 The Elder's Luck, Wang Diye's successful breakthrough. Go! Grandpa he didn't panic. He roared with fury, then flung the fireball with his other walking stick. You beast! Taste the might of your uncle he. Boom! Instantly, the two energies collided, and a flash of light erupted in the air. Disperse! With a flick of his wrist, the massive fireball instantly fragmented into countless smaller ones, scattering in the direction of the roar cannon. In an instant, countless sparks erupted, waves of scorching heat surging toward the violent ape. Roar! 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 The violent ape refused to go down without a fight. It let out a series of thunderous roars at the fireballs, immediately unleashing countless energy blasts toward them. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted everywhere, the shockwaves hurling Old Man he flying backward. Before Old Man he could recover, the mightiest violent ape radiated a terrifying aura. In an instant, waves of blood-red aura radiated outward from its body, instantly scorching the surrounding vegetation. Green aura began seeping from the scorched plants. The shock instantly gripped Grandpa He's heart. What's happening? Why can't I move my legs? Damn it! I have to find a way to move quickly. Grandpa he struggled internally. At the last moment, the strength returned to his hands. Mimicking what Grandpa Su had done earlier, he grabbed his cane, and in an instant, 2 streams of magical energy surged through it. Facing the violent ape's aura, Grandpa he flung his cane forward with all his might. His technique was far less polished than Grandpa Su's, making the motion feel awkward and unnatural. Roar! The attack was only partially deflected, and Grandpa he was sent flying by the roar cannon. Clack! The cane that had been struck, not held tightly enough, flew out of his grasp and landed beside Old Man Su. Old he! You must hold on. Old One's almost fully recovered. I sense a lot of spiritual energy within him. It feels like he's about to break through. Hold on. I feel like I'm about to break through too. Grandpa Su shouted, and Grandpa he struggled to his feet. Hearing Su Die's words, he was speechless. He couldn't hold on any longer. If this keeps up, he'll be defeated in no more than 3 more rounds. Master! Where are you? This disciple can't handle this alone. For the first time, Old Man he felt utterly overwhelmed by the struggle against the beast. A bone-deep fear crept onto his face. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. Even against a single Qi refining stage 11 beast, he had no chance of victory. Now he faced 2 opponents, one of which was a violent ape whose power rivaled that of a 13th layer Qi refining cultivator. That he'd lasted this long was nothing short of sheer luck. Was it the headmaster protecting him, or Old Su's absurdly good fortune? Enough! Let's go all out! Grandpa he roared, immediately raising his cane to shield Grandpa Wang. Old Wang, you better break through quickly. And you, Old Su, hang on. At that moment, Qin Ming returned to the principal's office when a sudden message flashed through his mind. He jolted in surprise. Old Su and the others actually went there? Interesting. Time for me to get moving too. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips as his figure vanished from the office. In an instant, his figure materialized outside the cave, arriving directly at the entrance. He had been monitoring this sinkhole for quite some time, intimately familiar with every strange beast and the terrain. Good. Those creatures only emerge at night. Old Man Su and the others are in luck today. Qin Ming exhaled deeply, then swiftly positioned himself in the air above, not far from where Old Man he and the others were. Earlier, Qin Ming had calculated that in the time ahead, Old Man he and his group wouldn't suffer any major injuries, so it was still quite safe. At that moment, Old Man he had already severely wounded a violent ape, but he himself lacked even the strength to stand upright. Qin Ming watched without moving, instead shifting his gaze to Old Wang in the distance, whose body radiated a faint golden glow. Beside him, Old Man Su also radiated specks of golden light. Seeing this, Qin Ming smiled. He then glanced at the large, golden fruit glowing on the tree not far behind him. He was curious how exactly had these 3 descended. Such a tall tree, right in the center of the sinkhole. More importantly, they had managed to harvest this fruit. This was the finest of medicinal herbs. Bodhi fruit. Consuming just one could unlock one's latent potential, greatly aiding in stimulating internal cultivation levels, awakening bloodline heritage, and expanding the upper limits of acquired cultivation realms. Such a fruit is useless to those of high cultivation. Once one surpasses the Qi cultivation stage, even those with mediocre talent can achieve rapid cultivation advancement by consuming this fruit. For cultivators, it's practically a postnatal game changer. Now, Old Wang has absorbed most of the Bodhi fruit's essence, and even Old Su has absorbed some. Their breakthroughs are now within reach. One could even say they only lack a catalyst. And now, old man, he is that very catalyst. The bonds between companions even among the elderly are profound. Their attitude toward one another is one of genuine cherishment. At their advanced age, even if their views differ, they are still peers like children who only understand one another. And after living together for so long, this bond runs even deeper. Old he. You old bastard. Old Wang, you should be awake by now. Grandpa Su saw the obvious injury on Grandpa his left shoulder, his left hand trembling there. Old Su, I feel like I'm about to break through. Go assist old he first. Hang in there, I won't be long. Old Wang said in a deep voice. He had also awakened in a daze. Looking at everything before him, he had already understood. Closing his eyes, he focused intently on recapturing the breakthrough's essence he'd just sensed. Clack! Old Su picked up his cane from the ground. His eyes burned with hatred. Damn it! Just 3 monkeys, and they dare to act like tyrants here. Let me show you the true power of the lion-beating staff technique. Grandpa Su roared with fury, startling Grandpa he beside him. The aura emanating from Old Man Su clearly marked him as a 5th-tier Qi cultivation practitioner. He was stunned. Hadn't Old Su been channeling his inner energy to Old Wang the entire time? How did he break through 2 minor realms in one go? Lion-beating staff technique. First form. Kitten incontinence. Grandpa Su roared with fury, delivering an upward strike at the exhausted violent ape. Yet the explosive force from his cane split the ground clean in 2. This spectacle made the terrified violent ape burst into laughter. Trying to fight with that kind of power? Old folks are hilarious. But the next second, they were stunned. Boom! A deafening crack echoed as a surge of energy erupted from the ground. In an instant, earth and rocks flew everywhere. The violent ape was sent flying straight into the sky. Roar! Seeing this, the 2 violent apes were enraged. Roaring furiously, they didn't shout warnings. Instead, they charged straight toward Old Man Su. Old Su, be careful. They're incredibly strong, you won't be able to hold them off. Grandpa he shouted anxiously at the sight. Don't panic. I can't beat them. Old Wang can handle them. As Old Su finished speaking, a powerful aura surged forth behind him. Qin Ming, watching from above, saw this and a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. A smile spread across his lips. It seemed Old Wang had successfully broken through. 154 Old Wang's fury, brothers stand together. Old Wang, you broke through so quickly? Grandpa he gaped in disbelief. Old he, you can rest now. Leave the rest to me. Grandpa Wang said calmly. Wait. That aura, you're at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation now? Grandpa he sensed that Grandpa Wang's aura was significantly stronger than Grandpa Su's. Golden light swirled around his entire body. Even a faint golden glow flickered around Old Su's body. Old Wang, Old Su, are you too glowing? Grandpa he froze in shock, completely oblivious to the 2 violent apes closing in behind him. Old he, step aside first. We're about to teach these big monkeys a lesson. Grandpa Su clenched his fists, a smirk curling his lips. Cane, come. With a thunderous shout, the walking stick in Old He's hand instantly appeared in his own grasp. Old He, while channeling energy for Old Wang just now, I watched your fighting style and instantly figured out how to fuse your dragon tiger combat with my lion beating staff technique. With that, Old Su raised both hands as Old He stared blankly. Immediately, surges of electricity and flames began to dance along the 2 canes. The energy emanating from the 2 canes surged dramatically in an instant. Combined with Grandpa Su's enhanced cultivation, the power of those 2 canes now equaled that of an 11th tier Qi refining cultivator. The 2 violent apes froze upon sensing the aura emanating from the canes. Their speed slowed as they warily turned their gaze toward Old Man Su. You damn monkeys, taste Grandpa Su's sticks. You were so cocky just now? Bullying us elders? You can't handle an old man's wrath. Grandpa Su roared with fury, then swung his sticks at the 2 violent apes. Now taste my new technique. 5th form of the lion beating staff technique. A technique I learned from Old He. Get ready to taste the sensation of being blown apart. Dragon Tiger Twin Dominance. In an instant, overwhelming power erupted. At least 2 beams of light shot forth from the cane, one a blue-purple lightning bolt, the other a red-yellow flame intertwining like crisscrossing ropes. Moving with blinding speed, they charged straight toward the 2 violent apes. Thanks to his innate Tao physique, Grandpa Su's spiritual energy replenished at an astonishing rate. The immense power continuously replenished, the 2 currents intertwining until the surrounding ground shattered into dust in an instant. Roar! Roar! Grandpa Su's assault filled the 2 violent apes with sudden terror. Frantically gathering energy, the 2 roaring blasts merged into one, colliding head-on with Old Man Su's attack. Roar! Yet no matter how hard they strained, they couldn't withstand it. Grandpa Su's attack was like a drilling electric drill, utterly unstoppable. Break! Grandpa Su poured every ounce of strength into it. This was a life-or-death moment. He channeled every last bit of spiritual energy within him. His lips had turned pale, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. This was the absolute limit of his power. Yet this force merely drained the violent apes' energy, inflicting little damage upon them. Roar! The two violent apes roared again, their bodies suddenly erupting with boiling energy. They're burning their vital energy. Old Su and the others are going all out, Grandpa, he warned urgently upon seeing this. Damn it, I'm out of strength. One last push. Old Wang is yours. Uncle Su flung his cane aside without hesitation, sending a surge of electricity hurtling toward the two violent apes. Boom! A deafening explosion followed. A cloud of dust billowed, instantly obscuring their vision. At that moment, they heard the violent apes' agonized cries. The cries were pitiful, clearly indicating one ape had been badly injured. We need to retreat first. Grandpa Wang, who had been gathering his strength nearby, sensed something was amiss and hurriedly called out. All right, we'll listen to old Wang. Grandpa Su nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to move away, a whistling sound cut through the air beside his ear. Grandpa Su's first instinct was to shield himself with his cane. Boom! In an instant, Grandpa Su was sent flying backward. Even with his cane absorbing part of the impact, he still flew dozens of meters. Had Grandpa he not reacted instantly and rushed forward to catch him, Grandpa Su would have been seriously injured. Clunk! One of Grandpa Su's canes landed beside Grandpa Wang. Old Wang, it's up to you. You must pick up my cane and carry on my will. You are the strongest of the strongest, wielding the mightiest weapon. Let this violent ape know the power of us human cultivators. Machi County's elderly are impoverished, but we old folks have our pride too. Grandpa Su, dragging his wounded body, watched as the cane, a symbol of his will, fell into Grandpa Wang's hands. His eyes flashed with emotion as he shouted. Shut up, old Su. Old Wang knows exactly what he's doing. Grandpa he covered his ears and shouted, finally calming Grandpa Su down. Grandpa Wang nodded without further comment. He bent down and picked up the cane lying on the ground. It contained half of old Su's inner strength. Combined with old Wang's 7th layer Qi cultivation strength, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Roar! The violent ape, seeing old Su wounded after its attack, roared with excitement, its cry laced with mockery. You hurt old Su. You've hurt old he. You fear old he and dread old Su. Does that mean you don't fear me? Grandpa Wang's gentle face turned cold in an instant. A towering aura erupted from him. I was once a soldier myself. Because of my negligence, I caused the death of my comrades. From that day on, I swore an oath, unless they step over my dead body, I will never let my comrades leave. Grandpa Wang's voice was icy, his eyes flashing with cold light. Roar! At that moment, the violent ape sensed Grandpa Wang's aura surge the instant he touched the cane. Are you ready to die? Grandpa Wang's cold voice cut through the air. Before the violent ape could react, Grandpa Wang struck first. Roar! At that moment, the violent ape also activated its critical breakthrough, instantly propelling its aura to the peak of the 13th layer of Qi cultivation. Die! Old Man Wang said no more. Instead, all the spiritual energy within him surged into his walking stick. He rose into the air, the staff held before him. Eyes tightly shut, he held his breath and focused his mind. Slash! With just that single word, the staff descended with lightning speed, unleashing a streak of light that shot toward the violent ape. Roar! The violent ape roared in fury. Its aura surged violently, attempting to withstand old Wang's strike. Yet when the icy blade descended, its body split cleanly in two. 155 The principal strikes, one blow, one kill. After a violent shockwave, the violent ape's body was cleaved in two and crashed to the ground. It fell to the ground. A pitiful sight, all three violent apes had now been slain by Old Man Su and his companions. Thud! Meanwhile, Grandpa Wang collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. His walking stick slipped from his grasp. He passed out. Old Wang! You did amazing! We're basically unbeatable at the Qi cultivation stage now. Grandpa Su rushed over excitedly, completely ignoring the pain in his body. But Old Wang collapsed right before his eyes. Old Wang, what's wrong with you? Don't leave us. Seeing this, Old Su rushed forward in panic. Seeing Old Wang's exhausted state, he hurriedly called out. Old Su, why are you panicking? Old Wang is just exhausted. We've drained ourselves today. But that battle just now felt like a dream. We actually managed to defeat those three violent apes. Grandpa, he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He reckoned their trio's combined strength could now handle any beast below foundation establishment stage without any special abilities. Oh, well then, no worries. I was worried about Old Wang. Never mind. Let's not dwell on it. We should hurry up, rest a bit, and find a way up. It's getting late, we should head back. Grandpa Su glanced at his phone. It was nearly 4 p.m. The trek back would take over an hour, so their immediate priority was finding a suitable spot to ascend. I'm drained. Let's rest first. This place reeks of blood from our fight. We should move somewhere else, or else we might attract stronger beasts. We wouldn't stand a chance against them. Grandpa, he exhaled heavily, surveying the surroundings. A crimson mist hung thickly in the air, the violent aura emanating from the violent ape's body. It was a special gas produced when it entered its berserk state. Once dispersed, it would alert carnivorous beasts within a 3-kilometer radius. Agreed. Old He, you're the only one with strength left. You help Old Wang up and I'll gather our things. After resting briefly, Old Su regained some strength, grabbed his cane, and stood up. Alright. We should carry Old Wang. We're still some distance from the cliff edge. When I jumped earlier, I spotted a wide grassy area to the right rear, with the cliff directly opposite. If we hurry, we could reach it in about half an hour. Old He also rose and hoisted Old Wang onto his back. Thanks to his innate Tao physique, his spiritual energy replenished rapidly, and his stamina was now fully restored. However, just as they prepared to leave, a deafening roar erupted from the nearby thicket. Roar! Grandpa He and Grandpa Su froze instantly, their legs numb as the ground itself trembled from the roar. Hurry up! Grandpa He snapped out of it first and shouted at Grandpa Su. Got it! But just as they were about to leave, a massive figure over 10 meters tall let down from the sky. Boom! Boom! After the deafening roar, it landed right before them. What kind of monster is this? So huge! That aura, it's a Foundation Establishment stage beast. Grandpa Su exclaimed, instinctively stepping back in fear. Foundation Establishment stage beasts were at least peak Qi cultivation stage 13, a power gap so vast it was utterly insurmountable. Roar! Huge! Grandpa He was also startled. He hadn't expected this Foundation Establishment stage beast to be several times larger and more powerful than any Qi cultivation stage beast they'd ever seen. Resembling a wolf in appearance, its form dwarfed even the windblade leopards, jungle wolves, and gold-and-silver wolves they had encountered, being several times larger. Worse still, its skeletal structure gleamed like iron armor. What kind of beast is this? Grandpa Su still hadn't recognized it, but he'd already assumed a fighting stance. This is a golden wolf. Just then, Old Wang stirred from his daze. Staring at the beast before him, terror flashed in his eyes. A wolverine? Isn't that a 5th-tier beast? Grandpa Su's eyes widened in horror upon hearing this. A 5th-tier beast so far, they'd only encountered that late-stage body-tempering realm earth bear. But that bear was too low-tier, possessing skills but lacking brains. But the wolverine before them was a genuine Foundation Establishment stage beast. Moreover, the three of them sensed a familiar aura emanating from it. Look at its fur. The armor plating on its bones is gray, and its skin is yellowish-gray. Isn't that the one that just carried off the corpses of those jungle wolves? Hearing Uncle Su's analysis, Uncle He's pupils instantly dilated. Was this the Foundation Establishment aura they'd sensed earlier? It seemed that after consuming the jungle wolves' corpses, its cultivation level had surged far beyond what it had been before. Don't look directly into its eyes, it has a terrifying effect. Grandpa Wang warned, but it was already too late. Grandpa He and Grandpa Su both watched the golden wolf warily. The golden wolf spotted the corpses of the 3 violent apes they had defeated. Then it turned its gaze toward the 3 men, its mouth curling upward as a hint of amusement flickered in its eyes. Clearly, it did not underestimate the 3 before it. In an instant, its eyes widened violently, and a brilliant blue light flared within them, instantly piercing into the gazes of Grandpa Su and Grandpa He. An overwhelming sense of terror swept through their bodies. Grandpa Su and Grandpa He felt their bodies tremble violently. They were utterly immobilized. At that very moment, the innate Tao body ceased absorbing external spiritual energy. Instead, they felt an immense pressure suddenly crushing their bodies. Seeing this, Grandpa Wang quickly scrambled off Grandpa He. Even though he was now drained of strength, as the only one not intimidated by the golden wolf, he felt compelled to protect them, even if it meant his own death. Grandpa Wang lowered his head, deliberately avoiding the wolf's gaze. The golden wolf, surprised to find someone still capable of movement, flashed a look of astonishment. Yet, seeing Old Wang's frail state, it instantly assumed a combat stance, preparing to finish them off in one strike. Come on! Grandpa Wang shouted, gripping Grandpa Su's walking stick. But at that moment, the golden wolf's eyes shifted, filled with terror. Ooh woof! Like a frightened puppy, it cowered in fear. What's going on? At that moment, the oppressive aura surrounding Grandpa He and Grandpa Su vanished. Grandpa Wang froze in confusion, unsure what had transpired. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted directly above their heads. This aura of power was far greater than that of the wolverine. They looked up abruptly to see a figure appearing above them. Grandpa Su had keen eyesight and instantly recognized the figure through the clothing. It's the principal. The principal has come to save us. Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly. By then, Qin Ming had already landed in front of them. The sudden appearance of this golden wolf had caught him off guard. Fortunately, he was here now. Otherwise, Old Man He and the others would surely have never returned today. Roar! The golden wolf let out a timid growl upon seeing Qin Ming. Facing a golden core cultivator, it had no chance of resistance. Now, it could only look for an opportunity to flee. You bullied my student and think you can run? Did I give you a chance? Qin Ming spoke but once, and waves of oppressive force descended upon the wolf. In an instant, the beast was pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized. Heavenly thunder technique. Qin Ming murmured softly, and instantly, dark clouds gathered over the sky pit. In the blink of an eye, a thunderbolt as thick as a tree trunk crashed down upon the golden wolf. Qin Ming's mastery of the heavenly thunder technique had now reached perfection. Even without infusing it with spiritual energy, the sheer power of the spell he summoned equaled the ordinary strike of a golden core cultivator. The strongest strike of a foundation establishment cultivator was far weaker than even an ordinary attack from a golden core cultivator. In the blink of an eye, the golden wolf was reduced to a charred husk. Only the metallic armor plating scattered across the ground remained on its bones. 156 The envious elders, thinking of their brother. Qin Ming had obliterated the golden wolf that had just intimidated Grandpa He and Grandpa Su with a single strike. Principal! All three exclaimed in delight. They were utterly stunned by Qin Ming's effortless display of power. Is this the principal's true strength? Are you all okay? You all did quite well just now. As disciples of the Cultivation University, you show great potential. Keep it up. Qin Ming turned around, his earlier anger softening as he smiled. Yes, principal. We won't let you down. The three replied urgently. Exchanging smiles, they understood the principal had witnessed their entire battle with the violent ape. This was the principal's personal acknowledgement, meaning their strength had earned his recognition. Subsequently, under Qin Ming's direction, the trio gathered all the bone armor left behind by the Wolverine. Qin Ming rewarded each of them with 200 credits, then stored the bone armor away to be exchanged for points later. With Qin Ming's assistance, all three soon arrived at the cave entrance they had come through earlier. Alright. You can head back on your own now. With that, Qin Ming vanished into the cave entrance. Su Diyi and the others recovered from the excitement of the ordeal. They began walking back in the direction they had come. Meanwhile, Qin Ming's figure did not appear at the exit of Sunset Forest. Instead, he returned to the sinkhole. Qin Ming surveyed the site of the recent battle. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the area ravaged by the heavenly thunder technique was instantly restored to its original state. Then, Qin Ming's body reappeared on the Bodhi tree. He looked at the golden fruits but did not advance. Because Bodhi fruits would resist being taken, and Old Man Su and the others had already been claimed by these fruits. Thus, if he picked them, they would only rot and be useless. After scanning the scene, Qin Ming was even more astonished by the breakthroughs in cultivation realm achieved by Old Su and the others. These three were truly once-in-a-century prodigies of cultivation. Through sheer self-realization alone, they had reached such heights within a mere 2 months. It seemed unlikely they would need even a year to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Then he would have so much to teach them. Meanwhile, Grandpa Su and his companions emerged from the Sunset Forest. It was nearly 6 o'clock. Seeing the others still immersed in cultivation, Grandpa Su excitedly stepped forward to greet them. With a single leap, Old Man Su's body soared to the very top of the group. Hearing the commotion, the others snapped out of their cultivation trance. Seeing that the figure who had leaped up was none other than Old Su, they all gaped in astonishment. Old Su! What kind of move is that? How did you leap so far in an instant? Yeah. I'm already at the second layer of Qi cultivation, yet I don't possess this ability. How did you manage it? Facing their questions, Old Su smiled. Then, he unleashed his aura. Instantly, streams of golden light erupted from his body. The group gasped in astonishment. Old Su, what did you eat? How did you progress so rapidly? Yeah. We've been training together. I thought reaching the second layer of Qi cultivation was fast enough, but you're already at the 5th layer? Damn it, how can we even compare? Even Old Su and the others are a whole level ahead of us now. Are we even practicing the same thing? Don't get discouraged, everyone. I'm not the strongest Old Wang is. I couldn't beat him. Old Su circled around, pointing at Old Wang perched on the cliff's edge. Su, cut the crap. Your aura's already stronger than Old He's. And you're talking about Old Wang? He's been training diligently like us, how could he possibly be the strongest? Exactly. Old Wang just focuses on his cultivation. He doesn't have the same crazy luck as you guys. Stop teasing us, Old Su. Hey. Why won't you believe me? Old Wang is way stronger than me, right Old Wang? Hey. Old Wang, don't leave yet. Show us what you've got. Grandpa Su called out, only to find Grandpa Wang and Grandpa He had vanished from the cliff. Looking again, he saw them already heading toward the exit. The others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. They had all sensed the powerful aura emanating from Old Man Su just moments ago. Despite their long cultivation here, they still couldn't match what Old Su and the others had achieved in just one afternoon in the Sunset Forest. It seemed all three had made significant gains. Moreover, when Old Man Su unleashed that aura earlier, they had all felt a sense of awe. No way. I'm going tomorrow too. Count me in. Let's form a team together. We're not as skilled as Old Man Su and his group. Let's form a team to hunt powerful beasts and experience the thrill of battle. Exactly. Only then can we keep up with Old Su and the others. Everyone made up their minds starting tomorrow, they'd enter Sunset Forest to train. They were determined to catch up to Old Su and the others. Meanwhile, Old Su and his group entered the alchemy tower to inspect Old Ma and his companions' training progress. Old Ma, how's the alchemy going? Leaning on his cane, old Su made a single leap and landed precisely beside old Ma's alchemy furnace. This scene stunned the few alchemists nearby. Old Su, where'd you suddenly get all that strength? Grandpa Ma had just finished his alchemy session and was about to catch his breath when Grandpa Su and the others arrived. I'm just using my strength normally. Let's not talk about that. How's your alchemy coming along now? Grandpa Su sniffed sharply, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Not bad. Thanks to the principal rewarded us, I just successfully refined several mid-grade, early-stage pills. The process is pretty stable now. A gleam of gold flashed in old Su's eyes upon hearing this. Dan Fire? It seemed old Ma had considerable talent, otherwise, the headmaster wouldn't have rewarded them. The headmaster rewarded you with alchemical fire? Seeing the astonishment on Uncle Su's face, a hint of excitement flashed across Uncle Ma's own. He said with a hint of pride. Of course. You guys have talent in cultivation, but I, old Ma, have talent in alchemy. Just now, I worked with Lawyer Yen to refine a mid-grade, intermediate-level pill. Lawyer Yen got one too. Upon hearing old Ma's words, old Su's face instantly betrayed a look of shock. Old Wang, come over here. Old Ma has something good here. He called out to old Wang and old He behind him. The two men came over at the sound of his voice. Hey, old Su, I didn't say it was for you guys. Unless you trade me something for it. Seeing old Ma's attitude, old Su chuckled and pulled out the fragment of the golden wolf's bone he'd been holding. I was planning to give you this bone fragment to refine into pills. Looks like it's a waste now. Grandpa Ma instantly recognized the owner of the bones, the Wolverine. This is Wolverine's exoskeletal armor? It's one of the key ingredients for refining mid to high-grade pills. Old Su, right? You can have it. Oh, wait, no. I'll use my pill fire to give each of you a turn. Seeing old Ma's expression, old Su chuckled. Then he waved his hand and said, I have no idea what this is, but it feels useful for alchemy. Since you've been looking out for your brothers like this, I'll let you give it a try. Of course. Sit down, I'll heat up the furnace right away. With that, old Su motioned for old He and old Wang to take seats. Under old Ma's guidance, the trio prepared to refine pills. From the very start, the aura emanating from them was instantly exposed. Everyone looked over in alarm. Including Lawyer Su, who was pondering the sudden mark appearing on his body in the corner. 157 Grandpa He's movements, Lawyer Su's reluctance. Lawyer Su had felt an itch in his hands and feet since the afternoon, scratching relentlessly to no avail. Ever since the principal left, he'd been scratching his palms. Soon, a dark red mark appeared on his palm. He was baffled, but couldn't get rid of it. Yet the instant the mark appeared, he felt his strength surge. The shackles that had never budged suddenly gave way. It was precisely when Old Man Su and the others had just entered that he broke through to the first layer of Qi cultivation, finally catching up with the group. Lawyer Su was utterly bewildered by this breakthrough. He hadn't done anything. How had he advanced? Still, he was thrilled by the boost in power. After all, he'd been stuck at the peak of the late body tempering realm for a whole week. At this pace, some faster practitioners would already be at the second layer of Qi cultivation by now. Yet, just as he was reveling in his joy, Grandpa Su and the others entered. The aura emanating from them instantly froze him in place. Fourth layer Qi cultivation, fifth layer Qi cultivation, and old Wang? He had no idea what level that was. They had all started together that morning. Old Man Su had only been at the third layer of Qi cultivation in the morning, and Old Man Wang had been around the same level. Yet now, Su couldn't even sense his aura. What on earth was going on? But what truly stunned Lawyer Su came next. When Grandpa Su requested alchemy assistance, Grandpa Ma initially refused. But when Grandpa Su produced that bone-radiating foundation establishment energy, Lawyer Su was utterly dumbfounded. He wasn't the only one. Even the crowd refining pills nearby was stunned. What's going on? When did old Su and his group gain the ability to confront foundation establishment stage beasts? Whispers spread through the crowd, eyes brimming with disbelief. Seeing the astonished looks, Grandpa Su and the others wore expressions of pure excitement. Of course, they'd claimed they'd taken down the beast themselves. There was no way the headmaster had helped. After all, with a few more days of cultivation, Grandpa Su and Grandpa He would absorb the fruit's power and likely reach the same level as Grandpa Wang. Though they hadn't fully understood the fruit yet, since old Su and old Wang had made breakthroughs after consuming it, they tentatively concluded it was useful and harmless. Alright. I've already heated the alchemy furnace for you. At your current cultivation levels, your control over this alchemy flame should be comparable to mine. Its regulation is similar to the flame supplied in the alchemy tower. Just follow your previous alchemy experience. Lawyer Yan and I will oversee the process. After finishing his preparations, Old Man Ma instructed Su and the others. No problem, Old Ma. This alchemical flame is indeed hotter than the one in the tower, and it seems more responsive to control. Grandpa Su said as he settled into a seated position. Seeing this, Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang nearby also crossed their legs and sat down. The crowd gathered around, watching intently with bated breath. All three simultaneously unleashed their spiritual energy to interact with the. When the aura emanating from Grandpa Su, Grandpa Wang, and Grandpa He fully erupted, the crowd was stunned. Even Grandpa Ma, who had just reached the third layer of Qi cultivation, stood nearby feeling the energy, his face filled with shock. What terrifying aura! Combined, their energy must be equivalent to the 10th layer of Qi cultivation. Holy crap, what did old Su eat? How did he reach such a high realm? Transforming Qi into form, refining fire technique. The three exclaimed simultaneously. Then, the alchemical fire began to circulate in their palms. Even on their first attempt, they could control it with ease. Grandpa Ma was stunned once more. It had taken him half a day just to grasp the basics of manipulating this alchemical flame. In the blink of an eye, old Su had already placed all the alchemical ingredients into the furnace. Time ticked by second. Finally, they waited for the alchemical fire to gradually diminish until it extinguished. Soon, 3 distinct fragrances of elixirs filled the alchemy tower. What a wonderful aroma! This fragrance is no less exquisite than the mid-tier elixir Eternity Yen concocted earlier, right? Someone asked at that moment. No one spoke, their eyes fixed intently on the alchemy furnace. Bang! As the alchemy furnace opened, 3 even more potent waves of elixir fragrance poured out. What an aroma! Holy crap! Old Su, did you secretly practice? How did all 3 of you manage to refine mid-grade elixirs? The surrounding elders looked at old Su in astonishment. Ah! Everyone's putting in the effort. Once your cultivation reaches the required level, mid-grade elixirs won't be a problem. Grandpa Su chuckled playfully, then turned to Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang and said, Old He, Old Wang, these pills are just practice. Let's trade them for credits for Old Wang and Old Sure. Right. Consider these pills our advance payment. Let us practice with the alchemical fire every time from now on. Grandpa He exclaimed excitedly. But, are you sure you don't want them? These are mid-tier pills. Not even a hint of reluctance? Grandpa Ma was a bit confused. Of course not. We can just brew them casually now. Besides, we're not giving them to you for free. When we need to brew pills later, you'll have to let us use the again. Grandpa Su chuckled sheepishly. Grandpa Ma breathed a sigh of relief. Exactly. Why would Grandpa Su and the others offer such kindness for no reason? Alright. We'll head back to rest now. Keep up the good work. With that, Uncle Su and the others left the alchemy tower, leaving only the stunned crowd behind. Damn it, can we buy those 3 pills from Old Ma? I'll pay 400 credits, give me half. Can the 3 of us pool our resources for one? We'll offer 800 credits. Just as the crowd gathered around old Su, Lawyer Su vanished into the shadows. When they saw him again, he was standing by the entrance, watching Su Deyi and the others in the distance. His eyes burned with humiliation and resentment. He had expended so much effort and time, yet not only had he failed to surpass Old Man Su and his companions in cultivation realm, he had also suffered a crushing defeat in alchemy. Was he truly so lacking in talent? At that moment, the mark suddenly emitted a crimson glow, slowly seeping into Lawyer Su's body. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit hospital room, Kawaguchi Toshihisa, the master from Sakura country, flashed a sly look in his eyes. Master, we've got a bite? Seems their master isn't much of a threat either. Though he's alone, that's enough. His intense anti-establishment mindset makes him perfectly useful to us. Keep monitoring. We have plenty of time. The master actor revealed a sly smile. Yes, sir. At that moment, Grandpa Su and the others returned to their dormitory. Grandpa He put his things away and headed toward the deep breath abyss with some fruit in hand. Since old Su and the others found this fruit useful, I'll eat some too. He crushed the fruit in his hand and swallowed the entire Bodhi fruit in an instant. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, but it was gradually absorbed back into him. Soon, the night passed. 158 Grandpa He's question, alchemists need cultivation. After witnessing the formidable prowess of Grandpa Su and his companions overnight, the group skipped their usual deep meditation at the abyss of stillness today. Instead, they headed straight for the sunset forest, plunging deep into its interior. At that moment, Grandpa He slowly opened his eyes, only then realizing that a whole night had passed. He gazed at the golden light emanating from his hand, his heart filled with joy. It seemed he had absorbed every last bit of essence from the fruit. He then abruptly unleashed his chi to gauge his current cultivation level. Given his foundation and having fully absorbed the fruit's essence, he should have reached at least the 8th layer of chi cultivation. Ah! Grandpa He roared, his aura erupting violently. Yet no trace of excitement appeared on his face, only utter astonishment. How could this be? Why only this much? He was utterly bewildered. He had expected to be at least at the 8th layer of chi cultivation, yet he had only advanced 1 layer. He continuously circulated his spiritual energy, yet nothing changed. He stared in astonishment. He was certain he had absorbed all the energy from the entire fruit. Just then, old Su and old Wang arrived at the deep breath abyss. Seeing old He still cultivating there, old Su excitedly swung his cane and thumped right beside him. Impressive! Old He, you broke through to the 5th layer of Qi cultivation in just one night. No one at our university can match your cultivation speed. A look of unease flashed across Old Man He's face. With his competitive spirit, if he told Sue and the others that he'd only absorbed the fruit's spiritual energy and advanced just one layer, wouldn't they laugh at him? Nothing. I just practiced a little. What are you two doing here tonight? Grandpa He finished dressing and glanced at Grandpa Sue and Grandpa Wang. Seeing no change in their aura after the night, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Old He, I was just about to vent to you. You wouldn't believe it, even though Old Wang and I ate that fruit yesterday, our spiritual energy underwent a qualitative leap. Our cultivation levels rose accordingly, advancing by leaps and bounds. But after returning last night, Old Wang and I noticed something strange. Even though our bodies keep absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, it's like we're bottomless pits that can never be filled. And our bodies keep pushing us toward breakthroughs. It's like we're being squeezed dry after being filled to capacity. You know, Old Wang is currently at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. If he breaks through again, he'll reach the late stage of Qi cultivation, which requires twice the spiritual energy he needed before. This sudden strain is too much for him to handle. Though my realm isn't high, the spiritual energy within me is also somewhat chaotic. Old Wang and I suspect this instability stems from our foundations being shaken by the abrupt breakthrough. That's why we came here today. Didn't everyone say yesterday they wanted to train in the Sunset Forest? Old Wang and I figured the spiritual energy in the deep breath abyss is over 10 times stronger than outside. Plus, with no one else cultivating here, just the two of us is enough. At that moment, Old Wang also arrived at the Qi cultivation pillar. With a casual kick, he reached the highest pillar, a height previously unattainable by anyone else. Qin Ming had upgraded the cultivation pillars again, raising the tallest one to a staggering 1,000 meters. Grandpa Wang's effortless ascent left Grandpa He utterly stunned. The gap between himself and them was truly widening. But Old Sue's earlier words had also reminded him, absorbing the spiritual energy from this fruit would make the spiritual energy within his body extremely unstable. He had his own analysis of this. First, both Grandpa Sue and Grandpa Wang had extremely unstable spiritual energy during their breakthroughs. Combined with their severe injuries, their breakthroughs were essentially driven by the fruit's spiritual energy. Second, the fruit's spiritual energy inherently possessed this trait: extreme instability. Combined with the sudden breakthroughs of Grandpa Sue and the others, it inevitably led to aftereffects. But this left Grandpa He himself somewhat baffled. He had also absorbed the fruit's spiritual energy, so why didn't he experience the same issues Grandpas Sue and Wang described? Could it be because he was at his peak condition? Was it because he cultivated steadily, taking one step at a time? Still, despite pondering these questions, Old He remained perplexed as to why he had only advanced one layer. He wanted some quiet time alone. Old He, where are you headed? Aren't you going to cultivate with us? Grandpa Sue asked as he saw Grandpa He about to leave. No thanks. I've been cultivating all night and am completely exhausted. I'm off to eat breakfast. With that, Old He leapt down, reaching the cliff's edge in mere moments. Watching Grandpa Sue and Grandpa Wang cultivating on the Qi refining pillars, his expression grew solemn and pensive. The spiritual energy from that fruit couldn't possibly have only allowed him to break through this much. Unless, after absorbing the spiritual energy, he hadn't fully converted it. Instead, his body had stored it away. With this question in mind, he decided to seek the headmaster's advice. Inside the alchemy tower, everyone was diligently refining pills. Spurred on by the sight of Grandpa Sue and his companions, their enthusiasm for alchemy burned even brighter. Moreover, whenever they had a moment, they used the spiritual energy gained from alchemy to cultivate. Many had already broken through to the 2nd layer of the Qi cultivation stage. Alchemy truly requires a solid cultivation foundation. Since breaking through to the 2nd layer of Qi cultivation, I feel even high-grade low-tier pills are no longer a challenge. Of course. Just look at Old Sue, Old He, and Old Wang yesterday. They casually wielded their and produced mid-grade mid-tier pills right off the bat. That kind of skill, you tell me if it's not because of their high cultivation levels. The crowd felt both exhilarated and envious. After all, Old Sue and the others had only excelled at alchemy on their first day. They hadn't repeated the feat since. Their sudden ability to craft mid-tier mid-grade pills now was undoubtedly aided by their cultivation levels. No way, I'm heading to the deep breath abyss to cultivate. Once I break through to the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation, I should be able to refine mid-grade pills too. Exactly. Old Pang, even if we lack natural talent for alchemy, we can definitely compensate with our cultivation levels. These alchemist elders all planned to head to the deep breath condensing abyss that afternoon. After days of alchemy practice, their control over spiritual energy had become extraordinary. Cultivating in the deep breath condensing abyss might bring even greater surprises. Meanwhile, in a corner, a string of black symbols flickered faintly on the ground. Only Lawyer Sue, who was cultivating above them, could perceive these symbols. To everyone else, they remained utterly invisible. At this moment, the aura emanating from Lawyer Sue had reached the 3rd layer of the Qi cultivation stage. In just a single day, he had broken through from the 1st layer to the 3rd layer of the Qi cultivation stage. However, this aura seemed obscured by something. Unless one sensed it carefully, Lawyer Su's presence was virtually undetectable. Lawyer Su's eyes were already bloodshot. Staring at the laughing old man and lawyer, he gritted his teeth. I will surpass you all. Even if it means resorting to underhanded methods, once I break through onto this path of cultivation, I, Su Gang, will be the first. I refuse to be the bottom of the barrel any longer. Lawyer Su wrestled internally. And all of this was sensed by Qin Ming within his office. You think you can control my students? That's wishful thinking. He had long known about the weak point within the alchemy tower, a deliberate trap to lure them out and destroy their cultivation university. Utterly delusional. Still, Qin Ming had his own reasons for choosing Su. Someone like him, mediocre and unremarkable, might otherwise drift through life aimlessly, achieving little in cultivation. If this situation could ignite his fierce pride and unlock his untapped potential, he might yet achieve greatness in the future. Of course, Qin Ming only took action when he was absolutely certain of success. For an array that corrupted the mind like this, a mere sweep of his spiritual energy would suffice to dispel it. As for why he hadn't done so, it was entirely for Lawyer Su's own sake. His student had an opportunity to break through, why not seize it? Knock knock knock. Just then, the office door was knocked upon. Come in. Qin Ming called out, as if he had guessed who was coming. Sure enough, he walked in. Principal, I have some questions I'd like to ask you. 159 Grandpa He's realization, farmers must cultivate themselves. Qin Ming nodded and gestured for old man He to sit down. Mr. He, you're among the top students here. What might you wish to ask me? In truth, Qin Ming had sensed Grandpa He's aura the moment he entered. This was the first time he'd encountered someone whose innate Dao physique carried traces of the Bodhi fruit. It seemed Grandpa He had already absorbed the Bodhi fruit last night, yet his cultivation level remained only at the 5th layer of the Qi refining stage. Principal, as you know, we gathered some top-grade medicinal herbs yesterday. Yesterday, old Su and old Wang both absorbed the fruit's spiritual energy and made significant breakthroughs. But I spent the entire night absorbing the entire fruit into my body and only advanced 1 layer. What's going on? Grandpa He grew impatient, pondering the situation and sensing something amiss. Upon hearing Grandpa He's question, Qin Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. He replied, I witnessed your battle yesterday. At your current cultivation level, defeating an 8th layer Qi refining beast is no challenge. You even managed to hold off 3 violent apes whose energy approached the 13th layer of Qi cultivation. Do you know why? Qin Ming smiled as he spoke, having long since grasped the answer to old man He's question. Was it because I gave it my all? Holding them off to protect old Su and old Wang, that was a life or death battle for us. If we couldn't protect them, we would have. Grandpa He clenched his fists, his words coming straight from the heart. No. None of those reasons. It seems you still don't understand the rules of spiritual energy you've grasped through your cultivation. You're different from Su and Wang. They both absorbed the power of some substance at the most critical moment. That ignited their inherent spiritual energy, allowing them to break through. But I'm afraid their spiritual energy has been unstable since this morning? Principal, yes. Old Su even mentioned to me today that both he and old Wang feel their energy is unstable. It's like they're on the verge of a breakthrough, yet it's draining their very essence. Grandpa He's body jerked violently upon hearing this. It was exactly as Qin Ming Duo had described. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The principal truly was the principal, with foresight like a prophet. That is precisely where you differ from them. They broke through while on the brink of collapse. But you possess far more than they do. Your cultivation talent slightly surpasses theirs, and each level you ascend is solid and genuine. Combined with your exceptional leadership abilities, your cultivation progress has consistently been the fastest among all students. And since you've also broken through during life-threatening moments, your physical constitution is the strongest among all students. As for why the fruit didn't trigger a breakthrough for you, try sensing your dantian now. See if there's anything new down there. Qin Ming remarked with a hint of amusement. Grandpa He froze upon hearing this. He did indeed sense something gathering within his dantian, though he had no idea what it was. Now that the headmaster had mentioned it, Grandpa He closed his eyes and began to focus his senses inward. At that moment, Qin Ming observed streams of golden light continuously emanating from Grandpa He's body. Simultaneously, a surge of spiritual energy not his own suddenly coursed through his entire being. This was entirely due to the sudden appearance of that golden light in his dantian. Moreover, Grandpa He discovered that when he channeled that spiritual energy, the golden light did not diminish. It seemed to be absorbed and replenished by his own spiritual energy. What is this? I feel the spiritual energy within me reaching a breakthrough point. Principal, I think I'm about to break through. Grandpa He exclaimed with delight. Breakthrough right here on my Qi refining platform. It can provide spiritual energy to aid your breakthrough. Qin Ming nodded. The golden light emanating from old man He's dantian was undoubtedly a powerful tool for his future cultivation. This golden light was the Bodhi heart, which appeared with a 1 in 10,000 probability within the Bodhi fruit. Once integrated into Grandpa He's body, it would gradually help him absorb the excess spiritual energy his body couldn't process on its own. Moreover, it would continue to evolve alongside the changes in Grandpa He's own spiritual energy. Endlessly. In less than half an hour, Old Man He slowly opened his eyes. A look of excitement spread across his face. Indeed, in just 1 hour, he had broken through once more. Principle, my strength. Old Man He stared in disbelief at the immense spiritual energy surging within him. He had clearly advanced to the 6th layer of the Qi cultivation stage. It seems you've become quite adept at harnessing the power within your dantian. Excellent. Continue exploring this path on your own. This is your cultivation journey. This was something I intended to teach you later, but since you've reached this stage now, teaching it to you early will help you clarify your cultivation path even more clearly. Yes, Headmaster, I understand your meaning. Grandpa He was overjoyed. He gathered his things and headed out. At that moment, Qin Ming also intended to step outside for a look. But as soon as he stepped outside, Aunt Qin called out to him. Principal, Brother Li is looking for you. Our medicinal herbs are about to be harvested. Hearing Mrs. Qin's words, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. He knew herbs typically took at least a year to mature, yet Mr. Li had managed it in just 2 months. His farming skills were truly extraordinary. It seemed choosing him to farm had been a wise decision after all. Great. Take me to see them. Qin Ming nodded and followed Aunt Qin toward the fields. Only then did Qin Ming notice that Aunt Qin's voice had grown somewhat younger. Even her appearance now resembled that of a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s. Her curvaceous figure was gradually becoming more pronounced, with 3 little griffins trailing behind her. After spending over 10 days together, the 3 young griffins had grown accustomed to old Lady Qin. They were eating better than they had in the forest, and their bodies had grown slightly larger. Seeing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but think of the bird egg he had found earlier. It had shed its shell 3 times, yet it was still just an egg. There was no sign of it hatching. Qin Ming couldn't tell if the embryo had died inside or if it was simply an empty shell. He had once asked the system about this phenomenon. It seemed that some powerful beasts shed their shells repeatedly, evolving with each shedding. The more shells shed, the higher their rank and strength became. He hoped this bird egg might follow that pattern, but while others shed shells, this one shed its entire eggshell. Qin Ming was thoroughly puzzled. Soon, the two arrived at the farmland. Qin Ming's eyes lit up when he saw the medicinal herbs Grandpa Li had cultivated. The entire field was filled with top-grade medicinal herbs. And they were much larger than their wild counterparts. Principal, you're here. I was just about to come find you. These herbs have all grown tall and robust according to your specifications. Some have even surpassed their original grades. Qin Ming scanned the field and confirmed what Old Li had said. Some herbs that were originally only mid-grade had been cultivated to high-grade quality. Excellent. These herbs are thriving. As previously agreed, each of you will receive the corresponding academic credit points. Of course, if you wish to exchange these herbs directly at the alchemy tower for pills they've refined, that's also acceptable. You may negotiate the price yourselves, and I will provide the corresponding credit points accordingly. As soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, Old Man Li and the others began discussing among themselves. They ultimately decided to exchange half the herbs for credit points, while splitting the other half into 2 portions, one to purchase Qin Ming's finished herb seeds, and the other to exchange with Old Manhwa for cultivation pills. After cultivating herbs for so long, it was time to focus on cultivation. 160 The Elder's Questions. Master Su arrives. After several days of adjustments, everyone's progress had settled into a steady rhythm. Before long, a week had passed. Old He, how did you do it so fast? In just a few days, you've reached the same realm as Old Wang? Grandpa Su stared at Grandpa He in disbelief. In just 1 week, he had broken through to the 7th layer of the Qi cultivation stage. Meanwhile, Old Su and Old Wang hadn't made any breakthroughs at all, still solidifying their spiritual energy. This state had persisted since they consumed that fruit. They had even consulted the headmaster. The headmaster had only offered guidance on circulating their spiritual energy, instructing them to continue cultivating at the Qi refining pillars and reconnect with the changes in their own spiritual energy. This left both Grandpa Wang and Grandpa Su utterly baffled. But Qin Ming reassured them, instructing them to cultivate strictly according to his prescribed method of spiritual energy circulation. Otherwise, their cultivation journey would halt right here. This startled them both, and they dared not venture back into Sunset Forest. After all, maintaining the method Qin Ming taught for circulating spiritual energy was mentally and physically draining. For now, they could only sustain it at the Qi cultivation pillars. They maintained this state for a week, gradually adapting until they could barely manage to walk safely around campus. But witnessing Old He's cultivation surge ahead, surpassing his own progress, left Old Su seething with frustration. Damn it! I must master what the headmaster taught me quickly. Otherwise, before long, Old He will reach foundation establishment while I'm still stuck here. Grandpa Su vowed silently to himself. I'm also practicing the Qi circulation method the headmaster taught. Don't rush, Old Su. Once the energy within you stabilizes, your breakthrough will come in leaps and bounds. Grandpa He tried to comfort Grandpa Su. Old He, one misstep leads to many. I'm afraid that's exactly what happened to me and old Wang. Grandpa Su sighed. Why be discouraged? Aren't you both correcting your mistakes now? Besides, the headmaster said our aptitude is excellent. With diligent cultivation, we'll surely become renowned cultivators who shake the world. Facing old He's words, old Su only gave a cold laugh. He felt that since leaving Sunset Forest, this guy's temper didn't seem as volatile as before. Meanwhile, after a week of cultivation, Qin Ming hadn't made any significant breakthroughs in his cultivation realm. He sensed the spiritual energy on the Qi cultivation platform was no longer sufficient for him, but all his points had been spent upgrading the university's supplies. He desperately wanted more resources. Qin Ming sighed deeply as he gazed into the distance. Nothing significant had happened these past days, and the system hadn't granted him any special rewards. Relying on supplies exchanged by the elders and his own contributions to the Cultivation University, he had only managed to exchange less than 100,000 points these past days. That barely covered upgrading the Qi cultivation pillars. Qin Ming gazed into the distance. The foul energies had remained motionless these past few days, likely biding their time as well, since whatever they anticipated hadn't materialized. Just then, Qin Ming's phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out to see an unfamiliar number, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Hello? May I speak with Director Qin? Yes, who is this? Director Qin, hello. I'm Su Changwei, president of Su Group, the son of Old Master Su. Several elders from your institute recently assisted my father. We plan to pay a visit tomorrow. Would you be available? The caller sounded visibly excited upon hearing Qin Ming's voice, his tone tinged with respect. Mr. Su? Qin Ming paused. Yes. It was the late Mr. Su, Mr. He, and Mr. Wang who saved my father. Director Qin, after taking the medicine prescribed by Mr. Su these past few days, my father's health has improved significantly. Now his physical condition surpasses even our family bodyguards. Our old master is overjoyed and longs to meet you to discuss matters of cultivation. Additionally, regarding the nursing home investment and other matters, we await your arrangements. Hearing this, Qin Ming's lips instantly curved upward. It wasn't primarily the discussion about cultivating immortality that caught his attention, but rather the subsequent mention of supporting the nursing home. The old master is coming? When? Qin Ming asked excitedly. Mr. Qin, are you suggesting tomorrow? Very well, the old man will come over tomorrow. Alright, rest assured I'll definitely be there tomorrow. After chatting for a while, they settled on a time. Just as Qin Ming hung up, Town Chief Xiong called him back immediately. Hey, Qin. Got some amazing news for you. Guess what it is? Mayor Xiong on the other end deliberately built suspense, leaving Qin Ming hanging. But Qin Ming's lips curved upward as he replied casually. Oh. Is it about old Su coming? The moment the words left his mouth, the man across from him froze. For a moment, Mayor Xiong was at a loss for words. He had assumed the Su family would notify him first before informing Qin Ming, never expecting both parties had been notified simultaneously. It seemed Qin Ming had already attained the status of an honored guest in the Su family's eyes. Just how much benefit could Uncle Xiong possibly reap from this nephew of his? Oh my! Xiao Qin! Is that so? What a coincidence! I just got the same news. You know the Su family's standing in Anqing City, right? They're the premier private enterprise in our entire city. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by the Su family's polite demeanor. Their standards for attracting investors are incredibly high. Xiao Qin, they've taken notice of you this time. Your father's nursing home is about to flourish under your leadership. Old Yang's spirit would be so proud of you. Town Chief Xiong spoke with great excitement, and Qin Ming had long understood his meaning. This old guy never misses a chance to mention his nephew when there's something in it for him. When there's nothing to gain, he doesn't even bother to drop by. Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Xiong. But surely you didn't call just to share this one piece of good news? Hearing Qin Ming's words, Mayor Xiong beamed with delight. Ah! I knew my nephew was the smartest. Exactly. Didn't we plan to visit Mount Tai for a trip? Well, the director of a nursing home up there is an old classmate of mine. He's been wanting to upgrade his facility but was stuck for ideas. Then he stumbled upon your nursing home's Douyin account online and was blown away by your seniors. He called me right away to ask for advice. What perfect timing! He wants to upgrade his facility and is looking for partners. Now with your situation, it's all falling into place. We're family. Once we get over there and the partnership is sealed, Mount Tai Nursing Home will expand and eventually merge with your Immortal Cultivation Nursing Home. Town Chief Xiong made it sound so smooth. Qin Ming knew there would be plenty of hurdles ahead, but now that a path had opened, he had to find a way to expand the nursing home. He wouldn't let this opportunity slip through his fingers. 161 unknown enemies, Qin Ming's vigilance. After finalizing the plan with Mayor Xiong, Qin Ming decided to submit the elderly residents' medical reports to the Civil Affairs and Tourism Bureau for approval once they arrived. Once approved, he could take them on a trip to Mount Tai. He also planned to share this news with the residents, though he would naturally tell them it was for cultivation purposes. After all, in legend, Mount Tai was the sacred ground of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, home to countless recluses and sages, a legendary place for cultivating immortality. Now that the elders had begun cultivating immortality and felt its transformative effects on their bodies, their longing for Mount Tai would only grow stronger. Naturally, Qin Ming himself was even more drawn to the retirement home on Mount Tai. If he could establish an Immortal Cultivation University there, coupled with the imminent arrival of Elder Su, he would certainly need to set up something in Anqing City as well. That would mark the official expansion of the Immortal Cultivation University. Later, once the spiritual energy on Blue Star increased, the era of universal immortal cultivation would finally arrive. This was the ultimate goal the system had taught him, to establish the Immortal Cultivation University, yet for the system, this was merely the first phase. In other words, founding the Immortal Cultivation University, expanding it, promoting it, and enabling Blue Star's inhabitants to cultivate these were merely the system's initial overarching directives. Yet the system explicitly stated that the true cultivation world would only begin after this. Qin Ming himself didn't know what came next, but the system promised that completing these tasks would unlock subsequent directives. Moreover, he would become the strongest cultivator in this world. This prospect piqued Qin Ming's interest immensely. If he couldn't be number 1 in the arts, then he, Qin Ming, would be number 1 in the cultivation world. If Blue Star lacked cultivators, then Qin Ming would become its founding patriarch, a revered immortal powerhouse worshipped by all. Now, all that remained was to wait for the elders' medical reports. Qin Ming wasn't worried about that, but the folks at that hospital were probably getting restless. The hospital next to the Immortal Cultivation nursing home had been open for nearly half a month. This hospital admitted very few patients, and virtually everyone who left regardless of their ailment was completely cured, provided it wasn't life-threatening. Qin Ming had long heard of this phenomenon. These were nothing more than the sorcery of that so-called master. He was heading to Mount Tai, and it was time to settle these lingering issues once and for all. At that moment, powerful surges of energy suddenly erupted from within the alchemy tower. Damn it! Who's refining pills? Is this energy about to produce another mid-grade pill? Everyone looked on in terror at the suddenly erupting aura. It wasn't just the aura of a pill, the energy erupting from the cultivator was terrifying, far more explosive than anything previously felt from Old Su, Old Ma, Old Wine, Lawyer Yin, or Old He. Who could be this powerful? Damn it! Whose aura is this? It just set my alchemy furnace flying. The crowd stared toward the source, their expressions frozen in shock. When they recognized the source of that explosive aura, astonishment spread across their faces. Lawyer Su? When did you become this powerful? The crowd asked curiously. However, Attorney Su remained silent as his aura slowly radiated outward. What terrifying energy! That must be at least the 8th layer of Qi cultivation. Far beyond that. Why does this aura feel so unsettling? I've never sensed anything like this from Old Su, Old Wan, or Old He. Why does it feel like it's seeping into my very bones? Terrifying. What kind of aura is this? How can a pill's aura be this powerful? Everyone turned to look at Lawyer Su. A faint purple tinged with black emanated from his body. Lawyer Yan's eyes narrowed sharply at the aura. He recalled seeing this aura on a tree before, but at the time, since it had no connection to his cultivation techniques, he hadn't paid it much attention. Yet one phrase remained etched in his memory. Consume oneself to benefit others. Despite his advanced education, the latter part of that phrase remained baffling to him. Benefiting something was straightforward, but what did collateral branches mean? Could it possibly mean benefiting others as well? At the time, Attorney He hadn't given it much thought. After all, it had nothing to do with him. But now, seeing Attorney Su's hideous, greedy expression, he seemed somewhat moved. Refine it for me. Refine it. Lawyer Su growled, though he himself didn't know what kind of elixir he was refining at that moment. He felt like he was groping in the dark, following the sudden surge of power within him, growing stronger step by step. He felt he possessed the ability to refine pills surpassing those of Old Man Ma, Attorney Yin, Old Man Su, Old Man He, and Old Man Wang. This aura, it's not a mid-grade elixir, but a high-grade one. High grade. Someone who sensed the shift in aura exclaimed in shock. How could that be? Attorney Su has been cultivating these past days, and he hasn't even used alchemical fire for his refinement. How could he possibly create pills surpassing those of Grandpa He and Grandpa Wang? Someone voiced their doubt. Not necessarily. Old Su's cultivation breakthrough has been remarkably swift these past few days. In just 1 week, he's already reached the 8th layer of Qi cultivation. Something's off here. Old He and the others only advanced that quickly after life and death battles. Old Su's just been cultivating here. Even if he's been absorbing alchemical energy from the air non-stop, he should only have advanced 2 realms at most. This kind of speed is just too unreal. What's the matter? I think Old Su's been working hard. Regardless, his aura is clearly at the 8th layer of Qi cultivation. I'm rooting for him. He's still refining pills. Maybe he'll be the first among us to refine a mid to high grade pill. That would earn him the principal's reward. The group debated heatedly, but only Old Ma and Lawyer Yen stared at Lawyer Su with deep suspicion. The aura emanating from him was entirely different, sinister and eerie. Bang! Boom! Suddenly, a powerful force erupted within the alchemy tower. At that moment, Qin Ming instantly sensed everything. Looks like it's begun. They must be on their way. Instead of appearing inside the alchemy tower, Qin Ming materialized at the school gate. What's going on? Did the alchemy furnace explode? Doesn't seem like it. There was a huge explosion, but no energy fluctuations? Everyone was baffled. The explosion originated from Attorney Su's location, causing widespread concern. They rushed toward Attorney Su's location. Cough cough. Old Su, what happened? Attorney Yen rushed over, looking deeply concerned. A thick plume of smoke billowed out. The elixir. Did the elixir get refined? The elixir. Where is the elixir? However, Lawyer Su's eyes were bloodshot, and he charged toward the alchemy furnace with a ferocious expression. Only then did Lawyer Yen notice that the entire lid of the alchemy furnace had been blown off, with no other visible damage. But thick black smoke billowed from within. It also emitted a terrifying aura. A dark purple pill flickered faintly within. At that moment, within the hospital, the master's previously silent expression suddenly shifted. A faint smile touched his lips, and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. It seems it's ready. 162 Master Qin, I'll give you a dual cultivation partner. Knock knock knock. A few minutes later, knocking sounded at the entrance of the nursing home. Several figures dressed in ancient-style garments approached, adorned with symbols so peculiar they were utterly unrecognizable. Sir, would you like a fortune told? The man across from him spoke as Qin Ming approached. Qin Ming stepped forward, saying nothing, but gazing at them coldly. Grandpa, are you here to study at our nursing home? If you wish to cultivate immortality, I'll gladly guide you with care. But if you're here for anything else, you'd better weigh your own worth first. In an instant, the aura emanating from Qin Ming erupted violently. Though blocked by the iron gate, the surging energy poured out, instantly turning their faces purple with fear. What kind of terrifying power is this? What's going on? He's just a kid. Sorry, misunderstanding. We were just passing by. Just passing by. The group broke out in cold sweat upon sensing the power radiating from Qin Ming. Qin Ming merely gave a cold snort, releasing the invisible pressure radiating from his body. The others dared not approach any closer. They scattered in all directions. From the shadows nearby, the master observed the scene, a faint smile curling his lips. He chuckled coldly. Step back, all of you. I've calculated that old Master Su of the Su family will arrive here tomorrow. We'll catch them like fish in a barrel. Yes, sir. Qin Ming watched the departing figures with an icy stare. He knew exactly what these men sought to disrupt the auspicious energy of their nursing home. But these few were hardly worthy of such a task. And the one behind them? Even less so. Soon, the next morning arrived. Qin Ming gathered everyone by the pool and announced. Today I have news to share with everyone. Immediately, the Su family old Master Su, the very same Su family member previously treated by Su, Wang, and he. Just carry on with everything as before. Additionally, Su, he, Wang, Yen, Ma, and Su step forward. Help me prepare the site. As soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, the six stepped forward. Under Qin Ming's direction, they quickly made some basic arrangements at the scene. Qin Ming had long noticed Lawyer Su's dazed and confused state, but he felt this condition needed to be addressed at its root. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a Volkswagen Phaeton pulled up at the entrance of the nursing home. Dad, we're here. This is the legendary Immortal Cultivation University. Seated in the driver's seat was Su Chengwei, the eldest son of old Master Su. Dad, keep an eye on these people. Their real intentions might be something else. Beside old Master Su sat a girl roughly Qin Ming's age. She pouted, her gaze fixed on the nursing home with evident skepticism. Xiao Qin, watch your tone. If it weren't for the master's intervention, would Dad's health have recovered? Su Chengwei frowned slightly at Su Qinmei's words and scolded her. Brother, you're just getting old. You don't understand these modern tricks anymore. Su Qin, however, showed no fear and retorted. Enough, enough. Let's go see the master. Everyone stay quiet as we go inside. Old Master Su saw this and laughed, interrupting their exchange. They then approached the entrance. Qin Ming had already returned with Attorney Yen and the others, waiting once more. Seeing them dressed in those simple, old-fashioned robes, a gleam lit up in old Master Su's eyes. At last, he beheld the Qin Ming he'd longed to see day and night, the legendary nursing home director, the president of the Immortal Cultivation University, the immortal himself, Qin Ming. Qin Ming? How is this possible? Why are you the director of this nursing home? The moment Su Qin laid eyes on Qin Ming, she froze. That face, she would never forget, the very person who caught her sneaking spicy snacks. Old Master Su had cherished his daughter dearly, especially since she was born late in life. Yet he strictly forbade her from eating junk food, reinforcing the lesson from her childhood that such snacks were unsanitary. But in middle school, seeing so many classmates enjoying spicy strips made her mouth water involuntarily. She secretly spent her own money to sneak a taste, only to be caught by Qin Ming. At that time, Qin Ming had entered the top middle school based on his academic performance, while Mr. Su kept a low profile, waiting until his daughter graduated middle school before planning to send her abroad for experience. Now, 3 years later, she had returned from abroad. Her visit served two purposes: to celebrate her father's recovery and to begin familiarizing herself with the company, considering his health and the burden of her brother managing it alone. This trip accompanying her father was her first trial. I never expected to run into Qin Ming. Xiao Qin, do you two know each other? Su Qingwei's eyes flashed with sharpness at the sight. His little sister was exceptionally striking. Unlike other socialites, she possessed a fiercely independent spirit and the aura of a formidable woman. Brother, he's definitely a fraud. He's incompetent. Faced with Su Cheng's question, Su Qin's cheeks flushed red, but she didn't answer. Instead, she changed the subject, insisting Qin Ming couldn't be trusted. Qin Ming was stunned. He never imagined that Su Qin, the girl he used to roughhouse with in middle school, was actually the young miss of the Su family. Yet unlike her youthful innocence back then, the current Su Qin wore casual attire, and paired with her high ponytail, she possessed a distinct charm. Master Qin, this is my daughter, Su Qin. She just returned from abroad and isn't quite familiar with things back home yet. But Master Qin, my little girl may have a quirky personality. It's all because I spoiled her before, but now, what do you say? How about I leave her here to accompany you in your cultivation? If you're interested in dual cultivation, that's also an option. The moment he arrived, old Master Su bluntly offered to give his daughter to Qin Ming, leaving both Qin Ming and Su Qin stunned. Dad! Don't be ridiculous. This is all nonsense. How could immortals possibly exist in this world? Qin, shut your mouth. If immortals didn't exist, how did Father's illness get cured? Do you think Father's illness was minor? Without Master Su and the others, Father's illness would never have been cured. Su Chengwei snapped angrily at his younger sister's words. Enough. Quiet, all of you. We came here today for 3 reasons. First, to express our gratitude to Master Qin and his disciples. Second, to discuss the path of cultivating immortality with Master Qin. And third, to consult with Master Qin about establishing more cultivation universities. Master Qin, do you have any free time? A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips upon hearing this. He had been waiting for this moment, though he couldn't let his eagerness show. Old Master Su has just arrived. Why don't we tour the campus first? We can discuss matters as we walk. Only by understanding our Immortal Cultivation University can one truly appreciate the benefits of cultivating immortality. Upon hearing Qin Ming's suggestion, Old Master Su nodded in agreement. Thus, the group prepared to tour the university, while Qin Ming kept turning Yan and the others behind. Just as they departed, several figures approached the entrance. Hello, we're here to deliver the elderly gentleman's test results. They stated their purpose directly to Lawyer Yan. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly opened the door and let them in. However, he sensed an aura of malevolence emanating from them, similar to that which he had detected in Attorney Su. 163 Qin Ming's decision, preparing for Mount Tai. Qin Ming led Old Master Su and the others on a tour around the school grounds. Upon returning, his brow furrowed instantly. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Lawyer Su was now radiating a dark purple aura of malevolence. Across from him, Old Man Su and the others lay knocked to the ground, blood trickling from their mouths. Old man, watch out. Just then, a flying knife suddenly streaked toward Old Master Su from the side. The bodyguard nearby shouted urgently, rushing to intercept it, but it was far too late. Dad! Su Chengwei and Su Qin were both startled, crying out in alarm. Shut up! Qin Ming, enraged by the interruption, swept his hand through the air, sending the dagger flying harmlessly away. Oomph, so the principal does have some tricks up his sleeve after all? You've finally shown yourselves. Qin Ming's gaze was cold as ice as he stared at the man before him, whom those people called the master. Judging by his aura, he was at most in the early stages of foundation establishment. Well, are you satisfied with the gift I sent you? He's surpassed all your students and become the strongest here except for you and me. The so-called master showed no sign of panic in the face of Qin Ming, instead issuing threats. Principal. Attorney Su is under a spell. He can't control himself. Cough cough. Grandpa, he shouted frantically. At that moment, Su Lawyer's palm struck his abdomen, causing it to cave inward, a sight that looked excruciatingly painful. Mr. Su, you and the others come behind me first. Once we've dealt with this group, we'll sign the contract. Qin Ming remained remarkably composed, speaking softly to the stunned Mr. Su and the others standing nearby. Master Qin, you. Fear not. These men are no more than a finger's worth of trouble to me. Facing Mr. Su's concern, Qin Ming replied with unwavering confidence. Qin Ming, don't get too cocky. Back in middle school, even that short kid in our class. Faced with Qin Ming's bold declaration, Su Qin suddenly found herself at a loss for words. What she had just witnessed had utterly surpassed her understanding. Moreover, she had witnessed Qin Ming effortlessly leap onto the stone pillar hundreds of meters high with just a light push off the ground. Then he'd flown right back down. If that was a trick, she'd eat that pillar whole. Somehow, after not seeing him for years, she felt Qin Ming had changed. He was kind of cute. Pathetic. Today, you will be utterly annihilated by us. At that moment, several attendants beside the master chuckled. Is that so? Do you think I didn't notice everything you've done? To wipe you all out at once, I sacrificed my own student. But this was a necessary part of his journey. Thank you for helping my student unlock his latent potential. As he spoke, Qin Ming's figure had already appeared beside the nearly frenzied lawyer Su. At that moment, Su's aura had surged to the 13th layer of Qi cultivation. What the hell are you talking about? Master, has this guy lost his mind? Thud. But just as they were speculating, Qin Ming delivered a direct punch to lawyer Su's stomach. In an instant, a surge of purplish-black energy erupted from his body. Ah! Lawyer Su let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground in agony. Within moments, the excruciating pain overwhelmed him and he passed out. The same Su lawyer who had just beaten the 5 inner door disciples into submission was now rendered unconscious by a single punch from Qin Ming. The scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Was this the true extent of Qin Ming's power? He had faced the enraged disciple without a hint of panic, resolving the incident with effortless ease. This can't be. He was heavily poisoned by the bug I raised. How is this possible? The master was utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. He was utterly speechless. Moreover, judging by how effortlessly Qin Ming had moved, it seemed he had merely casually struck a few blows at lawyer Su. One could even say he was controlling his strength. What's going on, master? What kind of monster is he? Everyone was utterly bewildered, turning to the master in panic. You are all my devoted followers. Charge forward. But the master was terrified now. He exerted all his strength, flinging several men forward to slam them down hard onto Qin Ming. Yet, despite their agonized struggles, they were utterly helpless. They let out agonized screams. Their eyes tightly shut, the master's force was overwhelming. They felt as if they were about to lose consciousness. Yet when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves floating in midair. What's happening? How am I flying in the air? They were utterly bewildered. Unaware that all this was Qin Ming's doing. You've all been bewitched by him. Today, I shall strip you of your cultivation. Cultivators seek opportunities. If you continue down this path, you'll only ruin your own futures. Begin your cultivation anew. As Qin Ming finished speaking, a surge of energy abruptly flooded into their bodies. These individuals had spent years cultivating under the master's guidance to attain their current level of cultivation. Qin Ming's aura suddenly surged into their bodies, washing away the foul energy like dish soap. In that instant, the group let out a collective, agonized scream. What are you doing to them? Kawaguchi Toshihiko stared at Qin Ming in utter shock. Only now did he sense the unfathomable depth within this youth who appeared barely 20. What am I doing? You should know. All these years, what have you done to them? I'm merely cleansing their bodies. As for you, I'll cleanse you too before handing you over to our Dragon Nation's authorities. Qin Ming's expression was cold, his gaze icy as he stared at Kawaguchi Tsukasa. Master, save me. Ignoring Qin Ming's words, the others turned to Kawaguchi with pleading expressions. You let them go. I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. They're all my followers. My people. Go to hell. Kawaguchi Toshihisa shouted at Qin Ming, his staff emitting a dark purple aura as he lunged toward the group. Yet before it could touch Qin Ming, it was abruptly pulled back. What? Manipulating objects from a distance? How is that possible? It's your turn now. Qin Ming said coldly. Then, a wave of overwhelming pressure bore down directly upon Kawaguchi Takushi. In an instant, Kawaguchi Toshihisa felt all strength drain from his body, his abilities completely vanishing. He collapsed unconscious in an instant. A day later, Director Chow arrived at the scene and briefed Qin Ming. Thank you, Principal Qin. These are the very people we've been searching for. No problem, Director Chow. It's our duty. Principal Qin is truly straightforward. I'll take care of these people. Also, this is something Mayor Xiong asked me to give you. It also carries my own sentiments. Consider it a guarantee for the elderly folks' trip to Mount Tai. With that, Chief Chow handed Qin Ming a bank card. Qin Ming's eyes lit up at the sight of it, and he accepted the card with great tact. Thank you, Director Chow. Please convey my gratitude to Director Xiong. Qin Ming replied softly. After seeing Director Chow off, he prepared to discuss the Mount Tai trip with the elders. 164 Until we meet again. Qin Ming gathered the elders in the square. Lawyer Su had now been influenced by his aura. Although the impure energy on his body had dissipated, his cultivation level remained somewhat preserved, only dropping to the 8th layer of the Qi cultivation stage, the same level as Old Man He and Old Man Wang. Principal, I'm truly sorry. It was all my fault for being too impatient. I have failed the university and willingly accept any punishment. Su lowered his head, his words brimming with remorse. Seeing his state, Qin Ming offered no words of consolation. Instead, he patted Su's shoulder firmly and declared, "What's done is done. But don't think I won't punish you. Since we're heading to Mount Tai, you'll be responsible for cleaning the entire university campus this time. Rediscover our university, that's your next task." Su lawyer froze at the thought of cleaning the entire campus. "What's wrong? Are you craving another taste of flying?" Qin Ming saw through Su's thoughts and said meaningfully, No, principal. I do think our university needs cleaning. I'll get right on it." He then dashed off into the restroom. After that, Qin Ming discussed all the arrangements for the trip to Mount Tai with the elders. "We're going to Mount Tai? How exciting!" Grandpa Su exclaimed excitedly. That legendary mountain was where immortals cultivated their powers. They had already embarked on the path to immortality and longed for such a place. "Old He, this trip to Mount Tai is a golden opportunity, we must seize it." Grandpa Su approached Grandpa He and said, "Of course. If I can pass the tribulation on Mount Tai, imagine how many people would witness it. Once it's posted online, I'll be a revered immortal cultivator admired by thousands." Old He had his own little scheme brewing. "Alright, everyone knows the upcoming arrangements. Dismissed for now. We'll depart in about a week." With that, Qin Ming announced the end of the meeting. Grandpa He and his two companions headed straight for their cultivation. Grandpa Ma, realizing that going to Mount Tai would mean no chance to refine pills, decided to seclude himself in the alchemy tower for a week to prepare all the necessary elixirs. Grandpa Sure led a small team of over a dozen miners into the caves. They planned to earn extra credits to purchase reliable weapons. Grandpa He and his group, however, focused on hunting more exotic beasts. To that end, they returned to the very pit they had visited before. This time, however, they came thoroughly prepared. Grandpa Wan was already an 8th layer Qi cultivation cultivator. Grandpa He was also an 8th layer Qi cultivation cultivator. And though Old Man Su was only at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, his walking stick gave him an edge, making him practically on par with Old Man He and the others. The three of them joining forces to take on a beast at the early foundation establishment stage was no problem at all. Meanwhile, Old Man Li went to continue sowing seeds. He aimed to cultivate these new medicinal herbs within a week so they could grow freely after his departure. Soon, the day passed. Grandpa He and the others dragged their weary bodies back to the dormitory. "Old He, did you call your eldest daughter?" "Not yet. I was planning to call her. Since she's already agreed to my cultivation path, I just wanted to let her know." "Oh, right, didn't old Master Su mention the other day that he'd be opening a nursing home in Anqing City, in partnership with our principal?" Grandpa He suddenly remembered something and asked Grandpa Su. "Yeah, that's right. You wouldn't be thinking of moving to the city, would you?" "No way. Following the principal to cultivate is great for me now. Who knows who'd be teaching us in the city?" "Ha! Who knows? Maybe the principal wants us to be the teachers?" Grandpa Su joked upon hearing this. "Teachers? Forget it. We're not even worth a single finger of the principal's." Hearing Su Die's words, He Di only snorted coldly before calling his eldest daughter, He Hua. Seeing this, Grandpa Su also called his eldest son, Su Duan. Soon, both sons learned of the old man's situation. "Dad, if you're planning to go to Mount Tai, please be careful." This time, He Hua didn't object but simply offered a reminder. "Don't worry, climbing cliffs is a piece of cake for me now. Nothing to worry about." Grandpa He chuckled heartily, patting his chest as he spoke. Hua He felt reassured upon hearing this, especially since she had seen the morning news. As a renowned private entrepreneur in Anqing City, Old Master Su had indeed visited the nursing home where Grandpa He resided. He had even offered constructive suggestions for the facility's development. If even a business titan like Old Master Su showed such keen interest in her father's nursing home, there must be many things about the place she didn't know. Of course, the big boss was indeed quite obsessed with seeking immortality and enlightenment. "Son, I'm going on a trip to Mount Tai." "That's right, it's free. This is all thanks to Mr. Su's support," Grandpa Su said cheerfully. "Alright, Dad. Stay safe on your trip. With the Su family's backing, you have nothing to worry about here." Su Duan didn't seem overly surprised to hear Fu Qing was going to Mount Tai, as he'd already heard about it from Su Chung yesterday. This trip also involved investment from the Su family, serving as their way of expressing gratitude to his father. Meanwhile, all the elders at the Cultivation University called their children to tell them about the trip to Mount Tai. Meanwhile, at the Anqing branch of the Black Wolf Gang, Gao Chiyu learned through the news that Master Kawaguchi Toshihisa had been defeated by Qin Ming. Damn it! Qin Ming actually took down the master. Gao Chiyu seethed with rage, but at the same time, he learned through some back channels that the elders were planning a trip to Mount Tai. Oh, Mount Tai? Are they really planning to seek immortality and enlightenment? Gao Chiyu snorted coldly. He knew a thing or two about a place like Mount Tai. Perhaps he could eliminate this group there. Make preparations. We're heading to Mount Tai in 1 week. Gao Chiyu's expression was cold as he spoke indifferently. A week passed quickly. The elders had packed their clothes, and Qin Ming had changed their attire into travel garments, yet they still exuded an air of ethereal grace. Excellent. Everyone has shown great awareness and thorough preparation. Our primary purpose in visiting Mount Tai this time is to lead everyone in appreciating its scenery and to see the immortal cultivation relics left behind by our ancestors. Yes, you heard correctly. Beyond our Immortal Cultivation University, immortals truly exist in this world. However, since we are in the age of decline, immortals can only ascend to higher realms. Our Immortal Cultivation University, however, exists independently beyond Blue Star. We are about to set foot upon that ancient land of cultivation. Qin Ming's words once again ignited the elders' fervent aspirations for cultivation. We're finally going. Grandpa Su gazed with longing. Seeing this, Qin Ming said nothing more, but simply waved his hand. Soon, the group arrived at the main gate. Qin Ming had already slipped on the small birdcage that mimicked the heavens. Director Chow and Town Chief Xiong were already waiting at the entrance. Soon, the group boarded the vehicle and set off toward Mount Tai. The novel ends here. The story of Qin Ming continues. The journey to Mount Tai was part of their cultivation. I wonder if everyone still remembers the elixir Qin Ming obtained earlier. It was prepared specifically for this journey to Mount Tai. Well, I don't know when we'll meet again. I haven't decided on a new book yet. Enough said. Until we meet again.